Chapter 1. Dreaming, huh? You rascal. That last move was impressive. You nearly took me down. A colossal figure, leaning on a pitch-black staff, gazed into the unfathomable abyss before him. Panting heavily, you've reached your limit. Haven't you? Go on, keep shouting if you dare. Cough, cough. It seems I'm the one who has persevered until the end. The valley surrounding them lay in ruins, the grass trampled and the landscape in disarray. The once gentle stream had vanished, evaporated by the cataclysmic clash of their titanic duel, leaving the tranquil valley shrouded in a profound silence. From the depths of the chasm, a faint voice echoed. Humph. Gazing into the abyss is perilous. Beware. It may consume you, and stop pretending. After taking that blow, you must be feeling quite miserable. I shall finish you with my next strike. At this proclamation, the formidable figure trembled slightly, as if provoked, summoning every ounce of strength. He rose once more, brandishing his massive staff, and bellowed, "Who do you think I am?" An overwhelming aura of dominance emanated from him, and in an instant, the winds howled, dark clouds churned, and a palpable sense of death enveloped the valley. Even the sky seemed unable to bear his might, bowing its head in submission to descend into the netherworld. With the roar of the demon, a colossal pillar of lightning, resembling a jade column, tore through the heavens, accompanied by a thunderous roar, crashing into the abyss below. At that moment, a voice as melodious as a lark resonated, shattering the scene in the valley like a broken mirror, scattering it into countless fragments, as if drawn forward by a speeding train, plunging the entire world into darkness before an old rectangular wooden table. A small, slender boy lay sprawled, drooling at the corner of his mouth. Beside him rested a poorly bound, yellowed book, its cover faintly revealing the title Crimson Tai Sui. It was only when the voice from his dream roused him that he slowly opened his eyes, taking a moment to gather himself before turning his gaze toward the window. A little girl stood there, clad in a simple white dress, her wavy golden hair adorned with a butterfly hairpin. Her emerald green eyes sparkled like glimmering jade, and she stood gracefully, resembling a charming begonia. The two exchanged smiles, and then the little girl cupped her hands around her mouth, exclaiming, "Little Lu, didn't you say you would rise early today? Hurry up, or if you're late, you'll surely face Dad's scolding again." With that, she waved goodbye to Spire Lu and skipped away. This girl never learns. She's a year younger than me, yet insists on calling me Little Lu instead of Brother Lu. It's truly exasperating. Spire Lu sighed, shaking his head. He glanced at the sky, his expression falling, as an unspoken thought lingered in his mind. The clouds on the distant horizon were dense and heavy, gradually tinged with other colors, yet the overall sky remained somewhat dim. Though she's the one waking me, she's far too diligent. I haven't even had enough sleep yet. Spire Lu yawned, rising from the wooden table to wash up. Yet, as he recalled the previous day's slumber, he couldn't help but shiver at the memory. Since he began to record his memories at the tender age of 6, he has often dreamt of things that bear an uncanny resemblance to the real world. Particularly, the words spoken by the figures in his dreams resonate deeply within him, as if imprinted upon the very fabric of his soul. Even now, he vividly recalls timeless phrases such as, "To master the divine skills, one must sacrifice oneself," "Straight to Zhuge Liang's chariot, you truly are a remarkable talent," and "Murderous deeds abound in moments of solitude." He occasionally rehearses these lines, relishing the lingering taste upon his lips. Indeed, similar scenarios from his dreams have graced his mind throughout the past 4 years. He harbors an intuition that these fragmented memories will one day prove immensely beneficial. Chapter 2. Happiness Town. After completing his morning routine, Spire set off towards Uncle Emil's home. As he arrived at the humble street of Happiness Town, the dawn was gradually breaking, painting the sky with hues of crimson, reminiscent of a maiden's bashful visage. A gentle sea breeze caressed his face, bringing with it a refreshing chill that made him shiver involuntarily. The distant cries of seagulls punctuated the serene morning, infusing it with vitality. Gazing along the road ahead, he observed the wooden cottages lining either side, arranged in an orderly yet crowded fashion, with only enough space for a cat to pass between them. Regardless of how many times he beheld this scene, it never failed to evoke a sense of wonder. Mayor Sherlock had once stated that such arrangements fostered amicable exchanges among neighbors, nurturing emotional connections. The townsfolk accepted the mayor's decree with cheerful acquiescence. What if someone expressed dissent? Mayor Sherlock would graciously invite the town station guards to pay a friendly visit to your home, ensuring that your concerns would be addressed. Where does our Spire reside? From a young age, he has been an orphan, discovered by Uncle Emile on a beach. According to his recollections, this was amidst a shipwreck, of which Spire was the sole survivor. Due to Spire being an outsider, he was ineligible to reside on Humble Street. Upon learning of this, the mayor, in a display of benevolence, permitted Uncle Emil's family to construct a temporary dwelling for Spire on a small hillside, a few hundred meters from Humble Street. Once he had worked in the wine mine for 5 years, this being his final year, he would be allowed to settle in Humble Street. The mayor also remarked that the location of the hillside was ideal, allowing Spire to gaze upon Humble Street and reminisce about his affection for Uncle Emil's family. Thus, whenever little Spire approached Humble Street, he would reflect upon the mayor's words, feeling not only gratitude for Uncle Emil, but also a warm acknowledgement of the mayor's kindness. As he continued onward to the end of Humble Street, he arrived at Happiness Street. The granite-paved road was impeccably maintained, stretching endlessly before him, wide enough to accommodate 10 carriages running side by side. The houses stood in splendid disarray, exuding opulence and showcasing diverse architectural styles. Even a single brick from the corner, a tile from the roof, or a blade of grass in the front garden could possess a value that rivaled a lifetime's savings for some residents of Humble Street. The island where Spire Lu and his companions reside is known as Wine Mine Island, renowned for its production of wine derived from the precious wine mines, which are particularly cherished by the nobility across the globe for their exquisite sweetness. The wine mines are situated to the west of Happiness Street, initially discovered by the residents of that street, who subsequently embarked on a prosperous journey through the extraction of the wine, or, with Mayor Sherlock as their prominent leader due to the substantial taxes collected monthly from this area, the king specifically dispatched a guard to maintain order there. In recognition of their contributions, the street was aptly named Happiness Street, and Sherlock was elevated to the position of mayor for his outstanding efforts. However, for reasons unknown, the inhabitants of Happiness Street ceased to mind the ore themselves and began to hire the residents of the Shabby Street for the task. Although the prices remained unchanged, some families from Shabby Street, through years of relentless labor, managed to escape the clutches of poverty. "Hey, what are you gazing at so intently? We arrived, and you didn't even notice." A gentle whisper interrupted Spire, less reverie, as he stared blankly at the street. At that moment, a delightful fragrance tickled his nostrils, and he felt a playful itch lowering his eyes. He discovered a strand of golden hair teasing him. Following the golden locks to the right, he met the mischievous gaze of Emil Joe, who playfully winked at him. "My little Joe, stop messing around. Spire, you must have rested well last night. It's rare for you to rise so early today." A tall, lean, middle-aged man with tousled golden hair and deep-set eyes approached Spire with a smile, wielding an iron chisel in his hand. "I rested quite well," Spire replied. He then joined the others who were gradually setting off towards the mine chapter 3. The sudden change upon arriving at the mine, Spire Lu and his companions were taken aback by the bustling scene within, unable to suppress a twitch at the corners of their mouths. Numerous residents from Shabby Street were industriously engaged in their work, the sound of whistles ringing incessantly. Thinking he had arrived early, he was surprised to find others had come even earlier indeed. Competition seemed the norm wherever one went. "Spire, you made it quite early today. You actually weren't late this time, otherwise Uncle Emil would have scolded us again. When he gets angry, he resembles a ferocious lion, which is truly terrifying," remarked a chubby boy with a buzz cut and clad in a blue shirt, who approached Spire quietly, glancing nervously at Uncle Emil nearby. Fearful of being overheard, however, his voice was hardly discreet. The expression on Cram Roy's face was somewhat comical, and Spire couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Roy, like him, was an orphan. Both of the same age. Roy's family had originally resided in Shabby Street, and during the pirate upheaval years ago, his parents had perished at the hands of the marauders while trying to protect him. Thanks to the assistance of Uncle Emil's family and his own labor at the wine mine, Roy barely managed to scrape by, perhaps due to their shared experiences. Spire and Roy had forged a close bond. Upon overhearing disparaging remarks about her father, Xiao was incensed. With one hand on her hip and the other pinching Luo Ye's ear, she feigned ferocity, declaring, "Should you dare to speak ill of my father behind his back again, I shall inform him, and he will surely punish you severely. Please, my lady, if Uncle Emil hears this, I fear my backside will suffer greatly." Sing Li begged for mercy. Xiao relented with a haughty snort, lifting her swan-like neck toward Xiao Lu as if she had emerged victorious from a battle. Xiao Lu could not help but facepalm, a wry smile playing on his lips once the idle chatter subsided. Xiao Lu and Li joined Uncle Emil and others to commence their tasks, while Xiao returned home to prepare refreshing tea and lunch for them. Under the blazing sun, which seemed to breathe fire and scorch the earth, the ground appeared to melt away after a considerable duration of labor. The miners began to seek solace in the shade to rest and dine. As per usual, this was the time for Xiao to bring them their meals. However, she was nowhere to be seen for reasons unknown. Xiao Lu felt an inexplicable anxiety, his brows furrowing as an ominous sense of foreboding enveloped him. Suddenly, a figure stumbled and collapsed at the entrance of the mine just as Uncle Emile and the others rushed to assist. The middle-aged man struggled to rise, his face drenched in tears, shouting, "The pirates have come. The town is in peril, hurry." Before he could finish, silence fell upon him. Panic ensued among the onlookers, chaos erupting. Although they had previously witnessed the atrocities committed by pirates, it did not bestow upon them the experience to combat such foes. What shall we do? My wife is inside, nursing our child. I have toiled tirelessly to amass my fortune, all for the dream of residing on Happy Street. My daughter, she is but a child, and yet to marry cursed be the pirates. Luoyes' face reflected sheer terror, his body trembling, tears welling in his eyes. Even as he clenched his fists, he could not quell the dread and profound hatred brewing within him. What shall we do? Uncle Emile. Xiao and Aunt Emile are still at home. They might even. Xiao Lu, typically composed, found himself at a loss, seeking his uncle's guidance. You two must find a hiding place and do not emerge, no matter what you see. Protect yourselves. Without waiting for Xiao's response, Uncle Emile seized a weapon and dashed toward the alleyway. Others also grasped their mining tools, rushing towards their homes. What shall we do, Xiao? Where can we hide? Let us go to Garbage Hill. It is safer there than anywhere else. Chapter 4. The Mysterious Old Man. As the two fled toward Garbage Hill, the scene at the alleyway resembled a living hell. Houses lining the streets were engulfed in flames. Pirates rampaging, looting, and slaughtering. The air was filled with the anguished cries of residents, shouts of curses, the lamentations of fallen guards, and the raucous laughter of pirates, creating a horrific symphony that resonated throughout the alleyway. The streets of Happiness are rife with the sounds of conflict between the guards and pirates, with the intensity of the battle here far surpassing that of the street of the lowly. The street of the lowly is populated solely by common folk. Even the few guards stationed there are no match for the ferocious pirates who lay waste to the innocent. It was Mayor Sherlock's foresight to deploy all the guards to Happiness Street, anticipating this very day. As long as Happiness Street remains unscathed, even if the buildings of the street of the lowly are reduced to ashes and its inhabitants perish through their efforts, a new street of the lowly will rise, and new residents will migrate there. Boys, this place is tough, but we've made quite the haul today. Let's move to another spot and continue our revelry. The scarred pirate, initially seething with rage at his fallen crew, suddenly brightened upon hearing something from one of his men notify First Mate Rock to gather the crew and retreat at once. Captain, it seems First Mate Rock has gone after a father and daughter. That girl certainly looks tempting, replied a scruffy pirate, his bandaged head unable to contain his lasciviousness as he licked his lips. That scoundrel, has he not had enough fun? Go fetch him and tell him to hurry back to the ship. We cannot let this delay my plans with that. The scarred pirate waved dismissively, humming a tune as he hurried toward his ship, the Black Fox, eager to tally today's spoils. Understood, Captain. Well, finish this promptly. The bandaged pirate hurried off in the direction of First Mate Rock. Meanwhile, Uncle Emile was fleeing with Joe, pursued relentlessly by a pirate who was like a hyena on their trail. Just when they thought they might escape, he would close in, as if poised to rend them apart in moments of despair. He would grant them a fleeting illusion of salvation. This relentless pursuer was none other than First Mate Rock. Joe, make your way through the grove ahead and head left towards Garbage Mountain. Stay safe and protect yourself. I will hold him off otherwise. Neither of us will escape. Uncle Emile urged, pushing Joe behind him as he brandished a chisel, determined to confront First Mate Rock. No, father, we must escape together. Mother is already gone. I cannot lose you too. Joe clutched at his father's clothing, tears brimming in his beautiful eyes, pleading desperately not to part ways. Her once pristine dress was now stained with blood, her legs marred with injuries. With a sharp slap, a resounding crack echoed. What are you doing at a time like this? Throwing a tantrum? Your mother sacrificed herself to protect you. Do you wish her to die in anguish? As the pirate drew closer, Uncle Emile struck Joe's face, forcefully prying her fingers from his grasp, and shouted, "Flee now. Do not let our sacrifice be in vain." Feeling her father's resolve, Joe clenched her teeth and dashed into the grove. Joe, I am sorry to part with you in this manner. Lie well, be brave and strong. Your mother and I will watch over you from above. Uncle Emile gripped his chisel tightly, his gaze fixed on the mocking visage of First Mate Rock, his eyes no longer filled with fear, but with the fierce determination to sacrifice everything for his daughter. What are you two little rascals doing hiding in this heap of refuse? A deep voice echoed in their ears, startling the two who had concealed themselves amidst the garbage. Little Lou and Ro Yi exchanged alarmed glances, scanning their surroundings in search of the voice's origin. Though they believed themselves well hidden, the fact that someone had located them was perplexing. There's no need to look around. I am atop the pile of refuse. Above you, the crawled out from the refuse and gazed upwards, where an elderly man squatted. His hair was a patchwork of gray, topped with a tattered pointed hat, from which hung a pair of orange spectacles. A pipe dangled from his mouth, and he exhaled clouds of smoke with a leisurely air. "Who are you, and how did you manage to find us hiding in this rubbish?" Little Lou demanded, his voice strained and trembling, revealing his inner turmoil despite his attempt to appear composed. Chapter 5. The Twist of Fate. Haha, who am I? The old man scratched his head, his eyes narrowing as if in deep contemplation or earnest reflection. "Am a pirate," he declared, a mischievous glint in his eye as he regarded the two youngsters before him. "What should we do, little Lo? He's a pirate. We're doomed." Royi stammered, clutching little L's arm in fear. "Foolish child, just look at his frail and delicate appearance. How could he possibly be a pirate? He might not even be able to defeat me. Do not frighten yourself." "Hey, old man, how did you discover our presence?" Before the old man could respond, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl in white stumbled towards them, nearly colliding with the ground. "Joe!" exclaimed Xiaolu and Luoyi in unison, rushing forward to catch the almost fallen Joe. "Xiaolu, Luoyi." Upon seeing the two, Joe's face lit up with joy, and she embraced Xiaolu tightly, weeping. "My parents were killed by pirates while trying to protect me, and now I am all alone." Upon hearing this tragic news, both Xiaolu and Luoyi felt a wave of sorrow wash over them. Although Uncle Emile and his wife were not their biological parents, they had cared for them deeply, and they were as close as family. "Joe, you still have us. Xiaolu, and I will surely protect you," Luoyi said solemnly, wiping away tears. "Indeed. However, we do not have the luxury of time to grieve. We must find a place to hide." Xiaolu assessed their surroundings, noting the towering piles of refuse that typically deterred visitors, making it an ideal hiding spot. He then urged the old man, "You too, old man, hurry and conceal yourself. The pirates are coming." Alas, fate had other plans. "Unfortunately for you, there is no chance to hide," growled First Mate Locke, drenched in blood and brandishing a large knife as he slowly approached them. "You, little girl, can run pretty fast, but you have wasted so much of my time. Once I am finished playing, I will show you the true meaning of hell." A wave of despair washed over the three of them. Glancing at the trembling Joe, Xiaolu and Luoyi exchanged a knowing look, silently agreeing on their course of action. They swiftly retrieved 2 steel pipes from the refuse, realizing that these provided a significant advantage over their previous makeshift weapons. "Every inch counts. Humph, still thinking of resisting? I shall generously indulge you for a while longer." Locke licked the blood from the tip of his blade, his face radiating malevolence. Gritting their teeth, Xiaolu and Luoyi stepped forward, simultaneously instructing Joe to seize the opportunity to escape during their confrontation. "Are you ready? Here I come." With that, First Mate Locke leapt high into the air, his right hand swinging the knife downwards, aiming directly at Xiaolu. Xiaolu's pupils constricted, and in a moment of dire peril, he relied on his years of experience in mining to roll away just in time, narrowly evading the deadly blade. A fissure appeared in the ground where he had just stood. That was a close call. He almost lost his life before he could contemplate further. First Mate Locke swiftly swung his knife in a horizontal arc. As Xiaolu sat up, he instinctively lay back down, the gleaming white blade slicing through the air just before his face, sending a chilling dread coursing through him. Damn it. After 2 failed attempts, Locke seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful downward kick, even though Xiaolu managed to brace himself with an iron pipe. The force of the blow left his hands numb, and the impact tore open his palms. A surge of pent-up frustration lodged in his chest felt as heavy as a 1,000-pound boulder, rendering him breathless. At that moment, Roy seized the chance, summoning his courage to swing the iron pipe forcefully at Locke's left leg. The pipe connected with a resounding thud, but before Roy could revel in his success, a sharp cry of warning pierced the air. "Be careful." Though the strike had caused Locke pain, he reacted swiftly, switching the knife to his left hand and preparing to slash at Roy's neck. A streak of blood danced through the air. Chapter 6. The Fierce Battle. Damn it. "You made me fall." Locke crashed to the ground, his voice dripping with fury, yet a bloodthirsty smile crept across his face. "Roy, are you all right?" Xiaolu rolled and crawled over to assess his friend's injuries. Meanwhile, Roy had landed heavily on the ground, blood streaming down his face, a gash running from above his left eyebrow to the left side of his cheek. He clutched his face, crying out in agony, "My eyes." Little held him tightly, weeping profusely. However, he was fortunate that just moments ago, with a forceful maneuver, he had shifted Locke's center of gravity, causing the blade that was meant for his neck to instead strike towards his eye. Joe covered her mouth with both hands, sobbing uncontrollably. and instinctively moved forward to inspect Roy's injuries. Yet, a furious shout from little Lu froze her in her tracks. "Do not come any closer. Quickly escape. The farther the better. Time has passed, and the sounds of battle have nearly faded. The pirates may have already departed. This is the perfect moment to flee and seek help." This admonition startled Joe, as well as shocked Locke. "You wish to run? Can you truly escape?" Locke swiftly rose, brandishing his blade as he charged towards Joe, disregarding any sense of enjoyment, and swung the knife at her. Joe, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen in place. In this critical moment, a figure stepped in front of her. It was once again little Lu, who interposed himself with outstretched arms, using a metal pipe to block Locke's massive sword once more. Infuriated by this insufferable brat's repeated interference, Locke's rage ignited, and the murderous intent in his eyes seemed almost tangible. If mere glares could kill, little Lu would have perished 1,000 times over. Locke gripped his knife firmly, applying tremendous pressure downward. This brute possesses immense strength. Little Lu bent his knees, gritting his teeth, and summoned all his might to hold the iron pipe steadfast against Locke's assault. The clash between the blade and the pipe emitted a grating, nerve-wracking sound. "Hurry and flee. Do not concern yourselves with us. Otherwise, our sacrifice will be in vain." Little Lee's words fell like a colossal stone plunging into water, rousing Joe from her stupor. Despite the myriad feelings of reluctance and despair swirling within her, she realized her own vulnerability. Whether it was her parents, little Lu, or Roy, each had fought fiercely for their survival. She could no longer afford to be indecisive. She must hold on and swiftly seek help for them. Seizing the opportunity, Joe hastily fled. Upon witnessing this turn of events, Rock grew anxious. The harder he pressed the blade downward, the more little Lu resisted, much like a spring coiling tighter. Suddenly, Rock flashed a grin, and a sense of peril surged within little Lu. As Rock focused on overpowering her, he abruptly swept the blade horizontally along the iron pipe, aiming to sever her left hand. In a moment of desperation, little Lu loosened her grip, and Rock seized the chance, pivoting to the right and delivering a powerful side kick that struck her squarely in the chest. In an instant, little Lu was sent flying backward as if struck by a rampaging bull, blood spewing from her mouth. Her body arched as she crashed into a heap of refuse, her fate uncertain. Little Lu. Upon witnessing this scene, Roy's eyes widened in fury. Ignoring his own pain, he dashed behind Rock and swung the iron pipe with force, striking Rock's back unexpectedly. The blow caught Rock off guard, eliciting a searing pain that ignited his ferocity. With a fierce expression, Rock advanced towards Roy, brandishing his knife. Chapter 7. The Awakening of Conqueror's Hockey Deputy Rock. Behold what I've captured. Just as Rock prepared to swing his blade at Roy, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. Joe, who had initially fled to summon help, encountered the bandaged pirates pursuing Rock and his crew. It was truly a case of escaping a tiger's den only to stumble into a wolf's lair. Fate seemed to mock them all, as the pirates wreaked havoc while the earnest populace struggled to evade their misfortunes. "Deputy, this girl nearly escaped, but I managed to seize her. By the way, the captain urges you to resolve this matter swiftly." The bandaged pirate relayed the captain's orders to Rock while tugging at Joe's hair, dragging her forward. Upon reaching Rock's side, the pirate smirked. "Deputy, this girl is quite lively. After you're finished, could you let me have a taste too?" "Ha ha ha, splendid work." Rock patted the pirate on the shoulder and then pointed at Roy, saying, "There is still one alive over there. Take care of him. And then it'll be your turn." Hearing their brazen conversation, Joe struggled fiercely, yet Rock's grip was overpowering, leaving her no chance of escape. Roy, too, heard their exchange and bellowed, "Let her go." "Humph, don't be hasty. I'm coming for you now." The bandaged pirate, dismissive of Roy's plight, swung his blade. However, little did he know, enraged Roy disregarded his own safety, charging at the bandaged pirate with the ferocity of a lion, prepared to fight recklessly. The bandaged pirate was momentarily subdued by the ferocity of Roy, fighting with hesitation. He had no desire to be injured before he had even savored the pleasures of a woman. Yet, oftentimes, what one wishes to avoid is precisely what fate orchestrates. Seizing a fleeting moment of negligence from the bandaged pirate, Roy struck fiercely at the joint of his right hand with a club, a faint crack echoing as the joint was shattered. The large blade fell from his grasp, and he writhed on the ground in agony, emitting cries akin to a slaughtered pig. "Bah, worthless scum." Locke spat on the ground, seizing Joe's long hair and yanking her up, pressing the blade against her throat. "Listen here, drop your weapon, or I shall slay her." Roy tightened his grip on the iron pipe, preparing to advance, but upon seeing the blade poised at Joe's neck, he had no choice but to reluctantly release his weapon. "Do not acquiesce to him. He will kill you. Joe shouted towards Roy. You wretched harlot. Keep your tongue in check. Locke, furious and embarrassed, slapped Joe across the face. Blood immediately trickled from her mouth, nearly causing her to faint. Do not harm her. Roy disregarded Joe's plea and relinquished his weapon. Huh, you know when to yield. At that moment, the bandaged pirate rose again, delivering a kick that sent Roy sprawling to the ground, followed by a relentless barrage of blows, seemingly intent on doubling the pain he had just endured. Roy felt his body go numb, his mind clouded, his eyelids heavy. Dad, Mom, your son is coming to see you. Locke's expression twisted in malice as he began to tear at Joe's dress. No matter how she resisted, it only fueled his excitement further. In mere moments, Joe's garment was reduced to tatters, revealing her exquisite form beneath. Observing this scene, an elderly man atop the rubbish mound narrowed his eyes, exhaling a plume of smoke, as if contemplating an action. Cease this at once. Accompanied by a cacophony of clattering, little Lou, pale and bloodless, struggled to rise from the debris, hunched over, glaring at them with a fierce countenance. The bandaged pirate and Locke turned to him in unison. Who do you think you are to command me? What can you do? Aha. With that, Locke resumed his violation of Joe. Stop it. The voice that erupted was akin to a roar from a ferocious beast. A commanding aura emanating from little Lou, enveloped in crackling black lightning, his presence soaring towards the heavens, as if even the clouds above were fracturing. An invisible shockwave radiated from him, causing the ground to crack, stones to scatter, and vegetation to snap. The bandaged pirate and Locke both foamed at the mouth, collapsing unconscious. Shortly thereafter, little Latu succumbed to darkness, collapsing to the ground. Chapter 8. Apprenticeship Book. I'm in excruciating pain, little Le murmured, awakening groggily half an hour later. As he attempted to rise, the movement aggravated the injuries on his chest, causing him to involuntarily flinch. Do not move recklessly. Although that kick was not particularly forceful, it is not something a child of your age can withstand. Lying here alive is truly a testament to one's robust physical constitution. The mysterious elder smiled faintly, remarking that your companion's situation is far more dire than yours. However, I find you quite intriguing. Upon hearing his words, a chill ran down Xiao Li's spine. Ignoring his pain, he forced himself to sit up and scan the surroundings in search of Leah and Xiao. Yet, the scene before him caused his pupils to constrict, and he gasped in horror. Scattered across the ground were several pirates, some impaled by swords and pinned to the earth, their blood forming small streams. Others lay dismembered, their faces frozen in expressions of terror, while some had their chests caved in, as if struck by a heavy object. What on earth has transpired? Confusion gripped Xiao Lu's heart, but he swiftly suppressed his doubts and continued to search for Leah and Xiao. Upon finding them, he cautiously propped them up. Xiao was the first to awaken. Upon seeing Xiao Lu unharmed, he immediately embraced him, overwhelmed with joy and tears. However, upon noticing Leah's bloodied state, worry and sorrow washed over him. Do not fret. This fellow possesses a strong constitution as well. With proper rest, he should recover swiftly. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Lu knelt before the mysterious elder, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your rescue. I am eternally grateful. Given your ability to vanquish so many pirates, you must be highly skilled. I humbly request your guidance. He bowed repeatedly, demonstrating his sincerity. Only then did Xiao, realizing the multitude of pirates surrounding them, comprehend Xiao Lu's implication, his expression one of shock. Oh, how can you be so certain that I defeated the pirates? The mysterious elder inquired playfully, his gaze appraising Xiao Lu with evident admiration. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's face flushed red with embarrassment, silently berating himself, pondering whether the elder harbored a grudge. Nevertheless, he soon cast aside such feelings and began his analysis. Firstly, while we were hiding in the garbage hill, the elder was not present at the scene. Yet, he appeared atop the hill at an unknown time and accurately discovered our hiding place. Secondly, when the pirates arrived, the elder remained calm and collected, showing no signs of panic, certainly not the demeanor of an ordinary individual, but rather that of a master. After stating this, Xiao Lu discreetly observed the elder's expression. Noting his unwavering composure in response to the praise, he felt a tinge of disappointment, though he quickly regained his poise. Thirdly, the corpses of the pirates littered the ground, clearly indicating a fierce battle had ensued, leaving only the elder unharmed amidst the carnage, with no one else around, an undeniable conclusion. Uncertain if his analysis was correct, Xiao Lu feigned ignorance, yet confidence radiated from his visage. In truth, there was a fourth point he refrained from mentioning. The elder had maintained a demeanor of nonchalance from the very beginning, his tone seemingly teasing. The elder did not refute the title of esteemed elder. Ha ha ha, you little rascal, the elder chuckled, puffing on his pipe while shaking his head. I shall offer you some guidance. Chapter 9. Understanding the world upon the old man's consent to mentor Xiaolu and his companions in their cultivation. Their joy knew no bounds. Upon returning to the dilapidated alley, they were met with scenes of desolation, vast ruins, scattered corpses, and the anguished cries of mourners. The pangs of grief and vengeance surged anew within their hearts, igniting Xiaoli's resolve to grow ever stronger. Yet, as the departed had left this world, the living must still cling to hope, fighting for survival in honor of their lost loved ones. In the span of a few days, through collective effort, the houses of the dilapidated alley began to rise once more. Today, I shall formally guide you in your cultivation, the old man declared, his gaze fixed upon the trio. However, before we commence, I urge you to ponder deeply, what is the true purpose of your cultivation? This will ultimately determine the fruits of your labor over the coming year. The three exchanged silent glances, their minds swirling with myriad thoughts. I must grow stronger. I aspire to join the Navy. I shall ensure that those pirates pay for their transgressions. After a brief pause, Shala glanced at Xiao and Luaya, recalling Uncle Emile and Auntie, and upon seeing the ghastly wound etched across Luaya's face, his determination to grow stronger solidified. I yearn for strength. My parents fell victim to the pirates, and I seek vengeance. Luaya shot a glance at Xiaolu, a smile breaking across his face. If Xiaolu wishes to become a Navy officer, then I shall too, for he is undoubtedly more astute. Following his lead seems prudent. Good brothers, we shall undoubtedly succeed. As little Lu and Roy's fists met, they exchanged a knowing smile. Ah, do not forget about me. I too shall strive to grow stronger. Next time, it shall be my turn to protect you. Zhou joined their ranks. The bond among the three would fortify them against the storms that lay ahead. To become a Navy officer? The old man murmured, his eyes narrowing, the smoke he exhaled obscuring his expression, rendering it difficult to discern his feelings. That is indeed a commendable choice. If you wish to grow stronger, whether for vengeance, for your family, or for something else, then embrace a belief in your own mortality and dedicate yourselves fervently to your training. For the first time, the old man's demeanor turned serious, his tone imbued with gravity. There exist numerous paths to attain strength. One might become a martial artist or swordsman, or perhaps consume a devil fruit. Observing the curious expressions on the faces of the three, the old man continued, consuming a devil fruit is the swiftest means to gain power. It is referred to as the treasure of the sea, adorned with mysterious patterns, and is exceedingly rare. The fruits are generally categorized into three types: paramecia, zoan, and logia. As the old man imparted knowledge about the devil fruits, he also shared tales of the outside world. Little Lu and the others felt as though they had unlocked the door to a new realm, their hearts brimming with curiosity. Zhou, unable to contain his excitement, inquired, Elder, without a devil fruit, how can we become stronger? That is precisely the power I am here to teach you. Haki. The old man's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he fixed his gaze upon little Lu. Among you, there exists someone who possesses this very power. The three of them were enveloped in a mist of bewilderment, pondering how they remained unaware of such matters. Elder, what exactly is Haki? Little Lu could not help but inquire. Haki is divided into three distinct types: observation Haki, armament Haki, and conqueror's Haki. Observation Haki enhances the user's senses, granting them keen insight into their surroundings and the ability to foresee and evade danger. Some masters can even hear the voices of all things and glimpse fleeting moments of the future. Armament Haki serves as an invisible armor, arguably the sole power capable of countering the abilities of those wielding Logia-type devil fruits. The first two forms of Haki can be continually refined through practice, especially under the most extreme conditions of combat. Lastly, there is Conqueror's Haki, which is employed to intimidate opponents. Most of the renowned figures across the world possess this power. However, even if one can wield it effortlessly, it cannot be enhanced through training. Its potency is entirely dependent on the user's spirit. The three listened, enraptured, their hearts yearning for such power. I mentioned that one among you possesses Haki. The elder's words jolted them back to attention, their eager gazes fixated on him. It is the little rascal. He wields Conqueror's Haki. Roy and Xiao exchanged astonished glances, for through the elder's narration, they grasped the weight of this revelation. Little Lu, too, was taken aback. Your Conqueror's Haki is remarkably potent. One of only two individuals I have encountered with such strength, the elder mused, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Who is the other? The trio could not help but ask with curiosity. A man named Roger. The elder's eyes sparkled with vigor. a fleeting glint of sharpness flashing across his gaze before he returned to his usual demeanor. Chapter 10. Training. Upon deciding to instruct little Lu and the others in their training, the elder devised a rigorous regimen for them. By day, little Lu and Roy continued their labor in the mines to sustain their livelihood. Furthermore, under the elder's guidance, they were to meld their mining efforts with their training, not only building strength but also gradually attuning themselves to haki and cultivating a deep understanding of it. Meanwhile, he directed Xiao to train independently. In the evenings, the elder continued to train the trio. I will stand here with my eyes closed, little rascal. Approach me with that iron pipe and attack as if you intend to slay me. Upon hearing the elder's command, the three were momentarily taken aback. Although they were aware of the remarkable applications of observation haki, they had never encountered such a training method before. Despite little Li's typically mature demeanor, he felt a surge of hesitation, fearing an unfortunate outcome. Elder, what if I were to injure you? Moreover, you want me to attack with the intent to kill. I cannot do that. Little Lu shook his head in protest. Fool, did I not explain the utility of observation haki? How can you improve without honing your skills in real combat? Fear not, you will not harm me. Yet, little Lu remained indecisive, thinking, better safe than sorry. Do you not wish to grow stronger? Reflect on your original intentions. Look at the scars on Roy's face. They are the result of your inadequacies. Take another look, Jill. Surely, you wouldn't want a recurrence of that day, would you? Senior, just as Ro Yi and Zhou were about to speak, the old man interrupted them sternly. Do you too wish to witness such calamity unfold once more? Do you wish to see your comrades in peril while you stand helpless, forced to flee? His words fell upon the trio like a bucket of cold water, causing them to shiver involuntarily, as if they were once again reliving that fateful day. I cannot bear to see them suffer and be bullied while I remain powerless. I must become strong. Senior, are you prepared? Xiaoli's gaze sharpened. His iron pipe pointed directly at the old man. Heh, little rascal, give it your all. With that, Xiaoli charged forward with great speed, suddenly leaping and bringing the pipe down with force towards the old man's head. If the old man failed to evade, it was certain that the consequences would be dire. Ro Yi and Zhou could not help but turn their heads, their hearts filled with silent prayers. Just as the iron pipe was about to strike the old man's head, he slightly turned his body, causing the pipe to narrowly graze his nose as it descended. Xiaoli's face was awash with astonishment as he wielded the iron pipe, striking diagonally towards the old man's upper body. Had it been a large blade, the old man might have been cleaved in two. Yet, with his hands clasped behind his back and his upper body slightly bent, he resembled a drawn bow. The iron pipe grazed his face once more, the wind whistling past his cheeks failing to elicit even the slightest change in his expression. Observing his calm demeanor, the three of them collectively exhaled in relief. However, as Xiaoli found a moment of respite, a competitive spirit ignited within him. He refused to believe he could not land a single hit. Thus, he exerted greater force upon the iron pipe, launching an increasingly ferocious onslaught, each strike more rapid and vigorous than the last, as if possessed by a frenzy. Regardless of Xiaoli's relentless attacks or the cunning angles of his strikes, the old man remained unfazed, gliding through the space as gracefully as a butterfly dancing amidst a storm, effortlessly maintaining his poise. After more than half an hour, Xiaoli lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes vacant, as if he had lost all vitality. His body was drenched in sweat, limbs limp, with not a finger willing to move. Senior, I cannot continue. Humph, this is merely the beginning. The old man turned to the remaining two. You two joined forces. An hour later, Luo Yi and Xiao also lay prostrate on the ground, utterly exhausted. Hiki, let us switch roles next time. I shall take the offensive while you defend. Chapter 11. A final parting time flows like a fleeting shadow, and a year later, in a certain forest. Hurry. Faster. The transitions between your techniques must be swifter. If strength cannot prevail, let speed conquer slowness. Do not afford the enemy any opportunity to react. Luo Yi. Be vigilant. Your left side is your weakness. Although that fateful strike did not blind your left eye, it may have left psychological scars affecting your vision. Xiao. Be decisive in your strikes. Do not hesitate. Trust your companions. They are your strongest support. In the woods, three figures soared and darted about, employing every conceivable tactic. Even as the old man stood with one hand behind his back and the other grasping a pipe, the trio could not inflict a single scratch upon him. Particularly irksome was the old man's nonchalance as he took leisurely puffs, exuding an air of tranquility that made the three gnash their teeth in frustration. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Xiao Li's mind. As Luo Yi and Xiao launched a simultaneous assault, their figures intertwining and shifting positions. Xiao Lu seized the moment. The iron pipe transformed into a spear, thrusting towards the old man's groin at the precise moment the two separated. Such a base tactic. You insolent wretch. I shall teach you a lesson. Little Lu, initially confident that his move would succeed, felt a pang of uncertainty upon hearing those words. He pursed his lips. Yet his grip on the iron pipe remained unwavering as he thrust it toward his target. Suddenly, his vision blurred. The iron pipe lost its mark, and a chill crept up his back. The old man's voice slithered through the air like a demonic whisper, sending shivers down his spine. I shall make you reap the fruits of your own misdeeds. Without a moment's hesitation, Little Lu shifted his stance to sweep horizontally. But the iron pipe failed to connect with any object. The old man had anticipated this move, crouching down to evade the strike, and then grinned widely as he flicked his fingers beneath Little Lu's waist. Crack! The world seemed to freeze in that instant, muted and drained of color. After a brief silence, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility, startling a flock of birds from the trees. Oh, you dare to use such underhanded tactics, you wretched old man. Little Lu cried, clutching his vulnerable spot with both hands, his legs clamped tightly together, tears streaming down his face as he rolled on the ground. Fortunately, he had employed some defensive prowess, otherwise his future would be bleak. Beside him, Roy stood dumbfounded, gripping the iron pipe in confusion, while Qiao's cheeks flushed crimson as she turned her head away, nervously twisting the fabric of her clothes, betraying her inner turmoil. Alas, you are the one resorting to such tricks? Am I to be blamed? The old man spread his hands innocently, though his gaze was unmistakably mocking. He approached Little Lu, occasionally flicking his fingers as if savoring the moment. Let me see, is everything all right? Do not come any closer, Little Lu exclaimed in sheer panic, retreating while hastily tossing leaves from the ground in defense. On a beachside, the old man was bidding farewell to the three. Old man, are you truly leaving? Little Li's voice was subdued, his eyes widening in an attempt to suppress the tears threatening to spill. My arrival here was merely serendipitous. I have lingered long enough. It is time for me to continue my journey in search of my old friends. Where will you go? Roy and Xiao inquired. To the East Sea. The old man replied with a carefree smile. A heavy silence enveloped them. During their year together, the old man's devoted guidance had rendered him akin to a father figure. A cherished kin. Your training period is still too brief, and you have yet to experience genuine combat. Only Little Lu has barely grasped the use of armament hockey, while observation hockey remains just out of reach. In situations with many adversaries, you may find yourselves in peril. You three must unite and support one another. Little Lu, you are the steadiest among them. Safeguard them, and do not forget what I have previously imparted to you. The trio listened intently to the old man's teachings, their hearts heavy with longing. Well then, if fate allows, we shall meet again. I hope you will remember your master when the time comes, he chuckled, gradually receding into the distance. Old man, you are almost gone, yet you still haven't revealed your name to us. Little Lu shouted at the old man's retreating figure. Naggly. The old man waved his hand. Chapter 12. Setting sail. The melancholy of parting arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly. Oh, you aren't leaving with that old fool? At this remark, the three turned their heads, glaring at the approaching figures. It was none other than Mayor Sherlock and his accompanying guards. The one who spoke was a member of the guard, a lanky fellow with a long face, eyes the size of green beans, and a bandage wrapped around his right ear. He was glaring menacingly at Little Lu and his companions, his expression radiating malice that was truly terrifying. Little Lu. The town has long had regulations. Outsiders are not permitted to set foot on the island, nor may anyone leave without authorization. That old man is not from our town. He has lingered here for so long without reporting to me, the mayor. Such disregard for the rules. As far as I know, he arrived here a year ago when the pirates invaded. They must be in cahoots. Mayor Sherlock stated ominously, draped in a brocade robe, his eyes cold and his mustache elegantly curled. You speak nonsense. Royi and Qiao glared back, cursing vehemently. You are the pirate. My master is a good man. You two wretches, it was that old fool who severed my father's right ear just half a month ago. Since you are his disciples, you must repay his debt. The bandaged soldier declared and prepared to strike. Stop. My master is not associated with those pirates. When your guards were preoccupied with patrolling Happiness Street, he saved us from the pirates. You shall not defame him. Little Lu fixed his glare on the soldier. Otherwise, you will regret it. You insolent wretch, the bandaged soldier, infuriated, was about to retaliate when Mayor Sherlock intervened, signaling him to step back. Though he is not a pirate, He has indeed harmed a member of the guard and has not paid a single fee for his extended stay on the lowly street. As his disciples, you shall repay him by working at the mines for 3 years without compensation. Otherwise, the guards will show no mercy. Mayor Sherlock kindly advised. I am doing this for your own good. What do you say? Fine. We agree. Just 3 years. Little Lou interrupted the two who were about to argue further. Seeing his prompt agreement, Mayor Sherlock nodded kindly, a fleeting glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes. Once Mayor Sherlock and his entourage departed, Royi and Xiao could not contain their curiosity. Little Lou, why did you agree to them? They are truly insatiable. We could fight them if need be. And what would we fight with? Even if we managed to fend them off, we would not emerge unscathed. Moreover, what would we do afterward? Little Lou smiled as he explained. Setting sail. Weren't you aspiring to become a naval officer? But we need a ship to set sail. Little Lou chuckled. The ships are docked over at Happiness Street. How can we set sail if we clash with them? You mean? Xiao's eyes widened in sudden realization. While Royi scratched his head, puzzled by their cryptic exchange. We shall steal a ship. In a playful manner, Xiao winked and softly explained. But if we steal the ship, where shall we go? Luo Yi remained perplexed, and Xiao was momentarily taken aback. We have this permanent compass left to us by our master. Xiaolu replied with a mysterious smile, retrieving a spherical compass from his pocket. We simply need to sail northward, and we shall reach the naval base located on Sleef Island. Tonight, we commence our operation. Chapter 13, The Dominator at Midnight. The night was at its zenith, and both the Slum Street and Happy Street, having endured a day of bustling activity, had succumbed to slumber. 3 figures, employing their nimble agility, cautiously evaded the guards as they made their way to the docks of Happy Street. Upon reaching the dock, the sailboats, having completed their daytime labors, now rested quietly in the harbor. Finally, they could set sail. Xiaolu and his companions removed their masks, savoring the sea breeze at the dock, their slightly heaving chests betraying their restless hearts. Just as they intended to approach one of the sailboats, the sudden sound of applause shattered the tranquil night and disrupted their exhilaration. Abruptly, several beams of light illuminated them, blinding their vision, and before they could react, a flurry of footsteps swiftly surrounded them. Regaining their senses, they discerned a group of armed soldiers encircling them, with none other than Mayor Sherlock at the forefront. Alongside the soldier who had lost his left ear earlier that day. What a clever little rascal to choose this time to flee. It was worth my wait. Mayor Sherlock sneered, a victorious grin spreading across his face. No wonder you were so compliant during the day, but alas, you cannot escape my gaze. Indeed, it is your brilliance that prevails, Mayor. No matter how cunning these little rascals may be, they cannot elude your grasp, the one-eared soldier exclaimed. Bowing slightly and giving a thumbs up, his tone dripping with flattery. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaolu urged his companions forward. Capture them. Seeing that the trio disregarded him and took off, Mayor Sherlock's anger flared. He gritted his teeth and bellowed, do not let them escape. I shall make them understand the dire consequences of defying my orders on this island. Several soldiers charged towards the 3, reaching out to grab them as if they were mere chicks. However, little did they know, Xiaolu and his friends were far from ordinary children. The trio moved with remarkable agility, slipping through their grasp like eels. The strength of Xiaolu and Luo Yu was beyond their comparison, with a mere punch or kick. Several soldiers were sent tumbling to the ground, groaning in pain. Useless fools, unable to capture 3 children. Mayor Sherlock fumed, his frustration boiling over. Forget it, just eliminate them. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding soldiers, though momentarily taken aback, swiftly complied with the command, brandishing their blades in attack. Instantly, the situation turned perilous, however. Fortunate for the trio, their master had always been their sparring partner, endowing them with skills far surpassing those of the guards, who were accustomed to a life of luxury. In no time, Xiaolu and Luo Yu seized the opportunity during the fray to wrest 2 weapons from their adversaries. The soldier with the left ear, witnessing his comrades fall one by one while the 3 youngsters remained vibrant and agile, felt a surge of desperation as they appeared on the verge of breaking free from the encirclement. He was consumed by a fierce desire to eliminate the trio before him, fueled by the vengeance for his lost right ear. Suddenly, spotting Xiao, who seemed fatigued under the assault, he was momentarily elated and swung his blade towards her. At that moment, Xiao was caught off guard, and as the soldier's strike approached, she instinctively closed her eyes. A chill brushed against her face, and upon opening her eyes, she discovered that Xiaolu had shielded her with his back, the blood splattering onto her visage. The left-eared pirate was momentarily stunned, not anticipating such an unexpected turn of events. A grin spread across his face, reminiscent of a hyena eyeing its prey, as he lunged forward, intent on delivering another blow. Yet, what followed was the most terrifying scene he would ever witness, the final scene of his life. A gash opened on Xiao's back, and blood swiftly stained his garments. Yet he uttered not a sound. He turned around, his eyes bloodshot, revealing a predatory gleam, as fragments of agonizing memories etched deep within his soul flickered in his mind. In a low voice, he declared, "Domineering blade." Channeling a faint trace of his formidable aura, he executed a mystical flourish, swift as the tempest, and in an instant. Several fierce and domineering blade lights manifested in the air. The soldiers surrounding him were involuntarily pierced by the chilling brilliance of the blade, unable to bear its glare. A mist of blood enveloped the atmosphere. Not only did the soldiers from the left flank who charged forward meet their demise, but those in proximity to him also met a similar fate, their bodies exploding in a shower of gore. Everyone was rendered speechless by the suddenness of this horrifying spectacle. "Those who stand in my way shall perish." Xiao Lu gazed coldly at the surrounding soldiers, his eyes reflecting a profound emptiness, a harbinger of death, a thirst for blood. He subsequently declined the assistance of Qiao and Luoye, seeking instead a sailboat to set sail into the wind and disappear into the horizon. The soldiers around him appeared as though gripped by the icy hand of death, none daring to intervene. After a prolonged silence, a clatter rang out. Someone's sword had fallen to the ground, shattering the stillness. It was then that the soldiers seemed to awaken from their stupor. The usually imposing Mayor Sherlock's legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground, trembling as he retrieved a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Chapter 14. Crisis. The following day, aboard the single-masted sailboat, Xiao sat at the bedside, her face drawn and weary, her eyes reddened. Grasping Xiaoli's hand tightly, her voice choked with emotion, she implored, "Xiao Lu, hold on. We will soon reach Shreve Island. I beg you, please hold on." Cough, cough. "Fear not. I am not so easily vanquished." Xiao Lu, witnessing the tears cascading down Xiao's face, endeavored to muster a smile to comfort her, though the expression appeared more grotesque than sorrowful. Last night, in a valiant attempt to rescue Zhou, Xiao Lu suffered a knife wound to his back. With no medical supplies available, the narrow gash could only be bandaged, yet the crimson blood continued to saturate the pristine dressing. Furthermore, the brilliant maneuver he executed last night had completely exhausted Xiao Li's strength, leaving him in a persistent fever. Were it not for his indomitable will, a mere ordinary person would have succumbed to death by now, especially considering he is still a child. Roy took the helm, but the tension in his clenched fists revealed his own anxiety. He had to maintain composure, at least in Zhou's eyes. He could not appear helpless, for that would only exacerbate Zhou's worries. He harbored a deep loathing for his current frail self. If only he were stronger, if only he could master the Conqueror's haki, he could protect both Xiao Lu and Zhou. Fortunately, the winds were favorable today, and they had brought enough provisions the previous night to sustain them until they reached Shreve Island. Just then, a colossal sailing ship appeared on the horizon, and Roy was filled with elation. If they could board the massive vessel, perhaps there was hope for Xiao Lu. However, as he prepared to steer the ship closer, he noticed the insignia emblazoned on the sails, and a wave of terror washed over him, plunging his spirits into despair. It was a pirate ship. "Zhou, we might be in trouble. There's a pirate ship ahead. No matter what happens, take care of Xiao Lu," Roy shouted towards the cabin, then hastily navigated the sailboat northwest, fervently praying they would go unnoticed. Alas, fate was not in their favor, as the pirate ship had evidently spotted them and began to accelerate towards their position. Realizing there was no escape, Roy steeled himself, returning to the cabin to gather weapons in preparation for battle. Hearing Roy's words, Zhou's face turned pale, his lips pressed tightly together in an effort to stifle his tears. As the two vessels drew closer, the sheer size of the colossal sailing ship became apparent. The canvas depicted a skull shaped like a black fox, unmistakably the mark of the Black Fox pirate crew. "Hey kid, drop your blade and climb up the rope." Two pirates, drunkenly jovial, jeered, their demeanor leaving no room for dissent. "We have urgent matters to attend to. We hope the esteemed captains will allow us passage," Roy stated, appearing somewhat simple-minded, yet displaying courage and shrewdness in this critical moment. However, his words did little to dissuade the pirates. "Nonsense. Since the captain is in a good mood, get up here quickly, or you'll find yourself at the end of my blade," the pirates retorted fiercely, brandishing their weapons. Roy hesitated. Boarding the ship felt akin to walking into a den of wolves, and he sensed immediate peril. Cough, cough. "Listen to them. We should go up. Since they haven't come down, they likely don't wish to kill us just yet." There may still be a chance for survival, Shallow urged. Hearing his words, Roy nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he bound little Lou and himself together with a cloth bag and brought Jordan aboard the pirate ship. Chapter 15. Enemies. Upon their arrival on the ship, Roy and his companions discovered that a raucous banquet was in full swing among the pirates. The air was filled with the sounds of dice clattering, drinks being downed, curses being hurled, and the clamor of scuffles in a corner. A group of captured slaves was begging for mercy under the merciless lashes of several pirates, the surrounding marauders indifferent, as if such brutality were commonplace, only inciting further revelry. Boss, we just captured 3 little brats who ventured out to sea. 2 pirates shouted towards the one seated in the center of the deck. Instantly, all eyes turned to focus on Roy and his companions. Roy's heart raced, his breath involuntarily slowed, and his throat felt parched, yet he dared not swallow. Put me down, Little Lou whispered, gently patting him. The pirate at the center, a towering figure with a physique as robust as an ox, approached them with a bottle of liquor in hand. His muscles bulged, veins protruding, exuding the power to fell a wild bull with a single punch. A long scar marred his cheek, reminiscent of Roy's own position. With fierce, ringed eyes, he appeared utterly menacing. 3 little brats. 1 girl, quite lovely, and another injured. The scar-faced pirate remarked after taking a swig of his drink and belching. You have some guts to venture out to sea. And it seems you carry a story with you. How intriguing. Let us do this. The girl stays to entertain us, while the other 2 are tossed overboard to feed the fish. With a casual utterance, he sealed the fate of the trio, inciting a chorus of cheers from the other pirates. Don't come any closer. Upon hearing this, Roy felt a surge of urgency and positioned himself protectively in front of little Lou and the other. Well, you've got some nerve to shout like that. The 2 pirates who had captured them lunged forward, seemingly intent on teaching Roy a lesson. Roy, quick on his feet, advanced and delivered a heavy punch to one pirate's head, causing stars to dance before his eyes, then pivoted to deliver a swift kick, knocking the other to the ground, unconscious. Haha, ergo, what else with you? Spinning around like that. Drunk, are we? Da Huang, get off the ground. Hurry up and deal with those little brats. Don't embarrass yourselves. Hee hee. The other pirates, witnessing their companion's defeat, merely chuckled, assuming he was inebriated, continuing to jeer. However, as the 2 remained sprawled on the ground, a few pirates finally sensed something was amiss. Hey, is a mere brat capable of knocking you down like this? Don't joke around. Several pirates surged forward, intent on teaching Roy a lesson, yet they too were swiftly dispatched by him. Damn it! The surrounding pirates, now enraged, drew their blades, ready to strike. Get away from me, you disgraceful fools! With a furious shout from the scar-faced pirate, the others involuntarily shuddered and retreated. Humph. You're quite impressive, aren't you? The scar-faced pirate grinned, a flicker of murderous intent flashing across his countenance. In an instant, a figure appeared before Royer, followed by a powerful right hook aimed directly at his face. Without a moment to contemplate, Royer instinctively crossed his arms to shield himself, only to feel as if his hands had been struck by a heavy hammer, an overwhelming pain penetrating to his very marrow. His limbs felt utterly paralyzed, rendering him incapable of exerting any strength, and he staggered backward, crashing heavily against the railing. Suddenly, a leg loomed before him, and he was sent sprawling to the side, crashing to the ground like a discarded sack, blood instantly oozing from his nose and the corner of his mouth. Chapter 16. Waiting for the right moment, kid. Can you still get up? The scarred pirate approached Royer with a menacing grin. Captain is formidable. Kill this brat. The surrounding crowd erupted into a cacophony of bloodthirsty cheers. Seeing the dire situation, Xiaolu attempted to intervene, but the movement aggravated his wounds, causing him to grimace in pain, coupled with a fever and dizziness. He could only weakly utter, Royer is in danger. Joe, stop him. Yet Joe remained silent, trembling, tears blurring her vision. However, her gaze remained fixed on the back of the scarred pirate, brimming with uncontainable hatred, her fists clenched so tightly that they turned pale. Joe, what is wrong with you? Xiaolu had never witnessed her in such a state. He is the pirate who killed my mother, Joe stammered, her voice trembling. Little Lou was suddenly taken aback, his countenance turning a shade of iron, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Yet, recognizing the perilous situation, he suppressed the tempest of rage and hatred within him, swiftly restoring his face to its original demeanor. He grasped Xiao's hand tightly, as if to calm her or perhaps seeking a point of support. With all his might, he hoarsely called out, Please wait a moment, Captain. Upon hearing this, the scarred pirate halted, turning to face little Lou. Captain, he began. Upon witnessing this vessel and your remarkable prowess, I am convinced that you are a formidable and illustrious pirate. The three of us wish to join your crew." The scarred pirate raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback. "You see, should you choose to slay us, you would gain nothing, only staining your hands with our blood. However, if you grant us our lives, we are willing to serve you aboard your ship, undertaking any arduous or menial tasks. Moreover, we possess some skills and strength, which I believe could be of use to you." The scarred pirate stroked his chin thoughtfully, remaining non-committal. "Captain, if you can extend your mercy to us, mere children, and allow us to serve you, word of your generosity will surely spread. Other pirates will admire your magnanimity and bow before your esteemed name. Not to mention, the mere sight of you would compel them to pay their respects." The scarred pirate's lips curled into a slight smile, nodding occasionally as if contemplating the proposal. "Indeed. If you can accommodate us, it is evident that you possess the demeanor of a true leader. Oh, esteemed gentlemen, do you not agree?" Little Lu, stifling the pain, exclaimed excitedly to the crowd. Yes, absolutely. The captain emanates the aura of a true sovereign." "Exactly. Who else but the captain could embody such regal presence?" The band of pirates echoed in fervent agreement, their camaraderie palpable. Noticing the overwhelming consensus, the scarred pirate puffed out his chest, his gaze surveying the assembled crew. "Esteemed gentlemen, do you not believe that such a commanding captain, with a heart as vast as the ocean, is worthy of our loyalty?" Little Lu, his face flushed with enthusiasm, raised his fist to the sky, proclaiming, "We shall forever follow the captain. Hail to the captain. Hail to his might. We shall eternally follow the captain." The surrounding pirates joined in, raising their arms in unison, as if the captain represented their faith, their guiding light. The clamor escalated, reaching a crescendo. "Ha ha. Well said. From this day forth, you three shall be part of our crew. Remember to perform your duties diligently, and this captain shall reward you. However, do not dare to play tricks, or I shall cast you into the sea to feed the fish." The scarred pirate bellowed with raucous laughter. "Now, my young friends, let us drink and revel." The scarred pirate found Little Lee's candid words quite agreeable, resonating deeply within him. He acquiesced to the wise decision while not neglecting to issue a stern warning. Subsequently, he rejoined his fellow pirates, indulging in merriment and revelry. Yet he failed to notice the fleeting glimmer of malice in Xiao Lu's eyes as he bowed his head in gratitude. Chapter 17, The Navy. A week later. "Xiao Lu, how is your recovery progressing?" Zhou inquired softly while cleaning the deck, cautiously surveying their surroundings. "I'm nearly well," replied Xiao Lu. "Where's Luoyi?" "I haven't seen him anywhere. The scarred pirate has taken him away. Each time they venture out, he ensures Luoyi accompanies him. I suspect he fears we might escape. We are currently docked at Mushroom Town, but I wonder how far we are from the naval base," Zhou lamented, her face clouded with worry, uncertain of how much longer they would remain aboard the ship. "Hurry, prepare to set sail. The Navy is closing in." Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps and shouts interrupted their conversation. The scarred pirates had returned, each one drenched in sweat and displaying signs of panic. The scarred pirate had intended to raid Mushroom Town, but unexpectedly encountered the Navy, who were resting there. After a fierce battle, the returning pirates bore the marks of conflict, the scarred pirate included. "Set sail immediately." The scarred pirate urged the helmsman, eager to flee this perilous place. Despite the massive size of the grand sailing ship, it moved swiftly, soon leaving Mushroom Town behind. Xiao Lu and Xiao hurriedly found Luoyi, and upon seeing him safe and sound, they finally felt a sense of relief. At that moment, a thunderous cacophony of cannon fire erupted from the rear of the ship, with shells detonating against the hull, sending towering waves soaring dozens of meters high. It turned out that a naval warship was in pursuit, with the distance between them steadily diminishing. As the waves crashed against the vessel, it rocked violently, as if it were on the verge of being capsized by the colossal swell. The scar-faced pirate was equally undaunted, directing his crew to evade the naval cannonballs while commanding them to return fire. Upon witnessing the moment, Xiao realized that their opportunity had arrived. He hastily signaled for Luoyi and Xiao to follow him to the cabin to retrieve weapons, armed and ready on the deck. Xiao first gauged the distance between the naval vessel and the pirate ship, then mentally estimated the time it would take for the Navy to catch up. Understanding the urgency of the situation, he instructed Luoyi and Xiao to provide cover for him. Seizing the moment when everyone's attention was fixated on the approaching Navy, he stealthily made his way to the cockpit. "Hey kid, what are you doing here?" the helmsman questioned in confusion upon spotting him. Before the captain could finish his sentence, Xiao lunged forward, swinging his blade at him. Blood splattered instantly as the helmsman collapsed to the ground. Leaning against the wall, Xiao Lu gasped for breath, his hand gripping the knife, trembling uncontrollably. Although he had previously taken a life, on that occasion, he had been consumed by anger, devoid of any sensation, and had forgotten the incident soon after. This time, however, with a clear mind, the experience felt entirely different. Xiao Lu took a deep breath, gradually acclimating himself to the sensation. To his surprise, he adapted swiftly, feeling no nausea. Instead, a subtle excitement coursed through him, akin to a primal, bloodthirsty instinct resonating from the depths of his soul. Damn it, why has the ship stopped? Someone go check, bellowed the scarred pirate. Captain, trouble. That little brat has sent the helmsman tumbling across the deck. Before he could finish, Xiao Lu, in hot pursuit, struck him down with a single blow. You insolent brat. How dare you betray me? You seek death. The scarred pirate's eyes widened in fury as he brandished his massive blade, leaping towards Xiao Lu with ferocious intent. Xiao Lu hastily raised his hands to defend himself with his blade. With a single strike, his palms were jolted, causing his hands to suffer painful lacerations. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Lu steadied himself, channeling the meager aura he possessed to envelop his weapon. Engaging in close combat with the scarred pirate, he aimed to leverage his swiftness to outmaneuver the slower foe. His intent was not merely to vanquish the scarred pirate, but at the very least to delay until the navy arrived. Meanwhile, the surrounding pirates, eager to assist, found themselves ensnared by the relentless efforts of Luo Yi and Qiao. Chapter 18. A quest for vengeance. Little Lu and scarred pirate exchanged fierce blows, neither willing to yield. On a naval vessel in the rear, a sailor reported to a tall naval officer with disheveled dark green seaweed-like hair and a prominent mustache, who lounged in a justice coat. Report, Lieutenant Commander Pied, the pirate ship ahead has come to a halt. It appears that a conflict is unfolding on board. Oh, how intriguing. Could it be a dispute over the spoils, leading to infighting? Lieutenant Commander Pied mused, twirling his mustache thoughtfully. Maintain our current distance and allow them to settle their quarrel. Once a resolution is reached, we will seize them immediately. If they attempt to flee, open fire without hesitation. There shall be no mercy for them. Upon receiving the orders, the young soldier hastily relayed the command. Meanwhile, aboard the pirate ship, the scarred pirate and Little Lu continued their deadly duel. Although Little Lu had infused his blade with a modicum of haki, it was insufficient to sever the scarred pirate's formidable sword. Furthermore, since the onset of their skirmish, the navy had refrained from intervening, leading both combatants to suspect that the navy was merely watching the tumult unfold. After parrying another of the scarred pirate's heavy strikes, Little Lu swiftly retreated to regroup with Roy and the others. All three bore injuries, with Roy's wounds being the most severe. Despite his superior combat skills compared to the majority of the pirates on board, this was his first experience with taking a life, and he struggled to adapt. His focus on protecting Joe had inadvertently granted their adversaries numerous openings. Blood dripped steadily from the gash on his right arm, leaving him weakened. You shall not escape today. It would be wiser to surrender. Little Lu called out to the scarred pirate. Do you truly wish for your crew to perish alongside you? Observing the scarred pirate's indifference, Little Lu turned to the surrounding pirates. You all see it. The Navy's ships are swift. Escape is futile. Do you wish to continue this fight and risk your lives here? If you could claim his head, perhaps there would be a reward from the Navy. We are but children. We can vouch for you, declaring that you were merely threatened by this scarred face, that you were innocent citizens. You must decide whether to perish alongside him or choose to live. Just as one pirate contemplated laying down his weapon, the scarred pirate swiftly cleaved him in two, sending a shudder through the onlookers. Do not heed his nonsense. Dispatch them quickly, and we shall escape in no time. I will continue to provide for you. Those who betray me will meet a similar fate. The scarred pirate threatened, pointing at the slain pirate. Before anyone could react, the scarred pirate lunged toward the trio, relentlessly attacking with his bloodthirsty blade, forcing them to scatter in haste. He then grinned maliciously and launched a ferocious strike at Joe. Unprepared, she faltered, and the scarred pirate seized the opportunity to deliver a vicious kick to her chest, sending her sprawling and spitting blood. Joe, in a moment of desperation, Little Lu dashed forward to catch her, only to be intercepted by the scarred pirate. Once again, a powerful and forceful slash descended. Observing this, Luoye recklessly lunged forward, attempting to block with his blade. With a resounding clang, the blade in his hand was shattered into two segments, one part of which struck Luoye's right shoulder. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he grasped the blade with both hands. The scarred pirate, seizing the opportunity, delivered a left hook that sent Leah crashing to the ground. Ha ha ha, it's just you left. The scarred pirate sneered cruelly as he approached the seemingly frozen Little Lu. Are you closing your eyes in fear of death? Ah. Confronted with mortality, do speed, skill, philosophy, and creed hold any significance? What you truly require is instinct, an animalistic instinct to survive. Only those who endure are the true warriors. You must become strong. A nebulous voice echoed once more in little Lee's mind, lofty as if from the heavens, yet resonating clearly in his ears. Suddenly, little Lee's eyes flew open, a monumental and formidable aura emanating from him, rapidly expanding outward. Above, the clouds churned restlessly, as if lifted by invisible colossal hands, rolling upwards, while the winds surrounding him shrieked like tormented spirits. Do you fear death? Little Lee slowly rose, his gaze cold and indifferent, viewing the terrified and trembling scarred pirate as mere fodder. The scarred pirate felt as though an iron grip had seized his throat, rendering him voiceless, his heart constricted, and his breath nearly ceased. Dominate the world. A low growl erupted, and a fierce, menacing strike sliced through the air before the scarred pirate like a bolt of lightning. Crack! Not only did the scarred pirate's massive weapon shatter, but the railing behind him and the deck itself were cleaved in twain. Why does the world seem to have split in half? This was the last thought lingering in the scarred pirate's mind. What about you? Little Lee's words were devoid of emotion, akin to the greeting of the Grim Reaper. The surrounding pirates, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 19. Arrival at Strafe Island. The battle over there has concluded. Move closer. At the command of Lieutenant Paid, the warship sped forward with great urgency. With a final expenditure of all his energy, Little Lee felt dizzy, his limbs weak and feeble. Yet he had to muster the strength to remain standing, otherwise the terrified pirates would surely pounce upon him again, plunging them all into peril. Moreover, a lingering question haunted him. Why did he feel transformed each time those voices resonated in his mind? Additionally, those unfamiliar and unlearned techniques came to him effortlessly, yet afterward, he could never replicate them. Little Lou, are you all right? Joe, how are you doing? Roy struggled to his feet, leaning on his blade as he made his way to Chiao, assisting her to stand. Cough, cough. I have once again fallen behind, Chiao said, her eyes brimming with tears, her pallid face forcing a smile. I'm sorry. With each word, the crimson stain at the corner of her mouth deepened, her entire being fragile as if she were a pear blossom in the wind, perpetually at risk of being whisked away. You did wonderfully. It is we who failed to protect you. You must hold on, Roy sobbed inconsolably. Steadying Xiao against the mast of the ship, Roy, despite his own pain, turned to assess Xiao Li's injuries. As soon as Roy placed his hand on Xiao Li's shoulder, the latter crumpled to the ground like a discarded piece of paper, motionless. The thought of its over became Xiao Li's sole preoccupation before collapsing. Xiao Li, Roy gasped in shock, hastily lifting him beside Xiao, and in the next moment, gripped his blade tightly, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The sudden turn of events left the other pirates stunned, with the captain down and that dreadful boy incapacitated. And the Navy closing in, the pirates exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of the right course of action. One rotund pirate, with a bulbous head and wielding an axe, cautiously stood up. Noticing the surrounding pirates watching him, yet remaining motionless, Roy merely fixed him with a steely gaze. Ah, how fascinating the world is, he thought, emboldened by the situation. From now on, I am the captain of the Black Fox pirate crew. Wait, why does the world seem to spin? With a sharp sound of a blade being sheathed, a sizable head rolled onto the deck, its expression one of utter disbelief. Wow, that was quite the fierce battle. Who would have thought that the little brat could be so terrifying? A mocking voice echoed from the bow, drawing the attention of all present. Standing there was a Navy officer, clad in a coat of justice, his tall frame exuding an aura of righteousness. It was none other than Lieutenant Paid. Before long, all the pirates were escorted onto the naval ship. Their destination was the naval base located on Strafe Island, not far from Mushroom Town. After several hours of sailing, they finally arrived at the naval base that Xiao Lu and the others had longed for. By this time, dusk had settled, and Strafe Island remained aglow, resembling a luxurious cruise ship from a distance, with the grand naval base situated at the island's center. Upon arriving here, Roy felt a genuine sense of relief. All the other pirates had been taken away for imprisonment, while he and his companions awaited questioning by Lieutenant Paid and his men. For individuals like Roy, dealing with the Navy was far more manageable than contending with pirates. Chapter 20. Joining the Navy. After a thorough inquiry into Roy's circumstances and gathering information from the other pirates, Lieutenant Paid could reasonably conclude that Roy and his companions were not pirates. He felt an overwhelming curiosity towards Liye and his companions. Three children in their early teens who could hold their own against a band of ruthless pirates, even managing to slay the enemy captain. Such remarkable skills displayed by these three youngsters left him astounded. Furthermore, their extraordinary composure and resilience captured his attention. And upon learning from Luoye that they aspired to join the Navy, he realized the necessity of scrutinizing their backgrounds meticulously. Can you enlighten me on the source of your exceptional prowess? Who has imparted such skills upon you? Just as Luoye was about to reveal Nagli's name to Major Paid, he recalled the words spoken by Mayor Sherlock during their time in Happy Town and hastily swallowed the three words that nearly escaped his lips. Akin Sr. remarked that we possess remarkable physiques suited for martial arts training, so he took us under his wing, claiming we were born to be sailors. Is that all? Major Paid leaned in closer, his brow furrowing slightly, his eyes glinting with suspicion. Luoye widened his eyes, as if to convey, I speak the truth. You must believe me. Look into my sincere gaze. The two engaged in an unyielding stare-down for several minutes, as if partaking in a silent contest. Ultimately, Major Paid could not contain himself any longer. He turned his face away and instructed a soldier to escort them to rest. Once Luoye and his companions departed, Major Paid fell into deep contemplation. The orphans from Happy Town and their benevolent mentor captured by pirates. What a convoluted tale. He then summoned a subordinate and whispered a few words into his ear. At the Navy training grounds, the first group was urged to run faster. Had they not eaten breakfast? The second group was admonished for their insufficient load and instructed to add more weight. Your combat skills are utterly inadequate. In a fight, your gaze must remain fixed on your enemy. Observe their techniques closely and do not evade. In the expansive training field, a line of soldiers raced forward, striving for excellence. Even as iron weights strapped to their legs and arms intensified their burdens, leaving them sore and fatigued. Despite their sweat-soaked uniforms blurring their vision and their bodies reaching the brink of exhaustion, none dared to utter a word of complaint. They understood all too well that grievances would not resolve any issues, only attract the ire of Major Paid, who was overseeing their training. The Navy soldiers engaged in weighted exercises and combat technique training poured their sweat onto the ground, resolute in their determination to fulfill Major Paid's daily tasks. The last soldier to protest had suffered broken ribs and was currently resting in the infirmary. Their lives were once exceedingly comfortable. They would often meander through the streets, collecting protection fees, or visit the tavern at the corner of town to indulge in drink and flirt with the enchanting proprietress. On occasion, if they lost at gambling, they would vent their frustrations by apprehending a few suspects, euphemistically claiming it was for the service of the common folk. Life was nothing short of delightful. However, that blissful existence came to an abrupt end 2 months ago when their superior, Colonel Claude, departed on official business with a government official. In his stead, Major Patter was dispatched to temporarily oversee the naval branch, and their idyllic life vanished without a trace. Major Patter was a man of stringent discipline. Upon witnessing the disarray within the naval branch, he was incensed. The soldiers there were nothing short of a disgrace to the Navy. Determined to rectify this situation, he resolved to implement the rigorous training regimen from naval headquarters. Initially, the soldiers were unable to complete their tasks, having grown accustomed to a life of ease. And they began to protest. Those who protested were promptly stripped and suspended from a central pillar in the training yard, enduring the scorching sun for an entire day, nearly losing their lives. Consequently, most dared not defy Major Patter's commands. Importantly, after undergoing this training, the soldiers found themselves transformed. Their physical fitness improved significantly, and they grew stronger, gradually developing a sense of respect for Major Patter. Incredible. Were the soldiers of the naval branch truly this formidable? After all, they were part of the Navy, known for its structured and systematic training. At this, Roy expressed his admiration, and Shaolin nodded in agreement. After a night of rest, their injuries had nearly healed, although Joe, who was more severely injured, was still recuperating in the infirmary. Thus, the two of them rose early to follow Major Patter's instructions and proceeded to the training ground to participate in the day's exercises. It was their first encounter with such a systematic training approach, despite having received a year of training from their master. They found it lacking in comparison to the Navy's methods. Hey, you two youngsters, stop spectating and join the first group to complete today's tasks. Fail to accomplish your objectives, and you shall forego lunch, came a booming voice from behind, startling them. Turning around, they found Major Patter's stern visage, his eyes fierce and unwavering. The two hastily made their way to the training area, fearing the wrath of Major Patter. Chapter 21. Training. The azure sky stretched infinitely, devoid of clouds and utterly clear. The sea breeze wafting in from the harbor carried a hint of briny moisture, yet for the Navy engaged in vigorous training. It was a refreshing balm that penetrated to the bone. Although the two young recruits had only recently joined the Navy, the demands placed upon them were no less than those of their seasoned counterparts. Initially, they felt a sense of novelty, but after a morning filled with rigorous training, they now endured a profound ache that pervaded every bone and muscle, every cell of their being. Nonetheless, their solid foundation allowed them to keep pace with the strenuous regimen. And throughout the training, they never uttered a word of complaint, earning the respect of their fellow sailors. In their hearts, they silently competed with one another, pushing themselves harder than usual. After all, if two young lads were exerting themselves tirelessly, how could a sailor dare to fall behind or admit to weakness? Well, you two are remarkably resilient. To endure such intense training is truly commendable. It's no wonder you aspire to join the Navy. It indeed transforms one's strength. Roy, however, was already feeling the weight of fatigue. Several times, he nearly succumbed to the urge to lie down and rest. But seeing Xiao Lu and the others persist without a single soul voicing a desire to quit, he forced himself to endure, refusing to succumb to exhaustion. He mused that if this continued, he might shed the excess weight around his midsection entirely. Hey, you rotund fellow, who are you praising? You still have the energy to chat? Xiao Lu thought, exasperated, choosing not to respond to Roy. Breathing heavily and maintaining a serious demeanor, he continued with his weighted squats. His leg muscles straining visibly, feeling as though they were burdened by lead. He had no extra strength to engage in idle chatter, fearing that any word would deflate his resolve, leaving him crumpled on the ground like a deflated tire. With a sharp, clear whistle, the session concluded, and all participants collapsed to the ground in unison, save for the supervising Major Patter, who remained seated. Oh, I am utterly sore. This feels even more exhausting than previous trainings. Damn it, I can't get up. I can't take it anymore. I need to lie down. Though they had remained silent during the training, as soon as it ended, a chorus of complaints erupted. They either lamented their comrades' relentless drive or grumbled about the increased training intensity, though they dared not direct any grievances towards Major Patter. Xiao Lu, I have no energy left. This afternoon, I must indulge in a hearty meal to reward my body. Look, my adorable belly is shrunk. Roy lay beside Xiao Lu, patting his round belly. For him, enduring today's trials was a testament to his physicality, and he felt it imperative to feast and replenish his energy. Xiao Lu could not help but give him a sidelong glance, lethargically raising a friendly finger. Today's training regimen had been intensified, yet everyone persevered without uttering a single complaint, which filled me with immense satisfaction. Particularly commendable were our newly joined members, who astonishingly completed their tasks on their very first day of training. They serve as exemplary models for all of you, and you should strive to emulate them. I firmly believe that you will all become formidable protectors of our people and staunch defenders of our justice in the future. Major Pate expressed great satisfaction with today's training, raising his fist to rally the soldiers. Once again, it was a day devoid of complaints, with the soldiers executing their training tasks with remarkable efficiency. He felt reassured that the training methods brought from headquarters remained effective, and his resolve to uphold justice grew ever stronger. Subsequently, he leisurely departed, cradling his teacup. Chapter 22. The sixth form's time flows like sand slipping through one's fingers, and 2 months have hastily passed by. As usual, the group gathered at the training ground. Following her recovery, Joe joined them. When the news spread that a beautiful young girl was to enlist in the Navy, the other sailors were instantly invigorated, their adrenaline surging, casting aside the fatigue of their daily training. In their base, aside from the cook in the mess hall, they had never encountered a young and attractive woman joining the Navy, which left them all exhilarated for quite some time. Even the veterans, who typically neglected their appearance, suddenly took to grooming themselves, their hair slick and shiny, fragrant scents wafting around them. Those around Joe's age frequently approached her, showering her with attention and concern, prompting little Lu to shake her head and sigh. However, when they learned that Joe would partake in their grueling daily training, despite their previous flattery, they harbored doubts about her ability to endure such rigorous exercises. Deep down, they believed she should be suited for clerical work rather than this demanding regimen, convinced that she would soon falter. Yet they underestimated Joe's resolve. They were oblivious to her past, unaware of the intensity of her desire to grow stronger. Though they were all mere children, whenever danger loomed, little Lu and Roy would bravely shield her with their bodies, creating a protective barrier around her. She always felt like a burden, watching them bleed and sacrifice for her. They were her only 2 family members in the world, and she longed for the day when, in the face of peril, she could stand alongside them, no longer requiring their attention to safeguard her. She hoped that during combat, they could trust her to watch their backs. In a bold move, she even cut off her enchanting, wavy golden hair, leaving the seasoned sailors lamenting her loss, pounding their chests in dismay. However, as they witnessed Joe enduring the training without complaint, gritting her teeth through every session, the other sailors, despite any initial reservations about her capabilities, no longer looked down on her. They recognized that this seemingly delicate girl was, like them, a true warrior. "I have observed your training progress," the instructor declared. "Today, we will no longer engage in basic drills. From this moment forward, I shall teach you the true skills of the craft, the 6 forms of body techniques, which even the admirals at the naval headquarters might struggle to fully master." What could this possibly be? The 6 forms sounded formidable. Wow, it's a secret skill that even the admirals may not fully grasp. If I manage to master it, wouldn't I also be able to rise to the rank of admiral? The sailors exclaimed with laughter. The training ground buzzed with excitement as everyone discussed the mysterious and powerful 6 forms. Some even began to fantasize about mastering the technique and reaching the pinnacle of their lives, while others let out lewd chuckles, as if envisioning something amusing. Those nearby instinctively took a few steps back. The 6 forms? Shave, gale steps, moonwalk, paper drawing, iron block, finger gun. Upon hearing these names, Little Lou suddenly experienced a moment of clarity as memories from the depths of his mind began to resurface. "What's on your mind, Little Lou?" Seeing his narrowed eyes and a dazed expression, Xiao gently inquired, while Luo Yi looked on with curiosity. "Oh, it's nothing. I just recalled something," Little Lou replied, choosing not to elaborate. "I must master this physical technique. We are still far too weak." Chapter 23. Enlightenment. Major Paid instructed everyone to maintain silence before commencing a detailed introduction to the 6 styles and the techniques required to master them. The shave technique involves a series of rapid footfalls, executed within a mere 0.36 seconds, generating explosive reactive forces for swift movement, rendering the user nearly invisible to the enemy. The iron block is a defensive technique that infuses one's well-honed physique with strength, granting it the hardness of iron, capable of withstanding bullets and blades. Just the mention of these 2 techniques caused the previously quiet training ground to erupt with excitement. The ability to vanish from an enemy's view with shave and the capacity to withstand attacks with iron block were perceived as extraordinary powers. Mastering them would be akin to becoming superhuman. Everyone's eyes sparkled with fervor, akin to a pack of hungry wolves. Particularly with the iron block technique, once mastered, one could engage in combat with enemies without the fear of injury. Many resolved to prioritize mastering iron block above all else, regardless of the challenges that lay ahead. Subsequently, Major Paid elaborated on the other physical techniques and their requisite skills, leaving the audience entranced, eager to learn them immediately. Some astute sailors began to understand why Major Paid had previously subjected them to such rigorous training. It was to lay the groundwork for mastering the 6 styles, filling their hearts with gratitude. "Major Paid, may I ask how many techniques you have mastered? Someone as formidable as you must have mastered several, right?" inquired a sailor from the crowd, which fell silent, all eyes fixed on Major Paid, eager to learn the extent of his mastery. To them, a person as powerful as Major Paid surely possessed high comprehension and had mastered numerous techniques, perhaps even fully. "Well, as you heard from my introduction, the 6 styles are exceedingly difficult to master. They require exceptional insight and arduous training. Mastering even one is quite impressive," Major Paid replied, observing the expectant gazes of the sailors, almost pleading for more information. "Ah, Major Paid has only mastered one?" The crowd gasped in disbelief. "If someone as strong as Major Paid has only managed one, what hope do I have? How frustrating. Is the 6 styles truly that difficult to learn?" Around the naval forces, some began to scratch their heads in confusion, while others had already succumbed to wailing lamentations. The once vibrant spirit had burst forth like a dammed river, flowing uncontrollably. "Ah, Little Lou, why does it seem to me that the iron block bears a striking resemblance to the armed hockey our master taught us?" Unlike others who lamented, Roy instead shared his observations with Little Lou. Upon hearing Roy's words, Little Lou stroked his smooth chin, falling into contemplation. The master once remarked that armed hockey is akin to an invisible armor. The iron block infuses strength into the body. If one could master the technique of the iron block and continuously infuse it with hockey, would not the defensive capabilities of armed hockey reach new heights? Furthermore, if one could allow hockey to flow continuously within the body and even release it outward, might it not achieve even greater effects? Unconsciously, Shala began to move about, his lips murmuring incantations as he intermittently tugged at his hair. He felt an ineffable connection to mastering the iron block, no, rather the cultivation method for enhancing his domineering aura, distinct from that of his master. The term domineering aura echoed in his mind, observing his entranced demeanor. Xiao felt a twinge of concern, while Luoya merely shook his head, signaling her to remain at ease. He firmly believed that Xiaolu must have made a significant discovery. Qi. True Qi. Internal force. Xiaolu suddenly shouted, 3 words bursting forth from his lips, startling those around him. The others assumed he had been struck by some madness, casting pitying glances in his direction. Alas, another one has lost their sanity. Little Li disregarded the opinions of those around him, contemplating how to efficiently enhance his meager, domineering presence, while a voice from the depths of his soul once again guided him. Chapter 24. Colonel Claude. Despite the disheartening news regarding the difficulty of mastering the 6 styles from Major Patter, the Marines were soon uplifted by his inspiring words. Following Major Patter's instructions, the Marines paired up and found suitable spots on the training ground to practice the 6 styles, with Major Patter personally demonstrating the techniques. Come, unleash your full strength upon me. Allow me to showcase the might of iron block. Pointing at a Marine, Major Patter intended to exhibit his mastery of the technique. Bang! The Marine, summoning all his strength, aimed not for Major Patter's chest, but instead struck him squarely in the face. However, this impulsive punch bore no tangible effect. It felt as though he had struck a solid iron plate. His knuckles turned an ominous shade of blue, and a searing pain radiated through his body, causing him to clutch his hand and cry out in agony. While Major Patter remained unfazed, as if nothing had transpired, his expression only subtly altered. Come now. To master iron block, one must first learn to endure blows. Experience it for yourself. You will learn more swiftly this way. Major Patter gently adjusted the position of the soldier who was wincing in pain, his tone light. Remember what I taught you. Channel strength into your physique. Wait, Major Patter. Before he could finish, a fist the size of a sandbag hurtled toward his face. With no time to react, he soared through the air in a graceful parabolic arc before crashing to the ground, blood streaming from his nose. As Major Patter turned to face them, his gaze piercing, the other Marines hurriedly closed their mouths and resumed their practice. Everyone was fervently engaged in the training of the 6 styles, and Little Lu and his companions were no exception. Iron block. Following Little Li's explanation, the trio commenced their practice. Roy, adhering to Little Li's instructions, struck his own chest. Yet to prevent any mishap, he consciously tempered his strength. However, upon the sound of impact, both Roy and Joe wore expressions of astonishment, for they realized that Little Lu had truly succeeded in his training. Are you all right? Joe inquired, a hint of worry in his voice. Rest assured, Roy must have held back, so I am unscathed, and indeed, I have achieved mastery. The trio of Shaola firmly believed in the efficacy of their training methods, and they unconsciously inhaled deeply, feeling as though the entire world had become more lucid. Just as everyone was earnestly practicing, a naval officer approached Major Patter and whispered a few words to him. Upon hearing this, Major Patter's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly departed, leaving the surrounding soldiers in a state of confusion. How infuriating! After all the effort I exerted to curry favor and the considerable sum of money I spent, he still dismissed me with that same phrase. I merely committed a minor error, and yet they treated me this way. It's utterly detestable. A robust officer with a square jaw, adorned in a naval justice coat, sat in his office chair, muttering curses under his breath, his fist striking the desk with such force that the crimson surface cracked like a spider's web. The soldiers standing nearby trembled. Terrified of meeting a fate akin to that of a desk, they dared not even breathe, let alone look up at Colonel Claude's face. His gray-white hair, coupled with his pallid complexion and the jagged X-shaped scar on his face, evoked an instinctive fear, as if one were confronting a venomous serpent poised to strike. Has Major Patter arrived yet? Upon hearing Colonel Claude's inquiry, the soldier's heart quaked, and he stammered a reply, and not yet. He should be arriving shortly. Incompetent fool, be gone. Colonel Claude unleashed another barrage of insults at the trembling soldier, who felt as though they had been granted a reprieve. Chapter 25. A clash of wills. While Colonel Claude was unleashing his wrath in the office, Major Patter swiftly made his way to the office. Knock, knock. Enter. It's been a while, Colonel Claude. I just came from the training grounds, and upon hearing your news, I rushed right over. I hope I haven't kept you waiting. Major Patter chuckled heartily. Oh, not at all. I have only just returned myself. The previously menacing and fierce expression on Colonel Claude's face transformed in an instant, as if the earlier incident had never transpired, and he spoke in a calm tone. He then shifted the conversation, speaking oddly. Major Patter, you truly possess remarkable skills. I came from the docks and did not see a single idle sailor. Upon inquiring, I learned that under your leadership, all the sailors have transformed their previous demeanor, diligently participating in training. Truly commendable. Alas, I am merely temporarily managing the branch in your stead. I cannot tolerate incompetence. Witnessing their behavior incites my ire. There is no semblance of a naval force, merely a band of ruffians, bullying the weak and behaving no differently than pirates. At these words, a flicker of anger flashed in Colonel Claude's eyes, but his face betrayed no change. It is my inability to govern that has led to this situation. Otherwise, it would not have come to this. I had hoped to be reassigned to headquarters, but unforeseen circumstances have thwarted my plans. Now I must return to this old haunt. I sincerely hope Major Patter will lend me his support, particularly with the term assist, Colonel Claude articulated with exceptional clarity, as though he feared that Major Patter had not comprehended his meaning. Haha, Colonel Claude, you are too courteous. I shall exert every effort to ensure that this group of naval officers returns to the banner of justice. Major Patter remained impassive, seemingly oblivious to Colonel Claude's implication, and did not engage with his words, instead expressing his own perspective. That is indeed true. The Navy is inherently a force for justice. Patter's earlier assertion contained a grain of truth. These naval personnel resembled pirates, and to alter their course, one must possess formidable strength to instill fear. Since Major Patter intended to assist me in managing them, he too must wield sufficient power. As we both hail from the Navy headquarters, let us spar a bit, providing certain unenlightened individuals a lesson in respect. No sooner had he spoken than Colonel Claude lunged forward, delivering a swift punch towards Major Patter. The blow arrived with such rapidity that Patter had no time to react, hastily crossing his arms to guard his head. However, the force that resonated through his arms was unexpected. They went numb, and he was sent flying backward, crashing into a cabinet. Just as he regained his footing, Colonel Claude closed the distance, striking him once more in the chest. A resounding thud echoed as Patter felt a surge of shock coursing through him, rendering his body momentarily rigid. The intensity of that punch was matched only by his current state of disarray. Immediately, Major Patter retaliated with a punch of his own, targeting Colonel Claude. Like a cannonball, Claude was propelled backward, landing heavily upon a cracked crimson desk, shattering it into splinters. Ugh! Colonel Claude groaned in pain, quickly rising to his feet, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Colonel Claude, are you all right? Major Patter inquired with concern upon seeing the blood. Ha ha ha, Major Patter, do you truly believe that punch inflicted significant harm upon me? Wiping the blood from his lips, Claude's gaze sharpened as he grinned, seemingly unfazed. Certainly not. Be careful. Gale kick. Just as Patter attempted to advance, he witnessed Claude swiftly lift his leg, executing a rapid and sharp strike aimed at his head. Patter barely managed to evade, yet a gash still marred his cheek, while the wall behind him crumbled with a thunderous crash, dust swirling into the air. The passing naval officers were taken aback, their astonishment only deepening upon seeing the wound on Patter's face. All began to adopt a defensive stance, suspecting an enemy presence. When they recognized Colonel Claude's familiar visage, a shiver coursed through them, as if they had encountered something dreadfully ominous. What are you all doing? Idly looking around. Are you bored? Claude's voice resonated with a chilling authority. Despite the clear sunny day, it felt as though everyone had plunged into an icy abyss, their bodies shivering uncontrollably. Colonel Claude has returned. The onlooking Navy personnel vanished without a trace, leaving only Colonel Claude and Major Patter to silently observe one another, the surrounding air seemingly suspended in time. Ha ha ha, Major Patter has grown stronger. Let us conclude today's sparring session here. Of course, the decision rests entirely with you. Major Patter offered a salute and departed directly, while Colonel Claude fixated on his retreating figure, remaining silent for an extended period. Chapter 26, Mastering the Sixth Style. It has been a week since Colonel Claude and Major Patter engaged in their sparring match in the office. The subsequent week unfolded with tranquil predictability, as everyone adhered to their respective duties. In the evening, within a small grove. Every night, the trio of Xiao Lu engages in combat drills within this tranquil forest, free from disturbances. Under Xiao Li's tutelage, their skills have surged remarkably. Although they remain mere privates, their prowess has already eclipsed that of their peers. Even when faced with Major Patter, Xiao Lu harbors ample confidence in his ability to triumph effortlessly, assuming the Major does not conceal his true capabilities. Suddenly, Ro Yi, on high alert, fixates his gaze on Xiao Lu, only to find him vanish in the blink of an eye. A sense of unease grips Ro, prompting him to remain rigid and vigilant against any sounds in the vicinity. Finger gun. The piercing sound of a projectile slicing through the air jolts Ro Yi, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Without time to turn, he tenses every muscle and bone, channeling his strength inward. Iron block. With a low shout, Ro Yi stands resolute as an immovable statue. Xiao Li's finger gun strikes like a sword aimed at his back, producing a resounding clang akin to iron on iron. Yet, Ro Yi remains unscathed. As Xiao Li's attack rebounds harmlessly, seizing the moment, Ro Yi channels all his strength into his right arm, feeling it transform into an iron club capable of shattering anything in its path. With a swift, blade-like motion, he slices backward with his palm. Though he appears portly, his agility surprises those who underestimate him. A first encounter with him could yield dire consequences for the unwary. This technique, inspired by Xiao Li's teachings, illustrates that the iron block serves not only as a defensive maneuver but also as a formidable offensive weapon. Mastering his body with fluidity, Ro Yi infuses power into any part of his physique as a weapon. Iron block, slashing strike. Despite having grasped the opportunity, Ro Yi's counterattack is met with Xiao Li's astonishing reflexes as he executes a backflip to create distance. With hands poised like blades, Ro Yi charges forward as Xiao Lu lands, seeking to land a flurry of strikes without granting his opponent a moment to react, striving to force an opening. Scythe, twin shadows. Just as his hand blade approaches Xiao Li's neck, Ro Yi's heart swells with triumph. This is the closest he has ever come to defeating Xiao Lu in their numerous encounters. Yet, suddenly, his vision blurs as two figures flit past him. One to the left and one to the right, leaving Ro Yi momentarily stunned. Hey, young man, how long do you intend to daze about? In battle, the enemy won't be so kind as to remind you. Ro Yi hastily turns, regaining his composure. If he can innovate the iron block technique, Xiao Lu, as the most skilled among them, has no reason to slacken his efforts. He leaps once more, launching an assault on Xiao Lu. Iron block, crumbling fist. Ro Yi delivers a powerful punch towards Xiao Lu, but once again, Xiao Lu evades the strike. The ground shatters upon the impact of the crumbling fist, sending cracks radiating outward. One can imagine the dire consequences for an ordinary individual facing such a blow. They would undoubtedly bid farewell to the world. Shave, let the battle come to an end. As the voice of Xiao Lu echoed behind Roy, announcing the cessation of hostilities, Roy jolted awake to the reality of the situation. Moments earlier, as Xiao Lu launched his attack, all he could perceive was the rush of wind whistling past his ears, followed by the tearing of fabric at his waist, leaving a faint, lingering pain akin to a knife's caress upon his flesh. Had he been an adversary, he would likely have met his demise at that very moment. Now, within this naval branch, our strength has markedly improved. Jiao has mastered paper drawing, Roy has gained proficiency in iron manipulation, and I have acquired the techniques of shave, spear thrusting, and the adept use of armed hockey. No longer shall we be trifled with. Upon hearing that Xiao Lu had also attained mastery over armed hockey, both Jiao and Roy felt a surge of joy for him. Confronting foes, they were no longer mere prey. They were embarking on the path to becoming formidable warriors. Chapter 27. The Great Wolf Pirate Crew gather. Hurry, gather. In the midst of training, the naval branch received a distress signal, reporting a pirate attack on the nearby glass town, necessitating immediate deployment for rescue. Colonel Claude remained at the branch while Lieutenant Pied, without hesitation, led a contingent to assist. The trio of Xiao Lu, known for their exceptional training and mastery of the six styles, also received orders. Upon Lieutenant Pied's arrival in Glass Town aboard a military vessel, chaos reigned, flames engulfed the area, and the anguished cries of the populace filled the air as pirates wreaked havoc and slaughtered indiscriminately. Lieutenant Pied swiftly organized a squadron of naval personnel to protect the civilians while engaging in fierce combat with the pirates. Every enemy encountered was ruthlessly dispatched. Captain, we are in grave danger. The Navy has arrived. A pirate reported breathlessly to a menacing figure who was adjusting his belt. Beneath his feet lay a pool of blood, marking the life of a recently deceased young girl, barely blossoming into womanhood, her fate cruelly severed by the scythe of destiny. The adage good deeds are rewarded often graces the lips of many, yet why do these innocent and virtuous souls succumb to the blades of pirates? Is the reward reserved for the next life? And what then is the significance of this existence? Those resigned to their fate and the harsh realities of life often cling to the notion of divine will as a means of solace. Misfortune seems to target the most unfortunate, and in any era, it is the strong who possess the means to survive. Tragically, they would never grasp this truth. Encountering the Great Wolf pirate crew was their ill-fated destiny. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, Wolf, the captain of the great wolf pirate crew, remained unfazed. Who are these Navy folks that have come? Is it that Claude? Wolf scoffed. If it were him, Wolf would not hesitate to deliver another crushing blow, ensuring his eternal confinement here. It seemed he was not the same adversary who had previously crossed paths with us. Wolf was even less concerned now, brimming with confidence in his formidable capabilities, for he was the wielder of the animal-type dog fruit in its gray wolf form. As Wolf rallied his crew towards the harbor, Major Patter and his naval subordinates lay in ambush, poised for confrontation. And the atmosphere crackled with tension upon their first encounter. Annihilate these wretched pirates. Ha! Let not a single sailor escape. Charge forth, without uttering a single superfluous word. The only path forward was the destruction of the enemy. Wolf held unwavering faith in the prowess of his pirate crew. He was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 45 million berries, having claimed countless naval lives, and slaughtering pirates was one of his greatest delights. Without needing an introduction, Major Patter was already marked as his prey. Wolf lunged at Major Patter, his steel claws gleaming as he dispatched the Navy officers who dared to obstruct his path, their blood only fueling his ferocity. Major Patter, his eyes glinting with menace, swiftly advanced to halt Wolf's onslaught. Despite Wolf's imposing physique, he exhibited remarkable agility. Each of Major Patter's attacks was deftly evaded, while Wolf, leveraging his speed, managed to inflict several wounds upon Patter, even with iron blocks for defense. Patter found them ineffective, sapping his stamina far too quickly and placing him in dire peril. Great Wolf's bite, seizing the opportunity while Major Patter was fatigued and sluggish. Wolf crossed his steel claws and surged forward, intent on ending Patter in a single strike. He was eager to witness the gruesome spectacle of Patter being torn asunder. Helpless, Major Patter could only watch as the foe closed in. Perhaps today was the moment he would sacrifice himself for justice. A hasty departure indeed. Chapter 28. The Devil Fruit User. Just as Major Patter resigned himself to his fate, a figure interposed before him. Major Patter, now is not the time for complacency. Today is not your moment to sacrifice for justice. Save that for another time. A mocking voice rang out, revealing that Little Lou had intervened at this critical juncture to save him. Cough, you insolent little brat. Don't forget you're still a third-class soldier. Major Patter, having narrowly escaped death, felt a wave of relief wash over him, but the shock of this unexpected rescue far outweighed his gratitude. In the midst of their training, he had recognized Little Lee's significant strength and mastery of one of the 6 forms, yet he had never anticipated that Little Lou could withstand a blow from Wolf. Major Patter, you must prioritize your safety. I shall confront the opponent. Be cautious. He is no ordinary pirate. Ha! What a day it is. A parade of self-important jesters has emerged, nearly bringing me to tears with laughter. Child, prepare to witness the ruthless nature of a great pirate. With this proclamation, Wolf employed his agile grace and swift footwork, unleashing a tempest of attacks upon Little Lou, akin to a ravenous wolf stalking its prey, mercilessly obliterating the target with his sharp claws. However, as time progressed, he began to realize that even in the face of his torrential onslaught, this young boy remained unscathed, akin to an indomitable tortoise. Why does your iron shell differ? He questioned, incredulously. Oh, have you just come to that realization? I had thought you required a gentle reminder. Little Lou replied effortlessly. Hearing the mockery in his tone, Wolf's face flushed with anger, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. How dare this child ridicule him? Did he not understand who he was? He was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 45 million berries. Are you prepared? Little Lou had yet to grasp the meaning of his opponent's intentions when he noticed the muscles of the adversary bulging, as if something within was writhing, yearning to break free. In the blink of an eye, the foe transformed into an upright gray wolf, the devil fruit. A shiver ran through the surrounding navy. They could hardly believe that their opponent was a wielder of such a formidable power. This revelation stunned them all, for they had never engaged in battle against a devil fruit user before. A crisis loomed. Greedy Wolf's wild bite. A fleeting shadow rushed past, and Little Lou felt an invisible force hurtling towards him at an unimaginable speed, crashing him like a cannonball into a tree behind him. The tree, as thick as 3 men embracing, snapped in 2. Iron block, collapsing fist. As he dealt with the pirate before him, Roy, ever vigilant of the battle's dynamics, witnessed Little Lou being sent flying by a punch from a wolf. Aware that the swift conclusion of this conflict was paramount, he leapt into action, delivering a powerful blow to a wolf's back. Caught off guard, Wolf felt as though a 1,000-pound hammer had struck him, letting out a muffled grunt as he swallowed the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. He retaliated with a punch of his own, intent on imparting a memorable lesson to his ambusher. Iron block, unyielding as a mountain. Anticipating such a response, Roy's defense was as steadfast as a mountain, absorbing the colossal force without sustaining any harm, dissipating it into the ground. The earth beneath him sank suddenly, shattering like a broken mirror, fissures branching out and debris scattering. With a fierce shout, Wolf, undeterred by his previous failure, concentrated his energy for another strike aimed at Roy. Roy, refusing to yield, exchanged blows with him, each strike lethal. Suddenly, out of the corner of Wolf's eye, he caught sight of a dark leg, slicing through the air with a thunderous whoosh, crashing down upon the nape of his neck with blinding speed. It felt as though a mountain had fallen upon him, and he was sent crashing to the ground, creating a crater 10 meters in diameter, reverberations rippling outward like waves. All were left in stunned silence by Little Lee's formidable kick. Both sides seemed to forget the ferocity of their conflict, as if time itself had paused to witness the spectacle. Close your mouth, do not be too astonished. Shala let out a light chuckle at Luoyi, then urged him to depart. Though the battle rages on, I humbly request a moment of indulgence, please. Allow me to take him under my wing. Xiaolu stood aside, observing as Wolf rose once more. The force of that previous kick was formidable, fortunately. The resilience of a Zoan fruit user was exceptionally robust, or else Wolf's nefarious existence might have met a swift end. He could hardly fathom how such power could be unleashed from that kick, considering he himself was a pirate with a bounty of 45 million berries. This was intolerable. Wolf coughed up the blood that had pooled within his chest, his gaze fiercely fixed upon the young Xiaolu. He was determined to employ his final move to eliminate this insufferable brat. I shall vanquish you with my ultimate technique. Xiaolu slightly bowed, remaining silent, his entire being akin to a taut bow, poised for action, while the once gleaming blade suddenly turned as dark as ink. With a single stroke of the one-sword style, the air crackled with tension as Wofu feigned an assault. In an instant, a flash of black light cut through, accompanied by that accursed familiar voice. Is that your last words? What a pity. As he leaned forward, lowering his head, he realized that his lower half remained rooted in place. Dominance? Today, as events utterly shattered Major Pade's perception of the world, leaving him dazed amidst the swirling wind. With Wofu's demise, the mission reached its conclusion, yet Xiao Lu and Luo Yi left an indelible impression on all present. These two youngsters displayed remarkable strength. What of the seemingly delicate Xiao? Indeed, everyone felt compelled to gain a deeper understanding of this world. Chapter 29, an unexpected turn of events with Wofu's death. His pirate crew lost their fighting spirit and was entirely obliterated, leaving the Navy to emerge victorious without a hitch. What? A private killed the captain of the Great Wolf Pirates, who had a bounty of 45 million berries. Do I appear to be one who relishes jest? Colonel Claude exclaimed, seizing his subordinate by the collar, his teeth clenched in fury. And no, sir. The report is accurate. The trembling sailor stammered, terrified of the enraged colonel, fearing he might be devoured whole. Get out. Claude dismissed his subordinate, his expression shifting erratically between green and pale. He knew well of Wofu's prowess. Had he not been bested by him previously, he might have been reassigned back to headquarters. Now, although he had returned to the branch, he was still the highest authority here. Yet, to be told that a mere private had vanquished a pirate he himself could not defeat left him in a precarious position. How would he report this to his superiors? Let us not forget the laughter he endured after his previous defeat, witnessed by many at headquarters. Damn it! How could a private possess such formidable strength? It was inconceivable. Who was he? Claude quickly regained his composure and summoned a subordinate to investigate further. Upon their return to headquarters, the exploits of Little Lu and his comrades quickly spread far and wide. The astonishing news of a private who had slain a notorious pirate with a bounty of 10 million sent shockwaves through the ranks. After all, he was but a child. The entire division was engulfed in a mix of astonishment and jubilation, with many eager to inquire about the details, particularly regarding Little Lu, who had become a celebrated figure among the Navy. Moreover, Roy also drew considerable attention from others, as his prowess was evident to all. After tending to his wounds, Major Pide reported the situation to Colonel Claude, earnestly proposing to commend both Little Lu and Roy, and to recommend that such promising talents be sent to the headquarters for further training. Major Pide, you have performed exceptionally well this time. Not only have you eradicated the giant wolf pirate crew and safeguarded the populace, but you have also showcased the righteousness of the Navy. I shall certainly advocate for your commendation to the higher-ups. Furthermore, as a reward for leading the eradication of the pirates, I will petition for your promotion," Colonel Claude said with a cheerful demeanor. Colonel Claude, the greatest credit for vanquishing the giant wolf pirate crew belongs to Spire Lu. I hope. No need to elaborate. Major Pied. The defeat of the pirates is the collective endeavor of all Navy personnel. Without your leadership, how could they have achieved such a feat? It is not as you perceive, Claude interrupted. Enough of this discussion. I am in charge of this division, Colonel Claude exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table with indignation. As Major Pied contemplated further debate, a subordinate approached Colonel Claude and whispered a few words in his ear. Claude's expression shifted subtly as he turned to regard Major Pied, a look of inscrutable emotion crossing his face. The following day, all personnel gathered early at the training ground. On the elevated platform sat Colonel Claude and Major Pied. While the assembled soldiers understood that a ceremony was to be held to honor those who had participated in the mission against the giant wolf pirate crew, as well as to mourn the fallen and address the needs of their bereaved families, Xiao Lu and Luo Yi stood upright in the ranks, their hearts brimming with joy as they recalled the discussions they had overheard yesterday. They were certain that they would be acknowledged during today's commendation ceremony, and Xiao silently rejoiced for them. In Chapter 30, titled Old Friends, Colonel Claude praised the soldiers for their successful eradication of the giant wolf pirate crew and announced the rewards from higher authorities. All soldiers felt a sense of honor. And Major Patter, who had led the mission, was promoted to lieutenant colonel. However, his face bore no trace of exhilaration. The naval personnel privately admired Major Patter's composure in the face of honor and disgrace, vowing to learn from his example. Yet, what transpired next astonished everyone. As the formalities concluded, there was no mention of Xiao Lu and Luo Yi. Confusion spread among the ranks, leading to whispers of doubt. Some even speculated whether there had been any omissions in the reporting. The very individuals who had just praised Major Patter began to harbor doubts. Xiao Lu and Luo Yi were equally perplexed, attempting to comfort themselves with the notion that perhaps their contributions were deemed too minor. Just when everyone assumed the proceedings were complete and the announcement of dismissal was imminent, a shocking revelation caught them completely off guard. Ladies and gentlemen, I am sure you have questions regarding the recent commendation, Colonel Claude stated calmly. Our investigation has revealed that Spire Lu and his companions are undercover agents sent by the pirates. This declaration sent shockwaves through the entire assembly, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Impossible. They truly fought valiantly against the pirates this time. Without Xiao Lu, we might not have made it back at all. We have trained together for so long. How could they possibly be pirates? The sailors who had fought side by side with them struggled to accept this news, having formed bonds through their shared experiences, particularly during the life and death battle in Balaton. Yet, with support came skepticism. But this is Colonel Claude speaking, though he may look almost lifeless. He wouldn't likely fabricate such a story, murmured one sailor. I thought so too. How could a mere private possibly take down a notorious pirate with a bounty of 10 million? Another added. Indeed, they were already quite skilled when they joined the Navy. How could ordinary children possess such prowess? They must be undercover agents sent by the pirates. This sentiment found resonance among many. How infuriating. Just yesterday, I celebrated their achievements, believing we were all Navy. To think they are pirate spies, how absurd. The naval personnel began to divide into two distinct factions. Upon hearing this news, Xiao Lu and his companions were equally stunned, their anger boiling beneath the surface, filled with righteous indignation. It was one thing to be overlooked for recognition, but to be accused of being spies for the pirates was utterly ludicrous, especially considering that their loved ones had perished at the hands of those very pirates. What the hell are you babbling about? We are not spies for the pirates. Do you have any evidence? Are your eyes blind? Where were you when we battled the pirates? If you wish to claim our achievements, just say it outright, you soulless wretch. In that moment, Luo Yu could no longer contain himself, pointing at Claude and unleashing a torrent of vitriol. Colonel Paid, seated on the platform, also voiced his skepticism. Claude's forehead throbbed with veins, his pallid complexion darkened like the bottom of a pot, and a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Yet, his tone remained unsettlingly unchanged. However, all present could sense the chilling aura emanating from his seemingly indifferent words. To Claude, the three before him were already as good as dead. If you seek evidence, I shall provide it, as you desire. With that declaration, an elderly man clad in ornate robes, with a sinister gaze and a distinct mustache, stepped forth from behind him. A tremor coursed through the hearts of the three as the newcomer was none other than their old acquaintance, Mayor Sherlock. Chapter 31. An unseen scene. Long time no see. Hey, Xiao Lu, Roy, Joe. Mayor Sherlock greeted his old friends through gritted teeth. The surrounding Navy personnel were in an uproar. The arrival of a witness could only signify that Xiao Lu and his companions were indeed pirates. The Navy, which had previously rallied in support of them, began to waver in their convictions. At the behest of Claude, Sherlock commenced recounting the truth as he saw it. Joe instinctively edged closer to Xiao Lu. While the muscles in Roy's face seemed to twitch with indignation, Xiao Lu remained silent throughout, his icy demeanor unmistakable. Upon concluding his account, the gazes directed at them shifted dramatically. The once supportive Navy now looked upon them with a blend of regret and loathing. Even Colonel Pide's expression wavered. Humph. Having stated your case, do you three have anything left to defend yourselves with? Seize them. At Claude's command, the Navy readied themselves to apprehend the 3 alleged pirate infiltrators. How infuriating, a pack of ignorant fools. Xiao Lu, let us fight back. Roy assumed a combative stance, prepared to carve a bloody path, while Joe stood resolute. Stop. If we strike, the accusation of being infiltrators will be irrevocably cemented, Xiao Lu interjected, halting his companions. Colonel Pide, we are not infiltrators. Please allow us to explain. After all this time spent together, I trust you will uncover the truth. He then began to recount their origins, conveniently omitting any mention of their combat skills or the existence of Nagley. The assertions of Xiao Lu and Sherlock diverged significantly, leading to considerable confusion regarding the apprehension of their naval counterparts. Colonel Patter stepped forward, revealing that he had previously dispatched individuals to investigate Xiao Lu and his companions. Discovering information that closely aligned with Xiao Li's narrative, a wave of astonishment washed over the assembly. Ultimately, a consensus was reached to detain the trio and send agents to the blissful town to ascertain the veracity of the situation. Once the truth was unveiled, they would deliberate on the appropriate course of action. In the depths of night, within the confines of the prison, Xiao Lu pondered whether they would remain in this limbo indefinitely. An unsettling premonition plagued Xiao, yet she refrained from voicing her apprehensions. Xiao Lu, I can't shake the feeling that this old curmudgeon Sherlock and that fellow Claude are in cahoots. Could tomorrow bring unforeseen calamities? Luo Yi, too, was beset by unease, fully aware of Sherlock's unscrupulous nature. For now, we must remain passive and observe the unfolding events. If we embark on an investigation, the denizens of the slum street should reveal the truth. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated through the quiet cell. Sherlock's. Ah, the truth. Alas, I speak nothing but the truth. You shall face execution tomorrow. What do you mean? Xiao Lu responded in a low voice. I have long warned the denizens of Slum Street to keep their tongues in check. Otherwise, their safety there cannot be guaranteed. They are acutely aware of the delicate balance between the safety of others and their own. The trio's eyes blazed with fury, wishing to silence him at once. Furthermore, as long as they refrained from speaking out, they could earn a handsome sum. Why not seize the opportunity? Sherlock reveled in their reaction, maintaining his composure. Oh, how forgetful I can be. I just recalled something. Do you know what it is? Sherlock exclaimed, seemingly struck by a sudden realization. Many of the inhabitants of Slum Street were once slaves or had been trafficked. Hiss, I wonder if any of you might be their descendants? What are you saying? You scoundrel, clarify. Luo Yi charged towards the cell door, seething with rage, akin to a bloodthirsty beast. Qiao sat in stunned silence, unable to articulate her shock. Sherlock, taken aback by Luo Yi's ferocity, stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Once again, he found himself intimidated by these youngsters, his complexion oscillating between crimson and pallid. Ah, so it is the slave trade. But with whom do you conduct business? Xiao Lu suppressed the fury boiling within him and calmly inquired. You wretch, even when facing death, you feign nonchalance. But why should I divulge anything to you? Ha ha. I shall ensure you meet your end with your eyes wide open. Sherlock bellowed hysterically at them, as if he were releasing the fear and rage that had overwhelmed him moments before. I will surely kill you. Royer, indifferent to the truth of Sherlock's words, was consumed by the singular desire to eliminate this despicable wretch before him. The inept are often prone to rage, yet alas, you shall never succeed. After a brief moment of terror, Sherlock regained his usual composure and departed. Our situation is dire. Joe, I need you to do something. Xiao Lu whispered discreetly into Joe's ear. Chapter 32. A sudden turn. The following day dawned clear and bright, with a gentle breeze wafting across the training grounds, teeming with people. For the naval forces, today was a day to be etched in memory. The disputes of yesterday were destined to culminate in a resolution today. Seated upon the platform were Colonel Claude and Lieutenant Colonel Pade, with Mayor Sherlock standing alongside them, flanked by several individuals whom the trio recognized as residents of the slums. Although the questioning had yet to commence, the outcome was already glaringly evident. "Joe, adhere to our plan," Xiaolu urged softly to his companion. "Rest assured, Xiaolu," Joe replied, gripping tightly the item in his possession. Even if they were shackled, fear would not deter them. "We are the righteous Navy. We shall not wrongfully accuse anyone, especially not our comrades. Today, we shall uncover the truth." Upon concluding his statement, Claude invited the residents of the slums to recount their experiences involving Xiaolu and his companions, particularly emphasizing their prowess. Through their testimonies and the contrasting accounts provided by Sherlock and Xiaolu, the truth became unmistakably clear. Xiaolu and his associates were indeed undercover pirates. With irrefutable evidence presented, the sailors below abandoned any lingering illusions, and even those who had once trusted them felt the sting of self-reproach. "Do you have anything to say now?" "Pirates." Claude rose, regarding them with a bemused expression. Lieutenant Colonel Paide's countenance mirrored a tangle of emotions. "I thought joining the Navy was my life's calling, but little did I know, Joe, take action. Xiaolu has finally gained a profound understanding of human nature. It is astonishing how far one can descend into malevolence for personal gain. This realization has fortified his conviction that personal strength is the sole truth, power is the ultimate principle." In a swift motion, Xiao produced the stolen key and approached Xiaolu and Luo Yi to free them from their handcuffs. The previous night, following Xiaoli's plan, Xiao had ingeniously utilized paper to slip through the gaps of the prison bars to steal the key from the guards, all for this moment. "Stop them!" Claude exclaimed in a panic, acutely aware of Xiaoli's formidable strength, capable of vanquishing the leader of the giant wolf pirate crew. As Claude issued his command, the surrounding naval soldiers rushed forward, but their strength paled in comparison to Xiaoli's, and they were swiftly dispatched to the ground, their weapons seized. Empowered by their newfound armament, the trio felt an invigorating surge of confidence. In an instant, Xiaolu vanished from sight, prompting Luo Yi and Xiao to take a defensive stance back to back. Claude scanned the vicinity frantically, yet he found no trace of Xiaolu. Consequently, he ordered his men to apprehend Luo Yi and Xiao. At that moment, Claude felt an ominous sensation, as if a predator had fixed its gaze upon him. A chill ran down his spine, and every cell in his body screamed a warning. Just as he turned to investigate, he was startled to find a glimmering blade poised against his neck, emanating a chilling aura that made him break into a cold sweat, rendering him paralyzed with fear. "Everyone, freeze. Do not move," Xiaolu bellowed at the crowd. The naval soldiers exchanged nervous glances, while Luo Yi and the others hurried to Xiaoli's side. "Spire low. Let us speak calmly and rationally. Do not act rashly. If you kill me, you will not survive either. In truth, I admire you greatly. I cannot believe you are pirates. It must be those incompetent fools under my command who have erred. If you release me, I will personally investigate and restore your reputation. Spire low. If you spare me, I will ensure your innocence is restored. I could even recommend you for the rank of Lieutenant Junior grade. You would remain a champion of justice in the Navy." Despite Claude's eloquent persuasion, Xiaolu remained unmoved. "Colonel Claude, would you care to hear a truth I possess?" Without waiting for a response, Xiaolu continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are indeed not pirates. The individuals who testified against us were bribed by Sherlock, who harbors a grudge against us and has long sought to bring us to ruin. Sherlock, the mayor, are you still unwilling to speak the truth? If you fail to disclose the facts, Colonel Claude's life will be in jeopardy. Wouldn't you agree, Colonel Claude?" Upon hearing this threat, Claude's heart brimmed with rage. Chapter 33, Betrayal of the Navy. "Sherlock, the mayor, are you still reluctant to tell the truth? Should anything happen to Colonel Claude, and the Navy discovers that it was your lies that led to the loss of such a brilliant colonel, you will not escape unscathed." Upon hearing Xiaoli's words, Sherlock's expression shifted dramatically. "Scoundrel, you better speak the truth immediately and not wrongfully accuse the innocent. Otherwise, I assure you, I will not let you go." Claude observed Sherlock's hesitation and unleashed a fierce tirade. "Spire, do not threaten me. The truth remains, you are nothing but pirates. Even in death, I shall not submit to the tyranny of you scoundrels, and I trust the righteous Navy feels the same." Sherlock, unable to meet Claude's fiery gaze, forced himself to utter his grandiose declarations. "Ha ha ha, what a revelation. You truly excel at pretense, Colonel Claude. It appears you must fend for yourself. Silence, you pirate. Release Colonel Claude at once. This is your only chance of survival. Indeed, should you dare to harm Colonel Claude, we shall avenge him. Justice will never yield to evil. Colonel Claude is a paragon of righteousness. He shall not flinch in the face of sacrifice for justice, and you cannot intimidate us. The sailors below were incensed. Their enlistment in the Navy was driven by a desire to uphold justice and combat malevolence. They were prepared to sacrifice themselves for righteousness. The fact that little Spire threatened their lives was a profound affront, particularly to the deeply principled Colonel Claude. They believed that, as their superior, Colonel Claude would undoubtedly be even less inclined to cower before the pirates' threats. For justice, as Claude witnessed the sailors' mounting fervor, entirely dismissing his own safety and intertwining his life with the notion of justice, he felt a surge of frustration, his countenance turning a ghastly shade of pallor. It seemed Colonel Claude was destined to sacrifice himself for justice. Do not act rashly. As long as you do not harm me, I can ensure your safe passage. With the blade poised menacingly against his neck, Claude spoke in a hushed tone. The crowd responded, "We do not wish to be your enemies. If you allow us to leave safely, we shall not harm anyone. The Navy exists to uphold justice, to protect every life from the clutches of evil. If you merely grant us safe passage, Colonel Claude's life can be spared. Is that not justice? Will you stand by and witness your superior's demise while remaining indifferent?" Little Lou remained silent, with no communication with Claude, shouting at the Navy below. How can you claim to uphold justice when you fail to save a life that can be rescued? If one day you or your family were in need of salvation and your comrades remained indifferent, how would you feel? Upon hearing Little Lee's words, the Navy below began to murmur among themselves. Who among us does not wish to survive? If one's family were in such a predicament, could one truly remain unmoved under the guise of justice? Gentlemen, the truth of the matter remains inconclusive. We cannot disregard the lives of our comrades. Release them. Lieutenant Colonel Pate stood forth, delivering his decree. Prepare a warship and a small boat for us. Impossible. You shall not. The crowd below, having just calmed, was ignited once more by Little Lee's proclamation. Agree to their demands. Claude shouted angrily, unwilling to let his life be jeopardized by this group of incompetents. Upon reaching the port, the three felt a slight easing of their nerves as they beheld the warship docked before them. Colonel Claude, I must trouble you for a ride. You are not trustworthy. Claude snapped, his temper flaring at the thought of entrusting his life to them. You have no choice. I keep my promises. That small boat is prepared for you. You should have anticipated this and felt my sincerity. You surely would not wish for complications at this juncture. Gazing into Little Lee's indifferent eyes, Claude swallowed his retort. He sensed a murderous intent within those eyes, and though the other party was making an effort to restrain it, he trusted his instincts. Having come this far, he could only pray that the promise would be honored. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the warship swiftly departed the port. Lieutenant Colonel Pate, should we? A subordinate began, but Lieutenant Colonel Pate interrupted, fully aware of the implied concern. Chasing after them now would only endanger Colonel Claude further. Do not act recklessly. Pate's eyes flickered, his tone brooking no dissent. After traveling approximately 10 nautical miles, Little Lou and his companions transferred Claude to the small boat. It seems that Sherlock values his reputation over your life. How pitiful you are. Just be cautious when we meet again. Ignoring Claude's furious gaze, Little Lou and his companions departed. Chapter 34. Awakening upon returning to the headquarters. Claude's first action was to discreetly deal with Sherlock, the man who had nearly cost him his life, particularly loathsome in his eyes. As for the fate of Happy Town, that was no longer his concern. He then reported the situation to the headquarters, transforming Little Lou and his companions into the culprits threatening Happy Town, casting them as pirates infiltrating the Navy, while omitting any mention of the warship. Upon receiving the news, the high-ranking officials at Navy headquarters were furious. For the notion of pirates infiltrating their ranks served as a stark wake-up call. Consequently, an internal investigation was swiftly initiated within the Navy. However, there exists another dilemma. According to convention, a bounty was to be placed on the three individuals, yet the absence of their photographs left the higher-ups in a state of frustration, causing the matter of the bounty to be temporarily shelved. This predicament was not confined to the Navy. Little Lou and his companions were equally ensnared in a quandary. Little Lou, the Navy will not easily relent. Our future conversations may have been incomplete, yet the implications were clear to all. Once branded as pirates, they would be condemned to a life of fugitives. Yet they were not pirates, nor did they desire to become one. Little Lou, whatever decision you make, I stand by you, even if it means becoming a pirate. Roy's gaze was resolute as he looked at Little Lou. They had once believed their lives would be lived under the banner of the Navy, prepared to sacrifice for justice, and had come to terms with that reality. Yet fate has an affinity for irony. Little Lou was determined to join the Navy, believing in his judgment and supporting him wholeheartedly. Now that they found themselves at odds with the Navy, This was undoubtedly a blow to little Lu. He required support. I have vowed to grow stronger and to protect you. The three of them were orphans, abandoned and alone, akin to stray dogs without a home, forced to lick their wounds in solitude. They had thought they had found their place in life, only to discover hidden dangers lurking beneath. Little Lu was suddenly afflicted by an excruciating headache, as if something were attempting to burrow its way out of his mind. Xiao and Luoye were terrified, believing he had been provoked, and moved to approach him, only to be halted by little Li's outstretched hand. The posterior dictates the head. Those who are oblivious to the essence of happiness and unaware of the nature of suffering possess a divergent worldview, and so it is with justice. Power is the ultimate truth. No one is entitled to judge us. I aspire to establish a new world that is rightfully ours. Xiaolu exuded an overwhelming aura. As the conqueror's haki suddenly erupted forth, a domineering force that pierced the heavens. The clouds above churned incessantly, as if rallying in fervent support. While the waves of the sea surged and roared in a cacophony of fury, the entire sky and sea became a tempest of unrest. What shall we do? Power. We are in dire need of greater strength. Those who dare obstruct our path shall face no mercy. In Xiao Li's eyes, the brutality, slaughter, and cold resolve have intensified manifold, a sight unfamiliar to Qiao and the others. Yet they are acutely aware that their sole obligation is to support him unconditionally. Henceforth, we shall take turns at the helm, utilizing the remaining time to cultivate according to the great circulation technique I have prescribed, allowing the domineering energy to flow ceaselessly within us until it becomes second nature. Time is abundant for them now. They are still young, and one day they shall ascend to the pinnacle of power. However, time is also their greatest scarcity. Once they encounter true masters, their situation may turn dire. Strengthening oneself demands time. Chapter 35, Harvest. After drifting at sea for several months, thanks to their commandeering of a warship, Xiao Lu and his companions engaged in numerous encounters with pirates, both great and small. They experienced overwhelming victories as well as harrowing moments of peril. The trials of battle provide a refinement that personal cultivation alone cannot offer. Under continuous refinement, the resolve of Xiao Lu and his companions has grown ever more steadfast, while their strength has surged ahead at an astonishing pace. Xiao Lu has not only mastered the 6 styles but has also become increasingly proficient in the application of armament haki, with its intensity continually enhancing. However, he has yet to adeptly wield flowing haki for offensive purposes. Luoyi has also acquired the 6 styles and armament haki, providing robust support in battles for Xiao Lu and his companions. Zhou, through daily training and numerous life and death encounters, has also mastered the 6 styles, proving himself formidable. The Navy has engaged with them on several occasions, yet they have always retreated in disarray, marking the trio's formal entry into the Navy's radar. The combined age of Xiao Lu and his companions does not exceed 35, yet their total bounty has reached an astonishing 120 million berries, with Xiao Lu valued at 45 million, Luo Yi at 40 million, and Zhou at 35 million. This bounty notice has stirred significant waves across the seas, catching the attention of many influential figures. Goodness gracious, who would have thought such formidable youngsters exist in the South Sea? I am quite curious about their deeds. A child with a pineapple hairstyle aboard a colossal pirate ship resembling a white whale scoffed as he observed the newspaper in his captain's hands. Ah, dear me. Are the young ones truly this terrifying nowadays? Rayleigh, come quickly and see. These youngsters hail from the South Sea, just like you. A man clad in a red coat with a thick handlebar mustache called out to his companions who were feasting behind him, a smile illuminating his face despite his words of dread. Have they already become pirates? Weren't you always keen on joining the Navy? What has led you to change your mind? An elderly man, adorned with a black pointed hat and puffing on a pipe, pondered over the newspaper on an unnamed island. For Xiaolu and his companions, the bounty was a foregone conclusion, and they paid little heed to the amount. They do not identify as pirates, and being wanted is not a matter of pride. As previously stated, no one holds the right to judge them. Regardless of the charges levied against them, they remain indifferent. Anyone daring to obstruct their path becomes their sworn enemy. Well, what luck to encounter a Navy ship. This is our chance, lads. Steer us closer. Today, we feast. Upon spotting Xiao Lu and his crew, the Flying Dog pirates regarded them as prey, for their captain, Sammy, was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 60 million berries, wielding the powers of the eagle fruit. Xiao Lu and the others recognized the insignia of the pirate flag. The trio felt no trepidation. Instead, they hastened towards it. It was time for them to acquire a new vessel. I shall proceed first. Do remember not to damage our ship. In a fleeting moment, Xiao Lu effortlessly traversed onto the enemy ship with a moonwalk. Witnessing his audacity as he charged in single-handedly, all the pirates were consumed by fury and humiliation. How arrogant! Kill him, commanded Sammy, and his crew of pirates rushed towards Xiao Lu with a furious roar. Alas, they had gravely underestimated their opponent. Xiao Lu danced through the chaos like a graceful reaper, claiming the lives of pirates with each elegant maneuver. He reveled in this feeling, blossoming amidst the slaughter, wielding dominion over life and death. As Roy and Jor boarded the pirate vessel, the massacre hastened towards its inevitable conclusion. Who truly belonged to the Navy? And who to the pirates? It seemed no one would provide Sammy with an answer. This day was destined to be unforgettable. Chapter 36. The Paper Fruit in Mere Moments. The deck of the pirate ship was strewn with corpses, leaving only Sammy and a handful of pirates desperately holding on. The hunter had become the hunted. Spare the leader. The others hold some value. Following Xiao Li's orders, Roy and Jor ceased their onslaught. The remaining pirates, stricken with terror, felt immense gratitude. Wishing they could call their savior's father and mother, the three before them were simply too formidable. They could not muster the will to resist. How dare they look down upon me? Sammy transformed into a brownish-gray hawk, soaring above the pirate ship in search of an opportune moment. Realizing that his human form was no match, he opted for his beastly form in an attempt to outlast them. A flurry of feathers. Countless feathers descended like 1,000 sharp blades, swiftly targeting the trio. The sharpness of these feathers could slice through gold and jade. This was a lethal move Sammy reserved for dire circumstances. Each use rendered him vulnerable, requiring a considerable time to recover. Since his debut, he had faced no adversaries with this technique. Surely today would be no different. You have destroyed my grandfather's ship. You shall pay dearly. With a thunderous roar, Roy's muscles bulged, emanating a fierce heat as a primal force surged within him. He swung his fist with tremendous might, unleashing a tempest that sent shockwaves from his coiled right fist, soaring skyward towards Sammy like a white rainbow piercing the sun. The maelstrom of feathers could not withstand this formidable wave of energy and was sent spiraling away. Sammy was struck directly by the overwhelming force, his internal organs shattered, plummeting from the sky straight onto the deck. The remaining pirates were paralyzed with fear, their faces pale, collapsing onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Once upon a time, those defenseless civilians had been in a similar plight, their lives at the mercy of others. The past echoed the present. Sammy had met his end. And under Xiao Li's command, the surviving pirates began to clear the battlefield, disposing of the remnants. The glorious pirate flag, once a symbol of their plunder, was tossed into the sea alongside their captain, who had led them down a path of vice. If they could not thrive on the ship, they would surely follow their captain into oblivion. As for rebellion, that was an impossibility. Forever impossible. Look, Leo Joe, see what I have discovered. Roy exclaimed as he unveiled a treasure chest, hidden beneath the Samoyed's bed. Upon opening it, his eyes sparkled with astonishment at its contents. To their surprise, it contained a devil fruit and a guidebook dedicated to devil fruits. Leo and Joe had not anticipated such a fortunate find while seeking to exchange for a ship. Nestled within the chest was a spherical fruit of a pristine white hue, its surface adorned with cloud-like patterns, symmetrical and reminiscent of an open window or a page book. Behold, this is the paper fruit, Joe announced, flipping through the guidebook. What use is paper? Roy pondered aloud. No wonder that fellow consumed the falcon fruit. Leo nodded in agreement. That fool. If he had eaten this fruit and developed its powers well, he could have been an even more formidable adversary. Leo, however, disagreed with Roy's assessment. What? Is this fruit truly so powerful? Roy remained unconvinced. This paramecia-type fruit, when harnessed effectively, could provide us with great assistance. Who among you shall consume it? I can aid in its development, Leo offered, taken aback by this unexpected proposition. Joe and Roy instinctively believed the fruit should be consumed by Leo, only to be surprised when he invited them to decide. No. Leo, you just asserted that this fruit is exceptionally potent. Among us, your strength surpasses the rest. Would it not benefit us most if you were to eat it? Both Roy and Joe looked on in confusion. I have no intention of consuming a devil fruit, Leo declared firmly. What? This is a decision I will not retract. I believe I can reach the pinnacle through sheer willpower. He urged them to make their choice expeditiously. With Leo's resolute stance, Roy ceased to press the matter further. Joe, you eat it. I too will refrain from consuming it. Roy, there is no need for such a sacrifice, Leo and Joe implored. What, Leo? Are you afraid I might surpass you in our training? Roy teased, raising an eyebrow with a faint smile. Humph, You rascal. Leo responded, his eyes twinkling with mirth. In truth, Leo had hoped from the outset that Joe would consume the fruit, believing that once he made his choice, Roy would follow suit. The moment the fruit appeared, its destiny had already been sealed. As they engaged in jovial banter, Joe lowered her gaze, not wishing to reveal the glimmer of tears in her eyes. She understood the significance of this moment and felt immense gratitude for the presence of two family members who transcended mere blood ties. They loved her more than themselves. Even in the depths of hell, their companionship would transform it into paradise. Chapter 37. The wind rises with several obedient subordinates at their side. The trio found ample time for training. Joe's mastery of the devil fruit advanced rapidly under Leo's guidance. Those who underestimated her would surely face consequences. Their next destination was Gewine Island, renowned for producing exquisite wines cherished by the world's aristocracy. Only the skilled vintners of this island possessed the unique ability to craft intoxicatingly exquisite wines from the local vineyards, thus attracting the covetous eyes of various factions. The Navy, pirates, and the underworld all mingled together in a chaotic amalgamation. Upon arriving on the island, they began to inquire about masters capable of utilizing the vineyards, for they were acutely aware of the abundant resources available. Should they manage to enlist a few artisans, they could establish their own lucrative enterprises. Their ultimate aim in gaining strength has always been to facilitate a more carefree existence, one unburdened by constraints. Such vintners are exceedingly rare and represent a valuable asset. Their inquiries inevitably drew the attention of those lurking in the shadows. Oh, are you inquiring about this? Surely you must know where more vineyards can be found. A sprightly old man with graying hair ventured, his curiosity piqued. Simply direct me to where I might find such masters, and I assure you, your reward will be substantial. Not denying the implication, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly. Despite his advanced age, his instincts remained sharp. With a half-smile, he beckoned, "Follow me." The three companions trailed behind him into an imposing Gothic edifice, where opulent chandeliers, carpets woven with golden threads, and crystal-clear stair railings all served to flaunt the wealth of their host. Xiaolu discreetly reminded Qiao to remain vigilant at all times. Upon reaching the second floor, they encountered a tall, intricately carved floor-to-ceiling window, beyond which sat a middle-aged man in a tailored suit. His blonde hair framing a face marked by a prominent scar over his right eye, lending an edge of severity to his otherwise refined demeanor. Surrounding him were dozens of similarly attired bodyguards, standing watch. "Boss, these three youngsters are seeking a winemaker." Upon hearing this designation, Xiaolu felt a sinking sensation. Indeed, such a direct inquiry had proven to be rather reckless, and he feared this endeavor might encounter unforeseen complications. "Very well, you may proceed," the man said, addressing the trio. "I understand you are in search of a winemaker?" "Indeed, but it seems there is no winemaker present here," Xiaolu replied candidly. "Haha, that is true. This room has none. However, within my distillery, there are numerous skilled craftsmen. The question remains, what type are you seeking? After all, the prices can differ significantly." The blond man remarked with a playful smile. "We are actually hoping to find a winemaker to learn the craft," Xiaolu stated. "Oh dear, that is unfortunate. The winemakers in this town are solely dedicated to their craft and do not take on apprentices. However, exceptions do exist. Should you manage to locate one or two wine mines, it could be arranged," the blond man concluded, his gaze fixed intently on Xiaolu's expression, as if he were attempting to glean some insight. "Ah, that is truly regrettable. We shall have to seek elsewhere," Xiaolu responded. "In fact, if there are no wine mines available, any information regarding their locations would suffice. We can offer a considerable reward." As the blond man noted their intent to depart, he interjected, "Ah, if only we were privy to such information, what a pity." Xiaolu sighed heavily, as if lamenting the loss of a lucrative opportunity. The golden-haired man, noticing the other's lack of awareness, darkened his expression. At that moment, a subordinate approached him with an update, causing his demeanor to shift once more. "Haha, Klaus. I hope you won't mind my uninvited presence. I heard you have distinguished guests, and I too wish to make their acquaintance." An elderly gentleman in a tailored suit, leaning on a black and gold cane and flanked by several bodyguards, approached them. The situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. At this moment, Xiaolu and his companions had become the center of attention. Chapter 38. Life and Death Sniper. "I have heard that you are in search of a winemaker. Surely, Cross has informed you of the specifics. I shall not linger on trivialities. If you can lead us to a location where we may find a wine mine, I assure you, I will reward you handsomely. Moreover, You may be unaware that your current situation is perilous, with countless individuals lurking in the shadows, eager to seize what does not belong to them. Just provide me with the information, and I guarantee that no harm shall come to you." His grandiloquent words elicited only laughter from Xiao Lu and his companions. "You must be mistaken. We are genuinely here to learn the craft, and truly do not know where any wine mines are located." Xiao Lu remained resolute. "Ha ha ha, learn the craft? If you guide me to the wine mine, I assure you, you will master the skill. We genuinely do not know. Farewell." "Humph. I see you are refusing the offer of good wine and opting for punishment instead." "Oh, I have indulged in enough good wine. I am rather curious to taste the flavor of punishment." As the other party revealed their true intentions, Xiao Lu decided to forego pleasantries. "Ah, merchants, those who devise solutions. We are all merchants here. Let us not damage our rapport over such trivial matters. This, your actions are no different from those lurking in the shadows." Cross interjected as a mediator. "Dear friend, if you are willing to share, our compensation will surely satisfy you. It is getting late. You should return and ponder this matter thoroughly." After Xiao Lu and his companions departed, Cross and the old man exchanged sharp words. "Cross, do you intend to monopolize this?" "Alas, this, you have wronged me. Then let us rely on our own means." Unfazed by Cross's denial, the old man smirked disdainfully and made his exit. "Summon Ron. There are plans for tonight." "Humph. This, you two should have some actions to undertake this evening." As dusk settled and the night grew quiet, within a hotel, it seemed that tranquility would be a fleeting notion. Observing the shadows outside, Xiao Lu grinned, while the three remained composed in the darkened room, preparing for the unfolding spectacle. With a shattering of glass, a shadow surged into the room, followed swiftly by a chorus of anguished cries. The commotion was significant, yet went unnoticed, as if it were commonplace. At that moment, a bullet, like a venomous serpent lying in wait, aimed for Joe's back, ready to strike. "Be cautious, there is a sniper," Joe exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat. Had she not fortuitously employed her paper shield for defense just moments before? That bullet would have surely claimed her life or inflicted severe injury. Another bullet whizzed past, grazing an individual's ear, and headed straight for Xiao Li's head. Bang! Thanks to Joe's earlier warning, Xiao Lu and Roy enveloped themselves in armed color, shielding their entire bodies. The bullet struck like a hammer against an impenetrable wall, sparking fleeting glimmers of light. After neutralizing the occupants within the room, the trio burst through the window, intent on confronting the sniper. Behind Joe, a pair of ethereal white wings unfurled, resembling an angel descending from the heavens. Little Lu and Roy followed closely, moving with the grace of moonwalkers. The sniper, cloaked in black, recognizing that his position had been compromised, swiftly retreated like a nimble spirit cat darting between houses and trees, occasionally firing cold shots at his pursuers. Each bullet fired seemed to impede their relentless chase. "White cranes," Joe exclaimed as a flurry of white paper erupted from behind him, instantly transforming into soaring cranes that surged towards the figure in black, their sharp wings slicing through the air, leaving jagged fissures in trees and buildings alike. The power of the paper fruit, harnessed by Joe, was astonishing. Suddenly, the sniper seemed to lose his footing and fell from the rooftop. Joe leaned forward in pursuit. A searing bullet, propelled by a spiraling force akin to a venomous serpent, shot forth from the leaves of a towering tree. Joe quickly turned her head. The scorching bullet grazed her hair, severing several strands as it whizzed past. Little Lu, trailing behind, felt his heart race, a wave of dread washing over him. The world around him appeared to freeze as he witnessed the bullet that had been aimed at him bizarrely veer off course, burrowing instead into Roy's skull, who was close behind. "Be careful. Be cautious." Two voices rang out simultaneously. Little Lu suddenly turned, his hockey shielding his head, deflecting the bullet aimed at Roy. The force of the impact sent him staggering to one side. Before he could catch his breath, another bullet pierced through his chest, sending a spray of crimson blossoms into the air. At the moment the cloaked figure fell, he astonishingly fired 2 shots almost simultaneously. Chapter 39. Sniper Ron. Seeing Little Lu hit, Xiao's fury surged, her face as cold as frost. She relentlessly pursued the cloaked figure, believing she had dealt with one adversary. She anticipated an easy escape, yet was taken aback by the formidable combat prowess of this woman. Engaging her in close quarters proved futile. In no time at all, Xiao had subdued her opponent. At that moment, Roy hurried over to support Little Lu. "How is it possible? You were struck by my lethal shot, and yet you still survive? If this were the past, you would have indeed succeeded in ending me." Thankfully, The hockey circulating within me has shielded my injuries. Little Lu forcefully removed the mask of the cloaked figure. Now, might you reveal who sent you? The cloaked figure seemed momentarily taken aback by Little Lee's inquiry, remaining silent. Are you planning to feign ignorance? Roy seized him, preparing to deliver a severe reprimand. You mentioned hockey, did you not? You possess hockey. Ignoring Roy, the cloaked figure directly addressed Little Lu. Indeed. Have you heard of hockey? It's no wonder you are still alive. It's not a matter of my marksmanship. Did this individual truly fail to grasp his precarious situation? Continuously disregarding them, he rambled on. Little Lee's forehead throbbed with indignation. If you are a wise individual, it would be prudent to answer my question. I do not possess the patience to indulge you further. Who sent you? Shala reached out and grasped the opponent's neck, threatening instant demise should he remain silent. Cough, cough, don't harm me. I am one of Klaus's men, the man in black struggled to say. What is your name? Ron. Casually discarding him onto the ground, Shala crouched down and inquired, one final question. How do you intend to persuade me to spare your life? What an unfortunate turn of events. He had believed that with his marksmanship, he would successfully complete the task tonight and earn a handsome reward. Little did he know that the situation would become so dire, with not only the money slipping away but also his life hanging by a thread. I don't know. My life is in your hands, and you have the final say. I can choose not to kill you, but you must work for me. Join us and seize a chance to survive. What do you say? Not a chance. I would never serve as a piratess subordinate, even if it meant my death. The man in black stated resolutely. You seem to have no room for negotiation. Become my ally and witness my ascent to power, or you shall become the stepping stone to my throne through your own blood and flesh. Upon hearing such arrogance, the man in black was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Ha ha ha, you are quite the character. Where did such a fool like you come from? Are you trying to make me die of laughter? Ascend to power and claim a throne. Who do you think you are? You scoundrel. I've tolerated you for far too long. Ron, witnessing the mockery, clenched his fists and was ready to crush the man's skull. We are not pirates. Even the Navy's bounty notices do not label us as a pirate crew. Furthermore, it is foolish to be constrained by one's own identity, shackled by worldly chains. One can never perceive their true self, nor become a genuine powerhouse. My subordinates cannot afford the luxury of incompetence. Are you one of them? Xiaolu interjected, halting Ron, and addressed the man in black nonchalantly. For the first time, the man felt a profound fear emanating from within, as if his very soul was touched. Despite the calmness in Xiao Li's tone, what was behind his gaze? It was a detached superiority, as if viewing all living beings as mere ants. A chilling void and silence that followed destruction. He questioned his own perception, as if he could see countless shadows behind this person. Or perhaps the man before him was intertwined with them. It dawned on him, just as the man had proclaimed. He was witnessing a true king for the very first time. Chapter 40. Observation hockey. With the atmosphere of tension easing upon the man's submission, they began to exchange introductions. Based on your earlier reaction, you seem to be aware of hockey. You likely possess the observation hockey, do you not? Although it was a query, Xiaolu was firmly confident in his assessment. Indeed, I possess the observation hockey. I need you to assist me in verifying something. Shoot at me with your gun. What? Ron and the other two wore expressions of bewilderment. Without further elaboration, Little Lu stood a short distance away, signaling for Ron to fire. If something goes awry, don't blame me. Ron shrugged in response. Are you ready? You may shoot at any moment. After Shala spoke, he tightly shut his eyes. The other three were momentarily taken aback, but soon realized that Xiao Lu had awakened his observation hockey. Huh, without a modicum of strength. How could one be worthy of my allegiance? Ron silently nodded, all the while maintaining his own focus. In the blink of an eye, 2 bullets were fired almost simultaneously. Yet they followed entirely different trajectories, their angles cunningly devised, both aimed at Xiao Li's left arm. Haha, now that I have made this declaration, you may shoot without hesitation. Even without mastering observation hockey, my armament hockey is sufficient to safeguard myself. Amidst the banter, Xiao Lu effortlessly evaded the 2 bullets, as if anticipating his evasion. At the moment he dodged, the sound of gunfire erupted again, and 2 more bullets, propelled by a scorching wave of air, raced toward his head. At that moment, Xiao Lu experienced a sensation of dread. He realized that it was not 2 bullets, but 3. 2 were positioned closely, one before the other. This feeling of foreboding stemmed from the 3rd bullet. He sensed 3 menacing auras converging upon him, to Ron and his companions. It appeared as though Xiao Lu merely shifted his form, extending his hand to grasp one of the bullets. This scene left the three of them utterly astonished. To evade bullets with such swiftness and simultaneously capture one so effortlessly was truly remarkable. Confirming that Xiao Lu had fully mastered observation hockey, Xiao and Roy were elated. They had grown stronger, and with the addition of a new member who wielded this power, their collective strength had ascended to new heights. Subsequently, Xiao Lu inquired about the power distribution on this island and the mastermind behind the assassination attempt on them. Opportunity had presented itself. Why search for a winemaker? Eliminate them and seize their influence directly, forsaking the slow accumulation of power. After listening to Ron's words, Xiao Li's eyes revealed a glint of murderous intent. Since the opponent had presented him with a knife, wouldn't it be a disservice to overlook such a fortuitous opportunity? Thus, they decided to play along, and with that, Xiao Lu instructed Ron. Within the confines of a Gothic structure, Ron informed Klaus that he had shot Joe, and that Weiss's forces had been completely annihilated, leaving Xiao Lu and his companions entirely unaware of their presence. Ha, splendid work. Tomorrow, we shall pay a visit to comfort our little esteemed guest. Meanwhile, the old man Weiss learned of his men's total defeat and erupted in fury within his chamber. He had not anticipated that a few youngsters could possess such formidable strength. In a manner, a corpulent figure with a head resembling that of a catfish gleamed with avarice as he spoke. Boss, today, Locks and Weiss hosted 3 youngsters who may have knowledge of the location of the wine mine. Oh, the wine mine is a lucrative venture. The exquisite wine Crimson Tai Sui produced from it is highly favored by the world's nobility, yielding substantial profits. The rotund man envisioned an unending stream of wealth. If only he could discover the vein, the maritime magnate would surely elevate his status within the company. However, Locks and Weiss were not to be underestimated. Capital is always driven by profit, and humanity is inherently greedy. Even in the face of daunting challenges, if the rewards are sufficient, they can transform perilous paths into avenues of opportunity. Chapter 41. Schemes. The following day, Klaus and Weiss, accompanied by their men, arrived at the residence of Xiao Lu and his entourage. The room was in disarray. All the bodies had been removed, yet clear stains of blood remained visible in various corners. Little Lu was sitting on a chair, weeping inconsolably, while Xiao lay on the floor, his body covered with a white cloth stained with blood. Weston felt an unexpected surge of delight, his lips curving into an involuntary smile. Klaus let out a soft sigh nearby, seemingly mourning the loss of a young life. Alas, my young friend, I warned you yesterday that this place is exceedingly perilous, with countless eyes lurking in the shadows, watching your every move. Unlike us, who conduct our business openly, they operate in secrecy. Our proposal from yesterday still stands. And should you agree to disclose the location of your vein, I could assist you in identifying the murderer. My dear brother, they will not relent until they obtain news of the vein, and I am merely looking out for your best interests, Weston advised, his words laden with implications. Then, does Mr. Weston know who killed our companion? Little Lu inquired, his tone menacing. Weston seethed with anger at the insolence of this young one daring to speak to him in such a manner. The opposing force was formidable, and he was reluctant to provoke them without cause. Yet, if sufficient profit were to be involved, that would be a different matter altogether. This blatant insinuation was understood by all present. If Mr. Weston can help us apprehend the murderer, I am willing to lead you to the wine mine. Little Luke clenched his teeth, seemingly ready to devour the murderer whole. If the gentleman cannot accomplish this, we shall have no choice but to seek assistance elsewhere. With that, he cast a glance at Klaus. No problem, my young brother, rest assured, I shall apprehend the culprit within 2 days. At that time, I hope you will honor your promise. Otherwise, I shall be here waiting for you the night after tomorrow. Let us hope for a pleasant collaboration. This disregarded Klaus, leaving with a sense of satisfaction. My young brother, there is something I must elucidate for you, Klaus began after a prolonged silence. According to reports from my subordinates, it was indeed Viss's men who attempted to assassinate you last night. I believe the conflict that arose yesterday was his strategy to coerce you into fulfilling his sinister designs. Damn it, that old rascal dares to play the part of the victim. I am determined to eliminate him. Yet, they are numerous, and we are outmatched. Even if we were to succeed in dispatching this old fool, we would likely find ourselves unable to escape unscathed. Xiao Lu exuded an aura of menace, and with a single punch, he shattered the table beside him into splinters. Klaus felt a jolt in his heart and instinctively touched his own head, pondering the striking similarity between them. I too felt a sense of shame at his behavior. If the young brother is willing to trust me, I can offer my assistance. Your camaraderie has deeply moved me, harking back to the past. Cough. How splendid it is. Should the gentleman be willing to aid us in avenging our grievances, I shall unconditionally reveal the whereabouts of the mine. Once our revenge is fulfilled, my life shall be yours, dear sir. Klaus, undeterred by the interruption, immediately brightened at Xiao Li's words. Who would have thought such a fortuitous opportunity would arise? He had initially planned to eliminate Xiao Lu after they located the mine, but now there was a chance to acquire a capable subordinate. Furthermore, seizing this opportunity would allow him to absorb Weiss's influence and expand his enterprise. It was truly a twofold benefit, nay, a threefold triumph. Even one who usually mastered the art of composure like Klaus could not suppress his elation. After their clandestine plotting, the two clasped hands tightly, their expressions brimming with excitement, as though they were enacting a scene of a worthy minister meeting his sovereign. Chapter 42. The Yellow Sparrow lurks behind. The following evening, under the protection of his subordinates, Weiss returned to the residence of Xiao Lu and his companions. Young brother, I have apprehended the mastermind behind the scenes. Without further ado, Xiao Lu delivered a swift chop, slicing through the throat of the perpetrator. Weiss and his men were utterly taken aback by Xiao Lu's decisive and efficient action. Xiao Lu maintained an air of indifference, casually retrieving a handkerchief to wipe the bloodstains from his hands, as if nothing had transpired moments ago. Vis's pupils constricted slightly, and his gaze sharpened. The demeanor of this youth hardly resembled that of a mere fool. Nevertheless, he felt no fear, for he had brought along his capable subordinates. Mr. Vis, I have dealt with the murderer. Before I fulfill my promise, I would like to share a story with you, if you would be inclined to listen. I shall lend an attentive ear. However, as one ages, patience can wane, so I hope you will keep it brief, young brother. I tend to lose my temper easily. Certainly, this tale is titled The Clam and the Snipe. After listening to the story, Vis appeared contemplative, yet the meaning behind the narrative eluded him. Young brother, if you have something to say, please do. In accordance with my agreement with Mr. Cross, I am now obliged to take you down. As these words left his lips, the surrounding bodyguards swiftly drew their weapons, aiming them at Xiao Lu and Luo Yi, while Vis tensed visibly. For Mr. Cross informed me that you were the mastermind behind the murder of my friend last night. Vis's eyes widened in realization, grasping the significance of the earlier story. Tension filled the room as the atmosphere thickened with hostility. Mr. Vis, there is no need for such agitation. My intention in eliminating that so-called murderer was to convey that I harbor no desire to oppose you. Engaging in battle would only lead to mutual destruction, allowing Cross to emerge as the ultimate victor. I surmise that Cross is currently unleashing chaos on your territory. You scoundrels, I will kill you. Vis could no longer remain seated, his murderous intent directed at Xiao Lu and his companion. Mr. Vis, I have been forthright. I implore you to remain calm. Your adversary is Cross, not I. I am the victim here. With the murderer now deceased, I have avenged my friend, and you should seek your own retribution, correct? We merely wish to depart in peace. Vis's expression shifted, uncertainty flickering in his eyes, before he hastily retreated with his subordinates. Xiao Lu, was it not our plan to eliminate Vis here, gain Cross's trust, and gradually expand our influence through his territory? Too slow. In a state of chaos, we can more easily seize control and also test that fellow's loyalty, should he stray from the plan. At that moment, a white origami crane fluttered through the window. Xiao has communicated. The two sides have engaged in combat, suffering heavy losses on both ends. Ron inquired about the sudden turn of events. As it turns out, the figure lying on the ground days prior was a papered doppelganger crafted by Xiao. Indistinguishable from the real person, capable of movement, yet unable to speak. The paper crane that flew in is no different. Following Little Li's orders, Xiao had been diligently monitoring the movements of both parties to relay information promptly. Klaus, you wish to consume this mantis, but alas, there is another yellow bird behind. It is nearly time. We should draw the curtain on this performance. Chapter 43. The Final Act. Klaus, you despicable scoundrel, how dare you scheme against me? I shall ensure your demise. Weiss, how did you arrive here? Upon witnessing the murderous intent radiating from Weiss, Klaus appeared utterly astonished and shocked. According to the plan, the opponent should have perished, allowing him to seamlessly take over Weiss as territory and business. Could it be? You shameless wretch, this is my domain. And you dare to question me? Had it not been for that little rascal revealing the truth to me, your conspiracy would have succeeded. With that, he commanded his subordinates to attack recklessly. Today, Klaus must perish here. This is bad. We've all fallen into that little rascal's trap. Cease fire at once. In response to Klaus's proposal, Weiss paid no heed. He had already suffered too many losses among his ranks. How could he possibly heed the opponent's counsel? You wish to fight? Then fight. You think I am someone to be trifled with? How infuriating, you old fool. Do you truly believe I fear you? Today, I shall first deal with you, and then eliminate that little rascal. The exchange of fire intensified, gunshots rang out, swords clashed, and the cries of the wounded filled the air. Debris littered the ground, and corpses were strewn everywhere. Both sides wielded formidable power, rendering the minor players utterly incapable of intervening. Hours later, the flames of battle began to subside. Ha ha ha. Weiss, you old fool, it was high time you were ousted. You squandered your opportunity. Do you now regret it? Klaus stood before Weiss in a victorious manner, looking down upon him. The once proud Weiss now knelt on the ground, devoid of his former glory. Yet, the hatred and murderous intent in his eyes remained undiminished. I may have lost, but do you truly believe you are the ultimate victor? We both underestimated that little rascal. I suspect his sole objective from the very beginning was to eliminate the two of us. Your fate will not be any better. You appear quite disheveled. Once I deal with you, that little rascal will not escape my grasp. Do you think I haven't prepared for him? He cannot flee. I have my eyes on him. Without uttering another word, Klaus swiftly drew his gun and ended Weiss's life. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck him. Had he overlooked something? Ron. Where is Ron? Why did Weiss come here without reporting to me? Why did the plan encounter a twist, and he failed to relay the message? Klaus instantly became hysterical, resembling a mad lion, while his subordinates exchanged glances, too apprehensive to approach. He was enraged, shocked, and terrified, utterly perplexed. Do you not already possess the answer within? A sudden and jarring voice erupted from a nearby rooftop, interrupting Cross's furious tirade. Everyone turned their gaze toward the source, while the subordinates quickly assumed a defensive stance. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, Shaola stood upon the roof, surveying the crowd with a cold and piercing gaze. Cross tilted his head back, glaring at his adversary. Just moments ago, this very scene had unfolded between him and Weiss. Ron has betrayed me. He has become one of you? Indeed, Shaola boldly affirmed in response to Cross's inquiry. Come forth, our new ally. At Xiao Li's command, Ron emerged from the shadows of a rooftop, brandishing a sniper rifle. Ron, why have you turned against me? A dying man has no need for answers. Xiao Lu was unwilling to let a dying man utter so many words, abruptly interrupting him. In an instant, Xiao Lu teleported from the rooftop to stand before Klaus. This was a technique he had developed by harnessing his internal domineering aura, combining the shave and moonwalk to create this remarkable ability to shift and shadow. He could approach his adversary with the swift precision of a blink. Seeing this specter appear before him, Klaus collapsed in terror. Will you submit? With a swift motion, Xiao Lu severed Klaus's head, which rolled to rest before him. A visage of utter disbelief etched upon his face. Why was this impolite brat so fond of interrupting others? Alas, he had no opportunity to voice his grievances. You refuse to submit. Do any of you wish to? Upon hearing Xiao Lu's voice, as cold as the frost of October, the surrounding subordinates trembled in fear, offering no rebuttal as they simultaneously cast aside their weapons, not daring to delay for even a moment. There was no choice. This fearsome figure was not one to entertain others' words. Subsequently, Xiao Lu reorganized their ranks and, under Ron's leadership, proceeded to seize control of both territories, selecting suitable agents and reassembling all factions. The night's performance was drawing to a close. Chapter 44. Undercurrents. After consolidating the powers of both sides, Xiao Lu continued to recruit soldiers, emerging as the preeminent force in the underground of Guiwine Island. During this time, those with ill intentions who ventured forth were swiftly turned into fodder for the sea. Strength breeds respect. Many who sought to take advantage were intimidated by Xiao Lu's methods, extinguishing any unwarranted ambitions they harbored. A corpulent figure, resembling a catfish with a rotund body, approached Xiao Lu. He learned that this man was a subordinate of the shipping king, Yomite, and with their channels, the exquisite wines produced could be distributed worldwide. In the face of an overwhelming force, collaborating with such a faction was mutually beneficial, lacking the extensive shipping network of his counterpart. And with a local vineyard rich in resources capable of producing the lucrative Crimson Tai Sui, forging a close alliance was a prudent decision. Moreover, Xiao Lu instructed Ron to secretly seek out homeless orphans. He had not forgotten that they were still on the Navy's wanted list, and the more backup he had, the better. Ron's efficiency was commendable. Within one of Klaus's underground warehouses, many orphans had gathered. They were the downtrodden, trampled upon by the powerful. And upon hearing that someone could provide them with a life free of worry, one filled with dignity and strength, they came without hesitation. Monty was among them. As everyone awaited, a girl with wings unfurled behind her descended gracefully from the high platform, resembling a holy angel. All the children were left in awe, profoundly shaken by the spectacle before them. They knew not of the existence of devil fruits, and in that moment, Xiao appeared to them as an angel sent from heaven to save them. In the eyes of all present, a fervent desire gleamed. If one could indeed earn the favor of the angel, would that not shield them from the torment of others? Yet, what transpired next left them even more astounded. Young Lu, clad in a striking ensemble of black and red, appeared like a wraith, vanishing and reappearing with each step, leaving behind a trail of ethereal shadows. And in an instant, he stood upon the elevated platform. Some children, believing they had encountered a specter, were too frightened to utter a sound. While Parnishmont felt the same trepidation within, he valiantly suppressed any sign of his fear. "Children, you have suffered," Young Lu proclaimed, placing his right hand upon his heart and bowing slightly in a gesture of respect. A ghost, offering them a bow and an apology? They were accustomed to derision. Having long cast aside their dignity in a desperate bid for survival, unaware of the essence of honor and shame, some children even silently shed tears. "We are but the clay of the earth, rootless blades of grass, trampled upon and scolded at will, with no one to extend compassion towards us. This is a merciless world, where only the strong can exist with dignity. To survive, we must become formidable. We refuse to be treated like dogs, summoned and scolded at whim. Those who oppress you are foolish. They remain oblivious to the immense power you possess. You are like the undercurrents beneath the ocean, capable of stirring a tempest that could upheave the very fabric of the world. Can we truly overturn the world? Yes, we shall no longer be trampled upon. I aspire to become strong." The murmurs of determination began to swell among them. "Your arrival in this world is no mere coincidence, just as my meeting with you is destined." Behind Xiao Lu, a pair of angelic wings unfurled, and extending his right hand, he smiled at them. "Do you wish to attain such power? Join us, pledge your allegiance to me, and never betray. Become a part of our ranks of the strong. Swear your undying loyalty to the Red Demon Lord. Long live the undercurrent." Xiao descended gracefully onto the high platform, kneeling on one knee with his right hand over his heart, calling out to Xiao Lu. All the children mimicked the angelic gesture, pledging their loyalty to him. Subsequently, Xiao Lu began to kindly inquire about their names and demonstrated the 6 techniques. The power of thought is the strongest. O gathered undercurrents, become the cornerstone of my ascent. Chapter 45. Expanding forces. Since the unification of the forces of Cross and Vis, Xiao Lu and his companions established their own company, Crimson Tsunami, aptly named for its production of fine wines. Surreptitiously, they continued their previous dealings in arms and medicine for those in need. As the company operations found their rhythm, Xiao Lu would seize every opportunity to visit the warehouse, observing the children's training. He would kindly inquire if they were well-fed and warmly clothed, imparting skills to them. Ron, having spent considerable time by Cross side, understood a strict system of rewards and punishments. For them, the undercurrent was a hidden blade, sheathed in restraint. Yet blood would flow when unleashed. The boy named Parnishmont had particularly distinguished himself during training, becoming their captain and motivating the other children to strive harder. In merely 2 to 3 months, the underground forces of Guiyan Island were nearly obliterated, marking the beginning of their outward expansion. Over the course of the following year, Crimson Tsunami began to extend its reach to nearby islands. Expansion entailed encroaching upon others' territories and infringing upon their interests, with combat emerging as the most effective means of resolving conflict. Naturally, they could not eliminate all adversaries nor consume all benefits. For a solitary behemoth is the most enticing target for envy and fire. The Navy and the world government held influence in the underground world, weaving a web of interconnections. Where each entity is intertwined with another, pulling one strand can affect the whole, allowing others to share in the risks, which is the essence of mutual benefit. On board a colossal sailing ship, Xiao Lu, we have not returned home in quite some time. Tears shimmered in Xiao's eyes, for the notion of home seemed to have drifted far from them. It was a place laden with sorrowful memories. As little Lu swirled the glass of red wine in his hand, he listened to Zhou's words, his thoughts gradually drifting away. It was only after tasting that he comprehended why the world's aristocrats held such an affinity for the vivid Crimson Tai Sui, and he understood the immense profit that a single wine could yield. This time returning home, it was not merely a surge of homesickness that propelled him, but rather the allure of the wine mines. To this end, considerable efforts had been exerted. The wine mine island belonged to the Kingdom of Westmeadle, where they clandestinely sold arms to reactionary forces within the country, provided mercenaries, incited national sentiment, and stirred up conflicts. The tensions that had long been suppressed suddenly erupted, plunging the kingdom into chaos. The nobles had no leisure to manage this remote island. Upon his return, he aimed to clarify certain matters. Oh, how he missed that old curmudgeon, Sherlock. Roy stood nearby, gnawing on a chicken leg, silently listening to their conversation. During this period, in pursuit of the company's expansion, he had engaged in numerous contests of strength with others, visibly shedding weight, which he lamented as it was his source of power. Whenever he found time, he would eat, determined to regain what he had lost. However, after enduring so many battles, he had successfully awakened his observation hockey. At that moment, a warship approached from the front. "Little Lou, shall we eliminate them directly or steer clear?" Roy inquired. Typically, they would not take the offensive against the Navy unless provoked or recognized. Otherwise, avoidance was preferred. "Oh, no need for that. Who knows, we might encounter some old acquaintances." Little Lou mused. "If they don't provoke us, then it's all fate. Let us hope Lady Luck favors them." He sighed. Observing Little Lee's air of compassion, Roy smirked, inwardly scoffing. He is getting more pretentious by the day. Chapter 46. Old acquaintances. As the vessels passed each other, a soldier aboard the warship spotted Little Lou and his companions on the deck. Scratching his head, he saw Little Lou raise his glass in a gesture of greeting. It was only after they had turned away that the soldier suddenly realized the three individuals he had just seen were the very ones listed on the bounty notice. They were pirates. He hurriedly roused Colonel Claude, who had been napping. Initially intending to relax, Colonel Claude sat upright in his chair upon hearing the soldiers shout. Little Lou had long been a haunting shadow in his mind, the target he yearned to eliminate. To achieve this goal, he had endured countless hardships. Each time news of pirates reached him, he personally led the charge to capture them, facing numerous perilous situations, yet he had grown stronger. Having mastered 5 of the 6 forms of the Rokushiki, he had become a formidable force. He believed that when next he encountered Spire Lo, he would easily subdue him and redeem his honor. Daily, he anticipated news of Little Lou, and upon learning of their bounty, his heart raced with exhilaration and a long-forgotten trepidation. His current prowess was a gift from his adversary, a constant source of obsession. Before him stood an opportunity that might only come once in a lifetime. "Turn around and pursue them," Claude bellowed. Whether it was a matter of mutual understanding or simply the sheer volume of Colonel Claude's voice, even the roaring waves could not overshadow his fervor towards Little Lou. Under Little Lee's command, his subordinates halted their advance. Sitting calmly on the deck, Little Lou offered a faint smile, his demeanor serene as if awaiting an old friend long unseen. Upon witnessing the cessation of the opposing ship, Claude felt a surge of elation. With quicksilver steps, he advanced, unable to contain his excitement. He had waited too long for this moment. "Spire Lo, do you remember me?" With a haughty gaze, Claude looked down upon Little Lou, who seemed to be in deep thought, scratching his head in confusion. I can't quite recall." The effort of recollection visibly reddened Claude's face. "Oh, you are." Little Lou pointed at Claude, completely lacking any memory of him. "I have too many defeated foes to remember each one." "Ah, I see. You are deliberately trying to provoke me, aren't you? A mere parlor trick. You shall not waver my resolve. You should blame yourself for choosing such an ill-fated day to venture out. Prepare to atone in hell. I shall demonstrate the 6 techniques I have mastered, so you may comprehend the extent of my power." Claude employed his moonwalk and shave techniques to launch himself into the air, darting about in a manner that left others bewildered. "What do you think? Are you stunned into silence? Afraid to move? I have grown so powerful that even I fear myself." Like a monkey, Claude chattered incessantly in the air, flaunting his skills, while Little Lou found the incessant noise grating. Enough. In an instant, Little Lou appeared behind Claude. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Claude felt a chill run down his spine, panic surging within him. He then sensed an iron grip pressing down on his head, forcefully driving him from the air onto the deck. With a resounding thud, his head rang painfully, his eyes nearly bulging out. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth. If given a second chance, he would undoubtedly choose to stay home today. Chapter 47. The conclusion. The sky was clear and the sea breeze gentle. On the deck, Claude found himself immobilized, his head firmly held by Little Lou. Eliminate the pursuing navy. Roy and Joe, along with their subordinates, engaged in a slaughter of the oncoming naval forces. With a casual wave, Little Lou dictated the fate of every soldier aboard the warship. Claude began to tremble, acutely aware that he might be next. Although he had once been stationed at headquarters, Claude was inherently a coward, preferring to wield control over the lives of others, relishing the sight of his victims pleading for mercy. Yet, he had never imagined he would find himself in such a dire predicament. As for you, I have a question to pose. Are you the one who engaged in slave trading with Sherlock? Indeed, it is I. The majority of the residents of the slum street are slaves. I wonder if you too are the offspring of those wretched souls. Ha ha. Claude suddenly erupted into hysterical laughter, mocking loudly. Fully aware that death was imminent, Claude remained unprepared to embrace it. He did not wish to perish. He still had a beautiful life to savor. In the face of his fear of death, perhaps loud mockery was his only means of bolstering his courage. Unfortunately, little Lou did not seem to be incited by his taunts. He appeared to have already accepted this reality, or perhaps he simply did not care about such matters of identity. Excellent. I appreciate your obedient demeanor. Do you have any last words to convey? Upon reaching Wine Mine Island, I shall have Sherlock accompany you. Ha! Do you wish to seek vengeance upon Sherlock? Do not harbor such dreams. He has long since met his demise at my hands. You shall never have the opportunity for revenge in this lifetime. Ha ha! In response to Claude's derision, little Lou remained unfazed, his expression unchanged, even harboring a hint of amusement. He would never allow such an occurrence to transpire in his life. That would be the lament of the week. Without further ado, let us set forth on the road to the underworld. Many await their turn. And pray you do not encounter me in your next life. As he spoke, an aura of dominance surged within little Lou's palm, a ferocious power instantaneously flooding Claude's mind. His head shattered like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer, exploding into fragments, blood splattering everywhere. The aura flowed with increasing ease, indicating that new techniques could soon be unleashed. Observing his bloodied hand, he summoned his aura once more, as if a powerful force had repelled the blood, leaving his arm pristine. Had little Lou ventured to the land of harmony, he would have realized that he had unconsciously mastered a higher level of aura manipulation. No one could fathom, nor would they believe, that in the South Sea, someone could wield such mastery over their aura. Before long, the entire navy engaged in battle against little Lou was utterly annihilated. Upon learning from little Lou that Sherlock had also perished, although a ripple of emotion stirred within her, Xiao and the others understood that all was past, and they must live for themselves. The ship sailed swiftly, soon arriving at Wine Mine Island. The newly appointed mayor was even more avaricious than Sherlock. Previously, the residents of Slum Street managed to sustain their lives, with some even achieving affluence. However, now the inhabitants of Slum Street truly resembled slaves, unconditionally mining for the wealthy nobles of Happy Street. Alas, their days of prosperity had come to an end. In the capital, a great upheaval erupted, shattering the previously harmonious lives of the people. Upon arriving at the residence of the new mayor, the group revealed the mining rights they had acquired, causing a significant stir in Happiness Street. Some sought to eliminate them using the guards, intending to seize the nation's mines for themselves, unwittingly providing the group with a pretext for action. Over the course of 3 days and nights, a number of disobedient nobles and wealthy merchants from Happiness Street were killed, while the remainder were forcibly relocated to the Shabby Street to establish factories. The obedient residents of the Shabby Street were then moved to Happiness Street, ascending to the status of new nobility, tasked with guarding the island's mines alongside the group. This turn of events was a divine blessing for the residents of the Shabby Street. Former slaves became masters, overflowing with gratitude, vowing eternal loyalty to the group. For the inhabitants of Happiness Street, this was a veritable nightmare. The guards were entirely replaced by the group's subordinates, transforming the Wine Mine Island into their private property, which was the true objective of their endeavor. History has a tendency to repeat itself. Chapter 48, Forging the Sword of Power. A week later, the group had arranged everything and returned to Wine Island. Their company was expanding rapidly, with their influence spreading throughout the South Sea. Those who defied them were ruthlessly eliminated. And out of fear of their strength and methods, the dark underworld began to refer to them as the Crimson Sovereign. The navy sent to capture them either met with total annihilation or managed to retreat with only one survivor each time, as if mocking their efforts. The group's leader was branded as a butcher by the navy, a title that served to expose his malevolence to the world. Everything was progressing steadily. In addition to managing company affairs, the leader would seize any opportunity to mentor Joe in fruit cultivation, as he had a significant vision that required Joe's execution. The company's expansion and accumulation of wealth would also nourish the dark undercurrents, a voracious beast for gold. Initially, the dark undercurrents absorbed wandering orphans, as their minds were easier to control and their loyalty was most trustworthy, forming the most devoted support for the leader. Later, due to national turmoil, countless homeless wanderers, impoverished individuals, desperate convicts, and roving swordsmen emerged, many of whom were absorbed by the dark undercurrents and subjected to brutal training, transforming them into lethal stingers capable of eliminating enemies. Thus, they acquired a new moniker, the Stingers. On a certain island in the South Sea, boss, as per your instructions, we have selected only the finest obsidian for sword forging. Little Lu waved his hand, signaling for him to descend. This island was originally a deserted land until the unintentional discovery of obsidian attracted various factions vying for control. With the arrival of Little Lu and his companions, the fate of the island was sealed. The defiant forces were all annihilated. On that fateful day, Little Lu single-handedly battled 3 underground factions, plunging the sky into darkness and turning the ground into a river of blood. The entire island transformed into a desolate wasteland, with every flower and blade of grass emanating a foul scent of blood. Clad in a black robe adorned with red, Little Lu once again showcased the formidable power of the Scarlet Tai Sui, becoming an entity recognized as untouchable in the underworld. It was precisely due to this island that Little Lu and his companions found a foothold for their weapon manufacturing. Numerous armories sprang up on the island, and the weapons forged from obsidian were immensely favored by the underground world and various warring nations. The company's business gradually began to expand across the seas. However, some troubles arose in the West Sea and North Sea, which shall be set aside for now. Weeks later, the master called, informing that the swordsmiths declared the sword was on the verge of completion and that it was now the crucial moment for your presence. Arriving at the weapon factory, one beheld a long sword locked in chains within the molten sword pool, emanating a faint, chilling light. Even from a distance, one could feel its overwhelming and imposing aura. The sword measured 3 feet and 2 inches in length, its pitch-black blade subtly revealing azure cloud patterns, while the hilt was intricately engraved with a black golden dragon motif. Ignoring the sweltering heat that enveloped him, Xiao Lu fixed his gaze upon the sword. It seemed to sense his audacity, or perhaps it was filled with elation and yearning, as the blade began to tremble incessantly, resonating with a melodic clangor. A magnificent sword, Xiao Lu exclaimed with fervent admiration. My lord, there remains one final step, interjected a master blacksmith, his hair a stark white and his face etched with deep lines. Oh, what more is required? Why mention it only now? Xiao Lu retorted, his tone laced with menace. Sensing the threat in Xiao Li's words, the blacksmith hurriedly clarified, my lord. The ominous aura of this sword stems from the demise of several master smiths during its forging. It has feasted upon human blood, and now it requires your own blood to subdue its ferocity. Otherwise, it may turn against you. Following the blacksmith's instructions, Xiao Lu filled a bowl with his own blood and poured it over the sword. Instantly, the blade glimmered with a chilling light, and a clear, resounding chime echoed throughout the workshop, exuding an aura of dread that would terrify any ordinary person at a mere glance. Xiao Lu exuded an imposing aura, an intangible force bursting forth as if in harmony with the longsword. With a mere gesture, he seemed to grasp the air, and this overwhelming presence coalesced into an unseen giant hand reaching for the sword. The sword came forth with a sudden force. It shattered its chains and soared directly toward Xiao Lu. Sensing the exhilarating and joyous intent emanating from the blade, Xiao Lu gently traced his finger along the sword's body, calming its fervent spirit. From this moment forth, your name shall be Sovereignty. Forge the sword of sovereignty, traversing the seas. Above and below, I alone shall reign supreme. Chapter 49. The first battle. Upon completing the forging of the sword, Xiao Lu set forth on his journey back. As he navigated through the waters, a pirate ship approached from the opposite direction, its flag adorned with a skull donning a black ghostly mask. Xiao Lu recognized that it was the emblem of the Ghost Hand pirate crew, a band of rogues somewhat renowned in the South Sea, of which Xiao Lu was well aware. After all, as a prominent figure in the underworld of the South Sea, Xiao Lu inevitably interacted with a myriad of diverse characters. Little Lu was familiar with the individuals aboard, yet they might not recognize him in return. Upon observing that Little Li's vessel bore no pirate flag, yet was of considerable size, the opposing crew, seasoned by years of maritime experience, deduced that it was a merchant ship. This realization filled the Ghost Hand pirate crew with unbridled joy. Today's splendid weather had graced them with a substantial catch. Boys, charge forth. Slay all the men and spare the women. Ha ha ha, they bellowed, eagerly maneuvering their ship closer. Unbeknownst to them, what awaited was not wealth or women, but an indelible nightmare. As they boarded the merchant ship, the pirates were instantly taken aback. In the center of the deck sat a boy clad in a red coat over a black base, though his stature did not resemble that of a child. His youthful visage betrayed him. He regarded them with a mocking expression, flanked by a row of black-clad bodyguards, armed with guns pointed directly at them. Some even wielding shoulder-mounted rocket launchers. Put away your weapons. How could we welcome our esteemed guests with such implements? Upon hearing Little Lee's words, all his subordinates sheathed their arms, leaving the pirates utterly perplexed. What is this? Do you look down upon us pirates? Could you not show some respect for our profession? The bewildered pirates exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed, and ultimately turned their eyes to their captain. The captain, too, had his own thoughts. How could he fathom the intentions of the other party? This was his first encounter with such a scenario, and no precedent existed for him to emulate. What? Are you not going to rob us? Seeing them momentarily frozen in place, Little Lou rose, a smile gracing his face, arms outstretched as though to welcome them. Hey, what kind of game are you playing? You are pirates, yet you stand there without robbing us. What is the meaning of this? At this, Little Lou found himself amused, albeit slightly irritated. What trickery is this? You set a trap to deceive us, did you not? The leader of the Black Hand pirate crew questioned, all the while surreptitiously assessing his surroundings, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Despite enduring numerous battles that had fortified his resolve, Little Lou nearly faltered at the sheer absurdity of the pirates before him. Go check it out. The chosen pirate, on the verge of tears, felt the weight of his captain's predatory gaze. With gritted teeth, he stealthily advanced, his steps tentative as if skimming the surface of water. Not only Little Lou, but even his subordinates found it difficult to maintain composure. Fortunately, the sunglasses masked their expressions. Otherwise, their eyes would have bulged out in disbelief. The captain is fine. The pirate, having tiptoed to Little Lou's side, turned to smile at his captain. The surrounding pirates collectively exhaled in relief. Suddenly, he felt his body becoming weightless, slipping beyond his control. He was levitated. The pirates widened their eyes in astonishment. What was happening? It was then that Little Lou unleashed his full hockey, gripping the pirate and lifting him effortlessly. Before the pirate could utter a plea for help, his body burst apart like an overinflated balloon. The splattered blood was entirely obstructed by a protective aura of overwhelming might. This scene left the onlookers in a state of shock, drenched in a rain of blood and utterly bewildered. It was not until someone shouted that the pirates regained their senses and began to flee for their lives. In an instant, the sword of authority was drawn, and Xiao Lu unleashed a devastating slash forward, a tempest of fierce winds and torrential rain. The sword energy swept through the ranks of pirates like a raging storm, severing heads and toppling bodies, with blood gushing forth, instantly staining the surrounding sea a deep crimson. In the aftermath, not a single pirate aboard that ship remained. Chapter 50. A new member, Xiao Lu, eradicated the pirates aboard his ship, and his subordinates began to board the enemy vessel to clean up the aftermath. The captain discovered a cage containing a merman. How shall we proceed? Bring it over. Within the cage was a slender figure, entirely azure, adorned with white stripes across its chest and possessing sharp teeth. A merman who appeared to be but a child. His back bore the scars of frequent whipping, suggesting a history of maltreatment, rendering him exceedingly timid, unable to meet Xiao Li's gaze. You are free now, you may go. Xiao Lu opened the cage, inviting him to emerge. However, he trembled uncontrollably, remaining utterly still. Perhaps he had once experienced the pain of fleeing. With the outcome being painfully evident, his attempts at escape had only led to harsher torment, instilling in him a profound fear of the outside world and a deep-seated distrust of those who spoke to him. Ironically, that cage had become his sanctuary. Xiao Lu brandished his sword, cleaving the cage asunder. The other party, cradling his head, wept softly. The cage was gone, the home was lost. He felt as though death was imminent. In this world, there exist two types of individuals, the strong and the weak. With formidable power, one can command others and evade oppression. Conversely, the weak allow others to dictate their fate, much like your current predicament, which transcends mere racial distinctions. Your weakness has made you a target for those pirates. My strength has led to their demise at my hands. Now, an opportunity lies before you. Join us. Become our ally, and transform into a force to be reckoned with, seizing control of your own destiny. Alternatively, you may choose to depart, risking capture by others. With little hope of rescue, I grant you 1 hour to contemplate this choice. Should you remain silent, We shall take our leave. Shala gently embraced him before walking away. Little Lu had evacuated all his subordinates, leaving the fish boy alone on the deck. For a considerable time, silence enveloped the surroundings. Not a single soul was present. The fish boy, trembling, rose to his feet, unsure whether he had truly been set free. He cautiously approached the ship's rail, confirming that no one was poised to emerge and that the surface of the sea bore no nets or traps. In an instant, he plunged into the water, enveloped by the icy embrace of the ocean, a sensation he had not experienced in a long while. Vague memories surfaced. Recollections of joyful outings with his parents, who had been cruelly slain in their efforts to protect him. Regrettably, he had been unable to escape, rendering the sea an unattainable dream. Fearful of being captured once more, he descended to the ocean's depths. Only when he was certain that no pursuers were in his wake did he exhale in relief, retreating to the seabed to weep silently. He had not anticipated that the man would genuinely let him go. Had it been a mere test, he feared he might truly shatter. An hour later, observing the deserted deck, Little Lu commanded his crew to set sail. Unbeknownst to them, the fish boy lingered below, watching their vessel drift into the distance. Before long, a small head cautiously broke the surface, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. As he gazed at the receding sailboat, a flicker of hesitation crossed the fish boy's eyes. The man's words echoed relentlessly in his mind, refusing to fade. Yet, he was engulfed by fear, terrified that the man had deceived him. At that moment, it seemed he saw the man waving. Was he indeed waving? Was it directed at him? "Boss, that little fish boy is stealthily following us," one of the subordinates reported. Hearing this, Little Lu's lips curled into an attractive smirk. "Pay him no mind. Ensure he remains unaware of your discovery. Hand me a fishing rod." Little Lu held a fishing rod over the edge of the boat, the hook devoid of any bait. The little fishman observed him fishing and stealthily approached, revealing his head only to withdraw it repeatedly. However, Shala remained utterly indifferent, seemingly unaware of his presence at all. The little fish man appeared somewhat disheartened, when suddenly, Little Lu seemed to notice him. With a smile, she said, "Why have you pursued me? Hurry along, and do not let yourself be caught by others again." Shala retracted his fishing rod, smiling as he turned to leave. Shortly thereafter, his subordinate reported that a little fisherman was blocking their path. Upon seeing Shala, the little fisherman eagerly waved at him, signaling to be taken aboard. "What is your name?" he timidly inquired. "I am Bru Will," the little fisherman replied. "From this day forth, you shall be my companion." Observing Xiao Lu extend his right hand, Will slowly grasped it. From this moment on, he was no longer alone. Chapter 52. Vice Admiral Crane in a certain expanse of the North Sea. Upon arriving, perhaps due to the change of scenery, Xiao Lu felt every cell within his body pulsating with excitement. They were now en route to a stronghold in the North Sea, where their operations had faced significant obstacles, resulting in considerable losses among their ranks. Now that they had arrived, even in the North Sea, they were determined to ascend as the sovereigns of the underground forces. And anyone daring to obstruct them would pay a bloody price. "Damn it, that old hag is still pursuing me. If I find a chance, I will surely kill her." On board a pirate ship, a brutish pirate, his face marred by a brutish visage, incessantly cursed. He was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 50 million berries, having just ravaged a town. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, that old hag arrived with the navy in tow. He had anticipated easily dispatching her. But to his surprise, those female soldiers were tall, fair, and strikingly beautiful, yet utterly ruthless in battle. The old hag was particularly fearsome, with but a touch. His men were rendered as limp as freshly laundered garments, beginning to confess their sins and vowing to reform. Such an affront to their pirate pride. No matter how fiercely they fought, they were no match for the enemy and could only flee in disgrace. That old hag pursued them relentlessly, like a rabid hyena. "Vice Admiral Crane, a ship has appeared ahead. It does not bear the pirate flag," a sailor reported to her superior. They were about to encounter one another, and being captured as hostages would pose a grave predicament. The old hag referred to by the pirate was none other than Vice Admiral Crane, an elite of the Navy headquarters. Her strength was formidable, and her intellect unparalleled. Possessing the wash fruit, she wielded the power to cleanse the hearts of men. "Pursue them. Leave no pirate unscathed," Vice Admiral Crane commanded solemnly. She could not forgive those who slaughtered without remorse. By the time they received the distress signal and arrived at the town, it was too late. Innocent lives had perished beneath the blades of the pirates. Despite being accustomed to the heinous acts of pirates, her heart burned with indignation. To eliminate the pirates before her was to honor the justice she bore and to pay respect to the souls of the deceased. "Captain, a ship approaches ahead." We can take them hostage. Ha ha ha, fortune favors me. Men, charge forth. I want to see how that old hag will respond. Boss. A pirate ship is rapidly approaching us, followed closely by a warship. It seems the pirate ship's target is us. Hearing Ron's words, Shala remained indifferent. The audacity of the opposing party to provoke them would inevitably lead to a lesson about the vibrant hue of flowers. The pirate ship suddenly collided with Xiao Li's vessel. Grappling hooks ascended to their ship as the pirates, exhilarated, rushed forward as if they had spotted a lifeline. Alas, that was no lifeline. It was the mandrake of hell. Before the pirates could board, a formidable slash cleaved their ship in twain, sending a multitude of pirates plummeting into the sea like dumplings. While the less fortunate were cleaved along with their vessel, those who fell into the water had no time to rejoice, as Ron, treating them like targets, shot them one by one, their blood staining the sea crimson. Bastard, I will kill you, roared the pirate captain, his eyes bulging with rage. Some lives are destined merely to embellish the scenery of others' existence. Another slash ensued, and the pirate captain disintegrated into a cloud of blood mist. It was a massacre, an overwhelming slaughter. Within mere seconds, all the pirates were annihilated, their corpses drifting on the surface, faces frozen in expressions of despair and terror. Stop. The rear admirals were also taken aback by the sudden scene. There were masters aboard that ship. The situation was unclear, and approaching was ill-advised. Chapter 53. Confrontation. Having dealt with the self-destructive pirates, Xiao Lu and his crew continued their voyage. Admiral Crane, observing the approaching vessel, commanded his subordinates to be on high alert. Boss, it seems the other side is rather tense, Ron remarked with a playful smile. These pirates were utterly useless. Not even worthy of honing his marksmanship. He was uncertain of the naval strength ahead. Ultimately, the decision to engage would rest with Xiao Lu. It would be best if they passed by without provocation. However, should the other side choose to strike, I would relish the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. As the distance between them narrowed, an inexplicable tension hung in the air, despite the vastness of the ocean. Wait. Report to Admiral Crane. That man in the red cloak appears to be the infamous pirate Spirelou, with a bounty of 45 million berries. Isn't he from the South Sea? Since he is a pirate, let us eliminate him as well. Attack. With the thunderous sounds of cannon fire, massive waves erupted alongside Xiao Li's ship. The cannonballs hurtling towards the merchant vessel were shot down mid-air by Ron, who claimed it was for the purpose of honing his marksmanship and observation hockey. He insisted that no one impede him, lest they become his adversary. It seemed the enemy ship not only boasted skilled swordsmen but also a formidable sharpshooter. Such pirates could not be spared. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. Boss, the officer on the opposing ship appears to be an old woman. An old woman? She is likely Admiral Crane from the Navy headquarters. I've heard she is quite formidable. Step aside, allow me. Xiao was eager to test the strength of the Admiral from the Navy headquarters. With a sweeping strike, a scarlet blade of energy surged forth, aimed directly at the warship as if intending to cleave it in two. Long before the attack could reach its target, Admiral Crane sensed a ferocious, bloodthirsty aura emanating from the crimson energy, akin to that of a wild beast. She could not allow the adversary to prevail. Behind her stood a cadre of young sailors who fought for justice, the very future of the Navy. A series of formidable slashes erupted from beneath Admiral Crane's feet, slicing through the air as if it were nothing, the sound of the gusting winds echoing fiercely as they raced toward the scarlet blade. The explosive sounds of their clash reverberated across the sea, creating ripples in the air that spread outward, stirring the clothing of those present. In just a brief encounter, both combatants could discern each other's remarkable prowess. Despite the bounty of 45 million berries placed upon this foe, how could he possess such formidable strength? Admiral Crane found herself perplexed, contemplating that perhaps the Navy headquarters ought to reconsider the bounty. No, this must be resolved here. In an instant, Admiral Crane unleashed dozens of fierce slashes, their potency evidently surpassing that of her earlier probing strikes. The flurry of attacks resembled a host of shrieking white cranes, swift as the wind and razor-sharp. This maneuver locked on to every conceivable escape route, the strikes intertwining in a dance of feints and realities. Humph. Is this a mere greeting upon arriving in the North Sea? Yet, such an effort falls short. With a sigh of the wind god, a colossal and fierce blade of energy, entwined with a tempest, surged forth like a spiraling azure dragon, roaring toward the oncoming slashes. All of her strikes were consumed by the vortex formed by this azure dragon, causing it to swell in power. The dragon howled as it charged toward the warship, seemingly intent on engulfing it whole. The gale it generated rendered the sailors unable to open their eyes, making it difficult for them to stand. Admiral Crane felt an overwhelming sense of peril, her heart racing with trepidation. Ah, how terrifying. We must not allow you to harm our beautiful Admiral Crane. Suddenly, an imposing iceberg appeared before them, blocking the impending threat. Chapter 54, Kazan the sailors, initially believing there was no escape, now bore expressions of relief at their narrow salvation upon witnessing the unexpected iceberg. A tall figure with wavy black hair emerged aboard the vessel, having just saved them all. He was Vice Admiral Kazan, a man who had been dubbed a monster upon his entry into the Navy and a user of the ice fruit. Kazan, why are you here? Admiral Crane inquired, perplexed, realizing his timely arrival had averted a potential catastrophe for her young sailors. Admiral Crane, Mr. Carp has discovered the whereabouts of the Roger pirates and requires your input for a capture plan. I attempted to reach you via transponder snail, but you did not answer. Noticing you pursuing a pirate ship, I decided to follow. Kazan, you also witnessed the strength of our adversary. If we do not apprehend him now, he may very well become yet another notorious pirate in the future. However, Mr. Carp suggested that one should test the waters. If he cannot be subdued, we must retreat. Vice Admiral Crane wished to ascertain the strength of the adversary opposite them, allowing headquarters to re-evaluate his potential threat. How could a towering iceberg suddenly appear? Royer and Ron were filled with questions. He must be Vice Admiral Kazan from the Navy headquarters, wielding the power of the ice fruit. It is rumored that he is one of the 3 formidable monsters within the Navy headquarters. Joe explained to the group that her role in the company involved gathering various intelligence, particularly concerning the Navy and the notorious pirates of the seas, as these individuals might become their adversaries in the future. Allow me to shatter this ice, Royer exclaimed, exhilarated at the prospect of battle, as he had not engaged in combat for quite some time. With a thunderous roar, Royer's right arm bulged with veins, resembling the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. As an overwhelming aura surged from him, creating visible ripples emanating from the center of his fist, he swung his fist with ferocity, unleashing a colossal shockwave that rushed forward like a meteor, piercing directly into the ice wall. With a crack, the ice wall was instantly breached, a large hole forming as fissures began to spread from the breach's center. Ultimately, unable to withstand the immense impact, the wall shattered completely. The shockwave continued unabated, hurtling towards the warship. It seems our opponent shares the same intent. They underestimated us, exclaimed the boisterous bird. Kazan also extended his right arm, as a chilling frost coalesced in his hand, forming a massive iceberg that soared toward the oncoming shockwave. Boom! The two forces clashed in midair, the explosion resonating deafeningly. The might of the shockwave dissipated entirely, while the soaring iceberg fractured into countless ice crystals. The fragments plunged into the sea, causing the surface to freeze and extend towards Xiao Lu and his crew, immobilizing their vessel. Observing this, Royer was eager to strike again, but Xiao Lu restrained him. Locking eyes with Kazan, it seemed Kazan sensed Xiao Lu's gaze. The two silently regarded each other, a chilling and lethal atmosphere enveloping the battlefield. Kazan was the first to strike, summoning 5 colossal ice pillars that swiftly formed and shot towards Xiao Lu. Despite their massive size, their speed was formidable. The icy pillars exuded a bone-chilling cold, akin to falling into a frozen abyss, rendering one's body nearly immobile, let alone facing the approaching ice columns. Xiao Lu responded swiftly, his breath solidifying, surrounded by an aura of sword energy. The royal sword was unsheathed, and several sharp and domineering streams of sword energy intertwined to form a net, ensnaring all the ice pillars. In an instant, the ice pillars were shattered by the sword energy, breaking into countless fragments that cascaded into the sea. To everyone's surprise, a fine red line appeared on Kazan's forehead, evidently a small wound inflicted by the residual sword energy. Just as Kazan was about to take action, Vice Admiral Crane hurriedly intervened. Kazan, that is enough. We must retreat. Roger's matter is of utmost importance. Since Vice Admiral Crane had spoken, a retreat was in order. Shall we pursue? Roger inquired. Forget it. There will be another opportunity. Watching the retreating figures, Shala smiled faintly. Chapter 55, The Don Quixote Family Upon Arriving in the North Sea. Shala had already engaged in combat with a vice admiral from the Navy, leaving him quite satisfied. It seemed that this journey in the North Sea would prove to be exceedingly interesting. A week later, they arrived at an island in the North Sea. Boss, my business on the island is completely stifled. The Don Quixote family is far too powerful. To operate here, we must obtain their consent and pay them protection fees. And our business must not conflict with theirs. That is your incompetence. Hearing Roger's outburst, his subordinates dared not speak. No worries. I have a good understanding of the Don Quixote family. Their strength is not something they can contend with, as several from the poison sting have already fallen to them. Take me to the Don Quixote family's stronghold. The subordinate who reported was immensely relieved not to have faced punishment from the boss, filled with gratitude. He believed that with the boss's intervention, all problems would be effortlessly resolved. Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? Stop. Didn't you hear me? With a resounding bang, the guard collapsed instantly, blood streaming from the wound on his forehead. Soon, a series of anguished cries erupted from within the building, intertwining into a melodious symphony. Suddenly, the structure exploded, and Xiao Lu and his companions retreated in unison. Before them, a colossal rock giant rose from the ground, glaring at them with fury. Damn it! You have slain so many of my subordinates. Who are you? The crowd momentarily froze, taken aback by the peculiar voice of this enormous being. Its high-pitched tone elicited involuntary laughter, especially given the comical seriousness of its anger. You imbeciles still laughing? I will crush you. If you can, then do give it a try. Roger enveloped himself in armament haki, resembling a human dart as he propelled himself toward the rock giant. This was a technique developed by combining moonwalk, shave, and haki, the blade rolling through the clouds. The giant rock fist was swiftly severed, and the rocky body was splintered into pieces. However, despite having reduced the rock giant to countless fragments, not a single injury was inflicted upon it. Instead, the creature utilized its powers to regenerate the rock incessantly. Clearly, he was a user of the stone fruit. Without locating his entity, cutting through stone is utterly futile. Then let us shatter him into fragments. Hearing the analysis from Xiao Lu and the others, Luo Yi retorted defiantly. Let us give this a try? Intentional wave fist. A thunderous heartbeat resonated as Luo Yi's body flushed crimson, radiating heat as if he were being roasted. His gaze sharpened, and the domineering energy within him surged with fervor, each cell tirelessly supplying vigor, as if his fist contained the might of 1,000 tons. With a swing of his right arm, colossal strength coalesced into a singular point and erupted with a resounding blast. The ground beneath him could no longer withstand this force and began to collapse, a blinding white light detonating from his fist, creating a dazzling glare, while a searing shockwave surged forth, distorting the very fabric of space ahead. The overwhelming energy obliterated everything in its path, reducing the rocky giant to mere ashes amidst the energy wave. Huffing heavily, Luo Yi pondered, that fiend should be dead by now. He had just summoned the strength of every cell in his body to concentrate in his hand, unleashing a punch of such immense power. Had it not been for the domineering energy shielding his heart, it likely would have shattered under the strain. Mastery over every facet of his body, reaching a state of utter control, allowed for the release of even greater strength, a revelation gleaned by Xiao Lu during his practice of the 6 styles. Yet, despite his feeble breath, he was not dead. Ron marveled in disbelief. Retreat from this place. Xiao Lu seized Luo Yi and swiftly withdrew. The others, though perplexed, followed suit. They beheld the ground where they had stood moments prior, bulging upwards, expanding into a massive sphere, akin to a balloon being inflated. Upon reaching a critical juncture, it detonated with a thunderous roar. The entire ground trembled and quaked. As the dust settled, a deep pit formed where the earth had collapsed, while those unprepared were reduced to mere fragments, and the assailant, along with the shrill-voiced man, vanished without a trace. Don Quixote family, I hope you recognize the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, Xiao Lu's eyes glinted with a chilling malice. Chapter 56. Germa 66. Since the last blow dealt to the stronghold of the Don Quixote family, the conflict between both sides has intensified, yet a precarious equilibrium remains. Through their continuous skirmishes, the crew of Small Lu have discerned that the Don Quixote family possesses a preponderance of devil fruit users, which is a significant factor in maintaining this balance. Furthermore, another formidable force has frequently disrupted their operations, identified through investigation as Germa 66. A militaristic nation from the North Sea. King Vinsmoke, judge of Germa 66, has long regarded the North Sea as his domain, aspiring to unify it and restore the glory of his lineage. However, the multitude of powers within the North Sea, coupled with the tenacity of the Don Quixote family, has rendered his ambitions arduous. Now, a new adversary, the Crimson Lotus Company, has brazenly emerged, competing for wartime contracts and, more insidiously, preparing to assist a nation in attacking another, thereby facilitating the latter's acquisition of formidable weaponry produced by the Crimson Lotus Company, even if he disregards his own clones. Such an attrition is unsustainable. This company is utterly loathsome, and Judge is resolute in his intent to eliminate them. At this fortuitous moment, his subordinates reported having traced the whereabouts of Small Lu and his crew, an opportunity too precious to overlook. 3 days later. Boss, we have a situation. Soldiers claiming to be from Germa 66 have breached our defenses. Our men cannot hold them off any longer. The meeting of Small Lu and his crew was abruptly interrupted, igniting their fury. The audacity of the Vinsmoke family is truly a death wish. They emerged outside their branch office to find numerous subordinates already fallen. Standing at the entrance was a towering man with cascading golden hair, brandishing a long spear. He was Vinsmoke Judge, the head of the family. A cadre of soldiers flanked him, accentuating his formidable presence. Impudent, Roy exclaimed, witnessing the scene, and launched a punch at Judge. At that moment, 2 soldiers surged forward, using their bodies to intercept Roy's attack. Both pierced through as if they were mere skewers. The events transpired with alarming rapidity, leaving no room for contemplation. Judge swiftly maneuvered behind Roy, his silver spear crackling with arcs of electricity, thrusting towards Roy with the intent of delivering a taste of his own medicine. Trivial skill. Immovable king. Unperturbed by the imminent threat, Roy focused his energy, palms pressed together, embodying the stillness of a Buddha statue. The spear struck him, and the flickering arcs danced across his form. Nonetheless, what appeared to be a lethal blow inflicted no harm whatsoever. Judge, now flustered, found his once reliable technique utterly ineffective. Seizing the opportunity, Roy pivoted and retaliated with a punch. Judge hesitated to confront it head-on, sensing an aura of extreme peril emanating from Roy's fist. He hastily leapt aside, the ground beneath him shattering under the force of the blow. Blow them to smithereens. Realizing he was no match for his opponent, Gaji felt a pang of recklessness wash over him. He hastily distanced himself from his adversary, commanding his subordinates to bombard the foe. Alas, the projectiles were effortlessly neutralized by a swift strike from Xiao Lu, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence. For the first time, Gaji pondered the wisdom of choosing auspicious days for outings. Today was clearly ill-suited for such endeavors. The farce should come to an end. Mr. Gaji, I truly admire your courage in coming here. It's unfortunate that your bravery has been misplaced. I trust you are prepared for death, Xiao Lu remarked, his voice laden with menace. No sooner had the words left his lips than he vanished from view, reappearing behind Gaji like a specter. As a chilling aura enveloped him, Gaji felt as if his blood had congealed, rendering his body utterly unresponsive. He was paralyzed with fear. A gentle pat on his shoulder sent him tumbling to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Who would have thought that the seemingly imperious head of the Vinsmoke family was, in truth, a coward who feared the strong? Mr. Gaji, you are quite elevated. I prefer when you converse with us in this manner. What do you think? Xiao Lu remarked nonchalantly. Such a scene could not be witnessed by his subordinates. Kill. Leave no one alive. With a sharp command from Xiao Lu, Luo Yi and his men descended upon their foes like a predator among prey. In mere moments, the forces led by Jia Ji were decimated. The air thick with the acrid scent of blood. Jia Ji sat frozen on the ground, unable to fathom the existence of such formidable adversaries in the North Sea. Chapter 57. Collaboration. As the farce drew to a close, I believe it is time we engage in earnest discussion. A look of bewilderment washed over Jia Ji's face. He could not comprehend why his assailants spared his life. It appeared they had matters of significance to discuss with him. Was his life no longer in jeopardy? Xiao Lu helped Jia Ji to his feet, brushing the dust from his knees. Mr. Jia Ji, there is no mortal enmity between us. I am well aware of your profound research in the field of genetic science, and I hold great admiration for individuals like yourself, as I am a person who respects knowledge. Upon hearing Xiao Li's seemingly flattering words, Jia Ji felt no joy. Rather, a wave of panic washed over him. His authority in genetic science was paramount, the very foundation upon which his family stood, and he would not allow anyone to encroach upon it. This youth, possessing formidable strength, displayed an intriguing interest in technology, which suggested a hidden ambition beneath his calm exterior. This realization struck Jia Ji with dread. Could it be that his very survival hinged on this? If he opposed Xiao Lu, would it cost him his life? Jia Ji was torn. He did not wish to yield his achievements in genetic science, yet the instinct for self-preservation loomed large. Observing Jia Ji's fluctuating expression, Xiao Lu seemed to discern his thoughts, and his subsequent words assuaged Jia Ji's concerns. I harbor no doubts regarding your accomplishments in genetic science, Mr. Jia Ji. I believe we can collaborate splendidly. For instance, the fusion of weaponry with devil fruits, the potential of artificial devil fruits, and the origins of these enigmatic fruits. Jia Ji's eyes widened, The ideas proposed by this individual, though fantastical, coincided remarkably with those of his friend, Mr. Chiaji, given the multitude of eyes present here. Let us retreat to a more private setting for a thorough discussion. Several hours later. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chiaji, I hope our collaboration flourishes, Shallow exclaimed. Indeed. Young Brother Spire is truly a remarkable figure. I am confident we shall become the finest of allies. Very well, Mr. Chiaji. Then I shan't see you off any further. Too kind of you. Once Chiaji departed, Roy leaned in closer to Xiao Lu and whispered, Xiao Lu, I cannot bring myself to believe that this fellow will genuinely collaborate with us. I am well aware of that. But what of it? Death is inevitable. Why fret over the length of our lives? Listening to his nonchalant tone, Roy felt increasingly impressed by Xiao Li's ruthless nature. However, it was precisely this ruthlessness that had allowed them to survive to this day, enabling their company to reach its current scale. In this world, the big fish devour the small, and the small consume the shrimp. They were not engaged in mere childish play. Those who navigate the vast seas must embrace the inevitability of death. Joe, have the agents of Dark Current discreetly seek out talented scientists. Remember, we must keep a low profile. Also, tomorrow, select a group of astute and perceptive children to send to Chiaji, and do not forget our gifts. Recently, Xiao Li's dreams had grown increasingly frequent, with scattered fragments slowly coalescing into a grand tapestry that spanned the river of time. The voices from the depths of one's soul grew increasingly clear, leaving him uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. The following day, according to the details of the collaboration, a carefully selected group of children, laden with boxes of treasures, entered the kingdom of Germa. Among them was the seemingly unremarkable Painishmani. No one could have foreseen the monumental changes that such an inconspicuous child would eventually bring to the world. Chapter 51. Departure to the North Sea. Boss, our business in the North Sea has once again been thwarted, this time by that damned Don Quixote family. Our people there are no match for them. The reporting subordinate trembled in fear. They had previously encountered conflict with the rival and had suffered a crushing defeat. The boss had already provided them with opportunities and additional manpower, yet they had failed once more. It seems you truly cannot contend with them. I shall inform those on site to prepare. I will personally take a trip. The South Sea is now inundated with their enterprises, and the company's expansion has reached its zenith. The South Sea no longer satisfies the appetite of Little Lou. He yearns to extend his business across the seas, to the Grand Route, and even to the New World. Moreover, he had lingered in the South Sea for far too long. There were no worthy adversaries here. He craved new foes, a desire to grow stronger, and a thirst for battle against formidable opponents. Joe, Roy, I am preparing to embark for the North Sea. Our business there faces obstacles that I must address. Will you accompany me, or remain here? Though they were family, and Joe and Roy usually centered their actions around him, he felt compelled to respect their opinions. Remaining in the South Sea, there were no threats to them. If Joe and Roy sought a tranquil life, staying here was undoubtedly the wisest choice. He could not disregard their wishes for the sake of his own desires. You rascal, I know you all too well. Surely you cannot endure the solitude any longer and wish to find someone to spar with? Roy teased Little Lou, his face jiggling with mirth, resembling a comical Maitreya Buddha, exuding humor. Then, with a shift in tone, he continued, Little Lou, I recognize your intent to honor our opinions. However, you must not forget that we are family. Without you, we would not be where we are today. Furthermore, do not presume that you alone possess the heart to grow stronger. I share that ambition as well. If you do not hasten to strengthen yourself, you shall surely find yourself weeping in our sparring sessions. Roy rubbed his fist, as large as a cauldron, eager for the challenge. Little Lou, we have indeed yearned for a stable life. Yet, as a family, if one is in peril, how can the rest find peace? Wherever we are together, that is home. Nearby, we'll gaze upon this scene with envy, longing for such a wonderful family and a warm home. Hey. How long will you continue with this sentimental talk? Let us set off, my esteemed boss. Ron interjected nonchalantly, scratching his ear. He, too, is an orphan. His parents were slain by pirates. Fortunately, he was rescued by an elderly man who, under his tutelage, enabled him to master extraordinary marksmanship and awaken the observation hockey, thus granting him the ability to survive in this chaotic world. One wonders where that old man has gone. Recently, this fellow has become increasingly unruly. When Shalu observed Ron's arrogant demeanor, he could not help but feel a sense of exasperation. Initially, although they accepted Ron, they remained wary of him. However, as they witnessed his dedication to the company and his significant contributions to the establishment of the venomous sting, they began to embrace him. Upon deeper acquaintance, they realized he was entirely different from the assassin he once was. Though he often displayed a somewhat flippant attitude, he possessed remarkable talent. In just a few short months, he had already mastered the armament hockey, surpassing Xiao Lu and the others by a considerable margin. Hearing their praises, his tail nearly wagged to the heavens. Eagerly, he sought to spar with Xiao Lu, promising that if he won, he would be granted his freedom and be made the boss. This infuriated Roy, who reprimanded him until he gradually tempered his enthusiasm. Young ones, the South Sea can no longer satisfy us. Our ambitions extend to the entirety of the ocean. Those who stand in our way shall be met with no mercy. Let us set forth. In the North Sea, a colossal crocodile approached. Chapter 58. Using a knife to kill Xiao Lu, your bounty has risen once more. It now stands at 80 million berries, while Roy's has increased to 70 million berries. While training with Will at a training ground, Xiao Lu paused to read the news. Under the guidance of both Xiao Lu and Roy, Will's combat skills were steadily improving. The once timid merman, who had lived in fear, had broken free from his confinement and embraced his new life. He felt immense gratitude toward Xiao Lu, whom he regarded as the son in his life. He privately vowed to be loyal to him, to fight for him until death. Thus, he trained with extraordinary diligence. And Xiao Lu and the others took notice. I thought the Navy had forgotten about this matter. A thought suddenly struck me. Although we are not pirates, we are indeed lacking a ship of our own. If we are to construct one, there is no doubt that the shipbuilding techniques of Water 7 are the finest. Especially Master Tom, whose craftsmanship is unparalleled. Joe excels in gathering intelligence, and with the assistance of the underworld, no information from the seas or the underground world escapes her notice. Boss, the Don Quixote family's operations on Norman Island have been completely dismantled, resulting in heavy personnel losses. However, their cadre has retaliated, and our subordinates are no match for them. We urgently require reinforcements. Those fools never learn. Reinforce our numbers. Our subordinates are no match for them. The opposition possesses the powers of a devil fruit user. Little Lou is most annoyed by them, akin to flies. The ordinary subordinates are no match at all. Once they strike, the opponent immediately escapes with the abilities of a fruit user. Send Roge and Ron to Norman Island. Fu, say or. You should make haste and disregard those decoys. Today, we must deliver a surprise to the adversary. A man clad in a black suit, donning sunglasses, heard the arrogant laughter emanating from the phone bug and swiftly dove underground. Ah, where is Sayor? Hello, have you seen Sayor? Quickly seek his assistance. We can barely hold on. The members of the Don Quixote family felt an overwhelming pressure upon the arrival of Roge and Ron. One concealed in the shadows executed headshots, while the other resembled a beast of destruction. Any foe in his path was either left maimed or reduced to pulp. In no time, all the subordinates within the Don Quixote stronghold were eradicated, with corpses strewn across the ground. Clean the battlefield and remove all the cargo. Damn it. That swimming fruit user is as elusive as an eel. Capturing him is exceedingly difficult. The initial intel indicated there were no higher-ups from the opposing side here, which is why Roge and the others did not intervene. Little did they know the enemy was lurking all along. Had they been better prepared, they could have ensnared them entirely. This is bad, Lord Roge. Several warships are approaching swiftly. What are you afraid of? You are conducting legitimate business. We will evade them momentarily. Excuse me, gentlemen. Are you the ones trafficking arms and slaughtering civilians here? A nonchalant voice emerged from behind, causing Roge to spin around. Feeling the gravitas of the situation, a naval officer, adorned with a black bowler hat and a white striped suit, cigarette dangling from his mouth, stood behind Roge. His demeanor slightly lewd. The newcomer was none other than Vice Admiral Borisellino from Naval Headquarters. Ron, atop a rooftop, was equally astonished. He had completely failed to react before the adversary appeared behind Roge. This naval officer possesses formidable strength. Who are you? My good sir. You have yet to answer my question. Is my identity not evident? Both Roge and Ron simultaneously thought. We have fallen into a trap. Chapter 59, The Shining Fruit. How troublesome. Since you are unwilling to answer my question, I shall resort to another approach. Arrogant, let me see what qualifications you possess to boast. When words fail, Roge swiftly darted forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Borisellino. However, unexpectedly, he passed right through the opponent's body. A Logia-type fruit user. What fruit could it be? Failing to land a blow, Roge felt a jolt of realization. Borisellino, equally decisive, sidestepped to Roge's side, his foot radiating a golden light. My good sir, have you ever experienced a kick at the speed of light? Roach hastily raised his arms to defend himself, feeling an immense force, as heavy as a mountain, bear down upon him. The entire figure was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into a cluster of houses. Just as Borsalino prepared to pursue his advantage, a bullet, akin to a stealthy serpent seeking its prey, darted straight for his head. He was compelled to abandon his offensive movement, dissipating into a flurry of light and vanishing from sight. He had not anticipated that such an unremarkable bullet would carry an overwhelming force. Ron, too, was astonished by the opponent's swiftness, believing he had perfectly timed his strike. In a flash of thought, Ron swiftly pivoted with his sniper rifle, blocking the incoming attack, and subsequently crashed through the rooftop, landing amidst the debris. Fortunately, his observation hockey had sensed the impending danger behind him. Otherwise, he would have suffered grievous injury from that blow. Harnessing his will, he transformed his body into a blade of destruction. "Let us see how you fare against this," he shouted. With the ferocity of a tempest, Roy materialized before Borsalino, every part of his body becoming a lethal weapon as he unleashed a torrential assault. Borsalino found himself momentarily on the back foot, bearing a gash across his face. He had not expected that both adversaries possessed the power of armament hockey, particularly this one, who, despite his rotundity, exhibited astonishing agility and speed, wielding formidable armament hockey. Each of their exchanges inflicted sharp pain upon Borsalino's limbs, a sensation he had not experienced in some time, save for encounters with his stern mentor. Even more infuriating was the fact that this opponent had marred his face. Such an affront was unforgivable. Seizing the opportunity, Borsalino created distance, leaping into the air. Crossing his arms, two orbs of light materialized in his hands, radiating an oppressive aura. "Yashiro no Kagami," Borsalino intoned coldly. In an instant, countless light projectiles, imbued with violent energy, surged toward Roy, filling the sky with what appeared to be a beautiful, yet lethal, rain of light. There was no escape. Roy sensed himself ensnared by the onslaught, with no refuge available. With no other choice, he braced himself. Immovable king, life or death sniper. A dull thud echoed as Roy pressed his hand to his chest, staggering backward. The intensity of the hockey proved insufficient to withstand the opponent's lethal strike unscathed. Nonetheless, he sustained no grave injury. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but felt a lingering pressure within his chest, a dull ache that weighed heavily upon him. Meanwhile, Borsalino was also drenched in a fine sheen of cold sweat. During his assault, the sniper had simultaneously launched an attack against him. Had he not decisively concluded his own attack in that critical moment? Utilizing his observation hockey to sense the danger and preemptively elementalize his body, the two treacherous bullets would surely have claimed his life. Even so, his arm had been too slow to evade, suffering a painful abrasion that burned fiercely at the wound. "You wretched rat hiding in the gutter, your time is up." A sudden beam of light pierced Ron's chest, forcing him to kneel upon the ground. "Damn it!" Roy roared as he launched relentless attacks against his opponent. His fists, enveloped in a layer of armament, fell upon Borsalino like a torrential downpour. How terrifying! Yet, dear brother, rage alone does not augment one's strength. The sword of Amaterasu. In the face of Roy's fierce onslaught, Borsalino conjured a radiant golden light in his hand, forming a resplendent golden longsword to confront his adversary head-on. Does he fear the might of hockey? Never. Chapter 61. The rescue within the base. Upon receiving the news, both Joe and Will wore expressions of concern. They had anticipated a swift and easy success, only to be met with unforeseen complications. Indeed, their prolonged string of victories had rendered them somewhat complacent. How fortuitously the Navy arrived. Moreover, given the prowess of Roy and his companions, it was inconceivable that ordinary individuals could capture them alive. According to the intelligence from his subordinates, it seemed that their opponent possessed the ability to emit light. This implies that the assailant was likely Vice Admiral Borsalino from the Navy headquarters. He is a user of the light fruit, alongside Kazan and another individual named Sakazuki, who wields the magma fruit, and they are collectively referred to as the three great monsters of the Navy. Joe elaborated. Since the enemy did not execute Roy and the others on the spot, there must be subsequent arrangements in place. Dispatch the venomous stingers and ensure that some clever operatives infiltrate the Navy, starting from the branch. 2 days later, Little Lou, according to reports from my subordinates, Borsalino hastily departed that very day, seemingly due to the headquarters discovering the whereabouts of the Golden Lion and Roger, necessitating his return. Given the intelligence from the underworld, this information appears to be credible. Currently, Roy and his companions remain imprisoned at the Navy branch in Kaiman Town. Prepare the venomous stingers for support. I shall go alone. Isn't that too perilous? What if it is a trap? I have faith in your intelligence capabilities. Did you not just affirm the validity of the information? In the face of adversity, one must remain composed, yet not timid. You must stay here to oversee matters. As the ship approached the Navy branch, Little Lee's gaze flickered. Ensure that you all adhere to the plan. Remember to rescue our 2 esteemed leaders. Understood. The venomous stinger assassins swiftly dispersed, vanishing from sight as they commenced their rescue mission. Shallow strode confidently towards the branch's main entrance. Halt. Who are you? Shallow uttered not a single word. As his eyes opened, an invisible aura enveloped the guards at the entrance. The Marines felt as though their heads had been struck with tremendous force. Losing consciousness and collapsing heavily to the ground, Little Lou advanced straight ahead, prompting the entire outpost to immediately sound the alarm. Before long, a multitude of armed Marines emerged, their weapons trained upon him. Who are you, truly? Suddenly, a realization struck me. He was the notorious pirate Spire Lu. With an astounding bounty of 80 million berries on his head, an associate of the 2 captured by Admiral Borsalino. Upon hearing the report from his subordinates, the officer clad in a coat of justice fell into a stern silence. The adversary was no ordinary foe, and it remained uncertain whether the reinforcements would suffice. Fire! Fire! Without a hint of hesitation, the Marines unleashed a relentless barrage upon Little Lou, the serpentine flames of their gunfire surging forth with deadly precision. Accompanied by the resounding unsheathing of a gleaming sword, a myriad of sword energies danced like ethereal dragons in the air, intertwining and annihilating the incoming fire. The sharp sword energies seemed to cleave the very air as they emitted a hissing sound. The sea of swords roared, 1,000 blades unleashed. Xiao Lu was enveloped in a sword aura reminiscent of dragons and oceans, wielding the royal sword as if it were a formidable blade, with hundreds of sword energies trailing behind him. In an instant, a dazzling light of swords erupted, instilling terror in the hearts of onlookers. The sound of swords rang out like a tidal wave, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. The feeble sea soldiers had long covered their ears, unable to open their eyes, as blood gushed from their mouths and noses. Xiao Lu, like a demonic entity, breached the ranks of the Navy with ferocity. The soldiers at the forefront were instantaneously shredded by the sword's aura, while the few who survived were left reeking of blood, writhing in agony on the ground. The officer could only grit his teeth, clutching his empty left arm, casting a furious glare at Xiao Lu. The scene was one of widespread lamentation, rendering the entrance of the detachment akin to a battlefield of hell. Chapter 60. Captured confronted with the relentless onslaught of Roy. Borsalino appeared as a solitary vessel adrift upon the ocean, teetering on the brink of capsizing, yet consistently managing to evade peril, retaliating with precision whenever the opportunity arose. Perhaps the prolonged struggle had frayed his nerves, or the ferocity of his opponent's assault had aggravated his recent injuries, but Roy suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood. "Oh dear, brother, if you cannot endure, do not force yourself. Come with me." The insidious figure incessantly jabbered while attacking, buzzing around like a bothersome fly, further disturbing Roy's concentration. The more he pressed forward, the more vulnerabilities he exposed, resulting in a plethora of new wounds. "Give it up. You are surrounded. There is no escape. The Navy lies beyond." Noticing his subordinates had encircled the island and that reinforcements were swiftly approaching, Borsalino remained remarkably composed. His defense and offense were impenetrable, ensnaring Roy firmly in place. Roy, acutely aware of the encroaching Navy, felt a swell of anxiety. Yet, the persistent individual before him ensnared him, preventing any chance of escape. A glance at Ron revealed him incapacitated on the ground, oblivious to the dire situation. Should the Navy capture him, Roy's predicament would only worsen. Damn the Don Quixote family, damn the Navy. Meanwhile, Shala sensed that Roy had been absent for far too long. The duration of their support seemed excessive, with no news returning. Ordinarily, Roy would have reported back to Joe by now, but this time, silence reigned. And the communication device went unanswered, instilling a foreboding feeling within her. "Take me there with the white crane." Xiao Lu, sensing the gravity of the situation, urged Joe to utilize his abilities to transport him. A flurry of white paper converged to form a white crane, upon which Xiao Lu ascended, soaring towards Norman Island. "Roy, you must wait for me." At that moment, however, Roy's momentary distraction did not escape Borsalino's keen eyes. An opening. A lightning-fast kick struck Roy in the waist, causing him to lose control and collapse amidst the rubble. Cough. "Damn it, I was careless." "Brother, do not move." As Roy attempted to rise, countless sparks of light converged before him, with Borsalino's finger radiating golden brilliance, preparing for an imminent strike. This cannot happen. Being captured would spell disaster. Roy struggled to regain his footing, but another beam of light pierced through his leg, rendering him immobile. Brother, I hope you do not make this difficult for me. Capture them. Ron, ensnared in a state of unconsciousness, and the gravely injured Roy were captured by the Navy and taken aboard a warship, while those deluded enough to resist were swiftly eliminated by the encroaching naval forces. An hour later, Roy, Ron, Shala gazed upon the ravaged battlefield before him, calling out the names of the two individuals with fervor. How infuriating. The royal decree swept through, slicing the nearby houses in half as if they were mere tofu. Xiao Lu, having utilized his observation hockey, discerned that neither Roy nor Ron was to be found on the island. A faint breath emanated from the boss, prompting Xiao Lu to swiftly position himself beside the survivor. He pressed his palm against the survivor's heart, channeling his formidable hockey into the man's body. This technique, a perfect manifestation of Xiao Li's mastery over his own corporeal form, served as a means to shield the wounded. Boss, Lord Roy and the others have been captured by the Navy. They possess the ability to flash, the gravely injured subordinate managed to convey, clinging to life with his last breath. The very atmosphere around Xiao Li thickened with an overwhelming and potent aura, shaking the very earth beneath him. As the entire island was engulfed in this terrifying presence, birds plummeted from the sky, beasts bowed their heads, and the clouds churned like tumultuous tides, while the howling winds echoed with a mournful wail, transforming the island into a veritable inferno of chaos. A fierce and murderous aura surged forth, piercing the heavens, reminiscent of a cosmic explosion that sent tremors through the sky. This was the cataclysmic force unleashed by the amalgamation of his powerful conqueror's hockey and a bloodthirsty killing intent. In Chapter 62, CP9, Gale Foot, Windbreaker Blade, Gale Foot, Dual Blade Shot, and Spear Technique, Flying Fire Barrage, a series of assaults surged forth, targeting Xiao Lu as he advanced. Is this your ace in the hole? He mused, slightly taken aback yet unperturbed by the onslaught. Despite their intimidating display, he felt no threat. Sword chi, akin to agile dragons, coiled around him, forming a protective barrier that repelled all incoming attacks. Xiao Lu stood resolute and unmoving. Humph. Pirates are wicked. Let us cleanse you of your sins. To come here all alone speaks to your audacity, but alas, you shall pay for your folly. Without further ado, they declared their intent to dismantle him piece by piece. As they exchanged accusations, labeling him with a multitude of crimes, Xiao Lu remained unfazed, even finding amusement in their words. Are you ready? He planted his royal scepter firmly into the ground, loosening his fingers and clenching his fists. Since acquiring the scepter, he had seldom engaged in physical confrontations, opting instead to let his sword do the talking. Presumably, you belong to the Navy's intelligence agency. May I inquire which CP you represent? No matter. It is futile to converse with the dead, he chuckled, shaking his head. The CP9 agents exhibited no reaction, as Xiao Lu abruptly appeared behind them, grasping one individual S head and colliding it against another S. Damn it, when did he arrive behind us? Be careful. His speed is extraordinary. In the midst of their warnings, Xiao Lu materialized behind one of them, channeling his strength into a punch that sent the man soaring, the sound of shattering bones echoing clearly. Before the others could react, Xiao Li's right hand, akin to an iron claw, seized another S-face, unleashing a hidden force that fractured his skull like a spider's web, blood vessels bursting in his eyes, leaving them crimson and veined. Suddenly, he was forcefully slammed to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth like a fountain. At that moment, a powerful whip kick struck Xiao Li's neck from a diagonal angle, sending him flying. The fierce technique, Gale Foot, Breaking Wind Blade and Gale Foot, Swift Wind Blade Assault, unleashed a torrent of razor-sharp slashes upon the fallen Xiao Lu. The earth trembled under the ferocity of the onslaught, and an explosion echoed through the heavens, rending the ground with deep fissures. Surely, this fellow must be dead. How infuriating. To have incurred such a heavy cost, it is utterly too lenient for him. Hey, what are you two chattering about over there? Do you really think this will be enough to take me down? Xiao Lu rose, tilting his head with a light chuckle, his knuckles cracking like firecrackers. It appeared that the earlier attacks had scarcely inflicted any harm upon him. You damn creature, why won't you just die? One of the CP9 members ground his teeth in frustration. They had believed that this mission would conclude successfully. They dismissed the words of that Navy Vice Admiral, deeming them mere exaggerations. What sort of formidable figure could possibly emerge from the North Sea? Yet, a lingering sense of dread gnawed at their hearts, though they were unwilling to admit it. Very well, it seems you are not entirely useless. Here I come again. Are you prepared? A cruel smile graced Xiaoli's face. No sooner had he spoken than he appeared like a specter beside one of them, effortlessly severing his left arm as if dismantling a mere component. The instant the agonizing cries of pain erupted, he vanished, reappearing behind another, snapping his knees into the opponent's back, thereby breaking both arms and subsequently sending him flying. In the blink of an eye, 2 CP9 members were stripped of their combat capabilities. Ignoring their screams, Xiaoli grasped the royal sword and charged toward the approaching marine soldiers like a tiger among sheep. None could stand against him, and the bodies piled up behind him like a mountain. Boss, both gentlemen have been rescued. A member of the poison sting unit, clad in marine attire, reported as he approached Xiaoli. Let us retreat. Casting a glance at the countless corpses and the surviving soldiers' mournful wails, Xiaoli departed without a second thought. He did not wish to indulge in excessive slaughter. This would serve as a warning. Chapter 63. The Butcher Curse It. They've let Roger and the others escape again. Ha. Do not be angry, Sengoku. There will be other opportunities. Have some rice crackers. You wretched man, you truly care not at all. A tall figure with hair resembling foam and wearing black-framed glasses spoke, while seizing the rice crackers from another man who appeared to be rather cynical. Ah, you scoundrel Sengoku. Do not eat them all? Fortunately, there were no signs of Roger collaborating with the Golden Lion. Otherwise, it would have posed a grave dilemma. However, we cannot afford to let our guard down. We must maintain constant vigilance. Observing the 2 men before him frolicking like children, Vice Admiral Tsuru could not help but shake his head and sigh. One was a Grand Admiral, the other a Vice Admiral, both paragons of the Navy. Yet they presented such a ridiculous image. Should anyone witness this, it would undoubtedly tarnish the Navy's dignity. Indeed, the playful duo were none other than the current Grand Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp. Rest assured, next time I will certainly apprehend Roger, Garp declared with a grin. Tsuru could not suppress an eye roll at his colleague's words. Report to Grand Admiral Sengoku, the North Sea branch has relayed a message. The pirate Spandam has caused chaos at the branch, killing 2 CP9 members and numerous sailors, while liberating his companions. The soldier presenting the report handed over the photographs. Scoundrel. Sengoku slammed his hand on the table, his furious roar laced with a palpable killing intent that echoed throughout the room. Garp, who had been jesting moments before, now wore a grave expression, while Tsuru, though her anger was not overt, felt a fierce fire igniting within her. Spandam's audacity was simply intolerable, judging by the images. The casualties among the sailors were devastating. Those fortunate enough to survive would be haunted by their trauma for life. The ground was strewn with corpses. And the audacity to invade a Navy branch and abscond with prisoners was a blatant disregard for the Navy's authority. I have always maintained that he possesses formidable strength. He is indeed a fearsome adversary. We must reassess his capabilities. His subordinates could contend with Admiral Kizaru, let alone him, Tsuru asserted. Indeed, Tsuru is correct. This dangerous individual must be eliminated without delay. Otherwise, should he grow stronger, he may become a notorious pirate, and the cost of eradicating him later could be exorbitant. Sengoku instructed, summon Brand New to gather everyone for a meeting. They must understand the threat he poses and devise every possible plan to eliminate him. Days later, Little Spandam. Due to your recent actions, your bounty has increased. It now stands at 120 million berries, while Rogers is 60 million, and Ron's is 50 million. The newspapers even claim you are a remorseless pirate, responsible for countless murders, particularly deriving pleasure from slaughtering civilians, a veritable monster. How infuriating. They are utterly fabricating lies. The boss is a genuinely good person, shouted the young fisherman, Will, his anger flaring as he rushed to defend Spandam. The young pirate merely smiled quietly, stroking his head. Casting a sidelong glance, Ron, who was now recuperated and enthusiastically gnawing on a chicken leg, could not help but privately scoff. What do you know, you little brat? Ron couldn't help but roll his eyes at Will. This little brat was indeed poisoned. The notion that their boss was a good man was an utter lie. And he felt fortunate not to have eaten, lest he would have surely vomited. Speaking of which, he had to admire Roy, who seemed utterly unaffected by such words. As Joe observed the reactions of those present, he stifled a laugh. Little Lou was keenly aware of everyone's responses. Chapter 64. Don Quixote da Flamingo. As the year drew to a close, time seemed to slip away swiftly. This year had been filled with numerous experiences, new companions, and perilous adventures. The company had expanded significantly, and each individual had made remarkable progress in their abilities. However, today they had an exceptionally important task ahead. What is the situation we uncovered? Little Lou, the intelligence is indeed accurate. This time, We are certain of success. Excellent. The new year is fast approaching, and we must present our esteemed colleagues with a grand gift. Let us depart. The group assembled, setting off toward their target, the stronghold of the Don Quixote family on an island in the North Sea. Ah, Doflamingo. Our business has remained unscathed by the adversary during this time. Our weapons are selling remarkably well. Indeed. It must be the lesson from last time that has made them hesitant to act recklessly. Ha. Doflamingo, we have seized considerable territory from them, and their silence suggests that the previous lesson is still fresh in their minds. Should we pursue our advantage? The three speakers were all cadre members of the family, loyal subordinates of Don Quixote Doflamingo. The disheveled man, seemingly wrapped in snot, was Torpole. The one adorned in bullfighter attire, with painted face, was Diamante, and the sharp-voiced, amusing character was Pica, a defeated subordinate of Roy. The business and power that Doflamingo possessed today were largely thanks to the support of these individuals. The family head, Doflamingo, appeared to be of a similar age to Little Lou, wearing red glasses, with an expression of defiance that immediately conveyed his formidable nature. The last time Roy and his group fell into a trap, it was orchestrated by him, showcasing his exceptional abilities that allowed him to hold his own in the underground world against Little Lou and his companions. Suddenly, a cacophony of battle erupted outside, leaving everyone bewildered. This was their territory. Who dared to provoke the Don Quixote family? The cadre members followed Doflamingo outside their stronghold, and just then, a subordinate came hurtling toward them, only to be sliced into several pieces before they could draw near. Veins bulged on Doflamingo's forehead, and a murderous aura radiated from between his brows. He was consumed by anger at this moment, never expecting that one day he would be confronted at his very doorstep. Report to the master. The opponent is exceedingly formidable. We stand no chance against them. Incompetence. A subordinate, crawling and scrambling, rushed before Don Quixote Doflamingo, only to be kicked aside with a single motion. Oh dear, such treatment of one's subordinates is unbecoming of a leader. A playful laughter floated through the air, and upon looking up, they saw a figure perched upon a white crane. Little Lou, leaning on the sword of kings, gazed down at Doflamingo and his entourage with a mocking expression. You scoundrel, your attitude is quite atrocious. Doflamingo felt his chest tighten with indignation at the disdainful gaze cast upon him. Though they were of similar age, the other party assumed a condescending air, which was utterly infuriating. Doflamingo's fingers twitched erratically like the legs of a spider, and in an instant, the crane upon which Little Lou rode was sliced into several pieces. What is happening? Joe, what happened to your crane? I have no idea. It seems to have been cleaved by a sharp blade. Joe was at a loss for how to explain to Law. Despite the crane's destruction, they all landed safely on the ground. It's an invisible threat. That must be his ability. Little Lou chuckled lightly as he explained to Doflamingo. Eliminate them, Doflamingo commanded, disliking the sight of his opponent's arrogance in his presence. Be cautious, as they possess a greater number of ability users. Little Lou faced Doflamingo directly, determined to teach him a lesson that day. Chapter 65, Clash of Conquerors Hockey at their leader's command. A fierce battle erupted between the two sides. Towering rock giants, hidden ambushes lurking beneath the ground, undulating terrain, and sudden explosions all posed significant challenges for Little Lee's faction, resulting in heavy losses among their lower-tier combatants. However, Little Lee's side retaliated in kind. Deadly sniping from the shadows, a deluge of paper blades, and rampaging humanoid beasts all exerted considerable pressure on the Don Quixote family. The Don Quixote faction boasted a greater number of ability users, giving them a stronger overall combat capability. Meanwhile, Little Lee's team, though numerous, included the skilled assassin Poison Sting, not to mention the exceptional combat prowess of Little Lou and his companions, leading to a stalemate between the two sides. Hey, to fight me while being distracted? You truly underestimate me. Descending rogue line, resilient as iron and sharp as a blade, threads fell from the sky, aiming for Little Lou. In the face of Doflamingo's furious assault, Little Lou maintained an air of ease throughout. Although Doflamingo had mastered the armament hockey, it became apparent to Little Lou upon their first exchange that Doflamingo's hockey strength was still vastly insufficient. Despite his combination of devil fruit abilities and hockey, Doflamingo was merely a skilled fighter in the North Sea, but before Little Lou, he was utterly inadequate. Foot kick line, bounce line, super whip. It seems that the arrogance and unflappable demeanor of the other party is rather intolerable, prompting Doflamingo to escalate his offensive with increasing ferocity and speed, aiming to annihilate his opponent with a relentless barrage of attacks. Anger does not enhance your strength. The truly formidable must distance themselves from emotions. From the very beginning. You were never my equal. The only reason I continue to indulge in this skirmish is to provide my companions with an opportunity for growth. You consider this battle a mere game? Upon hearing such scornful taunts from Small Lou, dismissing him entirely, Doflamingo felt an overwhelming rage surging within him. Who is he? He's a celestial dragon, the sovereign of all. To him, these individuals are naught but lowly peasants. How dare they mock him? Doflamingo had never before harbored such a desire to eliminate someone. His aura swelled, dark lightning flickering ominously, an oppressive force sweeping through the vicinity. Those lacking resolve and strength crumpled under the weight of his presence. What? This fellow possesses Conqueror's Haki? To think he is akin to Small Lou. Wait, could it be? Is that individual truly of the same ilk as the boss? This is Doflamingo, a born ruler, no matter how many times he faces them. The young master's aura remains astonishingly formidable. Let us hope the opponent does not falter in fear. Little Lou was taken aback to discover that the opposing leader possessed the same formidable Conqueror's Haki. This overwhelming presence sent shivers down the spine. The subordinates of Don Quixote Doflamingo erupted in cheers, recognizing him as a worthy figure to follow. The young master was a born ruler, and they believed in this without hesitation. The domineering aura stirred up waves of energy, surging towards Little Lou as if compelling him to bow down. A subtle smile graced Xiaoli's lips, his gaze sharpening as an overwhelming and formidable aura suddenly erupted forth. This powerful presence shattered the heavens like a bloodthirsty primordial beast, as if it had punctured the sky itself. Dark clouds billowed ominously, the winds howled in despair, and streaks of black lightning danced like serpents, conjuring towering waves beyond the island's shores. The entire isle trembled beneath the weight of this terrifying and awe-inspiring energy. Under the immense pressure of this force, the members of the Don Quixote family felt as though they were burdened by an insurmountable mountain, collapsing to their knees. Even Doflamingo was taken aback, astonished to discover that his opponent possessed the same domineering Conqueror's Haki, radiating such formidable strength. It felt as if he were being hunted by a ferocious beast. His hair standing on end, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. When confronted with someone who commands such power, one must learn to bow in deference. Do not assume oneself to be the chosen one, the singular exception. The sea of swords roared, a cacophony of blades unleashed. The terrifying sword energy surged forth like a dragon or serpent, crashing into the Don Quixote family. The sharp blades cleaved through their ranks, inflicting grievous wounds that bled profusely, causing them to writhe in agony upon the ground. Even Doflamingo could not fully withstand the onslaught with his Haki, suffering numerous injuries in the process. Chapter 66. Bowing and Lurking. The oppressive aura emanating from Little Lou was far more shocking and terrifying than that of Don Quixote Doflamingo. This was no ordinary Conqueror's Haki. It was as though the onlookers were ensnared in an infernal realm, devoid of any rebellious thoughts, only experiencing a profound tremor that resonated deep within their souls. This was not merely a blow to the officers of the Don Quixote family, it was a resounding slap in the face for Doflamingo, who had always held himself in high esteem, believing himself unparalleled. The vastness of the world became apparent to him, even within the confines of the North Sea. He was struck by a profound realization. He could not perish here. He was a king with colossal ambitions yet to fulfill, aspirations to dethrone the celestial dragons. Memories flooded his mind, his mother's demise, the scorn from the common folk, scavenging for scraps, and the murder of his father, all taunted by the celestial dragons. These recollections whirled in his mind like a lantern-esque flickering light. Unconsciously, his Conqueror's Haki intensified, yet it still paled in comparison to Little Lee's. Moments later, their Haki dissipated, leaving the officers of the Don Quixote family collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat, having forgotten their pains as they gasped for fresh air. Under that formidable pressure, their bodies felt as heavy as lead, their throats constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand, on the brink of suffocation, yet devoid of any strength to resist. The opponent's leader was indeed a monstrosity. As he gazed at the fallen officers and the indifferent expression of the man before him, Doflamingo felt a surge of fury rising within his chest, his momentum gradually building. I shall never concede. Doflamingo refused to allow himself to fall here. His hatred for the world and the celestial dragons surged through him like poison, igniting his latent potential. Just when everyone believed Doflamingo had lost all capacity to retaliate, an unexpected transformation occurred. The ground beneath him began to morph, transforming into strands of white silk, reminiscent of his devil fruit ability. What was happening? Could this be his trump card? His devil fruit power should be threads. How could it affect the surrounding environment? Why was the earth turning into silk? Little Lu could not comprehend the sudden turn of events unfolding before him, and he hurriedly distanced himself from Doflamingo. Yet, those threads seemed imbued with a life of their own, coiling towards them. Come forth. Joe unleashed his powers, summoning countless sheets of paper that converged into a magnificent phoenix, lifting everyone off the ground. Doflamingo, too, was taken aback by the newfound strength he wielded, yet he distinctly felt his prowess amplifying. Now, he was determined to deal with the individual before him. With a flourish of his hands, innumerable threads intertwined, resembling robust serpents that lunged towards Little Lu, intent on constricting him. Though Xiaolu was astonished by Doflamingo's abilities, he exhibited no signs of panic. With the king's sword in hand, he swung it fiercely. And in an instant, the sword's aura surged forth, severing the thick white threads at their roots. However, it was not so simple. The severed threads grew back frantically, seemingly endless, regardless of how many times they were cut. Truly, I believe maintaining such a state must require an immense amount of stamina. Upon hearing Xiaoli's words, Doflamingo felt a chill run through him. Having just awakened this power, he could not yet fully control it. Moreover, he sensed that his stamina was waning. As Xiaolu had rightly pointed out, yet, I have no intention of engaging in a war of attrition with you. Let me try this technique. If you survive, I shall spare you. What nonsense! Every word that escaped this man's lips filled him with profound rage. One sword to rule them all. The air around Xiaolu swelled with an unseen force, and once again, an intangible aura erupted, causing the crowd to retreat in haste. The royal sword was drawn, its surrounding blade energy coalescing into a colossal dragon that cleaved through the tumultuous waves formed by the white lines, splitting them asunder and lunging fiercely toward Doflamingo. In the blink of an eye, Xiaolu appeared behind Doflamingo, sheathing the royal sword, as the fierce sword energy dissipated into nothingness. With a thud, Doflamingo half knelt on the ground, struggling to remain upright, blood gushing from his mouth and streaming from his chest. Doflamingo, young master, are you all right? The cadre, terrified, could only watch in horror, too afraid to approach. Hehehe. Xiaolu approached and forcefully pinned Doflamingo to the ground. Doflamingo coughed up a copious amount of blood. Never before had he felt so close to death. This is the cost of provoking my companion. Do you comprehend? I am a merciful individual, as well as one who honors my promises. Since you have endured this blow, I shall spare you. Little Lu led the group away, offering a final piece of advice. I hope you learn how to interact with the strong in the future. Only the deceased are immortalized in history. It is the living who are truly formidable. Cough, cough, cough. Indeed, I have learned a great deal. Doflamingo replied darkly. Chapter 67. A new journey. Ever since delivering a crushing lesson to the Don Quixote family, the latter appeared to have undergone a transformation, ceasing their antagonism towards Little Lu's company. Instead, they approached with a request for collaboration, adopting a demeanor that suggested they regarded Little Lu's group as their leaders. This shift was astonishing to Roy and the others. To them, Doflamingo did not seem like the type to bow to anyone. Little Lu was not taken aback. He discerned that Doflamingo was a figure of great ambition, akin to a formidable warlord, harboring immense aspirations within. In truth, they bore striking similarities. Moreover, prior to his departure, he had explicitly warned Doflamingo that if he possessed any intelligence, he would know precisely how to proceed. Should Doflamingo remain unresponsive, Little Lu would undoubtedly eliminate him without hesitation. As for whether Doflamingo might eventually rise to betray them, Little Lu harbored no concerns. He held unwavering confidence in his own capabilities. Furthermore, when the time came, the Don Quixote family had long since devised strategies to navigate such scenarios. After the resolution of the conflict with the Don Quixote family, they not only secured additional channels for weapon sales but also concealed themselves in the shadows, positioning the Don Quixote family as a buffer before them. Additionally, Doflamingo's abilities presented them with an unexpected revelation. Through the aggregation of various intelligence, they discovered that the devil fruit possessed the potential for awakening. Consequently, Joe's fruit development was afforded a new avenue for exploration. Xiaolu further delineated the company's structure and resource allocation, establishing 6 major departments: the Intelligence Department, the Shadow Division, the Finance Department, the Military Department, the Science Department, and the Education Department. Each minister is a figure of considerable stature within the company. Xiao oversees the Intelligence Department and the Shadow Division. Ron manages the venomous operations of the Shadow Division, and Luo Yi commands the Military Department. According to clandestine reports from Germa, the Science Department has indeed identified promising candidates, but patience is required to await the opportune moment. Due to a lack of personnel, some departments remain temporarily vacant, seeking talent to serve Xiaolu, which will be his forthcoming course of action. Today marks the final day of the year, and I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all present. Our company has thrived thanks to your unwavering dedication. During the upcoming banquet, I hope everyone enjoys themselves for tonight. We shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated. However, our company still faces numerous shortcomings. The scarcity of elite talent and high-end combat strength remains our most pressing issue. I urge you all to diligently seek and cultivate such individuals. I firmly believe that the vast ocean of the future will be dotted with our influence. Additionally, following today, I shall embark on a journey to the City of Seven Waters, accompanied solely by Ron and Will, Xiao and Luoyi. You are to remain here in defense of our stronghold. What? No. Xiaolu, we have always acted in unison. Why leave us behind this time? They protested. Indeed. Xiaolu, what prompts such a decision? In response to Xiao and Luoyi's confusion, Xiaolu chuckled softly and clarified, Fear not, my visit shall not be prolonged. It is merely a trip to oversee shipbuilding. I do not intend to venture to the New World just yet. How could I go without you? Luoyi, during this period, should expedite the training of our subordinates to forge a formidable and unwavering army loyal to us. Your task is of great significance. Xiao, we lack sufficient personnel in the Navy. We must accelerate our infiltration. Each branch can be penetrated, but remember, quality prevails over quantity. It is essential to meticulously select our talents. Your responsibilities are substantial as well. I have every confidence that with your efforts, the tasks will be executed flawlessly. Rest assured. We shall accomplish our mission. Upon hearing Xiaolu's reassurances, Xiao and Luoyi felt their burdens lift and promptly expressed their commitment. Very well. Let us commence the banquet. Our subordinates must be eager. The entourage entered the opulent hall, where their subordinates sat attentively. Ladies and gentlemen, it is because of you that our company has achieved such greatness. I hope you will continue to dedicate yourselves wholeheartedly to our collective growth. The company shall not overlook your contributions. The honor of this company resides with you, and we commend you. Well, hail to the boss. Inside the lavish establishment, joyous laughter resonated, and the night sky sparkled with magnificent fireworks. Everyone firmly believed that the crimson light of the great year would illuminate the vast ocean, for they possessed an unparalleled sovereign. Chapter 68, The Grand Line After the New Year. Xiaolu and his associates commenced their meticulous preparations in accordance with their respective missions. Xiaolu and his companions, accompanied by their subordinates, set sail towards the Grand Line. Indeed, the probability of encountering pirates in the Grand Line is significantly greater than that in the Four Seas. Observing that Xiaoli's ship bore no pirate flag, many assumed it to be an easy target. Unaware of how many oblivious pirates approached with the intent of preying on what they perceived to be feeble prey, only to discover that they themselves were the vulnerable ones. Every time, Xiaolu allows Will to take the lead, for those pirates are no match for Will, who has mastered the 6 styles. Until the moment of life and death arrives, Xiaolu remains a mere bystander. Over the course of more than half a month, through countless battles, Will has transformed from a timid little fishman into a brave and decisive great shark. Boss, according to the compass, there is an island ahead. Shall we stop there for supplies? Yes, we have been at sea for over half a month. It has been a long time since we last saw land. Let everyone rest. Upon reaching the island, they learned that it is called Magic Valley Town, a place rife with both dragons and snakes. The group disperses, while Xiaolu and Will head towards a bar. As they push open the somewhat dilapidated wooden door and step inside, they are met with a cacophony of noise and a lively atmosphere, where various scents intertwine, creating an indescribable mlang. For those who have lived at sea for years, such an environment is all too familiar. At the moment they entered, all eyes turned to them, not for any other reason, but because it is a rarity for fishmen to brazenly appear on land. Typically, fishmen are seen only as slaves, and few approach them, as they are widely believed to carry disease. As a unique race, they are often met with prejudice. Though Will is merely 10 years old, he is acutely aware of the glances directed at him, and the meaning behind those gazes stirs a deep anger within him. He returns their stares with equal hostility, grappling with an impulse to react. However, he knows he must exercise restraint. He cannot cause trouble for his boss. Boss, I would like a chilled cherry drink. And one mixed blood girl as well. Although the Crimson Tai Sui, priced at 10 million berries per bottle, is delectable, after a while one longs for a change of flavor. If possible, could we also have some food? Life for the wealthy is indeed extravagant. Huh, did you hear what he just said? 10 million berries a bottle for Crimson Tai Sui. and he drinks it regularly. Huh, my cousin is the owner of that company. Do you believe it? By the way, I wonder what that drink tastes like. It would be nice to try it, though it's far too expensive. Do fishmen even drink? Fool. The drink is surely for that fishman. Haha. I wonder where this guy came from, boasting like this. This is the best joke I've heard all year. Amidst the clamor of voices, they show no fear of being overheard by Xiao Lu and the others. Some even raise their voices deliberately, inciting all to mock them together. Will, a blue shark, feels his skin flush with anger. He will not tolerate anyone mocking his boss, the one he respects above all. Be quiet. What did you say? Brat? Do you wish to die, foolish fishman? Apologize to me at once, or I will make sure you do not leave through this door. The grotesque and filthy merman. Take a good look at this place. Will's words ignited an explosive atmosphere within the bar, instantly filling the air with tension. Chapter 69. The Drunkard. Will, even in fury. One must choose their targets wisely. As a formidable individual, one must possess the capacity to master their emotions. Directing anger toward the deceased merely reveals one's own impotence. Remember, in the eyes of the powerful, there is no seat for the weak. Understood, boss. Will endeavored to temper the wrath simmering within him. Sitting beside Xiao Lu while sipping a drink. Hey, what do you mean by that? Shouldn't you apologize for what you just said to us? A drunken pirate, donning a felt hat, staggered toward Xiao Lu, attempting to place a hand on his shoulder. Before he could make contact, Xiao Lu turned and shot him a glance. In an instant, the pirate felt the world spin, his mind clouding into oblivion as he collapsed to the ground. What is wrong with this guy? Has he passed out already? Truly embarrassing. His tolerance is pitiful. Well, this conveniently spares those two. Burp. In the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak? What an appetizing notion. In a corner, a burly man adorned with 6 copper rings around his neck and an unusually long nose clutched a large barrel, drinking himself into a stupor, his face displaying a sickly flush. Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, a flicker of clarity appeared in his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by the visage of a drunken fool as he continued to guzzle from the barrel, akin to a cask himself. Having had their fill, Xiao Lu and his companions prepared to depart. At that moment, the pirates barred their exit, insisting they kneel and apologize before being allowed to leave. Alas, why can't one simply live in peace? Understanding the implication behind Xiao Li's words, Will clenched his fists, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He had awaited this opportunity for far too long. Will's figure flickered through the crowd, no matter how the pirates swung their blades in wild desperation. They could not touch him. Each time he appeared before a pirate, another lay lifeless behind him. Even gunfire could not inflict harm upon Will, let alone capture his elusive silhouette. Gulp. If your fight involves me, I shall be compelled to eradicate you all. As a pirate charged at him, the drunken man in the corner casually waved his hand, and the pirate's bones shattered, extinguishing his life. In mere moments, all the pirates in the bar had been slain, leaving the owner trembling behind the counter. Who are you? Will noted the drunken man's intervention. Burp. Little brat, you think you can just disturb my drinking and leave easily? You owe me for that, Crimson Grandmaster. We did not provoke you. Do not seek trouble. Is that your answer? Having taken another swig of alcohol, the drunken man staggered towards Will. Suddenly, he launched an assault, throwing a punch aimed directly at Will's visage. Sensing the fierce wind generated by the incoming fist, Will deftly evaded to the side, only to find that the assailant seemed to have anticipated his move. The fist transformed mid-air, striking Will with formidable force. Caught off guard, Will braced himself against the overwhelming power of the blow, crashing through the large door and being sent hurtling outside. Just as the drunkard contemplated pursuing him, Little Lou appeared behind him in a flash, pressing a hand firmly upon his shoulder. If you chase after him, I shall not remain a mere spectator. The drunkard felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as the grip resembled iron claws, rendering him unable to advance an inch. Seeking death, I will slay you first. The murderous glint in the drunkard's eyes was palpable as he charged a punch towards Little Lou. Unflinching, Little Lou reciprocated with a punch of his own. The collision of their fists unleashed a visible shockwave, sweeping through the room and shattering tables, chairs, and goblets under the sheer force. Chapter 70. Busker Cho, you possess considerable strength, don't you? This is what makes the fight enjoyable, even while engaging in combat with Little Lou. The drunken man did not neglect to pour more alcohol into his mouth. Oh, really? Surprisingly, you appear quite weak. These words ignited the drunkard's fury, as the audacity of the young man before him to mock him was tantamount to courting death. Subsequently, the drunkard seemed to become more serious, his attacks growing even swifter and more ferocious, laced with an air of dominance. Despite his inebriation, his strength did not wane. In fact, he appeared to grow even more formidable. His footwork remained impeccably steady, allowing him to evade Little Lee's strikes at crucial moments. Though his physique was robust, his movements were remarkably agile and nimble. Suddenly, amidst the fray, this drunken foe drew a gun and aimed it at Little Lou. The timing of his assault was impeccable. Had he been an ordinary person, he might have already succumbed to the unexpected onslaught. After a brief moment of astonishment, Shala broke into a silent smile. Feeling no anger, on the contrary, he admired the other's approach. Combat is inherently a matter of life and death. Possessing formidable strength renders one above the need for underhanded tactics, while those lacking such power may resort to alternative methods. Ultimately, survival defines strength. Regardless of how despicable the means of victory may be, they remain merely tools. Those who cling to antiquated notions have long become mere relics of the past. Realizing that firearms were ineffective, the drunken man resumed close-quarters combat with Xiao Lu, his haki swirling around him, his strikes exponentially more powerful than before. He had presumed victory would come easily but was taken aback by the opponent's remarkable strength. Even with his own armed haki, he found himself at a disadvantage. Faced with a worthy adversary today, he needed to devise a means of escape. Otherwise, he would certainly pay with his life. He still had many exquisite wines to savor. His journey to the new world awaited him. Iron block, heavy fist. Witnessing the drunkard exchanging blows with his boss, the pained whale seized the opportunity as the drunken man turned his back. He swiftly maneuvered behind him and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at his back. The drunkard staggered from the blow, yet his reflexes were astonishing. He quickly turned and seized Whale with remarkable speed. "You little brat, how dare you ambush me? You seek death." The drunkard grasped Whale's throat, as if preparing to crush him like an ant. "Stop. Release him. I will allow you to leave." "Ha. The man is in my grasp. You have no authority to make demands." "Is that so?" The sword of the young king, Lu, was drawn, and a chilling aura enveloped the entire bar, causing an involuntary shiver to traverse the patrons. An intangible menace, akin to a predatory beast, fixated unwaveringly on the inebriate. "I am a man of my word. Release him, and you may depart unharmed." Otherwise, in the next moment, the air within the room crackled with a potent sword intent, cleaving through the furnishings, walls, and ceiling with the ease of slicing through tofu. The drunken man, startled by the spectacle, realized his opponent was a formidable swordsman. His gaze flickered, and uncertainty gnawed at his heart. "Do not further test my patience." In a desperate act, the drunkard hurled Will towards Lu with all his might, akin to pitching a baseball, and then sprinted away with alarming speed. "I'm sorry, boss," Will exclaimed, overwhelmed with guilt. Had he not intervened, his employer might have subdued the adversary already. "It's all right. Your safety is paramount," Lu reassured him. Will was moved to tears, recognizing his boss as a truly noble man. "Boss, I sincerely apologize. Please accept this sum as compensation." Lu produced a wad of berries and handed it to the proprietor. "Do you happen to know that drunkard from earlier?" The bar owner beamed with delight, having struck a lucrative deal that day. "Oh, indeed. That drunken fellow is Scarlet Tai Sui, a truly fearsome individual. There was an incident once when he was in town, and a band of pirates blocked his path, only to be mercilessly slain by him. Those who knew of him dared not provoke him. Scarlet Tai Sui. It seems this encounter will be quite entertaining." Chapter 71. Mirage. Since the incident in Magic Valley, Will have become increasingly diligent in his training. Beyond the necessities of eating, sleeping, and attending to nature's call, he devoted every spare moment to his practice. Each day, he threw 1,000 punches, performed 5,000 push-ups, and executed 5,000 dodges from Lu's armed haki, all while blindfolded. The sweat he shed during training was sufficient to cleanse the deck, and being a fishman, his physical prowess exceeded that of humans. After enduring such rigorous training, his physical strength reached new heights. Witnessing Will's relentless commitment to his training, Lu found it difficult to indulge in his own drinks nearby. Each time he urged Will to take a break, he was met with refusal, worrying that his friend would eventually dehydrate and become akin to dried fish. Initially, Ron found amusement in Will's daily encounters with Lu's armed haki striking his forehead, but soon he too faced an inhumane ordeal. Each day, he was required to use his observation haki to perceive the birds flying beyond his field of vision, shooting at their claws with a sniper rifle without harming their feet, while was supervised through a telescope. Should he fail to sense or comply with the shooting regulations, he would be limited to a single meal each day, and the weekly apple pie would be forfeited. Under such brutal pressure, Ron's perception range with observation haki expanded significantly, far surpassing that of an ordinary individual. Meanwhile, As Xiao Lu engaged in training, his mastery of both armament hockey and observation hockey also saw considerable enhancement. After months of wandering, which included fierce skirmishes with various pirates, battles against vice-admirals of the Navy, inadvertent incursions into the Combelt, slaying sea kings, and acquiring treasure maps, he finally arrived at Water 7. Upon inquiring about the whereabouts of the shipwright Tom, Xiao Lu and his companions hastened towards their intended destination. To their astonishment, Tom turned out to be a tall, horned fishman, equally surprised that the infamous butcher Spale Lu would have a small fishman as a companion. Perhaps Spale Lu was not as bloodthirsty as rumored. Or perhaps it was his genuine sincerity towards fishmen that prompted Tom to agree to assist Xiao Lu in constructing a vessel. When he received the shipbuilding blueprints, he was left utterly speechless, overwhelmed by the grandeur of the design. The ship was magnificent, resembling a divine lantern from afar, with pavilions and towers rising amidst it, and cascading waterfalls adorned with rocks creating a picturesque setting. These structures exemplified a blend of divine craftsmanship and earthly marvels, leaving one in awe. Tom could hardly fathom how this notorious butcher could possess such a vast and wondrous imagination. How could he not have considered this? Seemingly oblivious to the complex emotions reflected in Tom's gaze, Xiao Lu began to outline his construction requests. I have heard that Adam tree is one of the hardest woods in the world, and I wish to use it as the primary material. However, he acknowledged the rarity of such wood, available only on the black market and at a steep price. Yet, I am not lacking in funds, and I have information on its procurement. Mr. Tom, you need not worry. I can have it delivered to you by tomorrow. Even so, he continued, I understand that the construction will take quite some time, but I possess great patience and can wait. Regarding manpower, he added, if you require more hands, simply ask, and I can send them over. Alternatively, you may find them here. I will cover the expenses. Observing Tom's silence as he stared intently at him, Xiao Lu felt puzzled. Is there anything else you need, Mr. Tom? Today marked the most instances Tom had ever been interrupted while speaking. He believed that he had never encountered such a person before, and perhaps he would not again. Accepting the situation with resignation, he thought, then, what about the ship? Mr. Tom, feel free to express any concerns. There is no need for hesitation. Gazing into the earnest eyes of the young man, Tom felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, convinced that the other was not merely toying with him. What is your name? Tom promptly inquired, surprised by his own abruptness, almost missing his own words. Xiao Lu. The whispers of Xiao Lu seemed to emanate from the heavens, undeniably profound. Chapter 72. The Powers of the New World. The following day, with all the materials meticulously prepared, Tom and his crew immediately commenced the construction of the Mirage. To prevent any disturbances and unnecessary attention, Xiao Lu specifically acquired a plot of land in the city of Seven Waters, allowing them to build their vessel in peace. Members of the Poison Thorns organization discreetly supervised the site, ensuring that all remained secure. Ron and Will stood guard, their formidable prowess deterring any would-be disruptors. Furthermore, to expedite the construction of the Mirage, Xiao Lu reached out to Zhou, dispatching a contingent of craftsmen to assist in the endeavor. Once all arrangements were made, Xiao Lu, accompanied by a select few subordinates, set sail back to the North Sea. In a certain expanse of the Grand Line, two pirate ships were embroiled in fierce combat. On one side was the infamous Vortex Spider pirate crew from the New World, while the other was the obscure Black Bear pirate crew. The conflict had escalated after the Black Bear crew pilfered a fruit coveted by the Vortex Spider crew, leading to a relentless chase from the New World into the earlier stretches of the Grand Line. The Vortex Spider crew, renowned and powerful, was ostensibly far beyond the capabilities of a mere ragtag pirate crew. However, unexpectedly, the opposing captain, in a reckless move, consumed the stolen fruit, discovering it to be the rare Logia-type flame fruit, significantly enhancing his strength. Captain Squard of the Vortex Spider crew was infuriated, for this fruit was rightfully his. Fire Ring. A barrage of blazing fire rings surged towards Squard, accompanied by the sound of searing waves, yet he effortlessly sliced through them with his blade. While it appeared formidable, it was merely a show of bravado. Humph, this is merely a warm-up. Now witness my true power. Fire Fist. The captain of the Black Bear crew, engulfed in flames, hurled his fiery fist towards Squard, who was no slouch himself, countering with a blade imbued with hockey. Boss, there are pirate ships ahead engaged in battle, obstructing our path. Should we circumvent them? Circumvent? Such theatrics are long past. Moreover, since the Navy has bestowed upon me the moniker of Butcher, how could I possibly disregard their goodwill? He issued orders for the vessels ahead to clear the way, threatening them with merciless retribution should they refuse. Upon receiving Xiao Li's command, his subordinates complied, inciting fury in both battling crews. Originally engaged in a life-or-death struggle, they were now confronted by a third party brazenly demanding passage, threatening to eliminate them otherwise. Kid, do you even comprehend what you're saying? The sea is no place for your kind to flaunt bravado. This is the realm of pirates. Hee, such foul words. Do you think numbers will save you? I shall reduce you to ashes, teaching you the harsh realities of New World pirates. Is that so? I confess my ignorance. Perhaps you could enlighten me and allow me to pay homage to the pirates of the New World? Upon hearing the mockery in Xiao Li's tone, the formidable vortex spider, Squard, unleashed a powerful slash, vowing to cleave him in two. Ah, such tremendous strength. Truly befitting a pirate of the New World. Xiao Li remarked with a calm expression as he braced himself against the oncoming force of the blade. You bastard. Squard could no longer tolerate the foul-mouthed individual before him and retaliated with a series of fierce aerial slashes. Yet, such strikes were utterly insufficient to harm Xiao Li. Dragon breakthrough slash. A fierce and domineering cut surged forth like a dragon soaring through the skies, claws bared as it lunged at Squard. The oncoming sword aura sent chills down his spine, compelling him to entwine his twin blades in a desperate defense. The immense force drove him backward until he collided with the ship's mast, nearly shattering it. A ghastly wound marred his forehead. Had he not exerted himself to redirect the blade's trajectory, he would have nearly lost half his skull. At that moment, the captain of the Black Bear Pirates sought to exploit the chaos and eliminate Xiao Li. Surrounded by swirling flames, he conjured a fireball resembling a sun, launching it toward Xiao Li with conviction that this technique would surely vanquish his foe. What a terrifying Maranomi. Fish would be scorched to perfection. Hell's Path, Crimson Lotus Requiem. Witness my new technique. The sanguine sword aura blossomed like a blazing crimson lotus from the depths of hell, intertwining coldness and fervor into its petals. Even before its approach, it seemed to echo with the wails of tormented souls. Chapter 73. Requiem of Hell. The searing fireball descended upon Xiao Li and his companions like a miniature sun, threatening to incinerate them all into ashes. However, it was cleaved in two by Xiao Li's Crimson Lotus Requiem, not just the blazing fireball. But the captain of the Black Bear Pirates was also bisected by the chilling sword aura. What a waste of such a fine fruit. Xiao Li scoffed disdainfully. After sailing for so long, they had only acquired a single fruit, and it was merely a paper fruit. Although it is said that there are no worthless fruits. Only those who cannot harness their potential. In comparable circumstances, a superior fruit determines the combat prowess of its user. Even the most inept wielder of the Maranomi would not diminish the inherent might of the flames. That is the baseline. Far from the simplicity of paper and blade. With their captain dead, the remaining members of the Black Bear Pirates sensed impending doom and scrambled to flee. However, from the moment they had engaged with Xiao Li, their fate had been sealed. There was no chance for escape, no room for resistance, as they were all reduced to mere minced flesh by Xiao Li's sword aura. I remember now. He seems to be the notorious pirate from the North Sea with a bounty of 120 million berries, one trembling pirate uttered. What? Are you jesting? Squard's heart sank. His own bounty upon entering the New World was barely over 100 million. The other party has been lurking in the North Sea, yet why is their strength so formidable? And that bounty, cursed navy. So, are you prepared? Surrender or face death with composure. What a joke. I am the great maelstrom spider, Squard. Come on, you scoundrel. Squard shouted fiercely at Xiao Li, ready for battle. Captain, flee quickly. Indeed, we are no match for him. Captain, let us retreat for now. There will be another chance to settle this in the future. It appears you are not the wisest of individuals. It is truly a tragedy for them to follow a captain like you. Despite the pleas of his crew, Squard continued to taunt Xiao Li, prompting Xiao Li to shake his head in mockery. I shall send you on your way. Damn it, protect the captain. A deluge of sword energy surged forth like countless stars, resembling a myriad of golden blades, all aimed at Squard and his crew. In this life and death moment, Squard's men unexpectedly threw themselves in front of him, much to Xiao Li's astonishment. However, choosing to set sail necessitates an acceptance of the constant possibility of death. Being a pirate is no child's play. While righteousness is indeed commendable, it offers no health bar against the specter of death. Apart from Squard, those who had just moments ago urged him to retreat now lay lifeless on the ship, warm blood splattering across the deck. Squard sat in a daze, seemingly unprepared to confront this brutal reality. His obstinacy had led to the demise of all his loyal subordinates, leaving him feeling utterly hollow. Subsequently, this notorious pirate of the New World began to wail inconsolably, holding the corpses of his men, his cries heart-wrenching. He felt regret, fury, hatred, and an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Why must it be so? Today's painful lesson serves to remind you that there are always greater powers beyond your own. Hate me. Strive to grow stronger with your anger and resentment. One day you will earn the right to stand before me. At that time, I shall grant you the opportunity to challenge me. Alas, I am a merciful person. I hope you seize this chance. Listening to such heartless taunts, Scored gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with rage. Completely disregarding his sentiments, Shala hummed a tune and instructed his crew to continue sailing. Ah, the New World. Chapter 74. Shocking news that stunned the world, boss. You have instructed us to always keep an eye on maritime news, and just a couple of days ago, a shocking event unfolded in the New World. On a certain island of the Grand Line, having just dealt with the invading beasts, Shala finally sat down to rest. This nameless island was home to a multitude of ferocious beasts, which were far from ordinary. They seemed to be perpetually engulfed in a state of rage and aggression. Little Lu felt an overwhelming curiosity and simultaneously recognized it as an excellent opportunity to hone his physical prowess. Having not engaged in hand-to-hand combat for quite some time, he impulsively sought out those rare beasts for a duel. Though these formidable creatures possessed a low level of intelligence, their immense strength made them excellent adversaries for physical training. Each day, Little Lu challenged them, further igniting their ferocity. After residing with these wild beasts for over a month, their ferocity, no matter how intense, proved ineffective in enhancing Little Lu's physical condition. During this period, an astonishing incident occurred. A particularly aggressive gorilla, endowed with extraordinary strength far surpassing that of the other beasts, began to emulate Little Lu's fighting techniques through their sparring sessions, eventually mastering them with remarkable finesse. Even more astonishing was its ability to fully grasp 6 distinct moves in just 3 days. Following an unexpected event, the gorilla fell into the surrounding waters of the island and was revived by Little Lu. Gradually, it regained its senses and ceased to exhibit the relentless aggression it once displayed. Although it could not articulate speech, it demonstrated an understanding of human language. At Little Lu's invitation, it became his subordinate, and he affectionately named it Jackson Peter. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Little Lu took the newspaper and was indeed astonished by the news it bore. A fierce naval battle had erupted between the Roger pirates and the Flying Lion pirates in the Edward Sea. An unexpected tempest swept across the battlefield, allowing the beleaguered Roger pirates to escape from a perilous situation, while the Flying Lion pirates suffered devastating losses and vanished without a trace. Across the globe, the populace rejoiced at the tidings, fervently hoping that the infamous Golden Lion had perished in the maritime catastrophe. It is worth noting that the Golden Lion is a legendary pirate. His name alone can silence the cries of children, a testament to his ferocity and brutality. In the hearts of ordinary people, pirates are viewed as irredeemably wicked beings. Were it not for their presence, the world would not be so tumultuous, and their lives would not be fraught with such calamities. As for the Golden Lion, he is a remarkably formidable pirate, and one can only wish for the opportunity to confront him, to vanquish him. Roger, may you not meet your end. For I yearn to understand the essence of the man who has left such an indelible impression on my master. Little Lu gazed at the news in the newspaper, murmuring to himself. His eyes glazed over as he fell into contemplation. Is there truly someone here? Young ones, eliminate them all in tribute to our idol, the Golden Lion Pirates. Ha ha ha, Captain, at this juncture, I am certain the Golden Lion Pirates would welcome your addition. Indeed. Our captain is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 80 million berries. How irritating. Peter, deal with them. Interrupted in his thoughts, Little Lu was infuriated. The consequences could be severe. Where did this foul gorilla come from? Get lost, you hideous creature. Enraged, Peter leaped into the throng of pirates, standing 5 meters tall. He struck terror into their hearts, unleashing his wrath in a brutal killing spree. The unknown pirates, who aspired to join the Golden Lion pirates, met their end on this nameless isle, which, to Little Lu, was indeed the most fitting grave for them, nameless souls in an unremarkable land. Chapter 75. A fateful encounter, boss. Ahead, a merman is engaged in battle with the pirates. Yet another obstacle in our path? Boss, shall we fire our cannons? I am a patient individual. What harm is there in waiting? We are not murderers. Do not utter such words again. Observing the fervent expressions of his subordinates, Little Lu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. How did he end up with such crew members, all eager for battle, oblivious to the folly they had learned? Captain, we must flee. That fellow is too formidable. Very well, you stay back and cover our retreat. The captain will remember you. One day, I shall avenge you. With that, he commanded the helmsman to set sail, leaving his men to clash aboard the enemy ship. "Scoundrels, make way for me. Be wary." Another ship approaches from the front. The unknown pirate captain had no intention of looting, fearing the terrifying figure behind him might catch up. Little did he know that the imminent threat was as deadly as the one pursuing him. Today, it seemed the king of hell had opened his gates, welcoming him back home. Before he could finish his thoughts, a ferocious slash cleaved both him and his vessel in two. Enough with the idle chatter. The sword of royalty returned to its sheath as Little cast a detached glance at the corpses of the pirates and the wreckage of the ship. Then turned his attention to the mermen. Encountering a merman again? Have their audacity grown so bold? After dispatching the pirates aboard, the merman, adorned with a headscarf and a scruffy beard, his skin a deep crimson, now fixed his gaze upon Little Lou. He had witnessed firsthand how the latter had dispatched the pirate captain. This individual before him was indeed a master swordsman. The red-skinned merman sensed a subtle yet palpable danger emanating from him, his entire being tensed, poised to confront any imminent threats that might arise. "May I be so bold as to inquire, are you, by any chance, a pirate? I observe that your vessel does not display a pirate flag." Little Lee's words served as a reminder to the red-skinned fishman, indicating that his counterpart was likely not a pirate. "Indeed, I am merely a traveler." "How intriguing. Do you not fear that others might capture you and sell you into slavery? One must understand that the plight of fishmen on land is far from favorable." Little Lou, with good intentions, pointed out that there was a small fishman in his crew. Anyone who dared to do so would meet the same fate as the pirate from earlier. The red-skinned fishman stated solemnly, asserting a fact while simultaneously issuing a veiled warning. "Ha ha ha, it appears that is indeed the case. However, I advise you to exercise caution. For the might of the sea is as numerous as the stars, and those are merely inconsequential entities." Upon hearing Little Lee's kind warning, the red-skinned fishman's wariness slightly diminished. "May I be so bold as to inquire your name?" "I am Spirla. Your skills seem quite impressive. I once saved a small fishman named Will. Perhaps you are acquainted with him?" "My name is Fisher Tiger." The warmth of the exchange and the introduction of names suggested no ill intent, leading Fisher Tiger to reciprocate with his own name, perhaps out of confidence in his own prowess. After an amiable conversation, Fisher Tiger, unable to resist the invitation, boarded Little Lee's vessel. He had never encountered anyone who displayed such kindness towards fishmen, gradually easing his vigilance. The two engaged in discussions, sharing their experiences. When the topic of coexistence between fishmen and humans arose, Little Lee's approach inspired Tiger. "Tiger, since you are not inclined to work with me, I shall not press you. However, I must still caution you. The sea is teeming with powerful beings, and you must remain vigilant during your travels, lest you suffer great misfortune. Rest assured, I have confidence in my abilities. Thank you for your warning. Should the opportunity arise, I invite you to visit Fishman Island, where I shall host you splendidly." As he watched Tiger depart, Little chuckled and shook his head. The other party truly did not comprehend the nature of this world. Only through personal experience could one alter their perspective. He could only hope that fortune would continue to favor him. Chapter 76. Straying into the Devil's Sea in the pitch-black ocean, fierce winds gathered ominous clouds, and the surging tsunami resembled a ferocious beast, poised to devour all that lay upon the waters. Little Lou and his companions were indeed the unfortunate ones. In their desperate attempt to escape the formidable tsunami, their sailboat had been swept away to an unknown destination, entirely deviating from its intended course. They found themselves in an unfamiliar expanse of ocean, where an eerie silence enveloped them. A thick fog shrouded the sea, rendering the sky pitch black. They could not discern east from west, nor could they identify north from south. Even the most skilled navigator could easily become lost in this treacherous domain, ultimately succumbing to its depths forever. "Boss, this area bears a striking resemblance to the fabled Bermuda Triangle. If that is indeed the case, our escape may prove quite challenging." "Oh, I've heard that this region is haunted, with living skeletons roaming these waters." "Indeed, I too have heard tales from my cousin's aunt's third uncle's sister's granddaughter, claiming that ghost ships frequently glide through here, said to be guiding the departed to the afterlife." My goodness, how terrifying. As the crew's increasingly nonsensical chatter filled the air, a wave of panic began to spread. Little Lou, with a darkened expression, remained silent. In an instant, the temperature aboard the vessel seemed to plummet to freezing levels. "Silence. The boss is angry." Noticing their leader's discontent, a perceptive crew member hastily urged everyone to cease their idle chatter and focus on their duties. With the boss present, what was there to fear? No ghostly skeleton could prevail against him. Seeing a subordinate display such righteous fervor, Little Lou couldn't help but nod in approval, finding some solace in the competence of his crew. For the next few days, little Lee's ship drifted through this devilish sea, searching for an exit. Although their provisions were still relatively plentiful, food would eventually run out, and if they continued to wander without finding a way out, they would inevitably become part of the legends, ghosts and specters of the infamous ghost ship. Did you hear that? A sound. Wait, it sounds like singing. How could there be singing here? Is it a ghost? As the crew began to murmur and cast suspicious glances, a shadowy figure began to materialize through the fog ahead. Look, what is that? Boss, an unexpected situation has arisen. Prepare yourselves. Little Lou also noticed the dark object slowly approaching them, surmising it was likely a ship. Could it have also wandered into this treacherous sea? A ghost ship. At last, a dilapidated sailing vessel emerged before them. Its exterior suggested a fierce battle had previously taken place. Despite its battered condition, the scars of swords and blades remained vivid, evoking memories of past conflicts. Boss, what should we do? Let us board it and see if there are any spoils. However, before little Lou and his crew could approach, a series of laughter echoed from the ship. Although his subordinates were accustomed to the specter of life and death, they were still greatly unnerved by the unknown. Ha ha ha. I never expected to see living souls here after all these years. What a stroke of luck today. My goodness, a ghost. The skeleton speaks. Monsters, begone. A tall, slender skeleton with an extravagant hairstyle greeted little Lou and his crew. Silence. With little Lou's commanding voice, all his subordinates regained their composure. While the skeleton was indeed terrifying, they understood that if their boss were truly enraged, their fate would not be any more favorable than that of the skeleton. Chapter 77. Skeleton broke upon seeing a skull protruding from the ghost ship. Little Lou felt an overwhelming disbelief. He had always dismissed the existence of ghosts and deities as mere deception. In his perception, the entity before him seemed to breathe, suggesting that this skeleton was, in fact, a living being, even though its physical state should not allow for such vitality. Unless, of course, it was a devil fruit user. Who are you? In response to little Lee's inquiry, the skeleton remained unfazed, feeling no offense whatsoever. He had lingered in this maritime domain for so long that he had lost track of the outside world. Overwhelmed by loneliness, he found solace in the presence of living beings speaking to him, perceiving it as a divine blessing. Hope surged within him. Perhaps he could finally leave this cursed sea and fulfill the promises of the past. Ah, I am called Brooke, a former pirate and a musician. It brings me immense joy to meet you all today. Ah, I almost forgot. I have no tears. Your body is merely a skeleton, yet you are still alive. Have you consumed a devil fruit? Ha ha ha. Your perceptiveness is commendable. I owe my continued existence to having consumed a devil fruit. What manner of devil fruit could possibly allow for the resurrection of the dead? Truly, this world is full of wonders. Little Lou mused inwardly. May I inquire if you know how to escape this devilish sea? Alas, I have been adrift for so long that I have forgotten the passage of time. I'm sorry, but I too do not know how to leave this sea. Brooke's voice fell to a somber tone. He longed to escape this wretched place. Come aboard our ship. Although we have yet to discover an exit, following our guidance significantly enhances your chances of departing from here. Oh, how delightful. I am deeply honored by your invitation, though I must confess, I lack the organs to feel such gratitude. Just as Brooke intended to steer his vessel closer, an unexpected wave of dizziness washed over him, as if he were on the brink of detaching from his very being. His body trembled uncontrollably, sensing that approaching might unleash something terrifying. What troubles you? Observed Xiaolu, furrowing his brow at Brooke's hesitation. It's nothing, Brooke replied, his gaze heavy with apprehension. Despite his lack of eyes, he had intended to draw nearer, yet an inexplicable dread emanated from the depths of his soul. The seemingly amiable man before him appeared as a demon from the abyss, and Brooke could have sworn he glimpsed countless souls entwined with this stranger. Uncertain if it was a mere illusion, he felt an overwhelming fear that inching closer would result in the consumption of his very essence. This man exuded an alarming danger. Will you not join us? Come along. Xiaolu implored with a smile, his tone gentle, akin to coaxing a child. However, witnessing that smile only deepened Brooke's trepidation. What he perceived was not warmth, but something profoundly unsettling. What do you mean by us? Brooke dared not dwell on the thought and hastily maneuvered his rickety vessel away. He yearned to escape this place alive. No, I must decline. I have urgent matters at home, Brooke muttered, perplexed by the strange behavior of this individual. Home? Little Lou furrowed his brow, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Why had the other party suddenly changed their mind when they had clearly intended to approach? Based on previous remarks, they should have been eager to depart. Had he discovered something amiss, or was it something else? Chapter 78. Departure from the Devil's Sea. Since Brooke's departure, Little Lou had been engulfed in a haze of confusion. He commanded his subordinates to pursue, yet they endured several storms along the way. After days of navigation, they still had not encountered Brook again. Boss, we have emerged. At last, we have escaped that cursed place. Oh, it has been so long since I beheld land, and even longer since I inhaled such fragrant air. I have resolved that upon reaching solid ground, I shall indulge in a thorough release of my pent-up emotions. As he gazed at the receding expanse of sea behind him, little Lu fell into silence. Why had that skeleton felt fear? His instincts, if not mistaken, suggested that from the hasty retreat of the figure and their final words, a palpable dread was evident. Was there some ominous presence lurking within that sea? No, that couldn't be right. Little Lu shook his head, as if attempting to rid his mind of the chaotic thoughts swirling within. Boss, there lies a small island ahead. Should we pause there to refresh ourselves? Indeed, let us proceed. The island, resembling a loaf of bread connected in segments, boasted a town of considerable size. The streets bustled with the passage of horse-drawn carriages, throngs of people, and an array of goods that showcased the locale's prosperity. Upon entering a tavern, little Lu quietly settled into a corner, savoring a drink while relishing delectable cuisine. During his time in the Devil's Sea, he had not enjoyed a single satisfying meal. His subordinates, lacking culinary skills and enduring mental torment, were hardly in a position to prepare appetizing dishes. Now, in this town, he intended to unwind and indulge himself. He learned that this island was called Nuz Island, renowned for its cherry orchards and famous for its cherry pies, which were exported far and wide. Yet, little Lu felt a mix of joy and discontent. Their journey home would be longer, bringing them closer to the dreaded Shambadi archipelago. Have you heard? A formidable pirate has emerged on the Grand Line. Oh, how powerful is he? What is his name? I hope we do not cross paths with him. Alas, we traders risk losing our investments if we are robbed. I am aware of that too. The bounty doesn't seem too impressive. Taverns have always been havens for the exchange of rumors. Beyond the news printed in newspapers, wandering merchants often brought with them a medley of strange, sometimes dubious information. Having lingered in the Devil's Sea for too long, little Lu found amusement in listening to these patrons boast and exaggerate. Tales of notorious pirates being captured, miraculous medical geniuses emerging, and tales of a fallen starlet resonated throughout the tavern, creating a lively atmosphere filled with indistinguishable truths and fabrications. Do not underestimate him. It is said he can conjure sandstorms, leaving every adversary he encounters as mere husks. How terrifying. Has the Navy apprehended him? They have not. Any Navy officer attempting to capture him has met a similar fate. What is his name? I believe it is Crocodile. Crocodile? If the rumors hold true, he must possess the powers of the sand fruit. Upon overhearing the conversation of these individuals, Xiao Lu found himself consumed by speculation. He retained a vivid recollection of the characteristics associated with the powers of the nature-type fruits. Their traits were unmistakably apparent. However, he pondered the true extent of their strength, hoping they were not merely superficial figures like the previous user of the flame fruit. An unsettling restlessness began to stir within him. Chapter 79. The Heir of the Demon. Wow. Have you seen the latest edition of the newspaper? A figure darted into the tavern, exclaiming loudly. What? That man has actually left the Roger Pirates? As he took the paper from the stranger's hands, the patrons of the tavern were equally astounded by the information contained within. My goodness, what does he plan to do next? How can such a dangerous individual still be at large? The Heir of the Demon. The title alone conveyed the formidable nature of this individual. While munching and listening, Xiao Lu couldn't help but develop an interest in this ominous title. He yearned to uncover the true prowess of the man who bore such a moniker. It turned out that the individual being discussed was named Douglas Barrett. He was a member of the Roger Pirates and was reputed to possess a terrifying strength comparable to that of Rayleigh, the vice-captain of the crew. His ambition for joining the Roger Pirates was to surpass Roger himself and emerge as the mightiest on the seas. It was said that his gaze was as fearsome as that of a malevolent spirit, instilling dread in all who met his eyes. To become the strongest? Upon hearing this news, Xiao Li's heart raced with fervor, his blood surged with excitement. He eagerly anticipated the opportunity to confront such an adversary. And he wondered what terrifying strength Roger possessed to have been able to defeat such a formidable foe. Upon reflecting on these thoughts, Xiao Li trembled with excitement, every cell in his body resonating with joy and exhilaration. He and Barrett shared a common aspiration, to become the strongest. Nevertheless, Xiao Lu was acutely aware of the considerable gap between himself and the true masters, the pinnacle warriors of the vast ocean. Yet, he remained undaunted. Furthermore, he was a person who would stop at nothing in his quest for strength, driven by an unwavering resolve to emerge as the strongest. He firmly believed that in the end, it is the survivor who is deemed the strongest. Are you not also filled with anticipation? Feeling the royal sword quiver incessantly within its sheath, Shala grinned broadly. The royal sword thirsts for blood. Hear us to the world. Hear us to the mighty warriors of the sea. Little Lu laughed heartily, disregarding the peculiar gazes from those around him. He raised his goblet and drank deeply, a fervent light igniting in his eyes as if he had succumbed to madness. What on earth has gotten into you? Someone exclaimed, startled by his sudden exuberance. The individual who had spoken was taken aback once more as Little Lu turned his gaze upon him. His heart raced, as though it might leap from his chest. Yet an icy chill enveloped him, a bone-deep cold surging from his feet to the crown of his head. A shiver ran through him, his limbs growing stiff. How could the eyes of this person appear so terrifying? Though the other was smiling gently, that gaze resembled that of a ravenous beast. Elated and thrilled at the discovery of prey, with an underlying thrill for bloodshed. Ah, my dear friends, I apologize. Little Lu beamed, offering a gentlemanly bow to the crowd and generously settling the tab for everyone in the tavern. He was in high spirits today. Initially planning to return to the North Sea, he had now changed his mind. He intended to venture to the New World. Witnessing his magnanimity, the onlookers expressed their admiration. Among them, one man was particularly delighted and praised Little Lu, but suddenly he collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Hey, what is wrong with you? Ha. Has excitement gotten the better of you? Ignoring the jest of the crowd, the man stared blankly at Little Lu until he departed. That fellow just now, wait. Who was that man? The onlookers were intrigued, eager to understand why the man seated on the ground had begun to tremble upon seeing Little Lu. That man was the notorious pirate, Spire Lu, with a bounty of 120 million berries, nicknamed the Butcher. It was said he was a cold-blooded killer, sparing neither women nor children, nor distinguishing between navy, pirates, or civilians. Anyone who angered him met a grim fate. The man on the ground turned pale, his lips ashen. In an instant, the once boisterous tavern fell into a profound silence. The only sound that pierced the heavy stillness was the occasional gulp of swallowed saliva. Chapter 80. The Sabaody archipelago. Sha Lu arrived at the islands of the Chandala, and although he had heard tales of their enchantment, the scene before him was still breathtaking. Towering giants of trees soared into the clouds, their heights seemingly endless. The robust branches resembled the arms of titans, each trunk marked with an identifying number. The roots intertwined like serpentine dragons, strong and formidable. Countless crystalline bubbles emerged from the base of the great trees, ascending towards the heavens. Under the refracted sunlight, they displayed a kaleidoscope of colors. At the roots of the vibrant red mangrove trees, a bustling town nestled, epitomizing the harmonious coexistence of humanity and nature. Little Lu and Peter were eagerly exploring the islands of the Sabaody archipelago, while Joe and Roy, far away in the North Sea, were in a decidedly less cheerful mood. Upon hearing the news that Little Lu intended to embark on a journey to the New World alone, Joe and Roy were filled with anger. Since the inception of their acquaintance, through the establishment of their own company, they had always been inseparable. Although Little Lu had often been the focal point of their endeavors, this had only been the case with Joe and Roy's consent. However, the notion that Little Lu would abandon them for the New World was simply unacceptable. They had initially agreed that he would only venture to the City of Seven Waters to build ships, which was why they had permitted him to set sail with Ron and Will. The two could not help but speculate whether Little Lu had grown weary of their lack of combat prowess. They had always advanced and retreated together. If he deemed their strength inadequate, they were more than willing to train relentlessly. Had their vow of mutual loyalty been nothing but empty words? Despite Little Lu's repeated they remained unconvinced. Although he was strong, the New World was fraught with peril, teeming with monstrous creatures. That scoundrel, when he returns, I shall give him a proper lesson, Roy declared, smashing his fist against the desk, leaving it in ruins. Enough, Roy. He is already in the Sabaody archipelago. Our anger serves no purpose now. All we can do is provide him with information and ensure our base remains secure. We cannot afford further disturbances here, Joe reassured him. Joe, you coddle him too much at times, Roy retorted, tucking a strand of hair behind his ear as he spoke softly. Oh, is there an auction here? Peter, let us go take a look. Little Lu, while shopping, caught wind of the auction and decided to take Peter along. They were in no shortage of money. Aside from their own wealth, their journey to the Sabaody archipelago had not been entirely smooth. They had encountered pirates who attempted to rob them, but they adhered to a zero-tolerance policy, reclaiming any unclaimed goods. With each battle, they amassed riches, their fortune growing into the hundreds of millions. Upon entering the auction hall, they found little choice in seating, as the front rows were already occupied by elegantly attired kings, princesses, nobles, and wealthy merchants. Esteemed guests, We warmly welcome you to our auction. We always operate under the principle that the customer is king, and the items up for bid have been meticulously selected to ensure your satisfaction. We hope you enjoy the experience. A strikingly beautiful woman, clad in revealing attire, flaunted her allure, her sweet voice enchanting the audience, igniting the atmosphere of the auction. The distinguished guests below gazed with wide eyes, as if transfixed by an extraordinary treasure. Ah, this auction certainly knows how to captivate, little Lou remarked with a knowing smile, his demeanor calm and composed. Chapter 81. The bidding begins. Now, let us present our first auction item. The woman possesses a delicate beauty and a captivating voice. She is not only proficient in the arts, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but also adept at various household chores, excelling in culinary skills. Acquiring her would undoubtedly ensure your home is managed with meticulous care. Furthermore, she boasts a rather unique talent. A gaunt, elderly man with deep-set eyes and a ruddy complexion shouted excitedly, "The starting bid is 50 million belly." "I bid 60 million belly." The impatient old man exclaimed. 65 million belly, she's mine." "Oomph, foolish bumpkin. I bid 70 million. "Alas, how can such a woman survive? I cannot bear to witness an innocent life wither away. I shall lend a hand, I suppose." A bespectacled elder lamented. "You wretched old fool, what are you planning? Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. If you dare to win her bid, I shall ensure you collect her corpse tomorrow." A corpulent noblewoman threatened vehemently. "Is there any higher bid? Acquiring her will certainly be a worthwhile investment." As the bidding was interrupted by the noblewoman, the woman on the stage could only cast her gaze elsewhere. 85 million belly. "Any higher would exceed her value, and I shall withdraw," the emaciated elder remarked, scanning the surroundings with an unsaid implication. "Is there no higher offer? Securing her will undeniably provide you with an exquisite experience. There are no higher bids. No one is a fool here. Please announce the result." Observing the woman still inquiring, the elder impatiently urged, 85 million once, 85 million twice. Confident of his victory, the elder rubbed his hands together, a lascivious grin spreading across his face. 85 million. 100 million belly. A languid voice resonated. The auction hall erupted in chaos. A cacophony of excitement. 100 million belly. That could purchase a devil fruit. Who is this fool? "Sir, are you certain about 100 million belly?" The woman on stage, startled, asked the young man. "Absolutely," the young man replied with a faint smile. "Good heavens, he has a gorilla standing beside him. Wow, what a massive gorilla. Over 4 meters tall. I hope there is no virus. How could they allow such a grotesque pet inside? How vulgar." Although Peter could not speak, he comprehended human language entirely. Enraged by their mockery, he bared his teeth, wishing to charge at them and tear them apart. However, the young man restrained him. Little cast a faint glance at the mocking individuals, and those who had spoken disrespectfully immediately fell into a stupor, frothing at the mouth and rolling their eyes back in a faint. "Hey, what is wrong with you? My dear, are you all right? What is happening? Quickly, call a doctor." Soon, the deriders were all carried away. Some with sharper minds began to harbor suspicions and quickly altered their perceptions of little Lou. "You little rascal. Do you possess such wealth? If you dare deceive us, I shall ensure you regret ever coming into this world." The elderly man, who had previously felt assured of victory, was caught off guard by little Lee's unexpected response, his embarrassment transforming into rage. "My dear, are you not going to announce the results? If you delay any longer, I might reconsider my position." Little Lee paid no heed to the old man's words, playfully teasing, "Oh, is there anyone higher than this gentleman?" As silence enveloped the crowd, the beautiful auctioneer declared the final result. "Congratulations to this gentleman for securing our first auction item at 100 million Bailey, setting a splendid precedent for our upcoming auction. There are even more exquisite items to follow, and we hope everyone can acquire their desired treasures." The enchanting auctioneer cast a special glance at little Lou, her alluring eyes shimmering with charm, captivating the onlookers. The young man before her appeared robust, wealthy, and rather handsome. An opportunity to engage with him made her unconsciously lick her soft, rosy lips. At that moment, little Lou, standing at the back, couldn't help but shiver. How strange. Why do I suddenly feel cold? Chapter 82. Green Heatherway Masso. After navigating through some minor hurdles, the atmosphere of the auction reignited under the guidance of the beautiful. This renowned painting starts at 40 million Bailey. I bid 45 million. 52 million Bailey. This exquisite dagger starts at 35 million Bailey. 58 million Bailey. This handsome gentleman bids 93 million Bailey for this mysterious music box. Let us congratulate him. Well, This lovely lady has purchased Master Vankerson's Tears of the Beauty for 88 million Bailey, truly a match made in heaven. Look at this black gold dragon-headed cane. How magnificent. This esteemed guest truly has an eye for beauty. The giant clan makes for the finest bodyguards. Acquiring one would certainly be a wise investment. As each auction item was sold for exorbitant prices, the beautiful auctioneer beamed with delight. The more she sold, the higher the prices soared, and consequently, the greater her rewards became. Seeing the women snatched away at high prices, she could not help but fantasize about being chosen by those affluent patrons. During the event, she also showcased her exceptional skills to the guests, igniting a fervor among the men who yearned to learn from her after the auction concluded. Hoping to enhance their own prowess, Xiaolu exhibited a palpable disinterest towards the auctioned items, although he occasionally placed a bid. It was merely a formality to partake in the experience. After all, he was already present. The woman he had acquired was soon brought to his side. Her long hair cascaded like a dark waterfall, exuding a subtle fragrance. Her delicate visage bore a gentle blush, reminiscent of a flower reflected in water. Her eyes sparkled like serene autumn waters, exuding an enchanting warmth. Her figure was graceful, akin to a slender willow swaying in the breeze. Draped, her curves were tantalizingly obscured. As she parted her cherry lips, a breath as fragrant as orchids escaped. The exquisite maiden, at the tender age of 18, possessed a figure as delicate as pastry, with a waist that seemed to wield a sword against the mundane. I have met the master, the servant exclaimed. Ahem. What is your name? Xiaolu gazed at the girl he had just acquired, momentarily lost in thought, and unexpectedly uttered two phrases he had never spoken before. It was only when she called out to him that he regained his composure, clearing his throat and inquiring about her name. To be honest, he had not truly discerned her features at that moment. His sole intention was to rescue her from her plight. Furthermore, her remarkable skills and culinary prowess had compelled him to choose her. My name is Green Heathaway Masso. Ah, ahem, henceforth. You need not refer to yourself as a servant in my presence. Simply state your name. Moreover, do not call me master. Boss will suffice. Yes, boss. Xiaolu could not help but twitch his lips. Oh, I beg your pardon, master. No, boss. There is no need to be so frightened. I would not devour you. Observing Masho's slight tremor, Xiaolu spoke soothingly, draping his coat over him. Masho, taken aback by the gesture, instinctively reached to remove the garment but was halted by Xiaoli's hand. I shall not neglect my own. Thus, you need not be so reserved. This is a command. Noticing Masho's hesitation to respond, Xiaolu quickly added, Thank you, boss, Masho whispered through her tears. She had never received such preferential treatment before, from her boss. She felt none of the objectifying gazes that other men cast upon her. He truly regarded her as a person of dignity. She vowed to repay her boss's kindness earnestly. Oh ho ho, oh ho ho. Peter was as joyful as a child, circling around Masho. Chapter 83. The Snake Boy. The next auction item was a devil fruit user. What? A user? How on earth did they capture him? Hurry, bring him out. He, I hope it's a beauty. Is it going to be dangerous? Upon hearing the murmurs from the crowd, the beautiful auctioneer felt a twinge of anxiety. This was the item she was least confident about. As the cage draped in black cloth was wheeled out, everyone craned their necks in anticipation. When the cloth was lifted, a wave of gasps and curses rippled through the audience. I thought it was a remarkable user. What nonsense, can such a frail creature even be an auction item? Oh my, his complexion is so pale, he wouldn't be carrying a virus, would he? Quickly, take him away, don't present him. How outrageous. Are you mocking us? Inside the cage was a gaunt boy, his face as pale as that of a corpse, with eyes resembling gray snake pupils, exuding a deep-seated malevolence between his brows. His expression was numb, indifferent to the pointing fingers of the onlookers. This boy had consumed the snake fruit in the form of a rock python. Stop talking. Hurry and move on. We wish to see the next item. What a misfortune. The beautiful auctioneer forced a wry smile. Resigned to the situation, she had anticipated this outcome. This was not the first time this item had been exhibited, and the results had always been the same. Wait, at least tell us the starting price. Someone interjected. What if someone wants to buy him? As the auctioneer prepared to move the cage away, Xiaolu intervened. Upon realizing it was Xiaolu speaking, the beautiful auctioneer's eyes lit up. Perhaps this man before her was interested? She composed herself swiftly. Ahem, this boy is indeed a devil fruit user. The starting price is 50 million berries. Are you serious? Such a frail creature is worth 50 million berries? Do you take us for fools? Upon hearing the quoted price, an immediate dissent arose, and the previously subdued murmur of curses surged once more. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, The beautiful auctioneer grew flustered. However, upon noticing the discreet gesture from the owner backstage, she steadied herself and resumed her radiant smile. Evidently, the owner was eager to expedite the sale of this substandard item. Esteemed guests, in gratitude for your support of this auction, the starting bid for this item is set at a mere 20 million Bailey. Yet, despite her entreaty, no one raised their paddles, and the smile upon the auctioneer's face faltered. 20 million Bailey. Such a swift surprise? The auctioneer quickly lifted her gaze, and those around her followed suit, eager to discover which astute individual had made the bid. To their astonishment, it was him once again. Little raised his sign and nodded gently to the crowd, a faint smile gracing his face. Well, this auction item belongs to, hold on, I bid 21 million. A new voice interrupted. The crowd shifted their gaze once more, revealing the frail old man who had initially contended with Little Lou. 25 million Belly. Little Lou countered with renewed fervor. 26 million Belly. The old man followed suit, seemingly quite enamored with the young boy. The onlookers began to comprehend the situation. This old man was causing quite the ruckus. 50 million Belly, exclaimed the one voice. Is this madness? Someone mused. Ha, what a wealthy fool. It appears he is determined to secure that child at all costs. Shala disregarded the murmurs of the crowd, casting a disdainful glance at the frail old man. The enchanting auctioneer regarded him with a gaze that sparkled with tender affection. Unfortunately, Xiao Li's attention was entirely elsewhere, rendering her flirtatious glances as futile as winking at a blind man. Masha, too, wore a charming smile, her lashes, her soft gaze enveloping Xiao Li's face like the luminous glow of the moon. He would be the man she devoted her life to. Chapter 84. A Game of Teasing. 50 million Belly. No one would dare to bid higher. This child must be mine. Little Lou leaned against the wall, arms crossed, casting a disdainful glance at the frail old man. Beautiful auctioneer, please announce the results. I can hardly wait. Oh, very well, but one must adhere to the rules. The auction has not yet concluded. I bid 51 million. The old man retorted sharply. 59 million. Surely this old man is not an accomplice you've hired? Of course not, the auctioneer hastily clarified, while the onlookers appeared eager to witness the unfolding drama. You insolent brat, who are you calling an accomplice? The old man, stung by Little Lou's public insult, felt an immediate surge of indignation. I bid 60 million, so you can understand what true power is. 69 million. Little Lou, undeterred, flushed crimson, determined not to relent. 70 million. 89 million. Little Lou shouted vehemently. 90 million. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Were these two madmen? Some recognized that the old man was intentionally driving up the bids, and this young man was being taken for a ride. The auctioneer's face beamed with joy, surprised by this unexpected turn of events. Oh dear, such a high price exceeds my means. This country bumpkin cannot bear it. It seems I must concede to this esteemed gentleman. Just as the crowd expected Little Lou to continue bidding, he unexpectedly shrugged his shoulders, his face a mask of regret. Scoundrel! The old man trembled, pointing at Little Lou, rendered speechless by his fury. Xiao Lu raised an eyebrow, a playful glint illuminating his expression as he surveyed the scene. Is there a higher bid? The beautiful auctioneer was momentarily taken aback, much like the others, all of whom had been beguiled by Xiao Li's audacious demeanor, mistakenly believing he would raise the stakes yet again. Instead, he unexpectedly withdrew, lowering the banner and silencing the fervor. Ah, this venerable gentleman speaks with utmost sincerity. There is no one who could surpass his offer. Would you not grant him this favor, my dear lady? Xiao Lu implored, seemingly advocating for the frail old man. Absolutely not. This scoundrel is merely a plant you've hired. This bidding cannot be counted. The frail old man had initially intended to toy with Xiao Lu but found himself outmaneuvered. The relentless verbal jabs from his opponent felt like daggers to his pride, igniting a fierce resolve within him. He silently vowed that, once the gathering concluded, he would ensure this young man experienced a fate worse than death. Goodness, sir. How could you act in such a manner? We are all esteemed individuals here. Such behavior is unbecoming of your stature. Have you no sense of dignity? If you lack the means, you ought not to partake in such affairs. To pretend otherwise is to suffer the indignity of maintaining a facade. Very well, I shall buy. In response to the jeers echoing around him, the old man glared at Xiao Lu, his eyes alight with murderous intent. The beautiful auctioneer sensed the escalating tension and swiftly declared the results, proceeding with the subsequent formalities. Before long, the auction came to a close, and the attendees began to disperse. You there, where do you think you're going? If you are willing to hand over that woman and then kneel to clean my shoes, I might just spare your life. Not far from the venue, Xiao Lu and his companions found their path blocked by a group of menacing bodyguards clad in black. The old man, flanked by his subordinates, approached Xiao Lu, his gaze dark and threatening. The snake boy was shackled by a chain, the other end held firmly by another. Enough of this prattle. Eliminate them. Xiao Lu spoke coldly, and Peter immediately charged at the bodyguards, unleashing a brutal massacre. Chapter 85. Just as one wave subsides, another rises. How dare they continue to attack? Eliminate them. Eliminate them. The gaunt old man, witnessing his adversaries' refusal to surrender and their audacity to strike at him, shouted in a fit of rage. Those around him had already fled in terror at the sight. However, Peter's prowess vastly exceeded their expectations, though he was an ape. His combat instincts, honed by Xiao Lu, were far beyond those of ordinary soldiers. Not only was he immensely strong, but he also exhibited remarkable agility, his physical resilience rivaling that of steel. Conventional weapons could scarcely harm him, rendering him akin to a tank, leaving nothing in his wake. The black-clad subordinates either suffered shattered ribs or had their skulls crushed, the gruesome scene causing the old man to collapse in fear. A foul liquid seeping from between his legs. Maso trembled in fright, and Xiao Lu offered no comfort, stating coolly, "This is the world. This is merely a small skirmish. If you follow us, be prepared to face death at any moment. To avoid such a fate, you must grow stronger. Become powerful." "Yes, boss," Maso replied, forcing herself to steady her nerves. Ignoring Maso's inner turmoil, Xiao Lu approached the gaunt old man. "Do you have any last words?" No. I thought you might reveal the location of some treasure." Before the old man could finish, the sword of kings was drawn, swiftly slicing through his throat and extinguishing his life. Afterward, he returned to the snake boy. The snake boy gazed at Xiao Lu, sword in hand, his face a mask of terror as he recoiled in fear. "Don't kill me." Yet, Xiao Lu merely swung the sword to sever his chains, sparing his life. "You are now free, but I hope you will join us. You are special to me. Meeting you is akin to a fish encountering water, all orchestrated by fate. Fate has arranged for us to meet here and for you to become one of the strong." As Xiao Lu extended his right hand, the snake boy's pupils constricted, his expression shifting. He had expected to die here or remain a slave, yet this man before him was offering freedom and an invitation to join their ranks. After much hesitation, the snake boy ultimately grasped Xiao Lu's hand. "Welcome to the ranks of the strong. What is your name?" "My name is Python Snake." Suddenly, the sword of kings emitted a subtle hum, and at that moment, a unique, gravelly laughter echoed, as if sand were scraping against a throat. "Ah ha 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 ha. Who would have thought I'd stumble upon such a spectacle here?" At this point, the scattered subordinates began to converge towards Xiao Lu, clearing the battlefield. This is their consistent demeanor. Little Lu remained silent, responding only with laughter. The newcomer, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and clad in a dark gray coat, with a cigar perched between his lips, exuded the aura of a mafia godfather. He was none other than the recently ascendant pirate, Crocodile. Upon hearing Little Lee's laughter, Crocodile's expression shifted, an inexplicable sense of frustration enveloping him. "This rhythm, this cadence, this damned familiarity, are you provoking me? Why is it acceptable for you to laugh while I cannot? What reasoning is this?" Reasoning? Power is the only logic. Desert Blade, a mere parlor trick. The two engaged in combat, the shockwaves of their clash radiating outward from their epicenter. As one wave settled, another surged forth. Chapter 86. The Crocodile and the Butcher. "You little brat, your strength is commendable. Your prowess isn't as exaggerated as the rumors suggested." Crocodile, incensed by Little Lu's lack of decorum, seethed with humiliation. Crescent-shaped sand dune. Sword dragon disarm. Crocodile's right arm transformed into a crescent-shaped sand blade, slicing toward Little Lu. This technique appeared less sharp than the previous desert blade, yet should it connect, it would drain the moisture from the opponent's body, rendering them a desiccated husk. Although Little Lu did not comprehend Crocodile's techniques, he always approached combat with utmost caution. A formidable sword aura enveloped him, forming a resilient armor. Crocodile's attacks never made contact with Little Lee's body. They were repelled by the impenetrable and razor-sharp sword aura, scattering into a flurry of fine sand. "Let's see how you fare against this." Sandstorm. Seizing the moment as Little Lu was encircled by swirling grains, Crocodile conjured a small sandstorm in his hand and hurled it towards him. This seemingly inconspicuous sandstorm, carrying airborne particles, rapidly expanded into a vast tempest. The ferocious winds and sands blinded onlookers and rendered them unable to stand. The swiftly rotating grains were exceptionally sharp, resembling a colossal meat grinder, obliterating everything ensnared within its grasp. Little Li's sword guard could scarcely withstand this strike, emitting a cacophony of clashing blades before the sword energy was dissipated into the ether. It seems I must counter each move as it comes. The wind and elegance dragon dance. The concentrated aura surged once more. And the magnificent sword energy soared like a spiraling dragon, conjuring a tempest of tremendous proportions. A wild gale howled, and the sword energy surged forth like a dragon. The sword dragon storm collided fiercely with the sandstorm, dividing the entire world into starkly contrasting halves. Nearby structures were reduced to ashes, and fissures marred the ground. The unfortunate subordinates caught in the fray were reduced to mere pulp, swirling in the wind. After some time, the ferocity gradually subsided, and both parties acknowledged each other's prowess. Ha ha ha, I concede your strength. The might of 80 million berries is indeed formidable. You scoundrel, who exactly are you? Your demeanor is rather unpleasant. Nonetheless, since you have inquired sincerely, I shall graciously reveal my identity. I am Spire Lu, a man driven by curiosity. I know, a notorious butcher. Indeed. Humph, you wretch. It is indeed the first time that Xiao Lu was interrupted while speaking. Such a lack of respect for others calls for a lesson to be imparted, lest they find themselves in the new world, overwhelmed and in tears. As soon as Xiao Lu finished speaking, his body abruptly shifted, and a formidable desert sword suddenly erupted from beneath his feet. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift enough. Otherwise, that strike could have severed him in two. Nonetheless, it still left a gash upon his body. You treacherous fiend, as insidious as a crocodile. Ha! Yet I must admit, I find your demeanor rather commendable. Would you care to join us? I could offer you a ministerial position. Do not presume to dictate to me here. Desert Diamond Blade, regardless of Xiao Li's words. Crocodile displayed no interest whatsoever. To serve as his underling? What a ludicrous notion. How dare he take such liberties? Xiao Li's temper flared in response. Little Li's expression darkened. His gaze sharp, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from Crocodile's sight. Are you searching for me? A sudden shock coursed through Crocodile's mind. When had that fellow appeared behind him? His right hand transformed into a precious blade, slicing through the air, yet he only struck at an afterimage. Almost immediately, he felt a tremendous force strike his waist, and he coughed up blood, sent flying backward. What just happened? How did he manage to attack me? Crocodile pondered in confusion. As the dust settled, he saw his opponent struggling to rise from the ruins, an expression of incredulity on his face, while Little Lu grinned broadly. Given that look on your face, you don't think the Logia type makes you invincible, do you? It seems you haven't experienced a proper beating yet. Consider this a complimentary lesson. No need to thank me. Little Lu mocked without restraint. Chapter 87. Crocodiles defeat. Enough with the jesting. You've successfully provoked my ire, boy. Oh dear, I'm so frightened. You foul crocodile. Hurry back to your desert, or I shall skin you alive for a wallet. You scoundrel, Spire Lu. Weighty sandstorm. Not this move again. I have no desire to continue this charade. Line of death, shadow thunder. A swirling sandstorm, born from countless grains, loomed like a celestial curtain, darkening the sky and exuding a palpable sense of danger. The ruins caught in its grasp were ground to dust, and the moisture in the air seemed to vanish completely. The sand was parched, the winds harsh and dry, and so too were the onlookers. Snake and Marceau stood rooted in place, petrified by the catastrophic spectacle, unable to fathom that such feats were possible for a mere mortal. In that moment, they felt their own insignificance, their hearts tightening with worry for Little Lu. Peter, nearby, pounded his chest in frustration as if wishing to rush forward to help, yet even his towering stature and immense strength could not withstand the ferocious winds and sand. However, Little Lu remained composed, the aura of the royal sword swirling with power, embodying the essence of a poised blade ready to strike. He stood resolute against the impending tempest, as immovable as a mountain. A fleeting glint of brilliance sparkled in his eyes, and with the royal sword unsheathed, a resonant dragon's roar echoed forth. Little Li's form surged forth like a bolt of thunder, cleaving through the celestial shroud before him. The sandstorm disintegrated in an instant, transforming into mere flecks of dust suspended in the air. Crocodile's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. For the first time in his life, he sensed the peril between life and death. He barely caught a glimpse of a white line, perhaps a remnant of the royal sword, before a crimson line appeared across his chest, blood spattering forth. Without an understanding of hockey, even the mightiest Logia user becomes nothing more than a target in the eyes of others. Ha! Foul crocodile, do you comprehend now? You little brat. Don't get too carried away. Cough cough, I have yet to be defeated. Is that so? I am capable. Captain, are you all right? Captain, how are you? We'll come to your aid immediately. You scoundrels, we shall fight you. Stay back. Crocodile roared in fury. How utterly absurd. Once again interrupted. The little Lu wielded the royal sword, unleashing a flurry of sharp sword energies that spiraled like a vortex towards Crocodile's subordinates. May the baptism of the vortex send you on your way. The assailants charging at the little Lu were instantaneously swept into the air by the swirling sword energies, which mercilessly strangled the crowd. Flesh was torn, bones shattered, and the air was filled with anguished cries. Chunks of flesh flew, and a rain of blood soon fell from the heavens. Damn it, I will not spare you. Crocodile seethed as he watched his subordinates being slaughtered, his murderous intent surging like a tsunami. At that moment, a large contingent of black-clad bodyguards escorted an individual who appeared before them. The figure was adorned with a specially designed transparent helmet, and their garb was so voluminous it resembled an inflated balloon as they sat atop a robust slave. Celestial Dragon. It was evident they were oblivious to the chaos that had just transpired. Otherwise, the bodyguards would not have approached this perilous area for the sake of the Celestial Dragon's safety. How audacious, to see a Celestial Dragon and not kneel. One of the black-clad bodyguards, upon noticing that the little Lu and his companions remained unmoving, immediately berated them. How dare you stand before me without kneeling? Seize them. Mauser and Snake were filled with terror, hastily attempting to kneel. They understood that the Celestial Dragons were the rulers of the world, and any slight disrespect could result in death. Fools, who told you to kneel? The little Lu, noticing their inclination to bow, rebuked them. Chapter 88. The Celestial Dragon. Upon hearing the little Li's words, Mauser and Snake hesitated, faltering in their stances. But as they beheld the increasingly grim expression on the little Li's face, they resolved to straighten their bent legs once more. You insolent brat. I will surely settle this score today. Crocodile, unwilling to complicate matters further and having recognized his own shortcomings through this battle, resolved to contemplate his next course of action. With a final, menacing remark, he transformed into a whirlwind of sand and vanished from sight. Shala found the situation rather amusing, as his opponent was a quintessential stubborn individual. However, he had to address the pressing issue at hand. Crocodile was of little concern. Several bodyguards encircled him, brandishing their firearms and signaling for Xiaolu to relinquish his weapon. You want me to disarm? Oh, no, 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 this is my old companion, he retorted. Unless what? One bodyguard asked, almost as if compelled to do so. Yet, the only response was the gleam of a sword before them. In the blink of an eye, a head soared through the air, with blood gushing from the severed neck like a fountain. Bastard! You lowly wretch, how dare you resist? Kill him! The Celestial Dragon could hardly believe that someone would defy them, disregarding their commands. Such insubordination was utterly intolerable. The bodyguards were momentarily taken aback, but they quickly recognized that the situation had turned dire. Some took defensive stances, shielding the Celestial Dragon behind them, while others began to report via their din mushi, requesting reinforcements. Suddenly, a shadow darted through the crowd and approached Xiaolu from behind. To offend a noble Celestial Dragon is a death sentence. Allow me to bestow upon you the gift of death. The shadow hissed, exuding an air of confidence. It was a member of CP0, renowned for their assassination skills and astonishing speed. To his astonishment, Xiaolu, who appeared utterly unguarded, did not turn around but suddenly extended his right hand, seizing the assassin's neck with a vice-like grip. As a killer, you speak far too much. The term bestow is reserved for those of higher status addressing their inferiors. Who do you think you are speaking to? Shala firmly grasped CP0 by the neck and forcefully slammed him to the ground, nearly breaking his neck. Subsequently, the king's sword was drawn, piercing through his thigh and relentlessly twisting within the flesh and bone, causing him to scream in agony. Now it is my turn to bestow upon you the gift of death, he declared. Peter, deal with those bodyguards. At this command, Peter, filled with excitement, charged at the Celestial Dragon's bodyguards, delivering punches as massive as sandbags that shattered their bones and sinews. Xiaolu drew the Sword of Kings, and, employing the same method, pierced a gaping hole in the thigh of CP0, this time methodically carving away strips of flesh until the ghastly white bones were exposed. CP0 could no longer endure such inhumane torment and succumbed to the pain. Once a high-ranking bodyguard for the Celestial Dragons, he had regarded human life with utter disdain. Now, he faced a fitting retribution for his past misdeeds, a vivid manifestation of the law of karma. The Celestial Dragon, who had long been numbed to the brutality inflicted upon slaves, was now paralyzed with terror at the thought of such horrors befalling himself. In a fleeting moment, the bodyguards surrounding the Celestial Dragon were eliminated, leaving behind a gruesome scene strewn with bloodied corpses. I have heard tales of your exploits, Had you not provoked me, it would have been another matter. Alas, do you, esteemed celestial dragon, comprehend the essence of pain? Plebeian, do not approach. The Marine Admiral is on his way, and you shall all meet your demise. Kneel and plead for mercy, and I may spare your life. Despite the palpable fear gripping him, the celestial dragon still attempted to invoke the authority of the Marine Admiral. Yet he remained oblivious to the dire circumstances. You threaten me? Huh. You truly know nothing of who I am. Chapter 89. A great adversary. Little Lu gazed at the foolishness of his adversaries with profound dismay. Though these individuals were referred to as descendants of the Creator, he deemed them utterly more contemptible than maggots in a latrine. With a single punch, he shattered the celestial mask of the celestial dragon, disregarding the pallor of his opponent's face, and seized him by the visage, driving him into the ground. The celestial dragon wept in agony, blood mingling with tears, obscuring his features. Oh, what a pity. I neglected to bring my camera, otherwise, I would have captured this moment without fail. Boss, I have a camera. One of his subordinates chimed in, grinning obsequiously. Huh, what do you carry a camera for? Little Lu inquired. The subordinate, visibly flustered, stammered in response. To capture it. Yes. This is a monumental event. The boss dares to strike a celestial dragon. Just thinking about it stirs excitement. And with my camera in tow. How many can boast of capturing an unflattering portrait of a celestial dragon? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Pray tell, who possesses such audacity to kidnap a celestial dragon? Ah. It is you, the bloodthirsty executioner, the butcher Spire Lo. A naval officer clad in a coat of righteousness approached Little Lu and his companions, casually pinching his, and who might you be? Shala concentrated intently, his voice low as he inquired. The individual before him appeared rather unorthodox, yet possessed an alarming level of prowess. Never had Shala witnessed the sovereign sword quivering incessantly within its sheath, emitting a warning sound. Had he not quelled its agitation? The sword might have unsheathed itself in defiance. Let me ponder this for a moment. It is said that striking a celestial dragon summons formidable admirals. Are you perhaps Sengoku or Zephyr? No, wait. To my knowledge, Zephyr is currently a naval instructor, making his arrival rather unlikely. Could you be Sengoku? Yet, rumors claim Sengoku, being the strategist, is meticulous and shrewd in his endeavors. You do not seem to fit that mold. As Shala shook his head, lost in his own musings and seemingly disregarding the presence of others, the naval officer stood astounded. What do you mean, you insufferable brat? Are you implying I am inferior to that Sengoku fellow? Could it be that you are the legendary marine hero, Garp? Little Lee's eyes widened in astonishment. Resembling someone who had encountered a ghost, this individual, known for his iron fists, possessed a truly formidable strength. It was said that he had repeatedly cornered Roger into perilous situations, yet for reasons unknown, he had never ascended to the rank of admiral. If such a terrifying prowess does not warrant the title of admiral, one can only imagine the dread inspired by figures like Sengoku the Buddha and the Black-Armed Zephyr. Little Lu was overwhelmed with thoughts. Indeed, the sea is teeming with formidable beings. You, young scamp, are notorious for your infamy. Little Crane had long warned us of your perilous nature. Even Kazan failed to capture you last time, underscoring your might. Alas, with such tremendous strength, why choose the path of a pirate instead of serving in the Navy? Karp wore an expression of regret. Huh? A pirate? A Navy officer? Ha 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 ha. If you were acquainted with my past, would you still have the audacity to utter such words? Upon hearing Karp's words, Shalu erupted into hearty laughter. Nearly brought to tears, on the verge of rolling on the ground, Maso and Snake exchanged glances, despite their brief acquaintance. Shali's exuberant demeanor left a lasting impression on them. It seemed that their boss was indeed a man of many tales. Nevertheless, regardless of how you choose to address me or the faction you assign me to, the reality of our enmity remains unchanged. Shali's expression instantly transformed, radiating an aura of lethal intensity. Allow me to witness this so-called naval hero and discern the reasons behind your ability to repeatedly corner Roger into perilous situations. Chapter 90. Butcher versus Hero. Although Karp had heard of Shao Li's prowess from he and Kazan, witnessing it firsthand was profoundly striking. From the relentless surge of this young man's spirit, he perceived an overwhelming, tyrannical, and formidable will, as if the individual before him was a multifaceted gem. The dominant sword, Thunder God's roar. The imposing aura of the young ruler surged forth, his garments swirling wildly in the tempest of his power. A formidable dominance coursed through the royal sword, its obsidian blade emanating a chilling frost that evoked the depths of winter. The grand and tyrannical momentum intertwined with the formidable sword energy, coalescing into a bloodthirsty beast, reminiscent of a ferocious tiger. Shalu appeared before Karp like a flash of lightning, his overwhelming presence akin to a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, instilling fear across the seas as he advanced towards Karp with an air of dominance. The sailors behind Karp turned ashen, drenched in perspiration, as if witnessing a bloodthirsty tiger baring its fangs and claws, lunging towards them. It was a crushing display of superiority on the level of existence itself. What a remarkable young man! His strength is indeed formidable. If left unchecked in his growth, the sea shall know no peace. Yet Karp seemed utterly unfazed, laughing heartily instead. His aura remained steadfast and unyielding, akin to Mount Tai. In the face of Xiao Li's ferocious strike, Karp merely responded with his seemingly unremarkable fist. Although the sailors had long heard tales of Karp, the legendary hero of the Navy, witnessing Xiao Li's overwhelming assault still caused them deep concern for his safety. Xiao Li's feelings were starkly different. The power of the individual before him was indeed formidable. He could sense the immense strength concealed within the unadorned fist, the intensity of its domineering aura far surpassing his own capabilities. The clash of two colossal forces resulted in a fierce collision, sending shockwaves rippling outward, causing the very space to shimmer with layers of disturbance, while the ground beneath them fractured like a spider's web. In terms of momentum, it seemed as though Xiao Li held the upper hand, yet only he was aware that the domineering energy within him had become chaotic. A surge of blood and vitality threatening to erupt from his mouth. "You possess considerable strength, young one." "Oh, likewise," Xiao Li replied, suppressing the tumultuous energy within his chest in response to Karp's commendation. Karp could perceive the sharpness of Xiao Li's sword aura, as well as his commendable mastery of haki. For a pirate who had long roamed the North Sea without ever venturing into the New World, such prowess was truly alarming. More importantly, Karp sensed the flowing haki emanating from the young man's fist. Indeed, this young individual had somehow mastered flowing sakura. Who was he? And how did he acquire such advanced techniques? Could you enlighten me as to why you wield flowing sakura? This is not a skill any ordinary pirate could master. Who taught you? Flowing sakura? Xiao Li was utterly perplexed by Karp's inquiry. What? You're unfamiliar with flowing sakura? Karp exclaimed, his jaw dropping in astonishment at the sincerity reflected in Xiao Li's expression. That is the term used by the samurai of Wano in the New World to refer to haki. It is a technique that allows haki to flow, attacking the enemy from within. You truly do not know? Karp was incredulous. So this technique is called flowing sakura? Xiao Li seemed momentarily dazed, his tone carrying an inexplicable significance, as he unleashed an even more potent aura, compelling Karp to retreat. What is happening? Why has this brat's haki suddenly intensified so much? Karp was left bewildered. The surprises this young man presented were overwhelming. No, for the common folk, this will be a fright, a calamity. Chapter 91. Iron Fist Karp. You must be contained here. Otherwise, it would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains, and another great menace will emerge upon the seas. You speak of calamity, but in your eyes, are all pirates devoid of virtue? Xiao Li was nearly weary of Karp's incessant rhetoric. Since earlier, Karp had continuously emphasized his identity as a pirate and the dangers he posed to the populace, prompting Xiao Li to stifle laughter. I cannot speak for others, but your actions are indeed nefarious. I have heard enough to be weary of them. Ha ha ha. Remember, seeing is believing, while hearing is but illusion. One speaks according to their station. Moreover, the nature of my actions is entirely a result of your influence. As they exchanged words, the two engaged in a flurry of strikes once more. Xiao Li's sword aura grew increasingly fierce and tempestuous, while Karp's fist became heavier, rendering it difficult to breathe. Steady as Mount Tai, unyielding and indomitable. At last, young Lu could no longer suppress the surge of blood within his chest, and he spat it out. This left Peter and Maso utterly terrified, while young Li's subordinates were equally taken aback. Open fire. Shoot them down. Avenge our master. The subordinates of Little Lu launched a relentless barrage towards Karp, as a tempest of searing bullets swept across the battlefield, claiming the lives of countless Navy personnel. Engage the enemy. Provide cover for Vice Admiral Karp. Eliminate those pirates. The Navy swiftly organized their counterfire, unleashing a formidable display of power as flames erupted in every direction. Suddenly, a flash of gleaming steel struck unexpectedly at Little Lu. The assailant, clad in a brown suit and donning a coat of justice, appeared to be a formidable adversary. Bogart, be cautious, Karp exclaimed, startled. He had not anticipated Bogart's sudden intervention, yet the opponent was no ordinary pirate. Humph, boy, you're too inexperienced for a sneak attack. Xiao Li wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, while the sword of royal authority struck first, slicing towards Bogart with an ethereal swiftness. Bogart hurriedly defended himself, the overwhelming force numbing his arm. Get lost. Before he could react further, Xiaolu soared through the air, delivering a powerful kick to Bogart's chest, sending him hurtling away. The sheer brutality of the blow shattered several of Bogart's ribs, causing him to cough up blood. Shadow Thunderstrike. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaolu pursued with unwavering determination, akin to a thunderbolt racing towards Bogart. The fierce sword energy, imbued with a chilling intent to kill, descended upon Bogart, intent on claiming his life. You shall not succeed. In a flash, Carp appeared before Bogart, delivering a heavy punch that shattered Xiaolu's sword energy with immense force. Without hesitation, he advanced, aiming to strike Xiaolu with another fist. Clear shadows. To Carp's astonishment, Xiaolu dissipated into nothingness beneath that blow. Illusory shadow, you cannot deceive me. Carp narrowly evaded the lethal sword aimed at his back, swiftly turning to unleash a powerful punch upon Xiaolu's chest, propelling him away. Cough, cough. Such formidable strength. Xiaolu knelt partially on the ground, the royal sword carving a profound fissure into the earth. Fortunately, he had just released much of his strength. Otherwise, it felt as though his very organs would shatter. Suddenly, Peter leaped forward with great vigor, his fists descending upon Carp like the weight of a mountain. But Carp effortlessly evaded the assault. Ha ha ha, do you simian brute, wish to experience the taste of my iron fist? Carp exclaimed, delivering a powerful blow directly to Peter's face, leaving him dazed and sent sprawling backward. Chapter 92, Enlightenment of the Heart. You insufferable old man. Do not revel in your triumph too soon. Little Lou struggled to rise. His countenance darkened as he gazed at Carp. You little rat, it seems you have yet to taste the bitterness of a heavy fist. Allow me to awaken you. Observing little Lee's relentless resistance, Carp surged forward, his iron fists raining down upon him like a tempest. Carp's blows were not only swift as the wind, but also as forceful as a... The tremendous impact caused little Lee's hands to tremble. The overwhelming pressure combined with Carp's formidable presence rendered him breathless. Despite his utmost efforts to evade using his observation hockey, numerous punches still found their mark. Fortunately, the hockey within him surged rapidly, enveloping his entire being, enabling him to withstand Carp's relentless assault. Otherwise, he would have succumbed long ago. Such is not the way, he thought, struggling to regulate his breath, maintaining composure while keenly perceiving the lethal intent behind each strike. Under Carp's formidable onslaught, little Lou surprisingly closed his eyes. The sword of kings in his hand danced with an impenetrable grace, momentarily thwarting Carp's advances. Hee, little rascal, let us see how you handle the next punch. Carp's fists, now enveloped in an even greater manifestation of hockey, surged forth like a cataclysmic tsunami, reverberating with earth-shattering force aimed at little Lou. Strength shatters all. No matter how meticulously little Lou wielded his sword, it crumbled under the might of Carp's iron fists. The sword of kings seemed to emit mournful cries, unable to withstand such overwhelming power. To everyone's astonishment, Peter, who had been struck away, rose once more, leaping into the fray, gathering his strength for a punch aimed at Carp. He was determined to protect his master. You are no match for me. If you surrender, I might still guarantee you some bananas. Ah ha ha ha. Peter's punch was mighty, yet it merely forced Carp back a few steps without inflicting any harm. Observe closely. This is what a real punch looks like. Carp swiftly appeared before Peter, delivering another fierce blow to his face. Peter's dark visage seemed to flush red from the impact, blood beginning to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Nevertheless, Peter, undeterred, frantically swung his fist at Carp, his sheer strength creating deep craters in the ground with each strike. Yet, Peter's towering frame rendered him a mere target for Carp, who treated him like a punching bag. Before long, Peter's bones were nearly shattered, and he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. That's enough, Peter. You've done splendidly. Leave the rest to me. Xiaolu, with an air of indifference, slowly closed his eyes, wielding the sword of kings as he approached Carp, murmuring incantations. His heart was as clear as a mirror, untainted and unblemished, fearless and undaunted, devoid of form and semblance. He attained enlightenment, perceiving the essence of all beings. His own mind pure and empty, shattering illusions and dispelling obstacles, aware of his own thoughts. Ha ha ha, little ghost, what tricks are you playing? Do not presume that closing my eyes renders me powerless. Today, I shall ensure that you are confined in the underwater prison, where you will earnestly reflect upon your transgressions. Then, an unforeseen scene unfolded before all. Regardless of Carp's relentless assaults, the rapidity of his fists, or the ferocity of his onslaught, Xiaolu remained like a resilient reed in the wind, a solitary boat upon the sea, swaying yet always transforming peril into safety. each time Carp sought to strike. No matter how swift or nearly imperceptible his movements were, Shala foresaw the trajectory of Carp's attacks, swiftly seizing the opportunity to counter. Admiral Carp, be cautious. Danger approaches. Little Luz swiftly evaded the punch hurled by Carp from behind, then advanced towards the gaping opening of Carp's defenses, as if intent on colliding with him. The sword of sovereignty he held inverted pierced towards Carp's left eye like the horns of an antelope. Sensing the imminent threat, Carp's internal alarm rang loudly, prompting him to tilt his head back hastily. However, the strike was alarmingly swift, devoid of any forewarning. Carp narrowly avoided the blade. Yet a scar was left at the edge of his left eye. Had he hesitated a moment longer, he would have been blinded. Ah! It is a rare sight to witness our Vice Admiral in such a dismal state. Do you possess the ability to foresee the future, you little brat? Ignoring Little Lee's taunts, Carp asked gravely, what do you mean? I merely discern the intent behind your attack. You cannot defeat me. Chapter 93, A Safe Retreat. I may not prevail against you, but you cannot kill me. Let us cease hostilities. Ha ha ha, boy, I declared earlier that I intend to capture all of you. Not a single one shall escape. Despite having been grazed by the sword, Carp continued to laugh heartily. Cough, cough. No, no, no. I believe you have misunderstood. I am not negotiating with you, merely informing you that this game has concluded. Little Lou coughed and laughed simultaneously. What do you mean? You shall not escape from my grasp. Hey, I still possess a trump card. You mean, you rascal? Upon hearing Little Lee's confident words, Carp suddenly recalled his initial purpose for being there. Cease this at once. Little Lee shouted, gripping the neck of a celestial dragon from his ranks. Should you persist, I cannot guarantee this fellow's safety. All the Navy personnel exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed, their gazes fixed upon Carp, awaiting his decision. Carp's expression was equally grim. He had never wished to wade through this murky water, but given the dire circumstances, he was unable to spare any personnel. The 5 elders and Sengoku were pressing him relentlessly, leaving him no choice but to undertake this task. In truth, he had come with the intention of capturing Little Lou. Fully aware of the peril he posed. Do you understand the consequences of harming those individuals? While I harbor no fondness for scoundrels, should you hurt them, you will find no refuge upon the seas. Vice Admiral Carp, such words may not be wise. Vice Admiral Carp, be cautious. Uttering such things may invite trouble. The surrounding sailors were taken aback by Carp's audacious remarks and hastily urged him to choose his words carefully. Carp, however, remained indifferent, wearing a look of disdain. Ah! Ha ha ha, the term scoundrel fits them perfectly. But do not attempt to intimidate me with such tactics. Cease your pursuit, and I shall release this individual. Otherwise, tomorrow's headlines may read, the Navy's pursuit of pirates results in the death of a celestial dragon. Carp's expression darkened. He even entertained a fleeting thought at that moment. Let the celestial dragons perish here. As long as we ultimately capture the likes of Shill, their demise would find justification. However, the word justice that looms behind me forbids such an act. Carp, I command you to rescue me at once, or I shall certainly lodge a complaint against you before the 5 elders. At that moment, none of you shall find peace. Hearing the celestial dragon utter such brazen words in this dire predicament made Carp feel as though he had swallowed a fly. Why should I believe your words? I am a man of my word, and you possess no room for negotiation. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee he will remain unharmed. With that, Shill exerted pressure with his right hand, causing the celestial dragon to struggle for breath, his eyes glazing over, and his hands clawing desperately. The terror of death rendered him unable to control his bladder. You madman! Carp was equally taken aback by Shill's reckless actions. He had not anticipated such madness from this young man, who seemed unconcerned about the consequences of his actions. Very well, release him, and I shall allow your departure. A most sagacious decision. You lot, retreat. Once everyone was aboard the ship, Shill hurled the celestial dragon towards Carp and departed with haste. Vice Admiral Carp, shall we pursue? Retreat. Ensure the safe departure of the celestial dragon and attend to the injured. You little brat, when we meet again, I shall certainly capture you. Carp's gaze was fierce as he stared blankly at the direction in which Shill had vanished. Chapter 94. A sensation across the world. Hey, this cannot be true. The notorious butcher, Shill, held a celestial dragon hostage yesterday on the Sabaody archipelago. It is said that he first engaged in combat with Crocodile and then fought the naval hero Carp, ultimately managing to escape unscathed. A bounty of 360 million berries. Good heavens, yet another merciless pirate has emerged. Little Lee's actions in the Shambaudi archipelago were captured by an astute observer, and the news spread across the seas. Many citizens began to worry about the calamity such a brazen pirate could unleash upon the world. Ultimately, it would be the common folk who would suffer. How detestable it would be if that celestial dragon were to meet his end. Hush, you're courting death. Some citizens feared that Little Lee's formidable strength and nefarious deeds would bring upon them great misfortune, while others secretly reveled in the chaos. In their hearts, they deemed the celestial dragons equally malevolent, unpunished by any authority. If a daring pirate could take them down, it might serve as a form of retribution. Ha ha, really? This little rascal from the South Sea is truly audacious. I find myself somewhat admiring him. Indeed. It's impressive that at such a young age he could contend with carp and ultimately escape unscathed. This indicates considerable prowess. That crocodile must possess formidable strength as well. Pfft, what of it? We just clashed with Whitebeard, didn't we? Right, Shanks? A red-nosed pirate declared defiantly to another youthful pirate with red hair. Yes. However, judging from the newspaper, that fellow's strength is indeed terrifying. The red-haired youth remarked. Haha, Shanks, you're not afraid of him, are you? What a coward. Nonsense. I'm not afraid. You are the one who quakes in fear. Buggy, I can just imagine you fleeing in terror if you were to encounter him. Shanks teased. You scoundrel, who are you calling afraid? I'll make you pay for that. With that, the two spirited youths, each stubborn in their pride, began to brawl. Ha. Our little ones aboard the ship will surely not be outmatched by him in the future. Watching the two boys tussle, Roger laughed heartily at Rayleigh. Gwahaha. This little rascal possesses both strength and audacity. Marco, what do you think about taking him in as a son? Father, this fellow is utterly wicked, a murderer without remorse. He even dares to harm innocent civilians. I cannot condone such actions. The pineapple-haired youth expressed disdain for Little Lee's behavior, perplexed by his father's praise. Marco. Sometimes one must not simply heed others' words, but learn to judge for oneself. At the very least, this little brat is indeed quite You should strive to keep up. Gwahaha, this little rascal is rather impressive. Ahaha, how splendid it would be to capture him. A female pirate clad in a pink dress gazed at Little Lou in the newspaper, her eyes alight with fervor. Fufufu, it seems our old friend grows increasingly formidable. In a certain region of the North Sea, Don Quixote da Flamingo gazed at the newspaper, his face a mask of shock and trepidation, mingled with an indescribable glee. How he longed for the day he could crush those beneath his feet. His thirst for power intensified. Da Flamingo, trouble approaches. That old hag is on our tail again. Damn it, the specter of her presence lingers. One day, I shall eradicate her. Upon receiving the report from his subordinate, Da Flamingo's forehead pulsed with veins, and a murderous glint ignited in his eyes. Of similar age, the adversary managed to retreat unscathed from the renowned Iron Fist, Garp. Yet he found himself unable to deal with an old woman. A profound sense of frustration and indignation brewed within him, with no outlet for his pent-up emotions. Roy. You must see today's newspaper. Little actually confronted the naval hero Garp and even struck a celestial dragon. What did you say? This fellow is truly reckless. Roy exclaimed, taken aback by Joe's words. He is garnering all the attention outside, while we are left here. All right, do not be angry. Little Lewis sent word that they will not be heading to the New World and will be returning shortly. Is that so? Haha. I can hardly wait to see him, Roy replied with a mischievous grin. Chapter 95. Preparing for return, boss. Your bounty has increased once again. It has now risen to 360 million berries. That crocodile has also jumped from 80 million to 100 million. Oh, is that so? Haha. The Navy truly holds me in high regard. Upon hearing the news of his bounty, Shala merely chuckled, not overly concerned. He had originally intended to venture to the New World, but the ship was not ready for coating. Currently, the Sabaody archipelago was swarming with naval forces. It was rumored that Garp and Zephyr had mobilized a contingent of vice admirals, effectively sealing off the entire island. He had no time to linger there, nor any desire to engage in a game of hide-and-seek with them. Furthermore, his injuries had yet to heal, and remaining there would undoubtedly be akin to delivering himself into their hands. He was not arrogant enough to consider such a course of action. His recent escape from Garp was largely due to capturing a celestial dragon. Otherwise, they would have all met their demise. Snake, demonstrate your abilities for me, Shala commanded. He aimed to enhance the strength of his companions, ensuring they possessed formidable combat prowess. Instantly, Snake transformed into a 3-meter-long rock python, its fearsome visage startling those present. Peter, however, eagerly seized him, tugging and pulling with unrestrained enthusiasm. This caused Snake to panic, hastily reverting to his human form, too intimidated to retaliate. You require further training. Moreover, for any devil fruit to unleash its formidable powers, the user's stamina and physical strength must keep pace. Henceforth, I shall train you relentlessly. Additionally, I have a hypothesis regarding zoan-type devil fruits that I need you to test. Strengthen yourself post-haste. Upon hearing this, Snake's heart ignited with fervor. He yearned for strength, craved to grow stronger. Throughout their return journey, Snake engaged in rigorous foundational exercises daily, throwing punches 1,000 times, wielding a sword 1,000 times, performing 1,000 push-ups, lifting weights 1,000 times, and engaging in hand-to-hand combat training with Peter to refine his physical resilience. Seeing Snake, so young yet enduring the intense training without complaint, gritting his teeth in determination, Shaola felt immense admiration. This was how they had persevered in the past. The journey of growth inherently entailed loss. To replenish the substantial energy expended each day, Shaola frequently utilized his observation haki to capture colossal deep-sea fish as a treat for the crew, simultaneously broadening his own perceptive abilities. Coupled with Masua's exceptional culinary skills, the energy contained in the food was perfectly absorbed, which was also why Snake's slight frame could sustain such prolonged exertion. Shaola used this opportunity to convey to everyone the importance of reflection and the necessity of seizing every potential opportunity for growth. This was not merely a piece of advice for others, but also a form of self-motivation, particularly during his recent encounter with Carp. He acutely recognized the chasm that lay between himself and the world's foremost powerhouses. Had his strength been formidable enough to contend with two admirals simultaneously and emerge victorious, he would not have been compelled to depart from the Savored archipelago but would have ventured directly into the New World. He must continue to evolve, to grow at an accelerated pace. At the very least, the next time he faced Carp, he aimed to adeptly wield the king's sword to transform the haki within him into powerful techniques. The refinement and intensity of his opponent's haki far surpassed his own capabilities. Thus, Shaoli's great circulation technique tirelessly operated, allowing haki to circulate throughout his limbs and bones, broadening his meridians to accommodate a greater volume of haki while simultaneously fortifying his physique. Moreover, from the outset, each time he practiced the great circulation technique, he would store a wisp of haki in his dantian. Over time, this accumulation rendered the haki in his dantian exceptionally pure, which would become his greatest trump card. Chapter 96. An unexpected turn. In a certain maritime region of the Grand Line, the sky loomed dark and foreboding, as if the heavens were displaying their displeasure. Occasional flashes of lightning illuminated the horizon, offering brief moments of brilliance. The fierce winds howled, stirring up waves that seemed as though they might be swept into the sky. Peter, what on earth is going on? This is outrageous. Where are we? Why does the compass keep spinning uncontrollably? This scene seems eerily familiar. I believe I encountered it last in the Devil's Sea. Surely not. At the break of dawn, the ship was alive with chattering voices, each member blaming Peter. Boss. Peter has no idea where he has steered the ship. The magnetic field here is unstable. The compass continues to spin. We've lost our direction. The anxious subordinate reported the situation to Xiaolu, who sensed they might be on the brink of yet another bizarre occurrence. Disturbed from a pleasant dream, Xiaolu was filled with ire. It turned out that Peter had been eager to experience the thrill of steering the ship, incessantly chattering during training and disrupting the peace. Reluctantly, Xiaolu had decided to indulge him, provided he adhered to the instructions not to steer recklessly. After Peter nodded in agreement, Xiaolu had permitted him to take the helm for just one night. Alas, within that brief span, Peter had managed to navigate the ship to an unknown location. Peter, come here this instant. Upon seeing Xiaoli's grim expression and unfriendly tone, Peter felt a surge of apprehension, his heart pounding as he hesitated to approach. Peter, did you not hear the captain speak? Hurry up. Indeed, this debacle is entirely your fault. Had it not been for you, we would not have found ourselves in this wretched place. Amidst the cacophony of accusations directed at him, Peter found himself engulfed in a surge of anger, brandishing his fists and baring his teeth at the crowd. Hey, you there, do not act recklessly. This is the boss's command. Do you dare to defy it? Hurry and apologize to the boss. Perhaps he will show you leniency. The subordinates, perceiving Peter's readiness to resort to violence, hastily urged him to reconsider. If this brute truly engaged in a brawl, they would stand no chance against him. Upon hearing the chilling tone of his superior, Peter realized he had indeed landed himself in serious trouble. With his hands clasped atop his head, he approached his commanding officer, emitting a series of whimpers. Ah, do not feign innocence before me. His superior retorted irritably. Crouch down. After Peter complied, his superior disregarded his pitiful gaze and seized his ear. Did I not repeatedly instruct you yesterday to adhere to the designated route and avoid erratic navigation? Peter nodded in acknowledgement, remorse reflected in his demeanor. Did I not warn you that should an accident occur, you would forfeit your rations of bananas for the month? Peter's eyes widened in confusion, as if unaware of such a decree. Noting Peter's attempt to evade responsibility, his superior's voice grew more nasal with frustration. Ultimately, Peter resigned himself to his fate, his head hung low in submission. Go stand in punishment. You shall forego lunch today. Remember this lesson well. Having disciplined Peter, his superior commenced directing operations. Steer towards the direction of the pointer with the smaller amplitude. Remember, on the vast ocean, anything can happen. As a strong individual, one must remain calm in the face of any peril and seek solutions. Only those with unwavering resolve can overcome all obstacles, unafraid of adversity. We are a formidable team, each member a powerhouse. I hope you will always believe, the brave fear nothing. Once we return to land, we shall celebrate with hearty drinks. Yes. Inspired by his superior's words, the crew resumed their tasks with renewed focus. Chapter 97. The Rising Current. Peter, here, have this meal. You have taken such good care of me these past few days. If you do not mind, please enjoy it. Sneak, glancing around cautiously, discreetly offered his meal to Peter, who was standing in punishment, gazing at him with genuine sincerity. Overwhelmed with emotion, Peter felt deeply touched by Sneak's kindness. If he could articulate his thoughts, he would undoubtedly express his heartfelt gratitude to this endearing little rascal. He vowed to take it easy on Sneak during their training sessions in the future, refraining from exerting excessive pressure. Turning his back to everyone, Peter lifted the contents of the box and poured it directly into his mouth. Sneak gazed at him with a mischievous smile, gently retreating his steps. Suddenly, Peter hurled his lunchbox and began to pound his chest, his tongue lolling out as he roared with all his might. The sound was deafening, capturing the attention of everyone aboard the vessel. Peter glared at Sneak, his eyes ablaze with fury. The gratitude he had felt moments ago evaporated, replaced by an intense desire to strangle the irritating little imp before him. Just as Peter attempted to advance, Sneak flashed a sly grin and pointed to the expressionless little Lou. Upon seeing little Lee's indifferent gaze fixed in their direction, Peter, retracting his raised foot, tears welled in his eyes, glimmering like sparkling pearls, rendering him utterly innocent in appearance. Sneak had astutely deduced that Peter would not dare to retaliate, which emboldened him to play such tricks. He had spiced Peter's meal with an abundance of devilish peppers as a means of repaying Peter for his recent training companionship. Though he could not overpower Peter, he certainly had the knack for teasing him. Enough of that look, Sneak admonished. You haven't tea eaten, and there is still plenty of water. Little Lou approached them, offering water to Peter, while simultaneously placing a hand upon Snake's shoulder. Though little Lou uttered not a word, Snake was enveloped in a sudden wave of guilt, beads of sweat forming on his brow, too apprehensive to glance back at little Lou. Since you are so benevolent, it seems your lunch shall be forfeited. Yes, boss. Upon hearing little Lee's command, Snake's expression turned woeful, filled with regret. This time, it was indeed a case of inflicting 1,000 casualties while suffering 800 losses himself. What on earth is that? Quickly, steer clear of that vortex. We must report to the boss at once. Ahead, the ocean revealed a colossal whirlpool, resembling an unfathomable black void. Its immense gravitational pull ensnared their vessel, threatening to engulf them all. Realizing the gravity of the situation, little Lou ordered his crew to change course immediately. Yet the formidable force was akin to the hand of death, restraining the ship and refusing to allow it to escape. Suddenly, a tremendous column of water erupted from the depths of the dark whirlpool, waves curling skyward as if to pierce the heavens. Heavens, could this be the rumored upwelling? Boss, what shall we do now? Since we cannot evade this pull, we shall navigate in the direction of the ascending current. Do what you can, and leave the rest to fate. Everyone except the helmsman, retreat to the cabin. Those on deck, secure yourselves with ropes. Tomorrow and unforeseen events do not know which will arrive first. Warriors, your moment of valor has arrived. Can mere tempest vanquish you? No. Hearing his crew's unified affirmation, little Lou felt a surge of elation. The brave fear not. Fortune shall favor you, and glory shall accompany you. Chapter 98. The island in the sky in a certain sea of the new world. A tumultuous ocean bore a towering water spout, resembling a jade pillar reaching toward the heavens. The swirling traces of the whirlpool appeared as a celestial staircase, akin to a great dragon coiling around the water column, leaving onlookers in awe. The vessel of Xiao Lu and his companions traversed the waters in the direction of the swirling eddies, spiraling upward and soaring into the heavens. Standing upon the ship and gazing downward, the vast expanse of the ocean unfolded before their eyes, evoking an involuntary surge of boundless ambition within their hearts. However, the occasional flashes of lightning streaking across the sky instilled a sense of trepidation, as if they were poised to strike, threatening to reduce a careless soul to mere cinders. The primary dilemma faced by Xiao Lu and his companions lies in how to survive when the towering sea columns vanish from the heights of 10,000 meters. For those who have mastered the moonwalk, this challenge may not seem insurmountable. However, many of their subordinates possess no means of survival, their fate seemingly counting down to an inevitable end. Perhaps they were mentally prepared for such a scenario, or perhaps it was Xiao Li's words that instilled them with courage. For not a single face among them betrayed a hint of fear. The vessel surged upward, propelled by the immense currents of the rising sea, piercing through thick layers of cloud and ascending ever higher. At last, it appeared they had reached a critical juncture, where the gushing sea column culminated in a magnificent spray of waves. Suddenly, the ship jolted violently, plummeting downward. What is happening? Good heavens, what is this? An aerial island? The spectacle is breathtaking. The crew clung tightly to the ship's railing, marveling at the floating islands surrounding them, each seemingly buoyed by an invisible force, quietly suspended in the air. The islands were densely forested, lush, and verdant as far as the eye could see. In the distance, luxurious edifices towered amidst several of these islands. Is this paradise? The crew was left awestruck by the incredible scene before them. The ship was cast aside by the explosive spray of the sea column, landing on a nearby floating island, startling a flock of birds into flight. "Boss, where are we?" one inquired. "I'm not quite sure. However, at least we no longer need to worry about plummeting into the sea from such great heights, do we? Since we are here, let us find comfort in our situation. Since we are here, let us find comfort in our situation." Although Snake found his boss's manner of speaking somewhat peculiar, he understood the sentiment behind those words. Every utterance from his boss was etched into his memory. "Peter, Snake, you two stay here and keep an eye on the ship, ensuring Masho's safety. I will scout ahead. Do take care of yourselves and contact me through the phone bug if anything arises." "Boss, what about you? Let us accompany you." Masho's eyes were filled with concern. Although she recognized her boss's formidable prowess, the experience on the Shambadi archipelago had taught her that he was not invincible, especially now, in an unfamiliar area, with unknown dangers lurking in the surroundings. "Indeed, boss, let me join you. I have mastered my transformation skills, and I am certain I can assist you." Snake, now confident in his abilities, wished to accompany Xiao Lu as well. "Very well, my decision remains unchanged. I shall take a few subordinates with me. You need not worry about me. Besides, sometimes, having too many people can be counterproductive." "Oh, my dear boss, you must exercise caution." Marceau comprehended the implications of the young man's words, his tone somber. Snake remained silent at his side, for ultimately, it was their lack of strength that failed to earn the boss's recognition. "Snake, you are still too young and inexperienced. However, do not fret. I firmly believe that you will one day emerge as a formidable force renowned across the seas, destined to become my right-hand companion." "Indeed, boss." Little Lee's words once again filled Snake with unwavering confidence. He steadfastly believed in his employer's words. Chapter 99, Arrival at the Central Island. Having arranged all matters, Little Lee ventured into the depths of the island's forest accompanied by several subordinates. Towering ancient trees cast a shadowy canopy, rendering direction indistinguishable. The gnarled roots lay exposed upon the ground, entwined like dragons. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting a mosaic of dappled light and shadow upon the earth. The silhouettes of trees fragmented into irregular patterns. Various unknown birds chirped melodiously among the branches, while traces of wild beasts could be discerned amidst the lush foliage. A gentle stream shimmered with sparkling reflections, where small fish frolicked leisurely. The entire island resembled an untouched primordial paradise, inhabited by creatures more ferocious than those previously encountered. As they ventured deeper, the number of predators increased. Little Lu and his companions had already dispatched numerous beasts along their path. They were inevitably stained with the heavy scent of blood, and their ruthless methods had deterred many would-be hunters. It appeared that this was the terminus of the floating island. The principles behind the island's ability to hover in the air remained a mystery. What could be sustaining them aloft in the absence of any visible support beneath? Could it be? Shala squinted at the floating islands ahead, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. At that moment, they had arrived at the edge of the island beneath their feet, gazing down at the wispy clouds below. Several more islands lay ahead, yet none were connected by bridges or any other means. Crossing over would necessitate tools or the ability to fly. You all should return, he instructed. Inform everyone to remain in place and to contact me immediately if anything unexpected arises. I shall proceed to the island ahead alone. If you do not hear from me, do not act rashly and be sure to stay concealed. But what will you do, boss? One of them asked. Yes, boss, let us accompany you. Accompany me? How would you get there? Fly over? Xiao Lu replied with a faint smile, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Indeed, how could they possibly cross? They had no tools. Nor could they master the moonstep. It was hardly feasible for their boss to carry them through the air. Though uncertainty loomed ahead, he was confident in his ability to protect himself. You are all my most loyal subordinates, and I do not wish for you to lose your lives here in vain. Even if enemies appear, it would be easier for me to escape alone. Please return safely. Shala patted a few of them on the shoulder. Hearing the profound concern in his words, his subordinates were overwhelmed with gratitude. They had never encountered a boss who valued their lives so deeply. Though they often pledged their loyalty to him within the company, Xiao Li's simple words strengthened their resolve. We will serve our boss with unwavering loyalty. Excellent. Hurry and grow stronger, for you are all my most capable aides. Xiao Lu was immensely satisfied with the loyalty of his subordinates. Parting ways with them, he swiftly glided across the moonlit expanse towards the neighboring island. Undertaking this journey alone significantly enhanced his efficiency. In no time at all, he arrived at the largest and final island. The periphery of the island was cloaked in dense forest, while its center boasted several opulent edifices, artfully scattered throughout the landscape. The most prominent among them was particularly striking, adorned at its entrance with a grand sculpture of a lion's head, its gaze chilling and exuding an aura of formidable power. Xiao Lu observed the surroundings for a moment before descending to the ground. He intended to walk over. Mindful that intruding upon someone else's territory without consent is indeed an impolite act, Xiao Lu considered himself to be a person of considerable refinement. As a prominent businessman, he believed that one must uphold the necessary etiquette. Chapter 100, The Cultivation of a Businessman. Little Lu walked leisurely through the surrounding forest of the island, making his way directly towards the heart of the isle. Luxurious edifices stood majestically on either side, replete with swimming pools and sandy beaches, resembling a veritable resort. At the center, atop a prominent elevation, a grand palace was situated, evidently the abode of the owner. The towering structures flanking it were fortified and heavily guarded. Oh, what a splendid place! It seems the proprietor truly knows how to indulge in life's pleasures. With a gentle smile, Shala strode confidently towards the royal palace. Exhibiting no intent to disguise himself, much like a tourist on holiday, his presence had already captured the attention of the sentinels. In a monitoring room within the watchtower, a report was made. A man clad in a red garment against a black backdrop was approaching the palace. He did not appear to be one of ours. How should we proceed? How could a stranger possibly arrive here? What means did that fellow employ? Upon hearing the subordinate's report, the leader was equally perplexed. Dispatch someone at once to inquire about his identity. Furthermore, immediately inform the admiral of the situation at hand. Xiao Lu had long been aware of the surveillance upon him. Yet he remained utterly unperturbed, his heart devoid of any trepidation. As he approached the vicinity of the royal palace, he came to an abrupt halt, turning his head sharply to smile faintly at the direction of a watchtower, offering a casual greeting. How did this fellow perceive the presence of watchers in this place? The leader monitoring Xiao Lu from behind the screen was taken aback by the sight of his broad, toothy grin directed at him. The tower, from an exterior viewpoint, revealed no peculiarities. It bore no protective measures, nor could any guards be seen. Surely, it could not be that he was observing here. The leader consoled himself for reasons unknown. Yet, Xiao Li's gaze on the screen seemed to penetrate the very fabric of the situation, as if they were face to face. Hey, who are you? How did you arrive here? What is your purpose for coming? Do not attempt to weave falsehoods, or I shall end you with a single shot. At that moment, a band of armed pirates, wielding knives and guns, encircled Xiao Lu with fierce glares and menacing expressions. Faced with these insolent ruffians, Xiao Lu chose not to engage in further disputes. After all, their leader was a figure of legend, and his uninvited presence warranted a modicum of decorum. He too was a proprietor of sorts. One must not diminish one's worth. I am merely a merchant who stumbled upon this island, discovering its inhabitants. I have come to pay a visit to its master. Please inform your master that a guest has arrived. Little Lu, with an air of nonchalance, spoke leisurely. Ha ha ha, a merchant? You insolent brat. Do you have any notion of where you are? Ha ha ha, indeed. This is the stronghold of the Sky Pirates, the territory of the notorious Golden Lion. You are truly courting death. I presume you carry considerable wealth, merchant? If you are sensible, you'd better hand it over. Or else my comrade's blades are not to be trifled with. The pirates before him jeered at Little Lou, their raucous laughter echoing through the air. Each of them appeared rather unseemly, yet their bravado was overwhelming. Even more infuriating was the fact that as they spoke, bits of vegetable matter flew from their mouths. Humph. A pack of rabble daring to bark here, utterly ignorant of their own insignificance. What does that mean? Such an odd manner of speaking. From whence does this language originate? The pirates were utterly perplexed, struggling to comprehend the meaning behind Little Lee's words. However, judging by the slight disdain etched upon his countenance, they were certain it was nothing complimentary. You scoundrel, how dare you insult us? You must be tired of living. You shall learn today why the flowers are so red. Brothers, step aside, let me flay his skin. Kill this wretch. Let his demise not be swift. I wish to savor his torment. Ha ha ha. Stand back. I can handle him alone. You think you can? Allow me to take charge. My blade is long thirsted for blood. Kacha kacha. The surrounding pirates completely dismissed Little Lou, perceiving him as a mere pawn to toy with. Alas, he sighed, it seems I have been far too low-key. What a dismal failure. Are you frightened now? Aha. I'm merely concerned that I might lose control and the scene will be too grim. Fear not. We shall ensure you do not suffer too greatly. No, no. I fear losing control and ending up slaying you all. Little Lou, shaking his finger, taunted the gathered pirates. Afterward, he planted the sword of kings into the ground, a crisp crack resonating through his bones. He then gestured to the crowd, signaling that they could commence their assault. How dare you underestimate us? The pirates seethed with rage upon witnessing Little Lee's bare-handed defiance, clearly dismissive of their strength. Ahem, if I may be so bold. The only one worthy of my respect is the golden lion you speak of. The rest of you here are but refuse. Come at me. I shall flay him alive. A horde of pirates surged toward Little Lou, their faces twisted with murderous intent, their blades glinting ominously. You initiated this, so do not blame me for what follows. Shala deftly evaded the sharp blade that lunged at him from behind, swiftly extending his right hand to crush the throat of the pirate who had attacked. Aha! An opening revealed. In the very moment of his companion's demise, another pirate seized the opportunity and struck fiercely at Xiao Li's left shoulder with a knife. However, to his astonishment, the blow seemed to have no effect whatsoever. In an instant, a powerful hand enveloped his face, tightening abruptly, the bones of his visage shattered. His eyes filled with blood, and he breathed his last. Xiao Lu casually hurled the pirate figurine in his hand towards the approaching marauders, then deftly evaded a blade that came at him from the side. With a swift kick, he snapped the neck of one pirate. Immediately thereafter, Xiao Lu moved like a wraith, charging towards the advancing foes with the ferocity of a tiger among sheep. With a flurry of punches, elbows, kicks, and collisions, the pirates in close proximity found their bones shattered and sinews torn. Regardless of how the band of pirates attacked or the tricks they employed, Xiao Lu effortlessly countered their every move, exacting a fatal toll upon them. Amidst the throng of bodies, Xiao Lu maneuvered with grace, slipping through the gaps with deft precision. Untouched by any pirate's grasp, he resembled a merciless killing machine, his movements as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, reaping the lives of one pirate after another. One body fell, then another, as the once vibrant pirates collapsed at his feet like wheat before the sickle, the crimson blood pooling and seeping into the earth below. Each demise was distinct, a testament to the chaos unleashed. Initially, the pirates, brimming with bravado, had boasted of making Xiao Li's existence a living hell. They either lay lifeless on the ground or stood paralyzed with fear, too daunted to advance. As the fervor waned and the adrenaline subsided, they beheld the man standing amidst the carnage, smiling serenely, and only unspoken terror remained in the hearts of the surviving pirates. How infuriating! We are the golden... How could we fear a mere child? This fellow must be putting on a brave front. He surely cannot endure much longer. Let us confront him together. One pirate, suppressing his dread, urged the others who hesitated. Do you wish to dance as well? In a fleeting moment, Xiao Lu materialized before this pirate. As his eyes widened in shock, he barely registered the ominous creak at his neck before witnessing the terror etched on his comrades' faces, as the world around him faded to monochrome. Chapter 102, The Murderous Game Run. CK from the Golden Lion. Witnessing Xiao Li's effortless dispatch of another life, some pirates finally succumbed to the psychological strain and began to flee. Once the tide of panic began, a chain reaction ensued, prompting a mass exodus. The remaining pirates quickly realized the gravity of their situation and desperately fled toward the palace. Those who lagged behind could only blame their own lack of speed. Xiao Lu was utterly unsurprised by their panicked retreat, wielding the sword of kings as he trailed behind them like a malevolent wolf stalking a flock of sheep. Those who lagged behind naturally fell prey to the ravenous beast. Xiao Li's pace was neither hurried nor sluggish, perfectly calibrated to ensure he could always catch up with the fleeing pirate, ultimately claiming his life. This relentless pursuit instilled a sense of panic in the pirates ahead, who, in their desperation, wept profusely and sprinted forward with frenzied intensity. The very pirates who once sought to take pleasure in hunting Xiao Lu now found themselves the objects of derision, their lives the price for their folly. The tides of offense and defense had shifted dramatically. "Help! Please don't abandon me!" cried the last pirate, glancing back to see Xiao Lu closing in, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded with his companions. Yet, none heeded his call, consumed by their own frantic escape. Suddenly, one of the pirates ahead turned to look at him, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, which offered him a glimmer of hope. With tears welling up, the pirate gave him a thumbs up before hastening his pace, leaving him behind. "You scoundrel!" The last pirate's spirits plummeted from the heights of hope to the depths of despair. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, a searing pain pierced through his back. Looking down, he was horrified to see a black hand emerging from his chest. As he felt the life ebbing away, this pirate wept bitterly. Once a destitute commoner, he had been crushed under the weight of exorbitant taxes, leading to the starvation of his wife and children. In his anguish, he turned to piracy. As he became lost in a cycle of destruction and mayhem, regret washed over him. Perhaps, he mused, death was the ultimate liberation for souls like his. To his surprise, however, he found a sense of acceptance in his final moments. "You insolent wretch! How dare you wreak havoc here? Do you wish for your demise?" Just as Xiao Lu prepared to continue his grim sport, a robust pirate with gray hair swung a long blade toward him. Xiao Lu reacted swiftly, leaping high to evade the sudden strike. "How dare you trespass on the territory of our Golden Lion pirate crew? I shall ensure that you do not witness the dawn of tomorrow." Just as Xiao Lu narrowly evaded a blade, another pirate approached, brandishing a spear that traced ominous afterimages, aiming directly at Xiao Li's vital points. To everyone's astonishment, Xiao Lu moved with the agility of a weeble, swaying left and right, consistently managing to elude the spear's lethal tip. Gradually, a formidable wave of pirates surged forth, encircling Xiao Lu once more. "Ah, splendid! At last. I encounter a few skilled adversaries. However, your domineering presence is still lacking." Faced with yet another encirclement, Xiao Lu remained unfazed. His focus was not on them. "Arrogant! That was merely a preliminary display of my abilities. Now, prepare to witness my true prowess." As the pirate spoke, another assailant wielding twin daggers stealthily approached from behind Xiao Lu, the gleaming blades radiating a chilling glimmer as they sliced toward his back. Xiao Lu moved with deliberate grace, evading the treacherous strike with a deft turn. He swiftly retreated as a massive blade descended from above, narrowly grazing the tip of his nose before cleaving into the ground. In an instant, the firm earth shattered into fragments, sending debris scattering in all directions. Just as he regained his footing, another pirate surged forward, launching a powerful punch aimed directly at his chest, determined to bring him down beneath the force of his blow. Xiao Lu had long sensed the impending danger and executed several backflips in quick succession to create distance, causing his opponent's punch to miss entirely. "Heh! Having evaded so many attacks, can you escape this blade?" With a fierce shout, a shark-slaying blade sliced through the air, whistling as it made its way directly towards Xiao Lu. Chapter 103. Fierce Battle with the Golden Lion Pirate Crew. Truly, the Golden Lion Pirate Crew boasts a considerable number of formidable fighters. Xiao Lu, with his left hand wielding the sword in a horizontal stance, slightly bent his legs to withstand the immense force of the descending blade. As he pressed down, the ground beneath him sank, cracking open in a web-like pattern. "Ha!" With a thunderous roar, Xiao Lu exerted force with his left hand, pushing back the shark-slayer knife that was held against him. The sword of kings within its sheath emitted a soft chime, as if seeking permission to engage in battle. This individual was no ordinary merchant. Do not be deceived by his appearance. What insidious purpose brings you here? Are you dispatched by the Navy? Unfazed by the inquiries of the surrounding pirates, Xiao Lu remained resolute. The pirates encircling him clearly possessed skills far superior to those of the petty thugs he had just toyed with. It was no coincidence that the Golden Lion pirates dominated the New World. Enough with the idle chatter. Seize him at once. I can hardly contain my eagerness to experience his youthful vigor. A blue-clad female pirate, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall, gazed at Xiao Lu with a seductive glint in her eyes. Her breath, fragrant like orchids, mingled with the tumultuous waves that rose and fell with her rapid inhalations. Her shoulders were partially exposed, and on her smooth back, 8 slender, spear-like black legs danced, glinting ominously. Ha ha ha, has this old enchant? Consider me, why don't you? Jested a diminutive, rat-like pirate. Pa, take a good look in the mirror. You think someone of your ilk could ever grace my bed? That's a daydream. What did you say? Enough bickering. We must prioritize the task at hand. One pirate, unable to endure the infighting while the enemy remained unresolved, chastised his comrades loudly. Heh, you don't really think you've got me cornered, do you? And you, old enchantress, with your unattractiveness, I wouldn't even consider you as a servant. Yet, you and that little fellow might actually make a perfect pair. No wonder the Golden Lion pirates are made up of your kind. It's no surprise you can't best Roger. Even without that storm during the Battle of Edwar, you would still fall short against him. Xiaolu cast a disdainful glance at them, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I shall tear your foul mouth to shreds. The blue-clad female, supported by 8 legs behind her, crouched low to the ground, resembling a black spider as she swiftly approached Xiaolu. Her elongated legs gleamed with a dark luster, darting towards Xiaoli's chest and waist with the swiftness of the wind, as if intent on piercing through him. The small king drew his sword, parrying with precision. To his astonishment, although his opponent was a female pirate, her strength was astonishingly formidable. Her long, black limbs, sharp as spears, were remarkably resilient. The clash between her limbs and his blade produced a fierce symphony of clashing metal. I shall lend you a hand, shouted the diminutive pirate with a sharp visage, swinging a massive hammer with the force of a quake towards the small king. Begone, he bellowed. Xiaolu bellowed with a commanding voice, forcing the blue-clad female pirate back with a swift strike of his sword. In the blink of an eye, several sharp waves of sword energy surged toward her, intent on ensnaring her. Just as the massive hammer was about to descend upon his head, he deftly swung his sword once more to block the blow. The hammer, imbued with the formidable power of armament hockey, bore down with the weight of a mountain, causing Xiaoli's right shoulder to sag as he sank into the earth, which cracked beneath his feet. The tremendous force generated by their clash repelled the other pirates who dared to advance, while nearby structures trembled and splintered under the strain. Truly, it seems that the adage holds true. One should never judge by appearances, nor should the sea be measured by mere vessels. Aha, young one. Do you now comprehend the might of your grandfather? Chapter 104, A Path of Carnage. Heh, soon you may find that laughter has abandoned you. Little Luke could not tolerate the arrogant demeanor of his counterpart before him. He offered a few compliments, but was met with a haughty response. Kid, whether I can smile or not depends on my strength, he retorted. Ha ha, well said. Strength is indeed the most substantial form of expression. Xiaolu let out a hearty laugh, exuding an overwhelming aura from his hands. The diminutive pirate immediately sensed a tremendous force surging towards him. Even the massive hammer he gripped tightly could not contain the might of his opponent's sword held aloft with a single hand. Come quickly to my aid, he cried, as the surrounding pirates rushed forward, eager to lend their support. Xiaoli's breath surged as he wielded his sword with one hand, forcing back the diminutive pirate. At that moment, several sharp arrows whistled through the air, aimed at the small of Xiaoli's back. The timing was exquisite, striking precisely when his old strength had waned, yet his new strength had yet to manifest. Xiaolu executed a deft maneuver, narrowly evading the surreptitious cold arrow. He swiftly retreated, closing in on the pirate who had launched the attack. It was not so simple. Just as the pirate's pupils dilated in shock, another pirate emerged, positioning himself in front of them. A long sword, measuring 4 to 5 meters, whistled through the air, confronting Xiaolu. Simultaneously, from behind, several dark, elongated limbs lunged towards his vulnerable back. Naive. With his observation hockey fully activated, any concealed ambush appeared as conspicuous as daylight to Xiaolu. He inverted the royal sword in hand, dissipating the force of the longsword, and while his opponent stood stupefied, Xiaolu maneuvered behind him. A faint crimson line appeared at the neck of the long sword-wielding pirate, as blood began to seep forth slowly. Xiaolu seized his opponent's body and hurled it towards the direction of the blue-clad female pirate. The long, jet-black legs pierced through the corpse in an instant, spewing forth dark purple blood. It seemed that the legs were not only formidable but also laced with venom. Without a moment to ponder, Xiaolu swiftly vacated the area. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, shattering the ground, sending debris flying and igniting flames. A pirate wielding a rocket launcher was aiming at the very spot where Xiaolu had just stood, creating a massive crater in the earth. I've been waiting for you. Amidst the billowing smoke, a faint whisper echoed like the harbinger of death, exuding an aura of impending doom. A pirate clad in black, with eyes tightly shut and a presence as elusive as a specter, swung his sword towards Xiao Li's silhouette obscured by the dust. The dark blade entwined with an oppressive might. Evidently, he was an adept master, well-versed in both observation haki and armament haki. However, in a bizarre twist, his seemingly certain strike missed entirely, the blade failing to make contact, and his foe had inexplicably vanished. His keen senses had accurately detected the opponent's position. Why then had he faltered? Alas, being blind, he had no one to elucidate the scene before him. Suddenly, alarm bells rang in his mind, compelling him to turn and defend. The colossal force transmitted through the blade forced him to retreat step by step. Blind man, I shall assist you. As the smoke cleared, the sight of the blind pirate confronting Xiao Lu emerged, and the short pirate swung his massive hammer once more toward Xiao Lu. What a fool! In an instant, the sword felt lighter, the overwhelming force dissipating abruptly, causing the blind pirate's heart to race. Be cautious, short one. His senses conveyed that Xiao Lu was swiftly approaching to aid him. No way. Blood erupted from the blind pirate's mouth as a long sword pierced him from behind. He slowly turned his head, only to find himself devoid of strength, collapsing to the ground. The short pirate, witnessing Xiao Lu charging towards him, was momentarily stunned, but quickly seized the opportunity to swing his hammer. Yet, Xiao Lu vanished as if he were but a wisp of air. It was merely an afterimage. By the time he comprehended the situation, the warning of his blind ally had already fallen silent in a pool of blood. Chapter 105. Carelessness, curse it, I will surely kill you. The short pirate's eyes bulged with rage, his countenance grotesque. Though he had not always gotten along well with others, he shared a bond with the blind pirate. The blind man's eyes had been sacrificed in battle to save him from an enemy's blade. In the world of pirates, genuine camaraderie was rare, yet not entirely absent. The death of the blind pirate ignited a furious blaze within him, his murderous intent erupting like a volcano. The short pirate, consumed by madness, relentlessly pursued Xiao Lu, attacking recklessly. His body bore countless wounds. Had it not been for the assistance of other pirates, he might have already succumbed to the ground as a lifeless corpse. Yet he remained undeterred. The short one seems quite emboldened this time. If you manage to kill him, I might just indulge you for a night. The lady pirate in blue chuckled mischievously as several cannonballs rained down upon the diminutive figure of little Lu, aiming to force him into revealing a flaw and thereby create an opportunity for the band of pirates. Initially, some onlookers among the pirates remained indifferent, but upon witnessing the valiant struggle of the shorter pirate, they too abandoned their spectators' mentality. With the combined efforts of the crowd, Little found himself no longer at ease as he had been at the outset. One corner of his garment was obliterated by the recent barrage, and his once pristine, fair visage was now marred by dust, with a shallow wound etched onto his left cheek. Surrounding him, the corpses of pirates lay piled high, and the battlefield was drenched in blood. Broken weapons littered the ground, and the cries of the maimed echoed as pirates with missing limbs writhed in flames and smoke intertwined, saturating the air with a gruesome scent of carnage. Quickly, summon Captain Shurji. This fellow is nothing short of a monster. What terrible luck to encounter such a formidable adversary today, lamented a pirate, clutching his empty right arm. Regardless of his identity, I am resolute in avenging the blind man. The short pirate gasped for breath, his eyes filled with a relentless fury as he fixed his gaze upon little Lu, who was locked in combat with the lady pirate in blue. Enough. You have lived long enough. It's time to end this. Shala seized the fleeting opportunity amidst the long-legged assailants, advancing closely with an air of dominance emanating from the royal sword, piercing through the chest of the blue-clad female pirate. However, upon witnessing the toxic blood that gushed forth from her body, he swiftly leapt aside. Captain Shurji soon arrived, rallying the crew with a fearless call to action, urging them to collectively assault and deny their foe a moment's respite. The remaining pirates surged forth once more. A torrential barrage of bullets unleashed towards Xiao Lu, while hidden arrows lay in wait like venomous serpents. The agile swordsman danced through the chaos, weaving a lethal net to ensnare his prey. Gazing upon the lifeless form of the blue-clad pirate and her spilled blood, Xiao Li's adversaries hesitated, their eyes flickering with uncertainty. The tide of swords roared to life, and unwilling to prolong the confrontation, Xiao Li's aura surged once again, the sound of his blade echoing ominously. A chilling aura of murder locked onto the throng, and the overwhelming sword energy surged forth like a sinuous dragon, enveloping the advancing pirates. The razor-sharp currents of sword energy intertwined to form a vast net, rending flesh and shattering bones. Cries of anguish filling the air as if the very spirits of the damned were wailing. Chunks of flesh flew, blood sprayed forth, a hellish scene on earth. This technique is ineffective against me. Evading the massive hammer that descended from behind, Shala pivoted and delivered a decisive strike to the dwarf pirate, leaving him utterly exposed. Xiao gazed intently at the diminutive pirate, who, despite being pierced by the royal sword, displayed no signs of terror. Instead, a peculiar smile graced his face. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed through Xiao Li's mind, prompting him to hastily withdraw his sword. At that moment, the small pirate clutched the blade tightly and spat forth a copious amount of purple blood towards Xiao Lu. Chapter 106. The Golden Lion. Noticing the strange smile on the diminutive pirate's face, Xiao Lu sensed something amiss and sought to withdraw his sword immediately. However, to his astonishment, the small pirate clung tenaciously to the blade, refusing to grant him his desire. A sense of alarm surged within Xiao Lu as a vivid image flashed through his mind. The diminutive pirate before him was about to spew forth a torrent of blood. Although he could not fathom the reason behind the pirate's actions, Xiao Lu instinctively recognized that this was undoubtedly the adversary's final gambit. In a moment of swift contemplation, he deftly maneuvered his royal sword, severing the pirate's hand, and then swiftly retreated. However, the blood that erupted from the pirate's mouth also sprayed towards Xiao Lu. As little Lu withdrew, he immediately raised his left hand defensively, turning his back. The diminutive pirate finally succumbed to the last vestiges of his strength, collapsing onto the ground. Yet a serene smile lingered on his face. Was this moment truly worth sacrificing his life? Little Lu pondered with a sense of lament as he gazed at the fallen pirate. Just as the thought escaped his lips, he was suddenly besieged by an excruciating pain akin to being consumed by flames, swiftly followed by a sensation as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his wounds, burrowing into his flesh and devouring his very bones. Even someone as seasoned as Little Lu could not suppress a cry of agony. The wound, Little Lu realized, understanding why the pirate had desperately spewed forth that mouthful of blood towards him. Observing the purple blood staining his sleeve, a dark cloud descended over Little Lu's expression. He had been careless. Xiao Lu gazed in silence at the lifeless body of the diminutive pirate, his internal energy circulating with fervor. He acutely sensed the noxious gas spreading across the left side of his face, gradually encroaching upon his entire visage, while a heavy weight pressed upon his chest, akin to a massive stone. Fortunately, the domineering energy within him was perpetually in motion. Coupled with the efficacy of the great circulation chi technique and his mastery over his own body, which stemmed the advance of the toxic fumes. Subsequently, his formidable energy surged towards his left face, gradually forcing the venom from the wound. He was confident that, given time, he could expel the venom entirely from his body. Just as Xiao Lu stabilized his injuries, a colossal and fierce sword aura sliced towards him with the swiftness of lightning. With no other choice, he grasped the sovereign's sword to defend himself, the immense force compelling him to retreat repeatedly, leaving behind deep trenches in the ground. Ha ha ha, you little brat. How dare you wreak havoc in my domain and injure so many of my subordinates? You truly have a death wish. In an instant, a man with golden long hair, adorned with a ship's helm, floated in the air, casting a disdainful gaze upon Xiao Lu below. The newcomer was none other than the infamous pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, who was renowned alongside Roger and Whitebeard. From him, Xiao Lu sensed an overwhelming and tyrannical aura, a lion's roar that commanded the seas and ruled the world. Curse you! Xiao Lu, interrupted in his recovery, spat blood in haste, and glared fiercely at the golden lion above. You impudent brat, unable to withstand even a single blow from me. Yet you dare to act so brazenly. You've disturbed my domain to such an extent. Today you shall find no resting place in death. Ha ha. What are you babbling about, old man? In response to the golden lion's mockery, Xiao Lu felt a surge of anger that almost made him laugh. Already infuriated by the interruption of his treatment, the sight of his opponent looking down upon him with such arrogance ignited a tidal wave of killing intent within him. Chapter 107. The fierce tiger and the majestic lion to claim that I shall find no resting place in death? How audacious. Come down here. In Xiao Li's eyes, the murderous intent was palpable, his aura surging with overwhelming ferocity. A domineering and formidable presence erupted, enveloped in dark lightning, shattering the heavens above and piercing the clouds, as if he had torn a hole in the very firmament. The shockwave radiating from him fractured the ground, creating a violent blast that swept in all directions. An infinite bloodlust, intertwined with an immense conqueror's spirit, surged forth like a bloodthirsty tiger, roaring towards the golden lion in the sky. Conqueror's spirit? Huh, you naive child. Do you know who I am? I am the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion, sensing the relentless will emanating from Xiao Lu, felt his own conqueror's spirit resonate in response. Erupting forth with even greater power, a more potent aura surged from him, his golden mane billowing wildly, dark lightning howling, and the winds around. His overwhelming presence was as majestic as his title, akin to a mighty lion charging towards Xiao Lu. The two colossal forces collided. unleashing a tempestuous shockwave that emanated from their epicenter, causing mountains to crumble and the cries of the damned to echo. The sky seemed to tremble, and the earth quaked beneath their might. Just a moment ago, the heavens were clear, but now they were shrouded in ominous clouds, devoid of light. The vast canopy of the sky appeared to be violently torn asunder, as if the world had reached its apocalyptic end. Heavens above, look at the sky. What is happening? It seems to be in the direction of Captain Shiki. The sky has been rent. Is this the end of the world? The pirates in the palace, observing the clash between Xiaolu and the Golden Lion, felt a chill of trepidation, though they were unaware of the circumstances. The changes in the sky conveyed the immense power of both combatants. Who on earth is that individual? Has Captain Shiki yet to subdue him? Hey, does anyone have any information on this guy? Since the disastrous battle at Ed War, the Golden Lion pirates have suffered tremendous losses, and Captain Shiki, with a ship's helm embedded in his head, has displayed erratic behavior, leaving the crew deeply concerned. For now, they could only lick their wounds in silence, recuperating and awaiting their return to the New World to dominate once more. Meanwhile, on Xiaoli's side, the two figures continued to elevate their auras. Like a fierce tiger and a regal lion, each embodying a will to reign supreme. Kid, I acknowledge your strength. Join us and become my right-hand man, and I shall lead you to conquer the world. The Golden Lion, noticing that his opponent's spirit remained unshaken and his strength formidable, felt a desire to recruit him. Humph. Become your subordinate? Do you possess the strength for that? Hell Path, Red Lotus Elegy. In an instant, the aura surrounding Xiaolu became profound and formidable, akin to an unfathomable abyss, causing the very air around him to plunge to freezing temperatures. The chilling sword energy, reminiscent of a hellish atmosphere, coiled around Xiaolu, forming a deadly crimson lotus that bloomed in the infernal realm. The immense sword energy howled through the space, even instilling a sense of trepidation in the seemingly invincible Golden Lion, who perceived this young specter as a demon risen from a sea of corpses. Yet, the Golden Lion felt no fear. A lion is ever unacquainted with the notion of dread. Instead, he experienced a profound elation in his soul, a thrill encountered only in the presence of a formidable adversary. Ha ha ha. Young one, my admiration for you grows. I shall surely recruit you. The Golden Lion's eyes sparkled with fervor as he laughed heartily in midair. Chapter 108, The Power of the Lion Upon the Vast Ocean. The Golden Lion had encountered countless formidable beings, yet few could rival the terrifying prowess exhibited by Xiaolu at such a tender age. He was convinced that should they manage to enlist Xiaolu as one of their own, their strength would undoubtedly surge. However, those endowed with power possess their own confidence and pride. To subdue this fierce tiger before him, he must possess a might greater than that of the tiger itself, lest he fall victim to its wrath. In a fleeting moment, the hellish crimson lotus unfurled, and innumerable scarlet sword energies surged forth like the sides of death, tearing through the air and rushing toward the Golden Lion. The blade of royal authority pointed directly at the scythes of the Reaper. Come forth. Allow me to demonstrate my strength. The Golden Lion, exhilarated by the onslaught of lethal sword energy, chose neither to evade nor hide. Indeed, there was no time to evade. The aura of death had ensnared him, leaving no avenue for escape. Witness the surge of his essence as it ascended abruptly, drawing forth two renowned blades, Kumu and Sakura 10, from his waist. With hands as swift as lightning, he unleashed a flurry of afterimages. Countless golden sword energies, akin to the Golden Lions, surged forward with the supreme will of their master, determined to shatter the foe before them. The fierce and chilling scarlet sword energy collided violently with the overwhelming and majestic golden sword energy, producing a series of explosive sounds that echoed through the air. The dominating aftershocks rippled outward, engulfing the surroundings. The battlefield, torn asunder by the sword energies, appeared fragmented, with the very air itself seeming to wail in despair. Ha ha ha. Young one, what do you think? This is the vista that only the strong can behold. The Golden Lion grinned widely. Wave cleave. No sooner had he uttered the words than he swung his dual swords once more. This time, he did not unleash the domineering sword energies separately. Instead, he united them, releasing an even more colossal force. The swords combined. As he wielded them, a magnificent golden sword energy, potent enough to rend the heavens, shot forth. Hurtling, it moved with the speed of lightning, catching him entirely off guard. Within the limbs and core of Xiaolu, an overwhelming aura surged ceaselessly. The King's sword emitted a series of resonant tremors, its might pulsating as the sword energy swirled around it. He swung the sword to parry. Yet the supreme and tyrannical force bore down upon him, nearly forcing him to his knees. The ground erupted violently, shattering into fragments. Away with you. Xiaolu gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolutely fixed upon the golden lion above. With a mighty roar, an overwhelming aura surged from him, his garments billowing wildly. His slightly bent legs straightened once more, and the domineering golden sword energy was forcefully repelled, darting back towards the golden lion with the swiftness of lightning. What? The lion's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that the combined might of his dual swords would not topple his opponent, but rather be sent back to him intact. With no choice left, he activated his abilities. Instantly, the ground began to shift, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal lion materialized, standing firmly before him, roaring fiercely at the oncoming sword energy. Boom! In an instant, dust erupted. The immense lion could not withstand the fierce and domineering golden sword energy for long, collapsing to the ground with a resounding crash. You, being able to achieve such a feat, are quite infuriating. As the dust settled, there was no sign of Scarlet below. Suddenly, a rush of wind sliced through the air behind him, sending a chill of dread through the golden lion. Chapter 109. The might of the fierce tiger. Sensing the imminent threat approaching from behind, the golden lion did not turn to defend himself. Instead, he accelerated towards the ground. In that fleeting moment, he assessed the dynamics of the battle and made the most advantageous decision for himself. Scarlet was momentarily taken aback, as the actions of his opponent were truly unexpected. In such a precarious situation, anyone would instinctively turn to defend. For exposing one's back to the enemy is a profoundly foolish act. Yet, the golden lion did precisely that. It turned out that the golden lion's audacity was indeed just. Had the golden lion opted for a defensive maneuver, Scarlet had planned to seize the opportunity to launch a relentless assault, leaving no room for the opponent to react and compelling them to err. Scarlet, undeterred by his missed strike, hastily pursued the direction where the golden lion had landed. In the very moment the golden lion touched the ground, Scarlet arrived at his rear, brandishing his sword to strike. Suddenly, a stone wall materialized abruptly between the two, thwarting Scarlet's assault. Yet, before the might of the king's sword, even the sturdiest stone wall crumbled to mere fragments. The golden lion, hidden behind the wall, vanished once more into the air. Little brat, surviving that move earns you a reprieve, no matter what. The earth trembled under the power of the lion's command, as if a colossal beast were about to emerge from the depths below. Scarlet found himself standing upon the ground, akin to a vessel adrift upon tumultuous seas. In a blink, numerous titanic lions ascended from the earth, encircling Scarlet at the center, their roars echoing throughout the expanse. This was the legendary might of the great pirate. To an ordinary observer, it was a force capable of apocalyptic devastation. With a mere wave of the golden lion's hand, the assembled lions seemed to receive their orders, baring their fangs and claws as they lunged toward Scarlet, their roars resounding like thunder, deafening in their ferocity. The majesty of the lions was not to be trifled with. Was this the power that could rival Roger? Ahaha, golden lion, you are indeed the legendary great pirate. I acknowledge your prowess. Unfazed by the surging pride of the lion pack, Scarlet stood resolute, his spirit ablaze with determination. How could a proud tiger cower before the might of lions? With clouds of mist concealing his lethal intent, he declared himself invincible across the realm. Who could stand against the myriad of warriors? The sword reigned supreme over the four seas. The tides of the sword sea resound with the birth of 10,000 mountains. A formidable aura erupted from Scarlet as dark lightning danced like serpents, emitting piercing shrieks that rendered even the roaring pride of lions momentarily frozen in their tracks. The immense and majestic sword intent surged into the heavens, cleaving through the vast expanse, allowing sunlight to cascade through the opening like a golden waterfall. As if attuned to its master's emotions, the sovereign sword emitted a melodious cry, reminiscent of a dragon's roar echoing from the celestial realms. The awe-inspiring sword energy entwined with the inky flashes of lightning, weaving together to form a spiraling black gold dragon. What? How is this possible? The golden lion's face was etched with disbelief as it roared at Scarlet, abandoning its usual haughty demeanor. Where the black gold dragon sword? The once mighty pride of lions shattered into disarray, their earlier ferocity evaporating as if their very claws had been severed. Even the most formidable lion crumbled like fragile paper, collapsing with a thunderous crash that reverberated through the earth. In an instant, the thick smoke and dust that had enveloped the battlefield dissipated, leaving all the lions bowing in submission, while the faint sound of dragon roars could still be heard in the air. With a slight tremor in his right hand and blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, Scarlet felt a surge of excruciating pain on the left side of his face, where strange, cloud-like red patches began to manifest. His poisoning had deepened. Yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the golden lion above. The battle was far from over. His adversary could not escape his line of sight. Chapter 110. The acknowledgement of the golden lion gazing at Xiao Lu, who stood unwavering in the deep pit. The golden lion broke into a grin, his expression grave and his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. The prowess of this young warrior had exceeded his expectations significantly. If his eyes had not deceived him moments ago, he had indeed witnessed the other party entwining their formidable moves with the conqueror's haki. Although he had yet to unleash his full strength, the opponent was undoubtedly remarkable. "Hey kid, what is your name?" The golden lion sheathed his twin blades at his waist and inquired. "Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking for someone else's name? Otherwise, that would be rather impolite." Xiao Lu replied calmly, enduring the intense pain. "Ha ha ha ha. You, my boy, are quite to my taste. From our earlier skirmish, you should be aware that I am the golden lion Shiki. It is a pleasure to engage in combat here with the illustrious pirate of great renown. I am Spire Lu, known as the Butcher by the Navy." Little spoke with apparent joy, yet his tone remained remarkably flat, with no trace of happiness visible on his face. "However, I am not particularly fond of this appellation. I would much prefer to be addressed as Crimson Tai Sui. Of course, Red Tai Sui is also acceptable." "Ah, I recall now. You are the one who delivered a thrashing to the celestial dragons in the Shambadi archipelago and emerged unscathed after clashing with Carp." The golden lion suddenly comprehended, realizing that if this news were to reach the seas, it would undoubtedly stir up tremendous waves. "Yet, is not the title you mentioned the name of a particular wine?" "Never mind, it matters not. Spire, as I stated earlier, if you can survive that move, I shall grant you a reprieve. Furthermore, my previous proposal still stands. Join us and become my right-hand man, and together we shall conquer the world." The golden lion extended his hand, laughing maniacally at little Lu. Although he understood that such a person would find it challenging to submit, he was nonetheless eager to make an attempt. "I shall not become your subordinate. However, we could indeed collaborate. After your last battle, you must be in dire need of reinforcements, and I can assist you in that regard. Moreover, to conquer the world, wealth is indispensable, and I can provide that as well. In addition to all this, how about I supply you with a vast array of weaponry?" Xiao Lu gestured towards both parties, indicating that a collaboration between them could yield immense benefits. "Ha ha ha, it seems you are not as simple as you appear. I have always believed we are cut from the same cloth. If we join forces, we could certainly turn this world upside down. Are we not already collaborating?" Xiao Lu slightly spread his hands, his eyes glinting with a frenzied spark, flickering unpredictably. "Aha! Follow me, let us discuss the specifics of our partnership at the palace. It would be my pleasure to host a banquet for you. After all, partners ought to understand each other." "Thank you, Captain Golden Lion." Xiao Lu offered a gentlemanly bow. "Aha! I prefer to be addressed as Admiral Golden Lion." "Admiral Golden Lion, if you please." The Admiral laughed heartily as he soared towards his palace, while Xiao Lu wore a subtle smile, gazing deeply at the Admiral's retreating figure, his eyes shrouded in mystery, concealing his true thoughts. Only the pain etched on his face seemed to serve as a constant reminder that his heart was not as tranquil as it appeared. Chapter 111, Scheming with a Tiger Look. "Captain Shurji is back. Ha ha, that fellow must have been dealt with by the captain. How dare he wreak havoc on our territory, truly overestimating himself." As Golden Lion approached the palace, his crew of pirates erupted into Ever since their dismal defeat in the naval battle against Ed Wall, the morale of their entire crew had plummeted, casting a shadow over their spirits. Especially their captain, who fluctuated between highs and lows like a comedic character. "Wait, something is off. It seems the captain is being followed by someone. Isn't that the troublemaker? Is he plotting something nefarious by tailing Captain Shurji? Don't just stand there. Alert the captain. Prepare for an attack." As Golden Lion, preparing for the banquet, noticed his crew on the watchtower, armed and aimed at him, confusion filled his mind. "Ha ha, my friends, we are ready for a banquet. Captain Shurji, be cautious. That troublemaker is still alive." Upon realizing why his crew was so anxious, Shurji chuckled lightly. "Let him in. He's our partner." "Ah, a partner? How unimaginable. Considering just moments ago he was a fierce adversary. Alas, those who have perished must surely regret the outcome, if only they had foreseen it." The Golden Lion is indifferent to the opinions of his subordinates. Within his realm, everything must be dictated by strength, provided loyalty is maintained. In the vast hall, a man clad in a white coat and adorned with a blue scarf approached the Golden Lion, his footsteps emitting a peculiar sound. "Dr. Indigo, cannot you devise a solution to your predicament? Your gait resembles that of flatulence." He commanded, "Make preparations for a banquet. I wish to extend a warm reception to our partners." The Golden Lion felt a moment of exasperation at this peculiar trait of his subordinate. "Very well, Boss. Indigo clapped his hands, departing with an odd stride, his body swaying as if he were a circus performer. Your subordinate certainly possesses a unique flair. Little Luke closely followed the Golden Lion into the Grand Hall. The Golden Lion did not engage in small talk. Instead, he broached the subject of collaboration. You just mentioned that you could provide me with a substantial military force? From where? Faced with the Golden Lion's directness, Little Luke responded without hesitation. We have discovered an island in the first half of the Grand Line, inhabited by numerous ferocious beasts, whose brutality and combat prowess far surpass that of ordinary wild animals. Most importantly, they can be tamed. Should you manage to subdue them, you would immediately acquire a formidable fighting force. Upon hearing Little Lee's words, the Golden Lion's eyes flickered with uncertainty, though his expression betrayed a lack of strong enthusiasm. Furthermore, I have a partner in the North Sea who can furnish a considerable military force, with no concerns regarding betrayal. The issue of weaponry can also be resolved. As for financial resources, I can provide you with what you need right now. Recruiting soldiers or purchasing weapons will pose no challenge. Such advantageous conditions? Since this is a collaboration, what is it that you seek in return? The Golden Lion remained skeptical, feeling that the other party's offer was almost too generous. I hope that when the time arises, you will be ready to support us promptly, no matter where we are. Additionally, I request your assistance in establishing a floating island, ensuring it never descends. Is that all? The Golden Lion still found it hard to believe. After all, the other party was no fool. Ha, Admiral. Do not underestimate the value of support. You are, after all, a legendary pirate. With your status, everything will be considerably easier, Little Luke chuckled, seeking to dispel the doubts lingering in the Golden Lion's mind. In the vast ocean, power speaks volumes. This is a realm for the strong. What do you have to fear? Fear? I have never feared anyone. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Chapter 112. The thoughts of myself within the palace's Grand Hall. The Golden Lion and Little Luke finalized the details of their cooperation, both parties exceedingly pleased. Shortly thereafter, a banquet was prepared, and under the Golden Lion's introduction, the pirates finally grasped Little Lee's strength, their astonishment palpable. Upon learning of the alliance, the pirates were elated. After all, having a formidable ally was far more favorable than provoking a powerful adversary for the current Golden Lion pirate crew. The entire banquet was filled with joy, with toasts exchanged and an atmosphere of revelry. In stark contrast, the situation on the island where Little Luke and his companions had initially landed was drastically different. That direction, I am certain, is where the boss has gone. Just now, even the sky underwent a transformation, as if it were the end of the world. Something significant must have transpired. This is terrible. Could it be that the boss has encountered a formidable enemy? What are we to do? The boss is all alone, unaware of the number of adversaries or their strength. The silence that has fallen over there raises concerns. Could the battle have already concluded? The boss, sensing the circumstances surrounding the earlier skirmish involving Xiao Lu, observed the crew aboard the vessel, their faces etched with anxiety. Following the boss's orders, none were permitted to act without direct command. Yet, the subordinates were deeply worried about Xiao Li's predicament, fearing he might have fallen into enemy hands. While Xiao Lu had yet to relay any news, at this moment, they found themselves in a precarious dilemma. Boss Maso, hearing the discussions among the crew, was equally distressed. Her lips pressed tightly together, and her beautiful eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Clenching her fists against her chest, she fervently prayed. She had long vowed to follow Xiao Lu unwaveringly. From the moment he rescued her and granted her dignity, her life ceased to be her own. To love what he loves and to think what he thinks. In the realms of life and death, they were bound together. Boss, if anything were to happen to you, I could not bear to live on alone. Tears glistened silently on Maso's delicate cheeks. It was utterly useless. The boss was undoubtedly in danger. In times of urgency, they should be seeking to rescue the boss, rather than endlessly discussing matters. Snake too was troubled by the possibility of Xiao Li's misfortune. Xiao Lu was the light of his heart. Observing the crew's idle chatter without taking action, he could not refrain from a scornful remark. Foolish boy, what nonsense are you spouting here? Waiting is the boss's command. Do you intend to defy it? You, who just joined, should refrain from such arrogance. When I was with the boss, you were likely not even born yet. I find you intolerable. Were it not for the boss's presence, I would have already taught you a lesson. Come on, who fears whom? Worthless. Snake, stirred by their provocations, spoke ominously. Under Xiao Li's guidance, he was no longer intimidated by them. Do not engage, Xiao Ko. Everyone, refrain from violence. The boss's safety is still uncertain. We must unite and avoid internal strife. I implore you all. As tensions escalated and both sides appeared ready to clash, Maso rushed to the center, spreading her arms to intervene. Please, everyone, she pleaded, her tear-filled eyes shimmering as her voice trembled with emotion. She possessed no strength, yet at such a critical juncture, with the boss's fate unclear, she could not allow discord among her own. If internal conflict were to arise, who would be left to offer support should the boss truly face peril? Miss Maso, it's not that we wish to resort to violence, it's that this insufferable brat. Indeed, we are equally concerned for the boss's safety. This insolent boy's words are too venomous. He must be taught a lesson. What did you say? Do you dare to threaten me? I apologize on behalf of Xiaoko. He merely lost his composure in the heat of the moment. It was not intentional. Maso deeply bowed to the crowd. Maso, sister, how could you? Exclaimed Xiaoko. With tears streaming down her face, Maso shook her head at Snake. Witnessing Maso's sorrowful expression, Snake felt an ache in his heart. Maso had always shown the utmost concern for him, and he regarded her as his own sister, unwilling to see her suffer harm. Damn it! Snake clenched his fists, casting a glance at the others, his serpent-like eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Ultimately, he turned and retreated to the cabin. Chapter 113. Sparring. The atmosphere within the grand hall was vibrant, filled with continuous laughter. Oh dear, I almost forgot. Admiral, we arrived here due to an unforeseen circumstance, and my subordinates are still awaiting me on a floating island. Could you possibly send someone to bring them over? As Shala drank halfway through, it seemed he suddenly remembered his companions and, with a slap to his forehead, inquired about the Golden Lion. Ha ha ha, no problem. While the Golden Lion dispatched his subordinates to fetch them, Xiaolu also contacted Masho and the others via his phone bug to explain the situation. Wonderful. The boss is unharmed. Ha ha ha, such a powerful man as the boss could never be in peril. Heh, I knew the boss would be safe and sound. Nonsense. You were the one making the most noise just a moment ago. The once somber ship regained its former liveliness, as if nothing had ever transpired. Accompanied by the members of the Golden Lion pirates who came to retrieve them, Masho and the others also arrived in the Grand Hall. Boss, what happened to your face? They exclaimed. How dreadful, what is this? As the crowd joyfully rushed into the hall and spotted the boss, they were horrified to discover the red, cloud-like blotches covering the left side of his face, which were truly alarming. Masho was taken aback by Xiaoli's appearance, a wave of deep sympathy welling up within her. Little Lu reassured them to sit comfortably and elaborated on his encounter with the Golden Lion pirates. He emphasized that he and the Golden Lion were now allies and urged them not to act recklessly. Admiral, there is another matter I wish to inquire about. Subsequently, Little Lu addressed the Golden Lion concerning the blue-clad female pirate under his command, seeking to ascertain whether an antidote existed for the poison he had been afflicted with. Prior to arriving at the palace, he had searched the corpse of the female pirate but found no remedy. I have never witnessed her produce any antidote. Once someone's wound came into contact with her venom, none have survived. You are the first, ha ha ha. I possess a sample of the venom. I wonder if there is a skilled physician among you who could assist me in developing an antidote. I assure you, I shall offer generous rewards. As partner, is it not our duty to help one another? Dr. Indico, please take this for analysis. Be diligent in your examination. With a comical gait, Indico departed while holding a fragment of Little Lee's sleeve. Admiral, do you recall the mysterious island teeming with ferocious beasts that I mentioned? My companion was discovered there. Peter. Hearing his name called by Little Lu, Peter hastily swallowed the food in his mouth. I wonder if any valiant soul here would be willing to engage in a friendly contest with my companion. Whoever emerges victorious shall claim this pocket watch of mine. Though not of great value, consider it a token of amusement to enliven the gathering. Admiral, what are your thoughts? Xiao Lu extracted a resplendent golden pocket watch from his bosom, its dial adorned with a circle of multicolored gemstones. This was a trophy he had acquired from an elderly gentleman during his last expedition to the islands of Chambo. Ha ha ha, what a delightful proposition. Anyone wishing to engage in a friendly contest, step forward. He exclaimed. Ha ha, I shall have a go at it. A burly man, his bald head adorned with black serpent patterns, stepped forward. Peter, we are all allies here. Be mindful of the boundaries during our sparring, and do not harm our friend. Keep it light. Humph, is that a sign of disrespect towards me? Just wait, I will make you pay for that. The bald pirate seethed with indignation. Chapter 114. Peter's Might Roar. Peter thumped his chest, beckoning the bald pirate with a flick of his finger, signaling him to come forth. Ha ha ha. This fellow is rather amusing. Who would have thought that this gorilla, despite its inability to speak, is quite akin to a human. It must possess considerable strength to have become that individual's companion. The pirates across from Xiao Lu observed Peter's performance, whispering among themselves. They were astonished to discover that an orangutan could possess such human-like qualities. Upon witnessing Peter's provocative gestures, the bald pirate felt a surge of anger, his expression darkening. How dare a mere beast look down upon him? He silently vowed to teach this creature the harsh realities of the world, determined to make him cry for mercy during their confrontation. Beware, for fists and feet are blind. As the bald pirate's words faded, he swiftly appeared above Peter, his fist as large as a cooking pot, roaring down towards him. For Peter, seasoned in combat, this was merely routine. He raised his hand and met the bald pirate's blow with one of his own, his fist possessing immense power, as if rooted to the ground. Peter remained relaxed and unperturbed, while the bald pirate felt as though he had struck an iron wall. Pain shot through his knuckles, and tears threatened to spill forth. Yet, the pride of a warrior forbade him from showing weakness. He had to conquer this formidable orangutan. "Ha! Impressive. You managed to withstand my punch. Your strength is indeed formidable." The bald pirate laughed heartily, though his right hand trembled slightly behind his back, revealing that the previous strike had not been easy for him. Peter scratched his head, puzzled. Was this an endorsement of strength? Now, I shall get serious. If you are afraid, you may surrender. No one will mock you. The bald pirate shouted, though his true thoughts remained undisclosed. Peter was not one to back down. Hearing the call for surrender was unacceptable. Would he lose his place in Xiaoli's crew? Would he go hungry? Without waiting for further banter, Peter swiftly appeared behind the pirate. How can this guy move so quickly? The bald pirate thought, astonished. Despite his large frame and immense strength, Peter's speed was astonishing, leaving everyone in disbelief. Peter's display captivated onlookers, even compelling the Golden Lion to reconsider the mysterious island Xiaolu had spoken of. With Peter's figure vanished, the bald pirate was momentarily stunned, but soon realized the murmurs of his companions. He hastily turned to defend himself, yet Peter's charged punch caught him off guard. Pain surged through his arms, as if his bones were fracturing. He was sent flying, crashing against the wall behind him, creating a massive indentation. Before he could recover, Peter reappeared before him, his sturdy thigh descending like a battle axe, the winds whipping against his face, slicing like a blade. The bald pirate narrowly rolled to the side, evading the potentially lethal blow, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, his heart racing as if it might burst from his chest. The ground beneath them had cracked, revealing a network of deep pits. In the blink of an eye, Peter reappeared before him, his massive fist hurtling toward his head. It was over. The bald pirate's face reflected sheer terror, momentarily rendering him speechless. Stop. Chapter 115. The seven-petal oddish. The bald pirate had believed he could easily vanquish Peter, intending to assert his dominance and showcase his prowess before the onlookers. However, he had overestimated his own abilities and underestimated Peter's might. Faced with Peter's final, relentless punch, he found himself unable to evade. Fear had filled his heart, leaving him to watch helplessly as Peter's fist loomed larger before his eyes. Caught up in the thrill of the moment, Peter momentarily forgot that this was merely a sparring match. Fortunately, a loud shout from Xiaolu snapped him back to reality, prompting him to halt just in time. Otherwise, the outcome would have been dire. Ha ha ha, your companion possesses considerable strength. It seems you were not mistaken. I am increasingly intrigued by that mysterious island you mentioned. The Golden Lion laughed heartily at Xiaolu, as if the earlier skirmish had not affected his mood at all. Yet, the fleeting glint of malice in his eyes betrayed his true intentions. The bald pirate, slumped on the ground, felt a chill wash over him. How could I deceive my allies? I have always been sincere with my companions, Xiaolu replied. So when shall we set out to find this mysterious island? I can hardly contain my excitement. That depends on the captain's wishes. Whenever he is willing, we can embark. However, the search may take some time, as we only remember the general direction. But for the captain, it should pose no problem. Ha ha ha, we certainly must rest first. After all, you are newcomers. A few days of leisure would do no harm. I am equally sincere with my companions. Indeed, I have no doubt about the captain's sincerity. The Golden Lion and Xiaolu raised their glasses in a toast, sharing a knowing smile. Following that brief interlude, the grand hall once again buzzed with excitement. Puff, puff, puff. Upon hearing the peculiar sound, Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with anticipation, hoping that the newcomer would bring good news. Ha ha ha, Dr. Indigo, you have arrived. So, can this poison be cured? The Golden Lion inquired, noticing his subordinate's swift return. Xiaolu instinctively sat up straighter, while Masho clenched his fist tightly. Boss, we are unable to develop an antidote for this venom. What? No antidote? What are we to do? Calm down. Their inability to produce a cure does not imply that other doctors are equally incapable. The subordinates of Little Lou were engaged in hushed discussions, and upon hearing them, Marceau felt a tightening in his heart as tears began to well in his eyes. What a useless lot. Sneak muttered under his breath. Is there truly no antidote to this venom? Little Lou did not believe that such venom could be so potent. Even if the doctor of the Golden Lion pirates claimed as much, he remained skeptical. The reason we cannot develop it is due to the lack of a particularly rare ingredient, Indigo elucidated. What kind of rare ingredient is it? Where can it be found? Marceau interjected, her anxious expression not going unnoticed by those around her. Oh he. The subordinates of Little Lou secretly stirred, and the realization struck Marceau, causing a flush to rise on his cheeks. He cast a glance at Little Lou and lowered his head, nervously fiddling with the hem of his dress. Mr. Indigo, might I inquire what this remedy is and where it can be procured? If you simply speak, I shall acquire it. Little Lou, unfazed by the crowd's gaze, maintained a serene demeanor as he regarded Indigo. This remedy is known as the seven-petal marvelous frog flower. It is said to flourish on the island of Guffrog in the New World. The supply of this herb is exceedingly scarce, and it only blooms during the full moon in winter, awakening to the sound of croaking frogs. Only then do the petals possess medicinal properties. What? Winter? Croaking frogs? Is this a jest? It must also be a full moon. The crowd erupted into a cacophony, as both the Golden Lions faction and Little Lee's had never before encountered such a curious tale. Upon hearing this news, Marceau from Guffrog Island muttered to himself. Chapter 116. Return to the mysterious island. Is there truly no other means of healing aside from this remedy? To my knowledge, this is the only antidote available. If you harbor doubts, you may consult a more skilled physician. The great medical nation of the Drum Kingdom boasts many capable doctors. You may seek them there. I certainly do not question Mr. Indigo's medical expertise. As a physician under the command of the Golden Lion Admiral, your skills must be exceptionally refined. However, I cannot help but cling to a glimmer of hope. Xiao Lu discerned the tone of defiance in the other party's voice and offered an explanation. He had always held profound admiration for the knowledge possessed by professionals in their respective fields. Ha, these matters are trifles. Now, let us resume our banquet and continue our revelry. Yes, indeed. Come, everyone, let us drink. Days later, he exclaimed, Ha, Spire. I did not anticipate that you would be more eager than I. I must extend my gratitude to the Admiral for his hospitality over the past few days. As a comrade, I certainly must consider your interests. I have long awaited the Admiral's return to the New World with his crew. Fear not. The lion shall not be vanquished by a mere tempest. Once he has regained his strength, he will once again reveal his fangs to the world, instilling fear in all. He laughed heartily. The Golden Lion spread his arms wide, as if to embrace the world, laughing with exuberance. After a moment, Xiao Lu assumed that the Golden Lion would lead his pirate ship alongside them in search of the mysterious island. To his surprise, the Golden Lion set forth with all the islands in tow, embarking on their expedition with great fanfare. Through Peter's recollections and comparisons to prior routes, coupled with the Golden Lion's capabilities, they soon discovered the enigmatic island weeks later. Ha, I sense a formidable presence upon this island. It seems that, as you indicated, these beasts indeed possess remarkable fighting prowess. How could I deceive my beloved companions? These ferocious creatures are not only powerful allies in battle, but also worthy opponents for honing our skills. If the Admiral's crew trains here daily, I am confident their strength will progress by leaps and bounds. Is this not a splendid dual advantage? Ha, what a splendid proposal. A throng of individuals descended upon the island, surveying their surroundings with unabashed curiosity. Peter let out a series of roars, for this place could also be considered his home. It was here that he had survived through relentless battles. It was only upon meeting Xiao Lu that he awakened from his primitive state, shedding his sheer bestiality and growing ever stronger. As if sensing the presence of humans, or perhaps awakened by Peter's roars, a horde of crimson-eyed beasts charged towards Xiao Lu and his companions, trampling countless ink. The very earth trembled beneath them, as if an earthquake were imminent. After such a long period of inactivity, my young ones, charge forth. Subdue these beasts and do not bring shame upon me. At the behest of the Golden Lion, his pirate crew engaged in fierce combat with the wild creatures. Among them, a blood-red-eyed gorilla barreled towards Peter, initiating a fierce physical confrontation. To their astonishment, the gorilla's strength proved commendable. Ha, that gorilla, I have decided to take it as my companion. We are indeed the most fitting partners, Admiral. upon hearing the words of the Golden Lion. Shala couldn't help but smile. Chapter 117, Journey to the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums. After an intense battle, many of the Golden Lion's subordinates fell victim to the onslaught of the beasts. However, the Golden Lion remained unfazed, even growing more anticipatory towards these creatures. Boss, it seems these beasts have been stimulated in some way, causing them to exhibit greater ferocity than usual, remarked Indigo, the physician, after a thorough observation. Do you know the specific reason? This requires in-depth research. Time is essential. Ha ha ha. I entrust this matter to you. If we can uncover the cause, I believe we can forge an even more formidable beast army. Indeed, boss. Leave it to me. Cheers. After a considerable duration, the Golden Lion's aura surged dramatically. His golden mane danced wildly, and an overwhelming pressure engulfed the island, instilling a profound sense of dread among the beasts. With a mere gesture, he unleashed his powers, causing the entire island to tremble, and all the beasts cowered to the ground in fear. In no time, the entire island began to levitate, transforming it into one of the many aerial islands. Congratulations, Admiral. I hope that you will soon cultivate a powerful beast army. Shala marveled at the Golden Lion's prowess. Truly a sight to behold. Ha ha ha. What are your plans next? We intend to visit the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums first to explore potential healing methods. Do you require my assistance to transport you there? Thank you for your kind offer, Admiral. We are aware of the location of Winter Island. We can manage on our own. I eagerly anticipate your return to the New World, so that the world may once again witness your splendor. Shala replied with a serene smile. All gatherings must eventually part. Spire, we shall meet again. Until next time. As he watched the Golden Lion pirates depart, Shali's smile faded, overshadowed by the constant, excruciating reminder of his disgrace. Let us set forth, heading to Winter Island. Shalu adorned his face with a half-skeleton mask, and a group of them set forth towards Winter Island. The vastness of the ocean nurtures countless extraordinary lives, while the boundless expanse of heaven and earth encompasses an endless array of magnificent vistas, with wondrous abilities, unpredictable climates, and a myriad of species. Every time Shala sails upon the expansive sea, he finds himself contemplating these marvels. To him, the world is beautiful. If only it were free from war, famine, and oppression, it would be even better. He has imagined countless times what he would do if such a day were to arrive. Deep within his soul, a voice seems to gently whisper, "Stay grounded and gaze upon the stars." Perhaps one day, he would desire to explore whether life exists on the moon and what lies beyond the cosmos. Lying on the deck, quietly observing the profound starry sky, Shali's heart found a rare and genuine tranquility. Margot stood at a distance, secretly watching Xiaolu, her eyes filled with concern. Throughout the week of their voyage, she had often seen him lying alone on the deck, and she assumed he was preoccupied with worries about the seven-petal marvel frog flower. Several times, she had wanted to approach him, yet ultimately hesitated. She vowed to assist Xiaolu in finding that rare flower, willing to pay any price to do so. Little Lu had long noticed Masho's subtle movements, yet he feigned ignorance and truly paid it no mind. Chapter 118, Arrival at Winter Island. Oh, at last. We have arrived at Winter Island. It is indeed frigid, truly lives up to its name. It is said that this island experiences winter all year round, hence the origin of its name. Little Lu led a group of individuals as they embarked on their journey. Upon their arrival on the island, they were immediately approached by a contingent of armed soldiers. Halt! Who are you? What brings you to our nation? We are representatives of the Crimson Tai Sui Company. One of them replied. Due to an unfortunate illness afflicting one of our companions, we seek medical assistance. We have long heard that the Kingdom of Magnetic Drums is renowned for its medical expertise, with doctors celebrated far and wide for their exceptional skills. Thus, we have come to pay our respects. Moreover, we have learned that the King of Magnetic Drums is a benevolent ruler, beloved by his people. Under his wise governance, the citizens live in harmony and prosperity. If fortune permits, we would be honored to witness the king's grace. Furthermore, should the stability of this nation be as rumored, we aspire to establish a company here and hope to gain the king's endorsement. Young Lu performed a gentlemanly gesture, producing a company identification card to clarify their presence to the soldiers questioning them. The attire of young Lu and his companions exuded an air of commerce, and the ship bore no pirate flag. The scrutinizing soldier nodded slightly, though the mask on young Li's face instilled a sense of trepidation, compelling the soldier to remain vigilant. Please wait here while we consult the king, he instructed. Keep a close watch on them. Should they display any untoward behavior, take immediate action. After conveying this to young Lu and his company, the commanding soldier discreetly reminded his subordinates to maintain their guard. Before long, the soldier returned with news granting permission for young Lu and his party to disembark on the island. Guided by the soldiers, young Lu's group proceeded towards the royal palace. The entire island lay blanketed in thick snow, each step leaving deep imprints in the powdery white. The houses along the path were enveloped in snow, resembling mushrooms capped with frost. Although a few villagers occasionally trudged back with fishing nets, the atmosphere remained eerily tranquil, dominated only by the howling wind and the crunch of snow beneath their feet. However, young Lu noticed that the village's inhabitants were sparse and the houses were widely scattered, making it less than ideal for establishing a business. Yet, one could argue that in such frigid conditions, a sip of strong liquor would surely be welcomed. Nevertheless, observing the apparent modesty of the locals, young Lu shook his head. "Sir Guard Captain, might I inquire whether you or your fellow countrymen have a penchant for alcohol? What beverages do you prefer?" He continued, "As you may know, our company primarily operates in the liquor industry. Establishing a distillery here could stimulate your nation's economy, benefiting both parties." "Indeed, our people do enjoy drinking," the captain replied. "Given the island's climate, alcohol often provides more comfort than hot tea. Stronger spirits are particularly favored, such as spicy temptress. Rum is pleasant as a beverage, albeit a tad too sweet. The esteemed red wines are the least popular due to their exorbitant prices. While delectable, they are beyond reach, much like your crimson sovereign." "Thank you," young Lu responded with a subtle smile. "Ha ha ha, you may not be aware, but spicy temptress is also one of our company's creations, our latest offering," one of his subordinates eagerly boasted to the captain. "What? That too belongs to your company?" "This accomplishment is attributed to Roy and his team from the North Sea. In addition to fulfilling their duties, they have developed several new wines that have garnered significant acclaim for the company's expansion. According to young Li's philosophy, both nobles and commoners should be able to afford and fall in love with their wines, embedding the brand deeply in the hearts of the populace. For instance, they launched the Bloody Crown and Heroes specifically for pirates, the goddess of fortune targeting commoners, the hero for the navy, and the Crimson Sovereign and Imperial Power catering to the aristocracy, alongside the sweet and delightful Queen of Hearts, the fiery and passionate spicy temptress, and the alluring courtesan. During Xiaoli's days at sea, Luo Yi and his companions propelled the company's growth to new heights, which enabled him to promise the Golden Lion a substantial sum. Chapter 119. The Disrespectful Vapor. Engaging in conversation as they walked, the group did not perceive the journey as lengthy, and they finally arrived at the royal palace. A magnificent castle stood majestically upon the snowy mountains, offering a panoramic view of the entire kingdom. After the guards announced their arrival, the king of the magnetic drum kingdom welcomed Xiao Lu and his party in the castle's grand hall. There sat an elderly gentleman, his hair a mix of white and gray, adorned in resplendent garments upon the throne, attended by maidens and accompanied by several physicians carrying medical kits, seemingly poised for any medical emergencies. The king's gaze was clouded, and he coughed intermittently, as if he were on the brink of departing this world. They paid their respects to His Majesty the King. Xiao Lu, accompanied by his subordinates, bowed before the elderly king as a gesture of respect. "Ahem. I am already aware of your intentions. Our kingdom is home to the largest number of physicians, renowned for their exceptional skills, and we hope to be of assistance to you." Upon catching sight of Xiao Li's mask, the old king was momentarily taken aback, genuinely startled. Nevertheless, he maintained an air of composure befitting his regal status. However, those around him were not as unflappable, particularly his youngest son, Valpo. How audacious! To dare present oneself before the royal palace in such a ghastly mask is truly alarming. Moreover, considering my father's advanced age, should he suffer any distress from your frightful appearance, will you bear the consequences? Such a transgression deserves the gravest of punishments. Father, you must ensure they are dealt with severely. A young man with purple hair and a face reminiscent of a hippopotamus, whose chin resembled a rounded barrel, stepped forward, shouting vehemently, "You, Snake, stand down." Enraged by the audacity of the prince's words, Snake felt a surge of fury and was poised to retaliate, but Xiao Lu intervened. "May I inquire the name of this prince?" Xiao Lu offered a slight bow. "Humph. Do you think someone of your ilk is entitled to know my esteemed name? How infuriating, this scoundrel." Hearing the arrogance in the opposing party's tone, Xiao Li's subordinates were filled with indignation. Yet, under the imposing presence of Xiao Lu, they could only suppress their fury. Had it not been for their employer's prior admonitions, they would have eagerly shown the adversary the true meaning of cruelty. "Ahem, Walbo. Although the old king was teetering on the edge of the grave, his years had granted him the wisdom to discern that the opposition was not to be trifled with. Despite their current courteous demeanor, he understood that their politeness stemmed from a desperate need for talent. Observing his son continue to press aggressively, he feared the potential for conflict and quickly interjected with a reprimand. His time was nearly up. His eldest son had been exiled for attempting to usurp the throne, leaving only his younger son to inherit the crown. Alas, none of his children possessed the ambition he once had, and he felt a profound concern for the future of his kingdom after his passing. Sensing the ominous tone of his father, Walbo's heart quaked, and he refrained from further remarks, though discontent brewed within him. Humph, the old fool still clings to life. Should I ascend the throne? I shall ensure these individuals witness true authority. My sincerest apologies, Prince Walbo. It appears my visage is more fearsome than my mask, which is why I hesitate to remove it lest I alarm the audience. TCH, so you are merely an eyesore. However, your words have piqued my curiosity about the true face behind that mask. Do unveil it for me to behold. Upon hearing those words, Shali's subordinates ceased to utter another word, their gazes fixed intently upon him. The atmosphere within the grand hall plummeted to a frigid state, instilling a sense of dread. Silence. Take him away. The old king, witnessing his son's utter lack of decorum, commanded the soldiers to escort him out. He feared that another glance would infuriate him to the point of apoplexy. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. I shall promptly arrange for the finest physicians to attend to you. Curiosity is a trait inherent to mankind, a natural inclination. In response to the old king's apology, Shallow offered a faint smile, responding with an air of nonchalance, as if Valpo's words had never registered in his mind. Chapter 120. The sorceress. Following the brief interlude in the grand hall, the old king, anxious to avert further complications, hastily arranged for the most skilled doctors to treat Xiaolu and his companions. Ah, this poison is quite rare, one exclaimed. Indeed. It appears to be the venom of the blue scorpion. No, wait, it seems to be from the black death spider. Hiss. To survive such a venom is truly astounding. A group of physicians, upon analyzing a sample of Xiaoli's venom, were astonished to discover its composition in the fact that he had survived the poisoning. I wonder if any esteemed doctors possess a remedy to heal the wounds upon my face. If you can restore my visage, I shall offer substantial gratitude. Seeing their fervent discussion, Xiaolu could not help but feel a flicker of hope. It is indeed a miracle. Sir, there are no signs of poisoning within your body. May I inquire what method you employed? The toxin seems to have been confined solely to your left cheek. However, due to the prolonged duration, we cannot guarantee a complete restoration unless we excise the necrotic tissue, allowing new flesh to regenerate. Does it truly regrow? Xiaolu expressed disbelief. Yes, but the recovery process is exceedingly protracted. Are there no alternative methods? Perhaps a medication that can directly heal this affliction and restore my face to its original state? Xiaolu remained undeterred. Other remedies do exist. It is said that on the island of Goa in the New World, there thrives a miraculous flower known as the seven-petaled wonder flower. It is reputed to possess the ability to revive the deceased and restore the gravely injured, ensuring that any ailment or poison is instantly remedied. What? Such extraordinary properties? Xiaolu and his companions had previously heard of this flower from Indigo, yet they had not anticipated its legendary capabilities. Has anyone truly encountered or consumed this flower? This legend has circulated for over a century. Its existence remains unverified. However, given its prevalence in medical discourse, it must possess a degree of truth, though the notion of resurrecting the dead is, we believe, utterly implausible. Yet, while its efficacy is remarkable, it is said that one who consumes it may forfeit an additional 50 years of their lifespan. A classic case of, is there truly no other option? I implore you, esteemed physicians, to devise a solution. Maso, with tearful eyes, earnestly pleaded. Maso's heart stirred. Her lips parted slightly as if to utter something, yet ultimately, she remained silent. Alas, would she be able to heal? Are you referring to that old woman? It seems unlikely. Her temperament is rather peculiar, and she has never granted anyone's request. The doctors were incessantly discussing an individual, implying that this person, also a physician, possessed remarkable medical skills, yet had an exceedingly eccentric disposition. Who could this esteemed doctor be? Might you enlighten us? Ah, the individual we speak of is Dr. Correja. Her medical prowess is extraordinary, yet her temperament is quite strange. To beseech her for treatment hinges solely upon her whims. No one knows her origins. Only that she has surpassed a century in age, and despite her appearance, her physique belies her age, earning her the moniker of witch. What? Over a century old? How could one live so long? Could she truly be a witch? It is of no consequence. Might I inquire where she can be found? Unlike others, Maso paid little heed to such matters. Upon hearing that someone could potentially mend Li's injuries, a glimmer of hope returned to her eyes. She resides atop a mountain to the north. Unexpectedly, it was learned that Lu and his party were setting off once more. Chapter 121. The Search for the Witch. After a brief respite, Lu and his companions set forth in the direction indicated by the physician. At last, they have departed. May they never return. Upon receiving news of Li's departure, the old king sighed in relief. From the moment Lu and his companions entered the palace, the old king felt as if he were a tightly strung bow, never finding a moment's respite. Though his days were numbered, an inexplicable sensation, perhaps unique to those nearing death, gripped him. He sensed an overwhelming terror emanating from Lu, akin to facing a fierce tiger poised to pounce. His son, Walpole, continued to provoke and insult them, which filled him with dread. Had he been in his prime, he would have longed to deliver a decisive kick to that ungrateful wretch. With a sigh of relief, the old king felt liberated, while Lu and his group faced a series of tribulations. Shortly after their departure, heavy snow began to fall from the sky, and the north wind howled relentlessly. Despite donning thick cotton garments, the group still felt an intense chill. Moreover, the storm intensified, with fierce winds rendering their eyes unable to open, and within moments, several inches of snow accumulated, making progress nearly impossible. Fortunately, they had brought ample supplies, allowing them to set up a tent. Otherwise, they would surely have been buried by the relentless snowfall. After several hours of rest, the snowfall finally ceased. Xiao Lu and his companions tidied their belongings and set forth once again. However, it seemed as if fate conspired against them, for as they traversed a dense forest, a multitude of enormous rabbits suddenly erupted from the undergrowth. These rabbits, each as colossal as bears, possessed formidable strength and displayed an alarming ferocity, utterly devoid of the gentle and endearing demeanor typically associated with their kind. Upon encountering Xiao Lu and his party, they launched a fierce assault, injuring several of his men in the ensuing chaos. It appeared that this woodland was their territory, and considering the circumstances, Xiao Lu refrained from employing lethal force, mindful of the fact that they were intruding upon another's domain. Yet, the rabbits seemed to harbor no such qualms, becoming increasingly frenzied in their aggression. At last, Xiao Lu could no longer endure the provocation. A fierce aura erupted from him, his overwhelming presence akin to a bloodthirsty tiger pouncing upon the rampaging giants. In an instant, the once menacing rabbits cowered before the immense pressure, trembling and some even losing consciousness altogether. One rabbit, with great difficulty, raised its head, its once menacing glare replaced by sheer terror as it repeatedly bowed before Xiao Lu, emitting frantic squeaks while tears and mucus streamed down its face. "Boss, I implore you, spare them. We must prioritize finding Dr. Karaiha." Knowing his employer's temperament, Masua grasped Xiao Li's arm just as he was about to strike, pleading earnestly. "Humph! Get out of my sight." Upon witnessing Maso plead for them, Xiao Lu hesitated briefly but ultimately decided to spare the group of rabbits. "Hiki, thank you, boss." "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Lu inquired, noticing Maso's smile. "Nothing," she replied, a charming blush adorning her cheeks, reminiscent of someone intoxicated, before she promptly shook her head as if it were a rattle drum. Observing Maso's demeanor, Sneak scratched his head in confusion. Having spared the rabbits, Xiao Lu and his companions traversed the forest, forded streams, and scaled hills, finally arriving at the mountain spoken of by the doctors. "Phew, we have finally arrived. I can't believe it's already so late." At this moment, the sky was adorned with countless stars as Xiao Lu and his friends navigated the terrain, drawing ever closer to finding the witch doctor. However, could everything truly unfold as they wished? Chapter 122. The unexpected arriving at the foot of the mountain where Dr. Kaleha resided. The late hour coupled with their need for assistance rendered Xiao Lu and his companions reluctant to disturb her. Thus, they set up their tent at the mountain's base to spend the night and ascend the following day. "Heavenly Father, I hope we can find a remedy for our boss." With this wish in his heart, Maso gradually drifted into slumber. The night was enveloped in tranquility, so serene that the only sound was the gentle fall of snowflakes. Inside the tent, however, Xiao Lu tossed and turned, not because he was excited about the prospect of a cure for his injuries, but rather due to an inexplicable unease that crept into his mind after hearing the doctors speak of the miraculous seven-petal wonder flower. For a fleeting moment, a piercing headache struck him, as if he could visualize the seven-petal wonder flower. Though he had never seen it, the fragmented images felt strikingly real. Yet, why did he feel this disquiet? Never mind, overthinking is futile. Since they had come this far, they might as well find peace in their journey. Clearing his mind of distractions, Xiao Lu began to meditate through the long, lingering night. As the lengthy night waned, the sun's gentle rays illuminated the snowy expanse of the winter island, yet the thick blanket of snow remained unmelted. Xiao Lu and his companions tidied their belongings and resumed their ascent towards the summit, confident that their prolonged wait would culminate in a resolution today. Oh, my leg has truly healed. I can run again. Haha. Upon reaching the halfway point, they were greeted by a chorus of laughter emanating from ahead. Upon closer inspection, they spotted a gray-haired man bounding joyfully down the mountain, his elation unmistakable. Excuse me, is Dr. Kureha on this mountain? Xiao Lu and his group halted the man as he descended. Indeed, she resides up the mountain. She is truly a remarkable person. While hunting, I accidentally got bitten on my left leg. No other doctors could help me, but thanks to Dr. Kureha, I am healed. Without her, I would have been bedridden for life. What would become of my 2 little daughters? The man, overwhelmed by the thought, began to weep profusely. You've healed. You should be happy now, exclaimed one of them. We won't take up more of your time. We are also in search of Dr. Kureha. Upon hearing this, the gray-haired man seemed to regain his composure, but the realization that they too were seeking Dr. Kureha struck him with dismay. Oh no, you are too late. Dr. Kureha has already left. What? She has left? We didn't see anyone else coming down. Oh, if only we had ascended last night. The group erupted in a flurry of anxious chatter. They had deliberately risen early to avoid this predicament. Could you tell us where she went? When will she return? Can you provide us with directions? Maso asked, his voice tinged with urgency, not anticipating such unforeseen complications. It seems she has ventured into the mountains behind. As for her return, that remains uncertain. It's puzzling why she would leave so late last night. Doesn't she fear encountering any mishaps? I genuinely worry for her. The gray-haired man lamented, clasping his hands together in prayer for Dr. Kureha. Wait, did you say Dr. Kureha left last night? Xiao Lu inquired of the gray-haired man. Yes, I found it quite strange too. After a brief exchange, they watched the man continue his descent, and Xiao Li's gaze flickered with contemplation. What shall we do next, boss? Maso asked, his voice trembling slightly. Humph, we shall ascend the mountain and await our Dr. Kureha, Xiao Lu replied cryptically. With that, the group set off once more. Chapter 123. At last, the witch appears. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the mountain, they discovered a solitary, unremarkable house nestled there. Evidently, it was Dr. Kureha's residence. Xiao Lu, with an expressionless demeanor, set up the tent in the vacant space before the door with the others. He had sensed moments earlier that the house was indeed unoccupied. Boss, are we truly going to wait here indefinitely? Perhaps we should go search for her? Indeed, boss, we could seek her out. I am confident that we will be able to find her. His subordinates eagerly suggested that they directly look for Dr. Kureha. Are you all familiar with this area? How would we go about finding her? What if we inadvertently miss her again? The words of Xiao Lu rendered the crowd speechless. Fear not, our esteemed doctor. Kureha shall surely return. I am in no hurry. Why must you be so anxious? Calm yourselves and tend to your own affairs while patiently awaiting her return. 2 days later, frustration set in. Where could Dr. Kureha possibly be? Surely she hasn't ventured too far. After 2 days of waiting, her absence remains a mystery. Could she have fallen prey to the wild beasts of the mountains? Perhaps she succumbed to the cold? After all, she is over 100 years old. Why would she wander out at such a late hour? Suddenly, Xiao Lu, seated upon a stone slab, opened his eyes. A fleeting glint of sharpness passing through them as he turned to look behind his subordinates. Instantly, they fell silent, fearing their master's wrath. Oh dear. Are these youngsters so impatient? They seem to lack the composure of a lady of my advanced years, came a voice from behind, startling everyone and prompting them to turn in unison. Before them stood an elderly woman, her hair streaked with gray, face lined with wrinkles, clad in a deep purple crop top, and carrying a bag. Her flamboyant attire left the onlookers utterly astonished, jaws agape. Even the usually composed Xiao Lu was momentarily taken aback, his lips twitching slightly. I suppose it was you lot who were speaking ill of me just now? Doctor? Kureha inquired with a smile as she approached her subordinates. And no, we were merely concerned for your well-being. They stammered. Ha ha, I truly appreciate your concern. She replied, dismissively. Oh, it's no trouble at all. As Xiao Lu squinted his eyes, before his subordinate could finish speaking, Dr. Kureha swiftly dispatched several individuals down the mountainside with remarkable agility, catching everyone off guard. What? How is this possible? Who on earth are you? Is this truly a person over 100 years old? Dr. Kureha's sudden action and her ability to effortlessly toss those subordinates away caused the others to tense up, readying themselves for battle. Facing the encirclement, Kureha displayed no sign of fear, her face adorned with a faint smile. Her gaze traversed the crowd, appraising Xiao Lu from head to toe. Are you not afraid of the mask on my face? She teased. Hee hee, I've seen far worse. Why should I fear such a mere mask? My subordinates inadvertently offended you earlier. I asked for your magnanimity in forgiving them. I, as a junior, apologize on their behalf. Xiao Lu bowed deeply to Kureha. The doctors within the palace have all proclaimed your medical skills to be unparalleled, capable of overcoming any ailment. I wonder if you could attend to the injuries on my face? Should you be able to assist, I promise you will be handsomely rewarded. Xiao Lu earnestly stated as he removed his mask. Of course, upon hearing this, everyone was immensely surprised, with Masho particularly overwhelmed with excitement. However, Kureha's next words plunged their spirits into despair. Why should I help you? While the crowd was still reveling in the joy of her previous statement, Kureha's assertion left them all in shock. Excuse me, Dr. Kureha, I didn't quite catch that. Did you say? Masho's heart raced as she waved her hand, inquiring urgently, as if she truly hadn't heard correctly. She desperately wished she had misheard. I said, why should I treat you? Old hag, do not overstep your balance. Snek erupted with fury at Kureha's refusal to aid his boss, launching into a tirade of insults. Xiaoku, how can you speak like that? Apologize to Dr. Kureha at once. Dr. Kureha, I sincerely apologize. Xiaoku is quite young and only spoke out of concern for his boss. I hope you can forgive him and not hold it against him. Masho interrupted, fearing the situation might spiral further out of control. Sister Masho, don't stop me. Old hag, you will treat him today, whether you like it or not. Snek's eyes glimmered dangerously, his tone laden with veiled threats. Ha ha. What could you possibly do to me, little brat? Kureha replied with amusement, disregarding the menace in his words entirely. It seems you are one who won't shed tears until faced with the coffin. Snek could no longer contain his frustration at Kureha's provocation. Then allow me to see what gives you the audacity to act so brazenly before us, old hag. As soon as the words fell, Snek transformed into a colossal rock python, its forked tongue hissing ominously as its body swiftly maneuvered, rendering its attack direction inscrutable. In an instant, Snek encircled Dr. Kureha, its elevated serpent head casting a shadow of immense pressure upon her. Dr. Kureha, with her head bowed in an air of calmness, infuriated Snek, who perceived her demeanor as a blatant disregard for his presence. Suddenly, the serpent's head lunged forth like a bolt of lightning, its massive jaws agape, ready to strike. Seeing this, Little shook his head slightly. As anticipated, Dr. Kureha evaded the gaping maw with a swift lateral movement, retaliating with a powerful kick that struck Snek on the head. In an instant, Snek felt as though his skull had been struck by a hammer, his thoughts swirling chaotically, leaving him dizzy. You foolish child, this is the consequence of disrespecting a young and elegant lady. Dr. Kureha seized the opportunity, leaping onto Snek's back, her hand firmly pressing down on his serpent head. No matter how Snek struggled, Kureha's grip was as immovable as a mountain, preventing his escape. Old hag, release me. The arrogance that once characterized Snek now transformed into profound frustration. In front of so many, he had been bested by an elderly woman, igniting a deep-seated resentment within him. The dynamics of battle must be versatile and adaptive, employing strategies that correspond to the environment and the opponent to achieve victory. Little K, you require further honing. This time, you have been defeated. Defeated? No, I cannot concede to such a fate. Snek's body began to thrash violently. If you have not been vanquished, then demonstrate your strength, rather than lying on the ground like a weakling. Little Lu admonished. Survival of the fittest. You are a cunning and ferocious serpent, not a defenseless pig. Indeed. I am a serpent. Chapter 125. Snek versus Kureha. I am not weak. With a roar, Snek, restrained by Dr. Kureha, began to tremble uncontrollably. Survival of the fittest. You say? An intriguing assertion. Hee, what will you do now, little one? After a fierce struggle, Snek suddenly opened its massive jaws. What is happening? Snek, this creature is capable of this? Truly a formidable being. The onlookers were taken aback by Snek's unexpected maneuver, and even Dr. Kureha was caught off guard, leaping back. The rock python, in its monstrous form, opened its cavernous mouth to the fullest extent before beginning to tear apart, yet Snek appeared entirely impervious to pain. Suddenly, a large serpent emerged from the gaping maw of the rock python, and it was none other than Snek. This was the technique known as the snake molt, which Snek had developed based on the previous teachings of Little Lu. What was initially thought to be the conclusion of the battle took an unexpected turn. allowing Snek to escape from Kureha's grasp. However, this maneuver was exceedingly taxing, and Snek gasped for breath as he emerged. Little brat, this technique is quite ingenious. Yet, it seems you have not fully mastered it. Yield, for you are no match for me. What nonsense are you spouting? The battle is far from over. Snek would never concede defeat. In the next moment, he transformed into a hybrid form, taking on the appearance of a human-headed serpent. In the blink of an eye, Snek shot forward, his speed surpassing that of before, delivering a powerful punch towards Kureha. To his surprise, Kureha displayed remarkable agility, evading the strike with a deft sidestep. Undeterred by his failed attempt, Snek swiftly coiled his serpentine body around Kureha, constricting tighter and denying her any chance to breathe. His intent was to tightly entwine her, depleting her strength until she was ultimately crushed. How naive. Little brat, you've underestimated me. In the next instant, Snek felt his form being forced to expand, a tremendous power resisting his constriction. Damn it. Snek exerted more force, transforming back into his serpent shape. Seizing the moment while Kureha was momentarily unable to evade, he opened his jaws wide and lunged towards her. I refuse to meet my end in the belly of a serpent. Kureha braced herself against Snek's gaping mouth, preventing him from biting down. No matter how wildly he thrashed, Kureha steadfastly held his upper and lower jaws apart. You old hag, even if I cannot devour you, I can still shatter the bones within your body. When your strength wanes, victory will still be mine. Is that so? In an instant, Kureha summoned her strength, redirecting Snek's head away. Seizing the opportunity as his jaws snapped shut in vain, she clasped her hands around his neck with a grip akin to a golden hoop. The immense pressure left Snek gasping for air, feeling his strength ebb away gradually. Enough. Let the sparring come to an end. Little Lu has already been defeated. I kindly ask that you show mercy, Dr. Kureha. Sparring? Is that what you call the little brat's previous actions? Ha! You truly are cunning, Kureha retorted, her irritation turning to amusement at Little Lee's words. However, she paid it little heed and released Snek. Step back. Snek, unwilling to accept defeat, attempted to advance, only to be chastised by Little Lu and retreat dejectedly to his comrades. My sincerest apologies. I am unaware of how the esteemed Dr. Kureha might agree to heal my injuries. Should you extend your assistance, I shall endeavor to fulfill any request within my capabilities. Little Lu bowed respectfully towards Kureha, then removed his mask to gaze at her quietly. Chapter 126, The Seven-Colored Frog Toxin Mushroom. What request are you willing to fulfill? Kureha observed Little Lu with an amused expression. As long as it is within my ability, I shall comply, provided you can heal the wounds upon my face. I see the mottled skin upon your visage. You have been poisoned by the Black Death cave spider, have you not? Surely, you have consulted other physicians, and they must have been at a loss, or else you would not have sought me out. However, it must be said that although I hold little regard for the skills of the palace doctors, they should have informed you of any antidotes available for this toxin. Why do you not pursue that avenue? The method of flesh regeneration is excessively protracted, and the seven-petal marvelous frog flower exists only in legend. Both are impractical. Your medical expertise is unparalleled, and your renown on Winter Island is well known. I am confident you can heal my facial injuries, Little Lu replied earnestly. Indeed. I possess the knowledge to counteract this poison. In the mountains beyond, there thrives a mushroom known as the seven-colored frog toxin mushroom, which serves as an excellent antidote, capable of healing your facial wounds. Splendid. At last, a reliable solution. The boss's poison can be remedied. Upon hearing this exhilarating news, the crowd's spirits lifted. Pray tell, Dr. Kureha, what does this mushroom resemble? He. Did you not say that as long as I could heal his facial wounds, you would be willing to do anything? Kureha, noticing Masso's eagerness, reminded him. What is it that you wish for me to do? Little Lu inquired, gazing at Kureha with a measured tone. Very well. Considering the earlier affront by that little rascal, if you wish for my assistance, you must bow down before me until I am satisfied. Preposterous. What nonsensical words are you uttering? How dare you insult the boss? Do you seek your own demise? Masso's subordinates erupted in righteous indignation, vehemently rebuking Kureha. Are you certain? If that is your only demand, I am willing to comply. The boss, Masso, was incredulous. In her heart, she believed the boss to be a figure of great pride, incapable of acquiescing to such terms. What? Boss, you cannot. Indeed, boss, we can devise another plan. Infuriating. Old hag, do not be ungrateful. Quickly cure my boss of the poison, for today shall mark your end. Xiao Lu, unperturbed by Kalea's words, fixed his gaze upon her, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In a tone devoid of inflection, he inquired without heeding the counsel of his subordinates. Should the other party truly demand such an act, he would undoubtedly comply. For in his eyes, bowing to the deceased was of little consequence. As Shala gazed intently at Kureha, she reciprocated his stare. After Shala finished speaking, the two remained silently locked in each other's eyes, as if the entire world had hushed, leaving only the howling wind echoing between them. After a prolonged moment of Kureha suddenly broke the stillness, declaring, this is still too simple. Let us change the request. Shala remained silent, the corners of her mouth curling into a subtle smile. She then slightly raised an eyebrow and inclined her head, gesturing for Kureha to continue with her. Observing the exquisite beauty of this young girl, I suggested, why not let her take a knee? When the topic abruptly shifted towards herself, Marso was momentarily taken aback. But soon her expression brightened, and she immediately prepared to kneel. Suddenly, a sword was drawn and positioned across Marso's elegant, fair neck, preventing her from bending down. A shiver ran through Marso's heart as she turned to glance at Xiaolu. Madame Kureha, we had clearly agreed that requests would be directed towards me. Why involve unrelated parties? This is rather inappropriate. Xiaolu did not glance at Masua but, with an unremarkable tone, inquired of Kureha. Though the coldness in his words sent shivers down everyone's spine. Chapter 127, Masua's Resolve. What, do you care for this girl? What is she to you? Kureha asked with genuine curiosity. She is my subordinate, an irrelevant, self-important individual. Xiaolu replied, his demeanor as calm as a still pond, void of any emotion. Upon hearing Xiaoli's words, Masua's gaze instantly darkened, as if drained of color, her head slightly bowed in sorrow. She tightly shut her eyes, striving to conceal the glimmer of tears at the corners. What a heartless little wretch. I have decided, no more bowing to this girl. However, I require her to fetch the 7-colored frog toxin mushroom. If she can accomplish this, I shall heal you immediately. This is my sole request. Otherwise, I shall not assist you, no matter the circumstance. After Kureha spoke to Xiaolu, she smiled at the silent Masua, who remained with her head downcast. Beautiful young lady. Would you be willing? If you can procure this mushroom, I can heal his wounds. However, this mushroom grows in treacherous mountains, and you must go alone. Do you still wish to undertake this perilous journey? Impossible. I shall not agree. I am willing. Masua interjected firmly to Kureha, not waiting for Xiaolu to finish. Sensing Xiaoli's penetrating gaze, she again lowered her head, afraid to meet his eyes. I am your superior, the moment I acquired you. Your life was no longer your own. Without my command, you are forbidden to go. Without that remedy, I shall find another way. You may not go. You lack the qualification. Xiaoli's words struck Masu's heart like a sharp dagger, causing her immense pain. Unbeknownst to her, tears blurred her vision. Why? I merely wished to help you. Masu couldn't restrain herself and shouted at Xiaolu, her voice raw and desperate, sending a tremor through Xiaoli's heart. The others were equally taken aback by Masu's outburst. Kureha glanced at Masu and nodded slightly, an inexplicable expression flickering in her eyes. I'm sorry, boss. I didn't mean to. Masu quickly apologized to Xiaolu, though a profound sense of grievance welled up within her. Do not waste any more time. Last night, I stumbled upon a 7-colored frog mushroom in the mountains, and now is the perfect moment to gather it. Kureha interjected, pulling Masu aside. I have a rough map here. Follow it to collect the mushroom. It looks like this. Dr. Kureha, you mentioned it was a type of mushroom. Yet it resembles grass, Masu remarked, puzzled by the illustration. Do you not trust me? Of course not. Then that is settled. The sooner you go, the sooner you return. Masu cast a silent glance at Xiaolu while making her way towards the back mountain. Just as Xiaolu intended to intervene, Kureha swiftly positioned herself before him. I have made it clear. This is the only request. Moreover, this is the young lady's wish. What right do you have to obstruct it? Are you her husband? You are utterly unreasonable. Who exactly are you? Feeling anxious, are we? Why did you speak so coldly to her just moments ago? None of you are allowed to follow her secretly. Otherwise, even if she succeeds in gathering it, I shall not assist you. Upon noticing Shala signaling to the others, Kureha promptly issued a warning. Rest assured, there is no danger. If anything were to happen to her, I would ensure you and everyone on Winter Island pay the price. Little spoke word by word to the laughing Kureha, then sat silently on a nearby stone. Only the soft hum of the royal sword within its sheath revealed his inner turmoil. What a terrifying aura of kill, Kureha muttered, rubbing her increasingly numb right hand before returning indoors to tend to the herbs she had gathered the previous night. Chapter 128. A lengthy wait unbeknownst to them. Half a day had swiftly passed. Oh dear, why haven't they returned yet? Snake paced anxiously, his heart troubled. He longed to be the one sent for medicine, but alas, that old hag had made such an unreasonable demand. Curse that old woman. If anything happens to Sister Maso, I will not let you off easily. Snake was not capable of acting as little did, yet he could do nothing but curse Dr. Correja repeatedly in his mind. At this moment, Shalu was not as composed as he appeared. Turmoil churned within him, akin to being cast into a vast lake, stirring up waves and ripples. Previously, such anxiety only arose when Qiao and Luoye encountered misfortune. Just then, the doors gradually creaked open, releasing an indescribable odor that made everyone feel nauseous. Doctor Kulea approached with a bowl of black medicinal soup, heading directly toward the seated Xiaolu. Come, drink this. What is it? Xiaolu inquired, his brow furrowing as he gazed at the concoction before him. The pungent aroma assaulted his senses, making him feel on the verge of retching. Do not concern yourself with what it is. Simply know it will aid your injuries. There is only this one dose, so the decision to drink it. Observing the playful smile on Kulea's face, Xiaolu could not help but wonder if she intended to trick him. However, while her temperament was indeed peculiar, it was unlikely she would resort to such schemes. She must comprehend that he was not easy to manipulate and that his strength far surpassed her own. If her intentions were merely to toy with him, her fate would surely be dire. A brief acquaintance was sufficient to discern that she was not a foolish individual. Xiaolu took the medicinal concoction and could not help but swallow hard. The others, upon witnessing their boss's determination to drink it, fixated their gazes on his face, their eyes wide with anticipation. As if sensing their thoughts, Xiaolu slightly turned his head and cast a sidelong glance at them. Instantly, everyone recoiled like turtles retreating into their shells, hastily averting their gazes as if they had not been watching moments before. Noticing that all attention had shifted away, Xiaolu inhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and downed the entire potion in one go. In an instant, he felt a tumultuous upheaval within his stomach. An indescribable bitterness, mingled with other flavors, surged from his belly to his mouth, nostrils, and even the crown of his head. He sensed that he was on the verge of losing control over the muscles in his face, prompting the others to direct their gaze back to him once more. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. How could the boss endure such a repugnant taste? He is indeed our king. Their admiration for their boss blossomed from the depths of their hearts. Is there any sweetened water? Xiaolu finally broke the silence after a prolonged moment. He chuckled softly to himself, feeling like a mischievous child still trying to play the part of an adult. Little Li's face flushed slightly, and his eyes betrayed a sense of hostility. After a moment, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, fearing he might lose control and embarrass himself publicly. Suddenly, he experienced a sharp, burning pain on the left side of his face, accompanied by an incessant itching that tempted him to scratch. Resist. Do not touch it. At that moment, Correja cautioned little Lu to exercise restraint, for the effects of the medicine were beginning to take hold. Meanwhile, Maso had endured countless trials and tribulations. Although the mountains held no wild beasts, the rugged paths made every step a challenge, leaving her body covered in wounds. Yet, fortune favored the diligent. The herbs that Dr. Correja had instructed her to gather were now within reach, filling her with joy. Chapter 129. The return from herb gathering time slipped away like sand through fingers, quietly passing. The sky had darkened, and a few stars faintly twinkled in the distance. Maso, you must return safely. Sister Maso, hurry back. Night is falling. Miss Maso, it is late. It will be dangerous if you do not return soon. The crowd waited in silent anticipation, their hearts fervently praying for Maso's swift return. As time continued to elapse, a sense of urgency enveloped Snake. I cannot stay idle any longer, regardless of whether that old woman agrees or not. I must go find Sister Maso. Indeed, we must go as well. If she does not return soon, she may face peril. Boss, let us set out. The group could no longer remain seated, as darkness enveloped the land. The likelihood of Maso encountering danger would significantly increase. Little Lu could no longer remain seated. He rose to his feet, poised to speak, when suddenly a look of joy illuminated his face, and he swiftly dashed towards the rear. At that moment, Maso had returned from her foraging expedition. She felt utterly exhausted, her body marred by numerous wounds, and the scant provisions she had carried were long since depleted. A wave of dizziness washed over her. Yet she found solace in the knowledge that she was nearing the summit. In an involuntary gesture, she caressed the precious herb nestled against her chest, a faint smile gracing her pale visage. The next instant, she collapsed. In her hazy consciousness, she sensed herself falling into a warm embrace, and amidst the fog, a familiar voice urgently called her name. Whose voice was it? It sounded so much like her boss's. How blissful. Was this a dream? Maso, 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 awaken. Do not succumb to slumber. I will not permit you to sleep. Do you hear me? Shala sensed that Masua was nearing the summit and immediately rushed to her side. However, he found her swaying precariously, on the verge of collapsing. He swiftly enveloped her in his embrace. As he beheld her body marred with wounds, and her sturdy clothing torn with several large gashes, a wave of anguish gripped his heart, and his eyes brimmed with tears. He lifted Masua and hurried to Dr. Kalea's quarters, pleading for her to administer aid promptly. Rest assured, Dr. Kalea reassured him, her injuries are minor. She has merely exhausted her energy and fainted. There is no cause for concern. With a good night's rest, she will recover without any complications. Upon hearing Dr. Kalea's words, Shala breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, as the saying goes, concern breeds chaos. Under normal circumstances, he could have channeled his energy into Masua to ascertain her condition. Boss, I've gathered the medicine. Please don't be upset with me. Don't send me away, please. Just as Shalu attempted to rise, his arm was firmly embraced by Masua. Fool, how could I possibly blame you? Upon hearing Mazo's words, Shala promptly replied. It was only after realizing her silence that he understood she was lost in a dream. To his surprise, she was calling out his name even in her slumber. And upon returning from her herb gathering, she expressed concern about having hurried her, pleading for his forgiveness. Ah, you truly are a fool. A person like me does not deserve such devotion from you, Mazo. Shaolu gazed at the slumbering Masua with a complex expression, then tenderly tucked her in, his right hand hovering in the air for a moment before gently brushing away the tears that lingered at the corners of her eye. He then positioned himself by her bedside, leaning against it and succumbing to sleep. As if stirred by Shaoli's words in her dreams, Masua's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a blissful smile graced her lips as she tightened her embrace around her arm. Chapter 130. Tension in the air. The gentle sunlight filtered through the intricately carved windows, casting a warm glow upon Masua's delicate face. Slowly, she opened her eyes. A soft sigh escaped her lips as she stretched, propping herself up, her enchanting curves illuminated by the sunlight. The previous night's slumber had been profoundly sweet, and the events of her dreams still flushed her cheeks with warmth upon recollection. Where are my injuries? She distinctly remembered returning from her herb gathering with numerous wounds adorning her body. Shaking her head, she endeavored to recall the occurrences of the previous night. Yes, she should have collapsed on the mountain path, and she vaguely remembered someone rescuing her, though only a shadowy figure remained in her mind. Despite her efforts, the events that followed eluded her memory. What's the matter? Why the long face so early in the morning? Are you unfamiliar with your surroundings? A familiar voice interrupted Masua's reverie. Dr. Kaleha? Is this your room? Upon seeing Dr. Kaleha leisurely approaching with a bowl of water, Masua's eyes brightened. And as she took in her surroundings, realization dawned upon her. Drink some water. Although I administered medicine to you yesterday, you still need to rest well. Your constitution is too frail. Medicine? Right. Dr. Kalea, I gathered the herbs yesterday. Please hurry and detoxify the boss. Upon hearing the word medicine, Masua could no longer sit still. Neglecting the water as she grasped Dr. Kalea's hand, pleading for her to begin treating Shaolu. Ah, what a foolish child you are. The beloved boss you are so fixated on is not a benevolent individual. Following him will only lead to your own suffering. Leaving him sooner rather than later might be in your best interest. Even if you can move him momentarily, it won't last. I sense that the ambitions of that man lie far beyond any personal attachments. Grand ambitions consume his heart. Whereas my boss is a good person, he is my benefactor. Wherever the boss may be, even in hell, I would willingly follow without hesitation. Masua felt her face flush with embarrassment at Dr. Kalea's words regarding her affection for the boss, her ears burning as if aflame. Hearing Dr. Kalea speak ill of him, she found herself unable to retort, instinctively defending her boss. Humph, I may not be a good person. But does slandering others from the shadows make one a paragon of virtue? Maso, I believe it would be prudent to heed Dr. Carrera's advice and depart early, lest we inevitably succumb to the abyss of darkness. Just then, with the sound of footsteps drawing nearer, Shaolu appeared before Maso and the others, a mocking expression gracing his features as he directed his gaze towards Dr. Carrera. No, boss, I assure you I have no such intentions, Maso exclaimed, noticing the unsettling change in Shaoli's demeanor. Oh dear, boss, your face. Upon seeing the ghastly red marks on Shaoli's visage vanish completely, Maso was filled with astonishment. I have come here specifically to inquire of Dr. Carrera why Maso has yet to procure the antidote, while you have already alleviated my affliction. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, the sword of kings in my possession will not take kindly to it. Xiao Li's demeanor was indifferent as the royal sword slowly emerged from its sheath, a chilling aura of sword intent enveloping the entire room. Hee, little imp. Is this how you repay me for curing you? Kaleha remained unperturbed. What? Dr. Kaleha? Masua gazed at her in disbelief, finally comprehending why the map provided by the doctor marked a mere herb. But why was that? Chapter 131. The winds of change. Why do you look at me with such eyes, as if I were a villain? Kaleha continued. I used the 7-colored frog toxin mushroom to heal the wounds on your face, and yet your hand was still poisoned. Shouldn't you assist me in gathering some herbs in return? With a playful smile, Kaleha regarded the two before her. Why choose to gather herbs at night? Moreover, it seems you were aware of our arrival? Xiaoli's eyes narrowed slightly, voicing his suspicions. Little imp, this is my freedom. Do I owe you an explanation? She retorted. Humph, you are the first to dare toy with me in such a manner. However, you have indeed cured my poison, and I do not wish to dwell on this matter excessively. After Xiaola spoke, he sheathed the Sword of Kings, and the previously tense atmosphere dissipated instantly. In truth, Xiaola had no real intention of engaging in combat. He merely sought to intimidate Dr. Kaleha. Maso, rest well. We shall soon embark on our journey to the North Sea. Yes, boss. Days later, after numerous unforeseen events that delayed their return, Xiaolu and his companions set forth once again. During their journey home, tumult brewed in the New World. On an island in this tumultuous sea, a cataclysmic battle raged fiercely. The ground lay in ruins, fractured and battered. Dark fissures and gaping pits bore witness to the ferocity of the clash. Two figures exchanged blows, each strike laced with lethal intent. The desert blade is of no use now. It is a futile effort, sneered the burly giant, facing the swift as the wind sand blade. His fists, imbued with overwhelming power, unleashed a tempest, instantly reducing the massive sand blade to mere particles. Seizing the moment, the giant lunged forward, his fist, as large as a sandbag and cloaked in armament hockey, directed at Crocodile. The colossal fist pierced through Crocodile's body, creating a gaping hole. Ah. What a surprise on your face. Did you think that armed hockey would surely strike me, Barrett? Crocodile retorted with a tone of indifferent mockery. Had this been in the past, he would have surely sustained grave injuries from such a blow. However, following his experiences on Sabaody Archipelago, he came to recognize his limitations. Though he feigned defiance, he could never forget the lesson imparted by that insufferable brat, which enlightened him that the Logia type was not invincible. Upon arriving in the New World, through relentless battles, not only did he broaden his horizons, but his strength also surged remarkably. The imposing giant battling Crocodile was none other than Douglas Barrett, a former member of the Roger Pirates, known as the Heir of the Demon. Unwilling to fade into obscurity after leaving the Roger Pirates, Barrett relentlessly sought worthy opponents, and numerous infamous pirates had met their demise at his hands. This time, his sights were set on Crocodile, who had recently stirred up chaos in the New World. Both warriors possessed their own pride and were exceedingly confident in their abilities. Upon meeting, it was as if thunder clashed with fire, resulting in an explosive confrontation. Observing that his punch had failed to inflict damage, Barrett displayed a wicked grin. Ha. Now this is interesting. Only with someone like you do I find the thrill of the hunt. You arrogant fool, is this all you have? Desert Diamond Blade, mere trifles. The swiftly approaching scimitar resembled the talons of a ferocious beast. Barrett unleashed his fist with the agility of a shadow, darting forward once again. His body enveloped in an aura of armed color, akin to a human titan. His fists, imbued with earth-shattering strength, struck towards Crocodile. Die, Barrett. Is that all you've got? Watch as I twist your head off. The two combatants exchanged blows once more, an icy malice enveloping the battlefield anew. Chapter 132. The 7 warlords of the sea. The vast and majestic ocean remained an intimidating deep blue under the radiant sun. Seagulls soared above, riding the briny winds, poised to snatch any playful fish that leaped from the depths. Boss, here is today's newspaper for your perusal. Setting down his fishing rod, Barrett received the newspaper from his subordinate, his gaze immediately drawn to the bold black letters emblazoned across the page. The Devil's Heir. Barrett fails to defeat Crocodile in the New World. The battle ends in a draw. Moreover, the newspaper thoughtfully included photographs capturing the fierce clash between the two, accompanied by the latest bounty on Crocodile, 300 million berries. Has this fellow truly grown so strong? It seems I am not the only one evolving. Others are rapidly advancing as well. This is quite agreeable. Should we encounter each other again, the disparity in strength will not render the encounter tedious. Although little Lou was astonished by Crocodile's growth, he remained unafraid regardless of how formidable his opponent became. A true warrior possesses not only immense strength but also an indomitable spirit. As Shala perused the news on the other side, he found yet another article concerning Crocodile. However, he was genuinely intrigued by this report. The world government. In response to the increasing number of pirates in the New World and to alleviate the pressure on the Navy, had introduced the Shichibukai system. This initiative aimed to leverage pirates to counterbalance other pirates. Fresh from a fierce and inconclusive battle with Barrett, Crocodile was basking in the limelight, becoming the first pirate to be invited by the world government to take on the role of Shichibukai. Yet, how could the illustrious Crocodile, riding high on his recent triumph, resign himself to being a mere pawn of the world government? He unhesitatingly declined the offer. The fact that Barrett could not defeat him only bolstered his confidence. He harbored grander ambitions that a mere title as Shichibukai could never satisfy. While Crocodile remained indifferent, Xiaolu, through a brief introduction to the Shichibukai system, perceived the potential advantages of becoming one. With narrowed eyes, a fleeting glimmer of intelligence sparkled within them, and a mysterious smile crept upon Xiaoli's lips. No longer interested in the content of the newspaper, he resumed his fishing training. However, it wasn't long before his practice was once again interrupted by his subordinates. "Boss, a naval ship is approaching us. How should we respond? What nonsense is this? What is wrong with the Navy? We are legitimate merchants." With that, Shala prepared to stow his fishing rod and return to the cabin, allowing his crew to proceed normally. Unfortunately, some individuals seemed destined to court disaster. Report, Major General. That man appears to be the notorious pirate Spaler Lu, with a bounty of 360 million berries. What? Let me see. The Major General hastily seized the telescope from his subordinate and, indeed, spotted the packing Xiaolu. Rather than feeling fear, a look of joy spread across his face. "Get closer. I want to capture him. The opportunity for promotion has arrived." The young Major General excitedly commanded his crew to accelerate the ship. "Cadwell, that SA monster. Don't act rashly. Nonsense. The chance to achieve merit is right before us. How can we let it slip away? Moreover, precisely because he is a notorious pirate, we must capture him to uphold justice. But our ship enough chatter. If you continue, I'll have you executed." Obedience to orders is the soldier's duty. With no other recourse, the subordinate had no choice but to comply, even though he understood that this command was a grievous mistake. Chapter 133. Peter vs. Major General Cadwell determined to achieve merit. Major General Cadwell disregarded his subordinate's counsel and insisted on capturing Xiaolu. In his view, Xiaolu was merely a figurehead, his exorbitant bounty stemming solely from the slaughter of countless civilians. As for Xiaolu's escape from the clutches of Carp, he attributed it merely to the influence of the celestial dragons. Furthermore, he held unwavering confidence in his abilities. Not long ago, he had apprehended the brutal pirate known as Bone Crusher. "Fire the cannons." Under the command of Admiral Cadwell, the naval vessels unleashed a torrent of cannon fire upon Shala and his crew. At Shala's signal, Peter and Sneak advanced to intercept the incoming projectiles, skillfully knocking them down one by one. Following their previous setback, Sneak had intensified his training, mastering the intricacies of the Rokushiki techniques and the transformations of his devil fruit abilities with increasing finesse. It appears these fellows should not be underestimated. As the cannon fire failed to inflict significant damage upon Shala's group, Admiral Cadwell remained undeterred. With the distance closing between them, he abandoned long-range tactics and led his men into close combat, a domain where he excelled. "Spile, you scum of the seas. Let Admiral Cadwell send you to the depths of the ocean prison." With a series of sonic booms echoing beneath his feet, Admiral Cadwell swung his blade in a sweeping arc. The longsword sliced through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound, as a colossal azure slash traversed the surface of the sea, resembling a cold crescent moon, chilling and formidable, evoking dread. The crescent moon slash, a signature technique of Admiral Cadwell, was not only immensely powerful but also exceptionally splendid, captivating onlookers while concealing lethal intent. Countless pirates had fallen beneath his blade, bolstering his confidence and solidifying his reputation. A mere trifle, ostentatious yet insubstantial. Shala scoffed at the sight of the attack, lacking even the inclination to engage. "Peter, show this navy your true strength." Upon receiving the command, Peter pounded his chest, emitting a series of fierce roars. Leaping forward, he ascended, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. In an instant, the air was filled with an ear-piercing tearing sound as invisible shockwaves surged forth, creating vacuum slashes that raced toward the oncoming Azure Crescent assault. In that moment, the powerful gusts clashed against each other, sending ripples through the air, while the rising waves of the sea seemed to part as if guided by unseen hands. The next instant, to Admiral Catawal's astonishment, his strike dissipated like foam, transforming into mist. His attack was ineffective against a mere gorilla? Even more infuriating was the revelation that a gorilla had mastered rokushiki techniques. Noticing the scrutinizing gazes of his subordinates, veins bulged on Catawal's neck, his previously confident countenance now alternating between shades of blue and red. The opposing force clearly looked down upon him. Otherwise, they would not have sent a gorilla to battle. Again, Admiral Catawal roared, determined to unleash his full strength and decisively eliminate the adversary. Once more, he swung his long blade, the howling wind accompanying a series of powerful slashes that flew forth like azure crescent moons. One after another they surged, akin to waves of the sea, each new wave gathering greater power from the preceding one. As he neared Xiaola's vessel, in an instant, the successive slashes converged into a singular, magnificent attack of overwhelming might. Crescent moon wave slash. Send you on your way. General Catawal intoned solemnly, his visage once again radiating the confidence of your. Chapter 134, Crescent wave slash versus. Crescent wave slash confronted with the oncoming ferocity of the strike, little sensed the formidable power of the move. It was evident that his opponent was not to be trifled with. Step back, Peter, he commanded. Roar, roar. Peter exhibited no inclination to retreat. Instead, he unleashed a series of furious roars. He took a stance, crossing his arms defensively, his sinewy muscles taut as if he were a statue forged from iron, seemingly rooted to the spot. The powerful strike landed upon Peter in the blink of an eye, unleashing a violent shockwave that sent everyone aboard the ship, save for little Lou, staggering backward. Peter, too, felt as though his arms were being cleaved by a razor-sharp blade, excruciating pain, as if his very bones were on the verge of splintering. With no alternative, having chosen to endure, he braced himself for the impact. At last, perhaps having exhausted his strength, Peter succumbed in his contest against the strike. A deep gash opened across his chest, revealing glimpses of stark white bone beneath. Blood surged forth like a geyser from the earth, instantly staining his torso crimson. Fortunately, his robust physique and his unwavering focus on defending with iron allowed him to withstand the blow. Otherwise, he might have already succumbed to his opponent's blade. Maso, anxious yet unable to leave the cabin to assess the situation, witnessed this alarming scene, his face blanching in terror as he hastily commanded others to carry. General Catawal is magnificent. The devastating blow dealt by General Catawal had inflicted severe harm upon Peter, and the sailors in his command bore witness, erupting in cheers for their leader. Return. General Catawal accepted the adulation of his subordinates with composure. However, he was far from satisfied. His ultimate aim had always been to confront Spyler Lou. He sought to capitalize on this moment of triumph to close in on Little Lou and his companions. Yet, as Little Lou unsheathed his royal sword, the fierce sword aura compelled Catawal back to his own worship. Ah, at last, you make your move. It seems you can no longer remain idle. Come forth, unleash your full might, and let me see if you are worthy of your reputation. In response to the provocation, Little Lou smiled nonchalantly. You may strike first. I fear you may not have another opportunity, he declared, closing his eyes. Such audacity. General Catawal, taken aback by Little Lee's boldness after witnessing his previous strike, smirked coldly. With his long blade once again in motion, he combined a series of fierce slashes into an overwhelmingly powerful assault. The furious strike, akin to a soaring eagle propelled by the winds, swept across the ocean's surface, hurtling towards Little Lou. In its wake, the surging waves were reduced to frothy splinters. Crescent wave slash. As Catawal unleashed his technique, young Lou closed his eyes, his mind conjuring every movement of his opponent, akin to a finely tuned instrument. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a flash of brilliance flickered momentarily. Crescent wave slash. How could this be? While Catawal was left dumbfounded, young Lou swung his sword in a horizontal arc, unleashing a barrage of fierce and chilling sword energy that intertwined like the surging waves of the Yangtze River, tumultuous and powerful, before transforming into a soaring phoenix. Lunging towards the enemy. Bang! The two formidable strikes collided with tremendous force, creating towering waves that sent the entire sea into a violent upheaval, causing both vessels to rise and fall upon the turbulent waters. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. You must be blindfolded. Catawal's face flushed crimson, his teeth grinding in frustration. What is this? The opponent merely glanced and could execute the techniques he had painstakingly honed for years? Humph, is that difficult? Apologies. But there is no simpler technique than this. Xiaola shrugged, wearing an expression of innocence. Chapter 135. My name is Xiao. Little Lou employed the tactics of the opposing naval commander, a maneuver that profoundly astonished all the Marines aboard the warship, leaving even his own subordinates in a state of awe, unable to regain their composure for quite some time. In Masso's eyes sparkled an inexplicable brilliance. Gazing affectionately at little Lou, her beautiful eyes shimmering with waves of emotion. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How infuriating. I cannot accept this. Vice Admiral Cadwell, akin to a gambler blinded by defeat, was unwilling to confront reality, his fury having stripped him of rational thought. Crescent wave slash. Cadwell's eyes widened in fury as he bellowed, his roar seemingly drawing upon every ounce of his strength, resounding deafeningly. Yet, to little Lou, it appeared that Cadwell was merely venting his inner fear. Fueled by rage, Cadwell's aura surged dramatically as he swung his blade once more, unleashing an even more ferocious strike than before. A series of slashes followed, each more formidable than the last, crashing toward little Lou and his companions like a relentless tide. As a token of gratitude for your pleasing me, allow this move to serve as my tribute. May you find joy in it. The vortex's salutation. Little Lou's eyes gleamed with an intense light, and an aura emanated from him that surged like a boundless ocean. The sword of sovereignty danced gracefully in his hands, unleashing a fierce and chilling sword energy that twisted and coiled like a soaring dragon, forming a mesmerizing vortex of sword energy. Amidst the astonished gazes of Major General Cadwell's ferocious strike resembled a frantic moth, futilely crashing into a powerful web, struggling in vain before ultimately being consumed by it. Remarkably, the sword energy vortex, upon colliding with Cadwell's strike, showed no signs of faltering. Instead, it devoured the attack entirely, amplifying its own might like the gaping maw of an abyss. An even more tumultuous vortex of sword energy began to form, swirling with the force of a hurricane, exuding an overwhelming presence that was impossible to resist. No, I shall not be defeated. Fire, fire. Major General Cadwell seemed to have lost his mind, relentlessly swinging his long sword as sharp slashes soared toward the encroaching vortex. Yet, all his efforts proved futile. He simply could not accept the impending embrace of death. The other sailors roared in desperation, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire upon the sword energy vortex. Bang! The entire warship plunged as if into the gaping jaws of a colossal beast, accompanied by a cacophony of splintering wood, as it was mercilessly torn to shreds by the ferocious sword energy. Cadwell and his subordinates were not, their forms shredded and obliterated into a gruesome mass of flesh and blood. Help me, help me, as the little King sheathed his sword. Preparing to instruct his crew to continue their voyage, he was suddenly startled by a cry for help emanating from the wreckage of a warship. Upon closer inspection, he discerned a lean, black-haired man with a ponytail, clad in dark attire, who was desperately pleading for assistance from atop a piece of timber. At first glance, this individual possessed a certain devilish charm. To his surprise, there remained a survivor. Rescue him at once. I am saved. I am immensely grateful. Could I trouble you for another favor? The rescued man, drenched and sprawled on the deck, extended his hands in a plea for little Lou and his companions to free him from his shackles. With a swift motion, little Lou returned his sword to its sheath, and the man's restraints were effortlessly severed. What is your name? Little Lou inquired. Had it been anyone else, I would have shattered their bones for speaking to me in such a manner. However, since you have spared my life, I shall overlook it. I am called Al. Al gazed up at little Lou, a dangerous smirk curving his lips. Chapter 136. Snake versus Al, you audacious fool. How dare you speak to the captain in such a tone? Remember who saved you. This is not a place for you to act recklessly. Do not forget who was it that called for help. Little Lee's crew, incensed by Al's disrespect towards their captain, prepared to confront him. Humph. Were it not for the storm that wrecked my ship, and the fact that I have gone 3 days without food, I would not have been defeated by that incompetent captain, Al retorted disdainfully. Survival of the fittest. A loss is a loss. What need is there for excuses? Snake mocked, unable to restrain himself from taunting Al's weak arguments. What are you blathering about, you brat? Al's tone was indifferent, yet his eyes brimmed with malice as he regarded the young boy. In an instant, he vanished from view. Do you have the audacity to repeat those words? Al's chilling voice echoed from behind Snake, causing the boy's hair to stand on end as his serpent-like pupils dilated in fear. Instinctively, Snake transformed into his snake form, slithering away from the spot. I did not expect this young lad to be a devil fruit user. Al was momentarily taken aback by Snake's sudden transformation. Attempting an ambush? It will not be so simple. Snake, feeling a surge of embarrassment and anger, shifted back into his hybrid form and charged at Al. His ironclad fist aimed at the man's head, intent on crushing it to bits. Naive, Al grinned, remaining unmoved as the fist bore down upon him, and he met it head-on with a single palm. His hand, like an iron claw, firmly grasped Snake's fist, rendering him unable to escape. To his astonishment, Owl, despite his slender appearance, possessed incredible strength. "What are you so pleased about?" Snack, with his fist firmly held by the owl, showed no sign of panic on his face. Instead, he retorted with mockery. He once again transformed into his human form, yet his outstretched right arm astonishingly morphed into that of a rock python. How is this possible? What is happening? The owl was taken aback as he witnessed Snack's body undergo such a sudden transformation, the fist he gripped morphing into the head of the rock python, which startled him into releasing his grasp and leaping away from his original position. "It appears you have succeeded." Little Lou, observing Snack's remarkable transformation, felt a surge of joy for him. This could not possibly be the ability of a Zoan-type devil fruit. The owl was incredulous. He had encountered Zoan abilities before, yet none had ever manifested in such a manner. Typically, upon consuming a Zoan-type devil fruit, the animal's physical attributes correspond to those of a human, a consensus that had never been breached. How on earth did this happen? The owl could not help but inquire. "What to do?" "Simply harness the demonic power within the fruit," replied Snack, finding satisfaction in the owl's dismay, his tone casual, as if his recent transformation were a trivial matter. "Shall this farce come to an end? I care not who you are, nor shall I hold your previous actions against you. Take your leave while my mood remains favorable." Shala interrupted their conversation, issuing an eviction order to Shao. Are you mocking me?" Shao cast a glance at the vast, tumultuous sea, his tone unfriendly. "Where? Pray tell, is there a place to set foot around here?" Chapter 137. Shao versus Shaolu. What's the matter? Lacking courage? Then be compliant, and we shall graciously escort you to the shore. Shaolu observed that the other party remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, his expression untroubled, which prompted Shaoli's demeanor to shift, his tone growing markedly cold. "Are all of you here?" Upon hearing Shaoli's stiff tone, Shao chose not to engage further, instead redirecting the conversation to inquire about the crew aboard their vessel. "Why do you ask that?" Snake was equally perplexed by Zhao's abrupt change of topic. "Indeed, everyone is present," Shaola responded, though a hint of confusion lingered, as if he grasped something unspoken, the corners of his mouth curling faintly. "Well, that's fortunate." As it isn't a large crowd, Shao replied ominously in a low voice. "Then I suppose I must eliminate all of you." No sooner had the words left his lips than Shao vanished from sight, his speed surpassing that exhibited during his previous encounter with Snake. "It seems you must be their leader," he mused. "To strike down an enemy, one must first capture the king." In an instant, he appeared behind Shaolu, the black gold dagger in his hand emanating an icy, lethal intent. This dagger had accompanied him from the west sea to the Grand Line, stained with the blood of countless foes, standing by him through numerous trials, and today it would once again taste blood. The deadly blade sliced through the air, akin to a ferocious beast bearing its bloodthirsty fangs. Shao aimed a swift strike at the back of Shaoli's neck. However, the lethal edge met no resistance. The other man did not turn, merely inclining his head slightly to evade the blade's path. "Observation hockey?" Shao scoffed. "Let us see how you fare against this technique." In an instant, his aura surged, his figure becoming ghost-like and elusive, creating numerous afterimages. The black gold dagger traced arcs in the air, vanishing like meteors, the chilling intent of the blade erupting, sending shivers down the spine. He had honed his skills with the dagger through countless brushes with death, mastering the art of striking within mere inches, wherein lies life and death. Zhao's assault enveloped Shaolu like an intricate web, his blade technique fierce and savage, radiating an unspoken ferocity while maintaining a meticulous precision. Shaolu was equally astonished by his swordsmanship, never anticipating that this self-righteous individual possessed such exquisite skill, with attack angles that were both intricate and unpredictable. When he closed in, it felt as though his entire being was riddled with vulnerabilities. In a moment of exhilaration, Shaolu had no intention of striking. He recognized that his opponent's technique held numerous merits, particularly when his own strength paled in comparison. If he could maintain close proximity and relentlessly press the attack, denying his adversary any opportunity to recuperate, combined with this ability to discern weaknesses in technique, it might indeed allow the weaker to triumph over the stronger. Most crucially, the opponent's unparalleled perception was akin to a precise scanning device, always finding the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Shaolu believed his strength far surpassed that of his opponent, and he was eager to ascertain whether he could flawlessly evade the opponent's fierce blade without relying on observation hockey. Although he initially managed to handle the situation with apparent ease, as time progressed, he realized that his vision was faltering, making it increasingly arduous to keep pace with his adversary's movements. Before long, Several shallow and deep wounds adorned his body. Boss, be careful. Why has the boss made a move? That fellow's attacks are accelerating, and it seems like the boss is struggling to keep up. Just as a few subordinates were on the verge of rushing in to assist, Shallow commanded them to halt. Stay back. Hee. I want you to perish beneath my blade due to your own arrogance. Shao saw that his opponent remained unresponsive, clearly looking down upon him, and a bloodthirsty glint flickered in his eyes. Chapter 138. The flying shadow claims life under the intensity of his assault. The opponent's audacity. Though he felt a surge of anger, he also experienced a sense of hidden delight. The current circumstances favored him. The opponent's hubris played directly into his hands. If he could force the opponent to succumb to his blade, the subsequent torment would be dictated by his whims. However, the forthcoming actions of his adversary left him dumbfounded. Each of his strikes narrowly missed, giving the impression of being tantalizingly close yet frustratingly distant, no matter the direction or angle from which he struck. The opponent deftly evaded his attacks, neither advancing nor retreating by even a fraction. He could sense the edge of his blade grazing the opponent's throat multiple times. Yet it fell just short of breaking the skin, let alone delivering a fatal blow. Damn it, what is happening? I refuse to believe this. Shao had unleashed his most accomplished sword technique, yet he could not overcome his opponent, which left him feeling both vexed and somewhat disheartened. His strikes began to slow, lacking the fervor they once possessed. How is it that you falter so quickly? A weakling remains a weakling, without a calm heart to confront formidable foes. One shall forever be blind to the vistas that lie above. Seeing his opponent's apparent inclination to concede, and noticing that their swordsmanship had lost its former sharpness, Shallow could not help but utter a scornful remark. He certainly did not wish for his adversary to surrender so easily. Silence. You need not instruct me on what to do. You have truly enraged me, and soon I shall make you wish for a fate worse than death. Shao Li's words evidently struck a nerve with Shao, who realized he lacked the luxury of time to engage in a prolonged standoff. With a determination to strike, it became inevitable that one of them would falter. In an instant, Zhao's aura surged once more, radiating a potent malevolence, while the black gold dagger appeared to glisten with an ominous hue. With an air of dominance enveloping him, the black gold dagger emanated an even more ferocious edge. As if the very atmosphere lamented in despair, nay, it seemed the spirits of the deceased within the blade were howling in fury. Endure countless hardships, face insurmountable challenges. The infernal demon blade, fierce and capricious. The shadow strike, bloodthirsty and relentless. In today's battle, one among us shall surely fall. Unleash your true power, and I shall grant you a death befitting your prowess. A sanguine glint flickered in Zhao's gaze. He was eager to witness the true extent of his opponent's strength. He held unwavering confidence in his own abilities, convinced that this strike would inevitably seal his adversary's fate. It appears your technique is even more formidable than before. Yet I believe you shall find it impossible to harm me. Had your previous move, the Fangsuan Blade Kill, advanced further, your power would surely ascend to unprecedented heights. Shao Lu observed the rising intensity of his opponent, a murderous aura soaring to the heavens, and yet he shook his head. Ha. At this juncture, you still wish to instruct me? I must truly express my gratitude. Upon hearing Shao Li's words, Zhao's chest heaved as he clutched his head, bursting into laughter. However, anyone could discern the chilling intent concealed within that laughter. Die. In an instant, 8 figures surged from all directions towards the center where Shao Li stood. The blade slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, the formidable edge radiating a bone-chilling menace. In the next moment, Shao Li vanished from his position, and Zhao's black gold dagger was halted by Shao Li's sword sheath, unable to advance even a fraction further. It was as if a tumultuous tide, brimming with a force capable of uprooting the very foundations of existence, had surged forth only to crash against the towering majesty of Mount Tai, abruptly ceasing its momentum. What? Surprised? Noticing the look of astonishment on Zhao's face, Shao Li offered a faint smile. Your move possesses considerable power. Indeed, an ordinary person might have fallen to it. Does it have a name? Although Shao Li holds a profound admiration for the technique of the square-inch blade kill, he cannot deny that this particular maneuver is also quite ingenious. Do you think this is where it ends? Merely the clash of weapons has allowed Shao to perceive the formidable strength of his opponent, causing his expression to darken, yet he would not concede defeat so easily. Thousand Blades Death Dance. After a brief exchange, Shao swiftly distanced himself from Shao Lu, unleashing countless afterimages with his black blade, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Even the black gold dagger seemed unable to withstand such velocity, emitting a series of tremulous sounds. In the blink of an eye, dozens of sharp slashes surged forth, intertwining to form a lethal net. The interplay of reality and illusion rendered it difficult to discern truth from deception, resembling the dance of death itself. Ah! One cannot allow such recklessness, otherwise, our vessel may well be destroyed. Clang! The royal sword was drawn, and Xiaolu began to dance with his blade. Akin to a master of landscape painting, splashing ink with grandiosity. Yet, every strike was executed with precision, successfully deflecting his opponent's slashes and preventing any advancement. Moreover, he redirected the attacks, ensuring they could not harm the ship in the slightest. Witnessing Xiaolu effortlessly dismantling his assault evoked an indescribable sense of helplessness within Xiao. Since embarking on his journey in the West Sea, he had navigated perilous waters and engaged in countless battles. Whether through sheer dominance of power or through cunning schemes, he had relied on his abilities to carve a path through the Grand Line. He had encountered danger numerous times, yet he never surrendered. For he firmly believed that he and his comrades were the strongest. However, the individual before him seemed to have an intimate understanding of his swordsmanship, merely altering the direction of his strikes, which filled him with a sense of impotence. He felt as though he might never triumph over this adversary. Perceiving himself as a mere monkey, futilely leaping within the hand of a giant, unable to escape the grasp. Every touch of the hand, every resting shoulder, every footfall, and every knee's bend, when combined, resonated with a harmonious cadence. What are you saying? Xiao looked on in confusion, unable to comprehend the other's words. If your square-inch blade kill could be cultivated according to the principles I have articulated, your prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Xiao gazed into the depths of Zhao's eyes, an enigmatic brilliance flickering within his gaze. In this encounter with Xiao, he had gleaned considerable insights, sharing with him a mantra he had only just recently discovered. Upon hearing this, Xiao furrowed his brow, hesitating to respond immediately. Yet, within him stirred a subtle unease. What reason do I have to trust you? After a moment of silence, Xiao cast a glance at the sovereign sword in Xiao Li's hand and inquired, "Oh, how would you have me prove myself? I am curious to see what your sword is like." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu could not help but smile. "Are you certain you wish to witness this? Are you afraid? Were you not just boasting?" Faced with Zhao's provocation, he found it amusing. In the next moment, his gaze sharpened, exuding an imposing presence. Like a towering wall, unyielding in its desires, his heart, as clear as a mirror, calm as still water. Like a spark igniting a vast prairie. On the deck, Xiao Li's figure was everywhere. His swordsmanship was at times grand and majestic, as steady as Mount Tai. At other times, it surged like fire, a great sun blazing across the sky, and at yet other moments, it was soft and subtle, concealing deadly intent. Not just Xiao, but even his subordinates were rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. They had never witnessed Xiao Lu display such a plethora of sword techniques all at once. Zhao's heart was a tumult of emotions. He considered himself well-versed in many things, yet he had never seen such a multitude of sword techniques upon the sea. It was hard to believe that someone of such youth could create such intricate swordplay. These techniques were clearly part of distinct systems. Yet this young man before him effortlessly executed an array of exquisite sword techniques. What manner of prodigy was he? This time, Xiao was thoroughly convinced. Chapter 140. You are my blade. Having seen so many of my sword techniques, have you gleaned anything? Xiao Lu inquired, but Xiao remained silent, his heart mirroring the tumultuous waves of the sea at that very moment. Although the sword techniques were masterful, without the support of formidable dominance, they were akin to a castle in the air, floating in the wind, and easily shattered. Xiao Lu, undeterred by the silence of Xiao, continued to speak with fervor. In his heart, Xiao resonated with Xiao Li's sentiments. Regardless of the intricacies of swordsmanship, it ultimately relies on formidable presence to unleash its truth. A genuine warrior does not obsess over the complexity of techniques, for with immense strength, one can overcome myriad forms effortlessly. However, the pursuit of the highest sword path invariably entails this essential journey. Only through the experience of possession can one truly comprehend the art of relinquishment, thus achieving the sublime transition from complexity to simplicity, returning to the essence. At that point, one becomes unbound by the variations of technique. Liberated even from the constraints of weapons, every blade of grass and every tree may become a sword. As his words resonated, Xiao Lu exuded an overwhelming aura, a formidable pressure that compelled those around him to retreat in haste. Xiao, utterly awestruck by Xiao Li's prowess, felt as though he were in the presence of a being from a higher plane of existence. My swordsmanship is not merely for display. Now reveal your choice to me. Upon hearing Xiao Li's emotionless tone, devoid of any sentiment, Xiao felt a tightening in his throat. He understood that this moment represented a choice of life and death. After a prolonged silence, Xiao yielded to his inner calling. He knelt before Xiao Lu, proclaiming, "I salute my king." Xiao Lu approached Xiao with measured steps, gently taking the obsidian and gold short blade from his hands. As he caressed the blade's surface, it emitted a faint quiver, as if trembling in anticipation. A fine weapon indeed. Yet, it craves more blood. In a fleeting moment, the black gold dagger was plunged deep into the deck before Xiao. From this day forth, you shall be the blade in my hand. I will impart to you all the techniques of swordplay that I have mastered. Upon hearing Zhao's words, a wave of joy surged within him. Wherever the edge of my king's sword points, there too shall our hearts align. Truly, what a sycophant. Sneck, witnessing Zhao's swift allegiance and the words that escaped his lips, felt a sense of disdain. He had anticipated a tougher resolve, one that would allow him to witness the boss teach him a lesson. I am not accustomed to such titles. Simply call me boss. Xiao Lu found great satisfaction in the unwavering loyalty expressed by Xiao. Indeed, he was a formidable weapon, yet such a blade could easily inflict harm upon its wielder as well. To master him, one must first instill a sense of fear, making it abundantly clear the disparity between them. Should the other remain obstinate, no matter how excellent this blade may be, he would have no choice but to shatter it. Does this black gold short blade possess a name? He inquired. Though it has fought alongside me for many years, I have yet to bestow a name upon it. I hope the master will grant it one. Ha! This fellow, Sneck scoffed, disdain evident upon his countenance. His discontent was not directed at Xiao Li's submission, but rather stemmed from a deep-seated aversion to the sycophantic demeanor displayed before him. In the blood-soaked sea of Xianming, countless bones lie in sorrow. The startling phoenix obscures the sun and moon, while 100 demons weep in despair. The bloodthirsty soul pursues life, leaving no hiding place for 1,000 secrets. In the balance of life and death, all directions remain bewildered. From this day forth, it shall be named fierce and unpredictable. Chapter 141. A long-awaited reunion. Since Xiao joined Xiao Li's crew, the atmosphere aboard the ship has shifted dramatically. Xiao is a blade. A fierce and unpredictable blade, capable of wounding both others and himself. Within a week, he had clashed with many aboard, particularly with Sneck. These two were like two sides of the same coin, utterly incompatible. Xiao heeded only one master. Despite his recent addition to the crew, he regarded no one else with any respect. This air of superiority incensed the others. Although they had received Xiao Li's commands, they could still sense the barely concealed disdain in his gaze. One day, tensions finally erupted, leading to a duel between Xiao and Sneck's faction. Sneck's group believed they could prevail through sheer numbers, yet they found themselves utterly defeated by Xiao. In the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak. This is what you taught me, and it seems you are not the strong ones after all. After vanquishing Sneck's group, Xiao echoed their words back to them. A collective flush of embarrassment spread across their faces, particularly for Sneck, who often regarded Xiao Li's words as gospel. What was intended as a lesson for Xiao turned into a lesson for himself. Consequently, their training intensified. He loathed the taste of failure. During their return to the North Sea, Xiao Lu frequently imparted wisdom on Zhao's swordsmanship. Indeed, Xiao possessed considerable skill with the blade, and under Xiao Li's tutelage, his strength flourished, creating significant pressure among the crew. Sneck and his companions felt the weight of this burgeoning power, prompting them to seek an outlet for their frustrations. Losing is not shameful. The disgrace lies in failing to act after a defeat. To ascend to the pinnacle of strength, one must endure the myriad pains and tribulations along the thorny path. Only those who suffer countless hardships without weariness can be deemed true warriors. Xiao Li's words resonated like the morning bell and evening drum, echoing in the hearts of all present. The once unruly owl, though maintaining an impassive facade, felt an inner alertness. After enduring more than half a month, Xiao Lu and his companions returned to the North Sea. Although it had been less than a year since they departed, an inexplicable sense of trepidation filled them upon nearing their homeland. The boss has returned. Quickly, inform the ministers. Who is that person accompanying the boss? He seems rather arrogant. Wow, I didn't expect such a stunning beauty. That figure, oh my. The news of Xiao Lu and his companions' return swiftly spread throughout the North Sea base, prompting numerous subordinates to prepare for their welcome. Within an underground plaza of the North Sea base, a burly figure, with a round belly, named Luoye grinned, his eyes sparkling with an unusual gleam. Ah, they have finally returned. I can hardly wait to give him a spectacular welcome. I hope you will appreciate the gift I have prepared. Come on, let's hurry. Xiao chuckled, equally eager to meet Xiao Lu. Upon learning the whereabouts of Li Ye and his group, Xiao Lu, accompanied by Snake and others, made their way in that. What is the matter, boss? Snake and the others observed Xiao Lu suddenly halt, gesturing for them to stop, their expressions filled with curiosity. Zhao's brow furrowed slightly. and his right hand discreetly reached for the formidable weapon concealed within his garment. Hee, Loaya, is this the surprise you have meticulously arranged for me? Little Lu did not respond to Snake and the others, casting a casual glance around the concealed spots and smiling faintly. Quite impressive skills. Your murderous intent is well concealed. Ha ha ha. This is the surprise I prepared for you. I hope you enjoy it. I wonder if your companions can withstand it. Although there was no sign of Royer, his hearty laughter resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Chapter 142. 7 Kills. They had undergone countless trials to conceal their killing intent to such an extent, yet unexpectedly. You managed to detect it? It seems this fellow's prowess has indeed advanced. However, even if you can discern their presence, do you think you can contend with them? As soon as Royer finished speaking, 7 figures suddenly flashed into view, surrounding Little Lu and the others in a heavy encirclement. All 7 figures donned dark blue-black attire, their faces obscured by deep blue masks marked with claw-like scars, revealing only 2 dark, hollow eye sockets. Upon closer inspection, one would notice the piercing intensity in each of their gazes, chilling to the bone. They were the most elite assassins selected from the venomous sting, each having undergone brutal and bloody training. The consolidation of territory in the North Sea, South Sea, and even the West Sea, which began to seep in only after Little Lee's departure, owed much to these 7 individuals. For this reason, they were among the first to be bestowed with the title of Heavenly Killers, their status far surpassing that of other members of the venomous sting. What? When did these individuals appear? It was only now that Snake realized they had fallen into an ambush, his body tensing instinctively. Come on. Let me witness your prowess and see if you are worthy of the title of Heavenly Killers. Upon hearing Little Lee's command, the 7 figures exchanged brief glances, and in the next moment, launched a fierce assault. From the moment they began their training, their unwavering loyalty to the Crimson Devil had been deeply etched into their minds. Each day of training instilled the belief that any act of betrayal would invoke a relentless pursuit across the seas, leaving one in a fate worse. With an intricate web of traps and no escape, not a single traitor had ever survived. One figure suddenly appeared before Little Lu, wielding a green long sword that sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. Clang! How can you disturb our boss right from the start? The fierce and unpredictable owl emerged, grinning as he faced the silent assassin before him, firmly blocking the opponent's longsword and preventing any advance. To his surprise, the adversary's agility was astonishing, and their brute strength was equally formidable. At that very moment, 2 figures darted swiftly like lightning from the side, each wielding dual swords, clearly intent on targeting Little Lu. You shall not succeed. Venomous serpent's bite. With a flourish, Snake's right arm morphed into a colossal rock python, its gaping maw lunging towards one of the assailants, effectively thwarting the impending attack. In a flash, Peter materialized before another dual-blade assassin, his fist stirring a tempestuous wind that compelled his adversary into a defensive stance, as Hu and his companions advanced to intercept. The remaining 4 assassins seized the opportunity to encircle Little Lu. Their movements were enigmatic, their steps erratic, as if they were weaving an intricate formation. A formidable torrent of sword energy intertwined, coalescing into a spiraling vortex that ensnared Little Lu completely, before the sword array could fully materialize. The malevolent aura it exuded sent shivers down the spines of onlookers, evoking a sense of dread. In mere moments, the towering vortex of sword energy spiraled ominously, the surrounding air howling as if it had been violently disrupted. The ground began to fracture, spiderweb-like fissures extending outward, while leaves caught in the wind were reduced to mere dust. Boss, be cautious. Upon witnessing the constriction of the sword energy vortex, Maso, observing from a distance, was taken aback and immediately called out a warning. Ah, it seems she is quite concerned for Little Lu, remarked Roy, who was watching the battle from above, unable to suppress his comment to Joe. Joe, however, remained silent, his gaze fixed on the anxious expression of the woman in purple below. Chapter 143. Perception of killing intent come forth. Little Lu, ensnared within the sword energy vortex, chuckled, his spirit surging as he exuded an aura reminiscent of a dragon or tiger, causing the very earth to tremble beneath him. Clang! Shella withdrew the Sword of Kings and thrust it fiercely into the ground, unleashing a torrent of domineering sword energy. With a single stroke, he established unrivaled supremacy. The magnificent and formidable sword energy surged forth in all directions, clashing violently with the converging sword energy vortex. The already fractured ground suffered yet another brutal blow, fissures gaping wide. Were it not witnessed firsthand, one would scarcely believe such devastation could occur in the blink of an eye. The sword energy of Shaolu intertwined with the vortex in a fierce dance, the resounding echoes of the clash piercing the ears of those nearby. akin to countless needles pricking painfully into their eardrums. After a prolonged stalemate, accompanied by a mournful wail, the sword energies began to dissipate. Though the residual shockwaves remained breathtakingly potent, anyone lacking sufficient strength who dared to intrude upon this battlefield would surely be reduced to mere fragments. Seeing that their combined assault could not overcome Xiaolu, the 7 assassins exchanged glances, preparing for their next offensive. The assassin engaged with Xiaolu suddenly surged with renewed vigor, their strength akin to 1,000 weights. Xiaolu felt the immense pressure bearing down upon him. In a battle of raw power, he was no match for his opponent. Yet, the assassin had no intention of allowing Xiaolu to escape. Their overwhelming force leaving him with no choice but to concentrate on defense. Just as Xiaolu found himself locked in a stalemate, a crimson killing sword lunged toward his back, reminiscent of a venomous serpent, lying in wait for the opportune moment to reveal its fang. Sensing the formidable killing intent targeting him, Xiaolu's heart sank. With a fierce exhalation, his energy surged, deflecting the relentless pressure of the azure long sword with a swift strike. In a flash of thought, he turned to block the red killing sword that should have pierced him through. However, before he could catch his breath, 2 assassins, wielding twin swords, launched an assault from above and below, leaving him with no avenue of escape. How infuriating! Xiaolu, who was usually unperturbed by overwhelming numbers, now felt an insurmountable frustration under their relentless onslaught. It seemed the plan was to first eliminate him as an obstacle before they could turn their strength against their master. In the face of their coordinated attacks, Xiaolu felt his own prowess stifled, as if they always struck at the precise moment to disrupt him. Their assaults resembled a spider's web. No matter how he struggled within, he would ultimately be ensnared tighter, becoming mere sustenance for the arachnid. Clang! Just as Xiaolu resigned himself to inevitable defeat, the attacks of the 2 assassins were intercepted by Snake and Peter. Humph! Though I am reluctant to assist you, I have no desire to see these scoundrels succeed. Snake's right arm transformed into a rock python, coiling and twisting, utilizing its formidable form to create a dynamic barrier, shielding Xiaolu from the oncoming strikes while delivering scathing retorts. Peter, relying on his robust physique, combined with his mastery of iron blocks, repelled the dual sword onslaught. The remaining assassins wasted no time, charging once more at Xiaolu. Aware of their intentions, Xiaolu refrained from intervening, opting instead to observe the unfolding drama. Xiaolu, do not forget that close combat is your forte. Sensing their murderous intent, I seamlessly integrated the knife techniques I taught you with my footwork, enabling me to evade attacks from all directions and strike them down one by one. Upon hearing Xiaoli's words, Xiao suddenly grasped the meaning behind them. The knife skills he had trained so diligently were not meant to be mere decoration. The adversary's murderous aura served as his greatest. Chapter 144. A greeting gift. After enduring the initial chaos, Xiao comprehended Xiaoli's intention. Confronted by the onslaught of 4 assassins, he moved like a butterfly flitting through a garden, each flap of his wings allowing him to elude the surrounding branches without sustaining a scratch. The swords of the 4 assassins narrowly grazed past him each time, failing to inflict any harm. The chilling aura emanating from the blades sent a shiver through him. Yet it invigorated Xiao. He reveled in the sensation of dancing on the knife's edge, with each strike from his opponents. Xiao capitalized on the opportunity to leverage his short blade in close combat, creating significant disruption and thwarting their combined attacks, lest they harm their own comrades. He awaited the moment to break through one by one. It is my turn now. The heart's knife technique. Suddenly, Xiao's gaze sharpened, his murderous aura multiplying exponentially. His form resembled a swallow darting through the clouds, light and swift, dazzling to behold. The trajectory of his blade seemed to follow a certain principle, everything flowing with an effortless grace. The 4 top-tier assassins were indeed formidable, their strength undeniable, and their swordsmanship refined through countless life-or-death encounters, far beyond that of ordinary experts. Yet, under Zhao's heart's knife technique, they revealed numerous flaws. No, it was not that they displayed weaknesses. Rather, it appeared as if Xiao had orchestrated their vulnerabilities. If the swordplay of the 4 assassins resembled a ferocious beast, then Zhao's technique, though equally fierce, evoked the image of a seasoned butcher. He consistently navigated the intricate patterns of their swordplay with meticulous precision, avoiding any fatal strikes. The 4 assassins recognized this and attempted to counteract by deviating from the established patterns, seeking to break free from his control. However, this very action led to their own techniques becoming riddled with openings. They certainly possessed solutions, yet applying them against Xiao was out of the question. After all, they were not enemies. Enough. Fall back. Upon receiving the command, the 7 assassins halted instantly and regrouped. At this moment, their energy seemed to merge into one. a testament to the synergy cultivated through their training together. Others gazed skyward at the sound, witnessing a burly figure descending from the heavens. A thunderous crash resounded as the ground was swiftly transformed into a deep pit, clouds of dust billowing into the air. In the sky, a woman clad in white stood gracefully upon a white crane, observing Xiaolu with a serene demeanor, a subtle smile gracing her lips, enchanting to behold. Her flowing golden curls danced in the wind, radiant and captivating. The entire figure resembled a blossoming begonia, pure and radiant. Marceau also caught sight of Qiao on the white crane, momentarily taken aback by the other's beauty, her hands instinctively tightening around the hem of her dress. As if sensing Marceau's gaze, Qiao turned to her. Their eyes met, and an inexplicable tension arose within their hearts. Ahem. What is that chubby one causing such a commotion for? Below, Snake found himself bewildered by Luoye's antics, choking on the smoke and dust, while Peter incessantly patted his chest. Although Al was similarly blinded by the dust, he vaguely sensed someone swiftly approaching Xiaolu through the haze. Is this your greeting? Is this the trick you plan to use to defeat me? Amidst the smoke, Xiaolu exchanged several moves with Luoye, a calm smile gracing his lips. Humph, certainly not. You underestimate me far too much. Now, let me show you my achievements. Chapter 145. Luoye versus Xiaolu. Long time no see. Luoye. Humph. Let's finish this fight before discussing how long it's been. Luoye couldn't help but scoff at Xiaoli's greeting. Sure path, first style, sword massacre. Though Luoye appeared robust and his movements lacked agility, he surged forth like a blade, darting towards Xiaolu with astonishing speed. His dark right hand formed a sword palm, seemingly piercing through the barriers of space, leaving the howling winds far behind, the swirling might akin to thunderous power, striking at the heart of the matter. A flicker of determination shone in Xiaoli's eyes as he swiftly raised the royal sword in defense. However, the ferocious might of Luoye surged forth like a stampede of wild horses, utterly unstoppable. Luoye's sword palm struck against the royal sword, forcing Xiaolu to retreat continuously, carving a deep trench beneath his feet. I never anticipated your rapid advancement in strength. Hee, the best is yet to come. The second style of the Azure path. Inch fist. Witnessing his charged attack merely compel Xiaolu to back away without inflicting any harm, Luoye couldn't help but marvel at his opponent's abilities. Nevertheless, this was within his expectations. In the next instant, Luoye grinned widely, his right hand's four fingers abruptly contracting, transforming his palm into a fist. Xiaoli's gaze sharpened. And in that fleeting moment, an even more colossal force surged through the sword's body, crashing into Xiaolu like a torrential wave, causing the royal sword to emit a resonant hum. The fierce winds of the fist, infused with overwhelming momentum, seemed to create a vacuum in the space behind Xiaolu. As the onlookers watched in astonishment, Xiaolu was propelled backward like a comet, shattering colossal trees in his path, his body crashing violently against the mountainside. The tremendous impact fractured the stone wall, creating a significant breach, with Xiaolu appearing as a mere trinket lodged within the opening. How can this portly fellow possess such formidable strength? Surely the boss is unharmed? Sneak and the others were well aware of their boss's prowess. Yet they were astounded by the terrifying power of this rotund adversary, capable of forcing their leader into such a predicament. Had they not known better? They might have believed they were witnessing a life and death struggle. If they found themselves in Xiaoli's position, they would likely have succumbed long ago. However, unbeknownst to Sneak and his companions, this was merely an appetizer for both parties. Though Luoye had been following Xiaoli's directives, it did not imply that he was content to remain beneath him in strength. The third style of the Azure path, thunderous rain and raging lightning slash. Luoye did not perceive Xiaolu as merely this formidable. This belief stemmed from his trust in him and the unspoken understanding they shared. With a sudden burst of movement, Luoye spun rapidly, resembling a spiraling shuriken, albeit one that appeared more like a harbinger of death. The colossal blade of wind generated by his high-speed rotation could slice through gold and jade, carving iron as if it were clay. And even the very fabric of space seemed to tremble under its might, deterring anyone from daring to test its power. As Luoye spun towards Xiaolu amidst the ruins, a flicker of ferocity crossed the eyes of the hawk-like figure, who stealthily gripped his deadly weapon. However, in the next moment, his expression darkened as he cast a wary glance at the 7 assassins in the distance. Just as he had revealed his murderous intent towards Luoye, he sensed that he was now locked in by the lethal gazes of those 7 killers. He firmly believed that had he dared to act, he might have been the first to perish. These wretched foes are truly troublesome. Meanwhile, Luoye transformed into a deadly blade of wind, charging towards Xiaolu. The whirling wind blade clashed with the royal sword, producing a piercing shriek akin to 1,000 birds in unison, while the scattered sword energy slithered like serpents. Boss. Recklessly charging in like this will lead to your demise faster than any of them. Rest assured, he is not so weak. Just as Masha took a half-step forward, Joe, who had approached her unnoticed, interjected to halt her. Upon seeing Joe by her side, Masha felt an inexplicable sense of awkwardness, lowering her gaze in silence. Joe, however, paid little heed to her discomfort, his eyes fixed upon Xiaolu and the others. Chapter 146, Phoenix Versus. Fierce Tiger, are you still able to keep up with this level? Aha, Roy, you have never managed to defeat me. In response to Roy's provocation, Xiaolu retorted defiantly. Today, I shall ensure your defeat at my hands. Roy, one cannot become a glutton in a single bite. You scoundrel, are you mocking my weight? Upon hearing Xiaolu's words, Roy's temper flared, genuinely angered this time. Although he bore a bit of extra flesh, it was the source of his strength. Xiaolu could not help but roll her eyes in exasperation. In the next instant, Roy's fury surged dramatically, an overwhelming aura radiating from him, as if it were vaporizing the very air around them. The rising energy shot into the heavens, exuding an aura of dominance and danger. With a swift movement, Roy ascended into the air, gazing down at Xiaolu, a dangerous smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He began to unleash a flurry of punches. Swift as the wind and quick as lightning, the air crackling with a hissing sound as it was forcefully displaced. The entire space accompanied by a thunderous roar akin to the drums of a tempest. As Roy shouted, Azura Path 4 styles, Phoenix fire scorching the plains. A multitude of fiery fists filled the sky, resembling a soaring fire phoenix, its clarion call resonating across the expanse. The surrounding atmosphere appeared to warp and distort under the intense heat. What is that technique? Dangerous, boss. Everyone observing the battle below was taken aback by Roy's display. Even Joe, who had spent considerable time with him, widened her eyes in astonishment. Though they often trained together, she had never witnessed Roy employ this move. As concern for Xiaolu gripped the onlookers, the phoenix, ablaze and soaring, charged toward him, accompanied by a tempest. The entire sky seemed ignited, burning, while vast clouds vanished without a trace. Roy's attack bore the terrifying might of incinerating heaven and boiling seas. Prepare to be defeated by this move, Roy shouted excitedly, looking down at Xiaolu. Bring it on. Little Lu displayed not a trace of fear, his expression mirroring the excitement of Royi. Roye's strength was rapidly advancing, and Little Lu felt genuine joy for him from the depths of his heart. However, such progress alone would not suffice to conquer me. Royi, today you shall face defeat once more. Dominant sword, Thunder God's roar. Little Lee's eyes suddenly widened, his gaze sharp and resolute, the accumulated aura erupting with a thunderous force, creating a powerful shockwave that reverberated in all directions. The members of Snake were forced to retreat repeatedly under the impact of this overwhelming presence. In the distance, the 7 assassins also felt their pupils contract, exchanging glances that revealed their mutual astonishment. Trained personally by Roy, they had been indoctrinated with loyalty to Little Lu. Yet they had never encountered him and were unaware of his true power. Until now, they had believed Roy to be the strongest, having witnessed his might and been awed by it. However, today, the prowess of the Red Devil left them utterly astounded. Meanwhile, Little Lee's aura continued to rise, dark lightning flickering ominously. The oppressive sword energy coalesced instantaneously into a fierce tiger, roaring towards the heavens, its formidable presence captivating all who beheld it. The roar resounding like thunder. The blazing phoenix soared majestically, scorching the heavens and boiling the seas, while the fierce tiger's roar echoed through the vast expanse, its claws glinting with deadly intent. The overwhelming aura intertwined, clashing fiercely and causing tremors in the air. The raging flames reduced the earth to charred remnants, and the fierce sword light pierced the sky as 2 powerful figures commanded the gaze of all. Chapter 147, The sudden strike. The fiery phoenix faltered, and the fierce tiger lamented. The raging inferno ignited the surroundings, blocking the path of all. The chilling sword light intermittently sliced through the air, leaving the sky in a state of melancholy. The battle between Xiaolu and Luo Yu was a spectacle that captivated the audience, igniting their imaginations. It also served as a sobering reminder of the multitude of formidable opponents that the ocean harbors. One should neither underestimate oneself nor succumb to arrogance. To think that this move failed to defeat you. Luo Yi expressed a profound confidence in his technique, a culmination of his reflections and experiences honed through countless battles. This was a token of his preparation for Xiaolu, yet he was astonished by how effortlessly his opponent neutralized it. Your idea behind this move is commendable. It seems you have not been idle during this period, Xiaolu acknowledged, genuinely impressed by Luo Ye's ingenuity. I can hardly tolerate your condescending tone, Luo Yi retorted, unable to suppress a grimace at Xiao Li's words. He despised the air of superiority Xiao Lu exuded, as if he were a mere junior. In his mind, Xiao Lu was insufferably pretentious, and he yearned to wipe that smug expression off his face. Ha ha ha, Luo Yi, do you possess other techniques? If this is all you've got, my next move will surely defeat you. Humph, what nonsense are you spouting? I have not yet lost. Do you truly believe that move was my strongest attack? Luo Yi replied defiantly. I have more tricks up my sleeve for you. But let me caution you, it would be wise to concede, lest you find yourself unable to withstand the consequences. If you get hurt, Xiao Ku will not spare me. Luo Yi regarded Xiao Lu with a self-satisfied expression, urging him to surrender. Have I ever been afraid? Having weathered so many storms, there is nothing that can instill fear in me. Heh, Luo Yi, could it be that you are afraid of losing to me, and are saying this on purpose? Xiao Lu gazed at Luo Yi with a sly expression, a faint smirk gracing his lips, as though he had truly discerned the depths of Luo Yi's pretense. You scoundrel, he retorted, how dare you speak of me in such a manner? Do you believe my capabilities are merely this? Since I have kindly offered you a warning and you choose to ignore it, do not blame me for my forthcoming impertinence. The faint smile at the corner of Xiao Li's mouth ignited a furious rage within Luo Yi, causing the flesh on his face to quiver in agitation. He vowed to teach Xiao Lu a lesson, to obliterate that contemptuous face of his. Come on, I await your arrival. Little Lu smiled triumphantly, beckoning Roy with a flick of his finger, urging him to make his move. Roy stepped into a lunar stance, producing a series of explosive sounds with each stride. His fingers interlaced, creating a crisp crackle from his knuckles. The aura surrounding him escalated to a new zenith, akin to a ferocious tiger unleashed from its cage. Was this not the true extent of their prowess? Sneck observed the surging momentum of Roy, while little Lu appeared eager to engage, leaving him in a state of disbelief. The formidable strength of these two was indeed terrifying. Xia watched the two combatants at the heart of the fray, feeling a swell of admiration. A sense of urgency arose within him. He must continue to grow stronger, lest he become a burden to his team. Peter, equally exhilarated, shouted from the sidelines, reveling in the thrill of such electrifying combat, wishing fervently that he could join the fray. Ajuropath 5 styles, Roy growled, his gaze sharp and glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam. His arms pulled back forcefully, as if maneuvering an invisible lever. With his left hand forming the shape of a pistol, he aimed directly at little Lu, while his right hand clenched into a fist, as if drawing back an immense, unyielding bow. He embodied the image of a poised archer, ready to unleash his might. Xiao Lu stood poised, acutely aware of the ominous aura that surrounded him. Suddenly, a ferocious slash hurtled toward him, interrupting their fierce confrontation. Who dared to intrude? Chapter 148. The sharp swordsman. Just as Xiao Lu braced himself, ready to counter Luo Yi's next move, a devastating strike whizzed past him, effortlessly cleaving the adjacent structure in two. Which fool had the audacity to meddle in our duel? Seeking death, perhaps? At that very moment, Luo Yi, who had been coiled like a spring, prepared to unleash his attack on Xiao Lu, found himself thwarted by this unexpected onslaught. The murderous intent within him surged like wild grass reborn in spring, as he bellowed in fury, directing his ire towards those watching the battle. The crowd, standing at a distance, could palpably sense the chilling and overwhelming malevolence emanating from him. Xiao Lu remained silent, his gaze directed sideways toward the source of the oncoming slash. Although that strike appeared to be aimed at him, its true target was the building beside him. Nevertheless, while the strike was not intended for him, the individual who executed it was another matter. From the earlier attack, he sensed a formidable sword intent emanating from the assailant, indicating a master of the craft. However, there was a conspicuous absence of murderous intent. It seemed that the opponent did not come seeking revenge. Perhaps that initial strike was merely a test, a form of greeting. What an intriguing character. Observing the royal sword in his hand, which seemed to yearn for action, a subtle smile graced Xiao Li's lips. To his observation hockey, he could perceive the opponent's vitality, radiant and vibrant like the rising sun, their momentum steadily ascending. He recognized the visitor's intent. This was another strong individual, a master in the realm of swordsmanship, a connection unique to those who wield swords. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a powerful swordsman, and the royal sword was eager for engagement. Everyone stepped back. I shall attend to my guest now, Xiao Lu declared suddenly, leaving Sneck and the others puzzled. Luo Yi, too, was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sharpening with an unfriendly glint as he focused on the same direction as Xiao Lu. The 7 assassins beside him tensed, their attention fixated on that spot, sensing the formidable sword intent as well. Masters, the despicable Xiao overwhelmed by astonishment. Realized he had encountered more formidable figures today than he had during all his previous maritime ventures combined. 7 kills. Be prepared and stay alert to the battle's developments. Should the opponent show any signs of aggression, eliminate them immediately. Luo Yi grasped Xiao Lu's implication, instructing 7 kills to stand by for support, ensuring all precautions were taken. Little did he expect that, aside from their own esteemed presence, such a multitude of masters would be gathered here, particularly those adept with the sword. Soon, a clear voice resonated in their ears as a young man clad in a dark red patterned shirt emerged before them. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, seemed capable of effortlessly piercing through the illusions of others, leaving no weakness concealed. The sword intent surrounding him was fierce, his entire being resembling a solitary, unyielding blade. Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from this individual. The discomforting gaze of those eyes unsettled him. It was not only him. Even Luo Yi sensed a weightiness in the atmosphere, clearly indicating that the newcomer was no ordinary figure. My apologies, but this individual is far too formidable for us to impede, a subordinate reported anxiously as he caught up with the young man's arrival. Step aside. Your presence is unnecessary here. Xiao Lu, unfazed by his subordinate's trepidation, inquired of the newcomer, and who might you be? A seeker of the highest swordsmanship. The young man replied. What a coincidence. So am I. Xiao Li's demeanor was calm, yet his eyes sparkled with a bright glint, concealing a profound joy within. The two disregarded the surrounding crowd, their gazes reflecting only each other. In the silence, 2 immense sword intents erupted from their beings, causing the very air to seem to solidify beneath such overwhelming pressure. An imminent clash between them was palpable. Chapter 149. Dracula myself.I inspire Le. May I inquire your name, sir? Xiao Le typically allowed others to introduce themselves first, yet he afforded this individual the respect he deemed appropriate. Oh, so you are the one who emerged unscathed from the battle with the renowned Iron Fist, Carp, at Savored Archipelago. I am Dracula myself. Upon learning of Xiao Li's identity, the young swordsman named myself's eyes narrowed. No wonder he sensed such formidable sword intent emanating from his opponent. He was exhilarated to discover such a powerful adversary. During his travels in the North Sea, he had triumphed over countless swordsmen, yet satisfaction eluded him. While those opponents displayed commendable swordsmanship, they were not formidable enough. Having recently vanquished several swordsmen among pirates and the Navy, he had intended to rest on this island before continuing his maritime journey to hone his craft. However, shortly after his arrival, he sensed an extraordinary sword intent that rekindled a long-lost excitement within him. After defeating the minions that obstructed his path, he hastened toward this encounter, fearing he might miss the opportunity for combat. Interfering in our battle is a perilous endeavor, fraught with danger that may exact a significant toll, perhaps even a fatal one. One must ponder whether you can afford such a price. In the preceding moment, Xiao Li's demeanor was calm and courteous, yet in the next, his voice turned chillingly severe, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The royal sword in his grasp quivered slightly, emitting a low hum. I believe solely in myself, in the sword I wield. Myself did not directly address Xiao Li's inquiry. Instead, he uttered a remark that seemed tangential. His gaze was sharp as he fixed it upon Xiao Li, exuding an imposing presence, while his right hand gradually unsheathed the formidable blade from behind him. In the following instant, the two exchanged a silent understanding. They recognized that the swords in their hands spoke the most profound language. In the next moment, shadows intertwined, and the air crackled with the Xiao Lu and myself became entwined in a fierce clash, their figures swiftly maneuvering, twisting and turning as their swords clashed, resonating with a series of crisp metallic sounds. Clang! Little Li's figure flickered as he executed a horizontal slash, resembling a shooting star aimed at myself's throat. Yet, myself reacted with astonishing swiftness, positioning his sword in a reverse stance to block the perilous strike. Subsequently, with a flick of his wrist, myself twirled his sword in a dazzling flourish, deftly deflecting Little Li's blade. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward with a piercing thrust, the blade glimmering coldly, resembling a dragon in flight, directly targeting Little Li's throat. Observing that his opponent was equally poised, with their blade directed at his own throat, Little Lu felt a surge of elation. Engaging with such a formidable adversary invigorated every fiber of his being, instilling a sense of joy and exhilaration within him. In response to myself's thrust, Little Lu chose not to defend, instead mirroring his opponent's attack with a direct stab. Amid myself's slight surprise, the tips of their swords met in a contending fiercely in midair. A potent force erupted instantaneously, radiating outward and creating ripples in the surrounding air. Myhawk had not anticipated that his opponent would counter the previous strike in such a manner, which was indeed unexpected. However, from their earlier exchange, it was evident that Little Lu was an exceptionally aggressive swordsman, possessing extraordinary perception and remarkable swordsmanship, a true adversary for honing one's skills. After a brief, the two resumed their clash, the sounds of their blades ringing out incessantly. One moved with ghostly agility, elusive and unpredictable. The other, with exuded an unwavering presence akin to a mountain. Truly, they were matched well, like chess pieces in a game of skill. Chapter 150, The Eagle Versus. The tiger. Following a fierce confrontation, Little Lu and Myhawk once more parted ways. Both maintained their composure, their breaths unruffled, exuding an aura of confidence. The sharpness of their sword sword, showing no signs of waning. Mutual admiration for each other's swordsmanship filled their hearts. Myhawk regarded the young man before him, seemingly a few years his junior yet exuding a maturity beyond his years, and could not help but temper his previously arrogant demeanor. Having encountered few worthy opponents in the North Sea, a hint of arrogance had crept into his heart. Now, facing someone equally accomplished in the realm of swordsmanship, and at such a young age having already carved a name for himself at sea, he found it impossible to harbor even a trace of pride. Little Lu, while not claiming to be invincible in the realm of swordsmanship, boasted that among his peers of similar age, none could rival him. Little did he anticipate the swift arrival of an adversary capable of delivering such a stinging rebuke. This opponent, encountered after meeting the Golden Lion, was the most formidable swordsman he had ever faced. Though your swordsmanship is undeniably exceptional, it is regrettable that you have crossed paths with me. In this duel, your defeat is all but assured. Out at sea, failure signifies that one's fate lies in the hands of others. With a scoff, he added, "Do you truly believe that such words can shake my resolve? The life or death of a swordsman is determined solely by the blade in his hand." Upon hearing Little Li's words, Myhawk coldly retorted, his formidable aura surging forth as his sword soared to the heavens. If his opponent believed that mere words could instill fear and hesitation within him, he was gravely mistaken. From the moment he set foot upon the ocean, his pursuit of the highest swordsmanship had been unwavering. He yearned to refine his craft through battles with powerful swordsmen, whether they be pirates or navy, viewing each as a stepping stone on his journey to the pinnacle of swordsmanship, an obstacle he must overcome. The contemplation of life and death was an essential trial on the path to supreme swordsmanship. Should he falter along the way, it would only reveal the mediocrity of his character. "Haha, excellent. I admire your gaze, sharp as that of an eagle." As these words left his lips, Little Li's aura erupted once more, resonating with Myhawk's presence. Silver moon slash. In an instant, a chilling crescent strike, reminiscent of frost, traversed the air, seemingly spanning the distance of space, arriving before Myhawk in the blink of an eye. The frigid aura felt as if it had frozen time itself, leaving those who faced it shivering to their very bones. Within this blade's energy, Myhawk sensed a murderous intent as piercing as the depths of winter. No. Even the solitude of the coldest season paled in comparison. With no sign of retreat, the keen light in Myhawk's eagle-like gaze sparkled with fierce resolve. In a flash, he darted forward, gripping his sword with both hands in a defensive stance, the overwhelming force compelling him to retreat step by step. Suddenly, with a twist of his foot, he moved with the grace of a swift swallow, launching himself into the air, spinning like a windmill. In his hand, the long sword whirled, resembling a rapidly rotating diamond. The piercing sword energy unleashed by Xiao Lu was not only thwarted by Myhawk, but, under the latter's deft counteraction, it veered off course and hurtled back towards him, accompanied by a series of formidable slashes. In a fleeting moment, Myhawk not only evaded any injury but swiftly retaliated. The clash between the two was nothing short of breathtaking, captivating all who beheld it. Even those not engaged in the fray could sense the perilous intensity of the battle. The outcome of this confrontation remained indeterminate. Chapter 151. A draw. Harnessing the force of his opponent's attack, Myhawk not only deflected Xiao Li's moves but immediately unleashed a barrage of even more ferocious slashes. The strikes soared through the air like majestic eagles dominating the sky, their talons poised to strike at Xiao Lu with piercing gazes and an aura of lethal intent. What a fierce onslaught! But do you know the sensation of being vanquished by your own technique? The whirlpool's retribution. Little Lu raised his voice in a deep roar, suddenly brandishing his sword. A formidable surge of sword energy, akin to a soaring dragon, coiled and spiraled, absorbing all of Myhawk, thereby augmenting the power of the sword energy. This sword energy resembled an unfathomable vortex, devouring everything in its vicinity, reducing all entrapped entities to fragments. Such a maneuver was indeed the product of a genius mind. However, Every technique harbors its vulnerabilities. Once identified, a decisive strike can ensue. Even though his slashes were entirely absorbed by the opponent's technique, inadvertently enhancing its power, Mihawk merely experienced a moment of astonishment before preparing to counter. Suddenly, he felt his aura surge, the tyrannical energy entwining around his sword, his imposing presence rising once more, reminiscent of a towering mountain that commands reverence. Mihawk's gaze was sharp, akin to that of a hawk, keenly discerning the weaknesses of all things in existence. "Ha!" he exclaimed. "Eagle's spiral." His eyes sparkled with a chilling brilliance, his hands gripping the sword as if poised to strike a golf ball. With a resounding shout, a tempestuous aura coalesced instantaneously, and a slashing strike of considerable length erupted forth. The majestic sword energy transformed into a spiraling eagle, its wings stirring up a tempest of the spiraling eagle's sword, carrying a hurricane as it charged directly toward Little Lee's returning vortex. An opposing cyclone? Upon witnessing Mihawk's technique, Xiao Lu instantly comprehended his intentions. Mihawk's slash bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Li's own maneuvers. The two spirals of sword energy clashed violently, unleashing a fierce torrent of opposing forces that swept through the surroundings, creating ripples in the air. Those of inferior strength were directly sent flying by the overwhelming aura, while the scattered sword energy sliced the clouds and the sky into fragments. The sword energy howled, the tempest mourned, and the earth appeared to be torn asunder by the claws of a colossal beast, rending deep chasms that seemed bottomless. The terrifying sword intent surged toward the heavens, puncturing the sky itself. The intense shock waves continually radiated outward from the island, stirring up tumultuous waves in the surroundings. The entire island resembled a mere leaf adrift on the ocean, perilously close to being capsized by the surging tides. The dragon's claws shattered, the eagle's wings broke. Ultimately, the two opposing forces nullified each other, dissipating into thin air, leaving behind only the ravaged earth as a testament to the fierce battle that had just transpired. Xiao Lu and Mihawk stood facing each other. The crimson robe of Xiao Lu, adorned with a black background, had been ravaged by the recent fierce clash of sword, leaving several gashes upon it. A faint line of blood had also been drawn across his left cheek. Mihawk, on the other hand, breathed slightly heavier, attempting to regain control over the tumultuous energy within him. His right hand, which grasped the sword, trembled ever so slightly, yet his gaze remained sharp and intimidating. It seems even the most proud eagle has moments when it must alight and catch its breath. Little Lu glanced at Mihawk, who was slightly panting, and couldn't help but jest. Even the fiercest tiger can stumble at times, can't it? Mihawk, observing the torn fabric on his opponent's attire, coldly retorted, "Umph. You shall not be so fortunate with your next move." This statement equally applies to you. Xiao Lu and Mihawk faced each other with intense resolve reflected in their eyes. Their previous clash had ended in a stalemate. Chapter 152. Mihawk demonstrates his power, Roy's malicious intent. With barely a moment to catch their breath, Xiao Lu and Mihawk engaged in combat once more, trading blows in a dazzling display of agility and skill. Their swords clashed, sending forth flashes of cold light. The brilliant sword rays sliced through the air, the chilling aura of impending death freezing the battlefield. Every move concealed lethal intent, as each strike could determine life or death. One fought like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, its claws glistening. The other soared like an eagle in flight, its gaze sharp and piercing. The onlookers were awestruck by the prowess of both combatants, simultaneously marveling at the peril of the battle while feeling fortunate to witness such mastery firsthand. Little did they expect Mihawk to possess such formidable strength. They pondered whether Xiao Lu could overcome him. Yet, confidence in Xiao Li's victory lingered. However, given the unpredictable nature of conflict, one must be thoroughly prepared. If such a formidable opponent could not be swayed to their side, he would become a threat. Roy observed Mihawk, who was currently locked in combat with Xiao Lu, a glimmer of surprise emerging in his eyes. As the battle progressed, he was compelled to consider the implications, and gradually, a chilling murderous intent surfaced within him. In a fleeting moment, Roy cast a subtle glance at 7-Kill. Roy understood well that Xiao Lu disdained interference in his battles, particularly against adversaries he found exhilarating. Yet, a character of such caliber warranted caution, especially when their objectives conflicted with Xiao Li's. Rather than potentially face a more formidable opponent in the future, it would be prudent to eliminate any threat in its infancy. Noticing the indifferent gaze and the murderous intent emanating from Roy, the members of 7-Kill exchanged barely perceptible nods before vanishing silently from their positions. They were the assassins meticulously trained by Roy, acutely aware of the gravity of his commands. Any misstep could invite dire consequences. Thus, having spent considerable time together, They could often decipher his intentions with just a glance. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Xiaolu and Mihawk raged on, with neither combatant seemingly gaining the upper hand, resulting in a prolonged stalemate. Yield, Mihawk. Suddenly, Xiaoli's left hand glided over the royal sword with 2 fingers, exuding an overwhelming aura of power that surged upward as if reaching for the heavens. He appeared as a solitary, elevated sword. The royal sword pulsed, the sword chi intertwining. A fierce murderous intent erupted, causing the ground beneath Xiaolu to buckle under the immense force. Countless sword energies howled through the air, their resounding cries echoing like a tumultuous tide across the expanse. In an instant, the sword energy spiraled and intertwined like a soaring dragon, its form adorned with countless flickering sword shadows ascending and descending, dazzling like the stars in the night sky. Witnessing this spectacle, Mihawk, who had previously felt no fear in battle, now found beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The power of this man was truly terrifying. I am not one to be underestimated. My heart is singular, devoted solely to the way of the sword. Mihawk, not one to concede easily, unleashed an even more formidable aura, shattering the clouds above as if an invisible hand were tearing the heavens asunder. His momentum surged relentlessly. He is a man destined to reach the pinnacle of the sword. How could he falter here? What on earth makes this fellow's strength so fearsome? Observing from the sidelines, Sia and Snake felt the oppressive force emanating from Mihawk, and cold sweat streamed down their brows. Masuwa unconsciously clenched his fists, while Joe waved his right hand, and a pair of pristine wings appeared behind him. Go. Drink. In the eyes of Xiaolu and Mihawk, only the reflection of each other remains. This time, it will mark the conclusion of their fierce battle. Chapter 153. The outcome is decided. Go. With a resounding cry, Xiaolu brandished the Wonquan sword, directing it at Mihawk as if a commanding general issuing an order to his troops. The sword's aura surged forth like a dragon lunging at its prey. The force was palpable. Mihawk stood resolute, akin to a towering mountain, eliciting admiration from all. With a horizontal slash of his long sword, a vast azure arc cleaved through the void, exuding a power reminiscent of the primordial act of creation, its might formidable. This strike marked the most potent blow he had unleashed since engaging with numerous formidable opponents upon the sea. It encapsulated his essence and authority, merging his understanding and spirit, a culmination of his profound insights into the swordsmanship, signifying a significant advancement on his path to mastering the sword. In this fierce contest, he experienced yet another breakthrough, stepping onto a new plateau in his pursuit of the zenith of sword mastery. Let the winds from all directions howl. I shall overcome them with sheer force. Boom. The golden dragon of sword energy collided with the azure crescent slash, erupting into a cacophony of sound. The point of impact resonated as if the universe itself had exploded, sending ripples of residual energy cascading outward, the tumultuous waves surging and rolling, enveloping the surroundings. Both Xiaolu and Mihawk were compelled to retreat under the overwhelming force, a tide of dominance surging towards both contenders. Dust and smoke obscured the heavens, enveloping the battlefield, while splintered debris from the clash pierced distant structures. The intertwining sword energies rent the air asunder. Tumultuous waves parted the clouds, rendering the area a desolate wasteland. What was the outcome of the battle? The smoke was too dense, obscuring the situation within. Surely, the master emerged victorious. It must be so. The subordinates, unable to discern the scene, dared not rush in, their anxiety mounting. As a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the billowing smoke, the heart of the battlefield gradually revealed itself to the onlookers. Standing there was the master. The master had triumphed. Yet, there remained another figure, that individual. At the center of the battlefield lay a vast circular pit, as if a divine creator had excavated it with a spoon. Xiaolu endeavored to quell the tumultuous blood surging within his chest, as crimson droplets seeped from the corners of his mouth. A gash marred his chest, saturating his crimson robe and rendering it all the more macabre. Boss. The crowd stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the severity of their leader's wounds. Massey's eyes brimmed with tears as she covered her mouth with trembling hands, striving to stifle her sobs. Xiao's eyes, too, were reddened with unshed tears, a pang of sorrow gripping her heart. Xiaolu. Luo Yi could hardly believe the extent of Xiao Li's injuries. He instinctively moved forward, only to be halted by Xiao Li's firm command. Stay back. Little Lu extended his hand to halt Ro Yi, seemingly oblivious to his own injuries. He then sheathed the king's sword and cast a serene smile at Mihawk. Mihawk, are you able to continue the fight? At that moment, Mihawk was not in a much better condition. The blood he had been suppressing finally erupted forth. His right arm trembled violently, nearly unable to grasp his sword, as crimson droplets fell to the ground. A blade of energy had pierced through his chest, causing blood to flow profusely. Yet, despite this, his gaze remained sharp and unwavering. I have lost this battle. However, I have come to understand what my swordsmanship truly is. What about you? Your techniques are intricate, and your mastery of the sword is exceptional, yet it seems you have not genuinely embarked upon your own path of swordsmanship. I may have been defeated this time, but I assure you, I will prevail next time. Myhawk's eyes sparkled with intensity, and his voice resonated with conviction, as if he glimpsed a distant future. Upon hearing Myhawk's words, little Lu was taken aback, gazing into the other's penetrating eyes, his expression wavering, rendered, had he truly emerged victorious? Chapter 154. What is your swordsmanship? What is my swordsmanship? Am I not striving for supremacy? Is not ascending to the pinnacle of swordsmanship his true path? The battle between Xiaolu and Myhawk has come to a close. Although Myhawk conceded defeat, not a shred of joy stirred within Xiaolu's heart. Myhawk's words struck him like a colossal stone plunging into water, stirring tumultuous waves that left his mind in disarray. A loss is a loss, and a victory is a victory. Such trivial discourse is unnecessary. As Luo Yi observed Xiaolu standing motionless, rendered speechless by Myhawk's declaration, his own murderous intent surged uncontrollably. Myhawk, you have trespassed into our territory, injured our men, and interfered in our conflict. Each of these acts merits the gravest punishment. Now that the outcome is settled, I trust you are prepared to face your demise. Luo Yi's gaze bore into Myhawk as he slowly approached, his right hand poised like a blade, an imposing aura enveloping him. The chilling intent of death hung palpably in the air, sending shivers through those nearby, as if a frigid blade pierced their backs. Though I have been defeated, that does not signify my end here. Even in my injured state, I do not believe you possess the capability to slay me. Myhawk regarded Luo Yi, the murderous intent radiating from him, yet his tone remained unperturbed. Once more, the oppressive aura coiled around his sword, its momentum beginning to coalesce anew. Is that so? You doubt my strength, then I shall exert my utmost, in deference to you. I hope you will not hold it against me for seizing the advantage. Myhawk's words incensed Luo Yi, who felt the disdain in his opponent's demeanor. However, he was no naive saint, unwilling to engage in a fair fight due to such provocation. From the moment he became an orphan, he had endured countless hardships and tasted the bitter pangs of existence. Had he not encountered Xiaolu and Uncle Qiao, he might have perished long ago. The bond shared among the three transcended mere blood. They had faced innumerable trials and supported one another to reach this day. Without a heart hardened by adversity, they would have long succumbed in some forgotten corner. Therefore, all that they possess today must not be threatened. Any existence that posed a danger to them must be eradicated. Huloi, hold your hand. Myhawk, you are truly a sword master like no other. Even the legendary Golden Lion pales in comparison. Have you indeed crossed swords with the Golden Lion? Upon hearing Xiaoli's words, Myhawk could no longer maintain his usual air of nonchalance, his face a portrait of astonishment. The prowess of this man reshaped his understanding yet again. Not only had he survived an encounter with the formidable Iron Fist Carp, but he had also faced the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion. Such terrifying no whispers of this had ever echoed across the seas. Luo Yi and Xiao were equally taken aback, while Xiao Li's prowess left Xiao. Even the mightiest Golden Lion must face the passage of time, especially when wounded. While his strength is indeed formidable, I sense his spirit does not rival your own. You may leave now. This encounter has yielded much for me. Next time, we shall determine not only our strengths, but also our Little Lu encountered such a formidable opponent, inevitably stirring within him a sense of mutual admiration. As for subduing his counterpart, that was an absolute impossibility. You shall not have that opportunity. It is I who will ascend to the pinnacle of the swordsmanship. After Myhawk uttered these words, he turned to depart, while Little Lu restrained Roy from pursuing him. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood was coughed up, shocking the onlookers once again. Little Lu waved his hand, signaling them to remain calm. Long time no see, Joe. Long time no see, Little Lu. The two exchanged smiles. Chapter 155. Assassination. Long time no see, Joe. Long time no see, Little Lu. Xiaolu and Qiao exchanged a knowing smile, for it was their first time being apart for such an extended period. Upon seeing Xiaoli's injuries, Qiao felt a pang of sorrow. There would be ample time to reminisce, for now. He must attend to the wounds that marred Xiaoli's body. Qiao swiftly summoned his subordinates to make the necessary arrangements, eager to escort Xiaolu to the treatment room. Indeed, healing your injuries comes first. Recover swiftly, for I wish to host a grand welcome for you. Luo Yi also urged Xiaolu to hurry, reaching out to assist him, only to be met with Xiaoli's hand firmly resting upon his. Luo Yi, let him go. Xiaoli gazed calmly at Luo Yi, speaking in a measured tone. Upon hearing Xiaoli's words, Luo Yi felt a momentary shock within, though his expression remained inscrutable, and his smile slightly diminished. Haha. What are you talking about? Luo Yi chuckled, feigning ignorance of Xiaoli's remarks, while the others remained perplexed. Suddenly, Zhao's realization dawned as he glanced around, a conjecture forming in his mind. I truly do not comprehend what you are saying. Noting Xiaoli's silence and unwavering gaze, Luo Yi's smile faded, replaced by a flicker of irritation. Do you not trust me? Luo Yi stated flatly, yet everyone could sense the underlying indignation in his tone. Let us not be like this. After all, it has been a while since we last met. We should not let such matters jeopardize our camaraderie, Qiao interjected, sensing the subtle tension between the two. Alas. Little Li gently patted Roy's shoulder, choosing silence as he departed with the others. Roy watched them leave, a faint sigh escaping his lips as he retrieved a communicator from his pocket and issued a command. After his skirmish with Little Lu, Myhawk intended to vacate the premises in search of a sanctuary to tend to his wounds. As he traversed partway, he sensed a barely perceptible aura of malevolence swirling about him, akin to a concealed serpent lurking in the shadows. Myhawk called out, yet no one emerged, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Would they truly remain hidden? Before he could finish his thought, Myhawk abruptly drew his sword, unleashing a fierce slash towards a specific location. Clang. It is you. A masked assassin brandished a longsword, parrying Myhawk's strike before swiftly advancing, their azure blade clashing against Myhawk's weapon. Before Myhawk could articulate his next words, a chilling intent surged from behind him, compelling him to forcefully deflect the attacking blade with a horizontal strike, thwarting the ambush. To his astonishment, the assailant revealed themselves to be a hypocrite. I truly misjudged him. Myhawk expressed disdain, yet the assassins before him remained resolute, their singular aim to eliminate Myhawk. Two more assassins surged from the flanks, their swords unexpectedly detaching from their hilts, connected by a silver chain. In a swift, predatory movement, Myhawk found his sword ensnared by their chains, immobilizing him. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining five rushed forward from all directions, creating an inescapable predicament for Myhawk. Suddenly, a surge of formidable energy coursed through Myhawk's arm as the ensnared sword shattered into countless fragments, scattering towards the advancing assassins. The seven killers were unprepared for this turn of events. Though the shards appeared inconsequential, they were laced with Myhawk's potent energy, hurtling towards them like concealed projectiles. The seven were no ordinary foes. They evaded the incoming debris, preparing to press their attack. At that moment, the lead assassin received a signal, instructing the group to withdraw. Without uttering a word, they vanished from sight, as though the entire assault had never transpired. Myhawk, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, found himself at a loss. It seems prudent to carry a small blade for contingencies, he mused absently, departing without further concern. Chapter 156. Little Lu's enlightenment in the way of the sword. Days later, within the grand hall adorned with a magnificent domed ceiling, a resplendent crystal chandelier dazzled the onlookers, casting a mesmerizing glow. Beneath it, a colossal round table, intricately carved with dragon motifs, was laden with exquisite delicacies, both terrestrial and aquatic. The bustling attendants, resplendent in their attire, flitted about with purpose. Seated at the head of the table, Little Lu listened intently to Roy and the others as they presented their reports. Following this, he raised a toast to all the officials stationed in the Northern Sea, acknowledging their contributions with commendations and rewards. Next came the introduction of their newly joined member, during which a natural exchange of greetings ensued, accompanied by shared experiences in this new world. The atmosphere was lively, with glasses clinking and conversations flowing. It had been quite a while since the three of them had been apart, and there was an abundance of words to be exchanged. By the way, Xiaolu, what is the nature of your relationship with that Masho? Luo Yi inquired quietly, stealing a glance at Xiao and Masho, who were engaged in cheerful conversation. Their bond akin to that of sisters. He believed that Xiao must have sensed Masho's affection for Xiaolu. Yet it puzzled him how they could converse so animatedly as if nothing were amiss. After all, he was well aware of Qiao's feelings for Xiaolu, and he was certain that Xiaolu understood them as well. What situation? What kind of situation could we possibly have? With an air of tranquility, Xiaolu sipped his drink, his expression betraying no sign of change. Is that so? Luo Yi's voice instinctively rose, his gaze fixed on Xiao Lu with a hint of suspicion. It seems there truly is nothing. Without averting his eyes, Luo Yi stroked his round chin, nodding earnestly. Regarding Luo Yi's analysis, Xiaolu chose not to comment, as his thoughts were more captivated by Myhawk's words. Mihawk was indeed correct. Despite his exceptional swordsmanship and ambition to reach the pinnacle of the sword path, he remained perplexed about what his own sword path truly entailed. For much of his technique had been bestowed upon him by others. However, through this recent confrontation, he had gained a slight understanding of his sword. Though it remained incomplete, much like a layer of paper that required a specific opportunity to be pierced. After the banquet concluded, Xiaolu announced his decision to the group. He intended to retreat to the back mountain to meditate on his sword path in solitude. Unless a matter of life and death arises, do not disturb me. He instructed firmly. Xiaolu, how long will you be inside? One asked. You must not let Mihawk's words affect you. I believe he harbors ill intentions, another cautioned. Luo Yi and Xiao understood Xiaolu all too well. They feared that if he succumbed to Mihawk's provocations, he might become ensnared in his own thoughts, making it difficult for him to emerge. Rest assured, I am not one to act impulsively, Xiaolu reassured them with a comforting glance before stepping towards the back mountain. During Xiaoli's retreat, the company's operations continued to advance steadily. The Vinsmoke family reported new developments regarding the fusion of devil fruits and weaponry, as well as theories on harnessing the powers of these fruits. The Poison Sting organization had made further progress in their secretive quest for scientists across the seas. However, complications arose when a scientist named Caesar Clown absconded with a sum of money, vanishing into the Grand Line. Weeks later, in the back mountain, Xiaolu pondered. What is my sword path? The sword is a weapon, and endless slaughter is your sword path. In the realm of swordsmanship, I reign supreme, overpowering foes with might, breaking enemies with strength. The sword is a weapon. Emotions are to be shunned. Unfeelingness is your sword path. Practicing the sword is akin to training the heart. With an invincible heart, the sword path is invincible. No, the sword is unity, and unity is the sword. Mastering a single technique a million times can render you undefeated. That is the essence of the sword path. He is mistaken. By observing all sword techniques, one can discover the way to overcome adversaries. This is your sword path. In Xiaoli's mind, it seemed as though countless voices were simultaneously conversing with him, and the expression on his face shifted continuously, as if he had succumbed to enchantment. Chapter 157, The Path of the Sword Achieved, Storms Arise. Silence. This is your swordsmanship. Boy, who do you think you are? Our path of the sword is not something mere rabble can compare to. A toad yawning. What audacity. A man with lofty aspirations yet lacking skill. In the depths of the rear mountain, Xiaolu appeared to be in a frenzied state. His figure ethereal as if a celestial demon were dancing wildly. The sword of sovereignty in his hand traced out numerous phantoms, and fierce sword energies pierced through the void, rending the earth asunder. Distant peaks were stripped of their summits, and swathes of trees were severed in half. Countless birds, seizing their wings, trembled within the forest. All those who dared to dream of escaping this cage were transformed into nourishment for the earth. I am not anyone's substitute. I am who I am. Xiaolu lay on the ground, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath, his eyes bloodshot and gleaming with a ferocious hunger. I must regain my composure. Calm. Suddenly, Xiaolu sat upright, positioning the Wonkwon sword beside him, palms facing the heavens, and gradually closed his eyes. His mind, as tranquil as water, reflected the calmness of his heart. The gentle breeze stirred not, and the surface remained undisturbed. Alone amidst the bamboo grove, he let out a long, resonant note on his guqin. As he entered a state of zen, the venomous dragon vanished from sight, with a faint incantation escaping his lips. The cacophony of voices in his mind dissipated like clouds parting after a storm, leaving a serene clarity. After a prolonged silence, a strangely familiar voice echoed within him. What is the purpose of your ascent to the pinnacle of the sword path? Invincibility. Why seek invincibility? Only through invincibility can I protect all that I hold dear. Yet, are you not already invincible? Your swordsmanship is unparalleled. Indeed. What is a sword? A tool for killing. Is that the sole purpose of your sword? Does it exist merely to take lives? My sword is not for killing. It is for protection. What is a sword? A sword is for safeguarding, to advance without hesitation. Yes, for protection, to charge forth unwaveringly. It cleaves through all, shatters all. Xiaolu seemed to grasp this truth, his tone growing resolute. A glimmer of newfound brilliance igniting in his eyes. Proclaim to me, what is your sword? The familiar voice from the depths of his soul rose sharply, like thunder striking the ground. All creatures lay hidden, spirits subdued. I am the sword. The sword is not me, the leader of all weapons. The sword of heaven and earth. In the myriad of phenomena, my heart remains singular, united with the cosmos. All things bend to my will. It cleaves through all, shatters all. With each affirmation, Xiao Li's conviction intensified. The aura surrounding him surged like spring bamboo breaking through the earth, coalescing into a solitary, exalted blade. The essence of the sword soared to the heavens, its energy piercing the sky. In an instant, the winds and clouds transformed, wails of the spirits echoed. The sky darkened ominously, billowing waves of clouds rising as if an invisible hand stirred the elements. The earth trembled, mountains quaked, and countless fissures spread from beneath Xiao Lu's feet, radiating outward. The aura of the young Lu is ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being dwelling among the clouds, captivating and intoxicating those who encounter it. The formidable presence of the conqueror's haki surges forth spontaneously, as dark bolts of lightning encircle him, dancing wildly like dragons and serpents. The fierce and commanding sword energy intertwines, weaving back and forth like vigilant sentinels, warding off any intruders, enveloped by a chilling intent to kill that pervades the surroundings. A sense of foreboding arises. In the fleeting moment, Xiao Lu reveled in the ethereal sensation that enveloped him. Yet, gradually, he felt as though his soul had transformed into a vast wisp of smoke, ascending ever higher, seemingly destined to merge with the heavens. At any moment ready to disperse with the wind. Hastily, he gathered his thoughts, and his breath began to solidify. The sharpness of his sword intent gradually faded, and a fierce brilliance ignited in his eyes, only to be subdued into a profound silence. As Xiao Lu comprehended his path of the sword, the external world had already erupted in fervor due to a particular piece of news, heralding the resurgence of tumultuous tides. Chapter 158, The Pirate King, Attempt this move. Xiao Lu exuded a formidable presence, as deep and profound as the abyss and towering mountains, leaving others unable to discern his depths. He stood like a solitary, exalted sword. Its brilliance evident yet not harmful, it merely inspired awe and trepidation, causing others to hesitate in their approach. The royal sword within its sheath quivered incessantly, emitting a clear, melodious chime, as if it too reveled in this moment, or perhaps celebrated its master's newfound strength. Xiao Lu slowly drew the Sword of Kings from its sheath. His aura swelling like crashing waves, his garments billowed gracefully, moving as if stirred by an unseen breeze, embodying the visage of an ethereal being. With the sword held high, he commanded an unrivaled presence. Suddenly, Xiao Lu's voice resonated deeply as he executed a vertical slash. The once grand and imposing energy seemed to be compressed by invisible titanic hands, contained within the Sword of Kings. With a swift motion, the long accumulated formidable force converged at the blade's edge, erupting forth like a river breaking through a dam, immense and unstoppable, astonishing all who beheld it. The fierce, chilling sword energy surged forth like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain or a dragon emerging from the sea, imbued with an indomitable momentum that could sweep away mountains and oceans. Wherever it passed, nothing remained unscathed, nothing remained unbroken. Before Xiao Lu, revealing a vast abyss akin to a chasm of the heavens, the towering mountains were bisected by this formidable sword energy, as though a colossal hand had forcibly pried them apart, unveiling a celestial gateway. The domineering and fierce sword aura surged forth like a stampede of 1,000, relentlessly slicing through the surrounding ocean, creating two cascading curtains of water that descended from the sky. Oh, what on earth is that? Good heavens! How could the sea be split in twain? What nonsense are you spouting? This is not a mere cleaving. Treasures must have emerged. Our fortune is upon us. In the distance, fishermen aboard a massive trawler were fortunate enough to witness this spectacle. Thankfully, they had not ventured near the domain of the sword's fury, for otherwise, they might have met their demise in the depths. Wait, our vessel is rapidly drifting towards that abyss. Steer the ship. There must be treasure there. Silence. Witnessing the potency of his technique, Xiao Lu's face lit up with delight, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. This technique truly embodies his understanding of the way of the sword, harmonizing swordsmanship, intent, and energy into one. This is my sword, no longer a mere imitation. In my life, I, Spire, am not inferior to anyone. Xiao Lu shouted with exuberance, as if he were about to dispel the long-standing gloom that had burdened his heart. However, after a brief moment of exhilaration, he was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit, causing him to expel a considerable amount of blood. In his pursuit of enlightenment in the way of the sword, he had nearly succumbed to madness. Coupled with the near ascension of his soul during his epiphany, he ultimately bore the weight of hidden injuries. The cyclical nature of life, fullness leading to overflow. Regaining his composure, Xiao Lu emerged from the back mountain. Upon learning of his return, Luo Yi and the others gathered to celebrate and share astonishing news. As he received the newspaper they handed him, Xiao Lu's pupils dilated in shock. Bold black letters on the page proclaimed, "A new era begins. Roger ascends to the throne of Pirate King." The article detailed Roger's monumental achievement of circumnavigating the globe with his crew, culminating at the fabled island of Raftel, where he obtained the One Piece. The revelation sent ripples of excitement throughout the world. This man, embodying fame, strength, and wealth, was now hailed as the Pirate King. His friends rejoiced while his rivals stirred with anticipation. Regardless of their stance, the world believed he would usher in a new epoch. Chapter 159, Turbulent Winds. Rising tides on an island in the New World, Roger found himself face-to-face with the infamous pirate Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, seated together on the ground, raising their cups in hearty revelry. To the outside world, these two notorious adversaries appeared to be in an unlikely camaraderie, akin to old friends. Ha ha ha. What do you think, Newgate? If you're curious, I could reveal to you the location of that place, Roger chuckled, arching an eyebrow at Whitebeard in a teasing manner. Huh. I have no interest, Whitebeard replied dismissively, his lips curling in disdain as he continued to drink deeply from his cup. You truly don't want to know? What a pity, Roger responded, his tone laced with feigned regret. He genuinely intended to share the whereabouts of Raftel with Whitebeard, had the latter inquired. He would have gladly divulged. However, this was information that others were eager to acquire, yet Whitebeard showed no interest. Roger was not surprised if Whitebeard had sought the knowledge. He simply would not be Whitebeard. For Whitebeard, treasures and thrones held no sway. His family was his utmost priority. This devotion to his loved ones earned him profound respect, though it also rendered him vulnerable. Fortunately, his formidable strength deterred most from challenging him, allowing his children to flourish under his protection. On Cake Island, a voice echoed with frustration. What? That guy Roger has become the Pirate King? How infuriating. He is nothing but a thief. Bring me the dessert quickly. The Queen of the Seas, the infamous pirate Charlotte Linlin, glared at the news in the newspaper, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Roger's achievement of reaching Raftel and becoming the Pirate King certainly bore her influence. Ha ha ha, truly a man worthy of my admiration. Roger, the Pirate King, let us see if you can maintain your position. Damn it, my head. Hurry, hurry. Captain Shiki is suffering from a headache again. Prepare for treatment. Ha ha ha, the Pirate King? I shall first defeat Whitebeard, and then come for you. Foolish beings, do not obstruct me. Sandstorm. On an island in the New World, crocodile wreaked havoc. Ho ho ho. The title of Pirate King is indeed remarkable. Young master, your strength has vastly improved. I believe that in due time, you too shall become the Pirate King. Report. Young master, Granny Tsuru is pursuing us again. Damn those little brats, retreat. At the Marine headquarters of the New World, GOLD, Roger, the current Pirate King, has a bounty of 564,800,000 berries. His right-hand man, Silver's Rayleigh, and his left-hand man, Jabba, are both renowned pirates of the New World. Hey, Garp. Where are you going? Humph. I have no desire to listen to this meaningless talk. I shall capture Roger myself. Garp stormed out, unwilling to endure any further pointless meetings. Determined to apprehend Roger. The title of Pirate King is indeed an extraordinary achievement. Roger, I look forward to our clash. Boss, the Mirage has been completed. Excellent. Summon all the ministers and officers. I shall announce our next course of action. Chapter 160, The Departure of the Mirage. Ladies and gentlemen. Although we have not long returned to the North Sea, we are setting sail once more. Our first destination is Water 7, followed by the New World. Ho ho ho. Under Little Luffy's decision, the crew prepared to embark. This time, they would officially advance into the New World. Months later. Captain, it has been a long time. Boss, you have finally arrived. The Mirage is completed. Ron and Will were overjoyed to see Little Luffy and the others, especially Will, whose eyes shimmered. Thank you for your hard work. After several months, Xiaolu and his companions once again arrived at the City of Seven Waters. During their journey, they had engaged in battles with numerous pirates, each of whom fell beneath their blades. The news of Roger becoming the Pirate King had spread across the seas, leading to a noticeable increase in the number of pirates venturing forth to the New World. Most of these individuals shared a singular ambition to vanquish Roger, seize all that he possessed, and claim the title of the next Pirate King. However, the majority of them were woefully unaware of their own limitations. Akin to frogs in a well, completely oblivious to the immense strength possessed by the formidable beings of the ocean. Setting sail was akin to stepping into a grave of despair. Ron and Peter had been separated from Xiaolu and his group for the longest duration. Following Xiaoli's instructions, they remained in the City of Seven Waters, overseeing the construction of the Mirage and resolving numerous conflicts instigated by those seeking trouble. Upon hearing of the renowned Xiao Lu and his companions had garnered on the seas, they were filled with an insatiable yearning, wishing they could soar to their side and partake in the adventure. Little Lu embraced Ron and Peter, his heart filled with profound emotions. Mr. Spire, it has been a long time. Your ship, at last, has been completed to our utmost satisfaction. Long time no see, Mr. Tom. We are immensely grateful for your efforts. Would you care to join our ranks? No, I no longer wish to engage, Tom replied resolutely. Let us proceed to admire your ship. Despite Little Lee's repeated invitations, Tom steadfastly declined. He had invested considerable effort into constructing this vessel, and in the remaining time, he simply wished to remain in the City of Seven Waters to realize his final vision. After reminiscing, they arrived at their dock. A massive curtain obscured the grand behemoth before them. Though the ship's body remained hidden, its silhouette revealed that the Mirage was a colossal luxury vessel. Captain, everything is ready. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Little Lu nodded slightly. Ladies and gentlemen, your hard work over the past year has been invaluable. The company's splendor is built upon your dedication. Yet our glory has only just begun. A brighter tomorrow requires your continued efforts. The new world is a grander stage. I anticipate that in this new world, you will unfurl your talents and let your voices resonate throughout the globe, spreading your renown far and wide. Prepare. Set sail. As the curtain was drawn, a magnificent luxury vessel came into view. Its design resembled a golden lamp, dazzling and resplendent. The deck showcased pavilions and cascading. The hull was crafted from precious atom wood. Though seemingly unremarkable and innocuous, it concealed numerous gun ports. Embedded in the ship's bottom were several enormous sea tower stones, procured with great difficulty from the black market, sufficient to allow them to traverse the windless zone with ease. Aboard the Mirage, the group was filled with exhilaration. The expansive views from the ship offered a breathtaking panorama of the sea, evoking an emotion akin to standing atop the highest peak, surveying the diminutive mountains below. The new world beckoned, heralding the arrival of a fierce tiger. Chapter 161. Return to the Shambadi Archipelago. Goodness, behold that ship. What manner of vessel is that? It is astonishingly massive. Are there houses upon it? Could it be that divine beings traverse the skies? Observing the Mirage sailing across the ocean, the crew of nearby sailboats erupted in awe. The ship's unique design emanated a regal and commanding presence, even from afar. What a bunch of cowards. Young ones, charge forth. Oh, the captain is formidable. Heh, there must be beauties aboard. I shall revel in the experience. A horde of oblivious pirates charged towards the ship, their eyes gleaming with greed. Report, boss. Pirates are rapidly approaching our Mirage. They're a reckless bunch. Fire the cannons. Let us witness the Mirage's might. Understood. With a commanding order, a cannonball soared forth like an arrow piercing through an invisible wall of wind, accompanied by a deafening shriek akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, striking the swiftly approaching pirate ship. In an instant, the pirate vessel was obliterated, leaving no time even for screams. Mangled remnants and flesh scattered across the sea, creating a vivid crimson expanse. Such power was indeed impressive, far surpassing the accuracy of the Navy's standard round bombs. One could only wonder if those scientists might conjure the kind of explosive that lingered in my memory. A month later, the Shambadi Archipelago. Here I was again. Oh, the Shambadi Archipelago was indeed as breathtaking as the rumors suggested. Shall we explore? Do remember to prioritize safety? Keep my words in mind. Amidst the crowd, Marceau gazed at this familiar locale, her heart brimming with emotions. Her gentle gaze inadvertently resting upon the figure of Xiao Lu ahead. How she cherished the days spent sailing with their boss, despite the perils encountered. Those were her happiest moments. Xiao Lu, where do you intend to go? As the crowd began to disperse, Xiao Lu stood still, causing Xiao to feel a twinge of confusion. Well, I plan to take a look at the lawless zone. That sounds quite dangerous. Should I accompany you? All right. Let us go. Boss, may I join as well? Marceau, unable to contain her eagerness, spoke up, though a hint of anxiety lingered in her heart. After stealing a glance at Xiao Lu and Xiao, she mustered the courage to voice her desire, only to immediately lower her head. Of course you may, Marceau. Xiao Lu laughed. After spending so much time with him, are you still afraid? He is not a tiger. There is no need for such trepidation. Besides, we are partners. If he dares to be harsh with you, just tell me, and I shall defend you. Without waiting for Xiao Lu to respond, Xiao linked arms with Marceau, encouraging her to relax, and made the decision for Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu is right. You needn't feel so reserved. Come along. Yes, boss. Marceau smiled. Her heart initially aligned with her expectations, yet a subtle bitterness remained inexplicably within her. Marceau, I wish to join you, so you should guide me instead. Without further adu, Luoye clutched Snake with one arm and began to walk away. Hey, you glutton, let go of me. Who wants to go with you? You foul-mouthed brat must have learned that from Xiaolu. I'll just keep an eye on you too. Their voices gradually faded into the distance. Chapter 162. A shocking revelation. As the group dispersed, Xiaolu and her companions arrived at the lawless zone, where they stumbled upon a peculiar shop. It is deemed peculiar because the establishment is aptly named Knock on the Bamboo Bar, which certainly takes many by surprise. Upon my initial visit, I seem to have overlooked this bar. Is it a recent addition? The name Knock on the Bamboo is rather intriguing. Xiaolu squinted his eyes, glancing at the name of the shop, feeling a flicker of curiosity about this establishment. To open a store in such a place and boldly choose such an eccentric name, one must possess considerable prowess. It seems the proprietor is quite intriguing. Boss, do we really have to go in? This appears to be a shady establishment. Although Masua had weathered many storms alongside Xiaolu, he remained fundamentally timid. Rest assured, it's nothing to worry about. What, do you doubt my capabilities? Xiaolu raised an eyebrow slightly, chuckling. Of course not. I have always believed in you, without a shred of doubt. Masua quickly shook his head vigorously, his tone betraying a hint of anxiety, yet his face radiated a bright smile, leaving a striking impression. Little Lu could not comprehend why Maso suddenly seemed to be filled with joy again. It felt reminiscent of the past. Maso appeared to sense Little Li's emotions, covering her mouth with a smile, as if only she understood the reason behind her laughter. Do not be afraid. We are not easily intimidated. Maso, my strength is formidable as well, and I can protect you, rest assured. Joe interjected, urging them to enter the establishment. As they stepped through the threshold, a bruised figure was hurled out from within, tossed aside as carelessly as refuse, accompanied by a curse. How dare you cause a ruckus here? Do you not recognize where you are? Oh, may I inquire, dear proprietor, where exactly is this place? Ah, what a handsome young man. Please, do come in. Our establishment is absolutely fair to all. A captivating woman, gracefully holding a cigarette, approached the trio with elegant strides, her gaze appraising them thoroughly, particularly shifting slightly upon noticing Little Lu. This woman was named Xia Qi, her age unknown, her beauty reminiscent of a splendid peony. With a figure that was both slender and voluptuous, she evoked a sense of intrigue. Though she appeared delicate, she was, in truth, a woman of ruthless disposition. Any pirates who dared to disrupt her domain had been dealt with decisively, and her exceptional intelligence-gathering skills had earned her considerable renown. Pray tell, are you three here to seek information or perhaps to indulge in some libations? We desire both information and drink. Though we are uncertain if the proprietress will grant us such indulgence. Hee, dear young man, you jest. Of course, that is not an issue. Subsequently, the trio found a place to sit. Although the bar was not large, several tables were already occupied. It seemed that the earlier commotion had not perturbed the patrons within. They appeared quite accustomed to such occurrences. Hey, have you seen the latest news? What? The Roger pirates have disbanded. Wait, this cannot be a joke. The sight of a nearby patron holding up a newspaper sent shockwaves through Little Lu and her companions. The tides of the sea were about to change once more. Unbeknownst to them, the proprietress, Xia Qi, had overheard this startling news, her gaze momentarily distant, gleaming with an inexplicable light. Chapter 163. Another monster. What astonishing news this is. The Roger pirates have just reached the pinnacle of power, only to suddenly announce their disbandment, with the throne of the pirate king now vacant. Who shall ascend to claim it? If Roger has disbanded his crew, where shall he conceal his riches and everything he has acquired? The tumultuous new world, teeming with monsters, is poised for upheaval. How will the course of this world unfold? I find myself eagerly anticipating the developments to come. Upon hearing the news, Xiaolu was taken aback, his heart tumultuous like a raging sea. Although his tone remained composed, the fervor within was unmistakable. His decision to arrive in this new world was indeed a wise one. Madam, since you are so well informed, might you have any knowledge of Roger's whereabouts? Madam? Oh, you see, I have just learned of this news alongside you. To uncover Roger's location, I too will require some time. What do you think, young man? Xia Qi was equally stunned upon receiving this news. It was only when Xiaolu inquired that she regained her composure. Ha. I merely asked out of curiosity. If I could obtain a clue, that would be splendid. Yet, the absence of one would not diminish my spirits. Xiaolu approached the situation with a sense of curiosity, though it was evident from the demeanor of the proprietress and her burgeoning reputation that she was no ordinary figure. He inquired, albeit somewhat boldly, about any news regarding Roger. remarking that it was merely out of curiosity and that it was perfectly acceptable if she chose not to divulge any information. Xiaolu raised an eyebrow, maintaining a nonchalant tone. After indulging in a few refreshments and gathering some additional tidbits of information within the bar, Xiaolu and his companions decided to take their leave. Zhou, he instructed, send someone to conduct business in this vicinity. It would be advantageous to establish a connection with the proprietress we just encountered. My intuition suggests that she is not an ordinary character. Although she conceals it well, upon hearing the news of the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, the astonishment in her eyes was accompanied by a subtle hint of a different emotion. I suspect she may be acquainted with members of the Roger Pirates, perhaps having interacted with them, or she might herself share a significant connection with Roger. Xiaolu had yet to utter one final remark, for he had witnessed such a gaze in their master, albeit imbued with a different emotion. Fear not, he reassured, this is precisely what Darts excels at. Departing from the bar, Xiaolu resolved to revisit the auction house of Ur. However, midway they encountered a scattering of pirates, each bearing expressions of sheer terror. As if confronted by a monstrous terror. You wretched scum, he scoffed. Do you believe that with the disbandment of the Roger Pirates, you can vie for the title of Pirate King in the New World? Huh. A pitiful horde of fools. Let me eradicate you here and now, lest you wreak havoc in the New World. A robust figure, clad in a cap that obscured his visage, pursued the fleeing pirates with a voice that bore a gravelly timbre. His right arm emanated a seething, molten lava, capable of incinerating all in its path, even distorting the very air around it, a veritable inferno. With a thunderous cry, the pursuing naval officer raised his right arm. The scorching lava surged forth, transforming into an immense magma fist. Wherever it passed, waves of heat rolled, and the air shimmered with a menacing aura. In an instant, the pirates ahead succumbed to the consuming flames, reduced to mere ashes. Xiaolu, that man appears to be. I know, he is none other than Sakazuki, one of the three monsters of the Navy, wielding the power of the magma fruit. As he beheld Sakazuki wreaking havoc ahead, Xiaolu's eyes narrowed. Help! I do not wish to die, cried a pirate in despair. Who is this fiend? Why do weapons prove useless against him? I beg you, spare my life. I never wanted to be a pirate. They forced my hand. Yes, I implore you, grant me mercy. I shall never again embrace the life of a pirate. Sakazuki, resembling the Grim Reaper, wielded the power of the magma fruit as if it were his scythe, reaping a multitude of pirate lives in his wake. Here, the notion of surrender held no weight. All pirates were consumed by the lava, leaving not a trace behind. A bunch of oblivious fools. Sakazuki dismissed their pleas for mercy with contempt. If pirates could survive through surrender, what of the fallen navy and innocent lives? Having chosen the path of piracy, death was your inevitable fate. Go forth and repent in the inferno of magma. With a booming roar, he unleashed the flames. I shall fight to the bitter end. The cold indifference in Sakazuki's demeanor, coupled with his chilling tone, evoked the desolation of a frigid winter. Each word laced with shards of ice, sending shivers down one's spine. The hopelessly fleeing pirates had initially harbored hopes of pleading for mercy from Sakazuki, yearning for a chance to escape their dire fate. However, Sakazuki's frigid words extinguished the last flicker of hope within their hearts, leaving them with no choice but to fight to the death. Yet, despite the desperate resolve of these pirates to engage in a life-or-death struggle, the disparity in strength between them and Sakazuki was akin to a chasm. How could the flickering light of a candle dare to compete with the brilliance of the full moon? The notion of mutual destruction was merely a futile dream of a frog at the bottom of a well. Oh, dear mother, how I weep. They had mustered the courage within, but when faced with the specter of death, instinctual fear seized their minds, rendering them tremulous. In an instant, the pirates who had boasted of perishing alongside Sakazuki found themselves confronted by an inferno that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, utterly defenseless, reduced to ashes. Little Lo, what shall we do? Boss, that Navy officer is truly terrifying. Both Xiao and Masuwa had witnessed Sakazuki's terrifying prowess, and as he approached with menacing intent, a shared anxiety gripped them. Fear not, we shall proceed as planned. If he decides to strike, Xiao, use your abilities to carry Masuwa away. I will confront him. But, boss, what will happen to you if we leave? Masuwa, alarmed by Little Li's words, wore a worried expression, hoping for Little Lu to join them in flight. The anguished cries of the pirates ahead echoed in their ears. Although she had faith in Little Li's strength, she still preferred to avoid unnecessary peril. Little Lu, I respect your decision. I will immediately communicate with the others. With so many of us present, Sakazuki shall not harm any of us. The trio advanced resolutely towards Sakazuki's approaching figure, their expressions unwavering. Pirates fled before them, collapsing one after another, while Sakazuki pursued like a hunting hound, effortlessly incinerating one pirate into ashes with a swift strike. As Xiaolu and the formidable Sakazuki crossed paths, it seemed as though Sakazuki was oblivious to their presence. Or perhaps he simply failed to recognize them. Masho, whose body had been taut with tension, finally relaxed, releasing a long sigh of relief. Just moments ago, she felt as if she had narrowly evaded the clutches of death, scarcely daring to move her eyes. Chapter 165. Xiaolu vs. Sakazuki. I vow never to be a pirate in my next life. How I lament this choice. You fiend, you shall surely descend into hell. I curse you. The anguished screams of pirates behind them bore witness to Sakazuki's terror, as the life-consuming magma delivered the final verdict on their malevolent deeds. Thank goodness. Joe, I understand. Just as Masho was about to speak, she found herself whisked away by Joe onto the back of a soaring white crane. What is this? Are you planning to strike against us? After issuing a command to Joe, Xiaolu swiftly unsheathed the royal sword, pivoting abruptly to wield it defensively against the attack from behind. The events transpired in the blink of an eye. Had it been an ordinary person, they would surely have been consumed by the molten magma that incinerated all in its path. Yet, Xiaolu's reflexes were nothing short of remarkable. Did you think you could evade my scrutiny? The butcher spire low. Even before reaching the new world, your notorious name has preceded you as a fearsome pirate, with a bounty soaring to 36 million berries. I have heard no shortage of your tales from the mouths of the generals of the warring states. You, the scum of the seas, shall be reduced to ashes here, even if the others flee. Sakazuki was taken aback by Xiaolu's ability to deflect his imminent attack. His heart filled with astonishment. His tone turned icy, radiating a palpable murderous intent, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light that could instill dread. Had they not been meeting for the first time, Xiaolu might have believed they were bound by some deep-seated enmity. I have long been acquainted with your reputation, my esteemed opponent. It is said that within the Navy there exist 3 monstrous figures of terrifying might, yet I wonder how you measure up against the other 2? Facing the sudden assault from behind, Xiaolu's expression remained unperturbed, as though he had anticipated it all along, far from exhibiting any sign of panic. He spoke with a hint of mockery, inquiring how he compared to one who wields ice. As the adage goes, water and fire are irreconcilable, which force, magma or ice, shall prove superior? I am indeed eager to witness your clash. I suspect the ice shall prevail. Is that so? Since your curiosity is piqued, allow me to demonstrate. Sakazuki, incensed by Xiaolu's audacity to jest in such dire circumstances, felt a raging inferno ignite within him, the magma surging and roaring, ready to unleash a torrent of flames. What a formidable power, indeed. Facing Sakazuki's seething, molten onslaught, Xiaolu laughed heartily, an expression of exhilaration gracing his features as if he had reached a climactic moment. Glowing with fervor, with a flourish, the royal sword sang, reminiscent of a phoenix's cry soaring high above, its melodious notes cleansing the spirit. The sword emanated an overwhelming aura, a commanding presence that reverberated across the landscape. The chilling sword light surged forth, captivating and formidable, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon. Haki, what an insufferable nuisance. Sakazuki's fierce blow was effortlessly parried by Xiaolu, who bore no semblance of exertion, appearing entirely composed, though he had heard tales of the latter's might. Witnessing it firsthand revealed that he was even more formidable than the rumors suggested. However, Sakazuki remained unfazed, perceiving Xiaolu as nothing more than an irritating fly. Despite the annoyance, he posed no real threat. Yet, it was evident that Sakazuki had greatly overestimated his own strength while underestimating his opponent's prowess. Chapter 166. The astonishment of Sakazuki. Even if you truly command Haki, what of it? In the new world, the strong are as numerous as the clouds. Mastery of Haki is merely the most rudimentary of skills. However, there is no need for a villain like you to venture into the new. Allow me to orchestrate a fervent farewell for you right here. Sakazuki's eyes glinted with malice, his visage contorted in a grimace devoid of any compassion, as unyielding as a colossal boulder frozen for millennia. As he spoke, he raised a seething, molten right arm once more, the scorching waves of heat seemingly threatening to evaporate the very air around him. Droplets of lava cascaded to the ground, spreading like a contagion, incinerating everything into charred remnants. Suddenly, that arm, ablaze with fervent flames and boiling magma, transformed into a colossal hound, its gaping maw revealing sharp, searing fangs, fiery fangs of the blood lotus. In an instant, the great hound seemed to awaken from the depths of the inferno, carrying with it the surging magma, and an aura potent enough to scorch the heavens and boil the seas. Its ferocious gaze piercing through the air as it charged towards Xiaolu with blinding speed. The oppressive heat waves appeared capable of igniting the very void, reducing all in proximity to ashes, dissipating into nothingness. You are the hellish hound, and I am the crimson lotus blooming in the depths of Hades. Let us see who prevails. Infernal path, elegy of the blood lotus. His voice resonated ominously, deep and chilling, reminiscent of the underworld's abyss. With a sudden flash of his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flickered, and a potent aura of murderous intent poured forth like the Milky Way descending from it, unstoppable and overwhelming. A formidable presence surged, intertwining sword energy with lethal intent, majesty, and eeriness coexisting. Countless sword energies darted back and forth, encircling Xiaolu, as if celestial hands were weaving them with incredible force into a defined pattern. In that fleeting moment, a red lotus, seemingly blossoming in the depths of hell, quietly unfurled. So exquisite that it captivated the eye. Yet beneath its beautiful exterior lay a ruthless intent to kill. And a closer glance would evoke a stinging pain akin to needles piercing the skin. I shall send you to the realm of the blood lotus. Turn to ashes. You wretch. Huh. As if you could. But first, allow me to escort you to witness the sights of hell. Sakazuki and Xiaolu were unwavering, their voices brimming with absolute confidence in their own powers, as well as boundless murderous intent towards one another. In that moment, the roaring, seething magma hound lunged with its bloodied fangs towards the center of the blood lotus, the intense heat rendering the void of vivid crimson. The sharp blade of Xiaolu pointed directly at Sakazuki as crimson lotuses unfurled, and a myriad of sword energies traversed like a surging river. The dazzling sword light piercing through the void with an ominous intensity. Two colossal forces clashed, unleashing a tremendous shockwave at their epicenter, shaking the very fabric of space and stirring ripples that spread like a rampaging beast unleashed from its cage, wreaking havoc. The thunderous sound of explosions reverberated across the landscape, echoing far and wide. The surrounding structures could not withstand this ferocious power, shattering into ruins in an instant. The entire island seemed to tremble under the might of the two combatants, quaking as the gale force winds sent the white herons beneath them flailing into the air, carried away by the tempest. Roy, hurry to the no-man's land. Come quickly. To death. Seizing the moment, Xiao urgently called for Roy and the others to provide support, while Xiaolu and Sakazuki once again erupted into fierce combat. Chapter 167. The Navy surrounds Xiaolu. Xiao displays her menace. The crimson fangs of Sakazuki's lotus of fire collided with Xiaolu's elegy of crimson lotuses, their overwhelming momentum shaking the heavens and earth, as if cleaving the world into starkly divided realms. Their battle attracted the attention of those on nearby islands, with news of the pirates traveling swiftly as the whispers of their confrontation spread like wildfire. One was a formidable figure among the Navy, a wielder of the magma fruit's powers, the other, a notorious killer known to all, feared and reviled. Neither could be compared to mere mortals. The intensity of their conflict was palpable. Many were eager to witness the clash, while others with ulterior motives sought to exploit the chaos for their own gain. Yet, the confrontation between these two was not a fray in which the unworthy could participate. Those harboring such intentions would either be incinerated by the boiling magma or torn to shreds by the lethal sword energies. The terrifying prowess of Xiaolu and Sakazuki ultimately made these onlookers acutely aware of the vast chasm in strength between themselves and the combatants, dissuading them from further involvement. Report to Vice Admiral Sakazuki, our forces have arrived, declared a naval rear admiral, having dealt with the surrounding pirates. Upon witnessing Sakazuki engaged in battle with Xiaolu and realizing the adversary's formidable strength matched that of Sakazuki, the rear admiral's anxiety surged. With a command, the reinforcements of the Navy, armed to the teeth, unleashed a barrage of fire upon Xiaolu. The overwhelming firepower spewed forth like tongues of flame, the dense artillery forming a curtain of projectiles that blotted out the sun. A relentless tide of steel forcing Xiaolu into a defensive stance. How dare they interfere in the battle? Do they truly think us weak? Xiao's countenance turned frosty upon seeing the reinforcements join the fray, their firepower indiscriminately directed at Xiaolu, her beautiful eyes aflame with fury. She quickly admonished Masao to take care of herself. Masao, be cautious. I shall assist Xiaolu. Rest assured, Xiao, go swiftly to aid the boss. As Masao observed a formidable naval fleet encircling Xiaolu, accompanied by a vice admiral whose prowess was nearly equal to that of Xiaolu, her heart raced with anxiety. Regrettably, as she was not a combatant, she felt an overwhelming urge to join the fray herself. Upon hearing Xiao's words, she set aside her own concerns, fervently hoping that Xiao would swiftly come to Xiao Li's aid. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colorful papers swirled through the sky, coalescing into a tumultuous wave that surged toward the surrounding naval soldiers. The vibrant sheets obscured the sun, resembling a multitude of brilliantly hued butterflies that veiled the soldiers' vision, rendering them unable to discern the situation ahead. Simultaneously, a barrage of razor-sharp, rapidly spinning paper discs sliced through, emitting a series of ominous hisses and exuding a lethal aura as they hurtled toward the encircled sailors. The 7-colored flying discs. An endless array of these vibrant discs whirled with astonishing velocity, producing a cacophony of sounds that resembled the tearing of flesh and bone as they struck their targets, accompanied by anguished cries. "Help! What is this? Why can't we see? Stay calm. Steady yourselves. Damn it!" Sakazuki, upon hearing the screams of his men, felt an uncontrollable rage ignite within him, boiling like molten lava. Meteor Volcano. Chapter 168. Xiao in Crisis. Xiao Li's bloodlust, a torrent of sorrowful wails and cries, reached Sakazuki's ears, and even his usually unyielding heart trembled with fury, his teeth clenched in frustration. The brutal slaughter of his subordinates by these pirates was a direct affront to him. His anger surged, his chest heaving as if a volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to unleash all his wrath and murderous intent. Meteor Volcano. He bellowed, his presence swelling with menace, his arms raised, transforming into burning artillery. A barrage of searing fists erupted from his limbs, roaring through the air toward Xiao. The fiery magma fist promptly incinerated the billowing sea of paper, transforming the sky into a blazing inferno. What? How is this possible? Xiao gasped, astonished. Though she was aware that her abilities were countered by her opponent, she had not anticipated that Sakazuki would dismantle her tactics with such ease. Moreover, the relentless magma fists continued their trajectory, aimed directly at her. Sakazuki's intentions extended beyond merely obliterating the paper sea. Xiao was his true target. Although her powers countered his, he realized that none of his subordinates could match the aerial prowess of that woman. Furthermore, the extensive range of her ability, coupled with the potential threat posed by Xiao Lu, compelled him to act swiftly. Should Xiao Lu manage to restrain him, his subordinates might face utter annihilation. Even more dire was the possibility that Xiao could leverage the lives of his men as a bargaining chip, placing him in an exceedingly precarious position. Although he firmly believed that becoming a Marine meant being perpetually prepared to sacrifice for justice, he recognized that should word spread of his disregard for the lives of his subordinates, resulting in their complete annihilation, it would tarnish the reputation of the Navy. His immediate assessment upon witnessing the scene was to eliminate Zhou first, then concentrate his efforts on confronting little Lu. "Humph, do you consider me beneath your notice, you mad dog?" Upon witnessing Sakazuki's disregard for him, Xiao Lu launched a fierce assault towards Zhou, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. With a swift movement, he vanished from his original position, racing towards Sakazuki. However, Sakazuki had anticipated this and unleashed a magma fire fist that seemed to reach its zenith, unable to ascend any further, before plummeting from the sky with tremendous force, resembling a falling fire meteor. The entire sky was engulfed in a crimson blaze, as if the very atmosphere had been vaporized. The descending magma fire fist howled as it descended, striking towards Xiao Lu, who aimed to confront Sakazuki, effectively halting his advance. Another fire meteor hurtled rapidly towards Zhou's vicinity, the terrifying heat effortlessly shattering her paper shield. No matter how Zhou attempted to reinforce her defenses with layers of paper, she could not withstand the deluge of falling flames, becoming ensnared in a conflagration. However, the breadth of Sakazuki's attack was so extensive that even his subordinates were unable to evade it, with some unfortunate Marines perishing beneath the onslaught of fire. Faced with this dire situation, they could only flee in all directions, escaping the battlefield. With a decisive strike against a falling fire meteor, Xiao Li's momentum surged. The aura of his sword pulsating with an overwhelming might, merciless sword energy swirling around him. "Sakazuki, do you truly believe this will deter me? Those who dare to challenge me are woefully naive." Understanding Sakazuki's intentions, Xiao Lu scoffed disdainfully, a cold snort escaping his lips as his fierce aura erupted once more, unleashing a tempest of swordplay. Chapter 169. Erupt, Zhou. "Xiao Lu, do not worry about me. I am no longer the weakling who waits for your rescue at the first sign of danger." In the face of the raging inferno surrounding her, Zhou's beautiful eyes narrowed, her spirit rising steadily. Her golden waves of hair danced wildly, and a chilling ferocity emerged upon her exquisite features, giving her the appearance of a frost-like, jade-faced demon. Behind her, pure wings fluttered incessantly, as she summoned forth sheets of paper from her palm, as if she were a printer of paper. Countless sheets layered upon one another, intertwining like a ribbon of white jade, enveloping Joe completely. From an external perspective, she resembled a white cocoon. In the next moment, this cocoon spun violently, akin to a top being whipped, generating a spiraling storm that seemed to siphon the very air from the surrounding space, creating a barrier against the sea of flames. Not only that, but the rapidly rotating white cocoon also broke free from the encirclement of fire, darting towards Sakazuki with astonishing speed. "Humph, foolish woman. You seek your own demise." Sakazuki seethed with anger upon witnessing Joe escape the fiery onslaught. Seeing her intent on assaulting him only fueled his delight, an involuntary smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Flame burst. Sakazuki's right arm swung fiercely, delivering a powerful punch. Upon the swollen, voluminous magma arm, the seething, incandescent lava surged and boiled incessantly, a formidable force akin to a volcanic eruption accumulating within. In an instant, the molten fist resembled that of a giant, exuding immense power and authority. As the tumultuous magma roared and the scorching heat, the swiftly spinning blades of wind generated by the white cocoon could not sever this colossal molten fist. Rather, they were incinerated by the rising magma, revealing the true form within the cocoon, akin to the unwrapping of silk. Simultaneously, Xiao Li's aura surged, and the sword energy around him coalesced, spiraling and intertwining to form a soaring dragon, with myriad sword energies manifesting along its body. How detestable! Sensing the imminent threat behind him, Sakazuki felt a shiver run down his spine, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. He found himself in a predicament should he abandon his assault on Joe. The opportunity may not arise again. Furthermore, his adversary would undoubtedly cause him significant trouble, jeopardizing his goal of eliminating Xiaolu. With a glint of cold determination in his eyes, Sakazuki gritted his teeth and bellowed, channeling power into his magma arm once more, intent on a swift resolution. The tremendous force and boiling lava quickly consumed the white cocoon. Before Sakazuki could revel in his triumph, several white paper ribbons erupted from within the cocoon, entwining like the tentacles of an octopus, enveloping Sakazuki's molten fist. Although these ribbons were incinerated in an instant, a few managed to circumvent Sakazuki's fist and approached him from behind. These scattered ribbons converged behind Sakazuki, forming what appeared to be a white flower, from which Joe emerged at the center, resembling an ethereal spirit born from the blossom. Alarmed, upon realizing his attack had missed, Sakazuki felt a surge of panic. The magma within him surged violently, boiling and erupting forth, engulfing the ground in scalding lava. At the same moment, Xiao Li's sword energy surged forward. Chapter 170. Sakazuki's Crisis, 1 With Xiao Li's royal sword descending, an overwhelming torrent of sword energy surged forth, the dragon of sword energy roaring as it penetrated Sakazuki's body. In the blink of an eye, Sakazuki transformed into an endless flow of magma. The ferocious sword energy that roared towards him instantly pierced through his form, creating a sizable void. Had he succeeded? Joe observed as Xiao Li seized the opportunity, piercing Sakazuki's body with a single sword strike, a hint of joy emerging on his otherwise pale face. It is not that simple. Cerberus. As the magma boiled, Sakazuki, having melded into the lava, became engulfed in a crimson glow, radiating murderous intent. He emerged from the magma like a malevolent specter from the depths of hell, launching a fist towards the momentarily unguarded Joe. The relentless, searing fist of lava was ferocious and awe-inspiring. Sakazuki, in his reckless assault on Joe, had cunningly reserved a measure of strength to counter Xiao Li's impending attack. As the punch whistled through the air, he swiftly employed a backup maneuver to evade Little Li's assault. Simultaneously, he seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. However, his retaliation proved futile once more. What he had believed to be a decisive blow landed upon Joe, yet she displayed no sign of pain. The searing, bubbling magma incinerated merely a paper effigy left behind, its shell reduced to ashes, revealing an emptiness within. It became apparent that Joe, sensing the impending danger, activated. Countless humanoid paper figures seemed to split from her form, closely adhering to her body and materializing in the background, coalescing into her likeness, while the only remnant left behind was a mere shell that mirrored her exterior. Although she appeared somewhat relaxed outwardly, her heart remained vigilant, having endured too many similar setbacks. This life-saving technique, devised by Little Lu, was a testament to his foresight. Her paper fruit was not merely a paragon of superhuman abilities, but rather a uniquely exceptional entity. It allowed her to generate paper from her own being and manipulate it, akin to a natural type, enabling her to transfer her essence into the paper under her control. This technique of paper splitting was conceived through little Lee's imagination and refined through her relentless practice, significantly enhancing her survival abilities in dire situations. However, employing this technique drained her considerable stamina. Reflecting on little Lou's efforts to equip her with self-preservation skills through meticulous study of the paper fruit's powers, she felt a pang of embarrassment upon recalling the series of life-saving techniques he had devised for her: Angel's Wing, Paper Shield, Paper Clone, Paper Split, Paper Puppet, Ash Rebirth. Initially, she had felt a flush of shame at hearing that most were designed for survival. Yet, in retrospect, it was undoubtedly the right choice. Before they could catch up, she must at least avoid being a burden. Moreover, she sensed little Lee's genuine concern for her, filling her heart with warmth. Damn it. Sakazuki's face contorted with fury as he realized the futility of his attack and pressed on in pursuit. Yet, a sudden, intense pain surged through his chest, as if his internal organs were being violently torn apart, sliced by blades. Blood flowed steadily from the wound inflicted by the sword's energy, and he coughed up a mouthful of crimson. Although he had held back slightly, the opponent's sword energy, infused with haki, continued to ravage him. Now, while they remained unscathed, his own condition was dire. Chapter 171. Sakazuki's Crisis 2. Sakazuki, can you still spout bravado now? Shallow surged forward, executing a horizontal slash with his sword aimed at Sakazuki's head. In a hurry, Sakazuki leaped back to evade the strike, only to unexpectedly dart forward again, delivering a powerful punch towards Xiaolu. His molten magma-infused right arm swelled, crashing down towards Xiaoli's head with a thunderous impact. Clang! Little Lu swiftly wielded his sword in defense, but to his astonishment, Sakazuki was pierced through the chest by his blade. Yet, the force behind his adversary remained astonishingly powerful. The molten giant fist surged forward with an overwhelming weight, accompanied by a searing wave of heat. It appeared that Sakazuki's strength was not solely derived from his devil fruit abilities, but his physical prowess was equally formidable, truly deserving of the title of a monster. Forced to retreat by Sakazuki's relentless assault, Little Lu maneuvered the sovereign sword, treating Sakazuki as if he were a spinning top, deftly redirecting his fist to the side. As he pivoted, he slipped past Sakazuki, positioning himself behind him. Without a glance back, the sovereign sword in Little Lee's hand surged with a commanding aura. And seizing the moment, he struck again, this time slashing across Sakazuki's back. In immediate, searing pain erupted in Sakazuki, revealing a gruesome wound, the mingling of lava and blood rendering it even more vivid. However, this steadfast warrior showed no signs of relinquishing his attack. A fleeting glint of coldness flashed in Sakazuki's eyes. In an instant, he surged forward once more, accelerating towards Joe. Canine bite of the Crimson Lotus. His right arm swelled with molten fury, birthing a colossal crimson hound from the seething lava. Its eyes sparkled with a fierce glint as it bared its bloodthirsty fangs. Lunging towards Joe, the boiling magma seemed to fuel the lava hound, propelling it at blinding speed towards Joe's chest. Butterfly love. Joe, her face pale, witnessed Sakazuki's reckless determination to kill her, and a sense of impending doom surged within her. She had intended to evade this attack using her paper division ability, but her stamina was insufficient to sustain her efforts. With a taut expression, she inhaled deeply, her lips parting slightly, and with a flourish of her hands, she summoned her power once more. A paper shield instantly materialized, obstructing Sakazuki's line of sight, while her form transformed into several fluttering butterflies that scattered into the air. Haha. Perish. Sakazuki cackled with unrestrained glee, his eyes glinting with malice. The lava hound effortlessly shattered Joe's paper shield, reducing it to ashes. Not deterred by the absence of Joe's figure following the destruction of the shield, Sakazuki had already sensed her movements with his observation haki. Subsequently, Sakazuki altered his approach. The lava on his right arm surged and expanded, consuming the molten hound and, in a breath, transforming into a colossal lava fire fist. Its vast reach enveloping all of the butterflies that Joe had become. Begone, you mad dog. Azure path, immovable king. With a thunderous shout that reverberated throughout the surroundings, a robust, somewhat corpulent figure descended from the heavens, hands clasped in prayer, blocking Sakazuki's lava fist. The newcomer was none other than Law, who had rushed to the scene upon receiving the news. His round face bore a fierce expression, and the scar near his left eye added an extra layer of intensity to his formidable demeanor. A formidable aura swirled around him, and coupled with his physique, he resembled an impenetrable fortress. The sudden arrival of Roy startled Sakazuki, for it was evident that the strength of this individual was exceptionally formed. Chapter 173. The crisis of Sakazuki 3. Anyone who dares to harm my family shall find their bones shattered and their ashes scattered. With a face etched in murderous intent, Roy's gaze sharpened as he thrust his right palm forward. A palpable energy coalesced, and the overwhelming force of his palm surged forth, as if it had solidified into a colossal Buddha's hand. The sheer might of the strike reverberated with the weight of a mountain, seemingly invincible. As if the immense power cleaved through the atmosphere, creating twin walls of wind. The ground, unable to withstand such a tremendous impact, was rent asunder, forming a chasm several meters wide. Roy's palm landed squarely upon Sakazuki's chest, indenting it slightly, while a tempest of energy surged within him, threatening to shatter his internal organs and bones. With a gasp, unable to endure the overwhelming force, Sakazuki coughed up blood and was sent flying, crashing into a towering tree and snapping it in half. Seizing the advantage, Roy flickered forward, pursuing the trajectory of Sakazuki's flight. Fool! Do you think I am a mere plaything? A thunderous roar erupted as the earth fractured beneath them. Amidst the chaos of debris, Sakazuki's furious shout resonated. In quick succession, molten fists erupted from Sakazuki's hands like cannonballs, his power surging to new heights, once more unleashing a devastating onslaught. Despite having sustained severe injuries, his strength remained terrifying. Having never been so thoroughly beaten before, Sakazuki was ignited with true fury, resembling a frenzied hound, recklessly charging at Roy. Roy, too, unleashed his ferocity, his eyes ablaze. Adopting a desperate fighting style as he unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes, his aura coiling around him, relentlessly hammering towards Sakazuki. The two engaged in a fierce melee, neither yielding an inch. Sakazuki's molten attacks brimmed with lethal force. The terrifying heat relentlessly pressured his foe, compelling them to expend more energy in defense. Roy was no pushover either. Every muscle in his body was a reservoir of the energy he had cultivated through relentless training, his skills refined to perfection. Joe, how are you holding up? As Shallow witnessed Luoyu suppressing Sakazaki, he hurriedly assisted the fallen Joe. I'm fine. Sakazaki's strength is indeed formidable. Fortunately, Luoyu arrived just in time, and I sustained no injuries. Xiaolu, you must go aid Luoyu swiftly. Let us conclude this battle before the night brings unforeseen complications. Upon hearing Joe's words, Xiaolu felt a sense of relief. Take care of yourself, he said, before vanishing into thin air with his sword. You are no match for us. Sakazaki, today marks your demise. In a fleeting moment, Xiaolu appeared before Sakazuki, taking advantage of his confrontation with Luoyi, and thrust his sword straight into Sakazuki's right arm, penetrating it deeply. Had Sakazuki not reacted swiftly, Xiaolu would have severed his entire arm. Do you think this will kill me? Not so easily, Sakazuki declared, thrusting his arms into the ground as if infusing the earth with energy. The molten lava surged violently upon his arms, searing heat coursing underground. In an instant, Xiaolu and his companions felt the ground beneath them swell, as if something were about to erupt from below. The next moment, torrents of lava erupted skyward like a volcanic explosion, fiery columns shooting forth towards Xiaolu and his companions. They were taken aback by Sakazuki's unexpected maneuver, and could only evade the onslaught. Chapter 174. A moment between life and death. Sakazuki channeled his formidable magma energy deep into the earth, causing endless molten rock to boil beneath the surface. Under his powerful control, it formed a series of violent magma plumes. The tremendous force and lethality pierced through the ground, creating numerous craters, forcing Xiaolu and Luoyi to ascend into the air with agility. Desperate and outmatched, cease your resistance. Perhaps we can grant you a swift end, Luoyi remarked, arms crossed, a smirk gracing his lips, his gaze dismissive and demeanor relaxed. The sporadic magma columns posed no threat to them. Sakazuki was merely exhausting his energy. Despite the impressive display of power from Sakazuki, it held little menace for those capable of flight like Luoyi and Xiaolu. Do not underestimate him. He is, after all, a wielder of natural forces, and it appears he may possess further tricks. We must eliminate him swiftly to avoid unforeseen complications. Little reminded Roy that, despite his confidence in victory, Sakazuki should not be underestimated. The opponent's strength was formidable and warranted constant vigilance. However, they could no longer afford to delay. Upon hearing Roy's taunt, a glimmer of cold fury flashed in Sakazuki's eyes. With a mighty roar, the magma energy within his arms erupted once more, unleashing an even greater force that soared into the sky. Several magma columns, thicker and grander than before, shot upwards like colossal pillars, piercing the ground and intersecting as they ascended towards Roy with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. Roy's eyes briefly flickered with sharp awareness as he sensed the imminent danger. He swiftly maneuvered, narrowly evading the magma columns. At that moment, however, little Lu noticed that Sakaski's figure had vanished from the ground, leaving only a seething expanse of molten lava. Suddenly, little Li's gaze darted towards the towering magma columns. Realizing the peril, indeed, as Roy evaded the magma, a towering silhouette surged forth from the fiery eruption. Die, Hellhound! Sakaski emerged like a sovereign from the molten abyss, wielding roaring magma, transforming into an avatar of destruction. His fist surged with tempestuous energy, his right arm resembling a pump compressed to its limits, magma churning violently within. The powerful, searing magma fist pierced the void, hurtling directly towards the somewhat complacent Roy. Ugh! Roy was caught off guard. A deep imprint of a fist branded upon his chest as the searing, violent energy seeped into his body through the wound. Had he not instinctively invoked his domineering defense in that fleeting moment, he might have been pierced through by Sakaski's blow. Nevertheless, he was still sent flying, crashing into the fiery sea of molten rock below. Shala surged forward, a series of sonic booms echoing through the air as he swiftly caught up with Luoyi, who was on the verge of plunging into the inferno. With a firm grip on his arm, Shaoli's immense strength nearly pulled him down as well. Are you all right? He asked, as Luoyi coughed, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Leave it to me. He urged Luoyi to take care of himself. And in a flash, Xiaolu moved like a wraith, his presence flickering, leaving Sakazuki bewildered. Here, came Xiaoli's voice from behind. Sakazuki broke into a cold sweat, sensing the specter of death looming over him. Without a moment to spare, he twisted his body to evade. Even so, Xiaoli's blade nearly cleaved him in two. A gruesome wound gushing warm blood from his left side, while he spat forth crimson. This sword shall send you to hell. In the face of Sakazuki's terror-stricken gaze, Xiaolu lunged again, his blade aimed directly at his heart. No, it's too late, Sakazuki thought, grappling with the grim possibility of meeting his end here. Chapter 175. Borisolino to the rescue as Sakazuki beheld Xiaolu soaring towards him with a sword aimed at his heart. A chill that felt as if it originated from the underworld coursed through him, causing an involuntary shiver. Yet, he could only watch helplessly as the fatal blow was delivered. Severely wounded, he lacked the strength to evade this strike. The maneuver he had employed against Luo Yi had come as a desperate inspiration, aimed at claiming at least one life and perhaps snatching a glimmer of survival, now that hope was extinguished. Reflecting on his years in the Navy, he recalled how his relentless training had elevated him to the rank of Rear Admiral, and how the powers of the magma fruit had further enhanced his prowess. He had relentlessly pursued pirates under the command of Admiral St. Goku, even facing off against the likes of Roger and the Golden Lion without flinching. Countless renowned adversaries had met their demise at his hands in the New World. He had intended to swiftly deal with these delusional pirates vying for the title of Pirate King before seeking out the whereabouts of Roger's crew, only to find himself ensnared in a dire predicament. He felt a deep sense of dissatisfaction. He had yet to achieve the rank of Admiral, nor had he eradicated the pirate scourge. Even a man as resolute as Sakazuki found himself reflecting on the fleeting moments of his battles against pirates as he faced death, his heart heavy with unfulfilled aspirations. Ah, my apologies, but we simply cannot allow you to eliminate our Rear Admiral Sakazuki. Or else where would the honor of the Navy lie? Just as Xiao Li's blade was about to pierce Sakazuki, a somewhat lewd yet teasing voice reached their ear, causing Xiao Lu to feel an ominous shift and interrupting Sakazuki's thoughts. Suddenly, an endless deluge of light filled the sky, dazzling, as the words fell, a vast cascade of starlit brilliance, imbued with a fierce intent to kill, surged forth with the might of thunder, racing like lightning. It resembled countless sharp swords piercing the heavens, cleaving through the void, and rushing towards Xiao Lu. Cursed be this fate. Xiao Li's expression darkened as he swiftly brandished his sword to defend himself. Such a dense and formidable barrage of radiant light was directed entirely at him, with not a single speck evading its aim. Clang, clang, clang. The air around Xiao Lu surged with an overwhelming aura of dominance as he wielded the royal sword with The swordplay was executed with such precision that it seemed impenetrable, while a vortex of sword energy enveloped him. In the next moment, countless strands of sword energy coalesced, resembling serpents in flight, hissing as they advanced toward the cascade of light raining down. With a thunderous crash, the deluge of light collided fiercely with the myriad sword energies, producing a deafening roar that stirred a tumultuous wave of energy, a spectacle reminiscent of mountains crumbling and oceans surging. The void trembled, ripples cascading outward as if a swarm of locusts had swept through, rapidly dispersing in all directions. The clouds above were shattered into oblivion, vanishing without a trace, while the ground and surrounding structures succumbed to the tremendous shockwave, reduced to mere fragments and ruins, having successfully shielded against the relentless light. Xiaola glanced up to see a man clad in a casual suit, adorned with a vintage gentleman's hat, whose countenance exuded a lewd demeanor, retreating hastily while clutching Sakazuki. "You are Borsellino," Xiaola exclaimed. "Oh, how fortunate that you recognize me," Borsellino replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "However, I have long been aware of your esteemed name. I had previously captured 2 of your companions in the North Sea, only to find that you intervened and rescued them in my absence." Borsellino presented himself with the air of a street thug, inciting an urge to strike. "What brings you here, Borsellino?" Xiaola demanded. "Hey, Sakazuki, remember that I saved you, yet you maintained such an attitude. This is the first time I've seen you in such dire straits. If news of this were to spread, it would surely tarnish your reputation," Borsellino taunted. "Humph," Sakazuki scoffed, choosing silence. He had resigned himself to his fate, only to find this unexpected ally appearing just in time to save him. Truly, fate had not abandoned him. Chapter 176. Kindred Spirits. "Humph, you truly do not regard us with any seriousness," Xiao Lu remarked coldly, observing Borsellino's audacity in conversing with Sakazuki right before them. "Since you are here, neither of you shall leave." Below, Roy seethed with rage at Borsellino's sudden appearance, having rescued Sakazuki. He had not forgotten his prior defeat at Borsellino's hands. This time would be different, and he was determined to ensure Borsellino would not escape. "Oh, it seems this young man is also present." Borsellino feigned surprise at Roy's words, as if just now noticing him. "But your bravado is truly remarkable. Last time, I couldn't invite you to experience the blood pool and impel down, which is quite unfortunate. Now, you dare speak such words? It appears you are quite emboldened. Perhaps due to the presence of your companion, Spire?" With a tone that suggested familiarity, Borsellino's words dripped with mockery, inciting a furious reaction from Roy, who felt his temper flare, smoke seemingly rising from his very being. The implication of the other party was unmistakably clear. They were admitting their inability to contend with him. The audacity to utter such words stemmed solely from the presence of the imposing figure beside them, which lent them a semblance of courage. "Do not allow me to catch you, for I shall shatter your bones, piece by piece, and let you experience firsthand the methods we employed during our interrogations." Roach spoke with a palpable venom directed at Borsellino, his voice a chilling growl, each word bursting forth with lethal intent. "How terrifying," Borsellino retorted, feigning fear in the face of Roach's menacing threats, yet his tone remained dismissive. "However, I do not possess the luxury of time to indulge in your games here. Rear Admiral Karp will soon arrive with his forces. Perhaps it is you who should contemplate your escape." "Humph, do you think we would believe?" Little Lun narrowed his eyes and shook his neck, the bones cracking with a crisp sound. It appeared he was ready to strike. Unexpectedly, he was seen through by the young man. What a pity. Borsellino, unfazed, suddenly emanated a brilliant light, transforming into a myriad of luminous particles, vanishing with Sakazuki from their previous location. In their stead, Little Lu swung his sword horizontally, the blade slicing through the void, producing a series of resonant vibrations. "Hey, are you planning to launch a sneak attack?" Borsellino retorted, a sense of surprise flickering within him. Had he not remained vigilant and attuned to his surroundings, he might have found himself with a blade to his throat. However, before he could catch his breath, the figure of Roach followed closely behind. "Sure path, immovable king seal." Roach swiftly appeared beside Borsellino, thrusting his right palm forward. A magnificent wave of force surged forth, akin to a torrent cascading down a mountain, hurtling towards them. "Be careful," Sakazuki urgently warned. Borsellino sensed the impending danger. Extending his index finger, he gathered a radiant golden light at its tip, imbued with formidable power. In an instant, a beam of energy, as sharp as a golden sword, erupted forth, resembling a rainbow piercing the heavens, directly targeting the palm strike unleashed by Roach. Boom! The collision of 2 titanic energies erupted with a thunderous roar, reverberating through the sky as powerful shockwaves swept across the surroundings. Amidst the dazzling light and the rippling aftermath, Little Lu seized the opportunity, darting forward once more with his sword poised to strike. "Sakazuki, this time I find myself in a perilous situation. It's a pity you're not an admiral, otherwise, I would demand a raise." Borsellino's gaze sharpened, his form retreating with haste. "Enough with the chatter, focus on the battle," Sakazuki admonished, his brow furrowed, a surge of dark energy rising within him, exacerbating the pain from his waist injury. Chapter 177. Sakazuki's plan. Little Lee's figure flickered, swiftly closing the distance to Borsalino and his companions as he wielded the Sword of Kings in a horizontal slash, yet once more, it met only air. Borsalino, pulling Sakazuki along, retreated abruptly, narrowly evading another strike aimed at his throat. Why does this young man seem so fixated on my neck? Borsalino mused silently, bemused by the relentless targeting of his throat. Had it not been for his quick reflexes and remarkable speed, his head would surely have rolled by now. Alone, he could have managed without issue. Even facing off against both Little Lu and Ro Yi would not have posed a problem, as he could deftly maneuver between them using his agility. However, the opponent's speed was astonishing, and he now bore the additional responsibility of safeguarding Sakazuki. The prospect of a swift escape for the two of them seemed increasingly improbable. Dragging Sakazuki along, could he truly evade capture? If he wished to preserve his life, perhaps relinquishing his companion would be the wisest course of action. No one would cast blame upon him. After all, what unspeakable acts could the Navy not commit? Abandoning an ineffective ally in order to seize a chance for survival, was that not a prudent choice? Charlatated Pagliusolino, feigning concern for his adversary. In his hand, the Sword of Kings swung relentlessly, unleashing fierce sword energy akin to the claws of a ferocious beast, sharp and menacing, exuding a palpable aura of death. The air was thick with Xiao Li's sword energy, intertwining and weaving a colossal net, ensnaring both Pagliusolino and Sakazuki as its prey. 8-footed Shongoyu. Pagliusolino's brow furrowed as he crossed his arms, forming a gesture that conjured two resplendent orbs of light in his palms, pulsating with turbulent energy. In an instant, accompanied by a deafening roar, countless luminous projectiles erupted from the orbs. These light projectiles harbored terrifying energy, boasting not only formidable penetrating power but also an intense heat capable of annihilating all in their path. The torrential rain of light swiftly pierced through the sword net, and the collision of two tremendous forces erupted, creating a billowing sphere of smoke. What a cunning fellow! Little brother, are you attempting to provoke me into staying here? Pagliusolino retorted, clearly irked. He had previously tried a similar tactic on Law, but it had yielded little effect. Hey, Sakazuki, what do you think? Should I leave you behind? Coughing, Sakazuki felt a wave of frustration wash over him, nearly choking on the blood he fought to suppress. Had he not been gravely injured, he would have relished tearing this insufferable man apart. By the way, can you even move? After resting for so long, you should be feeling better, Pagliusolino asked earnestly, having afforded Sakazuki ample time to recover, hoping for a semblance of efficacy. I'm better now, barely able to defend myself, Sakazuki replied, prompting Pagliusolino to unconsciously exhale in relief. He feared that if this continued, they might not escape at all. By the way, with your approach, have you noticed the figure on that paper crane not far behind Xiaolu, as well as the woman beneath it? Sakazuki pondered. Pagliusolino shrugged slightly at Sakazuki's observation. In the next moment, Xiaolu was taken aback as he saw Pagliusolino actually bringing Sakazuki towards him, his brow furrowing. And no matter the scheme his opponent was concocting, he was determined to eliminate them both preemptively and extinguish the looming threat. Go, Sakazuki, Pagliusolino commanded, noticing that Law was also pursuing them from behind. Once the distance was right, he hurled Sakazuki forcefully towards Xiaolu. The outcome hinged on this decisive moment. Chapter 178. Sakazuki's plan. 2. Seeing Pagliusolino actually throw Sakazuki towards him, Xiaolu felt perplexed. However, it was clear that such an audacious act was laden with malice. Since you've come to me, I'll deal with you first, he declared as the sword danced, ready to unleash its might across the battlefield. Xiaolu's gaze darkened, and an overwhelming aura surged forth from his being. The king's sword pulsated with an imposing energy, its blade shimmering with a frosty luminescence. In an instant, his figure flickered, and a fierce sword aura held through the air. 4 lethal slashes erupted simultaneously, each aimed at the approaching Sakazuki from 4 distinct directions. Great fire! Sakazuki drew in a deep breath, unleashing a formidable surge of power. Flames ignited upon his right arm, and magma roiled violently. In the blink of an eye, it rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal arm reminiscent of a giant's, the searing magma surging forth, accompanied by a scorching wave of heat. Moreover, the giant fist, forged from lava, propelled forward like a rocket, its inner energy escalating relentlessly, causing the magma fire fist to swell further. The blazing magma fist charged toward Xiaolu like a titan, while his chilling sword aura pierced through the void, striking at Sakazuki. The 4 fierce sword energies whistled through the air, one of them cleaving through Sakazuki's magma fire fist, splitting it in 2, yet it could not quell its ferocity. The remaining 3 sword energies penetrated Sakazuki's chest, left arm, and right leg, respectively. However, Sakazuki was aware that this maneuver would not yield significant results. He swiftly transformed his body into an elemental form, narrowly evading the sword aimed at his chest to mitigate the potential damage. Nevertheless, the other strikes left him grievously wounded. Blood pouring forth, the excruciating pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. He found himself utterly devoid of strength to continue the fight, plummeting downward. Simultaneously, Borsellino conjured two luminous orbs between his hands, from which countless beams of radiant light surged forth, enveloping Joe in a dazzling array of golden brilliance. This was dire. Little Lou, with a swift and agile movement, dashed towards Joe's direction. Are they attempting to use me as bait? A foolish notion. Little Lou. Do not worry about me. Guardian of the Archangel. Joe, who had been seated on the ground recuperating and observing the battle from afar, realized with horror that Borsellino was launching an attack towards her. A torrential downpour of light surged towards her, and she immediately comprehended the adversary's intent to use her as a lure. Struggling to her feet, Joe summoned countless sheets of paper from her being, which swiftly converged before her, intertwining and folding until they coalesced into a towering angel, several tens of meters high, wielding a shield. However, despite its imposing appearance, the angel proved to be fragile against the onslaught of light. Paper fragments swirled chaotically amidst the cacophony of explosions as the angel's form was riddled with gaping wounds. Igniting rapidly, Joe had evidently overestimated the angel's defensive capabilities, yet this tactic did momentarily obstruct the barrage of light bullets, buying Little Lou precious time to eliminate the remaining projectiles. Meanwhile, as Borsellino unleashed the 8-footed jewel, Roy, arriving from behind, struck him with a powerful punch. In an instant, Borsellino felt as though he had been struck by a colossal hammer, a tempestuous force surging within him. Despite his preparations, he sensed several bones shatter, and blood erupted from his mouth as his body was propelled forward, though this outcome was anticipated. Roy aimed to capitalize on this opportunity. Yet Borsellino transformed into a rain of light and vanished as he was flung away. Trouble. Joe, quickly call back the white crane. Upon hearing Little Lou's words, Joe realized the urgency. Everyone, do not act recklessly. Masso, seated atop the white crane, felt a chill run down his spine as he glanced back in terror. There stood Borsellino, holding a phone bug in his left hand, while his right index finger glimmered ominously with golden light, menacingly aimed at her head from above. Chapter 179. Confrontation, you despicable fiend. Borsellino, if you have the guts, face me one-on-one. I'll fight you with one hand tied behind my back. Roy, enraged by Borsellino's underhanded tactics of taking Masso hostage, was seething with fury. What? Do pirates understand the meaning of fair play? Borsellino dismissed Roy's ire with indifference, using it instead to mock him. Borsellino, release her, and I will let you all leave. After ensuring Joe's safety, Little Lou executed the moonwalk, ascending into the air. His eyes radiated a fierce killing intent, as the royal sword seemed to resonate with its master's fury, vibrating slightly as its blade shimmered ominously, exuding an even more chilling aura than before. Suddenly, Roy's brows shot up, and he surged towards the spot where Sakazuki had fallen. Sakazuki. Borsellino, observing Roy, grasped his intent, and his voice instinctively rose a few octaves. Roy, like a hawk soaring in the sky, poised to strike, had suddenly spotted his prey and launched his attack. Unbeknownst to him, his moonwalk had quickened, his body plummeting rapidly. As anticipated, Sakazuki lay bloodied in the magma domain created by their earlier battle. Hearing Borsellino's call, Sakazuki regained his awareness. Yet, despite the dire circumstances, he found himself powerless. According to the plan, he should have taken refuge in the magma domain, subsequently seizing the opportunity to escape and seek reinforcements. However, Little Lee's strike had rendered him immobile. He could hardly move his limbs, relying solely on his devil fruit powers to remain in the magma. Even more infuriating was the sword energy, like maggots burrowing into flesh, coursing chaotically within him. He had to divert his energy to suppress this fierce sword energy, lest it inflict further harm. Consequently, he lacked the strength to gradually mend his injuries. Roy, enveloped in haki, skimmed over the surface of the magma like a dragonfly touching water. Grasping Sakazuki by the collar and pulling him out, he brought Sakazuki directly to Joe's side to avert any unforeseen complications. Now, both of us hold a hostage. I believe we can arrange an exchange. Moreover, I can ensure your safe departure from here. Little Lou considered his proposal exceedingly fair, presenting the best option for Borsellino and his companions. Indeed, a splendid proposal. Borsellino seemed to concur with Little Lee's assessment, but then shifted his focus. Sakazuki, What do you think of this young man's suggestion? Should we compromise with the pirates? Trading my subordinate, this frail woman. For a formidable marine vice admiral is quite a lucrative deal. Borsalino appeared to mock Sakazuki, whose narrowed eyes revealed a deep desire to tear apart Borsalino's insolent tongue. He yearned to retort, if you intend to rescue, then do so, why all this needless chatter? Yet, the speaker was oblivious, while the listener was acutely aware. Masso's heart sank upon hearing these words, a bitter expression crossing her face. She seemed to believe she had been a hindrance to her comrades. Without her, many problems would likely have been resolved more easily. Boss, don't worry about me. I am not worth it. Masso's eyes glistened with tears, a faint smile adorning her face as she resolutely gazed at little Lou. You must act swiftly. I overheard this man talking to other Marines. That naval hero will arrive soon. Hurry, or none of us will escape. You wretched woman. Borsalino typically abhorred engaging with women. Yet a flicker of murderous intent crossed his gaze at that moment. Chapter 180. An eye for an eye. Masso's words jolted everyone awake. It became apparent why Borsalino had previously spouted so much nonsense. After rescuing Sakazuki, he had been stalling for time, awaiting Carp's arrival. His intentions were not solely to rescue, but to ensnare little Lou and his companions entirely. It turned out that his earlier assertion of being discovered was a ruse. Carp's impending arrival was indeed true. Shallow regarded Borsalino with a disapproving gaze, realizing that the latter had intentionally misled him at that crucial moment. Why had they arrived with such swiftness? Furthermore, Joe had already sent the message. Why had Ron and the others not yet arrived? Shally's countenance was grim, as an unsettling sensation gnawed at his heart. Regardless of who approached, today he demanded the release of the captive. Otherwise, Luoyi was acutely aware of the rapidly deteriorating situation, placing them at a distinct disadvantage, which heightened his urgency. As his words echoed in the air, Luoyi forcefully threw Sakazaki to the ground, placing a foot upon one of his legs. The excruciating pain caused Sakazaki to gasp sharply, yet he remained silent. His eyes ablaze with a fierce intensity, fixated on Luoyi. Observing this scenario, Borsalino felt a flicker of unease. Witnessing Sakazaki's contorted visage, it was evident that the experience was far from pleasant. However, he refrained from acting rashly. Not only was the woman before him seemingly fragile, but he also lacked a penchant for tormenting captives. Furthermore, should she succumb to the force of his actions, Sakazaki would be irrevocably lost. Though their bond was not deeply rooted, they were comrades, and he was unwilling to gamble on the life of a fellow pirate. Can you endure any longer? Shallow inquired, wishing to avoid a confrontation with Borsalino. He swiftly descended to Joe's side, assisting her. I require your aid. With that, Shallow placed his hands against Joe's back, his domineering presence surging forth, flowing through his palms into her being. Given that the three of them practiced the great Joe celestial breathing technique, the unique attributes of this method allowed their formidable energies to blend harmoniously, significantly aiding in the restoration of their injuries. As Xiao Lu exuded an air of dominance while compelling sound to become a tangible line, he conveyed his. After a brief respite, Xiao Lu signaled to Jiao, indicating it was time to execute their plan. Observing this, Borsalino grew increasingly vigilant. He had been anticipating the arrival of Carp and his team, who had previously assured him they were en route. The delay stirred a hint of doubt within him. Jiao. Upon hearing Xiao Lu's command, Jiao understood immediately. With a graceful motion of his hand, countless sheets of paper materialized like scrolls, ensnaring Sakazuki in a manner reminiscent of a mummy, leaving no part exposed. What are you attempting to do? Do not forget that I hold a hostage as well. Borsalino, perplexed, was equally puzzled as was Roy. Xiao subtly motioned his lips, instructing Roy on the ensuing actions. Jiao, seemingly concerned about the security of their binding, summoned an abundance of paper ribbons to reinforce their grip, shaping it into a shell-like form. Paper shikigami dance. From Jiao's sleeve, a myriad of vividly colored paper flew forth, creating a vibrant paper bridge that extended toward Borsalino. Whatever your intentions may be, I shall not allow you to succeed. Borsalino unleashed a radiant burst of golden light from his hands, sending forth a barrage of ferocious energy bullets that shattered the paper bridge into a flurry of fragments. Borsalino, do you not wish to save Sakazuki? Those papers cannot withstand the might of my fist. Roy exerted immense effort to hurl the paper shell into his right arm trembling violently as powerful waves of energy rippled outward. Concentrated wave fist. With an explosive momentum, Roy's right arm acted like a coiled spring. And under tremendous pressure, a fierce shockwave surged forth like a white rainbow piercing the sky, hurtling toward the paper shell encasing Sakazuki. Curse you, you madman. Borisolino's pupils constricted sharply as he flickered and vanished like a shower of light. Chapter 181. The trap. Borisolino's heart sank as he witnessed Roy launching an attack against the paper shell enveloping Sakazuki. Did you think I would abandon this woman? You underestimate me gravely. As Borisolino grasped Maso and transformed into a cascade of light, he vanished from sight. In the next moment, Borisolino appeared beside the paper shell, a faint smile gracing his lips. Nothing surpasses the speed of light. Just before Roy's shockwave could strike the paper shell, Borisolino's hand made contact with it. However, an unexpected twist occurred. The outer layer of paper suddenly coiled around his arm like venomous serpents. Not so fast. Your schemes have come to naught. I shall ensure you gain nothing from this. Borisolino, though startled, promptly hurled Maso toward the encroaching shockwave, simultaneously allowing the paper ribbons entwined around his arm, along with the shell encasing Sakazuki, to vanish from the scene. This is bad. Roy's face turned pale with shock. Their plan had not anticipated this turn of events. Without the need for further elaboration from Xiaolu, Xiao understood his intent. Behind her, 6 pairs of wings had already unfurled, poised for action. Upon hearing Xiaoli's command, she flickered into motion, resembling an angel adorned with 6 pairs of wings, standing resolutely in the path of the impending shockwave. No, Xiao, Roy exclaimed, his face a canvas of terror, unable to fathom how Xiao could withstand the force of his previous blow. He turned to glare at Xiaolu. Yet, before he could voice his questions, Xiaoli's form erupted into motion, appearing like a specter in the direction of Masua's descent, swiftly embracing her in his arms. Boss, quickly save Sister Xiao. Masua was left dumbfounded by this unexpected scene. She had prepared herself to confront death, never anticipating that she would escape the clutches of fate. The fact that the boss had rescued her was already beyond her expectations, but what astonished her even more was Chao's selfless act of shielding her from the shockwave. A sense of urgency gripped her heart. She was acutely aware of the relationship between Xiao and the boss, and she knew this must have been the boss's directive. Xiaolu disregarded her urgent calls, swiftly returning to Luo Ye's side and gently setting her down, as a deafening explosion echoed behind them. Damn it, Xiaolu. What are you doing? Luo Yi could not accept the unfolding situation, his eyes reddening with rage and a fierce aura emanating from him. He understood the sentiment behind the rescue of Masua, yet he could not condone the sacrifice of Chao's life for it. Xiao had endured numerous life and death trials alongside them. She was family. Calm down, Luo Yi, look behind you, Xiaolu urged, sensing the murderous intent in Luo Yi's gaze. Hiki, Luo Yi. Do you still not trust Xiaolu? Xiao emerged from behind Luo Yi, playfully patting his shoulder with a bright smile. You. Luo Yi spun around at the sound of Xiao's voice, and upon seeing her unscathed, he was momentarily speechless, his finger trembling as it pointed at her. Masua's eyes widened in astonishment, covering her mouth in sheer excitement. And Sakazuki? Right here. In response to Xiaoli's inquiry, Xiao waved her hand, causing the ground beneath her to ripple, revealing Sakazuki, who was enveloped in a shroud. To their surprise, the ground was cleverly disguised with paper. At that moment, a furious roar from Borisolino echoed from afar. Chapter 182. Xiaolu versus Borisolino. The Xiao you just saw was my paper clone, Six-Winged Angel. Xiaolu had prepared it for unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing Xiao's explanation, Luo Yi and Masa finally comprehended the situation, exhaling in relief. The earlier scene had been truly perilous. They had feared that Xiao was in grave danger. Ha ha ha. I knew Xiaolu was not that kind of person. Luo Yi clapped Xiaolu on the shoulder, laughing heartily as if nothing had transpired moments before. Then, might I ask Minister Luo Yi, what sort of person do you perceive me to be? Xiaolu shook off Luo Yi's large hand and could not help but speak in a sarcastic tone. Of course. I am not the kind of person who forgets friends for the sake of beauty. Luo Yi, sensing Xiaolu's unfriendly gaze and Xiao's meaningful look, quickly retracted his statement. Massey also understood Luo Yi's implication and, after casting a furtive glance at Xiaolu, lowered her head as if there was something fascinating on the ground. Fortunately, her long, dark hair concealed her face. Had she lifted her head, one would have noticed a flush of warmth and a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. Let us cease these pointless discussions. Before the words had barely left his lips, Xiaolu swiftly turned around. In an instant, the royal sword was wielded, and several fierce sword energies sliced towards the airborne Borisolino from various angles. Each strike was shattered by the golden beams emitted from Borisolino's fingertips. In that moment, a deafening explosion reverberated, shaking the very fabric of space itself. What say you, Mr. Borisolino? You managed to save Sakazuki, Yet why do you linger? Are you reluctant to part from us? Upon hearing Xiao Li's mockery, even the usually composed Pagliusolino felt his chest rise and fall with agitation, his eyes brimming with fierce intent. He had been outmaneuvered. 8-foot Chiongoyu. Without uttering another word, Pagliusolino's aura surged. His arms crossed as brilliant golden light converged in his hands. In the next moment, this golden light radiated a formidable killing intent, and countless luminous orbs erupted forth, cascading like a torrential river, overwhelming in their might. A dense rain of light filled the entire sky, engulfing the vision of Xiao Lu and his companions. Little Lu and his companions could sense the immense heat and energy contained within. The blinding golden light sufficient to render most individuals paralyzed. The clash of swords echoed like a tempest as Pagliusolino approached them with a murderous intent that mirrored their own. Confronted by Pagliusolino's formidable move, Little Li's momentum surged. The royal sword radiated a chilling brilliance, impossible to gaze upon. A resonant sword cry reverberated through the air, akin to the roar of dragons from the heavens, embodying supreme authority. The atmosphere swelled with intensity, the intangible sword intent taking on a corporeal form, gathering countless sword energies around him, coalescing into a colossal golden dragon, its body brimming with fierce sword energies that sparkled like stars. As if grasping their respective masters' wills, their techniques erupted with unprecedented vigor. With a resounding boom, a torrential rain of swords and light clashed violently, unleashing a ferocious wave of energy that erupted from the epicenter, stirring up fervent gusts that swept across the expanse. The overwhelming shockwave forced onlookers to retreat, nearly sending Pagliusolino flying away. Towering trees toppled with a thunderous crash, the ground cratered and fissured under the explosive force. Chapter 183. The situation changes again. Are you truly indifferent to Sakazuki's fate? Upon witnessing Pagliusolino unleash such a wide-ranging, indiscriminate attack, Little Lu and his companions felt a chill run down their spines. Did the opponent intend to drag them down with him? Pagliusolino offered no reply. In the next moment, light coalesced once more in his hands, streams of golden radiance surging forth anew. The sky, still reeling from their recent devastation, was about to endure another onslaught. Do you wish for mutual destruction? One person cannot stand against us. The net cannot be torn. The inevitable outcome is only death. Seeing their adversary seemingly impervious to reason, Roge scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain for Pagliusolino. Yet, despite his words, Roge was not to be underestimated. As soon as he finished speaking, a formidable aura erupted from him, a presence akin to a rampaging beast shaking the very ground. Phoenix fire ignition. Roge bellowed with a resounding voice. His fists moved with blinding speed, resembling a machine gun unleashing its full firepower, creating a series of afterimages. While a piercing shriek resonated in the ears of all present, the very space around him seemed to ignite under the rapid, electric strikes, generating an overwhelming heat, as if the air itself were on the verge of combustion. No, it had already ignited. Come, taste the might of my technique. Roge laughed heartily at Pagliusolino, as countless flames, propelled by the wind of his fists, coalesced into a phoenix reborn from flames, swiftly charging towards the rain of light above. In an instant, the void erupted with a thunderous roar, the intense sound reverberating throughout the space. Countless flames fell like raindrops upon the ground, gradually dissipating, while the myriad of light rained down as if consumed by the soaring phoenix, vanishing into nothingness like mist. Only a howling wind swept as if it were cleansing the remnants of energy. You speak the truth. The net cannot be broken. However, we are the net, and you are the fish. Borisolino's two attempts were effortlessly thwarted by his adversary, his countenance devoid of the previous fury. His eyes cast downwards, he spoke with an inexplicable tone. Borisolino, my apologies for the delay. We were occupied with the elimination of the insignificant ones, which consumed some time. Just as Roy prepared to retort, a robust laughter echoed from afar, drawing nearer to their ears. Upon seeing the newcomer, Borisolino's expression visibly relaxed, while Roy and his companions sensed the impending danger. Having been delayed for too long, his reinforcements had arrived. Young one, we meet again. It has been a while, Vice Admiral Carp. In response to Carp's greeting, Xiao Li's gaze sharpened, and he offered a faint smile, reciprocating the pleasantry. Bring those fellows here. At Carp's command, Snake, Peter, Will, and Ron were shoved forward by the sailors. Let go of me. I can walk by myself without your assistance. Snake bared his teeth at them. This fellow certainly had a fiery temperament. Carp seized Snake and delivered a punch to his head. At such a tender age, you aspire to be a pirate? Ouch. You old bastard. Don't push your luck. Snake glared at Carp and shouted angrily. Moreover, we are not pirates. You are merely the lackeys of the celestial dragons. The so-called justice you uphold is merely a facade to legitimize the heinous acts of the celestial dragons. Upon hearing Snake's words, Carp momentarily paused, his eyes narrowing as he responded loudly, "Youngster, justice is not a simple matter. Countless Marines have shed blood and sacrificed themselves for the sake of justice. Their sacrifices have earned a justice that you pirates have no right to desecrate." Whether he intended this for the other sailors or anyone else, Carp's proclamation resonated with conviction. Chapter 184. The Failed Transaction. Very well, Vice Admiral Carp. If you wish to debate the legitimacy of the Navy's justice, perhaps we should choose a more suitable time. For now, let us address the matter at hand. Shala interjected, unwilling to engage in further futile verbal skirmishes. "You have captured my comrades, and I have taken your Navy's pillar, Sakazuki. I believe it is time we negotiate an exchange for our mutual benefit." Little Lu did not wish to engage in a discussion regarding the concept of justice, for the longer the delay, the more disadvantageous it would become for them. After speaking, he whispered to Joe, "Ha ha ha, young one, do you wish to strike a bargain with me? Very well, if you surrender Sakazuki to us, we shall return one of your comrades." Carp laughed heartily, clearly in agreement with the proposition. "I believe you are mistaken," Little Lu retorted, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes upon hearing the other's words. "What I meant was to exchange for all our comrades. You should be well aware of Sakazuki's worth. If that cannot be arranged, we cannot guarantee Sakazuki's life. You also stated that we are pirates, boy. One person can only be exchanged for one." Carp remained unfazed by Little Lee's threat. After all, Sakazuki was a steadfast Marine, and I trust he would never yield to the threats of pirates out of fear of death. Everyone here is the same, from the moment they become Marines. They have prepared themselves to face death at any moment. Being a Marine is not a child's play. Carp's meaning was clear. He would not be swayed by the pirates' threats due to Sakazuki's status, and was reminding every Marine of the resolve required to sacrifice for justice. Such noble words. I wonder if your stance would remain as steadfast if it were your son or grandson in captivity. Each Marine has their own family. If they did not hold such high ranks, they would be discarded in the face of such threats. Would the families of Marine heroes receive the same treatment when encountering similar situations? It is easy to speak, yet difficult to act, Little Lu remarked meaningfully. "Sakazuki, I wonder how you feel hearing Mr. Carp's words?" While they conversed, Joe had already untied the bindings on Sakazuki's head, who had appeared like a mummy. "Humph. There is no need for you to sow discord. I shall not yield to your threats." Sakazuki maintained his cold demeanor. "It seems we must rely on our own abilities." With a command, a flurry of colorful paper filled the air. In an instant, the fluttering paper transformed into sharp shurikens, raining down upon the Marines. Foolishness. In the skies, Paulusolino was equally unyielding, as countless golden lights radiated around him. In that moment, a torrential downpour of light surged forth, launching indiscriminate attacks towards Little Lu and his companions, seemingly indifferent to Sakazuki's fate. "Sea of waves." Joe gestured with both hands, and a multitude of white papers coalesced into a surging tidal wave, rushing towards the opposition. Fire. Countless cannon fire descended like rain, violently striking against the white paper waves, sending debris flying in all directions. At that moment, a figure flashed like lightning, swiftly approaching Snek and his comrades. "Boy, I am here. You shall not succeed." Carp's eyes sparkled with intensity as his form flickered, appearing like a bolt of lightning directly in front of Roy. A sudden punch was unleashed, immediately sending Roy staggering backward. Chapter 185. Roy versus Bogart. The strength of this individual is truly formidable. Roy was sent flying by Carp's punch, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had heard tales of his opponent's might, but witnessing it firsthand today offered him a deeper understanding. Nevertheless, excitement coursed through him. Engaging with such a legendary figure was exhilarating. "Come again." Unwilling to concede, Roy advanced once more towards Carp, determined not to squander this exceptional opportunity for combat. Suddenly, a series of fierce slashes flew in from an angle, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike, targeting his head with precision. Had it not been for Roy's quick reflexes, he might have suffered grievous injuries. However, his intent to confront Carp was thwarted again, forcing him to retreat once more. "Who are you to attempt a sneak attack on me?" Roy exclaimed, gazing incredulously at the man clad in a gray suit, wielding a long blade. The unexpected assault, although unsuccessful, revealed to him the considerable strength of his assailant. In response to Roy's inquiry, the man in gray slightly lifted his head. Though a gentleman's had obscured most of his face, the cold sharpness in his eyes was unmistakable. He was none other than Bogart, Carp's swordsmanship instructor. A dying man has no need for further inquiries. Bogart retorted curtly, his swift movements bringing him to Roy's side in an instant. With a comet-like slash, he aimed directly at Roy's neck, the chilling gleam of his blade slicing through the air, instilling a sense of dread. "Do you enjoy posturing in my presence?" Roy declared. His right arm enveloped in a commanding aura as he raised it to block Bogart's long sword. In a swift motion, he pivoted, his left leg descending like a battle axe, creating a deep pit where Bogart had stood. "You are not worthy yet." Bogart evaded Roy's kick with a flicker of movement. However, in the next moment, Roy pursued relentlessly, unleashing a torrent of attacks in close quarters. Bogart felt an overwhelming frustration as a swordsman. He had never engaged in such intimate combat before. Moreover, he had never encountered such an astonishing close combat style. In no time, Bogart found himself covered in wounds. Seizing an opportunity, he distanced himself, leaping into the air. With his long sword in hand, he drew a vague circle in the sky, conjuring a series of illusory images that dazzled the eyes. The next instant, an invisible wave of blade energy surged forth, resembling a series of crescent moons, cold and luminous. In the blink of an eye, countless silver crescent slashes whistled through the air, akin to the sharp fangs of a beast, exuding a menacing glimmer. The silver slashes tore through the atmosphere, rending the earth with deep gashes. Roy's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, his opponent was a powerful adversary, though still not his equal. Despite his robust physique, Roy moved with agility and grace, his steps as unpredictable as a wraith. Countless silver crescent slashes cascaded down like a torrential rain. Yet Roy discerned a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. Not only did he evade every strike, but he also surged rapidly towards Bogart. With a deliberate wave of his fist, he unleashed the intent wave. Alarm surged within Bogart as he beheld Roy, like a specter, leap into the air. His fist emanating a formidable energy. The sword, imbued with an overwhelming presence, slashed horizontally towards Roy's midsection. However, the strike met only empty air in a fleeting moment. Bogart found himself grasping at shadows as Roy vanished from his sight. A chill crept up his spine, radiating from his tailbone to the nape of his neck, causing him to shudder. Realizing the gravity of the situation, after his sword swung futilely, Bogart swiftly pivoted and aimed a strike behind him at Roy. He felt a colossal force surge through his blade and into his body, shattering his internal organs, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth. Everything around him blurred as he plummeted violently to the ground, creating a gaping chasm in the earth below. Chapter 186, Joe's Breakthrough, 1. While Roy battled Bogart, Xiao Lu and Carp were engaged in a fierce clash. "Long time no see. I never anticipated your skills would progress so swiftly, truly astonishing," Carp exclaimed, re-engaging with Xiao Lu, only to be taken aback by the stark contrast in his opponent's prowess compared to their last. He sensed that Xiao Li's domineering presence had deepened considerably, and his sword energy was now more ferocious and lethal. It felt as though he were locked in combat with a sentient blade. "Why must you, Admiral Carp, oppose us? A little insight would reveal that we are not the reckless pirates who slaughter innocents. Compared to them, we are quite amiable," Xiao Lu retorted, deftly evading Carp's iron fist aimed at his face and countering with an upward slash toward Carp's left eye. "As long as you do not oppose us, we shall depart without causing you any trouble. Allowing individuals like you to roam free is the greatest nuisance," Carp declared. His left arm enveloped in haki as he struck the royal sword, producing a resonant tremor. The swordplay of his opponent became increasingly unpredictable. Each strike from Xiao Lu aimed at his left eye sending twinges of pain through Carp. "Xiao Lu, be careful." Joe's warning pierced through the air, and an image flashed in Xiao Li's mind. The royal sword glimmered with a chilling brilliance, and a surge of haki coursed through Xiao Lu as he made a desperate slash, forcing Carp back before twisting away. A searing beam of energy narrowly missed his head. A tremendous roar erupted as the ground was blasted into a deep crater, debris soaring as a powerful shockwave nearly swept Xiao Lu off his feet. Just as his feet found solid ground, a towering figure lunged at him. Carp, akin to a primordial titan, unleashed a fist imbued with an overwhelming force that seemed capable of shattering mountains. The force crashed down upon Xiao Li's chest, propelling him backward with incredible speed. "You shall not succeed." As Borsellino endeavored to continue his ambush, Joe waved his hands, causing a torrent of paper to surge forth like a cascading white waterfall. "I shall not allow you to pass," he declared. "A mere parlor trick. In this duel, you have no chance of victory." In response, Borsellino also gestured, unleashing a dazzling array of radiant light that filled the sky, which then descended upon the advancing white torrent with overwhelming fury. Joe's delicate features turned noticeably pale, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Realizing that his initial strategy had failed, He gritted his teeth and channeled his energy through the great cycle breathing technique. The force within him erupting once more, causing the paper to regenerate. The fragments that had been shattered under the bombardment of light began to coalesce around Borsalino, swirling like white dragons, encircling him completely. Moreover, each fluttering sheet of paper sprouted additional layers, as if they were truly growing anew. "Oh dear, what a Borsalino remarked with a glimmer of admiration upon witnessing Joe's unexpected prowess. The paper fruit truly manifests such strength in your hands. Quite impressive. Yet, it is precisely because of your power that we must ensure you remain here." Seizing the moment while Joe's technique had yet to fully converge, Borsalino transformed into a rain of light and vanished. "In your next life, do not become a pirate," he declared. Heavenly Cloud Sword. In an instant, Borsalino reappeared behind Joe, having slipped through the encirclement. Chapter 187. Joe's Breakthrough 2. Sensing Borsalino approaching from behind, Joe was taken aback. Without a moment to spare to control his sea of paper, he transformed, unleashing a multitude of sheets that swiftly morphed into fluttering butterflies, scattering in all directions as Joe's figure. "Did you think such a trick could evade my attack? You truly underestimate me," Borsalino remarked with a faint smile. His golden sword danced in the air, exuding a fierce wind. The sharp sword energy swirled, glinting ominously, enveloping the entire space. No matter where the paper butterflies fled, they were ensnared within the intricate web of Borsalino's sword energy. Any butterfly attempting to escape the deadly net was instantly torn to shreds by vicious slashes, while the others, like startled birds, dared not flee recklessly. Joe was among them, despite her numerous attempts to evade the lethal sword energy. She found herself trapped within the vast net, her heart sinking. "I found you," Borsalino intoned slowly, his figure flickering. In the next moment, he wielded the Heavenly Cloud Sword and swiftly approached several butterflies near the edge of the sword's web, executing a horizontal slash. Oh no. Joe realized Borsalino was rapidly closing in on her and had no choice but to revert to her original form. She could not afford to gamble on whether he was lying. In her current state, she possessed no combat capability. Clang. A cacophony of clashing metal echoed through the air as Chiao, in a moment of dire urgency, reverted to her original form. A shield of paper materialized in her grasp, abruptly intercepting Borsalino's sweeping strike. Yet, the sheer force of her opponent rendered her efforts exceedingly arduous, as his strength vastly surpassed her own. She found herself relentlessly pushed back by the overwhelming impact, her pristine skin, as smooth as jade, suffering grievous wounds, akin to a porcelain artifact marred with cracks. Borsalino's sword danced like a tempest, delivering a torrential barrage of strikes, powerful and relentless. Under this storm of aggression, Chiao was forced into a series of retreats, sustaining multiple injuries in the process. Had she not adeptly employed her fruit abilities to evade, she would surely have succumbed to Borsalino's lethal blade by now. Curse be Borsalino. I shall not spare you. Having triumphed over Bogart, Luoye was compelled to abandon his intention of charging into the Navy ranks to rescue Ron and the others, instead retreating to aid the imperiled Chiao. However, once again, Luoye was thwarted by Carp's intervention. Having just sent Little Lu flying, Carp initially sought to capitalize on his momentum. But upon witnessing Luoye's effortless defeat of Bogart and his intent to assist Chiao, he swiftly altered his course. His form flickered, akin to a white lightning bolt cleaving through the void, as his thunderous fists, propelled by such velocity, seemed to carry the weight of a tempest. Damnable old man. I vow to slay you. Carp's fist loomed like an immovable mountain, unyielding in its might. Though Luoye summoned all his haki to fortify his defenses, he still struggled against the iron might of Carp's punch. The immense force, coupled with Carp's formidable haki, reached an apex of power. Even as Luoye fought, he was ultimately sent sprawling by Carp's assault, blood spilling from his mouth. The overwhelming haki surged within him, thrashing like a frenzied beast, wreaking havoc upon his organs and meridians. Had it been anyone else, their insides would have been reduced to mere pulp. Luoye's formidable physique was evident in this trial. Chapter 188. Xiao's Breakthrough 3. Pooh. This fellow's strength is truly terrifying. Coughing blood, Little Lu slowly rose from the rubble, shaken yet resolute. Carp's haki was distilled to a fearsome degree, dense and forceful, akin to a towering mountain that stifled breath. As Little Lu stood, he stretched his limbs, the sound of cracking bones resonating through the air. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld Luoye being hurled by the swift-moving Carp, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spilling from his lips. Luoye, Chiao. Little Lu let out a fierce shout, his eyes shimmering with intensity as he instantly grasped the situation on the... Roger lay on the ground, having been sent flying by Carp, while Joe struggled to withstand the relentless attacks from Borsalino, defeat merely a matter of time. With a deep breath, little Lou's eyes widened suddenly, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him, soaring into the heavens. His formidable conqueror's haki roared like an ancient beast, shaking the very earth beneath him. Dark and crimson lightning intertwined like frenzied serpents, cleaving through the void, as if shattering the fabric of space itself. Countless Marines were caught off guard by the sudden surge of Little Lee's conqueror's haki, their eyes glazing over as they collapsed to the ground, some rendered completely unconscious. They barely had time to utter a coherent thought, only feeling the approach of a bloodthirsty tiger, its eyes glinting with ferocity, charging towards them with an open maw, leaving their minds blank, as if their very souls were being devoured. What is this? How can this boy's conqueror's haki be so potent? Carp was equally astonished by little Lou's overwhelming presence, instinctively raising his hand to shield himself from the oncoming tempest, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The sheer intensity of this haki was unlike anything he had encountered before, not even in the likes of the Pirate King Roger, the formidable Whitebeard, or the once mighty Gold Lion, all of whom had never displayed such a fierce and bloodthirsty aura. In Carp's eyes, little Lou appeared at times as a merciless, devouring lives and harvesting souls, and at other times, like a demon emerging from a sea of blood, drenched in the essence of countless departed souls. Even as a seasoned warrior standing at the pinnacle of power, he found himself trembling before the terrifying haki emanating from little Lou. How frightening! Borsalino, poised to deliver the final blow to Joe, was momentarily stunned by the scene unfolding before him, his composure faltering. He swore that this sentiment was the truest reflection of his inner thoughts, devoid of mockery. A golden opportunity. While Joe was equally taken aback by little Lee's extraordinary haki, she recognized that this was no time for complacency. Seeing Borsalino momentarily distracted, a spark of hope ignited within her. Seizing the moment, she maneuvered 2 rapidly spinning paper shurikens to flank Borsalino. Though he had briefly lost focus, Borsalino quickly sensed the impending danger and immediately adopted a defensive stance. Even the most skilled can falter. As he deflected one shuriken, he was caught off guard by the sudden transformation of the other, which disintegrated into dozens of smaller shurikens, all imbued with haki. Damn it, I want to let you escape. A commanding shout reverberated throughout the surroundings, and Borsalino touched the bloody remnant of his severed earlobe, his face radiating an aura of menace. Chapter 189. Joe's Breakthrough. 4. A flicker of astonishment crossed Joe's eyes. She had not anticipated that she would come so close to severing Borsalino's ear. Amidst her surprise, a sense of regret welled up within her. If only she could have beheaded him outright. Borsalino was indeed caught off guard by Joe's strike, and fury surged within him. His strength far surpassed hers, yet he found himself humiliated by the loss of a piece of his right earlobe. It was an affront to his dignity. He could not fathom how, as a natural type with the world's swiftest speed, he had failed to evade a sneak attack from someone he deemed a weakling. Moreover, his appearance had been marred. If word got out, where would his pride reside? The tinged sword in Borsalino's hand emanated in even greater ferocity, the sword's aura becoming increasingly violent. As Joe struggled to fend off the relentless onslaught, her stamina began to wane. Borsalino, however, grew ever more ferocious. Not only did his swordplay become more brutal, but his left hand intermittently unleashed powerful laser beams, leaving Joe in a state of frantic disarray. With a resound, Joe was once again sent flying by Borsalino's tinged sword, her paper shield shattering into countless pieces. She was propelled toward Masso with tremendous force. Sister Joe, are you all right? What happened to you? Masso gasped in shock upon witnessing Joe's defeat. At this moment, Joe was on the brink of exhaustion, her face drained of color, her garments stained with blood. Even the paper guardian summoned by Joe to protect Masso had lost its strength, collapsing lifelessly to the ground, resembling a deflated balloon, reduced to a useless sheet of paper. Damn it, cough cough, Borsalino. Your opponent is me. From the distant ruins, Roge struggled to rise, shouting vehemently at Borsalino. His figure flickered as the swift winds were left far behind, propelling him towards Borsalino with haste. Our battle is not yet concluded. Where do you think you're going? You have yet to defeat me. From a deep pit, a figure soared into the sky, wielding a long knife that traced ethereal afterimages, luminous shadow, moonlit slash. After a period of recuperation, Bogart, who had been hurled into the pit by Roge, launched another offensive against him. Countless silver crescent slashes tore through the fabric of space, seemingly shrinking the distance as they approached Roge. Sure path, 8 Desolation's crushing fist. Roach's hands were enveloped in an aura of dominance, the wind of his fist howling as he struck with the swiftness of lightning. The air filled with the shadows of his punches, resembling a thousand-handed deity of slaughter, shattering the chilling, piercing flying slashes one after another. Nonetheless, he was still forced to retreat, overwhelmed by the powerful force of the incoming attack. Die. Borsalino did not linger. Seizing the moment when the adversary was without aid, his index finger shimmered with golden light, and a radiant beam surged forth. The ominous aura of death enveloped the pallid face of Joe, yet she found herself devoid of any strength to mount a defense. Boom. No. A deafening explosion resonated in all directions, a spray of blood blossoming in the air before wilting and cascading down, staining the ground a deep crimson. Joe's ashen visage was splattered with blood, resembling a blood-red begonia, tragically beautiful. With a resounding thud, a live figure fell heavily to the ground. Masso. In the distance, little Lou was relentlessly closing in on Cap, his voice rising in a desperate cry as an overwhelming murderous intent coalesced into a vicious blade, tearing through the heavens and staining the sky a sanguine hue. Masso, how are you? Hold on. Please, do not die. Joe clutched Masso's fallen form, weeping uncontrollably. Cough, cough. I can finally assist you now. Masso spat a mouthful of blood, a beam having pierced through her chest, blood gushing forth. Her purple attire was soaked in crimson, resembling a violet blooming from the blood. Tears welled in her eyes as her consciousness began to wane. She struggled to turn her gaze towards little Lou. She yearned to gaze upon her boss once more, wishing to engrave his visage deeply in her memory for the next lifetime, hoping to find him again in another guise. Chapter 190. Joe's Breakthrough. 5. Masso. Shala bellowed fiercely, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, while dark red lightning crackled around him, surging forth in all directions with a cacophony of sound, turning the earth beneath into a desolate wasteland. The piercing sword energy intertwined with the manifesting in a mesmerizing blood-red spectacle. Get out of my way, or I shall surely kill you. Though Karp was astonished by Xiao Li's formidable power, he had witnessed far greater storms in his lifetime. A seasoned warrior, he had faced the Rocks pirates without trepidation, and even the now legendary Roger had found himself cornered by Karp on numerous occasions. What an arrogant little brat! You should have foreseen this moment from the very instant you chose the path of piracy. Your fate is to be extinguished by the Navy. Karp's gaze darkened, his eyes shimmering with a fierce brilliance, emanating a dreadful aura, as if a colossal ancient beast, long dormant, was awakening. The overwhelming force erupted violently, causing the ground to tremble and fracture under the immense pressure. On the other hand, Xiao was engulfed in despair, utterly shocked that Masao would recklessly place himself in front of her to shield her from harm. Masao, please, do not succumb. Think of Xiaolu. He would never wish for your demise. After all, you are his most obedient follower. Your life is his to command, and without his orders, you cannot perish. Tears welled in Xiao's beautiful eyes, her voice choking with emotion. Yet, despite her desperate pleas, Masao could not respond. Masao felt his strength ebbing away, his vision growing hazy. In the blurred edges of his sight, he perceived the silhouette of Xiao Lu, who stood bathed in sunlight, smiling and extending his hand towards her. Masao, too, wore a smile, resembling a blossoming violet, tremblingly reaching out with his right hand until they grasped each other, a slight smirk gracing Masao's lips. Oh, how this is the fate of pirates. Had I known it would come to this, I might have chosen differently. You might as well surrender. Do not engage in futile resistance, Borsalino proclaimed, surveying Xiao, who was weeping over Masao's body, his earlier fury from the ambush momentarily abated. In the next instant, golden light flickered from his fingertips, the aura of death once again enveloping Xiao, who sat on the ground. Yet, Xiao gazed at him with hollow eyes, devoid of emotion, resembling a stagnant pool of dark water. Her parched lips parted slightly, as if attempting to utter something. Borsalino's brow furrowed sharply, and the laser beam from his fingertip erupted instantaneously, hurtling towards Xiao. With a resounding crash, a colossal, sturdy paper shield emerged, akin to an unyielding fortress, blocking Borsalino's lethal laser. Before he could ponder further, the ground beneath him began to tremble, and in an instant, countless sharp paper spears erupted from the earth, intertwining and lunging towards him. Borsalino reacted with remarkable swiftness, vanishing in a blink of an eye, while the very spot where he had stood was now riddled with intersecting paper spears, blooming again like a flower. Had an ordinary person occupied that position, they would have been riddled with countless wounds. Where do you think you are running? In Joe's eyes, a spark of vitality seemed to be rekindled, emanating an astonishing aura of lethal intent. The once feeble energy began to surge dramatically. With a graceful gesture, the ground transformed into a vast sea of paper, unleashing a tidal wave that surged towards the airborne Palusalino. Chapter 191. The exhaustion of sword chi. The terrain beneath Joe's feet suddenly morphed into an ocean of paper. In this moment, she reigned as the queen of this domain. With her hands clasped together, countless white sheets enveloped Masso's body. And soon a white dragon intricately designed paper coffin emerged, encasing Masso within. In another location, numerous paper ribbons soared into the sky like flying white dragons, launching a fierce assault on Palusalino. Despite Palusalino activating the 8-footed jewel, the myriad of light projectiles shattered the white dragons. Yet, in the next instant, they reformed and grew anew, relentlessly attacking Palusalino with fervor. Though these white dragons were mere creations of paper, their rapid rotation endowed them with a cutting force potent enough to sever gold and jade. Their might not to be underestimated. Moreover, they seemed to proliferate endlessly, persisting until they utterly exhausted their adversary. Had Joe awakened her fruit's potential? Roy, entangled with Bogart, gazed at the overwhelming sea of paper with astonishment. Although it was somewhat untimely, he felt a flicker of joy within. Roy, how long do you intend to waste your time with such insignificant foes? Joe's voice echoed from a distance, and for the first time, Roy perceived a chilling severity in her tone, reminiscent of a millennia-old icy pond that sent shivers down his spine. Indeed, what am I doing? Drink. Joe's words ignited a blaze within Roy, unleashing a wave of murderous intent that enveloped Bogart, who was still grappling with him. If only he could resolve the battle here sooner. Perhaps Masso would not have met his demise. Though their bond was not particularly close, they were still comrades. Insignificant foes? You pirates truly have an inflated sense of self-worth. Bogart seethed with fury, his eyes ablaze with malice. Do you have an issue with that? Roy's cold voice suddenly emerged from behind Bogart, causing his pupils to widen in shock and cold sweat to bead on his brow. Bogart had not anticipated that the enemy could move with such swiftness, leaving him utterly unprepared. Bogart swiftly swung his blade backward in a horizontal arc, a brilliant flash of steel slicing through the air, the whistling edge chilling to the bone. Clang! The blade, imbued with haki, cleaved through the air and struck Roy at the waist. Just as Bogart prepared to revel in his success, his expression abruptly shifted. Though the haki-infused longsword made contact with Roy, it failed to penetrate even the slightest inch. The blade became ensnared in the flesh at Roy's waist. Yet it did not pierce his skin. It was as if Roy's flesh had transformed into a formidable maw, swallowing the longsword whole, rendering it immobile. What? How was this possible? Bogart's face was a portrait of terror. He had anticipated that this strike would bring him triumph, only to find himself ensnared in peril. As the echoes of battle reverberated, the air thickened with tension. Sure path. Iron floating tower. Roy flashed a sinister smile, a cruel glint gleaming in his eyes. In an instant, his right hand shot out, seizing Bogart's head amidst the latter's panicked gaze. The next moment, Roy forcefully slammed his head against the ground, causing blood to splatter and the earth to suddenly cave in, cracking like a spider's web as fissures rapidly spread outward. Bogart, Cap, who was engaged in combat with Xiao Lu, widened his eyes in fury upon witnessing this scene. Bogart had always been his trusted deputy, someone who had done much for him and whom he deeply valued as a junior. Do you still have the presence of mind to worry for others? Xiao Li's voice was like the chilling whispers from the depths of hell, piercing and bone-chilling, as if the very air could freeze. I shall ensure that you accompany Masso in death. Little Lu made a sudden leap, sheathing the king's sword. The formidable aura that surrounded him abruptly vanished, and the murderous intent dissipated into nothingness. He appeared as an unfathomable black hole, consuming all the energy he had radiated. What is this fellow intending to do? As Karp witnessed Little Li's enigmatic actions, a sense of foreboding washed over him, and beads of sweat, rare for him, began to form on his brow. Something extraordinary was approaching. With the sword energy dissipated, Little Li's gaze lowered as he began to speak slowly. Chapter 192. Mutual Destruction. Karp recognized the stance Little Lu had assumed, knowing that he was undoubtedly preparing an extraordinarily powerful technique. From the young man, he sensed the aura of death, a force potent enough to extinguish all vitality and render the world into utter silence. He had never encountered anyone of his age possessing such terrifying power. Among his peers, this young man was already invincible, a true sovereign, even across the vast seas. Those who could claim to defeat him would not exceed a mere handful. What he found most unacceptable was the identity of this young man. Little Lu was a pirate whose strength was alarmingly formidable. Moreover, his youth was his greatest advantage. Karp believed that the pinnacle of this young man's power had yet to be reached. When that time came, who in the entire ocean could stand against him? The three monstrous figures of the Navy? Or the long-past legends, now frail with age? No. He must not be allowed to leave here alive. This was the singular thought occupying Carp's mind, having become sworn enemies. If little Lou were to venture into the new world, absorbing its essence, it would spell disaster for the entire Navy and the vast ocean itself. Drink! Carp roared, his voice resonating with violent ferocity, as if he were engulfed in golden flames. A powerful wave of energy rippled outward from him, causing the ground to collapse layer by layer beneath the ferocious energy. The air vibrated with ripples, and the entire space seemed to tremble, teetering on the brink of collapse. Roya, poised to eliminate Bogart, felt Carp's intimidating aura and found his blood seemingly frozen in his veins. Beads of sweat formed on his brow, and his lips grew parched. He felt like a rusted machine, his limbs stiff and immobile. Meanwhile, Borsalino, evading the onslaught of paper waves in the air, was also struck by the intangible yet palpable sword intent emanating from Little Lou, breaking into a cold sweat as he felt an immense pressure upon his spirit. His soul felt as if it were being pinned by a sword that pierced the heavens and the earth, with the slightest misstep leading to utter annihilation. The sword energy dissipated. I vow today, in the name of justice, to subdue you, little brat, here and now. With a shared resolve, both figures vanished. Two streaks of blinding white light collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave that erupted with a thunderous roar. The violent energy surged forth like a star exploding, shattering the void and cascading chaotically in all directions. The ground beneath them had already become a desolate ruin, beginning to sink slowly into the abyss. Everything around was reduced to ruins in the recent explosion, a formidable sword intent enveloping the entire desolate zone, seemingly bowing the very void itself, instilling an overwhelming sense of suffocation. The swirling dust danced through the air, permeating the entire expanse. A fierce gale howled, lifting waves of clouds. Moments later, two figures crossed paths. The rising flames gradually extinguished, and the piercing, solitary sword intent slowly dissipated. A chilling wind swept over the combatants, revealing their silhouettes. What is the situation? Roy gasped, his throat involuntarily convulsing, anxiety gnawing at his heart. Admiral Carp must have prevailed, right? Meanwhile, Borsalino, perched atop a mound of debris, shared the same unease. Suddenly, Pulchera coughed up a mouthful of blood, his form trembling. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself with the royal sword, preventing his collapse. Though his consciousness was fading, a gaping hole had been torn in his chest, blood flowing freely, his bones nearly shattered, and his insides were on the brink of disintegration. Thankfully, the Great Joe heavenly circulation technique was operating slowly to aid him. Carp was no better off, blood gushing from his mouth, a massive wound torn across his chest, exposing bone. The powerful sword energy wreaked havoc within him, damaging multiple meridians. Were it not for his tenacious spirit and the protective hockey he summoned, he would have surely been reduced to a sieve by now. The two, clinging to the intent to annihilate one another, were locked in a mutually destructive struggle. Chapter 193. The situation takes a sudden turn. Cough, cough, cough. Your strength is truly beyond my expectations, little brat. Ah. This old man has never suffered such grave injuries before, Carp remarked, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth as he slowly turned to face Pulchera, a grin forming on his lips. You should be too fatigued to continue your assault, right? Now, I shall put an end to you. Carp began to stride toward Pulchera. Pulchera, how are you? Pulchera! Roy shouted in alarm upon witnessing Carp approach Pulchera. Yet, no matter how fervently he called out, Pulchera maintained his head bowed, standing resolutely with his sword, offering no response to Roy's cries. Pulchera! Joe's face was etched with worry. She had just lost a comrade, and could not bear to lose him as well. Beside them, Borsalino observed Carp approaching Pulchera with apparent intent to conclude their battle, and his heart swelled with joy. The strength of that little brat was indeed astonishing, despite his reluctance to admit it. He could not deny that the opponent's prowess far exceeded his own, evoking a long-forgotten sense of fear within him. With Carp's battle seemingly at an end, Borsalino resolved not to appear weak. Allow me to facilitate your reunion. Yada no Kagami. Borsalino leaped into the air, crossing his arms as a colossal light gathered in his palms, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloping the surroundings. In an instant, boundless golden light flickered, a torrential downpour of luminescence cascading downwards like a tempest, aimed directly at Joe, who was rushing to provide support. Get away, you pesky fly. With a swift motion, Joe unleashed a torrent of paper waves, surging towards the radiant light and Borsalino with unparalleled velocity. This maneuver, however, proved futile, did it not? Borsalino, with an enigmatic smile, chose not to respond to Joe's remark, intensifying his onslaught as the relentless light projectiles bombarded Joe incessantly. Regardless of how the paper waves surged and attempted to shield against the luminous rain, he remained indifferent, solely focused on unleashing his energy. As the white waves roared, Joe aspired to execute an even mightier technique. Yet, before he could utter a word, a sudden pain gripped his heart. His strength waning as if something were siphoning it away, his complexion paling once more. The devil fruit had awakened, but could your stamina keep pace? The frequent casting of such extensive moves must surely be a taxing endeavor for one newly awakened. Regrettably, this realization eludes you. Allow me to inscribe the final punctuation to your existence. In a blink, Borsalino flickered and vanished, the light shower quickly dissipating as he instantaneously reappeared behind Joe. With hands clasped, the golden sword of the heavenly clouds materialized between his palms. Clang! What? To Borsalino's astonishment, Roge materialized before him. Did you think I was dead? Roge gasped, white steam swirling around his feet, before delivering a powerful punch that sent Borsalino flying. Boss, what on earth transpired? A throbbing headache assaulted him, as if his very soul were being devoured. Meanwhile, Sneck, Will, and Ron, who had succumbed to the indiscriminate and overwhelming conqueror's haki emitted by Shala, began to awaken one by one. Upon regaining consciousness, Sneck beheld Carp preparing to engage Shala and exclaimed in alarm. Although they had awoken, shackles still bound their limbs. Who can help us free ourselves from these chains? Though they had all regained consciousness, their ability to act remained severely hindered, rendering them devoid of any combat capability. You must find a way on your own. Roge noticed their awakening but had no time to attend to them. Joe was on the brink of exhaustion, poised to be struck by Borsalino at any moment, while Carp was advancing towards Shala. A white steam enveloped Carp, and in an instant, he surged forward like an arrow shot from a bow, aimed directly at Shala. Taking you down will resolve all issues. As Roge spoke, he suddenly appeared beside Carp, gathering his strength for a punch aimed at his head. Do you intend to ambush me while I am wounded? You underestimate me, little one. Who on the sea bears no scars? Carp, enduring the excruciating pain, felt his muscles writhe as if coming to life. Even the massive wound upon his chest seemed to be forcibly knitting together, as though striving to close itself. Almost as soon as he spoke, the series of actions unfolded in an instant. In the next moment, Carp's fist was once again enveloped in a formidable aura, retaliating against Roge with a powerful punch. Their fists collided violently, sending a tremendous shockwave rippling through the air, creating concentric waves in the void. Was he still being overly ambitious? Carp coughed up blood once more. His facial muscles contorted in agony. Despite his life-restoring efforts, his injuries were far too severe, and Roge's condition surpassed his by a considerable margin. Continuing to clash would be disadvantageous for him. A glimmer of opportunity sparked in Roge's eyes. Indeed, his opponent was nearing the end of his strength. His momentum surged again, the aura within him roaring like a raging river. Just as Roge was locked in a struggle with Carp, he suddenly retracted his force, pulling his fist back sharp. Carp's punch, propelled by its own momentum, struck his shoulder, and an overwhelming wave of aura surged into Roge, tumultuously churning within him. A smirk of triumph crept onto Roge's lips as a powerful knee strike, akin to a jack, collided with Carp's unsuspecting abdomen. The brief respite Carp had gained was shattered by the impact, his wounds reopening and blood gushing forth. Within him, the suppressed sword energy seemed to respond to a call, exacerbating his torment. He could muster no more strength to continue the fight, his stamina rapidly depleting as he fell to his knees. Borsalino, do not act recklessly, or I will kill him, Roge shouted, his voice laced with urgency. You can certainly try. Borsalino quickly grasped the situation, taking the incapacitated Joe as a hostage. Hurry and check on little Lee's condition, Roge called out to Sneck and the others. Hearing him, they trudged forward, shackled and burdened. You have lost. At that moment, the gravely injured Bogart staggered to his feet, a long sword glinting ominously in his grasp. A silver slash cleaved through the air, halting Sneck and his comrades in their tracks. Thanks to you lot taking so long. This wretched woman's power has waned. Truly. Today marks the end for you scoundrels. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Roge and his companions looked in terror at the ground nearby, which began to rise ominously. The severely injured Sakazuki had somehow freed himself from Joe's grasp and stood once more. Everything hurts, Sakazuki groaned, stretching his limbs, though his injuries were significant. The rest he had taken provided ample strength to deal with the aftermath. It was that little brat who caused this chaos. I will deal with him first. Sakazuki advanced towards little Le. Don't come any closer, Sakazuki. Do you want Carp to die? Roge bellowed in defiance. Curse be it, he thought. Reflecting on the moment, he should have prevented them from remaining on the ship. The dire situation weighed heavily on his heart. Vice Admiral Karp will not succumb to the threats of pirates. Sakazuki pressed onward, unperturbed. Oh dear, the youth of today truly possess remarkable abilities. Might I request a favor from you all? What? You have not departed? Is it you? Upon the arrival of the newcomer, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Chapter 195, Silbaz Rayleigh. Oh dear, the youth of today indeed excel. I wonder if you might grant me a favor? A sudden voice emerged from a nearby small pile of stones, startling everyone. The figure was clad in a black and purple trench coat, with light golden curls gently swaying, exuding an air of elegance. Adorned with round spectacles and a thick, dark beard, he radiated a sense of gravitas and refinement. His face was strong, with sharp features softened by a gentle demeanor. His gaze was piercing, yet a scar over his right eye imparted an impression of fierceness, while a faint, almost imperceptible smile graced his lips, evoking a sense of warmth. Is it you? You have not left? Could this individual be Silbaz Rayleigh, the first mate of the Roger pirates? Borsalino and the others expressed their astonishment at Rayleigh's continued presence, while Loy and his companions were equally shocked. For it was their first encounter with a member of the legendary Roger pirates. In truth, Karp and his team initially aimed to capture Rayleigh. Ever since the dissolution of the Roger pirates, its members had vanished as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. When Karp's group unexpectedly discovered Rayleigh preparing to return to the first half of the Grand Line, they pursued him relentlessly, hoping to glean information about Roger and their schemes. However, Rayleigh's formidable strength allowed him to evade their encirclements time and again, inflicting heavy losses upon the Navy. Karp and his allies had chased him all the way to Sabaody Archipelago, where they had clashed several times, only for Rayleigh to escape each time. Afterward, he disappeared entirely. And due to their significant losses during the pursuit, Sakazuki unleashed his fury on pirates here. The skirmish with the likes of Luffy was merely an unforeseen incident. You were previously fleeing, yet now you appear here with some purpose? Sakazuki questioned sternly, as if facing a grave threat. Their situation was dire. He himself had been gravely injured, Karp had lost his fighting capacity, and Borsalino's victory over Loy was already a fortunate outcome. Yet now, with Rayleigh's appearance and unknown intentions, they found themselves at a disadvantage. After all, he was a pirate. Why is X-Drake in your possession? Loy. Upon recognizing the figure slung over Rayleigh's shoulder as Drake, immediately discerned his identity. It appeared that Drake had endured a fierce battle, his body marred by wounds, and had succumbed to unconsciousness. Loy felt a heavy dread settle in. He dared not contemplate the implications of facing such a formidable foe. If they were to provoke yet another great enemy, today could very well mark the annihilation of their entire force. Ah, are you referring to this young man? He inadvertently became entangled in my battle with Karp and sustained grave injuries. It is thanks to him that I managed to escape from their encirclement. Rayleigh observed the tense demeanor of Kizaru and explained that when he lost consciousness, he was muttering about coming here to repay a personal favor, which he had come to fulfill. Rayleigh, are you truly intent on meddling in our affairs, pursuing an endless conflict with us? Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, the expressions of Akainu and his comrades darkened significantly. Should the adversaries choose to engage, their fates would be dire today. I am merely repaying a favor. Pirates also abide by principles of righteousness. Rayleigh smiled faintly, expressing his lack of intent to pursue an unending feud with the Navy. He merely sought a gesture of goodwill, hoping they would cease hostilities. I assure you, you will depart unscathed. Yet, if you refuse, Rayleigh's gaze hardened. A formidable aura emanating from him as his conqueror's haki surged forth, enveloping the entire area, instilling fear. The palpable threat in his voice rendered Akainu and his comrades momentarily speechless. Chapter 196, Fury and Remembrance. Do you expect us to release all these pirates? Akainu's countenance stiffened at the implication, his expression turning icy, emanating an aura of chilling ruthlessness. Are you jesting? We have paid a steep price to capture them. How can we simply release them at your behest? What do you take our Navy's justice for? Rayleigh's words ignited a powder keg, causing Akainu's voice to rise higher than usual, his tone as unyielding as granite. Akainu, are you incapable of recognizing the situation? Both sides have suffered significant losses, and your opponents are not without their strength. Continuing this battle will only lead to further devastation. Witnessing Akainu's obstinate refusal to grasp the reality, Rayleigh's expression turned stern, his tone chilling. Should you persist in your reckless path, I will not hesitate to intervene. I possess ample confidence in restraining you here. In that moment, Rayleigh's imposing presence, as the former right hand of the Pirate King, was unmistakable. If Akainu and his allies were adamant about pursuing a battle to the bitter end, he would ensure they understood the true weight of the title Dark King. Though he had disbanded his crew in adherence to the captain's orders, he remained at his peak, his blade still glimmering with lethal intent. A pirate is a pirate. Rayleigh's words seemed to strike a nerve in Akainu. Ignoring the threat, Akainu declared, "From the moment I joined the Navy, my creed has been defined by 5 words. Absolute justice. If fear of death prevents the execution of justice, then who will safeguard the peace of these seas? Compromising with pirates is nothing short of an affront to justice. To purge scum like you from the ocean is the very purpose of my existence." Akainu's chest heaved violently, each word laced with his fervent rage, his murderous intent sending chills down the spine. Even Burisalino, who had been his classmate for so long, was witnessing this unprecedented display of emotion from him. It inevitably brought to mind the scene when they first joined the Navy. What prompted you to enlist in the Navy? Under the scorching sun, a towering instructor with violet hair stood with his hands behind his back, addressing the newly inducted sailors with a booming voice. Reporting in, Teacher Zifa. It is to protect the people and shield them from the harm of pirates. Reporting in, Teacher Zifa. It is an honor to become a naval officer. I fight for justice. Reporting in, Teacher Zifa. I want to grow stronger and seek vengeance. The Navy represents justice, does it not? We strive to become stronger to protect the populace. Furthermore, it offers a stable job. Burisalino's words left everyone momentarily astounded, and even Instructor Zifa's eyes widened in surprise, his expression darkening. Oh dear, what a jest. Noticing their astonished faces, Zifa's gaze sharpened, prompting Burisalino to hastily clarify, for justice. For absolute justice. To eradicate evil completely. Sakazuki's tone was as frigid as a cold abyss, his eyes betraying a fierce intent to kill. What is your name? Sakazuki. Sakazuki, while pirates embody evil, mindless slaughter will not solve the problem. Teacher Zifa, if killing does not resolve the issue, then it is simply because it has not been done thoroughly enough. To eradicate evil completely is the only enduring solution. Sakazuki interjected, his response unwavering. The sea is vast, can you truly eliminate them all? Zifa appeared incensed, realizing that this student was burdened with an excessive hostility, directly opposing his own philosophy against violence. That is also the significance of my joining the Navy. Sakazuki retorted sharply. The surrounding individuals were taken aback, astonished that Sakazuki could be so resolute in the face of the notoriously stern Zifa. Burisalino squinted, sizing him up, an intriguing character. Sakazuki's declarations resonated with some in the crowd, their eyes reflecting a shared understanding. Chapter 197, The Past of Sakazuki. Sakazuki, time will reveal the fallacy of your beliefs. Zifa, sensing his own emotional lapse, softened his tone. He recognized that this student possessed an almost fanatical obsession with pirates, and he could not alter his perspective through mere words in an instant. He believed that over the years of his teaching, the student's views would inevitably evolve. If time proves me wrong, then I shall embrace my error to the end. Sakazuki's tone, while no longer as confrontational, still conveyed an unwavering conviction, as solid as a mountain. As if to substantiate his words or to fulfill his ambitions, Sakazuki trained harder than anyone else, and his abilities surged forward with remarkable speed. His swordsmanship became renowned within the Navy, garnering unanimous acclaim from the higher-ups for his formidable prowess. Particularly noteworthy is the steadfast commitment to justice exhibited by the other party, coupled with their attitude towards pirates, which has greatly pleased the high-ranking officials of the Navy and the leaders of the world government. Burisalino bears witness to his classmate's steady progress, acquiring formidable strength through diligent training. He vividly recalls the conversation between Akainu and their teacher Zephyr, harboring a deep curiosity about the experiences that shaped his counterpart. One fateful day, while passing by Zephyr's office, he inadvertently overhears an argument between Zephyr and Akainu regarding a group of pirates, gleaning fragments of Akainu's past. In his youth, Akainu aspired to join the Navy to protect the innocent and maintain the tranquility of the seas. At that time, he viewed the future with hope, his attitude towards pirates not yet steeped in such fervent disdain. One day, a ragged, emaciated man arrived in their village, seeking food. The villagers, displaying their characteristic kindness, welcomed him. However, upon discovering a pirate flag tattooed on the man's wrist, they realized they had unwittingly harbored a pirate. Enraged by memories of past oppression, the villagers united to unleash their fury upon him. They conspired to bind him to a pillar in the village square, planning to burn him alive the following day. Young Akainu, unable to bear the thought, secretly released him. The man claimed he was coerced, once a destitute citizen himself. He had been driven to piracy after losing his wife and children to starvation in prison due to his inability to pay taxes. His tearful confession, filled with remorse, stirred Akinu's compassion. Yet, this moment of kindness would ultimately bring calamity upon their village. The man returned, accompanied by other pirates, slaughtering the villagers and leaving Akinu as the sole survivor, declaring it a repayment for his act of mercy. Akinu could never forget that night. He sat in stunned silence as the village blazed around him, the air filled with the anguished cries and pleas for mercy from every home. Blood stained every corner of the village, bodies littering the ground. Akinu, save me. A girl with fair skin and striking features, her long wine-red hair disheveled, ran towards him barefoot, her face etched with terror and despair. Just as she reached him, an arrow shot through the air, piercing her chest. She faltered, blood spilling from her mouth and splattering Akinu's face. It's so cold, Akinu. Am I going to die? You said the world without pirates would be so much better. Lien. Akinu rushed forward, cradling the increasingly cold body of his beloved, weeping heart-wrenchingly. Is there truly a world like that, Akinu? If such a day ever comes, will you take a look for me? A girl named Lien lay in Sakazuki's embrace, a faint smile struggling to break through her features as crystalline tears glided down her cheeks. Gradually, her eyes fluttered shut. A day would inevitably arrive when Sakazuki would cradle her lifeless body, his head pressed against hers, eyes hollow and devoid of spirit, softly murmuring to himself. Chapter 198, renowned across the world. Even if it means the destruction of everything, I shall not allow you to prevail. Sakazuki's aura surged, a torrent of molten magma beginning to erupt from his right arm, radiating a fierce crimson glow. We have reached an agreement. Just as Sakazuki prepared to strike at Rayleigh, he was interrupted by Admiral Borsalino, who emerged from his reverie and assented to Rayleigh's proposal, prompting both parties to cease hostilities. The ethereal flames emanating from Rayleigh gradually dissipated, and the frosty sword, freshly unsheathed, was returned to its scabbard. What are you saying, Borsalino? This is not your domain to command. Upon hearing Borsalino's acquiescence to Rayleigh's suggestion, Sakazuki's fury ignited, his brows furrowing with menace. While it may not be my place to decide, it certainly should not fall to you either, Borsalino responded, undeterred by Sakazuki's wrath. The most qualified to make decisions is Vice Admiral Garp, who is currently gravely injured. Our priority must be his safety. If you wish to continue fighting them afterward, that is your choice. You insolent fool. Sakazuki was rendered speechless by Borsalino's retort. The very notion that they could not maintain a united front against the pirates was utterly humiliating. Yet, faced with the reality of his condition, he recognized that without Borsalino's assistance, engaging in combat would be tantamount to a futile sacrifice. This was the most prudent decision. Rayleigh felt a sense of relief witnessing Borsalino's tact, understanding that while it was a matter of repaying a favor, he too wished to avoid further conflict with the Navy. If possible, he desired to cease this cycle of violence. They were not only fighting for themselves but also to save the fallen Marine soldiers. Thus, under Rayleigh's watchful gaze, Law and Borsalino exchanged hostages, with Rayleigh handing over the unconscious Shio to Law and his companions. In pursuit of Rayleigh, the fierce battle between Sakazuki's forces and those led by the small crew came to a close on Sabaody Archipelago. Law summoned the Guardian of Mirage, Shichibukai, and subsequently led everyone back to the Mirage. However, this battle had come at a great cost. Small Law was gravely injured and lost consciousness, while Maso perished while rescuing Chiao, delivering a significant blow to the group. Sakazuki's team hastily called for reinforcements as Garp was transported for medical attention, and the surviving Marines were gradually revived. However, more than half of them will never awaken again. Raleigh vanished from the gaze of the crowd at the Shamboudi Islands. The Navy speculated that he had likely ventured into the vast seas, yet the exact waters he traversed remained a mystery. However, they were all mistaken. Raleigh made a sudden return, arriving at the entrance of a bar, the very same establishment that Little Lou and his companions had previously visited, the Bamboo Bar. Upon seeing the name of the bar, a fleeting look of nostalgia washed over Raleigh, as if he were lost in memories. Inside, a graceful figure had already prepared a jug of wine, seated quietly, awaiting his arrival to open the door to her. A month later, on the island of Snedegri in the New World. Can you guarantee that within this icy coffin, Marceau's body will remain undamaged? Boss, we assure you that we can accomplish this. Little gently caressed the icy coffin, gazing at the pale visage of Maso within, his eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. Maso, without my command, you cannot simply depart without a word. I must traverse the depths of the abyss to bring you back, sister. I shall find a way to resurrect you. Snek, observing Maso within the coffin, was overwhelmed with grief, a fierce murderous intent radiating from his eyes. He loathed himself for failing to protect her. Masso's tear-filled eyes struggled to contain her emotions, stifling her sobs. Meanwhile, the New World was set ablaze by the exploits of little Lu and his companions on the Savored archipelago. The day after their departure, Morgans disseminated their deeds across the seas, with newspaper headlines boldly proclaiming the most promising contender for the Pirate King's throne. The papers extolled the prowess of little Lu and his crew, causing a stir throughout the oceans. Despite the pressures from the world government and the Navy, the sensationalism remained unabated, leading to a significant increase in their bounties. Scarlet Tsar Spire Lu, 990 million berries. Iron Fortress Roy, 600 million berries. Jade-faced Azura Emile Chiao, 480 million berries. Bone-crushing Owl, 300 million berries. Sniper Ron, 100 million berries. Serpent Man Snack, 70 million berries. Shark and Blue Will, 30 million berries. Chapter 199, the first step of the plan since the news of Little Lee's battle against Carp, Sakazuki, and Borsalino on the Savored archipelago spread. The entire New World erupted in excitement. Many had heard of Little Lee's reputation before, but it had only been in the context of escaping from Carp. This time, however, it was different. Despite the Navy's efforts to suppress the truth, various factions in the New World pieced together the information through diverse channels, concluding that the reports of Little Lu gravely injuring Carp were likely true. Who is Carp? He is a renowned Navy hero, a figure who has long contended with Roger and his crew. Now, he has suffered such a blow at the hands of a young man. Any discerning observer could see the immense potential within Little Lu. The underworld was abuzz with activity, as its leaders sought to forge connections with Little Lu and his crew. Well aware of his formidable strength in that realm, the name Red Devil had already become legendary. Once Little Lu stationed the 7 killers to guard at Snadagri Island, he set off towards the Kingdom of Maple as planned. The Kingdom of Maple is located on the island of Hekmadik in the New World, where the royal family indulges in extravagance, imposing exorbitant taxes that leave the common folk in dire straits. This nation is not a member of the world government, yet its military might should not be underestimated. Although pirates frequently invade, they are consistently repelled. Their master had become a pirate out of dissatisfaction with the oppressive taxation. Little Lu, we have arrived at the Kingdom of Maple. Shall we proceed as planned? Chiao inquired. Why not simply proceed directly? Why must we dawdle? Such behavior is an utter waste of time. We are not pirates. We must adhere to our plans to circumvent unnecessary complications in the future. Shala dismissed Luaye's suggestion and instructed everyone to proceed according to the original strategy. The moment the Mirage anchored at the border port, it immediately captured the attention of the border guards of the Kingdom of Maple. Many citizens paused to observe, for they had never before witnessed a vessel so imposing and magnificent. What is your purpose? A guard demanded, aiming his weapon at the disembarking Xiao Lu and his companions. The absence of a pirate flag on the Mirage left them uncertain of the visitors' intentions. Surprisingly, these guards display a commendable level of vigilance. It appears they are not merely a bunch of inept individuals, Luaye remarked to the group. Esteemed General, we have come to your noble country for trade. We have heard tales of your sovereign's wisdom, valor, and generosity. We wish to personally pay our respects to the king and discuss potential cooperation in establishing a company. Along with offerings we wish to present, Shala indicated for his subordinates to bring forth the goods for inspection while discreetly providing a bribe to the questioning officer. You speak rather charmingly, the soldier responded, his demeanor brightening upon hearing Xiao Lu address him as general. The sight of a handful of belly further uplifted his spirits. It seems you are indeed men of business. Very well, I shall inform my superiors. Please wait here. After a feigned inspection, the soldier proceeded to report to his superiors. Once granted permission, Xiao Lu, Luaye, and Chiao, accompanied by several dozen subordinates carrying goods and gifts, made their way to the palace, while the others remained on the Mirage, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Your Majesty, those merchants have arrived. Let them in. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Xiao Lu and his companions beheld a corpulent, silver-haired elder adorned in opulent garments seated upon the throne, flanked by a multitude of guards. It was evident that the ownership of this Grand Hall was poised for transition. Your Majesty, greetings from the Crimson Tai Sui Company. Shala bowed slightly, his tone imbued with respect. I am aware of your intentions and have heard of your enterprise. The venerable King Labudo of the nation remarked with a knowing air. However, many seek to engage in commerce within our borders. I cannot possibly accept them. One must be discerning, particularly for the safety of my citizens. Alas, this presents quite the conundrum. What a farcical display. I have encountered nary a foreign merchant on my journey. Considering the welfare of the citizens, do they take us for fools? Royi scoffed inwardly at the pompous rhetoric. Indeed, safety is paramount. Xiaolu nodded in agreement. Thus, we have brought along some of our company's products and small gifts, hoping your majesty can perceive our sincerity. At Xiao Li's behest, several subordinates opened a few crates, revealing exquisite wines for all to see, while others presented a box of jewels. You wish to conduct business in our land, and before negotiations are even concluded, you offer a chest of jewels? How could one accept such generosity? Labudo feigned modesty. Yet his eyes sparkled with avarice. In business, integrity is vital, as is sincerity. I trust that your majesty will feel our earnestness. Upon establishing our company in your esteemed nation, we promise to augment the local taxes by an additional 10% as a token of our gratitude. Xiaolu continued to weave his enticing proposition. Upon hearing this, Labudo readily acquiesced. There is but one small request. We wish to acquire a parcel of land for the establishment of a factory. Once purchased, we hope the king will grant us the autonomy to manage it, ensuring the protection of our commercial secrets. We shall be accountable for any occurrences on the land, sparing you any inconvenience. With that, Xiaolu signaled for another chest of jewels to be presented. Granted. Labudo, eyes gleaming with greed, waved his hand in agreement. Subsequently, Xiaolu and his entourage entered into a series of cooperative agreements with Labudo, with both parties elated. The geographical position of the Kingdom of Feng is superb. The entire island resembles a crown. The northern mountains form a natural barrier, while the eastern side connects to the doldrums, providing an excellent route for retreat. To the south lie two nations, the Emerald Kingdom and Red Rock Island, with a strait separating them, creating a strategic triangle. Only the western coast remains fully open, through which Xiaolu and his companions access the Kingdom of Feng. The land sold to them by Labudo was situated in a slum on the western coast. Logically, the western coast should be the most prosperous area. However, due to frequent pirate incursions and taxes that are double those of other regions, the populace suffers greatly. The strait to the south is firmly controlled by the royal family, with a heavily fortified military presence ensuring its security. As a result, trade caravans from the other two nations predominantly navigate this route, encountering minimal pirate activity, thus rendering the area increasingly prosperous. However, for the likes of Xiaolu and his companions, Labda selling the land in the slums to them proves to be a more advantageous arrangement. After all, in times of hunger, the one who provides sustenance becomes the true master. Upon acquiring the land, Xiaolu and his associates swiftly commenced recruitment within the slums, establishing Upon hearing of the company's generous benefits, the inhabitants of the slums expressed their gratitude and worked with fervor. Gradually, Xiaoli's reputation began to spread widely among the common people. In just a few months, factories rose from the ground. The residents of the slums, through the wages they earned from building these factories, significantly enhanced their living conditions and truly witnessed the strength of Xiaoli's company. Xiaolu personally visited the factory to extend his heartfelt condolences to the hard-working masses, evoking profound gratitude among them. Particularly, his words left an indelible impression. Every individual is born equal. There should be no distinctions of status, no disparities of race or gender, and no divisions based on age. What exists are merely differences in occupation. Each person possesses the right to aspire to a life of happiness and to pursue that happiness freely. You have all made immense contributions to this nation. It is your silent dedication that enables others to enjoy a life of joy and fulfillment. You are truly the ones worthy of praise. Xiaoli's heartfelt words brought them to tears, and the applause resonated endlessly. Some commoners even exchanged whispers in private, imagining how wonderful it would be if Xiaolu could ascend to the leadership of their West Street, or perhaps even higher. Within the newly established company of Xiaolu and his associates, what is the current situation? They have already communicated with several pirate crews who have long harbored aspirations to ally with us, promising that if they can prove themselves, we shall accept their fealty. Replied Xiao. This presents a perfect opportunity to assess their capabilities. Should they fail to deliver, they shall remain here, destined to perish in silence, safeguarding our secrets. Understood. Xiaolu, why not simply eliminate the royal family? The plight of the impoverished is evident. They lack a leader. Luo Yi still favored a swift resolution. Although the populace is numerous, their strength remains feeble and they require armament. Moreover, the royal army should not be underestimated. We cannot vanquish the royals only to have the populace rise in rebellion. Additionally, as outsiders, we cannot assume universal acceptance among them. What I require is a nation that rallies as one. By fostering an image of wisdom and strength, one that promises a prosperous life, they will willingly fight for me. Some things are only truly appreciated once lost. That which is easily obtained is often taken for granted. Has there been any news from Go Island? Upon hearing Xiaoli's words, The discussions in the room fell to an abrupt hush, the atmosphere growing somewhat oppressive. Not yet, Qiao interjected, fully understanding Xiao Li's sentiments. Then let us dispatch more personnel to search. Furthermore, inform Gaji to consider developing a life-sustaining nutrient solution. Additionally, initiate the venomous spike operation to locate Brook in the Devil's Sea. He must be brought back. When found, do your utmost to soothe him and avoid conflict. If absolutely necessary, take care not to kill him. I have no desire to scour the seas for a single yomi fruit. Understood. The chilling intent emanating from Xiao Li sent shivers down the spines of those present. Sea stone is indeed a valuable commodity. Let us see if we can procure it in bulk from the black market. If that proves impossible, we should consider a journey to Wano country. Known to be a secluded samurai nation, etiquette is paramount. If communication falters, it matters not. We shall visit once we have resolved matters. I hope they are not frightened by our arrival. Understood. Sensing the palpable tension and deadly intent in the room, everyone felt their bodies tense, hastily responding. Since Masua's demise, Xiao Li's murderous aura has surged forth like a runaway steed, instilling fear in all. Luo Yi and Xiao were equally burdened with concern. Chapter 202. The Conspiracy of Nations 2, on a bright and beautiful morning, with the sea breeze gently blowing and the waves glistening. The impoverished citizens of the slums laughed heartily, arriving early at the factory to labor for a life of happiness and prosperity. Captain, ahead lies the Kingdom of Maple, as indicated by Chief Tai Sui. Indeed, brothers, if we can successfully breach the royal city from the western coast, Chief Tai Sui will agree to our joining his ranks, and we shall bask in endless wealth and glory. Now is the moment to showcase your prowess. Unleash your might and demonstrate the strength of the flying Lien pirate crew to the Tai Sui. You too, the opulence and glory lie within reach, and your renown shall be established at this very instant. Our diamond pirate crew shall not lag behind. Enough of idle chatter, according to our plan. Charge forth with unwavering resolve. The Song Wolf pirate crew shall claim the first victory. With a coalition of 3 pirate crews numbering around 1 to 2,000, they advanced in a grand procession towards the western coast. Report to the guard captain, a vast multitude of pirates is preparing to assault our western shore. Good heavens! How can there be so many pirates this time? The guard captain felt his legs weaken. He hastily organized the guards for a counterattack while simultaneously seeking aid from the royal city. The 3 formidable fleets, undaunted by death, swiftly breached the western coast, directing their main force towards the royal city, while a portion split off to assault the eastern, western, and southern main streets. Meanwhile, pirates infiltrated the factory where Xiao Lu and his companions were located. This is dire. Pirates have invaded. What shall we do? We are doomed. The civilians within the factory were thrown into a state of panic, chaos erupting around them. Look, those pirates have been repelled by Mr. Spire and his team. A sudden shout drew the crowd's attention. They rushed to peer outside the factory, witnessing Xiao Lu and his companions wielding remarkable strength, driving all the pirates away. Listen well. The king has bestowed this land upon us. Anyone who dares to wreak havoc upon this territory shall face no mercy. Xiao Li's furious roar and formidable strength sent all the pirates fleeing, leaving them to invade other territories. Mr. Spire, we implore you to save our West Street. Yes, we beseech you. Mr. Spire, I kneel before you. Please, save us. Xiao Li sighed, my dear friends, it is not that I do not wish to assist, but as an outsider, I cannot interfere in your nation's internal affairs. Witnessing the innocent populace suffering so grievously fills my heart with sorrow. With tears streaming down his face, Xiao Li continued, although those pirates are no match for us, we lack the authority to act. Otherwise, the king may misunderstand our intentions. I can only guarantee the safety of my own land from pirate incursions. I am deeply sorry. With tears in his eyes, Xiao Li bowed deeply to the crowd. Observing the scale of the pirates, he realized the guards would be occupied defending the royal city and unable to assist here. West Street was doomed. However, I can temporarily lend you these weapons, hoping they may aid you in your struggle. Thank you, Mr. Spire. Your immense kindness will forever be etched in our hearts. The crowd echoed their gratitude, moved by Xiao Li's generosity. As they hurried towards West Street armed with weapons, Xiao Li wiped away his tears and calmly addressed Zhou. The royal city is in peril. Please inquire with our sovereign whether support is needed. However, we require a legitimate status. Understood. Zhou smiled slightly, unfurling a pair of pristine wings as he soared towards the royal city. The time for heroes to make their entrance had arrived. Xiao Li extended his right hand towards the royal city, as if grasping it in his palm. Chapter 203, Conspiracy Against the State. 3. How can there be so many pirates? Quickly, drive them back. Deploy all the guards to the royal city. Labudo, upon hearing of the throngs of pirates at their gates, was filled with rage and terror. Such a simultaneous assault by thousands of pirates was unprecedented. This was not mere plunder, but an act of war aimed at toppling his reign. Having grown accustomed to wielding power, the thought of losing his throne was unbearable. Your Majesty, if we divert all our troops here, I fear that the Emerald Kingdom and Red Rock Island may take this opportunity to attack us. They have done so in the past, have they not? Do you not remember? An elderly advisor cautioned. Nonsense. With the royal city under threat, how can we concern ourselves with those two nations? Labudo retorted furiously, chastising the old advisor. Report, Your Majesty. The Crimson Tai Sui Company wishes to inquire if you require their assistance. They can help us repel the pirates. Oh, is that true? Labudo exclaimed with delight upon hearing the report. Then let us hasten to summon them for support. However, they stated that this is a matter of our internal affairs, and they cannot intervene without proper authorization. If we wish to secure their aid, we must provide them with an appropriate status. Oh, an appropriate status? What else did they say? Although Labdo is often foolish and tyrannical, at this moment he wears an expression of suspicion. They propose granting them the title of Baron, claiming it would bolster their resolve to vanquish the pirates, as they would be defending their homeland. Humph, are they attempting to threaten me under the guise of this? I must admit, Labdo can exhibit a spark of brilliance at times. They assert that this is for the better service of the Majesty. As the soldiers spoke, a box was brought forth. Upon opening it, it revealed a trove of jewels. Your Majesty, this is their sincerity. Labdo's eyes widened instantly, captivated by the dazzling gems. Excellent. They truly are my loyal subjects. Inform them that I grant their request. Labdo promptly dispatched someone to bestow the baronial insignia. The soldiers, filled with joy, rushed to deliver the news. He had certainly reaped considerable benefits and could now seek out several lovely maidens. Outside the royal city, the guard and the pirates were locked in a fierce struggle. Though the guard was numerous and better armed, the three pirate crews were not to be underestimated. Gradually, signs of defeat began to surface among the guards. Many were petrified by the fearsome visage of the pirates, whose brutality was terrifying. Numerous guards, accustomed to a life of luxury, had never witnessed such carnage, and some even wet themselves in terror, just as the soldiers felt they could no longer withstand the onslaught. A woman and a man with wings descended from the heavens. Good heavens, what is that? Are they angels? No, it is the people from the Crimson Tai Sui Company. Some began to exclaim, utterly astonished by the arrival of Xiao Lu and his companions. All pirates, heed my words. I am the newly appointed Baron of the Kingdom of Maple, Spyler Lu. Wise up and retreat. Leave the Kingdom of Maple, or you shall all perish. Impudent. How dare you speak so boldly? Indeed, who do you think you are? Brothers, do not fear. Let us charge. At the signal of the three captains, the pirates surged forward once more. Unrepentant, they marched towards their own demise. The sword of the little Lu King was drawn, unleashing a blade of energy that sliced through the heavens, cleaving the earth outside the royal city and creating a chasm over 100 meters wide. Clang! Not only the pirates, but also the soldiers were astonished by this spectacle, their weapons falling from their grasp. Run! It's a monster! The pirates, who had previously surged forward en masse, retreated like a receding tide. The soldiers atop the city walls were momentarily stunned before erupting into cheers, embracing one another and weeping tears of joy. As long as I stand here today, the pirates shall not set foot in the Kingdom of Maple. After Xiao spoke, he and Xiao soared into the sky, disappearing from the view of the crowd. This calamity arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. However, the name of Xiao Lu and his words left a profound impression on everyone. People began to refer to him as the hero of the Maple Kingdom. Chapter 204, Strategies for the Nation. 4. With the recent pirate disaster now behind them, Xiao Lu's name had become deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. His formidable strength garnered the admiration of all, yet it also stirred a sense of apprehension in others. Since becoming a baron, although he occupies the lowest rank of nobility, the formidable prowess of Xiao Lu, coupled with his vast enterprise, swiftly elevated him to the status of a coveted guest among numerous aristocrats. He seamlessly integrated into their circles, frequently attending lavish banquets and partaking in various events. During this period, many daughters of noble merchants cast flirtatious glances in his direction, with quite a few even offering themselves as companions, yet he steadfastly declined each advance, leaving many to lament their unrequited hopes. Moreover, Shala proposed to Labdo that, for the sake of his safety, the combat effectiveness of the military should be enhanced. He possessed scientifically grounded training methods that he hoped would be embraced. Labdo, initially uncertain of Xiao Li's intentions, ultimately acquiesced, recalling the calamity of the past. However, Xiao Li was permitted only to serve as an aide-de-camp, with all his actions closely monitored. Little Li did not undertake much, merely reinforcing military management, rectifying the conduct of the troops, and reminding them of their duties as soldiers. Initially, the soldiers were overwhelmed by the intensity of the training, voicing their grievances against Little Lu. However, as he frequently trained alongside them, they gradually acclimatized. Particularly poignant was the moment when Little Lu expressed his profound gratitude for their silent sacrifices, safeguarding the nation and providing stability for countless citizens. Their families took pride in them, and the populace was filled with gratitude, stirring their emotions. They began to perceive their responsibilities as soldiers differently previously. They fought for the royal family, but now they were committed to protecting the flickering lights of every home. Little Lu often inquired about their well-being, yet without any monetary transactions or material gifts to curry favor, which allowed Labdu to slowly ease his concerns. Labdu, despite possessing a modicum of intelligence, was burdened with a son who was nothing but a lost cause. During the last pirate invasion, his son had been at home indulging in frivolities with a maid. This time, he sought amusement on the streets and inadvertently clashed with the outgoing Little Lu. His carriage nearly collided with a flower seller, but Little Lu intervened just in time. Enraged and humiliated, Labdu lashed out, striking Little Lu with a whip. It is worth noting that Little Lu was a baron and a hero of the Kingdom of Maple. After exchanging a few heated words, he was ordered to be imprisoned, which sparked a considerable uproar. Although the common folk were incensed, most dared not voice their anger, helplessly watching Little Lu being taken away, harboring intense hatred towards the royal family's arrogance. The inhabitants of the slums were particularly furious, for Little Lu was their protector and benefactor. A group spontaneously organized a protest, with some claiming that the king, fearing Little Li's accomplishments and strength, orchestrated this drama to have him executed. This incited widespread fury. Labdu, upon learning of these events, was equally enraged and berated his son. However, he was taken aback by Little Li's lofty reputation among the people, and thoughts of murder began to fester. At that moment, the pirates, previously repelled by Little Lu, caught wind of the situation and prepared to return. Panic ensued. Chapter 205. The uprising. The news of the pirates' resurgence spread rapidly throughout the nation, instilling fear among the populace. They could not forget the last call. Had it not been for Little Li's intervention, they would have surely perished at the hands of the pirates. Upon hearing the news, the citizens took to the streets, imploring the king to release Little Lu, with the impoverished forming the majority. The square outside the palace was densely packed with people. Labdu was taken aback, initially believing the pirates had breached the royal city. Upon learning that everyone was rallying for Little Li's release, he was consumed with rage. Such a situation had never arisen before. How could these lowly peasants possess such audacity? His desire to eliminate Little Lu reached its zenith, but he pondered, what would become of the kingdom if he were to kill him now? Labdu felt an inner turmoil. He beheld the dreadful reputation amassed by Xiao Lu, while simultaneously fearing the pirates' ruthless blade. No, Spire must perish. He poses a threat to my reign. As for the pirates, I trust the guards, having undergone extensive training, should be capable of withstanding them. If worst comes to worst, I shall seek assistance from the other two fellows. After all, it would merely entail ceding territory. Thus, Labdu summoned his ministers and nobles to deliberate on how to fend off the pirates and exact punishment upon Xiao Lu. Many nobles exchanged glances, enveloped in silence. Soon, Labdu's actions spread throughout the kingdom, igniting outrage among the populace at his disregard for national security and his malicious intent to eliminate a worthy hero out of jealousy for the capable. Cursed be the scoundrel who leaked the information. Traitor, traitor. Labdu bellowed within the palace, addressing a cadre of turncoats. Dispatch orders immediately. Spire is to be executed without delay. Why do you linger? Are you deaf to my command? Witnessing his attendant's momentary inaction, Labdu furiously hurled a goblet at the servant's head. Yes, yes. The attendant hurriedly responded. Esteemed colleagues, you have borne witness to Labdu's cruelty. He seeks to murder the nation's hero for his own selfish gain. Mr. Spire has bestowed upon us a life of happiness, revealing to us the essence of freedom and dignity, granting us the rights to which all men are. Should he perish, we shall plunge once more into the depths of hell, living in constant peril. For the sake of our country, our future, and the happiness of our descendants, let all who refuse to be enslaved and oppressed rise, take up arms, storm the palace, and rescue Mr. Spire. Oh, for the nation, for a brighter tomorrow, let us save Mr. Spire. Under the guidance of the determined The common folk grasped the ample weapons long prepared within the factories and marched resolutely towards the palace. Colleagues, can you stand idly by while Baron Spire falls at Labdo's hands? Our duty as soldiers is to protect our homeland, to safeguard the warmth of countless homes. Not to endorse a tyrannical rule. Even if we do not assist the commoners, we should not condone their oppression. Among the ranks, soldiers deeply influenced by Xiao Lu also yearned for his salvation. Their honor should not be founded upon fratricidal strife. Meanwhile, the pirates had once again breached the western coast. Yet this time, instead of assaulting the palace, they made a beeline for the affluent South Street, the residence of nobles and wealthy merchants. Instantly, the entire Maple Leaf Kingdom was engulfed in chaos, a veritable maelstrom. Chapter 206, The Ascension of the New King. Alas, Your Majesty. The impoverished have armed themselves and are assaulting the royal city. Some soldiers have even defected. What? How could this happen? Upon receiving this news, Labdo felt as though struck by lightning, his body frozen in shock, and he slumped helplessly upon the throne. Quick, hasten to the prison and release Spire. Instructing him to quell that rabble. Inform him that should he manage to pacify the public outcry, a dukedom shall be conferred upon him. Upon receiving the king's command, the attendant hurried to the dungeon to liberate the young Lu. However, upon entering, he was struck by a scene of horror. Lu lay amidst a pool of blood on a straw bed, as if he had endured unspeakable torment. The attendants, horrified, acutely aware that should anything happen to Lu, the impoverished masses outside would indeed storm the city and rend Labdo to pieces. Young Lu was their savior. No. At this moment, he was also the savior of Labdo. Baron Spire, how do you fare? The attendant inquired tremulously, daunted by the sight before him, reluctant to approach. Baron Spire, His Majesty has decreed that if you can quell the public unrest, you shall be elevated to the rank of Count. What say you to this? With a soft groan, Lu slowly propped himself up, having enjoyed a most restful slumber. Count? Humph. Let us proceed. Lu followed the attendant out of his cell. Your Majesty, those accursed pirates have made their way to South Street. Please, dispatch reinforcements at once. No. My entire estate lies there. My family is there. Your Majesty, I implore you, send additional forces to assist us. Within the palace, a throng of nobles and affluent merchants were weeping inconsolably. Fools, where shall we find the strength to send reinforcements now? Is the palace to be forsaken? Labdo exclaimed, his temples throbbing with fury, utterly at a loss. Your Majesty, it is dire. The mob has breached the royal city and is advancing upon the Great Hall. What? How could they arrive so swiftly? Labdo was engulfed in panic, collapsing to the ground. The other nobles were thrown into chaos, wailing in despair. Meanwhile, Lu, having exited the prison, ambled leisurely toward the Grand Hall, stopping to admire the scenery along the way. The accompanying guards discerned that he might soon change allegiances and chose not to resist, following Lu's lead. Their pace, whether swift or slow, was dictated solely by Lu's whims. They stood aside, reverently attentive, responding to Li's every inquiry. Little Lu also discerned his intentions, and a wave of emotion surged within him. Even the small figures have their own means of survival. Before long, a throng of impoverished individuals and soldiers surged into the Grand Hall, encircling Labdo and his companions, even capturing Labdo's son. What have you done with Mr. Spire? Someone inquired from the crowd. At that moment, Little Lu arrived, bloodied and battered, prompting gasps of alarm from the onlookers who hurriedly sought to understand the situation. Kill Labdo to quell the people's wrath. Indeed, chop him into mincemeat to feed the dogs. Upon hearing this, Labdo and his son were paralyzed with fear, a stream of yellow liquid flowing from between their legs. I implore Baron Spire to ascend the throne. Lead us to a renewed... A voice suddenly cried out from the crowd, and the clamoring voices echoed throughout the palace. How can this be? Our king is still here. And I too am a citizen of the Maple Kingdom. How can we usurp the throne? Little Lu promptly rejected the idea. Then let His Majesty Labdo abdicate. Otherwise, a man in the crowd glared menacingly at Labdo, slowly drawing a long knife. All right, I will abdicate. Spire, I beg you spare my life. Labdo hastily nodded, weeping and pleading with Little Lu. Alas, I never anticipated that it would escalate to such a situation. I am grateful for your misguided affection and support, and I appreciate the goodwill of His Majesty Labdo. Little Lu bowed sincerely to the crowd, speaking with heartfelt conviction. I, Spire, vow to strive tirelessly for the happiness of the people of the Maple Kingdom. Should I violate this oath, let it be met with... Xiao Li's gaze sharpened, and with a commanding motion of his right hand, he summoned a long sword from its sheath, which soared into his grasp. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, and amidst their shock, Shala shattered the long sword into fragments. "Your Majesty! Long live your Majesty!" the accompanying attendants promptly proclaimed, dropping to one knee in reverence. "Your Majesty! Long live your Majesty!" The throng within the grand hall immediately followed suit, erupting into a chorus of cheers that resonated throughout the royal city. The overwhelming sound reverberated, prompting all to kneel and shout in unison. Chapter 207. A new era dawns as my first battle upon ascending the throne. Let it commence with the quelling of the pirate uprising. Shalu addressed the crowd, adding, "As for the Labudo royal family, I kindly request that they retire to rest. Your command shall be obeyed." Subsequently, Shalu appointed Xiao to oversee national affairs, while Luo Yi took command of the military across the nation. He, however, ventured forth alone to quell the unrest. Everything unfolded with such meticulous order, as if it had been rehearsed countless times according to a script. Upon arriving at South Street, the devastation was so profound that it could only be likened to a hell on earth. The former arrogance of the nobility had been replaced by abject misery. Under the ruthless blades of the savage pirates, there was little distinction between the nobility and the commoners. Corpses littered the ground, and blood saturated every corner of South Street. "You have harmed my people and slaughtered my citizens. Today, I, Cybier, in the capacity of the newly appointed Emperor of the Kingdom of Maple, decree your death sentence." Shalu, drenched in blood, brandished his sword as he strode into South Street, bellowing at the pirates wreaking havoc. In an instant, he darted through the streets, and wherever his figure materialized, a pirate fell to the ground. "Did you hear that? Baron Spire has come to our rescue." "No, it is His Majesty the new Emperor who has come to our aid." The terrified nobles, upon seeing Xiao Lu, were overwhelmed with joy. Weeping and raising their arms in celebration, their savior had arrived. "This is not good. Spire is here. Run, brothers, retreat swiftly." The emergence of Little Lu seemed to herald a signal. All pirates, upon hearing his name, fled in terror, lacking even the courage to confront him. If one were to delve deeper, they would find the entire situation strikingly abrupt. Yet, in the eyes of those already petrified with fear, this only served to underscore Little Li's formidable strength and divine prowess. "Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty!" As Little Lu repelled the pirates, drenched in their blood, he ascended to the royal city, his renown having reached its zenith. The populace erupted in cheers, a cacophony of praise. "My beloved subjects, I am deeply grateful for your unwavering support, and I also extend my thanks to His Majesty Labdo for entrusting me with the throne. Henceforth, I shall be the new Emperor of the Kingdom of Maple. Under my governance, our nation shall witness the eradication of poverty and hunger, and the dissolution of class and oppression. An era of equality and freedom for all shall dawn. Upholding the will of the people, I pledge to serve them diligently." Xiao Li's eloquent speech instantly garnered a resounding ovation. They had never before witnessed a ruler devoted to serving the people. The crowd was electrified, celebrating the advent of such an era. A few days later, Xiao Lu was officially inaugurated in the royal city. Subsequently, a series of appointments and decrees were enacted. As the emperor of the nation, Xiao Lu wields supreme authority, possessing a veto power over all matters. To assist in governance, a council of ministers is established, with the chancellor presiding over the heads of various departments, overseeing state affairs and addressing significant national issues. In the absence of the emperor, or in circumstances where he is unable to issue commands or promulgate directives detrimental to the state, the chancellor temporarily assumes the powers of the emperor. The authority of the chancellor is conferred by imperial decree. This series of edicts is enshrined in the Spire Code, which holds unparalleled majesty. Each chancellor is elected by the Council of Ministers, with the emperor rendering the final judgment. Without the emperor's explicit command and the seal of authority, the chancellor may only exercise provisional powers until the ascension of the next emperor. Should the chancellor exhibit disloyalty, the Council of Ministers retains the right to dismiss him directly. However, ministers are appointed solely by the emperor. Xiao Li's series of actions left everyone in awe, as they firmly believed that he would lead them into an unprecedented. Chapter 208. Concluding the plan with perfection. Upon the ascension of Little Lu as the new emperor of the land of Maple, he promulgated a series of decrees encompassing various domains, the meticulous nature of which astounded the populace nationwide. The vision for the nation's development blueprint was nothing short of astonishing. The 10-year plan depicting a prosperous, democratic, and cultured land of Maple evoked deep admiration and longing among all. Little Lu even abolished the aristocracy. And though he contemplated renouncing the title of emperor itself, he faced widespread opposition from the citizenry. They yearned for a sagacious ruler like Little Lu to guide them towards the realization of their ideal nation in their hearts. He had ascended to the status of a deity. He further established schools across the nation, advocating for a nation strengthened by talent and technology, proclaiming knowledge as the most formidable power in the pursuit of a brighter tomorrow for the land of Maple. These slogans swiftly became the cherished maxims of daily discourse among the populace, fostering an atmosphere of fervent determination, with the pursuit of progress becoming the sole prevailing theme. Little Lou, those three fellows contacted me again today. It seems they can hardly wait to join your ranks, remarked Xiao. Humph, their impatience is palpable. Have you responded to them as I instructed? With a light chuckle, Little Lou inquired, they are currently awaiting us 20 nautical miles off the west coast. I have sent over a selection of fine wines, ensuring they will indulge to their heart's content. A decree has been issued today. No citizen shall set sail. Excellent. It is time to draw the final curtain on our plans, Little Lou said with an enigmatic tone, a charming smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, 20 nautical miles off the west coast of the land of Maple, dozens of pirate ships of varying sizes were arrayed. Brothers, the Tai Sui leader has spoken. We are all esteemed contributors. Drink to your heart as content. These fine wines are a reward from the Tai Sui leader for everyone, one pirate proclaimed. Look at this crimson Tai Sui. It's all in boxes. We rarely get to enjoy such luxuries. Haha. Following the Tai Sui leader is always a wise choice. Indeed, indeed. Come. Let us drink to our fill. And soon, the Tai Sui leader will personally come to acknowledge our merits. Just wait for the feast to begin. The atmosphere aboard the pirate ships was one of raucous revelry, as everyone basked in the joy of the moment. Moments later, Little Lou and Xiao arrived with a fleet of sailboats, the grandeur unmistakable. Burp, what is that? It seems the Tai Sui leader has arrived. Burp. Hey everyone. Wake up and prepare to welcome the Tai Sui leader. Burp. Standing at the bow with arms crossed, Little Lou surveyed the clear skies, the sun shining brightly, and the gentle sea breeze wafting by. It was a splendid day. Let us send them on their way. With Little Lou's command, a cacophony of cannons erupted. Arrows soared through the air. The heavy sounds of cannon fire reverberated across the sea, sinking one pirate ship after another, heralding the ominous toll of death for the pirates. A volley of blazing rockets erupted upon the pirate ship, staging a grand and fervent farewell for the marauders. The chilling wails and anguished cries resonated across the vast expanse of the sea, while curses and expressions of hatred became the final echoes of their lives. Lost in their delusions, the pirates remained oblivious to the grim reality that this feast would be their last supper. As the flames gradually subsided, the commander, Xiao, instructed his subordinates to conclude the operation, ensuring that not a single soul escaped. Those who survived the inferno met their fate as their heads were severed, serving as trophies to bolster his burgeoning reputation. Upon returning to the capital, the citizens rejoiced, having learned that their emperor had single-handedly vanquished all the pirates and returned bloodied yet victorious. They erupted in cheers, extolling the name of Xiao Lu. The name of Emperor Spire would forever be immortalized. The following day, in a drunken celebration of Xiao Li's triumph, Labdu and his son committed heinous acts against two maidens, resulting in their condemnation to death under the Spire Penal Code. Heartbroken, Xiao Lu, with tears in his eyes, personally accompanied them on their final journey. He then passionately reaffirmed to the populace the principle of equality before the law, earning nationwide acclaim. The image of Xiao Lu as a benevolent and just ruler became deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Thus, their conspiratorial plans for state governance concluded triumphantly. Chapter 209. The tripartite alliance under Xiao Li's leadership, the kingdom of Maple flourished in unity, with scenes of prosperity evident throughout the land. He vigorously established a national news agency, advanced technological development, reduced taxes, encouraged entrepreneurship, constructed roads, and tailored economic policies to local conditions, all of which were executed with remarkable efficiency. Meanwhile, the Emerald Kingdom and Red Rock Island forged an alliance, seeking to exploit the opportune moment presented by the newly enthroned emperor of the Kingdom of Maple, who was still recovering from recent turmoil. However, unbeknownst to them, Xiao Lu had already set his sights on them, as Xiao Lu and his allies completed their plans for state governance. Strategies targeting the Emerald Kingdom and Red Rock Island quietly unfolded. The three nations, neighboring and engaged in trade, eyed each other warily. Now, having rejuvenated the Kingdom of Maple, Xiao Lu could not permit the existence of foreign systems in his vicinity, lest they become susceptible to future hostile influences. Good neighbors naturally share their blessings. Suffering under the oppression of royalty and aristocracy, the citizens of both nations harbored deep-seated dissatisfaction towards their monarchies, particularly incited by the machinations of those with ulterior motives, which escalated their sentiments to a boiling point. During the course of trade among the three nations, newspapers published by the Kingdom of Maple's national news agency, highlighting Xiaoli's resistance against tyranny and his leadership of the populace toward a life of happiness, spread throughout the Emerald Kingdom and Red Rock Island. Xiaoli's exploits ignited a fervor of vengeance within the hearts of the lower classes in both realms. At last, under the clandestine hospitality of Xiaolu, representatives from the lower echelons of the Emerald Kingdom and Red Rock Island signed a series of cooperative agreements with the Kingdom of Maple. With Xiaoli's backing, they began to quietly amass strength within their own territories. Under the guidance of the specialized advisors dispatched by Xiaolu, the insurgent forces rapidly expanded. On September 21st, the kings of the two nations formed an alliance and launched a joint military campaign against the Kingdom of Maple. On that very day, uprisings erupted simultaneously across the territories of the Emerald Kingdom and Red Rock Island, catching the royal family off guard. The forces attacking the Kingdom of Maple were decisively defeated by the National Guard led by Xiaolu, suffering significant losses. This day was subsequently designated by Xiaolu as the Peace Memorial Day for the Kingdom of Maple. Without the support of their main forces, the domestic guards of the two nations were swiftly overwhelmed by the insurgents, leading to the near-total annihilation of the royal family by the lower classes. Under Xiaolu's leadership, the other two nations emulated this revolutionary path. In the presence of their peoples, the leaders of the three nations solemnly signed a treaty of mutual assistance, pledging an unbreakable alliance. They vowed to respect each other's territorial sovereignty and refrain from interfering in domestic affairs. The three nations committed themselves to becoming a paragon for the world, spreading the luminescence of freedom, equality, justice, and the rule of law to every corner of the earth. As the main forces of the two nations suffered devastating blows, Xiaolu, in a bid to rapidly enhance the combat capabilities of the Emerald Kingdom and Red Rock Island, reluctantly sold them the exquisite weapons produced by his company. Even at exorbitant prices, and despite the financial strains, Xiaolu and his companions were willing to extend loans or barter for other resources from the two nations, all in the name of their friendship, to address the looming threat of piracy. And fearing that even with superior weaponry the two nations would struggle to form formidable fighting forces, Xiaolu generously established military bases in the ports of the Emerald Kingdom and Red Rock Island, assisting in soldier training and countering the vicious pirates. The leaders of the two nations, overwhelmed with gratitude, found themselves at a loss for words. Thus, the era of the Triple Alliance was inaugurated, heralding new challenges for the world order. Chapter 210, The Capture of Pirate King Roger under Xiaolu's leadership, bolstered by the support of the Crimson Corp. The national strength of the Kingdom of Maple experienced a remarkable surge within a mere year. The citizens were genuinely elated by the rapid transformations occurring within their nation, and their sense of national identity grew increasingly profound. On this day, after concluding his daily training, Xiaolu prepared to meditate, only to be stirred by a newspaper presented by his attendant. According to a report from Morgan's news agency, the Pirate King Roger had been captured by the Navy and was soon to face execution in Logetown, East Blue. Little Luke could hardly believe the news before his eyes. Although he had never encountered Roger in person, the tales of his exploits had already spread across the vast seas. Whether from his master, the formidable pirates he had previously faced, or the accounts of the Navy, it was evident how immensely powerful Roger was. He had witnessed the might of the Golden Lion and experienced the strength of Iron Fist Carp. They were all pinnacle figures of the same era. To defeat them was a feat as challenging as scaling the heavens, let alone capturing them. The newspaper boldly declared Roger's capture, specifying the execution site, thus revealing that the Navy was not merely fabricating stories. However, Little Luke discerned an intriguing anomaly. The Navy boasted about seizing Roger and proclaimed that his execution would mark a monumental victory, yet they failed to mention who had apprehended him, which was quite thought-provoking. It is essential to acknowledge that Roger was the first pirate king in history, a status that speaks for itself. The individual capable of capturing Roger would undoubtedly be a figure worthy of admiration, a new hero of the Navy, idolized by all its members. Yet, the Navy made no mention of such a person, nor did they disclose the price paid for Roger's capture, which rendered the situation all the more fascinating. Little Luke gazed silently at the contents of the newspaper, harboring a conjecture in his heart, yet instinctively dismissing it. After all, such a notion seemed utterly implausible. What could Roger possibly mean? Little Luke pondered in confusion. As for the idea that Roger might have been captured in a dream or poisoned, he found it utterly absurd and dismissed it as mere jest. No true formidable warrior would ever succumb to capture in such a manner. Father, you must see the latest edition of the newspaper. Roger has been captured, and the Navy is set to execute him in Rogue Town, Marco exclaimed. shock etched on his face as he hurried towards Whitebeard with the newspaper in hand. To his astonishment, Whitebeard appeared remarkably composed, though a flicker of indescribable emotion danced in his eyes, akin to nostalgia and reverence. "Brother, I shall not perish." In the bar, the Dark King Rayleigh listened to the discussion surrounding their captain while holding a glass, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes as Roger's words echoed in his mind. On board the ship, Shanks and Buggy wept openly at the news. "Roger, how could you possibly be captured by that band of useless navy?" Within the palace of Floating Island, the Golden Lion radiated an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Across the seas, every soul felt the tremors of Roger's predicament. Whether navy, pirate, civilian, or other factions, all would inevitably be swept into the forthcoming tide of change. Where this tide would lead remained a mystery to all. "Summon all the ministers. I have matters to announce." Little Lou commanded, ready to take action. Chapter 211. A new undertaking. "Hello, Admiral Golden Lion. It has been a while." Little Lou spoke cheerfully into the transponder snail. "I trust you are already aware of Roger's capture? I'm curious to know your plans following this news. What do you want? Spare me your ramblings." Golden Lion, having just executed a subordinate, retained a fierce aura of wrath. "I cannot believe Roger was captured by the Navy. What is your perspective?" Despite Golden Lion's harsh tone, Little Lou remained unfazed. "You are a legendary pirate of the same era as Roger. Do you truly believe the Navy could apprehend you? What nonsense are you spouting? What qualifications do those Navy fools have to capture me?" Golden Lion's fury flared at Little Lee's words. "Thus, I propose that the circumstances surrounding Roger's capture are indeed suspicious. Moreover, our investigations reveal that Roger is not in Rogue Town, but is still imprisoned at Navy headquarters, Marineford." Golden Lion momentarily failed to grasp Little Lee's. "Do you not wish to know why Roger was captured? Would you not find it a profound humiliation to witness the first pirate king, your esteemed rival, being executed in the weakest of seas? Is it not a sight you would relish, to see the Navy's haughty expressions?" Little Lou continued to press the Golden Lion for answers. If Roger were to be executed in Rogue Town, the world would only perceive the Navy as invincible, heralding the dawn of their era, while pirates would be regarded as insignificant. People would no longer fear your formidable reputation, and your image, as well as that of other pirates, would be diminished. "Humph, what do you expect me to do?" Little Lou replied, feigning fear. "Oh dear, your words are quite alarming." "Admiral, how could I possibly instruct you on your actions? I merely suggest that we could collaborate. With our combined forces, I believe world dominance would be within our grasp." He meticulously articulated his plans to the Golden Lion. Moments later, in the office of Admiral Sengoku, a subordinate received a phone call and hurriedly contacted Sengoku, who was playfully wrestling with Carp over some rice crackers. "This is bad, Admiral Sengoku. That notorious Scarlet Sovereign somehow learned your phone number and is requesting to speak with you." The jovial atmosphere of the office immediately fell into silence, enveloped by an eerie tension. "This fellow is truly no ordinary adversary. He even knows my office number," Sengoku remarked, a fleeting glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he addressed Carp. "Let us not delve into that. What do you think his intent is in calling us?" "Well, it can't be anything good, can it? Let us hear what he has to say," Carp jested, though a subtle pain gripped his chest. Crane nodded in agreement. "This is Sengoku speaking. I wonder what the illustrious Scarlet Sovereign wishes to discuss with me? Oh dear, in the presence of the Buddhist Sengoku, I hardly consider myself illustrious. I called merely to share some news. I have allied with the Golden Lion." In an instant, the air in the office seemed to... A chill of murderous intent began to permeate the room, plunging everyone into an icy dread. "What did you say? So, you called to flaunt your power?" Sengoku bellowed. No, I simply wish to share our forthcoming actions," Little Lou replied with a playful smirk. Chapter 212. A new initiative too. "Oh, then I shall listen intently," Sengoku responded, furrowing his brow as he processed Little Lee's words. Carp and Crane exchanged puzzled glances. "Roger, wasn't he captured by you, was he? He surrendered, didn't he?" Little Lou suddenly shifted the conversation. "What nonsense are you speaking? Haven't you seen the news in the papers?" Sengoku's tone escalated sharply, his voice filled with authority. Yet his mind was tumultuous. How could this information have leaked? Was there a traitor within the Navy? Carp and Crane shared the same look of suspicion, contemplating the implications. "Let us return to the original matter at hand and discuss our actions," Little Lou said, fully aware of the situation, as he changed the subject once more. Sengoku closed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath. Had it not been for the absence of his adversary before him, he would have undoubtedly twisted the opponent's head off to use it as a ball. In an effort to uphold the honor of pirates and prevent the Navy from dominating the seas, Admiral Golden Lion has resolved to launch an assault on Log Town to rescue Roger. What do you think of this? Is that so? Then I shall eagerly await your esteemed presence. If there are no other plans to discuss, then do not hesitate to hang up, you scum of the sea. Upon hearing such remarks, Sengoku found himself devoid of any desire to continue the conversation. Should the other party truly dare to proceed as stated, he would ensure their return would be impossible. Ah, Admiral Sengoku, do not be angered. I am a merciful person and do not concur with Admiral Golden Lion's actions. Xiao Lu interjected hastily, sensing the imminent end of the call. I believe Admiral Golden Lion's plan will not succeed, for after all, Roger is the Pirate King. When the time comes for his execution in Log Town, your Navy will undoubtedly deploy a heavy force. At the very least, you and Garp must attend, right? Or perhaps both. It is important to note that Roger's crew is not comprised solely of him. There are also his right-hand men and other formidable crew members. You must remain vigilant. I propose that when Roger is executed in Log Town, we should join forces to assault and pell down and liberate the most vicious pirates within. This way, the seas can once again be ruled by pirates. What do you think? Shallow inquired, his tone reminiscent of a humble and eager student. Observing Sengoku's anger manifesting through the phone, Shala secretly chuckled, cautious not to laugh too loudly and provoke the great Buddha. You truly are merciful, Sengoku remarked. His words seemingly forced from a tight squeeze, harsh and jarring. He had not anticipated such malice from the other party. If what he proposed were to occur, the collaboration between him and Golden Lion could indeed wreak havoc on Impel Down, resulting in an unsettled sea. Thank you for the compliment, Admiral Sengoku, Shala replied, seizing the opportunity while appearing to be modest. However, regarding my nearly foolproof plan, Admiral Golden Lion has not adopted it. Alas, what a pity. Can you not finish speaking in one go? I scarcely have the time to engage in idle chatter with you, scum of the sea. Ah, you continuously refer to me as scum. That certainly tarnishes your esteemed name, Shala jested. In truth, I have another plan. One that would be entirely beneficial to your Navy. Would you care to hear it? What plan? We shall cooperate. Shali's declaration immediately widened the eyes of Sengoku and his companions. What on earth was the other party scheming? Do share your thoughts, Sengoku managed to suppress his astonishment. Responding calmly, if it is feasible, cooperation may not be out of the question. Xiaohe, do you find this little imp's words credible? Carp whispered to Admiral Crane beside him, urging him not to stand so close. Admiral Crane, pushing Carp's head away, reflected that based on their previous encounters, this spire was not only formidable in strength but also possessed a rather profound mindset, making him far from a simple adversary, whatever he may profess. One must remember that he harbors ulterior motives, thus, starting from this premise to deduce his actions would likely unveil his true intentions. However, as easy as it is to articulate, the execution proves to be a formidable challenge. Upon hearing Sengoku's inquiry, Shali's lips curled into a subtle smile. He was confident that the other party would thoroughly contemplate his proposal. No, it should be that they would undoubtedly agree to their collaborative plan. What if I could assist you in capturing the Golden Lion? What? What did you say? Sengoku was taken aback by Shali's audacious remark. And even Garp and Tsuru's pupils dilated in shock. This was not merely a simple collaboration. Although the Golden Lion had been defeated by Roger during the last marine battle at Edwar and had since vanished from the scene, Sengoku and his comrades were all too familiar with the Golden Lion's formidable prowess. After all, he was a notorious pirate on par with Roger and Whitebeard, and they had a long-standing rivalry. If what Shala proposed were to materialize, capturing the Golden Lion at such a critical juncture would mean two notorious pirates apprehended by the Navy. This would significantly suppress the audacity of other pirates and instill a sense of trepidation among them. The Navy's reputation would soar to its zenith, and the world would come to realize that the Navy was the true sovereign of these seas, typically known for his calm demeanor. Sengoku found it challenging to maintain his composure. The overwhelming presence of his conqueror's haki erupted forth, and with each deepening breath, his aura intensified, as if resonating with the plaque inscribed with the words of justice that adorned the wall behind him, faint glimmers of Buddha light flickering around him. Sengoku steadied himself and inquired about Shali's true intentions. Tsuru also forced herself to regain her composure, although they were seasoned veterans of many storms. The recent revelations were utterly unexpected. Even Whitebeard Tsuru would not dare to indulge in such daydreams. I am certain you were curious about my intentions, correct? Just as Sengoku was about to speak, Shaola seemed to anticipate his question, suddenly uttering a statement that caused the words to catch in Sengoku's throat. leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. Since their conversation began, Sengoku had found himself at a disadvantage, only to become increasingly vexed. The 7 warlords of the sea. What? Sengoku and his companions could hardly believe their ears, prompting them to ask for clarification once more. Could you repeat that? My condition is that I wish to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Upon regaining their composure after the initial shock, Sengoku and the others were left with a multitude of questions, their minds racing with caution. In fact, the higher-ups of the government had already expressed interest in recruiting Xiao Lu as a warlord following the recent events at Savored Archipelago. Although no formal decision had yet been made, if Xiao Lu could indeed cooperate with the Navy to capture the Golden Lion, the world government would be more than willing to extend an invitation to him, a situation that would yield mutual benefits. You are regarded as the man closest to the throne. How can you possibly be interested in a mere warlord? Sengoku pondered for a moment before asking slowly. The 7 warlords cannot accommodate such a great Buddha. Not at all, Admiral Sengoku. You flatter me excessively. I am merely an upstanding citizen, and any conflict with the Navy is purely a misunderstanding. I believe we shall collaborate quite harmoniously in the future. Let us see if you can achieve that first. After the Warring States period, upon realizing there was nothing further to discuss, he abruptly ended the call. Indeed, he is a person grounded in reality. The specifics of the collaboration have yet to be negotiated. Xiao Lu gazed at the distant floating island, his eyes flickering with an unknown spark. Chapter 214. The Assault of the Golden Lion. Little Lu gazed at the palace on the floating island in the distance, his expression momentarily lost in thought, before he steeled himself and made his way towards it. At the same time, Joe's paper clone arrived at the Navy headquarters in Marineford as per their plan. Spire, you are truly making waves out at sea. Even Garp has suffered a significant setback at your hands. There are hardly any left on the ocean who can rival you. The Golden Lion laughed heartily at Little Lu, commending him on his recent achievements. Compared to you notorious admirals, whose names echo throughout the seas, my own reputation pales in comparison. Little Lu, I wonder what the Admiral thinks of my plan? I firmly believe that with our combined efforts and a surprise attack, rescuing Roger will be a mere formality. Attacking Marineford may not even prove more challenging than raiding the execution site in Lobetown. By then, Lobetown will be swarmed with formidable foes, whereas, according to my intelligence, only Garp and Sengoku remain in Marineford, making it much easier to rescue Roger. At that time, we can divert their forces at Impel Down, significantly easing our pressure during the assault. I also have insiders within the Navy. Our victory is assured. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. After careful consideration, the Golden Lion acquiesced to Little Lu's plan. By the way, I wonder how the floating island you promised to help us construct is coming along? Is it capable of floating permanently without your assistance? Upon receiving the Golden Lion's agreement to his plan, Little Lu inquired about the island that had been promised to him. It has been completed as per your specifications. The Golden Lion chuckled heartily. You are indeed an exceptional partner. Those beasts, after being injected with the serum developed by Dr. Indico, have become far more ferocious. Their combat prowess multiplied several times over, surpassing that of ordinary pirates, which is truly beyond my expectations. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Indico approached with his distinctive gait. Having consulted him prior to Little Lu's arrival, he was here to convey the results of his research. Dr. Indico, what are the findings of your research? Little Lu inquired eagerly. Just as Boss Shiki mentioned, those beasts have indeed grown stronger, influenced by that serum. It can indeed activate the cells, endowing them with vigorous life. If injected into a human body, it can restore cellular vitality and accelerate metabolism. However, it will plunge the individual into a state of perpetual madness, from which they cannot recover. Furthermore, to rejuvenate all the body cells, an enormous quantity of the serum is required. Even if a person were to briefly regain consciousness, their mind would ultimately collapse due to the sustained state of excitement. Thank you. Little Lu's eyes fluttered shut slightly. His heart, which had just been lifted, now sank once more. It seems he must devise another plan. After the soiree concluded, Little Lu approached the Golden Lion to obtain a piece of his life paper, ensuring he could ascertain the opponent's condition during the impending battle should any unforeseen circumstances arise. We are aware, Sengoku stated after hanging up the call. Addressing the stunning woman before him, the higher-ups have consented to this plan. As long as you fulfill your obligations, we shall certainly honor our commitments. Moments later, alarms blared throughout Marineford, and all sailors promptly assumed their designated positions. Attention! The Golden Lion is attacking. It appeared to be genuine. We must keep a close watch on him. As they observed the islands and ships plummeting from the sky, both Garp and Sengoku wore grave expressions. The roar of artillery echoed around them, marking the commencement of battle. Chapter 215. The Golden Lion Strikes 2, gazing at the swiftly descending islands and vessels. Garp and Sengoku's countenances reflected their concern. Even though they had received prior intelligence, the Golden Lion's capabilities remained exceedingly formidable. Do not panic. Adhere to the plan. Everyone returned to their combat positions, ready to follow Admiral Sengoku's directives. Many sailors, unaccustomed to such scenes, began to tremble, but fortunately, seasoned veterans with combat experience were commanding them. Otherwise, some would have been paralyzed with fear before the battle even commenced. At the harbor, artillery fire roared, and a dense barrage of shells formed a formidable network of firepower, reducing the rapidly descending islands and ships to rubble. However, the relentless debris still ravaged large sections of Marineford, transforming them into ruins, with stones crashing into the ocean, stirring up. Had defensive measures not been established in advance and the crowd evacuated, the sudden onslaught from the Golden Lion would have inflicted catastrophic losses on the Navy. It seems the Navy is not entirely inept after all. After numerous encounters, they have learned to adapt. The Golden Lion chuckled derisively, noticing that his attack had not resulted in significant casualties among the Navy. This is the Navy headquarters, the most secure place in the world. How could it be so easily destroyed by you? Sengoku tore off his Navy coat and leaped into the air, shattering the stones hurtling toward him. Ha ha ha, Golden Lion, long time no see. Today, you shall face justice. Garp replied with a confident smile, undeterred. He ripped off his coat, his dark fists emanating an ominous energy. In the next moment, he swung his fist, unleashing a powerful shockwave that swept through the air, dispersing the rubble. The fierce impact redirected the debris into the sea, mitigating the damage to Navy headquarters. Just two sailors. The Golden Lion descended gracefully, a sly grin on his face, his eyes gleaming with malice as he unleashed his overwhelming conqueror's haki. The thunderous explosion of energy radiated outward, creating an invisible shockwave. The less resolute Marines immediately felt their vision blur and collapsed to the ground. Admiral Gold Lion, why the haste? Such urgency can lead to complications, remarked Little Lu, following closely behind with a pointed implication. It appears your intelligence was accurate. Indeed, only Garp and Sengoku guard this place, while the others have likely been dispatched to fortify and pell down. Admiral Gold Lion, Garp and Sengoku are not to be trifled with. Let us entertain a hypothesis. Even if we are unable to prevail, retreat should not be overly difficult, correct? Ha ha ha. What nonsense are you spouting? Fear not. With my abilities, capturing me would be as challenging as ascending the heavens. No, even more so. I see. Could it be that you are afraid? A flicker of mockery crossed Gold Lion's face. After all, the three figures were formidable titans of the seas, and as a fledgling, witnessing such a scene for the first time naturally invoked a hint of trepidation. Little Lu, observing Gold Lion's taunt, displayed no displeasure, boldly acknowledging his feelings. Rest assured. With me here, you need not worry. As Gold Lion descended upon Marineford, he gestured with both hands, and waves of earth erupted from the ground, instantly coalescing into majestic, roaring lions that charged towards Garp and his comrades. To the Marines, the sky-darkening lions instilled a sense of despair, akin to witnessing the apocalypse. Gold Lion, this is not your domain to wreak havoc. Sengoku, radiating an aura of divine light, suddenly transformed into a colossal figure, resembling a Buddha descending to dispel the Marines' fears. Sengoku, the Buddha of war, lived up to his name. Chapter 216. The Assault of the Gold Lion. 3. Upon seeing the overwhelming lion, a pall seemed to envelop the heads of the Marines at Marineford, casting a somber atmosphere that sapped their fighting spirit. Sengoku transformed into the great Buddha, his right hand thrusting forward with tremendous force, unleashing a colossal shockwave from his palm that shattered the charging lions into a cascade of rubble. I cannot allow you to continue your arrogance. Garp's aura surged, a golden flame seemingly rising around him. As he settled into a stance, the ground beneath him cracked like a spider's web. In the next moment, Garp flickered and appeared beside Gold Lion, his fist imbued with an indomitable force, hurtling towards Gold Lion's head. Without turning, Gold Lion chuckled. In a flash, Little Lu materialized before Garp, his sword of sovereignty gleaming with a chilling radiance, piercing towards Garp's fist. The clash of sword and iron fist resonated in the air, each combatant's eyes brimming with lethal intent. Ha ha ha. You are but two, and I am not alone in this fight. Gold Lion laughed heartily, drawing his twin swords, the famed blades Sakura tin and withered with slicing through the exuding a deadly aura. Lion's thousand cuts. Countless sharp golden slashes rained down, dazzling like stars, erupting with boundless murderous intent, reminiscent of the lethal claws of the gold lion. In an instant, the vast town of Mariford was shattered by the overwhelming sword energy, leaving some unfortunate sailors ensnared within the deadly sword net, reduced to mere fragments of flesh. Ha ha, you worthless lot should surrender to me at once. Roger is certainly not someone you can capture. The golden lion's gaze was one of disdain, his golden hair billowing wildly, exuding the imposing aura of the old generation of pirates. Today, I shall make those foolish beings aware that it is the pirates who reign supreme over these waters. Humph. Justice is not as fragile as you presume. The cold light reflected off Sengoku's glasses, his expression devoid of compassion, entirely lacking the mercy of a Buddha. The powerful conqueror's haki surged, an invisible wave of energy spreading forth, carrying with it the will to dominate the world, radiating in all directions. You should have no trouble dealing with those two alone, correct? I shall go to rescue Roger. What nonsense! Am I to fear to mere sailors? It won't be long before I dispose of them both. You carry on. The golden lion, taken aback by little Legio's lack of faith in his prowess, promptly returned. He was a man destined to rule these seas from the skies. Little Lu smiled faintly, wielding his sword to force Carp back, his figure flickering before vanishing from sight. Where are you going? Carp, stepping lightly as if on the moon, sought to pursue him immediately. Wave slash. A golden arc of energy, stretching for hundreds of meters, howled toward Carp as he attempted to chase little Lu. The formidable sword aura blasted him toward the ground, a tremendous explosion resonating in. The sword energy carved a gaping hole in the earth, shrouding the area in dust and obscuring the situation within. Struck by the overwhelming force of the sword aura, Carp sustained internal injuries despite his immediate defense, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The pain in his previously healed chest wound flared anew, causing him a twinge of discomfort. The scar on his chest felt as if it were burning, a lingering consequence from the previous battle at Sabedi Archipelago. Chapter 217. The Assault of the Golden Lion. 4. The Golden Lion and Carp were locked in fierce combat, while little Lu found himself alone in a chamber within the Navy headquarters. There awaited a man clad in a white trench coat and a white mask, accompanied by a woman. What news? Has the notification arrived? Little Lu inquired, his demeanor calm as if he had anticipated the situation. This is the authorization issued by the higher-ups. Please take a look. Mr. Spire, you are now a member of the 7 warlords of the sea. Congratulations. The 5 elders hold you in high regard and believe you to be a man of your word. We hope you will act according to plan in the forthcoming endeavors. The masked man congratulated little Lu, his tone devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Shala turned his gaze towards the woman standing beside him, noticing her subtle nod. Understanding dawned upon him, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. They had successfully advanced their plan, everything unfolding precisely as he had envisioned. The woman beside him was none other than Qiao, or rather, a manifestation of Qiao, though her strength paled in comparison to the original. In every other aspect she mirrored him perfectly. The masked man was a member of CP0, the intelligence agency of the world government, a group lurking in the shadows to carry out the dirty work of the regime. Let us commemorate our partnership with a photograph. Ignoring the other's feelings, Xiaolu, with a beaming smile, took a stand beside CP0, his hand resting on the man's shoulder. CP0 attempted to struggle, only to find Xiaoli's grip as unyielding as iron, rendering him utterly immobile. Waves of anxiety surged within him, and beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead concealed beneath the mask. The formidable prowess of his opponent left him with no room for retaliation, extinguishing any remnants of pride and disdain he had harbored. Meanwhile, Qiao's manifestation retrieved a camera, poised to capture this moment. Thank you for your hard work. Shala smiled as he patted the man's shoulder, then casually brushed away non-existent dust from his attire. The masked man stood rigid, powerless against Xiaoli's whims. Unbeknownst to him, a sheet of paper, perfectly blending with the color of his clothing, adhered to his form. As Shala completed his actions, far away in the land of Maple, Qiao suddenly opened his eyes, a beguiling smile forming on his lips. That was no ordinary paper. It was Qiao's eye, and indeed, it was Qiao himself. At that moment in Marin Vondo, a third of the town lay in ruins, with countless Marine Corps corpses littering the ground, blood coalescing into a trickling stream. You two are truly a handful. If I were at my peak, you would stand no chance against me. The Golden Lion stood atop a pile of corpses, panting heavily, his twin swords dripping with the warm blood of the Navy. The helm lodged within his skull severely impaired his strength, preventing him from enduring a prolonged fight. Inwardly, he mused, where is that? Can he handle a few others? What a waste. Shiki, you are no match for us. Today, you shall not escape. Though his clothes were tattered and a wound marred his cheek, Sengoku remained largely unscathed, as did Garp. Damn it, must I retreat? He thought, regarding the young commander. Captain. The Golden Lion's eyes flickered uncertainly. If this plan failed, he would prepare to raid the execution site in Logetown. Just then, a cry from Xiao Lu seized. The latter approached, bloodied and bearing numerous sword marks, staggering towards him with a moonwalk gait. The plan has failed, Captain. There are still formidable foes inside. Roger has been relocated to Logetown. What did you say? The Golden Lion's eyes widened in fury as he seized Xiao Lu by the collar. A fierce murderous intent igniting in his gaze. After all this time, is this the answer you provide me? What a worthless fool. Ha ha ha, Shiki. It appears you are destined to return empty-handed. No, today we shall ensnare you. Upon hearing Karp's words, the Golden Lion turned with a fierce glare, unaware that Sorel had stealthily approached from behind. Do not revel in your triumph, for at Rogue Town, I shall ensure your downfall. A chilling sensation enveloped the Golden Lion as blood surged forth from his mouth, and he trembled as he glanced downward, discovering a hand piercing through his chest. Chapter 218. The first of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Golden Lion was seized by a wave of excruciating pain in his chest, blood continuously spilling forth as he spoke in fragmented breaths. What are you doing, you scoundrel? He could not comprehend why Sorel would dare to strike him. You, old friend, have aged like a lion in its twilight, your former glory diminished, and your once magnificent presence all but vanished. Given this, why not grant me this favor? Sorel replied with a calm smile, his tone reminiscent of a conversation with an old companion. But fret not, you shall not meet your end. I have been exceedingly careful to avoid your vital points. After Xiao Lu spoke, he suddenly yanked his right hand, causing the once mighty Golden Lion to collapse to the ground. Powerless and unable to rise again. Alas, had that fellow truly turned against his own comrades? The Golden Lion had been defeated? Who could enlighten me on this bewildering turn of events? The watching Marines were taken aback by the unexpected scene before them, momentarily at a loss for how to react. I have successfully executed our plan, Xiao Lu remarked. A serene smile gracing his face as he casually retrieved a silk handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the blood from his hands. Reminiscent of a doctor who had just completed surgery on a patient. A plan. Have you conspired together all along, or were you always one of the Navy? The Golden Lion managed to ask with great difficulty, his voice tinged with disbelief. He never imagined his downfall would not come at the hands of Karp and Sengoku, but rather from this despicable individual before him. He felt a profound sense of unwillingness. His ambitions remained unfulfilled. What does it matter whether the calculation is overt or covert? Xiao Lu gazed down upon the Golden Lion, his eyes devoid of any flicker of emotion, as still and profound as an ancient well. Since death is inevitable, why concern ourselves with the manner of demise? You lofty individuals often overlook those you deem insignificant. Xiao Lu appeared as a victor, relishing in the opportunity to mock his vanquished foe, frequently invoking Roger's name, having been defeated by him. Was there not a trace of admiration for the risk taken to rescue him? Or perhaps a sense of honor in having traversed an era alongside him? Was this the camaraderie shared among great pirates and significant figures? Upon hearing Xiao Li's words, the Golden Lion's eyes brimmed with murderous intent, nearly spilling over like water. Yet, his physical condition did not permit him to rise. He could only listen to the victor's boastful words like a defeated man, a fate more unbearable than death. In the distance, Karp furrowed his brow upon hearing this. The camaraderie Xiao Lu spoke of resonated with his own experiences with Roger. He yearned to capture Roger to prove his strength, to instill fear in other pirates, showcasing the might of the Navy. Yet, he hesitated to execute Roger, even relishing the exhilarating encounters they shared. However, the weight of justice upon his shoulders served as a constant reminder. The Navy and pirates are irreconcilable foes. Enough with the idle chatter. Sengoku interjected, disapproving of Xiao Li's triumphant demeanor, signaling the Marines to capture the Golden Lion, specifically instructing them not to let him perish. Everyone. This collaboration has been delightful. Xiao Lu cast a meaningful glance at Karp, waved farewell, and vanished from sight. The following day, news of the Golden Lion's capture spread across the seas. Countless pirates felt a sense of unease. Another great pirate had been apprehended, following in Roger's footsteps, casting a shadow over their heads. Meanwhile, the news of Little Lu becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea has sparked widespread discussion. Some jestingly remarked, I initially thought the Crimson Typhoon was a remarkable figure, yet he has become a mere pawn of the Navy. Is this truly the individual lauded as the closest to the throne of the Pirate King? It's utterly laughable. Oh, where are my dentures? Humph. What kind of 7 warlords is this? It appears the Crimson Typhoon is nothing extraordinary. Just wait as I claim his head. In no time, the seas were filled with disdain and ridicule directed at little Lu, who had already set sail for Logtown. Chapter 219. Journey to Logtown. Little Lu. Are you heading to Logtown alone? In the distant land of the Kingdom of Finge, Joe was on the phone with little Lu, who was en route to Logtown. Do you require our assistance? No. I will proceed according to the original plan, little Lu replied with a faint smile. I am now a warlord of the sea, and the Navy will not go back on their word. If they choose to oppose me, the very existence of the warlord system becomes meaningless. How are things on Lord Roy's side? Rest assured, everything has been handled impeccably, although many are skeptical about your claim of becoming a warlord to rescue the Golden Lion. The majority are pragmatic. I must admit, while there are some tough characters among the Golden Lion's subordinates, none can match Lord Roy and his crew. That Dr. Indigo is also quite obstinate. He refuses to submit and has now become my puppet. Excellent work. What is the situation back home? You need not worry on that front. They have long revered you as a deity. Everything you say and do is met with unwavering support. Anyone who opposes you is deemed a heretic. In fact, there are even spontaneous organizations established in your honor. You are their faith, the sun in their hearts. Moreover, let us not forget, our news department is quite formidable. Any unfavorable remarks against you will vanish into silence. Joe chuckled lightly. By the way, the king of sea transport, Umit, has approached us. He wishes to collaborate, assisting us in transporting and trading weapons and materials across the seas. Of course, that poses no issue. The more partners, the better. We should also establish our own channels to avoid being at the mercy of others. Understood. Joe nodded. What about the situation in Wano country? I've heard a band of pirates has taken control of Wano, but the specifics remain unclear. Our men there have been eliminated. Oh ho ho. Who are these individuals that managed to outmaneuver us? It seems we must not underestimate anyone. Little Lee's eyes narrowed, his tone inscrutable. Those who knew him well would recognize the murderous intent brewing within him. But alas, we shall discuss this later. Have there been any updates from Frog Island? Although little Lu had anticipated this, he could not help but inquire. Not yet, but they have not given up hope. Do not lose heart. Joe reassured as little Lu fell into silence. And Brooke? The dispatched scouts have relayed that several have been eliminated. The opposition is unwilling to cooperate, making it exceedingly difficult to apprehend him. With a resounding crash, the delicate glass in Xiao Li's hand shattered, crimson wine cascading down his palm to the ground. Whenever matters of this nature arise, a series of misfortunes ensue, causing even Xiao Li's normally placid demeanor to waver. What did Jiajin have? He mentioned that with their technology, they could only replace damaged body parts, not resurrect the deceased. Truly a waste, for the first time. Xiao Li found himself cursing due to these circumstances, a palpable aura of menace causing the attending servants to tremble. What has become of those who infiltrated the branch at sea? Some have already ascended to the naval headquarters, though they remain mere lieutenants and junior generals. Quite commendable. Instruct them to remain vigilant and offer unwavering support whenever necessary. On that note, I am nearing Roguetown. As he gazed ahead at Roguetown, a faint smile graced Xiao Li's lips. Chapter 220. Roger, wow, look at that colossal ship. I have never seen such a majestic and opulent battleship. Hey, isn't that the Scarlet Tai Sui's Mirage? Does that mean pirates have arrived? A marine, hearing his companion's introduction, exclaimed in surprise and immediately sought to alert others to prepare. However, before he could finish, a comrade beside him delivered a sharp smack to his head. Shoo, fool, do you not realize he is a warlord of the sea? The warlord of the sea, Mr. Spire, has arrived. Quickly, notify Admiral Zifa. The sentry, having already spotted Xiao Lu, called out with urgency. As Xiao Lu approached the naval base in Roguetown, a burly, purple-haired marine, accompanied by several soldiers, advanced towards him. Spire, what brings you here? Oh my. You must be Admiral Zifa. Truly an embodiment of strength. Your reputation as the Black Arm precedes you and fills me with admiration. Ah. You are the one who injured Garp, aren't you? Quite the despicable character, indeed. Your name has reached my ears long before. A marine behind Zifa gasped upon hearing this remark. Zifa's tone was laden with tension, yet he faced a pirate known for his ruthlessness. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, his companion quickly intervened, silencing him. Ha ha ha, Admiral Zifa, you are indeed humorous. While I am not particularly concerned, I would prefer that you refrain from referring to me as a pirate. I have never considered myself one. Xiao Lu did not display anger in response to Zifa's words. I am quite prone to anger. you see. When provoked, I can unleash a wave of destruction that harms the innocent, and that would be unfortunate. By the way, has Admiral Zifa tied the knot? If so, your family must reside in Mariewa. In the preceding moment, Xiaolu, with a beaming smile, remarked on his own quick temper. Yet in the next breath, he alluded to Zfa's family. Those with even a modicum of perception recognized the implication behind Xiaoli's words. Do you dare to threaten me? Zfa's eyes widened, glaring fiercely at Xiaolu, a palpable aura of hostility emanating from him. Oh, how could you say such a thing? I am genuinely concerned for you, Xiaolu retorted nonchalantly. Zfa clenched his fists, and ominous energy began to rise around him. A chilling sense of danger enveloping the vicinity. The onlookers were immediately drenched in cold sweat, their expressions a mix of shock and fear. Does the great General Zfa wish to engage with the Navy's warlord? Xiaolu maintained his smile, unfazed, gesturing to his own head. In an instant, Zfa's menacing presence dissipated as if the previous confrontation had never occurred. With a huff, he turned and departed without a backward glance. I hope you refrain from any underhanded actions. Zfa cast a deep glance at Xiaolu before leaving. Ah, you've reminded me. I must meet with Roger. I am indeed eager to witness the grandeur of the Pirate King. Xiaolu, like a persistent leech, shamelessly followed after having just issued a threat. With clear assurances of no ulterior motives and under the watchful eyes of guards, Xiaolu ultimately received permission to meet Roger. What an honor it is, Pirate King Roger. Kid, you must be the notorious spire who has stirred the seas into a frenzy, Roger said, unperturbed despite being imprisoned. His demeanor radiant. His formidable presence exuded immense pressure, embodying the spirit of a true king. Chapter 221. A Gathering of Heroes. 1. Kid, what brings you to me? Roger inquired. A bold smile gracing his lips. Are you perhaps seeking information on the location of Raftel? What? Will our esteemed Pirate King divulge such secrets to me? I would be remiss to decline. Xiaolu feigned astonishment, adopting an earnest listening posture. Ah, kid, I was merely jesting. Roger laughed heartily, nearly moved to tears by the humor he found in teasing Xiaolu. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted to one of solemnity as he regarded Xiaolu, an instinct urging him not to reveal anything. Oh, and why is that? Xiaolu's false smile faded, his countenance remaining serene, devoid of any hint of anger, as if he had anticipated Roger's reaction, calmly inquiring. You are different, Roger said, a fleeting glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. His words caused Xiaolu to furrow his brow slightly, yet he remained silent. Suddenly, a peculiar smile graced his lips, only to vanish as swiftly as it had appeared. Returning to a neutral expression, the rapidity of the change left even Roger momentarily taken aback, as though Xiaolu possessed an uncanny ability to alter his demeanor at will. Xiaolu observed the other party's expression, his furrowed brows tightening further. I wonder if you still recall a pirate by the name of Nagli? Nagli shook his head slightly. Little one, not every individual I have encountered remains etched in my memory. Xiaolu nodded in understanding, then began to recount tales of his master. Ah, now I remember. It turns out you were his disciple. I never would have guessed. Roger reflected upon Xiaolu's words, reminiscing about the past. He likely never anticipated that he would cultivate such a formidable apprentice, ha ha ha. After a brief exchange, Xiaolu departed without delay. How about Spire? Any unusual movements? Zifa inquired of his attendant within a chamber. Report, Admiral. Spire has remained under our watchful eye. He has exhibited no irregularities. He seeks information regarding Raftel. But Roger has refrained from disclosing anything. That is reassuring, Zifa sighed in relief, suspecting that Spire's meeting with Roger was indeed for that very purpose. Humph. Truly a man with ulterior motives. Inside a tavern in town, Xiaolu sat in a shadowy corner, while a figure knelt before him, delivering a report. Report, my lord. Everything has been arranged. There will be no flaws. Leave now. With a swift motion, the figure vanished into thin air. Tomorrow, the world shall change, granting us ample time. The next day, Roguetown was teeming with people, heavily guarded at the port. Numerous naval officers lay in ambush within the structures flanking the execution platform. Sengoku had also arrived to oversee the proceedings. After a brief meeting with Roger, Garp departed, his destination unknown. Inside a tavern, a voice called out, Ah, isn't that our esteemed Don Quixote Doflamingo? It's been quite a while. Ah, the prominent figure has arrived. In the presence of the Tai Sui, I hardly qualify as a notable person. As Doflamingo sipped his drink, he recognized the familiar, irritating voice and looked up to see Xiaolu approaching with a grin. Turning, he asked, What drink does the Tai Sui desire? Crimson Tai Sui. Chapter 222. A Gathering of Heroes 2. I apologize, esteemed guest. We do not have crimson Tai Sui. Not to worry, I brought my own. Xiao Lu waved his hand dismissively, producing an exquisitely carved silver flask adorned with a dragon motif, and plopped himself down opposite Doflamingo. I've heard your recent business endeavors have flourished greatly. Congratulations. Ah, it is all thanks to the support of the Tai Sui, is it not? As our business flourishes, the rewards reaped by Tai Sui grow ever more bountiful. Yet, we have encountered our fair share of troubles. Granny Crane has been keeping a watchful eye on us, and I dare not let my guard down for even a moment. Tai Sui has now ascended to the status of a warlord of the sea, entirely free from such concerns, which is indeed enviable. Doflamingo, perplexed by the intentions of the newcomer, assumed they were eyeing his family's business and quickly deflected the inquiry. Though he believed his strength had vastly improved compared to the past, the individual before him exuded a formidable aura that was truly daunting. He was still troubled by Crane's relentless pursuit. While this individual had already demonstrated the capacity to inflict grievous harm upon Carp, their prowess seemingly unfathomable. Reluctantly, he acknowledged his current disadvantage and felt compelled to acquiesce. He held on to the hope that, given sufficient time to develop, he would one day reclaim the indignities he had previously endured. The identity of a warlord indeed offers numerous advantages, remarked the newcomer casually. So, are you interested? How could this man possibly know my thoughts? No, it must merely be a conjecture. Doflamingo felt a weight in his heart as he noticed the playful glint in the other's eyes. He quickly forced a smile. If Tai Sui's assistance is available, I would certainly be remiss to decline. It would be an opportune moment to rid ourselves of that bothersome Granny Crane and expand our enterprise. A raspy laughter echoed. Ah, it has been a while, Spandam. A robust man draped in a dark gray cloak approached, a cigar clenched between his teeth, exuding the aura of a mafia boss. Crocodile, it has indeed been a long time. Spandam greeted, raising his jug in acknowledgement. I've heard you've been stirring the pot in the New World, even setting your sights on Whitebeard. What keeps you from taking action? Are you perhaps intimidated? Spare me your insolent remarks. I have merely been entangled in certain matters, and I have made some new discoveries, which is why I have yet to claim his head. Crocodile retorted sharply, incensed by the mockery. I cannot compare to you, having attained the title of warlord. Crocodile sneered, his disdain evident. You seem content to be a lapdog for the Navy. I presume you've been cowed by— He then glanced at Spandam's new underling. Is this your latest recruit? Dressed like a turkey, your taste in subordinates is rather poor. Huh. Your tongue is quite sharp. Doflamingo had originally been an amused spectator, but was taken aback when Crocodile's ire was directed at him. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and the crimson lenses of his glasses could not conceal the murderous intent in his eyes. Would you mind if I dealt with him, Tai Sui? Doflamingo inquired, his fingers twitching like the legs of a spider. Clang. A faint glimmer of light flickered, and it appeared as if Crocodile's neck had been severed by a razor's edge, his head falling to the ground. Yet, astonishingly, the expression on Crocodile's face remained unchanged. Ah, a murder has occurred. In the next moment, the tavern erupted with frantic screams. Chapter 223. A Gathering of Heroes. 3. You scoundrel, how dare you lay a hand on me? Crocodile remarked with indifference. If you fail to properly discipline your subordinates, I shall not hold back. With a swift motion of his right hand, the Desert Emperor conjured a formidable sand blade that sliced through the air with a ferocity that seemed to rend the very atmosphere as it advanced toward. The table occupied by Little Lu and his companions was instantly shattered, and the floor cracked open, revealing a deep chasm. In this moment, Crocodile's majesty was not to be trifled with. Impressive strength, Doflamingo acknowledged, but such tricks alone cannot defeat me. He then leaped into the air, causing chaos to erupt within the bar. Hey, just make sure you don't drag me into your skirmish. Little Lu smiled faintly. Colorful threads. Doflamingo's hands transformed into claws, unleashing a myriad of vividly colored threads that tore through the air, glistening with a menacing sheen as they aimed for Crocodile's form, instantly shredding his body to pieces. Child's play. Do not presume that such tactics can vanquish me, Crocodile retorted with a smirk, as the sand once again coalesced to restore his figure. The tavern had devolved into a ruin, and the clash between Crocodile and Doflamingo intensified, drawing the gaze of many onlookers. Hee, that must be Crocodile. Who is he fighting? He seems quite formidable, remarked a gaunt man with sharp features and pointed horns upon his forehead, revealing an array of sharp teeth, none other than the infamous pirate Gecko Moria, who had recently risen to prominence. Run. This battle is beyond our capabilities, cried some spectators as they were caught in the aftermath of the duel between Crocodile and Doflamingo, screaming in terror. Humph. A band of pirates daring to wreak havoc in the heavily guarded Logue Town, utterly disregarding the Navy. At that moment, a naval major, flanked by a contingent of sailors, approached, encircling the two combatants. Cease at once. Hee. A mere naval major dares to intervene in a pirate battle? Do you seek death? Moria interjected, positioning himself before the naval officer. Do not interfere. How can we enjoy the spectacle if you disrupt us? Scatter bats. With a flourish of his hands, Moria summoned a swarm of bats that darkened the skies, forming a shroud that obstructed the naval major and his men. What is this? What is happening? It hurts. I've been bitten by bats. A group of sailors was overwhelmed, their bodies marred by bites, as they flailed about, bewildered and slashing wildly in all directions. Humph. A bunch of tiresome fools. Amidst the throng, a man clad in a floral shirt, his countenance austere and a long blade slung across his back, let out a disdainful snort. His piercing gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, betrayed a hint of derision. With arms crossed, he turned and departed. Meanwhile, from a distance, a vigilant figure, Little Lou, sensed a disturbance and glanced in the direction of the man in the floral shirt, yet failed to recognize anyone familiar. However, the palpable excitement emanating from the sheathed king's sword indicated the presence of a formidable swordsman nearby. Chapter 224. The dawn of a new era as the battle intensified. The clash between Crocodile and Don Quixote da Flamingo drew the attention of the naval hierarchy. It seemed that the town of Rogu was currently teeming with exceptionally powerful pirates. Upon receiving reports from his subordinates, Sengoku, despite being mentally prepared, felt a twinge of frustration. The pirates were proving to be quite unruly. He could not allow their disruptions to persist. The execution of Roger must not suffer the slightest error. After expressing his concerns, Sengoku dispatched Zephyr and the Navy to quell the chaos in Rogu. He was determined that no disturbances should arise from these pirates, regardless of their intentions. Today's execution must proceed without a hitch. Run. The Navy is here. It was Zephyr leading the naval forces, prompting a swift retreat among the pirates. Some hurriedly called their subordinates to withdraw, while others commanded those nearby to remain calm. Crocodile and his companions soon learned that Zephyr and a substantial contingent of the Navy were approaching, and to avoid unnecessary complications, they ceased their skirmish. Engaging the Navy at this juncture would be an unwise choice. They were not here to raid a gallows. Humph, what an insufferable fellow. Next time we meet. Mind your tongue, Doflamingo remarked with an arrogant grin before turning to leave. One who knows not the vastness of the sea should be grateful that the Navy has spared your life this time. Should our paths cross again, you will not escape so easily, Crocodile retorted scornfully upon witnessing his adversary's timely retreat. He too departed, leaving behind a scene of devastation, the remnants of their fierce battle strewn about. As noon approached, the streets of Roga surged with a crowd, all gravitating toward the execution platform. Suddenly, as if commanded by an unspoken order, the vast assembly fell into a profound silence, their collective gaze fixated on a solitary figure in the central aisle. The Pirate King. Roger, shackled and flanked by two soldiers, approached the execution platform with a smile. Even in the face of imminent demise, Roger exhibited no trace of fear. He resembled a sovereign surveying his subjects, his eyes radiating confidence, determination, and charisma. The crowd, in unison, held their silence, their quietude a testament to their respect for him. In a tall building nearby, Little Lou leaned against the window, his expression placid as he observed the scene, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. Beside them, a contingent of naval officers stood in rapt attention, seemingly bracing themselves for the impending clash. Sengoku also stood nearby, his expression grave. From their vantage point in the building, they could survey the entirety of Rogue Town, where any stir or movement could not escape their keen observation. Shallow had no intention of coming here, yet Admiral Sengoku explicitly expressed his distrust, insisting that he remain, fearing that Shaola might cause trouble. Struck by the bluntness of the words, Shaola found himself at a loss for words. To demonstrate his innocence and assure that he harbored no ill intentions, he chose to stay. Have you discovered any traces of the Roger pirates? He inquired. Report to Admiral Sengoku. There have been no sightings of any members of the Roger pirates, came the response. How could this be? Upon hearing the report from the transponder snail, Sengoku furrowed his brow, perplexed. Continue to maintain close surveillance, and do not overlook any potential clues. Sengoku commanded, tension evident. He firmly believed that the members of the Roger pirates were aware of their captain's impending execution and would undoubtedly attempt a rescue. Although Roger had previously assured them that no crew members would come to storm the execution site, Sengoku was unwilling to take that risk. Furthermore, Instruct the patrol ships within a 10-mile radius to intensify their search efforts, leaving no suspicious vessels unchecked, he ordered his subordinates. However, as the seconds ticked by and the time for Roger's execution drew nearer, no adverse news emerged from outside. Sengoku felt a mix of relief and a hint of disappointment. With a resounding chime of the great bell, Sengoku officially announced Roger's execution. At that moment, the eyes of the world converged upon Logtown. People from all corners of the globe followed the events unfolding here through various channels. Today marks the day of Pirate King Toiled, Roger's execution. A significant victory for the Navy. Roger's death holds profound meaning for the world. These ruthless pirates have plunged the populace into despair, rendering the world tumultuous. But I urge all citizens to believe that the Navy is the mightiest force, the true bastion of the people. The Navy shall uphold justice to the very end, eradicating all pirates and restoring peace to the seas. Wherever the Navy exists, justice prevails. Justice shall not be vanquished by evil. Our execution of Roger today serves as a declaration to all pirates that there is no escape for you. Being annihilated by justice is your inescapable fate. Sengoku's voice resonated powerfully through the broadcast, echoing throughout Logtown and disseminating across the seas via the visual snail. The populace worldwide erupted in fervor, beginning to cheer for the formidable and righteous Navy. Mother, I have made my decision. I want to become a Navy officer when I grow up. The Navy shall prevail. Justice shall triumph. Executing Roger will spread the name of justice across the world. Are pirates the root of all evil? No, it is the world government. On a tall building in Logtown, a young man clad in a green trench coat and hood listened intently to Sengoku's speech broadcasted over the airwaves, murmuring to himself. The execution begins. Having glanced at the time, Sengoku decisively issued the command. Roger, do you have any final words before your execution? On the execution platform, the two executioners, armed with long knives, prepared to plunge them into Roger when one of them suddenly inquired. Upon hearing the question, Roger cast a serene smile at the crowd below. Everyone turned their gaze towards him, eager to hear what the first pirate king would utter in the face of death. Is there such an arrangement? Sengoku asked, a look of confusion crossing his face as he addressed his subordinate. The queried individual also appeared perplexed, seemingly unaware of any such provision. As if in response to the executioner's words, a voice from the throng shouted, Pirate King Roger, can you tell us where you have hidden your treasure? The crowd fell silent for a moment, then their faces ignited with fervor, their eyes fixated on Roger with eager anticipation. No, stop him, Sengoku exclaimed. Momentarily taken aback as a sudden realization struck him, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he hastily issued a command. Haha, do you desire my... If you wish for it, seek it on the Grand Line. I have concealed everything there. With Roger's final words echoing, the two executioners thrust their knives into his chest, marking the end of an era for the Pirate King. Oh, haha, I am setting sail. Gather round, my comrades, let us embark. Roger's last proclamation sent the entire sea into a frenzy, igniting the flames of greed within countless hearts. The town of Logtown erupted into a cacophony, the raucous laughter and cheers becoming the prevailing melody, not just there, but across the world. Among the crowd, Shanks pressed his straw hat down, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, a torrential rain began to pour from the heavens, as if the skies themselves were mourning this legendary man. Witnessing this spectacle, Sengoku trembled with fury, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. Beside him, little Leo wore a faint smile, recognizing that a new era was about to dawn. Chapter 226. The Dawn of a New Era. 3. Hee. Roger truly did something remarkable. Moria laughed uproariously, as did the others surrounding him. Foo. Truly worthy of being the Pirate King. This era is about to explode. Let the slaughter commence, turning this world upside down and dragging those pretentious beings from their pedestals. Doflamingo, undeterred by the pouring rain, spread his arms wide as if welcoming the arrival of a new epoch, a wicked smile adorning his face. What a pity, Pirate King, that we shall not have the chance to duel. Mihawk, with his long blade slung over his shoulder, remained composed, unlike those around him who were caught in a frenzy. A young boy with white hair, astonished, was profoundly moved by Roger's bold spirit. Let this downpour serve as your farewell, murmured a hooded young man, extending his right hand to catch the falling raindrops before vanishing in an instant. Safe travels, Roger. The Shambody archipelago bore witness to the scene, as Rayleigh's eyeglass glistened with unshed tears, softly murmuring the name of his captain. Memories of the initial encounter with Roger and their poignant farewell flooded his mind. Simultaneously, countless souls from around the globe surged toward the sea, some in pursuit of treasure, others yearning for freedom or adventure. Vagabonds, pirates, treasure hunters, forsaken civilians, and the downtrodden. Driven by the harsh realities of life, all converged upon the ocean, each with their own diverse intentions. Inspired by Roger's words, myriad dreamers and ambitious souls took to the waves, inadvertently bringing untold misfortune upon the populace. Thus, this era became known as the Great Pirate Era. Capture them all. Do not let a single one escape, roared Sengoku, his voice echoing through the towering buildings of Logue Town, as he vented his frustration at his subordinates. Sengoku had initially intended to use this execution to instill fear in the hearts of pirates, thereby elevating the Navy's standing among the people. However, Roger's final proclamation shattered their aspirations, rendering their efforts futile. The public execution turned into a tribute to Roger instead. Could Roger's surrender have been orchestrated for this very moment? Was the man who questioned him a prearranged accomplice? Sengoku's fists clenched tightly, the veins on his arms bulging with rage, his eyes ablaze with fury, his aura intensifying. Seize that reckless soldier and the man who posed the question. I suspect they are members of the Roger Pirates. Oh dear, look, Admiral Sengoku, you have me under watch. But you should be keeping an eye on the members of the Roger Pirates, chuckled Smoker, feigning concern. You insufferable fool. Enough with your mockery. Sengoku, already fuming, felt his ire reignite at Smoker's sardonic remarks. You are one of the 7 warlords of the sea. You have a duty to assist the Navy in apprehending the pirates in Logue Town. Yes, Admiral Sengoku, you are absolutely right. Smoker replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders, the smile on his face betraying his true feelings. I shall certainly cooperate. In an instant, Logue Town transformed into a battleground between the Navy and the pirates. With heavy military presence bolstered by Sengoku and Zifa, swiftly subduing a plethora of pirates. Yet, formidable foes continued to elude capture, particularly with a certain disruptor stirring trouble amid the chaos. Chapter 227, A Fortuitous Encounter with Barrett Report, Boss. The pirates who attacked us have all been eliminated. Despite now holding the title of a king, Smoker's former subordinates still referred to him as boss. Do not forget to scavenge every valuable item, he instructed. Though we are not lacking in funds, those who dare to challenge us must pay a price. Following the Logue Town incident, the number of pirates at sea surged dramatically. Many who set sail were lured by the mirage of Smoker and his crew, only to meet their demise in their ill-fated attempts to attack. Many pirates regard Don Quixote da Flamingo as a figure of mere reputation, believing that his position as one of the 7 warlords of the sea stems from inadequate strength and a fear of the Navy, thus serving as their henchmen. However, what they fail to comprehend is that the reason the warlords can be utilized by the government as a means to combat piracy is precisely because they must possess formidable power. Mere obedience is insufficient. Xiao Lu and his companions merely visited the Vinsmoke family in the North Sea to retrieve the interns they had previously dispatched. They had only just embarked on the Grand Line when, unexpectedly, they encountered countless pirates along their journey. One can only imagine the fierce battles that await in the New World. How have you fared under Judge's tutelage? Reporting, my lord, everything has progressed remarkably well. We have compiled all that we learned into written materials. Furthermore, a group of scientists, upon reading your treatise's Technology is Productivity and Knowledge is Power, wholeheartedly agrees with your insights and aspires to serve you. They firmly believe you are destined to usher in a new era, and they will follow you without hesitation. A slender, clear-faced boy, adorned with round silver-rimmed glasses and an air of refinement, stepped forward to report to Xiaolo. I remember you, Painish Monty. A hero emerges from youth. Well done, and I hope you will continue to strive for excellence. Xiaolo smiled gently, patting Monty's shoulder in approval. In truth, Xiaolo had entirely forgotten about the boy until he had spoken with Judge earlier and learned of Monty's potential, thus committing his name and appearance to memory. Monty was taken aback that Xiaolo remembered him, let alone could recall his name. His heart swelled with emotion, further solidifying his belief. Subsequently, Xiaolo hosted a banquet aboard the Mirage, which resembled a moving palace, resplendent in its grandeur. He organized an event of the highest caliber, ensuring that everyone felt his regard for them. During the feast, Xiao Lu engaged in discussions with the scientists and interns, sharing his insights on science, particularly describing a type of bomb and its immense power that he had envisioned in a dream. The scientists were taken aback by his words. Although they had never heard of such a weapon, they understood that if it were to be created, it could potentially become a force to change the world. Their astonishment grew, accompanied by a mix of fear and an inexplicable thrill. If realized, they would be among those who transformed the world. Oh no, there is someone claiming to be Barrett blocking our path ahead. Our attacks have all been thwarted. inflicting no damage upon him. Continue on. I shall confront him. Xiao Lu grinned, excitement bubbling within him. Chapter 228. Xiao Lu versus Barrett. You are Barrett, are you not? Why do you obstruct our path? Xiao Lu inquired. Standing at the bow of the Mirage, gazing at Barrett ahead. Do you not know whose vessel this is? TCH, you are the infamous Spade Lu, the current warlord of the sea. Barrett replied, his gaze fixed on Xiao Lu, a cruel smile curling his lips, while the deck behind him lay strewn with the bodies of pirates. Knowing this, you dare to impede us? Are you not afraid of death? Roger is dead, aren't you? A former crew member of the Pirate King, afraid of facing retribution? Little Lu chuckled lightly. Humph, if they come, all the better. I shall delight in exterminating them. Barrett replied disdainfully, today, encountering you is fortuitous. You shall be my target. I have heard that Crocodile once clashed with you and fell to your might. Even Carp was grievously wounded by your hand, so I believe your strength is formidable. Only through the relentless pursuit of powerful foes can I truly grasp the essence of life. I am confident you will amuse me. Alas, must it be this incessant cycle of bloodshed? Little Lu sighed. I have heard you once served in the military and were among the finest. I am now a sovereign. Why not serve me in my kingdom? I could appoint you as my Grand Marshal of the army. If you agree, I assure you, I will treat you well. Xiaoli's intentions were entirely benevolent. However, to Barrett, these words sounded extremely grating, evoking memories of his own betrayal by the state. In that instant, a fire of rage ignited within him, and he perceived the other party as deliberately attempting to humiliate him. Should I then express my gratitude to you, Spire? He retorted. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Barrett vanished from sight. In the next moment, a sonic boom erupted above Xiao Li's head. As Barrett surged forth like a ferocious tiger unleashed, exuding an aura of ferocity, his heavy fist striking with the force of a thunderbolt. Xiao Li remained calm and composed, adopting a poised stance as if he had anticipated this moment all along. With a swift turn of his form and a graceful circular motion of his hands, he effortlessly redirected the force of the descending Barrett, casting him aside with the ease of a feather. Barrett, taken aback, was astonished that such a powerful strike could be so effortlessly neutralized. However, in that instant, a profound exhilaration surged within him, a thrill that arises when confronting a formidable opponent. A craving for the exhilarating sensation that comes from triumphing over a strong adversary. Xiao Li beckoned to Barrett, signaling him to continue his assault. A faint smile adorning his face, Barrett let out a cold snort, his figure flickering once more, in the blink of an eye. He had appeared at Xiao Li's left side after standing directly in front of him just moments before. With a powerful punch, Barrett struck at Xiao Li, forcing him to retreat several paces, sliding back for dozens of meters before finally halting his retreat. Subsequently, Barrett's onslaught resembled a tempest, overwhelming and suffocating in its ferocity. The rapid swings of his fists generated winds sharp as blades, and his formidable aura echoed like thunder from a clear sky. Instilling fear, Barrett appeared as a vengeful demon from the depths of hell, his muscles bulging with terrifying strength. His fist radiated a murderous intent that evoked dread. Yet, in the face of Barrett's relentless assault, Xiao Li remained as steadfast as a mountain, calm and composed. His immense aura was the foundation of his prowess. And even without his exceptional swordsmanship, he remained one of the most formidable forces upon the sea. His fists, akin to his swordsmanship, sought the singular truth amidst the myriad forms of combat. Though his boxing techniques were diverse and ever-changing, his resolve in combat remained unwavering. At last, Xiao Li seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch aimed precisely at Barrett's chest. A torrent of ferocity surged forth, penetrating Barrett's torso and coursing through his being. Barrett was sent flying, crashing heavily against the ship's railing. Fortunately, the Mirage was sturdy enough. Otherwise, an ordinary vessel would not have endured such a tremendous impact. Exhilarating. Though Barrett lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, a wild grin spread across his face, his eyes ablaze with fierce intent. He was determined to conquer the man before him. Chapter 229. Xiao Li versus Barrett 2. You are no match for me. Join us. Xiao Li urged once more. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Do you really think you compare to Roger? Barrett retorted mockingly upon hearing Xiao Li's persistence. Only the weak band together. True strength lies in the cultivation of an indomitable physique and the power to crush all that stands in the way. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, there is no fear of betrayal, no affliction from illness, and one will forever stand at the pinnacle. Enough of your nonsense. Barrett wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, leaping forward once again. His fists, swinging like a machine gun, were imbued with immense destructive power. capable of obliterating anything in their path. Xiao Lu exhibited unwavering resolve, his fists flying like shadows as he engaged Barrett in an intense exchange of blows. Each strike landed with palpable force, a true contest of strength and skill. The onlookers, their subordinates, were awestruck by the formidable prowess displayed by both combatants. The strength of that individual was indeed terrifying, capable of holding his ground against the boss without yielding an inch. Truly, he lived up to the name of the Devil's Heir. I have faith that the boss will undoubtedly triumph over this adversary. Of course, is that not a given? The battle between Xiao Lu and Barrett gradually escalated into a fierce confrontation, with each strike bearing lethal intent. Every punch and kick was executed with relentless aggression. As Barrett narrowly evaded Xiao Li's powerful kick, he seized the opportunity to grasp Xiao Li's long leg, a menacing expression on his face. With a thunderous roar, he hurled him violently to the ground. In a flash of thought, Xiao Li twisted in midair, his left leg descending with tremendous force, akin to an iron rod of immense weight, striking Barrett upon the head. In an instant, Barrett felt a dizzying wave of pain coursing through his skull, his consciousness blurring. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating ache, Barrett slammed Xiao Lu into the ground, creating a deep crater on the deck, causing Xiao Lu to plummet to the lower level of the mirage, a cloud of dust rising around him. "Boss, quickly check on the boss," the onlookers exclaimed in shock. "Cough, cough. I know you're not dead. Hurry up and come back," Barrett shouted towards the opening. In the next moment, a figure soared into the sky. Xiao Lu leapt back onto the deck and scathed, "Your strength is indeed formidable. I once again extend an invitation for you to become the marshal of our nation's army. This is my final invitation, and I hope you will consider it earnestly. I have never been one to impose upon others, nor do I often invite someone as I have today. Likewise, I do not appreciate repeated refusals. Otherwise, one may come to understand the true meaning of crimson toiled I." Although a smile lingered on Xiao Li's face, his tone carried an unmistakable chill. "Ha." Barrett laughed heartily, his body trembling as if electrified by an overwhelming stimulus. "Are you threatening me, Spire? Who do you think you are? I, Barrett, have never been threatened by anyone in my life. No one can intimidate me," Barrett roared, an astonishing aura erupting from him, his eyes gleaming with a terrifying ferocity. The powerful conqueror's haki surged forth, a deadly intent boiling like molten lava. The subordinates surrounding him, overwhelmed by the force, fell to the ground, their eyes glazing over. "Preposterous," Xiao Li shouted with a deep voice, his eyes widening fiercely. The powerful conqueror's haki reverberated through the void, causing the entire mirage to tremble, ripples cascading through the air. The intensity of their auras continued to rise, the potent haki of both clashing, generating formidable shockwaves that shook the very fabric of reality, the sky fracturing, clouds billowing, and waves crashing. The world was sharply divided. Chapter 230, Xiao Lu vs. Barrett, 3. The tremendous auras of both warriors pierced the heavens, the sea heaving with towering waves, as if rallying for Xiao Lu and Barrett. They were the pinnacle powers upon the ocean, each harboring ambitions to become the strongest in the world, neither willing to yield to the other, even in sheer presence. "Barrett, will you not reconsider?" Xiao Lu implored. Enough with the superfluous words. Barrett bellowed once more, vehemently rejecting Xiao Li's invitation. "Then you shall meet your demise." Xiao Li's demeanor was frigid, emanating a chilling aura of impending death, akin to the icy grip of a harsh winter. "If you believe you can, then come forth. Today, it is you who shall perish." Barrett's tone was equally as frigid, filled with a palpable menace. In unison, the two figures flashed forward, their fists colliding with fierce intensity. Their silhouettes flickered amidst the heavy resonance of thunderous clashes, reverberating throughout the mirage. The wind howled mercilessly around them, and the violent shockwaves reverberated through the air, enveloping the entire deck in a suffocating aura of lethal intent. Suddenly, Barrett unleashed a devastating punch that struck Xiao Lu squarely in the chest, propelling him backward with tremendous force. Xiao Lu was hurled into the pavilion, crashing heavily amidst a cloud of smoke. "Cough, that blow was truly formidable," he murmured, rising to his feet, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Before he could fully regain his composure, a figure emerged from the swirling dust. Barrett, like a specter, materialized behind him. Sensing the imminent threat, Xiao Lu executed a timely iron bridge maneuver, narrowly evading the whistling whip kick that grazed his cheek with a painful sting. Seizing the moment, Barrett spun gracefully, launching another powerful kick toward Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, caught off guard, was once again propelled backwards, while Barrett seized the opportunity to pursue relentlessly. After rolling several times on the ground, Xiao Lu managed to stabilize himself. only to witness a figure flickering in midair. A colossal shadow descended upon him, cleaving downwards like a battle axe, seemingly intent on shattering both him and the deck beneath. With a swift and agile leap, he evaded the lethal strike just in the nick of time. The spot he had occupied moments ago erupted in a cacophony of violent explosions, with smoke billowing and debris scattering in all directions. A killing fist. A thunderous roar resonated, akin to the wrath of a vengeful deity, as Barrett radiated an overwhelming aura, his fist, as massive as a cauldron, enveloped in an intimidating ferocity. Thunderous roar. A series of explosive sounds echoed as Xiao Lu descended from the air like a bolt of lightning, leaving the howling winds far behind. A tremendous shockwave erupted, radiating earth-shattering energy that swiftly expanded outward. The atmosphere seemed to reverberate with anguished wails, and even the sea trembled in response. Was this fellow still not defeated? It was absurd to entertain even the slightest doubt about the boss's prowess. I was well aware of the boss's strength. However, the boss had chosen not to wield the royal sword in this confrontation, and it was evident that the opponent was a master of physical combat. Did this not indicate the boss's confidence in his own capabilities? Inside the surveillance room of the Mirage, the crowd murmured in reaction to Barrett's formidable strength. Some began to express concern for Xiao Lu, as it was their first encounter witnessing him engage in a full display of martial prowess against an adversary. Nonetheless, it was only human to worry about the boss. An order was given. Should any unforeseen incidents arise, a small leader made a gesture across his throat towards his subordinates, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Chapter 231. Xiao Lu versus Barrett. For Xiao Lu and Barrett clashed with tremendous force, their formidable haki colliding. While their conquerors' haki surged against each other, each engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows with lethal intent, an atmosphere thick with impending doom. The overwhelming aura instilled a sense of dread in everyone within the monitoring room. As the battle intensified, Barrett found himself more exhilarated yet increasingly alarmed. The ocean had dubbed him the Demoness Air, possessing a strength akin to that of a devil, and his presence was as terrifying as a deity. Yet, the relatively young man before him showed no signs of yielding. Not only was his swordsmanship exceptional, but his physique was also remarkably robust. In their earlier confrontation, as their conquerors' haki clashed, Barrett sensed an unending aura of slaughter emanating from his opponent, a true terror born from mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. A phenomenon he had never before encountered. For the first time in his life, he felt a flicker of fear emanating from this man, though he loathed to admit it. The deep-seated dread within him was undeniable. What's wrong, Barrett? Why does your punch lack the sharpness and weight it once had? Are you faltering? Xiao Lu shouted, his imposing presence surging wildly. Barrett's mind raced with thoughts, momentarily stunned by Xiao Li's sudden outburst, causing his movements to falter slightly. However, in a battle between masters, a mere fraction of a second could spell life or death. Unaware of Barrett's inner turmoil, Xiao Li's fury ignited upon witnessing his opponent's distraction, seizing the opportunity. He launched a powerful punch aimed directly at Barrett's heart, striking like a thunderbolt, catching him off guard. Barrett coughed up a considerable amount of blood, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The overwhelming force of haki surged chaotically within him, as if countless fists, heavy as mountains, were mercilessly battering his insides. Xiao Li's punch sent Barrett flying, his body hurtling like a shooting star, crashing into a rock formation 10 meters away, clouds of dust and debris erupting around him. Humph! Sword of thunder. Xiao Lu let out a cold snort, his figure transforming into a bolt of lightning that sliced through the void. Just as Barrett stood up, Xiao Lu reappeared before him. In Barrett's eyes, filled with terror, Xiao Li's right hand resembled a sword entwined with thunder, piercing through the fabric of space and tearing through the air, directly impaling Barrett's chest and creating a gaping wound. Coughing up blood, Barrett gasped in agony, the intense pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. However, his extensive battle experience, coupled with his formidable physique and willpower, prevented him from succumbing. Instead, the excruciating pain awakened his ferocity, and a sinister grin spread across his face, as if a true demon had descended upon the scene. Die? But Xiao Lu, witnessing Barrett's ghastly expression and fierce glare, sensed impending danger. Suddenly, he felt his right hand, which had pierced through Barrett's body, tighten as if ensnared by a powerful, flesh-like wall, making it difficult to withdraw. At that moment, Barrett utilized his own body as a weapon, gripping Xiao Li's hand with relentless strength. In the next instant, Barrett swiftly seized Xiao Lu and lifted him high. With tremendous force, he hurled Xiao Lu towards the ground. The impact created a thunderous noise, shattering the hard deck beneath them, and causing Xiao Lu to spit out blood. Nevertheless, Barrett did not relent. He maintained his grip on Xiao Lu, raising him once more before delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Xiao Lu flew backwards like a cannonball, once again spewing blood. Just as Barrett intended, the injuries to his chest, combined with the previous blows, took their toll, forcing him to his knees. Chapter 232. Xiao Lu defeats Barrett. The sand alligator battles Whitebeard. Ah. Those hits were quite uncomfortable. Xiao Lu rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked down at the kneeling Barrett. A broad smile illuminating his face, his eyes gleaming like cold stars. Peeling back his tattered garments revealed a noticeable indentation in his chest, showcasing a deep fist mark, with fractured ribs sending sharp pangs of pain through him. This was Xiao Li's first battle fought entirely through physical prowess against a formidable opponent. Yet he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. His adversary, a worthy heir of the demon, possessed immense strength and skill, but ultimately fell before him. Had he engaged with the Sword of Kings, his opponent would have been vanquished even more swiftly. Nonetheless, this visceral hand-to-hand combat ignited a primal bloodlust hidden deep within his soul, evoking an unprecedented exhilaration that made him yearn to howl at the heavens. Barrett, you have been defeated. Xiao Lu approached Barrett, towering over the powerful foe with a serene smile. Defeated? How could that be? The battle is not over. Barrett's face twisted with rage upon hearing Xiao Li's declaration of defeat. He had failed in challenging Roger, thus becoming one of Roger's crew. Yet, even a formidable individual like Roger is not immune to the torment of illness, which has caused him to waver in his perception of Roger's strength. Despite this, in their final confrontation, he faced defeat once more. Nevertheless, he steadfastly believes that he will ultimately surpass Roger and claim the title of the strongest. Even Crocodile could not best him, and the navy that sought to apprehend him was cast into the depths of the sea. However, the man before him, younger in years, has managed to vanquish him. He has failed again. Barrett cannot accept yet another defeat. He strains his body, attempting to appear unfazed. Yet the severe injuries he has sustained render him incapable of continuing the fight. Curse it. Clearly, my physique and strength are insufficient. I must train to become even more powerful, to an extraordinary degree. Barrett gritted his teeth and declared, Alas, you shall have no further opportunity. The glint of lethal intent sparkled in Xiao Li's eyes as he swiftly struck, delivering a precise blow to Barrett's neck, rendering him unconscious. If only you would pledge your loyalty with sincerity, I would undoubtedly value your capabilities. With remarkable strength and military experience, he would have made an excellent asset, and it is truly a pity to eliminate you. Why can you not serve my cause? As he gazed upon the unconscious Barrett, a complex array of emotions flickered in Xiao Li's eyes. He genuinely respects Barrett. However, the latter's distrust and refusal to submit to him is a lamentable barrier. In the first half of the Grand Line, a cataclysmic battle erupted between Little Lu and Barrett. Meanwhile, on an island in the New World, Whitebeard's stronghold was besieged by Crocodile. How dare you, Crocodile? Do you not know whose territory this is? Shouted a pirate lackey at Crocodile. Ah ha ha ha. It is precisely because I know whose territory this is that I have come. I learned that Whitebeard arrived on this island just yesterday, so summon him forth. I intend to claim his head and ascend to the throne. Crocodile declared with exuberant laughter. Arrogant fool, you are not even worthy to be compared to father. You do not stand a chance against him. With that, he launched a fierce attack, Sandstorm. In an instant, the sky was filled with raging sands. A ferocious sandstorm that seemed to consume life itself, engulfing the pirate lackeys within, their wails echoing with a chilling resonance. Impudent. As Crocodile laughed, a powerful, thunderous voice echoed from a distance, sending a tremor through him. A formidable presence approached, akin to a primordial beast, instilling a sense of dread and making the hairs on one's neck stand on end. He has arrived, ha ha ha, Crocodile shouted with excitement. The legendary pirate, known worldwide and on par with Pirate King Roger, Whitebeard had come. Chapter 233, Crocodile vs. Whitebeard. 1. Brat, this is not a place for you to act recklessly. With a commanding presence, Whitebeard wielded his supreme blade, the tsunami cutter, glinting with a chilling light and exuding a palpable aura of death. Whitebeard, you have finally decided to show yourself. What do you mean, finally decided? Crocodile, do you think father fears you? Do not jest. Marco, who had hastily followed Whitebeard, was infuriated by Crocodile's arrogant words. Whitebeard was their most revered figure, akin to a father. They were all castaways of the sea. And it was Whitebeard's vast and nurturing spirit that bestowed upon them a sense of home. They would not tolerate anyone disrespecting Whitebeard. To insult him was to oppose them. Marco is correct. What are you to speak so arrogantly? Father, you need not lift a finger. Allow us to teach this insolent fool a lesson. A remarkably young man, yet impressively stout and reminiscent of a small mountain, stepped forward, his fists clenched, producing a series of resounding cracks. And you are? Another nameless nobody emerging from the shadows. Is this a garbage collection site for Whitebeard? Laughed Crocodile, his tone dripping with disdain. You scoundrel, what did you just say? The moment Crocodile referred to Whitebeard's stronghold as a garbage collection site, fury ignited within everyone present. Vile wretch, I will make it my mission to end your life. To insult father is to invite your own demise. Crocodile's words precisely struck a nerve with the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard remained silent. Yet the narrowed gaze in his eyes made it abundantly clear that their revered father was genuinely angered. You shall pay for the words you've just uttered, little brat. Whitebeard advanced slowly toward Crocodile, his tone somber. Leave him to me. Dispatch his lackeys. He interrupted his sons, instructing them to deal with Crocodile's subordinates, intent on imparting a memorable and painful lesson to his adversary. As Whitebeard approached with a dark expression, Crocodile felt as if he were being stalked by a furious beast. Kill them all, Crocodile commanded coldly, his murderous intent surging. Even in the face of the formidable Whitebeard, he remained undaunted. Upon hearing Crocodile's orders, his subordinates rushed toward the Whitebeard pirates with shouts of fervor. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, too, displayed fierce determination, roaring as they launched their assault against Crocodile's men. Desert Sword. Crocodile sought to strike first, raising his hand to unleash a powerful, sharp sand blade that sliced through the air toward Whitebeard. The ground instantly cracked open, sending shards of stone flying. However, in response to this formidable attack, Whitebeard simply waved his long blade, shattering the sharp sand blade into a cascade of grains. Humph. Now that's more like it. Crocodile observed as his strike was effortlessly dismantled by Whitebeard, causing no harm whatsoever. He felt no regret. After all, his opponent was no mere fish. This was merely a test to gauge the prowess of a man who rivaled the Pirate King. Desert Diamond Blade. Crocodile's eyes narrowed, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, multiple even more ferocious sand blades surged forth, resembling the deadly claws of a lion, their chilling gleam instilling fear. In response to this assault, Whitebeard's lips curved into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of admiration. However, he was Whitebeard, after all. Chapter 234, Crocodile vs. Whitebeard 2, Humph. Whitebeard's lips twisted upward as he swung his left arm with ferocity, unleashing a powerful shockwave that rippled outward from his fist. With a single punch, it seemed as though the very fabric of space was shattered. This was the might of Whitebeard's trimmer fruit. The overwhelming shockwave obliterated the void, shattering the atmosphere and forming an invisible wall of air that pulverized the incoming razor-sharp sand blades into mere dust. Not only that, the colossal shockwave surged forth relentlessly toward Crocodile, akin to a stampede of 1,000 galloping steeds, its momentum grand and overwhelming, instilling terror in all who beheld it. Bang! Crocodile was immediately reduced to a cloud of sand by this tremendous force, transforming into a swirling dust storm. Yet, Whitebeard would not presume that his opponent's strength was merely limited to this. He was aware that Crocodile was the wielder of the sand fruit, a formidable Logia-type devil fruit. Despite his arrogance, Whitebeard knew Crocodile would not dare challenge him without the requisite strength. As expected, just as his body was blasted apart, Crocodile appeared above Whitebeard, a faint smile still adorning his face. Crescent sand dune. Crocodile descended, his lower body swirling with wild sand. With a swing of his right arm, a crescent-shaped sand blade sliced through the air towards Whitebeard. Just as Whitebeard was about to utter a word, he suddenly sensed the danger of this attack. He swung his long blade, enveloped in haki. The cloud-cutting slash cleaved through the air, aimed at Crocodile. The crescent sand dune and the cloud-cutting slash collided fiercely, the sharp hissing sound narrating the clash of their powers. A powerful and intense shockwave rapidly expanded from the center of the two, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Who would have thought this fellow possessed such strength? It seems this scoundrel came prepared. But what is there to fear? Father is the strongest. No one can match his might. Joseph spoke wisely. We must focus on our own affairs. Although Marco was astonished by Crocodile's prowess, he believed that no matter how strong the enemy, they could not surpass their father. As he spoke, blue flames enveloped him, rendering the cannon fire from Crocodile's subordinates ineffective. After being attacked, the blue flames on Marco could swiftly mend his wounds. In the next moment, he transformed into an immortal phoenix, ablaze with blue flames, launching a fierce assault on Crocodile's men. What is happening? Why are our attacks ineffective against him? How infuriating. Is he, Like the boss, also a Logia type? No, wait. That appears to be an even rarer Zoan type, the mythical phoenix form. One of the subordinates, upon witnessing Marco's transformation, recalled the legends he had heard, and his eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling. I cannot fall behind. Josu bellowed, his entire body shimmering with radiant light, diamond-like armor forming around him. He was a Paramecia type, the bright fruit user, possessing indomitable defense. Wherever he passed, Crocodile's subordinates spat blood, their bones shattered. Rose Waltz. A swordsman clad in a formal suit descended from the sky, a flurry of rose petals spiraling downwards. How beautiful! Upon witnessing such a lovely sight, a group of pirates gazed in rapture, only to be met with a spray of blood as petals fell, lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground. Your swordsmanship has become even more exquisite. Ha ha ha. You all shine brilliantly, and I shall not be outdone. Vista smiled in response to Marco. Be careful. You lot should cease your boasting. A swordsman dressed as a chef leaped, positioning himself behind Vista, swinging his blade to intercept an enemy's attempted ambush. Being careless could lead to dire consequences. Ha ha ha, Sachi, I knew you would appear at my back. I have complete trust in you. How do you think that flattery will earn my gratitude? Sachi cursed, though a smile lingered on his lips. No matter how many times one witnesses it. The charm of the old man's prowess remains captivating. A rather corpulent pirate dispatched an assailant with a single claw, his gaze fervently fixed upon Whitebeard. How infuriating. How could their strength be so formidable? We are utterly outmatched. What should we do? Should we secretly ambush Crocodile's subordinates? Fear was evident on their faces. Surrounded by the lifeless bodies of their comrades, rendered terrified by the Whitebeard pirates' officers. Truly, they are a pitiful bunch. Crocodile, engaged in battle with Whitebeard, observed this scene with rage boiling within him. Sandstorm. His subordinates were useless. He resolved to confront Whitebeard in a decisive battle. Chapter 235, Crocodile versus Whitebeard. 3. Sandstorm. Witnessing his subordinates' utter inadequacy against the Whitebeard pirates, Crocodile was consumed by frustration. With a swift motion of his right hand, a sandstorm rapidly coalesced, and the next moment he hurled it toward Whitebeard, transforming the small sandstorm into a colossal tempest. Dust and debris filled the air, with fierce winds sweeping across the landscape, as if heralding the end of days. You little brat, don't create such a ruckus. Whitebeard smirked slightly, his right arm swelling with muscle, veins bulging like coiling dragons. Exuding immense power, he raised his fist high, and in an instant, struck the empty space before him. A crackling sound echoed as the void appeared to shatter like a broken mirror, revealing a web of fissures. Boom! The resounding noise reverberated across the island, reaching the heavens. As the atmosphere quaked, the island swayed like a solitary boat upon the sea, experiencing violent turbulence. The force of the shockwave was terrifying, as if invisible hands were propelling the air wall toward the sandstorm. The overwhelming tempest of sand and wind was violently dispersed, losing its once formidable momentum. Unable to advance further under the shockwave's relentless force, and swiftly fell into disarray. Ugh, the sand is being pushed back. Old man, please warn us before you strike next time, so we can prepare. Wow, what a fierce sandstorm. I can barely open my eyes. This was a miscalculation. We've been caught in the sandstorm too. Everyone, be cautious. The tremors unleashed by the tremor fruit were astonishing, shattering the very atmosphere and scattering the sandstorm. The swirling dust was drawn back, affecting both the Whitebeard pirates and Crocodile as subordinates alike. Ha ha ha, my sons, take care of yourselves. Whitebeard chuckled upon hearing his children's complaints. To fight against me and still remain distracted? Do you underestimate me? Crocodile's brow furrowed, his expression twisted in indignation. Seizing the moment while Whitebeard spoke, Crocodile approached from behind, his left hand wielding a golden hook that glimmered ominously in the sunlight, radiating a chilling intent to kill. Allow me to claim your head. Do you really think you need to inform me before launching a sneak attack? Whitebeard chuckled heartily, not even glancing back. As he swung his weapon, the Tsong Yunxia in a sweeping horizontal arc. He had long sensed Crocodile's intentions, even with his back turned. He was acutely aware of his adversary's attack trajectory. Clang! A resounding clash of metal echoed as Whitebeard's Tsong Yunxia collided violently with Crocodile's golden hook. The sheer force of Whitebeard's strike sent Crocodile hurtling backward, leaving him astonished at such overwhelming power. Before Crocodile could regain his footing, Whitebeard pursued relentlessly, wielding his weapon like a spear piercing through the void, aiming to impale Crocodile. Whitebeard furrowed his brow momentarily before it relaxed into a crescent-shaped smile. Ah! Have you infused it with hockey? But do you truly believe this will be enough to defeat me? A fool's dream. Despite his casual words, Crocodile's heart raced. Had it not been for his keen observation, he would have found himself with a gaping wound, narrowly escaping a dire fate. Chapter 236, Crocodile vs. Whitebeard. 4. That fellow survived a hockey-infused attack. It seems his strength is far greater than we initially perceived, Crocodile thought, astonished. He had not anticipated that such a brazen opponent would possess considerable combat experience. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Witnessing their captain's hockey-wrapped Song Yun Chia pierce through Crocodile's form, assumed the battle would conclude. To their astonishment, Crocodile emerged unscathed, revealing that he was not merely reliant on his Logia powers but was also adept in the mastery of hockey. Whitebeard. You must have thought that blow would be fatal for me, didn't you? How amusing. Perhaps you were even reveling in it, Crocodile sneered, his expression triumphant as he noted the flicker of disbelief in Whitebeard's eyes. Young one, never let your guard down in battle. Whitebeard, undeterred by his initial failure to wound Crocodile, raised his left arm. A violent energy surged around his fist, coalescing into a massive shockwave. Boom. As he spoke, Whitebeard seized the moment to unleash a devastating punch, the reverberating force crashing into Crocodile. Ugh, damn it. Crocodile's expression shifted to one of horror. The overwhelming shockwave struck him with ferocious intensity, rippling through his body. Even as a Logia user, he found it impossible to evade this colossal force. In an instant, he was sent flying like a meteor across the sky, blood spewing from his mouth as excruciating pain tore through him, eliciting anguished cries. Boom! Crocodile's formidable body crashed through small hills, ultimately embedding itself into a colossal stone wall, leaving the entire mountainside adorned with a web of cracks, and a thick cloud of dust billowing forth. Ha ha, that fellow should be dead now, right? This is the fate that befalls those who anger the old man. Any who dare to provoke our Whitebeard pirates ultimately meet their demise. Ha ha, is that so? Ha ha. As the dust gradually settled, Crocodile's figure emerged, looking utterly disheveled. Blood flowed incessantly from the corner of his mouth. He knelt on one knee, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. Hearing the derision from the Whitebeard pirates, he let out a boisterous laugh, a sinister expression crossing his face, radiating an aura of lethal intent. This move was originally developed for that detestable foe. Crocodile gritted his teeth, a shadow of his past failure flickering in his mind, a reminder of the first time he tasted defeat. This drove him to hone his skills, mastering hockey and further augmenting the powers of his devil fruit. Today, I shall make you experience my might, Whitebeard. Desolation Cycle. A menacing glint shone in Crocodile's eyes as he unleashed a thunderous roar, slamming his right hand onto the ground. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, shaking with ferocity. What is happening? Is something about to occur? It seems Crocodile is about to unleash a formidable technique. Everyone, be cautious. The members of the Whitebeard pirates wore expressions of shock, quickly alerting one another to be on guard. In a heartbeat, a powerful sandstorm swirled around Crocodile, rapidly expanding. The ground beneath their feet appeared to have traversed through millennia, weathered by the passage of time, becoming parched and decayed. Countless rocks crumbled into dust, transforming into a sea of yellow sand. Not only the rocks but also the earth, trees, and buildings surrounding Crocodile seemed to have undergone a temporal decay, obliterated into a cloud of sand. In that moment, Crocodile resembled the true emperor of the desert. As Crocodile unleashed the desolation cycle, an invisible force of desiccation corrupted the land and everything around it. My shoes! A pirate cried out, as the powerful desiccating force reduced his footwear to mere grains of sand. Quick, retreat. The crew watched in horror as the waves of yellow sand surged towards them. Those pirates who were slower found themselves swallowed by the endless tide of sand, becoming mere husks. Ha ha ha, perish before me. Sand waterfall. Crocodile laughed maniacally, extending his arms as the boundless yellow sand coalesced into towering waterfalls, cascading towards the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Help! Run! Don't panic! Use hockey to defend. Marco in the sky urgently called out to the others. However, while hockey could temporarily stave off the encroaching sand, such a massive wave was sufficient to engulf everything in its path. Should one be buried beneath the undulating sands, devoid of air, they would succumb to asphyxiation. Do not be deceived by the mere grains of sand. They surge forth like oceanic waves, their formidable force capable of obliterating all in their path. Gulalala. I cannot stand idly by while you, little imp, wreak havoc. Whitebeard's gaze sharpened, a flicker of white light gleaming in his eyes as he raised his hands high, invoking the might of the clouds. A tremendous aura erupted from his being, the chilling naginata shimmering with a blinding luminescence. Its edge sharp enough to rend the very fabric of the heavens and earth. Powerful shockwaves radiated from the blade, creating ripples in the void. The palpable dread emanating from him instilled fear even in the distant crocodile, who felt a shiver of trepidation. Drink! With a thunderous roar. Whitebeard swung his razor-sharp naginata toward Crocodile. The air was filled with a cacophony of cracking sounds, reminiscent of shattering glass, as a crescent-shaped strike erupted with earth-shattering force, tearing through the atmosphere as if the very world were collapsing. The torrential cascade of yellow sand seemed to be sliced asunder by an unparalleled blade, revealing Crocodile at its center. The unparalleled power that fractured the void swiftly expanded, shattering the divided sand cascade into mere dust. Yet, the potency of this strike remained undiminished. Racing forward relentlessly toward Crocodile. How could his strength be so formidable? Is this the might of the tremor fruit? Crocodile felt a wave of dread wash over him, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Nevertheless, despite his fear of Whitebeard's overwhelming power, Crocodile was not one to yield easily. In a flash, he steadied his resolve and forced himself into elemental form, striving to evade the brunt of Whitebeard's attack. A deafening explosion resounded, reverberating across the battlefield. A massive cloud of dust enveloped the area, as the ground where Crocodile stood collapsed, creating a deep pit several meters wide, with endless sands cascading into the abyss. A figure emerged from the dust, darting towards Whitebeard like a shooting star. A smile crept across Whitebeard's lips. A glimmer of white light flickered in his eyes. As if he had anticipated this moment, he swung his blade in a sweeping arc, sending forth a grand and powerful strike toward the shadowed figure amidst the sand shield. Crocodile had intended to launch a surprise attack, but he had not expected such vigilance from his opponent. The immense strike effortlessly tore through the hastily conjured sand shield. Chapter 238, Crocodile vs. Whitebeard 6. This is bad. Although Crocodile's makeshift sand shield was shattered by Whitebeard's strike, it had afforded him a moment to react. However, just as Crocodile emerged from his elemental form to evade Whitebeard's attack, the latter's figure surged forth relentlessly. The frigid blade sliced through the void, tearing apart the air as it aimed for Crocodile's face. A look of horror filled Crocodile's eyes, and a cold sweat trickled down his back. He had not anticipated Whitebeard's movements to be so swift. Just a moment ago, he had narrowly evaded the opponent's strike, and in the blink of an eye, Whitebeard was upon him with his blade. Without a moment's hesitation, Crocodile retreated, attempting to evade Whitebeard's blow once more. However, the reach of the naginata was far too expansive. Though he barely dodged the deadly strike, his face was still grazed by the sharp edge, leaving a horizontal wound that ran across his visage. In an instant, blood gushed forth, splitting his face as if divided by that gruesome cut. Damn that Whitebeard. As the searing pain radiated from his face, Crocodile covered the wound with his right hand, acutely aware of the warmth of his own blood. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Whitebeard, his words laced with a murderous intent that could instill fear in the bravest of souls. Spear of sand. Refusing to concede, Crocodile raised his hands, summoning countless sharp spears of sand that erupted from beneath Whitebeard's feet, as if intent on turning him into a sieve. Yet, Whitebeard, a legendary pirate of effortlessly evaded the onslaught, leaping nimbly as the spears whizzed past him. Now is my chance. Crocodile's eyes glinted with lethal intent, his expression twisted with a fanatical fervor, akin to a crocodile lurking in the desert, finally poised to seize its prey, baring its sharp fangs. Desert greatsword. Just as Whitebeard had evaded the sand spears and landed, a massive sword formed of granules shot forth like a phantom from beside him. He pivoted sharply, narrowly avoiding the razor-sharp blade, though it still grazed his side, tearing a wound into his flesh. Old man, are you all right? The crew of the Whitebeard pirates were taken aback, astonished that Crocodile had another trick up his sleeve. The frenzied spears seemed like a mere expression of rage, but they had merely been a prelude to this subsequent assault. Gururara, kid, well done. Whitebeard glanced at the wound on his side and burst into hearty laughter. The attack had indeed been perilous, but thanks to his haki, it had only broken the skin, and the injury was not severe. Your strength is commendable, yet still insufficient to match mine. So, what do you say? Would you like to be my son? Whitebeard extended his right hand toward Crocodile. Eh? The crew members were immediately stunned, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. What did you just say? Crocodile was momentarily taken aback, then seethed with rage, cursing at Whitebeard. You bastard. What are you saying? Are you trying to humiliate me? Old man, are you serious? Marco asked incredulously. Hey kid, are you unwilling? Become my son, bearing my name, and freely gallop across this vast sea. Whitebeard remarked with a serene smile, You are not my dear sons are not feeble. Are you certain you wish to continue this fight? Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Crocodile's expression wavered. The opposing force was numerous. His own subordinates had been utterly defeated, and he himself bore grievous injuries. Persisting in this battle would likely yield no favorable outcome. Whitebeard, I shall surely settle the score today. After weighing his options, Crocodile uttered a fierce declaration before vanishing like a wisp of sand. Hey, that fellow. Father. Shall we pursue him? Let it be, Whitebeard instructed Marco, then commanded his men to tidy the battlefield. A few days later, two pieces of news once again stirred the tumultuous waves of the sea. After defeating the specter of Barrett, Shallow apprehended him and delivered him to the Navy. This news undoubtedly dealt a resounding slap to those who had underestimated Shallow's prowess. Soon after, the news of Crocodile's failed challenge against Whitebeard spread like wildfire, followed closely by the world government extending an olive branch to him, leading Crocodile to join the 7 warlords of the sea. A wave of astonishment swept across the ocean, prompting a re-evaluation of the warlord system. Chapter 239, The Formidable Swordsman. 1. Crocodile, congratulations. Who would have thought you would join the warlords of the sea? What has prompted such a sudden change of heart? In a certain region of the New World, the Mirage was sailing steadily as Xiaolu, holding a transponder snail, engaged in conversation with Crocodile, a playful expression adorning his face. Oh, is it that your failure against Whitebeard has left you fearing potential repercussions from them? Xiaolu typically embodies the notion of stirring the pot, deliberately rubbing salt into others' wounds. Spire, you scoundrel, are you seeking your own demise? Crocodile seethed with rage upon receiving the call, recognizing it as a blatant mockery aimed at him. Having faced defeat against losing his entire crew and sustaining a grievous wound, the last thing he needed was the taunts of this insufferable individual. Crocodile fantasized about transforming the pest on the other end of the line into a lifeless husk. His ascension to the warlords of the sea was not born from fear of Whitebeard, but rather from inadvertently acquiring valuable intelligence, which served as a lifeline following his recent misfortunes. However, he now required the recruitment of a capable new crew to implement his plans. Come now. There's no need to be so irate. I was merely jesting, Shala spoke in a calm tone. A person of your stature must certainly possess some grand design for joining the warlords. I hear you are currently seeking new subordinates. Might I offer my assistance? Crocodile sensed ulterior motives lurking behind Xiaoli's words, knowing that his recruitment efforts must be conducted discreetly and not in haste. Humph, your concern is unwarranted. I wonder what your true intentions are for aligning with the warlords, Crocodile countered, seeking to discern Xiaoli's motives. Alas, there is a distinct lack of sincerity here. Our mutual distrust renders collaboration impossible. I wish you success in your endeavors, Xiaolu concluded. Xiaolu decisively concluded the conversation between the two. He approached the situation with a mindset of cautious curiosity, hoping to glean some useful information from the other party. It now appeared that the individual indeed harbored some grand scheme. Given Crocodile's nature, it was unlikely he would undertake such a demotion as becoming one of the 7 warlords of the sea without significant purpose. However, it is worth noting that the current 7 warlords have become quite coveted figures in the eyes of many pirates. As Xiaoli's thoughts began to drift, the Mirage had already docked at a small town's harbor. Upon sighting the vessel, several townsfolk were thrown into a state of panic. With Xiaoli's rising fame, becoming a figure of immense renown upon the seas, the magnificent and extraordinary ship had captured the public's attention. The mere sight of it signified the arrival of the Crimson Tai Sui among the 7 warlords, a harbinger of calamity for the common folk. Even some ordinary pirates were gripped by trepidation, fearful of inadvertently incurring the wrath of such a formidable personage. We are indeed remiss in not offering a proper welcome to the esteemed Tai Sui. How may I serve you? In a tavern, upon witnessing the arrival of Xiaolu, the tavern owner trembled visibly. The other patrons fell silent, the previously boisterous establishment instantly subdued. Nevertheless, exceptions exist in all matters. Why are you gentlemen not taking a guess? If you remain silent any longer, I shall declare myself the victor. Consider the drinks on you. A robust and formidable middle-aged man addressed the group of men opposite him. Seemingly unaffected by the surrounding tension, perhaps oblivious to Xiaoli's identity or simply dismissive of his significance. Chapter 240, The Powerful Swordsman, 2. Oh, this fellow is... Xiaolu mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips upon hearing the man's words. Fear not, my good sir, and do not mind me. I am merely an ordinary patron. Please, serve me your finest wine and cuisine. Xiao Lu declared boisterously to the tavern owner, his words also intended for the other patrons present. Yet, despite Xiao Li's assurance, most individuals, although they gradually resumed their conversations, still hesitated to speak loudly, unable to discern the temperament of those around them, fearful of causing offense. Some even hastily consumed a few bites of their meals before making a swift exit from the tavern, scurrying away as if fleeing a storm. Xiao Lu, indifferent to the expressions of those around him, seated himself at an empty table, sipping wine and sampling the dishes. However, his gaze frequently drifted towards the man who had spoken moments earlier. He was convinced that, even if the man did not recognize him previously, the reactions and hushed conversations of the surrounding individuals would have revealed his identity. Yet, the man continued to speak loudly to the person opposite him, indicating that he was unafraid and possessed a profound sense of confidence. Xiao Lu observed the long sword hanging from the waist of his opponent, indicating that he too was a swordsman of considerable prowess. Ha ha ha. Remarkable. It appears my intuition was correct once again, the middle-aged man boisterously proclaimed. I shall entrust today's expenses for food and drink to you all. Surely, you are not cheating, are you? One of them retorted. Indeed. How could it be that you consistently roll 3 6s? You must be engaging in trickery. The two men across from him, perhaps flustered by their losses, began to accuse the middle-aged man of foul play. Oh dear, you are unjustly accusing me, the middle-aged man exclaimed, feigning innocence. It was you who rolled the die. How could I possibly cheat? At that moment, the two adversaries found themselves momentarily speechless. The man had a point. It was indeed they who had cast the dice, making cheating improbable. Yet, they harbored a lingering frustration, unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Let us not count this round. We shall play again, they declared. A wager is a wager. How could two grown men possibly renege on their debts? Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Lu had approached their side. The two agitated individuals, initially intent on hurling insults upon hearing his words, were instantly rendered speechless and trembling with fear when they recognized him. It seems you are quite adept at the art of gambling. Why not allow me the pleasure of engaging in a game with you? He proposed. Should I lose? I shall settle the debts these two owe you for their drinks and meals. Conversely, if I emerge victorious, I shall still cover their expenses. Upon hearing Xiao Li's declaration, the two men dared not insist he pay. They contemplated uttering a response but were swiftly silenced by the forbidding expression on his face. They could only express their gratitude repeatedly before hastily exiting the tavern in disarray. You truly are a paragon of kindness, one exclaimed. Ha ha. This is the first time I've been called a great benefactor. For that remark alone, allow me to treat you to everything you consume in this tavern today. Xiao Lu laughed heartily, indifferent to whether his counterpart genuinely praised him or was subtly mocking him. As his words faded, the robust man across from him swiftly shook the dice cup, the dice dancing within, producing a series of crisp and melodious sounds. Bang. Pray tell, do you wager on high or low? And what specific number do you foresee? The middle-aged man inquired with an earnest expression. Surely, you are not intentionally allowing me to win. 6 high? Xiao Lu remarked with an amused glint in his eyes. The man unveiled the dice cup, and indeed, the outcome aligned perfectly with Xiao Li's prediction. Chapter 241, The Mighty Swordsman. 3. It appears you two possess remarkable gambling skills. You have emerged victorious. Thus, the cost of drinks and noodles shall be written off. Upon witnessing Xiao Li's accurate guess of both the high-low and the specific number, the middle-aged man chuckled, showing no signs of regret for losing the wager. Ah, I have guessed correctly, yet you have not made your wager. How can it be deemed that you have lost? Without further ado, Xiao Lu seized the dice cup and began to shake it vigorously. A cacophony of sounds emanated from within, inducing a sense of irritation. With a resounding thud, the dice cup landed heavily on the table, prompting Xiao Lu to invite his opponent to guess the size and number. Small. The middle-aged man replied unhurriedly. It seems we are at an impasse. Xiao Lu lifted the lid, revealing, as anticipated, the outcome aligned with what his opponent had predicted. Your gambling skills are indeed remarkable. You appear to be a swordsman, and coincidentally, I too am a swordsman. Since we have reached an equal footing with the dice, shall we engage in a duel of swordsmanship? I must admit, my affinity lies with gambling, and my sword skills are rather unremarkable. The prowess of Tai Sui has long been acknowledged upon the seas, I humbly concede. You know my identity, yet I remain oblivious to yours, which is rather lacking in decorum. May I inquire your esteemed name? Upon realizing that the other party was aware of his identity and spoke so calmly, Xiao Lu surmised that he must be a formidable opponent, particularly a master swordsman. Excited at the prospect of a challenge, he was eager to engage with him. If possible, he even wished to recruit this individual. I am Tinged at your service. However, I am not particularly fond of sparring. I hope you are not one to indulge in gambling? How about we wager once more? If you guess correctly again, we shall forego the sparring discussion. If you are wrong, then we shall honor the bet and engage in a friendly duel. What say you? Shala interrupted Tinghu's words, presenting a new proposal. Without waiting for a refusal, he swiftly picked up the dice cup and began to shake it vigorously. This time, his movements were rapid and forceful. Bang. Pray tell, mister. Tinghu, do you wager on high or low? What are the numbers? Tinghu furrowed his brow, perplexed by the intentions behind the other's words. Logically, Shala should have been aware that Tinghu could discern the outcome, so why propose such a wager? The result seemed all too predictable, despite his confusion. Tinghu accurately declared the size and numbers within the cup. 1-1. Small. Upon hearing the resolute answer, Xiao Lu smiled subtly. Are you certain? Will you not reconsider? This is your final opportunity. I am certain. I have great confidence in my gambling skills. Tinghu replied, feeling a twinge of anxiety despite his firm assertion. If Xiao Lu thought he could sway his decision with mere words, he was gravely mistaken. Humph, you have lost. Xiao Li's eyes sparkled with delight, a triumphant smile spreading across his face as he unleashed a hidden force. He then lifted the cup's lid, revealing not dice, but a mound of white powder, rendering any notion of size or numbers moot. What? Tinghu's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Xiao Lu, his lips twitching in disbelief. He had not anticipated such deceit. He had accurately guessed the numbers and size, only for Xiao Lu to shatter the dice into powder with concealed strength. Mr. Tinghu, a wager is a wager. Xiao Lu smiled. Ah, you truly are something, Xiao Lu, Tinghu replied with a wry smile, acknowledging the reality of the situation. As stated, a wager must be honored. Chapter 242, The Powerful Swordsman. 4. Tinghu was not a man who could not bear to lose. He followed Xiao Lu to a secluded area. It seems your observation skills are quite impressive, Mr. Tinghu. I wonder what surprises your swordsmanship and other skills will bring me. I am filled with anticipation. Xiao Lu held a deep admiration for his opponent. Indeed, he had resorted to cunning, yet Fujitora, fully aware of this, did not erupt in fury nor utter a single complaint. Instead, he accepted the wager with willingly engaging in a contest as promised. Such composure inspired Xiao Li's respect, intensifying his desire to recruit him. Mr. Fujitora, please make your move. Having played a trick on him, Xiao Lu intended to let his opponent strike first as a gesture of sincerity. Fujitora, in turn, felt a slight shift in his perception of Xiao Lu. Like the vast majority, he had regarded Xiao Lu as a ruthless and savage individual. However, the manner and eloquence displayed by Xiao Lu did not align with the Navy's portrayal. Of course, it was also possible that Xiao Lu was merely concealing his true nature, or that one should not hastily judge a person's character solely based on their words and actions. Then I shall not hold back. Just as the words left his lips, Fujitora vanished from sight. In an instant, he reappeared before Xiao Lu, his blade unsheathed. A flash of white light streaked through the air as the keen edge of the sword aimed for Xiao Li's neck, the execution swift and devoid of superfluous movement. Clang! Xiao Lu smiled calmly as he wielded the royal sword to parry the oncoming force. The tremendous pressure compelled him to retreat, sliding backwards for several paces. In a swift maneuver, Xiao Lu flipped and positioned himself behind Tinghu. Without turning his head, Tinghu rested his staff and blade against his back, adeptly countering Xiao Li's assault. He then pivoted, unleashing a flurry of strikes with his long knife, each swing akin to a tempest, relentlessly attacking Xiao Lu. The ferocity of his swordsmanship was striking, creating an overwhelming atmosphere that left one breathless. Xiao Li's defense was impenetrable, no matter how fierce the opponent's assault. He remained steadfast and unyielding, as stable as a mountain. The two combatants occasionally shifted and maneuvered, soaring and diving through the air. Their forms intertwined as the sharp glint of swords wreaked havoc in all directions, while powerful sword energy pierced the void, tearing the ground apart with deep fissures. Suddenly, Xiao Lu seized a momentary lapse in Tinghu's defense and thrust his sword towards the latter's eye. However, Tinghu was no ordinary adversary and managed to block the strike in time. Unexpectedly, Xiao Li's long sword split into 2, then 4, then 8, filling the field of vision with a dazzling array of sword shadows that confounded the senses. In a flurry of movement, Tinghu could only respond hastily, and in a moment of inattention, a wound was inflicted upon his right eye. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial scratch, sparing him from serious injury. Xiao Lu had the foresight to withdraw just in time. Otherwise, Tung Hu's left I would have met a dire fate. Mr. Tung Hu, it appears that this sparring match should rightfully be mine, Xiaolu exclaimed with a laugh. Ha! I have not yet conceded defeat. It is still too early for you to claim victory, Ting Hu retorted, gradually igniting with fervor. As soon as he finished speaking, his aura surged, and a powerful slash surged through the air, striking towards Xiaolu with the swiftness of a thunderbolt. The small sword radiated an imposing aura as it danced through the air, effortlessly deflecting the formidable sword chi. With a flicker, Fujiwara appeared above the small sword wielder, his staff blade enveloped in a fierce energy, crashing down with a thunderous force. The chilling and piercing sword chi surged forth, shattering the ground beneath the small sword wielder's feet like a fragmented mirror of a broken heart. Such formidable power. The small sword wielder remained unfazed, a serene smile gracing his lips. Yet, in the next instant, his expression shifted dramatically as an immense, invisible weight suddenly bore down upon him. The already fractured ground began to collapse into the depths below, and he felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss of darkness. Chapter 243, Invitation Drink. Fujiwara stood at the edge of the pitch-black, unfathomable chasm, continually exerting gravitational force towards its depths. Suddenly, a thunderous roar emanated from within, and a violent and menacing sword chi tore through the depths of the chasm, hurtling toward Fujiwara. Under the tremendous impact, Fujiwara was compelled to relinquish his gravitational hold. Focusing entirely on defending against the oncoming sword chi, his form retreating as he left a deep imprint in the ground. With a flourish, commanding the four corners, Little La burst forth from the depths of the cave, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. In an instant, the Wonquan sword was wielded with such finesse that it left behind trails of afterimages. The air was suddenly filled with a radiant glimmer, the sword energy permeating. For brilliant sword energies, accompanied by numerous ethereal phantoms, pierced through the void, arriving in an instant, their overwhelming murderous aura sending shivers down one's spine. Tung Hu felt his aura surge, an overwhelming presence surging within him. Holding his staff blade inverted in his right hand, he swung it back fiercely, as though drawing a colossal bowstring taut. He embodied a tiger poised to pounce, having bided his time in quietude, awaiting this moment of brilliance. The tiger, an unseen gravity, seemed to coalesce into a ferocious and savage beast, its claws bared, charging forth with a cataclysmic momentum towards Little Lu. The ground cracked with each step, collapsing under the immense weight of the force, fracturing and shattering. The vicious and fierce sword light raged uncontrollably, piercing the void as it struck at the ferocious tiger. One could almost hear the sound of shattering glass as the sword light fractured, three streams of sword energy succumbing to the overwhelming gravitational force, dissipating into nothingness. Shala brandished his sword with an air of dominance enveloping him. Under the intense impact of lateral gravity, he staggered back repeatedly, only managing to halt his retreat after several dozen meters. Meanwhile, Fujitora was struck by a menacing wave of sword energy, compelling him to retreat involuntarily due to its formidable force. Fortunately, he had quickly fortified his defense with his own aura. Otherwise, that sword energy would have surely pierced through his chest. Mr. Fujitora, your strength is truly remarkable. Let us conclude today's sparring session here. Shala sheathed the king's sword and approached Fujitora. To be candid, I too am a sovereign. Your prowess is impressive, and I would like to extend an invitation for you to become the admiral of our nation's navy. What? Fujitora was taken aback by Xiao Li's words, momentarily lost in thought. Admiral of the Navy? What does this mean? Fujitora pondered, his confusion deepening. From what he gathered, not only was the other party a king, but his nation also possessed a naval structure akin to that of the world government? Haha, you jest, my lord. While I am not a member of the Navy, I certainly cannot join the ranks of pirates. Regardless of your royal status, I cannot ally myself with pirates, as my sole aspiration is to wander the world. My ultimate refuge shall be with the Navy. Fujitora declined Xiao Li's invitation, having heard numerous rumors about him. Moreover, the very identity of the other as a pirate established a chasm between them. He was committed to upholding justice, not mingling with the likes of pirates. I have never claimed to be a pirate, nor has my ship ever flown a pirate flag. If you are suggesting that one becomes a pirate simply for lacking a sailing permit, then I must concede that you are correct. However, the sea is a realm of freedom. Why should one be labeled a pirate merely for lacking credentials? Do you not find this perspective overly simplistic? As for the rumors circulating about me being an oppressor of the common folk, cruel and ruthless, where is your evidence? I would wager my life that I have never senselessly taken the lives of innocents or engaged in the nefarious deeds of pirates. Furthermore, the world is not merely black and white. It is unwise to view matters through such a narrow lens. My aspiration is to establish a world that is free, democratic, and peaceful, and I require the assistance of individuals with a sense of justice, such as yourself, Mr. Fujitora. I invite you to stay by my side and observe whether I am indeed as I claim. Shala spoke with sincerity, his demeanor earnest. His unwavering gaze met Fujitora directly. Indeed, your words hold considerable wisdom, my lord. I shall use these very eyes to observe and discern for myself. Fujitora laughed heartily. Choosing not to accompany Xiao Lu to ascertain whether he truly embodied the character he professed, he harbored his own convictions and a path he was determined to pursue. Chapter 244. Scientific Strategic Forces. After engaging in a confrontation with Fujitora, Xiao Lu developed an admiration for talent. However, the latter's disdain for his identity as a pirate was not something Xiao Lu wished to contest further. While Fujitora placed his faith in the righteousness represented by the world government, Xiao Lu remained unconvinced, believing that time would ultimately reveal the truth. The encounter between Xiao Lu and Fujitora was but a fleeting episode on their return journey. Throughout the voyage, Xiao Lu was engrossed in the study and contemplation of the life blueprints clandestinely acquired from Mont and the conjectural experiments conducted under Gaji's guidance. The demonic power and genetic factors represented their most significant gains from this expedition, as well as the objects of Xiao Li's unwavering aspirations. Furthermore, from Mont, Xiao Lu gleaned crucial information regarding another eminent scientist, Vegapunk, with the most astonishing revelation being the news of his homeland, Balkamoya. This island, reputed to be a bastion of advanced technology, is believed to house the groundbreaking research of a scientist whose innovations are said to be 5 centuries ahead of the world. A treasure of immeasurable value for Xiao Lu and his scientific division. Before long, Xiao Lu and his companions returned to the land of Maple aboard the Mirage. In a live broadcast to the entire nation via the Image Worm, Xiao Lu bestowed upon the children and scientists the illustrious Crimson Flame Gold Medal, a symbol of the nation's highest honor. He aimed to engrave the adage knowledge is power deeply within the hearts of every citizen. Following the ceremony, Xiao Lu and all the ministers announced the establishment of a dedicated scientific strategic corps. Subsequently, while ensuring economic development, national resources would be directed towards this corps, focusing on the research of the Chiefing missile and the initiation of the Vanguard program utilizing the genetic factors. Building upon this foundation, another research endeavor was launched to harness demonic power through genetic keys. These initiatives would serve as their greatest reliance and the bedrock upon which they would transform the world. The reason little Lu aspired to become one of the 7 warlords was his keen interest in forming an alliance with the Navy. Their most pressing need was time, and thus little Lu aimed to fully leverage this identity to procure the greatest benefits for them. Under his directives, all departments commenced operation. After extensive inquiries, they finally acquired intelligence regarding the future kingdom. It was located on a winter island, fortified by the forces of the world government, necessitating utmost caution to avoid drawing their attention. For added security, little Lu chose to embark on this mission solely with Zhou. Upon arriving at the future kingdom, little Lu and his companions were astonished to discover that, despite the presence of the world government's military, their strength was remarkably feeble. With Zhou's abilities, they effortlessly subdued several soldiers, transforming them into mere paper puppets, thus uncovering the location of Dr. Vegapunk's research facility. Indeed, the reputation of the lab did not disappoint. Upon witnessing the research materials within, little Lu and his team were left in awe, filled with profound reflections. Subsequently, they covertly replicated all the research data and entrusted it to the Strategic Science Department, while discreetly dispatching scientists to conduct experiments on-site. With the patrol units entirely under Zhou's control and the addition of members from the Poison Spike, the facility's defenses became even more formidable. To avoid alarming the enemy, it was customary for familiar paper puppets to venture out for supplies. Moreover, due to the pervasive snow and ice, few ventured outdoors, allowing their activities to proceed without attracting undue scrutiny. Upon receiving little Li's research materials, the researchers at the Strategic Science Department were ecstatic, as these insights would significantly enhance their weapon designs, making powerful laser weaponry well within reach. Over the course of nearly a year, little Lu and his team diligently absorbed Dr. Vegapunk's research findings, transforming them into their own formidable capabilities. The border of the Kingdom of Maple saw the construction of numerous laser artillery installations through the efforts of the Strategic Science Department, greatly bolstering their defensive capabilities. Mirage, after undergoing extensive modifications, was equipped with robust laser weaponry. However, Little Li's faction faced a challenge, despite having access to maritime channels. Materials such as steel for weaponry began to dwindle alarmingly. Upon hearing the opinions of his subordinates, Xiao Li's thoughts began to drift. Besides the black market, a visit to the land of harmony is also in order. Chapter 245. Misfortune never comes alone. Xiao Li dispatched a fleet to negotiate with Wano country. However, upon reaching the reverse waterfall, the sent ships were utterly annihilated by a pterosaur. It was revealed that Wano country had long adhered to a policy of isolationism, forbidding foreign vessels from entering its waters. Most critically, the nation was currently undergoing a unique period, with defenses heightened to an extreme degree. Any ship attempting to breach Wano's borders, regardless of intent, would be met with aggression. As the vessels plummeted over the waterfall, the true perpetrator circled high above, speaking in a tone devoid of emotion. "We cannot allow you intruders to disrupt Lord Kaido's affairs." The notorious beast known as King, one of Kaido's subordinates, was responsible for the destruction. Upon hearing the fierce words from Xiao Lu's surviving crew through the transponder snail, King merely scoffed. He had heard of the infamous Scarlet Tai Sui, yet his captain was none other than the legendary Kaido of the Beasts, a man destined to upend the world. What is Scarlet Tai Sui to us? Our captain is a figure of such renown that he is on par with a mere warlord. Though they were still in their formative stages, they would one day make their names resonate throughout the world, causing all to tremble. In a fit of rage, Xiao Lu erupted upon receiving the news from his remaining subordinates, smashing his desk into splinters. "We failed to reach them last time. And now, they dare to take my men. They truly do not regard us with any respect." A murderous glint flickered in Xiao Lu's eyes, his voice as chilling as ice. "Kaido, you must not fall into my grasp. Otherwise, I will make you wish for death. Xiao Lu, the batch of weapons we were preparing to sell has been stolen." Little Lu, in a fit of rage, was abruptly confronted by Xiao, who entered with disheartening news. "Which audacious fool dares to encroach upon my dominion?" Upon witnessing the shattered remnants of the desk, Xiao let out a faint sigh. As the saying goes, fortune seldom comes in pairs, while misfortune seldom arrives alone. Indeed, there is truth in that. It is the Big Mom pirate crew. Ah, is it not the infamous individual renowned for her prolificacy? Xiao Li's forehead was adorned with prominent veins, yet he resolutely suppressed the fury brewing within him. It was rare to witness him so incensed. It seemed that after a brief respite, many believed us to be easily trifled with. Though his tone remained unassuming, Xiao discerned the latent menace in Xiao Li's voice. They were intent on proceeding with caution, amassing strength for rapid advancement. However, there were those who thwarted their aspirations, provoking both ire and contempt. This matter could not simply be brushed aside. If left unchecked, even the most insignificant would dare to encroach, and troubles would inevitably follow. It was better to strike decisively now than to face a barrage of challenges later. It was imperative for these so-called dignitaries to witness our true capabilities. Xiao understood that Xiao Lu was fueled by anger, but also harbored intentions of engaging in a contest with the adversary. Yet, the opponents were not to be underestimated. Were Carp and Barrett truly so easily dealt with? The alliance between Little Lu and the Navy in capturing the Golden Lion has not been publicized, while some astute individuals may glean insights through certain channels. The majority remain oblivious to this occurrence. Moreover, it is worth noting that he had previously engaged the Golden Lion in a solitary confrontation. Big Mom, renowned as the Steel Balloon, has a reputation for possessing an impenetrable defense, with no accounts of anyone ever breaching it to inflict injury upon her. Xiao Lu, aware of Xiao's concerns for him, reassured her, "Do not worry, I am well aware of my limits." Chapter 246. A visit to Whole Cake Island. With the influx of pirates, the New World has become increasingly tumultuous, with battles among pirates raging incessantly. Numerous renowned pirate crews have perished in this new tide, while new factions have emerged, claiming dominion over various territories. Among these, the crew led by Charlotte Linlin stands as one of the most formidable forces in the New World. She has forged a unique realm known as Land, uniting diverse races of pirates under her rule, and she reigns as the absolute sovereign of this kingdom. Many pirates in the New World, or fresh arrivals, aspire to encounter her. Unsurprisingly, they either become vassals within Land, bowing to her authority, or they meet their demise, lost to the depths of the sea. It is said that she has a particular fondness for sweet treats, and upon arrival, it is evident that the islands are adorned with confections, perhaps a result of the powers of the devil fruit. Days later, aboard a Mirage, Xiao Lu reached Cake Island, marveling at the numerous edifices crafted from desserts that greeted his eyes. The islands are inhabited by a myriad of diverse races, piquing his curiosity. This time, He intended to adopt a diplomatic approach before resorting to conflict, hoping to negotiate the return of his weapons and explore possibilities for collaboration. Should this endeavor fail, he would have no choice but to engage in battle. He did not bring a large entourage, only taking along his trusted aides, Xiao, Ron, and Will. One is a master of close combat with formidable swordsmanship, another is a sharpshooter, capable of providing distant support, and the last, a fishman, thrives in the aquatic realm. Ron's marksmanship has sharpened significantly, and his mastery of observation and armament hockey has advanced considerably since their previous encounters. Particularly, the experiences of being captured twice have instilled in Ron a profound awareness of his own limitations, prompting him to enhance his training after attending to his duties. The new world is fraught with peril, and Xiao Li's business often faces disruption from pirates, leading to frequent skirmishes involving Will. As a tiger shark fishman, he can evade foes even when outmatched. Through trials of sword and flame, especially under Xiao Lu's tutelage, he has finally mastered armament hockey. Moreover, due to Xiao Li's acquaintance with Tiger, Will ventured to Fishman Island in search of clues about his heritage, unexpectedly encountering a group of fishmen and learning fishman. It seems that sometimes one may stumble upon unexpected fortunes while pursuing a different path. Peter and Snake, meanwhile, were stationed on the floating island of the Golden Lion, where Peter trained a battalion of ferocious beasts, and Snake seized the opportunity to hone his skills, utilizing insights gleaned from the study of devil fruits to enhance his prowess. Upon arriving at the castle of Cake Island, the once desolate square was now bustling with activity, filled with feasting and revelry. It turned out that today was Big Mom's tea party. Today, Little Lou and his companions arrived just in time. At the main table, Charlotte Lingling listened attentively to her subordinates' reports, her expressions fluctuating between joy and fury. Those who completed their tasks were rewarded, while those who failed faced dire consequences. Mother, the Crimson Taijadu has arrived. Oh, what brings that fellow here? Does Mother have dealings with him? I recall that Brother Owen mentioned them a few days ago. Not only was the Charlotte family taken aback, but the underground figures and other guests at the banquet were also murmuring among themselves. Greetings, Your Majesty. I hope my uninvited presence is not taken amiss. Allow me to present this modest gift as a token of goodwill. Guided by a throng of attendants, Little Lou and his companions approached the matriarch, who received a delicately crafted gift box from Xiao. I have long heard of your illustrious reputation. Charlotte Lingling exchanged knowing glances with Little Lou, both sporting enigmatic smiles. Chapter 247. The rupture of cooperation. We come unbidden to the Queen's tea party. And I hope you do not take offense. Today, in addition to presenting a humble gift to the Queen, we wish to discuss a potential collaboration. Might the Queen be interested? Little Lou remarked with a light chuckle, gazing at the massive figure of the matriarch, who resembled a giant. If they could indeed forge an alliance, it would greatly benefit their business. Not only would they gain another avenue for weapons sales, but it would also mitigate the risks associated with maritime transport. The matriarch paused, taken aback by the proposal. She was aware that her son had seized a shipment of weapons from Little Lou and his group, leading her to initially suspect a confrontation. However, she was pleasantly surprised to find they were seeking a business partnership instead. If their claims were genuine, she would not mind at all. After all, Little Lou was indeed a significant figure in the underground realm. Their pirate crew needed to expand. A network of underground alliances would ensure a reliable supply of weapons, manpower, and provisions. It was unrealistic to rely solely on piracy to sustain her vast empire. As the two parties engaged in discussions within the castle, the tea party in the square continued to buzz with activity. Yet, many prominent figures from the underground world had shifted their focus upon Little Lee's arrival, contemplating potential collaborations with him. Among them was Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency. Although he had previously boasted in print that Little Lou was the one closest to the throne, this was his first encounter with the man himself. Morgans was acutely aware of Little Lee's formidable power and influence in the underground world. For someone like him, who thrived on reporting major news, collaborating with Little Lou would undoubtedly unveil a wealth of hidden information. Nearby, a woman with golden short hair and a graceful figure, her curves exquisite, cast a fleeting glance with her beautiful eyes. Her every smile and frown exuded captivating charm, yet those familiar with her would not be deceived by her appearance. She was Stussy, the Queen of Joy Street, a notable figure in the underground world. What could she possibly be scheming with Lingling? Within the castle, the collaboration between Little Lou and Big Mom was initially progressing smoothly. However, when the discussion turned to the matter of weapons, Big Mom was unwilling to return the seized arms or provide any compensation. Considering the immense benefits that their partnership could yield, little Lu chose to exercise patience. Yet, the subsequent proposal from Big Mom was intolerable. She suggested marrying one of her daughters to little Lu, claiming that such a union would strengthen their ties and elevate their collaboration to new heights. It was nothing short of absurd. Little Lu discerned her intentions clearly. She believed him to be easily manipulated. The pretense of marriage was merely a guise for her to assimilate their power. Upon seeing the photograph of a woman from the Snakehead tribe that Big Mom presented, Little Lee's lips twitched as he resolutely declined her proposition. If you agree to the marriage, I might consider returning the weapons. Furthermore, I could dispatch a contingent of troops to assist you. Together, we would be an indomitable force. He acknowledged the Queen's goodwill but asserted, I am still quite young, and my focus is primarily on business. I firmly believe that even without a marital alliance, we can remain excellent partners. More critically, he pondered how the world government would react to such a union, especially since he still held the title of a warlord of the sea. Could they trust a collaboration with him under such circumstances, regardless of their concerns? Little Lu could not afford to disregard them. Thus, their cooperation would be rendered impossible. Big Mom's smile faded as she fixed her gaze on Little Lu, her eyes widening in disbelief. Lady Charlotte, must it be this way? Is simple cooperation not sufficient? A marriage is out of the question. It's impossible for a lifetime. Despite Big Mom's imposing stature, she failed to intimidate Little Lu. Even amidst her fearsome reputation and in her domain, he remained unyielding. Are you not afraid of death? She queried, her eyes flashing with menace as she leaned closer, her massive head looming like a mountain before Little Lu. A gaping maw, reeking of decay, opened wide, as if laced with corrosive intent. Little brat, do not let youthful arrogance cloud your judgment. I offer you one last opportunity. In response to Big Mom's threat, Little Lu chuckled softly, shaking his head as though he had heard the most amusing jest. Just as Xiao Lu was about to refute the other party, a man clad in a yellow suit, with an extraordinarily long tongue, stormed in, visibly agitated. Mother, that scientist deceived us. He absconded with our money. It was only upon his abrupt entrance that he noticed another man seated before his mother, someone who appeared strikingly familiar. Perispero, did you not notice that I have company? Big Mom, already in a foul mood, was further incensed by her eldest son's reckless intrusion. At the sight of his mother's fury, Perispero trembled in fear. A scientist? He absconded with the money? Why does that sound so familiar? Upon hearing Perispero's words, Xiao Lu furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze sharpening. Before he could ponder further, Big Mom erupted in anger, demanding her eldest son to deploy more personnel to apprehend the scientist. How dare he toy with her? She was determined to make him understand the gravity of his actions. Seeing her enraged, Perispero dared not provoke her further and promptly set to work. Xiao Lu realized that their collaboration today had become impossible and that an alternative approach was necessary. It appeared that their negotiations had reached an impasse. Therefore, let us either return our weapons or purchase them. Our company never engages in transactions that result in loss. My, Spire, has your mind been compromised? Do you not recognize whose territory you are in? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? The matriarch was taken aback by Xiao Li's audacity, as if he had dismissed her entirely. This was indeed her dominion. Stay or perish. Witnessing Xiao Li's brazen demeanor, the matriarch looked down upon him, her eyes radiating formidable authority, her hands claw-like, as if poised to seize something. As her words echoed, an intangible shadow began to envelop Xiao Lu. Little Lu furrowed his brow, sensing an invisible pressure looming above his soul. Indeed, it was the power of the soul. Could it be that Big Mom's fruit ability was related to the soul? If that were the case, her fruit would undoubtedly be a remarkable asset. The elusive brook from the Devil's Sea remained silent, and more critically, his strength surpassed their expectations, rendering their attempts to capture him futile. Now, another fruit connected to the soul had unexpectedly appeared, a delightful surprise indeed. Observing Little Lee's furrowed brow and prolonged silence, Big Mom assumed he was frightened. However, she was unable to seize his soul, leaving her astonished. Thus, she leaned in once more and spoke. Stay or perish, you fool. Keep your distance. Your breath stinks. Upon witnessing Little Lee's disdainful expression and hearing his insolent words, Big Mom was momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, a deep crimson flush spread across her face, radiating an aura of murderous intent. What insolence! I shall end your life. How dare he humiliate her so, and to insult her breath? You shall die instead. Before she could make a move, in the blink of an eye, Little Lu flashed to Big Mom's face and delivered a powerful punch, sending her flying. Chapter 249, Little Lu vs. Big Mom, too, boom. Without a moment's notice, Xiao Lu delivered a decisive blow that sent the elderly woman flying, crashing violently. The chaos that ensued was overwhelming. Tables, chairs, and wine glasses lay scattered in disarray. Having resolved to take action, he chose to strike first and hold nothing back. No sooner had the elderly woman's words left her lips than Xiao Li's fist connected with her face. His fist, imbued with an extraordinary, struck with such force that even the woman, known for her formidable resilience, was sent sprawling to the ground. The impact was so powerful that it shattered the earth beneath her, creating a deep crater. The tempestuous flow of the Sakura, how terrifying it is. It seeks to claim your life in your moment of vulnerability. Before Big Mom could rise, Xiao lunged forward once more, his fist striking like a torrential storm against her. The formidable aura surged alongside the relentless barrage of punches that penetrated Big Mom's body, inflicting excruciating pain upon her. What's happening? Where is this tremor coming from? It seems there is a commotion within the castle. Could it be that Spire has stirred trouble? The guests at the banquet were drawn to the tumultuous sounds emanating from the castle, and the members of the Scarlet family began to sense that something was amiss. Hastening towards the source of the disturbance, Xiao, Ron, and Will realized that the negotiations had undoubtedly collapsed, and they swiftly made their way inside the castle. Capture them. Some members of the Scarlet family, aware of the precarious situation, hurried to encircle Ron and his companions. In an instant, several subordinates charging forward were met with Ron's lethal strikes, their blood splattering across the scene. Chaos erupted throughout the venue as guests fled in panic. Unwilling to be ensnared in this conflict, screams and curses echoed incessantly. The eldest son of the Scarlet family had been dispatched to apprehend the fleeing scientist with the stolen funds, while Katakuri, the foremost of the four commanders, was on a mission. Only the more formidable Owen and Daifuku remained on the island, preparing desserts for Big Mom. However, they were informed of the situation and would require some time to arrive. The remaining members at the banquet lacked the strength to contend with Ron and his allies. And within mere moments, the ground was strewn with lifeless bodies. Despite this, Ron adhered to their plan and called for reinforcements from Mirage. Although the adversaries were not particularly strong, their sheer numbers surged forth like a swarm of ants. Fishman Karate, for Thousand Tile Right Punch, faced with the onslaught of soldiers. Will grinned, assuming a fighting stance, and unleashed a devastating punch. A powerful shockwave erupted, sending soldiers reeling as they coughed up blood. Subsequently, Will transformed into a darting through the throng of enemies. His fingers became like spears, and one by one, the soldiers fell before him. Close combat is my forte. Xiao brandished his formidable weapon, a cruel smile gracing his pale visage. Like a butterfly dancing amidst blossoms, his movements were graceful and captivating, yet beneath the sharp blade lay the remnants of extinguished lives. Seizing the opportunity, Ron flickered to a rooftop, his sniper rifle resembling the herald of death. With each bullet fired, a soldier's skull shattered, brains splattering in the air. It was conceivable that multiple hearts were pierced simultaneously. On the side of the Scarlet family, there were also subordinates wielding haki, but before Xiao, they were mere prey, laid bare for slaughter. Inch blade kill. Zhao's voice resonated like a whisper from the Grim Reaper, sending chills down the spine. The figure flits like a specter, elusive and capricious, as fierce and unpredictable as a meteor streaking through the night sky. Despite the formidable defense granted by the armament of Conqueror's haki, the ferocity of Xiao Li's swordsmanship is truly unparalleled, with a potency that far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Even though one might temporarily withstand his might, like unyielding steel, enduring countless strikes upon the same point will inevitably lead to collapse. In mere moments, the ground beneath Xiao Lu is littered with corpses, yet he remains unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance that only enhances his resemblance to the Grim Reaper. Chapter 250, Xiao vs. Big Mom 3, Within the Castle. Soldiers alerted by the commotion rushed over. They gazed in disbelief as Xiao Lu unleashed a tempestuous assault upon Big Mom, momentarily rendered speechless. Big Mom, the Queen of the Seas, embodies absolute authority. Any who dare to defy her face the extraction of their soul or the forfeiture of their life, instilling a deep-seated fear in all. Her overwhelming power and terror have long been ingrained in the hearts of the masses, yet they now witness Xiao Lu suppressing her. A sight that defies credulity. Advance at once. The soldiers, snapping back to reality, brandished their weapons and surged towards Xiao Lu, providing Big Mom the opportunity to extricate herself from his onslaught. You wretch, I shall not spare you. I will extract your very soul and make your existence a living hell. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, her gaze sharpened like a blade, emanating an overwhelming aura as her haki surged. Napoleon, Zeus, Prometheus. With each vehement cry, Big Mom's pirate hat transformed into a colossal sword, while a searing flame and ominous dark clouds materialized at her side, seemingly summoned from the ether. To Xiao Li's astonishment, they appeared capable of speech. These were the homies birthed from Big Mom's soul fruit abilities. Heavenly Fire. Big Mom seized the blazing flame and hurled it towards its scorching breath distorting the very fabric of the void. The intense heat threatened to evaporate the air itself, enveloping all in a suffocating embrace. Trivial skills. Little La disregarded this maneuver entirely, wielding the royal sword with grace, its formidable aura cleaving through the air as if it possessed the power to rend the heavens and split the earth in twain, effortlessly parting the torrents of fire descending upon him. The chilling sword energy pervaded the atmosphere, tearing through it as it continued its relentless advance towards Big Mom. Her eyes narrowed, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She had heard of Little Li's illustrious feats and recognized his formidable strength. Yet, she remained undeterred, harboring unwavering confidence in her own prowess, believing that he, a mere youth, was not worthy of comparison. Celestial sovereignty of the vast sky, she proclaimed, unperturbed in the face of his overwhelming sword energy. With a swift motion, her right arm seized the thundercloud, unleashing a tempest of lightning that crackled as if a horde of electric serpents surged forth. The resounding thunderclap echoed throughout the castle, instilling a sense of dread. The brilliance of the sword clashed with the fury of the storm. Little Lu's form flickered as he deftly evaded the onslaught of lightning. The ground beneath him shattered by the immense power, creating gaping chasms from which debris erupted, clouds of dust swirling into the air. And Big Mom surged forward, her long blade slicing through the air. Imperial sword, shattering edge, she cried, her blade suddenly elongating, engulfed in fierce, blazing flames. The clash of the Imperial sword and the Royal sword produced a dazzling display of light, sparks flying in every direction, while the grating sound of steel against steel resounded, narrating the intensity of their fierce confrontation. Little Lu believed that through his daily training, his strength had become formidable. However, Big Mom's power exceeded his wildest imagination. With her immense physique and strength, she could traverse the seas with ease. The abilities granted by the devil fruit only served to amplify her might. Get out of my way. Big Mom's subordinates frequently harassed him from the sidelines. Although they posed no real threat to Little Lu, their presence was exceedingly vexatious. Little Li's eyes suddenly widened, and an overwhelming haki erupted forth, radiating an imperial majesty akin to that of a true emperor. Dark lightning enveloped, and his formidable aura reverberated throughout the universe, as if the very void itself were lamenting and trembling. Troops collapsed in droves, the powerful and fierce impact rippling through the air like successive waves, surging towards Big Mom. Facing Little Li's haki, Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon, the three homies, succumbed to unconsciousness. While Big Mom herself wore an expression of astonishment, a bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. She had not anticipated such formidable haki from her opponent. Chapter 251, Little Lu vs. Big Mom for Zeus, Napoleon, Prometheus. The three mighty homies were astonishingly incapacitated by Little Li's haki, leaving Big Mom in utter disbelief. These were creations of her own soul, not mere foot soldiers. Accursed scoundrel. After a moment of shock, her rage surged like long-simmering magma, as if harboring the power to incinerate all in its path. The potent haki radiated from her, enveloping the entire fortress. A terrifying aura generated a fierce shockwave that expanded outward, the ferocious presence akin to a bloodthirsty beast, instilling fear in all around. The dark lightning cleaved through the void, weaving into a net of slaughter. Spile, you dare to be so audacious. Today, I shall make you regret your very existence in this world. The two presences clashed head-on, their powerful haki resembling ravenous beasts long deprived of sustenance. Upon encountering one another, neither would yield, for only a struggle of life and death lay ahead. Little Lu raised his head high, an aura of power surging around him, his gaze radiating a captivating intensity. A cold smirk danced upon his lips as he dismissed the threats of the elder with disdain. A savage intent to kill filled the space, his contemptuous demeanor and scornful eyes resembling a sovereign gazing down upon mere ants. The elder was furious, absolutely enraged. Once a formidable member of the Rocks Pirates, she commanded great respect within her ranks, and none dared to underestimate her. Throughout her career, she had never suffered injury, not even from Roger. who only managed to claim her historical texts before ascending to the title of Pirate King. The impudent boy before her was younger than her own sons. Yet he completely disregarded her presence, exhibiting an utter lack of respect. When we clashed upon the seas, you were not even born yet. Huh. Spare me the cliché about respecting the old guard. A new era has dawned. If you cannot adapt, then perhaps you should retreat into the annals of history and reminisce about your past glories. The ocean roared with the sound of 1,000 blades. Shallow was in no mood for idle chatter or banter. A fierce aura coalesced around him, and a murderous intent enveloped his being like a coiling dragon. The king's sword in his hand sliced through the air, leaving behind shimmering afterimages, each beam of radiant sword light dazzling and soul-stirring. Countless strands of sword energy gathered around Xiao Lu, swirling like a constellation, momentarily coalescing into a golden dragon, its roar resonating through the cosmos. In the next instant, the golden dragon lunged towards Big Mom, an overwhelming torrent of sword energy swirling within its form, exuding a chilling and lethal intent that seemed capable of freezing souls. A sense of impending doom washed over Big Mom, her eyes widening in alarm. Napoleon! In a moment of desperation, she infused Napoleon with even greater soul power. Napoleon awakened instantaneously. Big Mom swung her sword with ferocity, unleashing a formidable wave of sword energy that trembled with a terrifying force akin to crashing waves. In an instant, a pink circular shockwave of sword energy erupted forth, as if wielding the power to reshape the very fabric of existence. This move, what a stroke of brilliance! Witnessing Big Mom unleash such formidable prowess in her moment of urgency ignited a fervent gleam in Xiao Lu's eyes, a manifestation of his thirst for battle and the joy of clashing with a formidable opponent. Chapter 252, Xiao versus Big Mom 5. The sounds of clashing swords echoed, intertwined with the roars of dragons. The powerful sword energies collided, erupting into a blinding white light, as violent explosions reverberated in all directions, sending invisible shockwaves rapidly spreading beyond the castle. Those engaged in combat outside were awestruck by the tremendous commotion emanating from within the castle. Boom! The stout and formidable castle was breached, a gaping hole appearing as the fierce sword energy sliced through the air, cleaving the towering dome and the solid ground into fragments. The entire castle could not withstand the might of their attacks, collapsing dramatically before the eyes of onlookers. A thick fog enveloped the scene, dust swirling chaotically. Oh, the castle has been destroyed. Mother is sure to be furious. How could that spire be so powerful? Could it be that even Mother, silent? Are you questioning Mother's strength? No, I am not. The words of the small soldier were fortuitously overheard by Owen, who promptly sent him flying with a single punch, leaving a gaping hole scorched into his chest. Big Mom slightly hunched her body, her chest rising and falling violently with each breath, panting heavily as a gruesome wound marred her large face, and a murderous intent streamed from her eyes like a rushing river. Well, it seems I truly underestimated you. Struggling to steady her breath, a hint of gravity crossed Big Mom's brow for the first time. She was not afraid of the power wielded by little Leth. Although formidable, it was not enough to instill fear in her. Since the moment she became a pirate, she had never known fear. She had only ever bestowed terror and death upon others. She was the Queen of Souls, the Empress of Nations. Yet, what was this inexplicable, heart-stopping power emanating from this little brat? She was utterly convinced that it was, indeed, a manifestation of soul power. This energy was entirely unlike anything she had ever encountered. Strange, lethal, eerie, grand, overwhelming, luminous, opposing, contradictory, interwoven, yet entirely unified. The soul of this little imp was certainly troubled. Ah, I didn't expect you, old hag, to possess such skills. From the ruins, little Leth pushed aside a massive stone and slowly rose to his feet, wiping the blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his gaze unwaveringly confident as he looked at Big Mom. Though she had hastily countered, the force of her swift strike was boundless, fierce, and unparalleled, possessing the potential for utter destruction. I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. I must extract your soul and uncover what manner of creature you truly are. Big Mom's eyes sparkled with a chilling brilliance, her gaze reminiscent of a hunter lurking in a dark forest, sending shivers down the spine. Her scarlet tongue flicked out from her cavernous mouth, slithering like a serpent. The fearsome visage she presented was enough to instill dread. Zeus. Prometheus. A torrent of soul power surged forth as Big Mom waved her hand, reviving the stunned Zeus and Prometheus to full vitality. With a sweep of her hand, the Emperor's sword crackled with intertwining thunder and flames, the aura of murderous intent and dominance boiling over. Big Mom raised her sword to strike. Thunder cannon. Xiao Lu adjusted his breath, his eyes gently closing before reopening. The aura he exuded seemed to be drawn back into his being, as if absorbed by a vacuum. The royal sword resonated with a series of tremors. Even before unleashing its power, the icy blade radiated a chilling brilliance that flickered ominously. The ground beneath him cracked inch by inch, tearing into peculiar patterns. The indomitable spirit of countless sands and snow remains unyielding in the solitude of 100-mile city. Mountains may be cleaved asunder. With an imposing majesty that spans the seas, I possess a sword that sweeps across the vast wilderness. Sword Solitary City. Chapter 253. The historical text of Sword Solitary City. Little Lee's roar reverberated through the heavens, embodying his formidable willpower, causing the very skies to bow in submission. The royal sword emitted a chilling brilliance, its emerald blade extending 100 meters, grand and magnificent. Exuding an imposing presence capable of tearing the fabric of reality and reducing all to mere dust, a fierce radiance erupted, compelling those in the square to instinctively shut their eyes. Like a shooting star, it rushed towards Little Lou, sweeping across the air, and the ground beneath fractured, yielding a lengthy chasm. The emerald blade descended upon the elder woman, and before the sword's aura even reached her, the earth itself buckled under the weight of such immense power. A deep, bottomless fissure opened like the gates of hell, emanating a chilling, bone-piercing cold. Thunderous explosions reverberated, deafening those nearby, forcing them to cover their ears, while the blinding light urged the crowd to close their eyes to avoid injury. The debris propelled through the air inflicted grave harm upon the elder woman's subordinates, sending shockwaves that toppled many, causing them to stumble backward or even be flung away. A dense cloud of dust enveloped the scene like a curtain, isolating Little Lou and the elder woman from the onlookers. What kind of power is this? Ha. This is indeed a grand spectacle. The crimson tinged never fails to impress. Observing from a safe vantage point, Morgan, who had retreated long ago, couldn't help but laugh heartily at the unfolding chaos. He mused, I wonder what the headlines will say tomorrow. I eagerly await the news. Nearby, the Queen of Joy Street. Stussy covered her mouth in a delicate laugh, exuding charm. As she gazed at the gradually revealing figure of Little Lou, her eyes flickered with uncertainty, concealing her true thoughts. As the dust began to settle, the elder woman's pink floral dress was torn in several places, revealing glimpses of her form. A gaping, bloody wound marred her chest. Though not deep, it undoubtedly shattered her reputation as the iron balloon. Had she not summoned her domineering aura at the last moment to shield herself, the injury would have been far more grievous. Little Lee's physique could not compare to that of Big Mom. Despite the fierce and domineering sword energy being cleaved in two by the sword light, it still struck him with tremendous force. Even with his formidable defenses, the overwhelming might of his opponent penetrated through him like a heavy hammer, causing fine cracks to appear in his chest bones. However, such minor injuries were trivial for the battle-hardened Little Lou, who had endured far more intense confrontations, one of which brought him perilously close to death. Given sufficient time and the aid of the great Zhou celestial circulation technique, he would recover swiftly. Damn it, how could this guy possibly be a match for Mom? Don't harbor foolish delusions. Upon witnessing Big Mom's injuries, her fourth son, Oven, displayed a flicker of panic on his face, angrily cursing as if to bolster his own resolve. Humph, the captain's strength is not to be underestimated. What makes you think that this old hag could defeat her? The mockery from Xiao undoubtedly fueled the fury of the enraged Oven further. Then I shall kill you first. And then that, with a temperament as fierce as his own, Oven radiated intense heat, his entire being resembling a colossal furnace, the air around him scorching. Clang. Xiao raised his blade to parry, the weapon enveloped in a fierce aura. The opponent's tremendous force bore down upon him, forcing him to retreat continuously as the searing wind made his face feel parched and scorched. Is that stone the rumored historical text? From his elevated vantage point, Ron, shielding himself amidst the collapsed ruins, spotted a massive red stone, recalling tales he had heard. Chapter 254. The Seizure of the Historical Text Boss. That red square stone seems to be the historical text we've heard about. Ron's exclamation immediately captured everyone's attention. The historical text? Is it truly? The world government had issued strict prohibitions against interpreting such artifacts. I never expected Big Mom to possess one. Damn that bastard. The prominent figures of the underworld were taken aback, aware of far more than the average person. Upon hearing Ron's bold declaration, Big Mom's subordinates were instantly filled with rage. Little Lou and the elderly lady also heard Ron's exclamation. Turning around, Little Lou indeed spotted a massive crimson stone concealed beneath the rubble, adorned with enigmatic inscriptions. Although he had heard whispers of such tales, he had not given them much thought. However, the fact that the elderly lady possessed such a stone, combined with the reactions of those around them, suggested that it was of great significance. An object cherished by someone of her stature must undoubtedly possess a value unknown to ordinary individuals. Little Lou truly possesses a limited understanding of historical texts. What he remains unaware of is that Roger's precise arrival at Raftel was facilitated by his acquisition of the essential historical documents. It seems an unexpected gain awaits. Big Mom's eyes radiated a boundless aura of menace as she discerned the insatiable greed reflected in her opponent's gaze. This thought inevitably led her to the detestable thief, Roger, who had clandestinely obtained a copy of the historical text from her, thus enabling him to reach the final island and ascend to the revered status of Pirate King. All those who covet my historical text shall perish. With a fierce shout, Big Mom's formidable presence surged once more, unleashing a powerful burst of conqueror's haki. The sound waves rippled, imbued with the essence of her will, radiating outward in all directions. Oh no, my ears. This is bad, Mama, no? Soldiers collapsed en masse, while distant guests, overwhelmed by the might of her haki, rolled their eyes back and fainted. Such terrifying power. Law felt a shiver of fear. He had not anticipated the sheer strength of Big Mom's conqueror's haki. She appeared to be in a frenzy, her aura escalating like a demon from the depths of hell, instilling dread. However, despite their trepidation towards her formidable prowess, Law, Ron, and Will harbored no fear of becoming Big Mom's adversaries. They had witnessed their boss's conqueror's haki, a pressure emanating from the very depths of their souls, incomparable to Big Mom's. Indeed, their strength paled in comparison to hers. Yet it did not signify their hearts would yield to such might. Should their boss issue a command, they would unhesitatingly risk their lives to confront Big Mom. For in their hearts, there exists but one true king. Accustomed to the vistas from lofty heights, their state of mind inevitably elevates. Occasionally, a vibrant blossom may emerge. Even if it captivates for a fleeting moment, tranquility shall ultimately return to the heart. This historical text shall be mine. Little Lou laughed heartily, asserting his dominion as if the historical text lay within his grasp. If you cherish it, then let it be buried with you. The elder's tone was grave, her eyes brimming with a palpable menace. Boom. No sooner had the words left her lips than a cacophony of violent explosions echoed around the island, accompanied by distant wails of despair. This is dire. The mirage of Spire is upon us. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, breathless, to report the unfolding chaos. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant beam of laser sliced through the void, obliterating both the minion and the unconscious soldiers on the ground. Chapter 255, The Battle for the Historical Text. 2. You scoundrel, have you been plotting to seize my historical text all along? Witnessing little Lee's mirage recklessly bombard the castle, inflicting heavy losses upon her troops and leaving a trail of corpses, the elder's face contorted with fury, her teeth clenched in indignation. What a despicable and shameless wretch. Shallow expressed his innocence, genuinely seeking collaboration with the other party. The mirage was merely a manifestation of the failed negotiations. Discovering the historical text was entirely unexpected. Its significance to the other side was so profound that failing to seize it would be utterly remiss. As for the accusation from the matriarch that Xiao Lu was despicable and shameless, he could hardly suppress a laugh. How absurd for a born destroyer. A pirate who thrived amidst the tumultuous seas and had taken countless lives, to speak of fairness and justice. This is no trivial matter. Piracy is not child's play. In this ruthless ocean, within a realm of sword and flame, only the weak lament the unscrupulousness of tactics. Fairness and justice are concepts reserved solely for the strong. Ron. The objective of the historical text is far too monumental for us to transport. We must have it imprinted. Ron promptly retrieved his snail phone, instructing his subordinates to prepare. Fools, do you think this place is a mere playground? You can come and go as you please. Upon hearing the other party so brazenly divulging their plans, Owen felt a surge of heat within him, transforming him into a miniature sun. The ground beneath him began to melt inch by inch, the very air seeming to evaporate under the intense heat, igniting all around him. This adversary was formidable. The mercenary facing Owen felt his blood boiling, his skin parched and burning. Had it not been for his hockey defense, the lethal weapon in his grasp would likely have melted into a pool of molten iron, leaving him as nothing more than charred remains. Fortunately, with the support of the Mirage, he could still engage in the fray. The Mirage was equipped with powerful laser weaponry, its firepower rivaling that of poor Celino's 8-foot-long jeweled hook. Not only was its attack speed rapid, but its destructive capability was also formidable, covering a wide area of impact. Although Big Mom had a vast number of subordinates, the majority resembled ordinary pirates. She had many children, though most were stationed on their respective islands, with some out waging war. As a formidable force in the New World, since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, they had faced numerous challenges from other pirates. Before long, Xiao Li's subordinates, under the cover of the mirage, approached the historical text with their tools. Die all of you! With a flourish of the Emperor's sword, Big Mom unleashed a crescent-shaped pink slash that sliced through the air, howling as it passed. Not good. We are doomed. Complete your tasks. The subordinates tasked with the imprinting trembled in fear before Big Mom's wrath, helplessly witnessing her onslaught decimate them. You shall not succeed. Xiao Lu swiftly leaped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of his subordinates, commanding them to hasten their task. In his grasp, the sovereign sword was brandished, its formidable aura of sword energy clashing with the might of Big Mom's strikes. The explosive sounds reverberated violently, stirring up a tempest that swept across the surroundings. A perfect opportunity. A lethal ambush. Two searing bullets, imbued with an overwhelming ferocity, slithered forth like venomous serpents lurking in the shadows, baring their fangs at the moment they detected a vulnerability in their prey. One shot ahead, the other behind, one high, the other low. They seemed to follow a peculiar rhythm as they aimed for Big Mom's eyes. Bang, bang. Ron's expression was one of astonishment, disbelief etched across his face. He had believed he had seized the moment perfectly when he fired that shot, at the instant of Big Mom engaging in combat with his boss. The two bullets had launched from different angles, shrouded by smoke, targeting her most vulnerable point, the eyes, but still failed to inflict any harm upon her. You treacherous little imp. You shall pay. Big Mom roared furiously towards Ron's direction. Had it not been for her soul's warning, she might have truly lost her sight to his attack. Boom. The ground beneath Big Mom erupted violently, collapsing downward and revealing a web-like fissure. In the next moment, her figure flickered and vanished from sight. When she reappeared, she was directly above Ron. How could this old hag move so swiftly? Ron was taken aback by the lightning speed of Big Mom, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. He had not anticipated that despite her massive stature, her speed remained astonishingly rapid. This is bad. While his marksmanship was exceptional, close combat had always been his Achilles heel, especially against someone like Big Mom. However, after a brief moment of panic, Ron observed her swinging her massive sword towards him. In an instant, he raised his sniper rifle, and two bullets were discharged almost simultaneously. In this dire predicament, he once again unleashed his lethal ambush. Humph. Big Mom let out a cold laugh, wielding the Emperor's sword with deftness, deflecting the two cleverly angled bullets with ease. Although the tremendous force nearly destabilized her stance, it posed no threat whatsoever. Clearly, the opponent was merely flailing in desperation. Hey, your adversary is me. Did you seek my permission to harm my subordinates? The figure of Xiao Lu moved with an ethereal grace, vanishing like a ghost, just as the lady wielding the sword deflected two bullets. Xiao Lu had already arrived at her side. Get away from me. With a resounding clash, the power from the royal sword surged forth, forcefully sending the lady flying. In midair, where she had no means to regain her footing, she was caught off guard by Xiao Li's swift assistance, and in a flurry of reactions, she was once again forced to retreat. Alas, I have narrowly escaped with my life. Ron wiped the cold sweat from his brow, wearing a look of someone who had survived a calamity. You were celebrating far too soon. Ron, be careful. Do you have the leisure to concern yourself with others? Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed nearby. Ron whipped around, only to see a deep blue demon brandishing a naginata aimed at him. With urgency, he raised his sniper rifle to block. But the overwhelming force sent him hurtling away, crashing into a pile of rubble like a cannonball. It turned out that the lady's fourth son, defy, had arrived. Sensing the impending danger, Xiao was about to issue a warning when Owen seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to Zhao's chest. The scorching heat of the blow burned a deep imprint into Zhao's torso. Had it not been for Zhao's improved fortitude, that searing heat would have likely penetrated his heart, incinerating his insides to ashes. Big guy, don't think you've already won. Fishman karate, water cannon. Owen sought to press the advantage, but Will, having dealt with the minion before him, gathered countless water vapors in the palm of his hand, forming an unassuming water sphere. Yet, Will appeared to be holding something of great weight. In the next moment, he propelled the water sphere with force, slicing through the air towards Owen. What is this childish trick? Owen grasped Will's water sphere with one hand, ready to mock, but the unexpected weight transmitted through his palm sent him flying. Upon reaching a critical point, the water sphere erupted violently, the tremendous shockwave propelling Owen backwards into a heap of debris. Chapter 257. Retreat. Ugh, that damned little brat. I will surely make you pay. After taking an unexpected hit, Owen shook his head, pushing aside the rubble as he stood. He felt a sense of humiliation creeping over him. He had initially thought the opponent's tricks were mere child's play, but the power was far greater than he anticipated. Demon, come forth and slay them. Defy, the Charlotte, rubbed his hands together at the opening of his belt, unleashing a torrent of clouds. The summoned demons arrived in an instant, surrounding Will and his companions. In the next moment, the Naginata was raised high, radiating an aura of might capable of cleaving mountains. With a whoosh, the long blade descended and Will hastily rolled away, narrowly evading the sharp edge of the Naginata. The ground erupted with a thunderous crack, cleaving a deep fissure into its surface. Owen, in synchrony, lifted his foot and brought it crashing down towards the fallen Xiao. Seemingly intent on crushing him like an insignificant insect, he aimed to ensure Xiao met his demise in such a humiliating manner. Unexpectedly, Defy, standing nearby, delivered a swift kick, sending Owen flying. What are you doing? Owen seethed, ready to unleash his fury upon the seemingly deranged Defy, only to witness Xiao, who lay on the ground, suddenly springing up, his hand slicing viciously towards Defy's arm. Defy, are you all right? Owen exclaimed, his gaze darkening upon seeing Defy's left arm marred by a gory wound. The murderous intent in his eyes was palpable. In an instant, he propelled himself forward, determined to make the assailant pay dearly for harming his brother while he was caught off guard. Bang! Bang! In the distance, two bullets sliced through the air, following an erratic trajectory, one aimed at the injured Defy and the other at Owen, who was singularly focused on annihilating Xiao and his companions. Bang! Suddenly sensing an ominous presence of death, Defy felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Without hesitation, he commanded the demon to shield him. The demon's face contorted in anguish as a powerful bullet struck his forehead, causing him to sway violently. Owen too sensed the impending peril, narrowly dodging a bullet that could have pierced his skull. However, the high-speed, spiraling projectile grazed his cheek, leaving a slender gash. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao and Wei lunged forward, their fists colliding forcefully against Owen's chest. With a resounding crash, Owen was once again sent flying, crashing into the rubble. Time and again, you bothersome flies. Must I not eliminate you all at once? Owen roared, emanating a blinding white light that stung the eyes and caused the earth to tremble beneath him. The air thickened with wisps of black smoke, the intense heat sapping the strength to wield weapons. Everyone retreat, came the urgent shout from Xiao Lo. As they engaged in battle, Xiao Li's subordinates had successfully completed the task of imprinting the historical text. Thanks to Xiao Li's formidable strength, which diverted the enemy's main forces, the mission proceeded with unexpected ease. Receiving the signal, Xiao and Wei quickly coordinated their retreat, providing mutual cover, while the powerful laser fire from the Mirage offered crucial support. Owen and Defy seethed with rage. You shall not escape. With a chilling voice, a tall figure wrapped in a scarf emerged onto the battlefield, wielding a trident. Charlotte's second son, Katakuri, has arrived. Chapter 258. Retreat. Too marvelous. Lord Katakuri has returned. Master Katakuri, please eliminate them all. Katakuri, you have returned just in time. Upon witnessing Katakuri's arrival, the expressions of the crowd transformed into unwavering confidence, as if the recent defeat they had endured was utterly insignificant. How dare they come to Whole Cake Island with such audacity and even harm my brother? Such transgressions are unforgivable. Katakuri emanated an overwhelming aura of lethal intent. His gaze devoid of emotion, yet beneath that calm exterior lay an intimidating force. As he advanced with measured steps, Ron and the others felt an inexplicable pressure enveloping them. Though reluctant to concede, their instincts screamed that this man was formidable. Today, you shall all perish here. Big Mom's face radiated excitement. As if invigorated by a surge of inspiration, she unleashed a ferocious assault on little Luffy, intent on ensnaring him. Swish. Swish. A barrage of golden lasers shot toward Katakuri with pinpoint accuracy. The searing heat and wild energy cascaded forth, heralding the arrival of Death's rays. Boom. Boom. Katakuri's expression remained as still as a tranquil pond, his pupils flickering with a hint of crimson light, unperturbed by the relentless golden beams imbued with merciless lethality. He evaded all attacks with the ease of a leisurely stroll. In the next moment, he surged forward. Regardless of the intensity of the bombardment or the swiftness of the beams, he maneuvered through them like a fish gliding through water or a butterfly dancing among flowers, deftly finding the most suitable path and avoiding all obstacles until he reached his target. Sticky rice thrust. Katakuri's right arm transformed into a glutinous rice form, and the trident in his grasp spun at high speed, piercing toward Ron and his companions. Fishman Karate, Water Bullet Cannon, Life or Death Sniper, Shadow's Fatal Strike. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, shrouding the area in a cloud of smoke. Surely this fiend must be dead. How foolish. Just as the trio believed their attack had succeeded. Katakuri's cold voice emerged from the smoke. Peerless Machi Blade Barrage. The sound of a Gatling gun firing erupted, and countless Machi bullets, imbued with rained down upon the three. Get out of the way. Ugh, damn it. Watch out. In an instant, Will was struck by several bullets. Fortunately, his physique was robust enough. Coupled with the defense of an iron block, and with Haya sharing the burden of the onslaught, he narrowly avoided collapse. Even so, he sustained hits to his arms and chest, though none were fatal. Hayu brandished his short blade, the metallic clash reverberating as he deflected all the bullets. His arms trembled slightly, indicating that this attack had not been without its toll. Ron, sensing danger in advance, leapt aside while simultaneously firing two bullets, one of which was a sea prism stone bullet. It was these two shots that momentarily hindered Katakuri's advance. I cannot stand idly by and watch my subordinates be bullied. Little Lu smiled faintly, exerting all his strength to repel the elderly lady with a swift strike of his sword. Subsequently, he retrieved a circular object from his bosom and hurled it towards her, his figure flickering as he slashed at Katakuri. Ah, my eyes. A blinding white light suddenly erupted, radiating brilliance that rendered one unable to open their eyes, prompting the elderly lady to shield her face in fury. Mother! Clang! Upon hearing the lady's cry, Katakuri turned to see little Lee's sword aimed at him. Instantly, he brandished his earth dragon to defend himself, the clash of metal resonating around them. Humph! Back you go? Seizing the opportunity created by his adversary's hasty response, little Lu delivered a powerful kick, sending Katakuri flying. Katakuri, we are coming to assist you. Owen and Daifu rushed forward, intending to encircle little Lu and his companions. Well then, consider this a farewell gift. Swordlone City. Little Lu, his aura surging dramatically, conjured 100-meter-long azure sword light that descended from the heavens, cleaving towards Katakuri and his companions. Quick dodge. Realizing the peril, Katakuri exerted all his strength to halt his movement. With both hands braced against the ground, a towering wall surged forth to shield them. In an instant, the formidable barrier was cleaved in two, the earth torn asunder by the razor-sharp sword light, creating a deep chasm. Observing the figure of little Lu, who was greeting them from atop a mirage, Katakuri felt beads of cold sweat for the first time appear on his forehead. Chapter 259. Great news. The Three Emperors. What a close call. Ron exclaimed, shaking off the non-existent sweat from his brow, his expression one of relief after a narrow escape. I nearly lost my life there. Upon witnessing Ron's expression, Xiao Lu could not help but roll his eyes. Indeed, it was a case of alarm without peril. Xiao Lu lamented. Fortunate that Will was not in mortal danger. Otherwise, our journey would have been a significant loss. The injured Will had already been taken to the medical room of Mirage for treatment, thanks to its formidable multifunctional system. A historical text, the utility of which remains uncertain for us, pales in comparison to my beloved companions. Although Xiao Li's words may carry a hint of flattery, he genuinely felt that way. Ron and the others did not perceive Xiao Li's sentiments as insincere, for they understood the nature of their boss. Big Mom is indeed a formidable adversary, possessing immense strength. Even now, I cannot guarantee victory in a one-on-one confrontation with her. However, if given a little more time, she shall undoubtedly become the stepping stone to my ascendance. Despite the seemingly arrogant boast, neither Ron nor Xiao harbored any doubts. To them, Xiao Li's declarations were merely proclamations of a future they believed to be inevitable. They held an unwavering conviction that Xiao Lu would ultimately rise to kingship. It appears that Big Mom places great importance on this historical text. What could its contents? Everyone was filled with curiosity. Although Ron had heard a few whispers regarding the historical text, they were limited to trivial rumors about the world government forbidding others from reading it, possibly relating to treasures and other inconsequential tidbits. No. This is far from trivial. There is often a reason behind every occurrence. Little Lu vehemently refuted Ron's assertion that the rumors were inconsequential. What a renowned pirate values is fundamentally tied to treasures or weaponry. Could it possibly be familial bonds or friendships? Judging by Big Mom's actions in seizing their weapons, the information regarding historical texts and treasures may not be fabricated. Of course, all of this remains to be substantiated. However, for little Lu, who possesses an extensive network in the underworld. Gathering some intel is hardly a challenge. Days later, Mirage had returned to the Kingdom of Maple. Concurrently, a sensational piece of news further ignited the already tumultuous seas. Especially in the New World, the clashes among pirates grew increasingly fierce. The latest edition of the World Economic News Agency's newspaper circulated widely, emblazoned with the headline, "Who will ascend the throne? The Three Emperors of the New World." Beneath this striking title were photographs of Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Little Lou, alongside their bounty amounts. Additionally, their subordinates were meticulously listed. Moreover, the article subtly incited pirates to engage in battles and challenge the three emperors. I can begrudgingly accept the first two, but what of Spire? Isn't he one of the 7 warlords? How can he be deemed an emperor of the New World? Just wait until I deal with him, exclaimed one pirate. Indeed, if he knows what's good for him, he should relinquish that title. Otherwise, I, the mighty hedgehog, shall make him understand the meaning of despair. 3 emperors? 3 is hardly sufficient. I shall claim the title of the 4th. A group of unknown pirates, after slaughtering a village, dissected the news from the newspaper. Simultaneously, opinions about the 3 emperors varied widely across the globe. Can you believe Spire can stand toe-to-toe with Big Mom? Impressive. Indeed, why would he even join the 7 warlords? Astute observers noticed a dismissive remark regarding Little Lou in the article. Upon learning of this news, Little Lou felt quite vexed. After all, he was one of the 7 warlords and had no desire to be labeled as one of the 3 emperors. Chapter 260, The Vacant Throne. Old man. The newspaper claims you are one of the 3 emperors. Let me see, Marco. Humph, what qualifications do that old hag and Spire have to be mentioned alongside you? Jaws, with a face full of disdain, considered it an affront to his father to be grouped with the other 2. Father is a legendary pirate, acclaimed alongside the Pirate King. Roger. Now that Roger is gone, this era should be named after Whitebeard. The other comrades shared Jaws' sentiments, firmly believing that the other 2 were unworthy of being compared to their father. What is Spire even worth? He is merely a dog of the Navy. I could easily obliterate him, bellowed the robust bull, Atmos. Indeed, our father is not someone to be trifled with. For that 7 warlord to be mentioned in the same breath as him is nothing short of an insult. A robust man with dark skin, a cigar clenched between his teeth, exhaled clouds of smoke, dismissing the presence of Little Lou with utter indifference, much like those around him. Father, you should ascend to become the Pirate King. In the New World, who dares challenge the Whitebeard pirates? In a corner, a corpulent, toothless pirate devoured his cherry pie. A genial smile plastered across his face, while secretly pondering, "Ha ha ha. My dear sons, you underestimate that Spire." White, despite having attained the title of one of the 3 emperors, felt no joy. Instead, he cautioned his sons not to underestimate others. The titles of Pirate King and 3 emperors meant little to him. His family was his utmost priority. However, as the influence of the Whitebeard pirates expanded, his sons began to grow complacent, which concerned him. He worried that should calamity befall him, he wondered if his sons could safeguard themselves. The ocean harbors countless formidable foes, many lurking in the shadows. Although he had no desire to be a pirate king, it did not diminish his expectations for his sons. Among them, none had yet emerged who could truly inherit his legacy. While Marco possessed formidable strength, he lacked the heart of a ruler. His sons still needed to grow under his protective wing. Time is the greatest adversary. Meanwhile, Little Lou faced his own tribulations. As news broke in the newspapers, the Gorosei dispatched inquiries to ascertain the situation. Should Little Lou aspire to be one of the 3 emperors, they would undoubtedly strip him of his warlord title and eliminate him altogether. The Gorosei wished for the pirates to contend with one another, not to cultivate a behemoth that could turn against them. Furthermore, news of Little Lee's acquisition of the historical texts reached the ears of the Gorosei. They sternly warned him against studying these ancient documents, believing he lacked the capability to comprehend them, lest he regret his actions profoundly. Xiao Lu immediately proclaimed that his intentions were solely to annoy the old woman, expressing no interest in the historical text, and dispatched individuals to deliver a rubbings of the text to signify his stance. Of course, that historical document had undergone a secondary. As for the title of the 3 emperors, Xiao Lu remained indifferent. However, the prospect of publicly announcing his voluntary resignation from the position of 3 emperors was quite degrading, leaving him in a state of discontent. Morgan, that fellow, would say anything for the sake of news. Xiao Lu thought of a solution. Soon after, Xiao Lu established contact with Morgan through the underworld, and with both parties harboring intentions, they began to collaborate. A few days later, Yet another sensational piece of news captivated the public's attention. As Xiao Lu belonged to the 7 warlords, he was at odds with the 3, resulting in the revocation of his title, yet it was emphasized that he possessed power rivaling that of the 3 emperors. Simultaneously, the government extensively promoted the recruitment conditions for the 7 warlords. The vacant throne left by the revocation was not filled by Morgan, provoking envy among many. Chapter 261. A continuous stream of breaking news. 1. This guy is indeed a clown, huh? I always said. How could a 7 warlord be qualified to become one of the 3 emperors? The World Economic News Agency's newspaper is quite objective. I too wish to work there. Xiao Li's removal from the throne of the 3 emperors has turned him into a subject of ridicule among the denizens of the sea. However, he had anticipated this turn of events and felt no anger. As long as he did not publicly announce his resignation, it bore no consequence. The opinions of others mattered little, yet he found himself perturbed by the situation. During this period, Xiao Lu had been diligently seeking information regarding the historical texts. But to his dismay, he encountered no one capable of deciphering them, which only fueled his curiosity further. The significant attention devoted by the Elder Stars and their decree against research into the texts indicated that they contained profoundly important content. Yet, Xiao Li's quest remained. What a perplexing dilemma. Upon hearing Xiao's words, Xiao Lu had already steeled himself. However, during his inquiries, an intriguing revelation surfaced. Oh, if even you deem it interesting, I must lend an ear. Xiao Li's curiosity was piqued. It turned out that he was not alone in his quest for knowledge about the historical texts. A group was also covertly searching for individuals capable of interpreting them. Can you guess who they are? Who? Given your tone, do I know them? Crocodile. What? That fellow is also investigating? Xiao Lu furrowed his brow momentarily, then raised an eyebrow with a look of amusement, remarking, "It seems he may possess significant insights into the historical texts. How fascinating. Could it be that this individual joined the 7 warlords because he holds information regarding the historical texts?" A sudden realization struck Xiao Lu, followed by an expression of fervor as he laughed heartily. This fellow truly exceeds my expectations. Where is he now? Xiao Lu pondered if he could deduce the probable location of the historical texts through Crocodile's whereabouts. We are unable to ascertain his exact location. He is exceedingly cautious, and the information was acquired at great cost. Xiao had lost a member of the Dark Stream to obtain this intelligence. Hadn't he previously summoned his subordinates? We must intensify our infiltration efforts. As Mr. Lu was about to finish his words, the phone bug in his hand suddenly rang. Ah ha ha ha. Spire, I've heard that you, that scoundrel, have been ousted from the throne of the 3 sovereigns? What a true clown you are. Upon hearing the voice from the phone bug, Mr. Lu was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Truly, speak of the devil and he shall appear. So, have you come merely to mock me? How cruel you are. Alas, I am quite saddened now. Would you care to lend me a hand? Spare me your theatrics. I've recently caught wind of some news. I hear you possess the historical texts, do you not? As Crocodile heard Mr. Li's sarcastic tone, an image of his disdainful expression involuntarily surfaced in his mind, and he immediately wore a look of contempt. Oh dear, you are quite mistaken. That is something strictly forbidden by the world government. Are you afraid of them? How cowardly. Are you interested then? We could collaborate. You are not worthy of partnering with me. After delivering his scornful retort, Crocodile promptly hung up the phone. Xiao Lu gazed at Xiao, shrugging slightly. Through this phone call, Xiao Lu became increasingly convinced that Crocodile possessed the historical text. Chapter 262. An unceasing stream of news. 2. Xiao, dispatch individuals to discreetly seek out renowned scholars across the seas, particularly those distinguished in the fields of history and geography. Furthermore, it is imperative to investigate who inscribed the historical text and where they originated. If they are capable of inscribing it, they must also be able to interpret it. Moreover, given that Big Mom can wield the historical text, it is plausible that Crocodile might also possess it. Could there be other historical texts yet undiscovered? Intensify the search. Xiao Lu had an inkling that the historical texts might not merely pertain to ordinary weapons or treasures. They likely concealed far greater secrets. Understood. Xiao promptly set off to make arrangements. Little Lu stood atop the royal city, gazing into the vast expanse of the ocean, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, within the confines of the impelled-down prison, former allies had commenced an audacious escape plan. On the 6th level of Impelled Down, a guard, breathless and frantic, rushed to summon Vice Warden Magellan. Hurry, he cried, but before he could finish, a sharp longsword pierced through his back. The Golden Lion advanced with deliberate grace towards the fleeing guards, resembling a patient hunter relishing the sight of his prey struggling in their final throes. A cruel smile adorned his face, while blood dripped from the dual swords clasped in his hands. Behind him lay a multitude of guards who had come to capture him. Blood pooling like a river, their bodies forming a mountainous heap, and even the warden of Impelled Down had succumbed to his blade. Yet, the Golden Lion was not unscathed. Despite launching a surprise attack, the guards' desperate counteroffensive had inflicted severe wounds upon him. Having lingered in Impelled Down for an extended period, his stamina had waned considerably. Moreover, in a desperate bid to rid himself of the sea prism stone shackles, he had severed his own legs. His already frail and battered body was thus further compromised. Golden Lion? This is dire. He has escaped, exclaimed a portly guard wielding a naginata on the second level of Impelled Down. Quickly, informed the vice warden. The emergence of the Golden Lion captivated everyone's attention, inciting chaos and panic. Hey, Golden Lion, let me out too. I am willing to follow you, shouted one inmate. Yes, I too wish to follow you. Release us, and I can assist you in dealing with these guards. The prisoners in the dungeon, perceiving a glimmer of hope, extended their hands toward the Golden Lion, yearning for liberation from their hellish existence. Calm down. The Golden Lion disregarded their pleas, viewing them merely as worthless beings. His gaze fell upon a guard before him, whose face was etched with terror yet who stood resolutely to confront him. A hint of amusement flickered across his features. Are you not afraid of death? Golden Lion, this is Impelled Down. You shall not act with impunity here. A villain like you returning to the seas would spell disaster for the populace. Today, regardless of the consequences, with a swift motion, the Golden Lion darted in front of the guard, his renowned sword aimed directly at the man's heart. While he admired the guard's courage, it was not his place to instruct him. Surprisingly, the lethal thrust missed its mark as the guard, in fear, stumbled backward, inadvertently deflecting the blow with his naginata, resulting in only a wound to his arm. Get lost. The Golden Lion, unfazed, retaliated with a powerful punch, sending the guard crashing into the wall, his bulky form embedding within it. Poison Dragon. You think you can use that move against me? Not a chance. A purple dragon lunged toward the Golden Lion, unleashing a wave of potent venom that began to permeate the entire space. The Golden Lion, aware that Magellan possessed the powers of the poison fruit, understood that a direct confrontation in such a confined area was unwise. With a decisive clap of his hands against the ground, a colossal lion's head emerged, roaring fiercely at the purple poison dragon. The sound of the violent clash echoed throughout as the stone lion engulfed the venomous serpent, only for it to swiftly start corroding the stone creature's form, the splattering poison continuing to emit a pungent, acrid mist. Thank you for your hospitality these days. I shall offer you my legs in return. The Golden Lion, laughed maniacally at Magellan, showing no sign of anger despite the severed legs. Realizing he could not linger, the Golden Lion executed his ultimate move to ensnare Magellan before hastily making his way toward the exit of Impelled Down. You shall not escape, Golden Lion. Magellan's aura surged as he broke free from the stone lion's grasp, swiftly summoning multiple purple poison dragons to strike at the Golden Lion. Lion's thousand cuts. The Golden Lion wielded his twin swords, unleashing a formidable golden sword aura that flowed like a tangible stream, exuding a murderous intent. The advancing poison dragons were obliterated by his powerful slashes. Moreover, countless fragments of stone fell from above, obstructing the path of the poison dragons and slowing Magellan's pursuit. I have no time to play with you. The Golden Lion grinned widely, and with a flourish of his hands, the ground trembled as waves of stone surged forth, shaking the entire prison. The cascading stone waves rushed toward Magellan like a torrential tide. Damn it! Despite his reluctance, Magellan found himself helpless against the sight. He could not easily bypass the stone waves, nor could the poison swiftly erode the stones, leaving him to watch as his adversary made for the exit. Without Magellan as an impediment, the guards posed no threat to the Golden Lion. As he inhaled the fresh air of the outside world, the Golden Lion felt rejuvenated. Ha! Nothing can confine the majestic lion, not even Impelled Down. The world shall know that I, Admiral Golden Lion, have returned, bearing the agony of his injuries. He bound his swords and severed legs together to serve as makeshift limbs, spreading his arms wide and laughing heartily at the sea. The once mighty lion seemed to be reborn, ready to declare his return to the world. The following day, news of the Golden Lion's escape spread across the seas. What? That man actually escaped from Impelled Down? My goodness, no one has ever managed to flee from there. Such words led to whispers that the Golden Lion might very well ascend to the status of a new emperor. Hey, where do you think the Golden Lion will go after his escape? Xiao Lu gazed at the life paper in his hand, a serene smile gracing his lips, entirely unperturbed by the prospect of his adversary seeking retribution. Of course, he would head to his lair. Xiao recognized Xiao Li's feigned ignorance and could not help but roll his eyes. Ha ha, our admiral remains blissfully unaware that his stronghold now belongs to us. A lion stripped of its territory becomes nothing more than a larger hyena. Prepare yourselves, let us bid our former allies one final farewell. In the tranquil gaze of little Lu, a fierce killing intent surged. He had awaited this moment for far too long. This time, it was not merely about taking a life. Chapter 264, The Final Banquet. Ha ha ha. My little ones, I have returned. After escaping from impelled down, the golden lion headed straight for his palace. Boss Shiki, you have finally returned. Dr. Indigo, accompanied by a throng of subordinates, approached the golden lion with expressions of joy. Boss Shiki, we are aware of your plight. That traitor Spandam has turned against us. He is now one of the 7 warlords. How despicable. Seeing the fury on the faces of his loyal subordinates, the golden lion laughed heartily. Fear not, for I have returned. We shall settle our accounts with Spandam one by one. Upon hearing of the golden lion's return, all his subordinates erupted in cheers. Within the palace, a grand banquet was held to celebrate the golden lion's triumphant return. Where are Carmel and the others? Why do I not see them? As the banquet progressed with lively toasts and revelry, the golden lion was repeatedly offered drinks by his subordinates, a peculiar flush rising to his cheeks. The golden lion's words abruptly silenced the raucous celebration. All eyes turned toward Indigo, who was incessantly toasting. Alas, Boss Shiki, when you were captured, we devised plans for your rescue, but alas, they all failed. Spandam is simply too formidable, especially with the Navy's assistance. Carmel and the others suffered terribly. Indigo's expression turned sorrowful, his voice choked with emotion, as if burdened by guilt and regret. A wave of grief washed over him, reminiscent of a solemn tribute to his fallen comrades. You have endured much, Indigo. Despite your animosity with Carmel, your compassion is truly moving. I wonder how he is faring below. Perhaps you should inquire? Indigo was momentarily taken aback as the golden lion's eyes suddenly glinted with malevolence. In an instant, he appeared before Indigo and seized him by the throat. Boss Shiki, what are you doing? Indigo's face was filled with panic, and the guests at the banquet stared in terror at the golden lion, some wearing expressions of inexplicable emotions. What was happening? Ignoring Indigo, the golden lion cast a fierce gaze over the crowd gathered below. You there? Speak. Spotting a pirate in the audience who appeared conflicted and hesitant, the golden lion's eyes shone with a cold light, sharp as a sword, piercing the very soul. Captain Golden Lion, I. As the pirate addressed was summoned, he trembled and stood up to respond, yet before he could finish his words, a multitude of paper strips suddenly enveloped him tightly, resembling a mummy. With only his eyes visible, the remaining pirates watched in trepidation, rendered speechless by fear. Some secretly rejoiced that they were not the chosen ones. Admiral of the Golden Lion, do you fancy this gift? The Golden Lion was initially taken aback by the sudden scene before him. The indigo in his hands suddenly became dazed, speaking to him in a strange tone. Moreover, strips of paper emerged from the opponent's body, like tentacles, wrapping around the Golden Lion. Reluctantly, he loosened his grip and leaped back to create distance. Show yourself, you trickster. The Golden Lion bellowed, unleashing a powerful conqueror's haki that erupted with force, his golden mane swirling wildly. However, the seated figures trembled violently, the fluttering paper strips tightly binding them, transforming them into paper puppets in an instant. The assembly of paper puppets gazed silently at the Golden Lion on the throne, enveloping the vast palace in an eerie silence. Clap, clap, clap. The Admiral of the Golden Lion's aura remained formidable. Suddenly, applause resonated from the entrance, and a figure that made the Golden Lion grit his teeth slowly entered his view. Ha ha ha, Spire, it is indeed you. The Golden Lion laughed heartily, his tone surprisingly calm. Previously filled with resentment and fury at being betrayed and impelled, the Golden Lion's face bore no sign of anger towards Spire or bitterness at being outsmarted. Admiral of the Golden Lion, long time no see. I never expected you to escape from Impel Down. It's truly beyond my expectations. However, it seems you have paid a hefty price. Upon seeing the renowned sword bound to the Golden Lion's legs, Spire instantly understood how he had managed to escape. Admiral of the Golden Lion, at your age, why still push yourself so hard? This era is no longer the time when you roam the seas freely. One must give the younger generation a chance. As a legendary pirate, dying in Impel Down wouldn't be the worst outcome. Surrender, and at least your legend will continue to be recounted by the world. Boy, What nonsense are you spouting? I know what the current seas are like. They are merely a bunch of simple-minded fools caught up in their excitement, unaware of what true pirates are. The Golden Lion scoffed at Spire's words, dismissing the current pirates as ignorant. Without Roger, those fools believe they can become the Pirate King? What a joke. I shall make the world witness the terror of great pirates once more. The Golden Lion rejected the notion of contemporary pirates, viewing them as nothing but fools lacking understanding. It seems you remain obstinate. What a pity. Today, you are destined to fail. Wrong. I mean to kill you all. The Golden Lion grinned widely, his aura surging, his eyes suddenly widening as his conqueror's haki erupted with even greater intimidation. Dark, ominous lightning tore through the void, weaving into a dense web of electricity, powerful fighting spirits soaring to the heavens, shattering the clouds. Once a formidable force that loomed over the world. The flying pirate crew captain, Gold Lion, seems to have returned to his former glory. Little Lu felt the intense fighting spirit in the opponent's eyes, and surprisingly, his heart was remarkably calm. Aware of the other's determination, Little Lu refrained from uttering unnecessary words. His gaze sharpened, and an aura as deep as the abyss enveloped him, resonating with a domineering will that erupted with a thunderous force. Dark crimson lightning crackled, piercing the heavens and surrounding Little Lu, bathed in the brilliance of thunder and lightning. He appeared as a deity traversing the earthly realm. The air was thick with murderous intent, and the essence of his sword soared to the skies. The clash of their formidable wills ignited a fierce confrontation, intertwining flames of energy colliding as the entire palace trembled violently. Cracks appeared in the walls, and the ground fractured, resembling a spider's web. In the next moment, both figures flickered and collided in midair. The violent impact reverberated through the atmosphere, powerful sword energy slicing through the air. Accompanying Little Lu, Xiao, Ron, and Roy, along with the paper puppets, retreated from the grand hall. In mere moments, the palace collapsed with a thunderous roar, reduced to ruins. All eyes turned toward the void, where the silhouettes of Little Lu and the Golden Lion flickered and vanished, their speed akin to lightning, the clashing of blades resonating continuously. Perhaps I should assist, to prevent any prolonged uncertainties. No, you know Little Lu well. Once he has made a decision, he will not waver. Besides, we have prepared extensively. What more do you need to worry about? Xiao immediately halted Roy's desire to join the fray, supporting Little Li's resolution. Given the current state of the Golden Lion, victory for Little Lu was assured. Chapter 266. The Legend's Conclusion. 2. In the air, the Golden Lion's fury, unleashing a torrent of golden sword energy that surged like the claws of a mighty lion, swift and unyielding, sealing all of Little Li's escape routes. The sea of swords roared as countless blades surged forth. A magnificent golden dragon coalesced around Xiao Lu, with countless strands of sword energy shimmering like stars, ebbing and flowing within the dragon's form. The sword energy surged, accompanied by the resounding roars of the dragon. The sky was awash with gold as fierce sword energy permeated the atmosphere. The elongated dragon of sword energy traversed the heavens, instilling awe across the seas. The powerful claws of the lion tore through the sea of clouds, echoing across the vast expanse. A cacophony of explosive sounds reverberated, generating waves of energy that surged forth, their fiery essence radiating brilliant golden light. A chilling aura of murderous intent pierced like a cold spring, while a formidable battle spirit boiled like magma. One represented the golden legends of an ancient era, while the other embodied the crimson sovereign of a new age. In their gazes, there lay both recognition and admiration for each other's strength, intertwined with a resolute desire for annihilation. One sword reigned supreme. Seizing the moment, Xiao Li's aura solidified once more. The chill of the royal sword glimmering ominously, as a 3-foot-long blade of light flickered and danced. The aura surrounding Xiao Li surged once more, enveloping him in a swirling mist of sword energy, coalescing into a silver-flying dragon. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Li shot forth like a meteor slicing through the void, instantly narrowing the distance to the Golden Lion, striking with lethal precision. With a fierce slash, the Golden Lion pivoted abruptly, resembling a spinning wheel. 2 earth-shattering golden strikes, accompanied by a piercing shriek, erupted simultaneously, merging colossal golden slash that extended several hundred meters, exuding an overwhelming force potent enough to cleave mountains and split the earth asunder. With a resounding boom, dazzling sword light pierced the fabric of space, reverberating with a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the universe. The entire expanse seemed to be bisected by a cross. As tumultuous storms churned the roiling sea of clouds, and the fierce sword energy ravaged the battered land. It was astonishing that in this state, the golden lion possessed such terrifying and heart-stopping power. Truly, it was a legend from a bygone era. Luo Yi gazed at the golden lion, which matched Xiaolu in prowess, with a sense of awe. Indeed, he was a formidable opponent. Yet, no matter how strong, he was now a relic of the past. In this new age, there was no place for him. To perish at our hands would be a fitting end for his reputation. Ronan casually wiped his sniper rifle, speaking in a detached tone. You don't present yourself with an air of superiority, as if you were a paragon of strength. The one battling the golden lion is Xiaolu, not you. I still remember someone else's experience of being captured, not once, but twice. Upon hearing the taunt, Ronan's face flushed crimson, his words momentarily faltering. Although he had indeed intended to impress, he anticipated Luo Yi's lack of deference. Don't forget, you were captured too. You scoundrel, that was because of you. What did you say? Do you think I wanted that? Seeing the two squabble over such trivial matters at this critical juncture left Xiao speechless. He took a deep breath, gradually calming his emotions. Then why do you maintain such a posture, as if looking down upon others? In my opinion, you should face the golden lion yourself to enhance your own strength. What nonsense are you spouting? Everyone has their own strengths. Must you belittle others to elevate yourself? It's truly foolish. Ronan, I see you're itching for a fight. How dare you speak to me like that? Ridiculous. When have I ever feared you? Enough. What is there to argue about? Noticing the chill in Xiao's tone, the two ceased their bickering and redirected their attention to the skies. Chapter 267. The legend comes to an end. 3. Your strength, you rascal, is indeed becoming increasingly astonishing. The golden lion gasped for breath, cold sweat streaming down his forehead, a strange crimson hue blooming on his face, as a glaring hole appeared in his chest. Blood flowing freely. You flatter me, Commander Golden Lion. I wonder if my swordsmanship is still worth your attention? And how does your earlier strength compare to your peak? Since the conclusion is already predetermined, might the Admiral indulge my modest curiosity? Shala spoke with a calm demeanor, a deep wound on his left arm oozing fresh blood. I must admit, even at my peak, I might not have been able to defeat you. Now, poisoned as I am, I stand no chance against you. Come, grant me a swift end. Shali's eyes narrowed, revealing that the opponent had realized he was poisoned after consuming alcohol at the banquet. To ensure that the golden lion could not escape, they had already compelled him to drink a specially concocted poison. Just as a lion would exert its full strength to hunt a rabbit, I would not underestimate the Admiral. At this juncture, the Admiral ought to relinquish any lingering thoughts. How cautious he truly is. Ahem. Indeed, in the heat of battle, the line between truth and deception blurs, and one must rely on their own discernment. The golden lion's gaze sharpened, and a smile spread across his face, soon giving way to a subtle expression of melancholy. Today, he would meet how utterly discontented he felt, for his ambition was to unify the realm. I am the golden lion. The golden lion appeared to be engulfed in madness, his expression oscillating between despair and frenzy. Surprisingly, his aura surged with increasing intensity. His golden hair danced wildly in the air, animated by his raucous laughter, while his fierce killing intent surged forth like a tumultuous tide. Come forth, Spire. The golden lion brandished dual swords beneath him, enveloped in dark lightning. In an instant, a golden strike, infused with ominous black thunder, surged forth like a lion that commands the seas, roaring towards Xiaolu. I bestow upon you your final dance. Golden Lion. Sword Solitary City. Xiaolu was enveloped in an ominous dark crimson aura, while the sword of sovereignty exuded an overwhelming presence, its sword energy swirling with intensity. A blade of light, stretching 100 meters in length, coalesced from the sword, emanating a chilling and merciless aura that instilled fear. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted as turbulent waves of energy surged forth, creating a cacophony that reverberated through the heavens and the earth. The entire void was cleaved into two distinctly separate realms by the clash of their formidable techniques. The sky wailed, as endless seas of cloud and the fierce shockwaves caused the very ground to tremble. Bang! A figure could no longer maintain their stance and plummeted directly to the earth. Let us proceed according to the plan. Little Lu descended to the ground, sheathing the sword of kings. He gazed upon the golden lion lying on the earth, barely clinging to life with a gaping wound torn into its chest, and instructed his companions to proceed as planned. Thankfully, little Lu had withdrawn just in time, otherwise, the golden lion would have already become a lifeless corpse. Their plan was of utmost importance, and any unforeseen circumstances had to be meticulously avoided. Subsequently, Joe ordered his subordinates to place the golden lion into a pre-prepared inner box lined with sea stone. They had expended considerable effort to acquire these precious sea stones. The paper puppet Indigo led his followers into a sealed chamber, which was also adorned with sea stone. Before long, Indigo emerged from the room, holding a golden cloud-patterned devil fruit, which he promptly handed over to Little Lou. Excellent, it appears our experiment has succeeded. Little Lou and his companions beamed with delight. Roy, you should eat this fruit. Little Lou began, but Roy interrupted, having witnessed the formidable power of the floating fruit in the hands of the golden lion. He was confident that Little Lou could unlock its potential even further. Have you forgotten that I said I would not consume any fruit? Did I not also mention that you might be afraid of me surpassing you in hockey? Roy feigned an expression of having seen through Little Lee's thoughts. Oh, here we go again. If you won't eat it, I will, Ron exclaimed, reaching for the fruit in Little Lee's hand. I want to eat it too. Roy swiftly snatched the fruit from Ron, taking a bite. Ugh, it's truly dreadful. Curse you. Are you deliberately opposing me? Ron retorted, though his annoyance was feigned. Roy's antics genuinely vexed him. Joe chuckled softly from the side, while Little helplessly shook his head. The legend of the Golden Lion, after this battle, would become a thing of the past. Chapter 268, The Quest for Frog Island. Little shared the news of the Golden Lion's demise with Morgans, providing several photographs as proof to validate the authenticity of the claim. This was also a condition of their collaboration. Furthermore, Morgans agreed to publish a bounty for the floating fruit in the newspaper, offering a reward of 500 million berries to anyone who could find it. Naturally, Little Lou and his companions orchestrated this ruse to divert attention. They wished to keep their ability to seize devil fruits concealed, allowing not even the slightest suspicion to arise. This announcement served as a smokescreen, laying the groundwork for Roy to utilize the floating fruit's powers in public without drawing any suspicion. This research breakthrough was even unknown to Gaji and his associates. My heavens, that spire is truly terrifying. The golden lion fell at his hands. They gasped, how utterly frightening. Father, look at this news. This little brat possesses an astonishing level of strength. Gazing at the newspaper in his hands, the old man with a white beard wore an expression of uncertainty, contemplating the myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind as he observed his son. So, Shajillian, you have departed as well? Murmured Gullah Gulu in the lively bar, where Rayleigh drank deeply from his beer, his countenance inscrutable. The prowess of this young man has indeed surged remarkably. The graceful Shaki leaned over the bar, exhaling wisps of white smoke. Indeed, this is now the realm of the youth, Rayleigh remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Spire, I shall surely bring about your demise. At the heart of the world, on Cake Island, Charlotte Linlin sat regally upon the throne of her newly constructed castle, indulging in pastries while perusing the news in the news, her eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Fufufu, this scoundrel's strength remains as terrifying as ever. I cannot afford to lag behind, she mused. The influence of Don Quixote da Flamingo in the underworld was escalating daily, and their family's power was rapidly expanding, with several new members recently joining their ranks. What does strength matter? Once I acquire that item, all shall be my subordinates. Crocodile dismissed the notion of Little Lou with disdain, confident that possession of that weapon would render him the pirate king with ease. Having witnessed Little Lee's capabilities, many regarded him as an unseen emperor. Especially when considering his stature, fortune may very well be upon them. It cannot be obstructed. Little Lou and his companions not only acquired the float fruit, but also the news of Frog Island. The weather here is dreadfully frigid. As Law and his companions surveyed the landscape, they found the island blanketed in snow. In such a season, how could frogs possibly appear? Yet, having located a Baden Island, this discovery was not beyond reach. Little Lou was convinced that the seven-petal miraculous flower was no mere legend. It turned out that Frog Island was known in the vast seas as a Baden Island, which explained why Little Lou and his crew had been unable to uncover its whereabouts. Hey, what are you outsiders doing here? An elderly man, bundled warmly in a thick coat and brandishing a shotgun, confronted Little Lou and his companions. Fortunately, their small number and lack of weapons spared them from the old man's wrath. Pirates were the most reviled beings among the island's inhabitants, many of whom were once victims of piracy, left homeless and wandering until they found refuge on this island. Dear sir, we harbor no ill intentions. Little Lou gestured for his companions to remain calm, simultaneously conveying sincerity to the elder. After an extensive conversation, they alleviated the elder's concerns and followed him to their village. So, you have come in search of this legend as well. However, this tale is but a fabrication. We have never witnessed frogs wandering about during the full moon in the dead of winter, let alone the seven-petal miraculous flower, the elders said, sipping his hot tea slowly. What? A fabrication? Law and his companions were immediately unsettled. Yet, I have obtained information from various sources that suggest this news is indeed credible. Otherwise, we would not have discovered the island's alternate name. Will the grandfather's Venusaur bloom? At that moment, a boy dashed excitedly into the room to share this delightful news with his grandfather. Please refrain from making such a commotion. Can't you see we have guests? Instantly, the room fell into a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear the howling wind and swirling snow outside. Chapter 269, The Village Chief's Secret. Dear Elder, we come to you with sincere inquiries, harboring no ill intentions. We have traveled great distances to save a companion who holds immense significance to us. Young one, could you kindly guide us to the home of the village chief? After Little finished explaining to the elderly gentleman, he turned to the old man's grandson with a smile and inquired. The young boy glanced at his grandfather's somber expression, bowing his head in silence. He understood that his grandfather was undoubtedly displeased by his earlier remarks. Although his grandfather had previously admonished him, he had not anticipated the arrival of strangers at their home. Oh, I nearly forgot. With such a fierce snowstorm raging outside, it would be quite inconsiderate to ask the young lad to guide us. Might you simply direct us to the village chief's residence? Little Lewin said gently to the boy. Though the island is not particularly large, the villages are scattered and numerous. If they were to inquire individually, it would undoubtedly consume considerable time, and the villagers seemed rather insular. In the past, he might have engaged in a different manner of conversation, however, that could easily escalate tensions, making resolution elusive. They were here to seek medicine, not to plunder. Good sir, you must sense our sincerity. If you assist us, we are prepared to meet any demands you may have. For the sake of saving our companion, we shall overcome any obstacles. The old man's brow furrowed slightly, his expression shifting as if he were swayed by their plea. At the very least, allow us to meet the village chief. The outcome shall rest with him. Would you not agree? Little patiently engaged in conversation with the elderly man, signaling his companions to bring forth several items that were unavailable on the island. Observing his grandson captivated by these valuable, novel, and delectable treasures, the old man could not help but let out a soft sigh. Ultimately, unable to withstand Little Lee's persistent entreaties, he acquiesced to their request. Moments later, the old man led Little Lou and his companions towards the village chief's residence. Sammy, what brings you here? And who are these guests? Inquired a gaunt, white-bearded elder adorned with a blue felt hat, accompanied by a pale yet exquisitely delicate young girl. Following Sammy's introduction, Little Lou and his companions articulated their intentions to the village chief. Esteemed visitors from afar, I am already aware of your purpose. However, we do not possess the seven-petal wonderful frog flower, the chief declared. Sensing that Little Lou and the others might be skeptical, he instructed the young girl to return to her room and proceeded to elucidate the circumstances. It turned out that the village chief himself was in need of the seven-petal wonderful frog flower, for his granddaughter, Lucy, had fallen victim to a peculiar ailment that could only be wholly cured by this flower. Unfortunately, they had never encountered anyone who had obtained the seven-petal wonderful frog. The most they had ever seen were six-petaled variants. Since Lucy's affliction began, they had yearned for the seven-petal flower for several years. With only a year left to Lucy's life, the flower had remained elusive, leading them to gradually regard it as merely a legend. When Little inadvertently inquired about Lucy's parents, the chief's amiable expression instantly shifted, and he fell silent on the topic, his eyes betraying a hint of sorrow. I have an inkling that the chief is concealing something from us. The seven-petal wonderful frog flower is exceedingly rare. His granddaughter's need for it surely compels him to withhold information. His words cannot be taken at face value. After departing from the chief's abode, Little Lou and his companions prepared to return to their vessel. Roy voiced his suspicions. Indeed, if his granddaughter is gravely ill with but a year to live, why not seek alternative remedies? Knowing full well that the seven-petal wonderful frog flower is likely a myth, they are not entirely trapped here. Furthermore, how could they be certain that only the seven-petal variant can offer complete healing? Has anyone ever witnessed it before? Little harbored a persistent intuition that the seven-petal wonderful frog flower indeed existed. There was a secret held by the village chief. As the moon ascended to its zenith, within a desolate well, a vibrant crimson six-petal flower swayed gracefully, accompanied by a frog whose body shimmered with an eerie red hue. A shadowy figure approached the well's depths, holding a bowl of fresh blood, which it astonishingly fed to the frog. The moonlight spilled into the well's depths, sending chills down one's spine. while in the dim shadows at the edge of the well, several white objects could be faintly discerned. Chapter 270, The Village Chief's Secret 2, The following day. Little Lu and his companions harbored a sense of skepticism towards the village chief's words, sensing that he was concealing something from them. Consequently, they sought him out once more. The seven-petaled mysterious flower indeed exists. It is merely that the other party is reluctant to disclose its presence. After all, this flower is said to possess the miraculous ability to restore life and mend broken bones. Anyone who is aware of its existence cannot help but be tempted by the prospect of resurrection. No one can resist such an allure. Mr. Spire, we truly have never encountered the seven-petaled mysterious flower. It is merely a legend. The village chief appeared to grow somewhat impatient with Little Lee's persistent inquiry, his tone taking on an unusual stiffness. Chief, you misunderstand. We are immensely grateful for your warm hospitality. We wish to assist you. Little Lu explained with a smile. Assist me? The chief's tone was hesitant, momentarily uncertain of Little Lee's intentions. Lucy, so charming yet tormented by illness, was still in the bloom of her youth. Deprived of the chance to fully appreciate the beauty of this world, how could she simply wither away? Although we lack the art of resurrection, the medical technology in our Maple Kingdom is remarkably advanced. Perhaps you could take her to one of our hospitals. Lucy's ailment might be treated. Our vessel will not take long to reach you. You mentioned yesterday that Lucy's condition cannot endure much longer. Why not give it a try? As her grandfather, surely you do not wish to witness her suffering escalate further? As Xiao Lu spoke, his eyes quietly scrutinized the village chief's expression, not missing any subtle shifts upon his countenance. The chief, with his gaze lowered and eyes wandering, was evidently stirred by some inner conflict. Alas, the kingdom of Feng is still a considerable distance from us, and we have never ventured out to sea. I fear that Lucy, in her current state, may not withstand such a long journey. After a moment of hesitation, the chief voiced his concerns. However, he has but one granddaughter. Remaining here, Lucy would receive no treatment. Why not explore alternative methods? Perhaps, Chief, this could indeed be an opportunity for Lucy's recovery. Xiao Lu continued to earnestly persuade, genuinely wishing for the other party to reconsider. The medical conditions here are exceedingly primitive, utterly incomparable to theirs. Healing relies predominantly on a few folk remedies passed down through, and even some rather unfathomable methods akin to witchcraft. Alas, we appreciate your goodwill, but Lucy is still too young and frail, making her unsuitable for the sea. Let us set aside this discussion and instead savor the local delicacies. Ultimately, the village chief firmly rejected Xiao Li's suggestion, abruptly shifting the topic. Unwilling to dwell further on the matter, Xiao Lu ceased to persuade further, yet suspicions began to take root within him. The words spoken by the other party were fundamentally fragile under scrutiny, particularly given the urgency of Lucy's condition, which could not afford delay. The village chief's refusal to consider Xiao Li's proposed method only deepened their doubts. From their brief interactions, it was evident that the village chief held a profound affection for his granddaughter. Nevertheless, in the face of a potential remedy for Lucy, the chief still declined. Although he cited concerns regarding Lucy's health, Xiao Lu and his companions recognized this as a mere pretext. Remaining on this island, Lucy's fate seemed inexorably tied to the specter of death, while venturing out to sea offered a glimmer of hope. The chief's indifference suggested that he possessed confidence in a cure for Lucy's ailment within the confines of this final year. The method of healing was likely intertwined with the mysterious seven-petal wonder flower. Little Lu and his companions did not linger long before departing, as they needed to embark on their next course of action. Chapter 271, The Village Chief's Secret 3. Once again, a tranquil snowy night enveloped the land, with the silvery moonlight cascading like liquid mercury. The thick blanket of snow was sufficient to submerge an adult's lower leg. The whispering sound of the snowstorm provided a solitary serenade throughout the night, while the sturdy pine branches bowed under the weight of the snow. In such a moment, one could hardly resist the temptation to snuggle in bed and enjoy a restful slumber, savoring the feast of the storm. The crunching of footsteps on the snow was utterly out of place, prompting an involuntary exclamation of annoyance. Who, in their right mind, would venture out into such frigid weather? Disrupting the night's tranquility? Navigating through a small grove, they arrived at an ancient well. A hunched figure, gaunt and weary, moved with practiced ease, as if having performed this task countless times. He lifted the well cover and descended to the depths below, following the rope with a surprising vigor for one of his advanced years. My dear, you must muster some strength. My time is running short. A hoarse and chilling voice echoed from within the well. My Lucy is counting on you to save her. The speaker was the village chief who had earlier declined Little Lee's invitation. At the bottom of the well, a six-petaled bulbasaur flower swayed elegantly, guarded by a translucent, ruby-red frog whose eyes gleamed with an eerie crimson glow, sending shivers down one's spine. The village chief rolled up his sleeves, revealing his withered wrists, and took up a small bowl and knife, beginning his ritual as he always did. His wrists bore a myriad of scars, both fresh and old, sending a jolt of unease through onlookers. It appeared as though he had attempted to sever his own wrists countless times, only to be rescued each time, only to repeat the act yet again in a relentless quest for self-destruction. Before long, the small bowl brimmed with steaming, fresh blood. The village chief retrieved the prepared herbs and applied them to his wrist. Thankfully, these herbs were at hand. Otherwise, he would have long since departed this world. Drink, and may you call out more after you are satiated, he murmured, revealing the existence of the seven-petaled bulbasaur flower to be true, albeit its blooming conditions were exceedingly stringent. It was only under the illumination of a full moon, and after the bulbasaur had feasted on blood, that its calls could spur the growth and blooming of the seven-petaled flower. Moreover, it was not sufficient to nourish the bulbasaur just once. It required sustenance from the moment the first petal emerged until the flower fully blossomed for it to possess miraculous healing properties. No wonder. Despite knowing the little girl had little time left, he refused to heed their counsel, stubbornly remaining in this place. For he possessed such a flower, or rather, he held the secret to coaxing the seven-petaled bulbasaur into bloom. This flower and this frog were indeed peculiar and sinister. Roy furrowed his brow, deeply contemplative. High above, Roy and Little Lou stood on a floating stone, quietly observing the village chief's actions, both astonished by what they witnessed. I never anticipated that the seven-petaled wonderful flower would bloom with such difficulty and enigma. However, perhaps it is precisely this strangeness that has given rise to the extraordinary legends of its life-restoring powers. Yet, from the perspective of the young Lou, it remains a mystery just how much effort would be required for such a flower to fully blossom. Even if it truly possesses the ability to bring the dead back to life, one might fear that it demands a life in exchange. What are your thoughts on this flower, dear Lou? Shala fell into a contemplative silence, fully grasping the implications of Luo's words. The village chief had evidently invested considerable effort in nurturing such a rare flower, driven by the desire to heal his beloved granddaughter. It appeared that the opposing party could not possibly possess a second specimen of the seven-petaled miraculous flower. Yet, they too sought this blossom, expending great energy in their pursuit. With the fabled flower now within reach, it was utterly inconceivable for Xiaolu to relinquish his claim. This flower belongs to me. A fleeting ripple of emotion flickered in his eyes before settling back into an unwavering calm, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Chapter 272, The Name of the Beasts. As Xiaolu observed the actions of the village chief at the bottom of the well, a surge of admiration welled up within him. However, admiration aside, he was resolute in his pursuit of the seven-petaled wonderful frog flower. And what of that little girl? Although accustomed to the brutality of conflict, and with his fervor somewhat dulled, Luo still felt a twinge of compassion. They too had ascended from weakness to strength, acutely aware of the helplessness that accompanies frailty. Their current actions effectively severed the girl's chance at survival. Despite bearing the infamous reputation of pirates, Luo had always perceived a distinction between them and true marauders. I had previously inquired with the medical department about the girl's condition. It is not a grave issue and can be entirely remedied through a blood transfusion. If they are willing, I can not only assist in curing her ailment, but also elevate their quality of life. While I do not consider myself a virtuous individual and have never confined myself to the moral standards of society, I possess my own moral compass. I hope that, when the time comes, they will make the right choice. Little Lou felt that achieving this level was already commendable, at the very least. He was not directly seizing from others without regard for their well-being. If the other party could consent, it would be ideal. If not, he would not be deterred by any pangs of conscience. This world operates on the principle that the strong possess everything. For those in a weaker position, the opportunity to choose presented by the strong, along with mutually beneficial terms, is the greatest gift they could receive. Presently, this flower still requires time to fully bloom. We must continue to wait. Luo understood that once little Lou had made up his mind, nothing could alter his resolve. As he watched the village chief return along the same path after completing his tasks, his gaze once again grew tranquil. It is time for you to endure some hardship. After such a long search, there must be no oversight. Rest assured, I shall keep a vigilant watch. With that, their figures vanished into the swirling snow and wind. While the village chief remained oblivious to it all, he could only hope for the swift growth and blooming of the seven-petal wonder frog flower. For his time was running short. The next day unfolded like any other. Aware of the village chief's secret, little Lu and his companions remained composed, feigning ignorance. To avoid alarming the situation or encountering unforeseen complications, they refrained from acting prematurely against the flower, choosing instead to await the day of its blossoming. However, out of concern for the village chief's health and in gratitude for his warm hospitality, they brought numerous restorative items to replenish his vitality. Meanwhile, in the land of Wano, a monumental clash was on the verge of igniting. Kaido, your name has been circulating widely in the outside world lately. I wonder if you, the third emperor, can maintain your position. The renowned pirate, Moonlight Moria, spiritedly led his crew to the land of Wano, intent on claiming Kaido's head and establishing himself as the new third emperor of the New World, showcasing his might to the world. While little Lu and his companions sought out Frog Island, the seas remained tumultuous. Kaido and his subordinates stirred chaos in the New World, revealing astonishing strength and fruit abilities that garnered the attention of a legion of ruthless pirates, with the name of the beast spreading far and even prompting speculation that he was the new third emperor. Moria, have you come seeking death? Kaido had heard of Moria's reputation, but dismissed it. How dare he rampage on his territory? He would ensure that Moria received a harsh lesson. Wrong. I mean to kill you. Taking you down will conveniently make the land of Wano my stronghold. Moria, equally audacious, declared that the position of the new third emperor would be claimed today. Then let it be. Bring me the fight. Chapter 272. Kaido versus Moria with a commanding shout from their respective leaders. The pirates behind Kaido and Moria erupted into a cacophony of blood-curdling roars. The atmosphere was thick with murderous intent, a true testament to the fierce nature of the conflict. Kaido and Moria, leading the charge, surged forth from their ranks, weapons brandished and ready to clash. One swung a massive club with overwhelming force, while the other wielded a long blade, its edge glinting with deadly promise. The spiked club sliced through the air, conjuring a tempestuous wind that howled ominously. The blade whistled, radiating a chilling gleam, exuding a palpable aura of death. The two warriors exchanged blows, their weapons clashing with the sound of iron and steel. A symphony of battle that echoed through the tumultuous arena. I didn't expect you to possess such skill, Kaido remarked with a hearty laugh, his spirit ablaze with combat fervor. Despite the perilous exchanges, he entertained thoughts of recruiting Moria, whose strength surprised him. Indeed, he was a pirate of considerable renown in the New World, and having him join would undoubtedly enhance Kaido's formidable presence. However, Moria harbored ambitions of his own and could not fathom yielding to another. Kaido, what fanciful dreams you weave. Why not serve under me instead? I could offer you a captaincy, he taunted, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, his face twisted in mockery. He aspired to become the pirate king. The notion of being Kaido's subordinate was utterly absurd. I must make this fellow regret his insolence, Moria thought darkly. What a pity. I had hoped you were astute enough to recognize the chasm between our strengths. Since you refuse to submit, I shall be compelled to eliminate you. His laughter, brimming with bravado and lethal intent, resonated across the battlefield. Kaido was magnanimous towards his most loyal subordinates, yet he was unforgiving toward adversaries who dared to defy him. In an instant, Kaido's aura surged, and his spiked club crackled with purple lightning, the sound of thunder echoing ominously, emanating a chilling menace. Like a bolt from the blue, he tore through the void, appearing before Moria in the blink of an eye. The club surged toward him, the gale it generated instilling a sense of inevitable doom. Danger. Moria sensed the impending threat, his pupils narrowing like pine needles. A shiver ran down his spine as he confronted Kaido, who loomed like an ancient beast poised to devour. Boom. In an instant, dust and debris erupted, the deafening explosion reverberating through the air, a harbinger of the fierce confrontation that lay ahead. The ground beneath Moria collapsed, scattering rubble and revealing a massive pit several meters deep before the astonished crowd. Cracks emerged around the chasm, resembling a spider's web. A glimmer of red light flickered in Kaido's eyes as he broke into a grin, gripping his kanabo tightly behind him. How infuriating. I did not anticipate such a swift reaction. Amidst the swirling dust that obscured visibility, a swarm of bats suddenly appeared behind Kaido, coalescing into Moria's form. Utilizing the powers of his devil fruit, he had stealthily approached Kaido, intent on launching a surprise attack, only to be thwarted. Such petty tricks. Moria, unleash your full strength. Entertain me, and I shall grant you a swift death. How brazen. Kaido, once I slay you, I will make excellent use of your body. Moria cackled maniacally, his expression chillingly frosty. Chapter 273. Kaido versus Moria 2. Kaido had not expected Moria to be such a formidable opponent. In a direct clash of strength, Moria was certainly no match for him. However, the peculiar nature of Moria's fruit abilities posed a challenge. Swarm of bats. The multitude of bats surged towards Kaido, attempting to bite him. To the average person, this might have seemed catastrophic, but to Kaido, these bats were utterly incapable of inflicting any wounds. Though they could not harm him, their sheer numbers proved to be an annoyance, igniting a sense of irritation within him. Seeing that his tactics were ineffective against Kaido, Moria felt a twinge of unease but quickly suppressed it, launching an even fiercer assault. Shadow Javelin. With a fierce shout, he waved his hands, and the scattered bats converged instantly. A shadowy spear, dozens of meters long, shot upward, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens. Yet, its target was not the sky, but rather Kaido's head. Gwahaha. Now this is interesting, just what I needed. Moria, bring forth your utmost power. Faced with the air-splitting, razor-sharp shadow spear, Kaido did not flinch or evade. He boldly stepped forward. A dull thud resonated as the shadow spear struck Kaido's throat. Moria's heart swelled with joy, only to be replaced by astonishment moments later. Observing the incredulous expression on Kaido's face filled him with a sense of triumph. Kaido, grinning widely, radiated contempt for the weak. Aside from a brief encounter with a foolish samurai who had managed to inflict a minor wound, he believed his physical resilience to be unparalleled. With a thunderous might, Kaido's kanabo erupted with overwhelming force, and in a flash, he stood before Moria, his weapon raised, glistening ominously with a dark sheen, exuding an aura of dominance. Will you die? Sensing a dire crisis, Moria felt an urgent need to act, swiftly gesturing with his hand. Kaido's assault arrived in an instant, leaving little time for reaction. The spiked club crashed violently into Moria, sending him hurtling away, tumbling several times and colliding with numerous subordinates. Yet, Kaido's expression remained devoid of joy, his brow furrowed in concern. Although the impact was substantial, akin to that of a punching bag, it was evident that it was not the genuine Moria. That was a close call. I nearly fell victim to this scoundrel. Not far away. Cold sweat beaded on Moria's forehead as he exhaled deeply, his gaze fixated on Kaido, filled with apprehension. Kaido's strength surpassed his expectations. Moria had thrived in the new, where every pirate who challenged him or was challenged by him had become mere corpses in the sea. Time and again, he emerged victorious, convincing himself that he deserved a place among the emperors. However, as Kaido's subordinates showcased their might in the new world, a horde of ferocious pirates bowed to Kaido's power, leading others to refer to him as one of the emperors. Moria felt indignant. He had never faced Kaido directly, yet he believed in his own abilities. However, there was no time for contemplation as Kaido launched another offensive. In a blur, he transformed, a colossal azure dragon soaring through the sky, its scales and claws glistening. Breath of fire. Kaido, now a gigantic dragon, danced above the heavens, surveying the earth as if he were its sovereign. With a mighty roar, an endless surge of searing energy coalesced, radiating intense heat that evaporated the very air. Get out of the way. Moria cried urgently to his subordinates, his eyes wide with horror at the unfolding scene. In an instant, a crimson light flashed, and a massive column of fiery energy shot forth like a white rainbow piercing the sky, arriving in an instant. Boom. The flames roared, painting the sky a vivid red. The ground erupted violently, a torrent of energy unleashed, stirring a scorching gale that incinerated all in its path. The wails of the fallen had scarcely reached the battlefield before they vanished, as one by one, the pirates were reduced to ashes. Chapter 274, Kaido vs. Moria 3. The dragon's breath scorched the heavens, an unending wave of heat accompanied by cataclysmic energy cascading everywhere, as if the earth itself were being seared, and countless pirates cried out amidst the towering flames, only to be transformed into mere cinders. Watching helplessly as his beloved subordinates wailed and cried, Moria felt as if his heart were being cleaved in two. They were his dearest comrades, his most loyal allies. Kaido. Moria gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with a tempest of anger and sorrow, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of helplessness at his inability to save his subordinates. Though the shadow fruit was formidable, Kaido's strength surpassed his wildest expectations. Faced with an insurmountable adversary, the only recourse for a powerless weakling is to transform their profound grief into a piercing scream, a testament to the last vestiges of the weakest defiance. Yet, the enemy would not lower their blades simply because of one's frailty. Kaido's dragon form loomed like a noose descending from the heavens, swirling in the firmament, conjuring a violent tempest. Everyone sensed he was preparing yet another formidable strike. No, this is impossible. We are no match for him. Captain, we must flee at once. The overwhelming power of the opponent left Moriya's crew in despair, their confidence shattered. Just a single blast had sent them into disarray. They faltered, they trembled. They yearned to surrender. Victory was an impossibility. Once fear takes root in one's heart, even the mightiest cannot unleash their true potential, especially a band of pirates who only thrive in favorable winds. Upon hearing his subordinates' dread of Kaido, their courage for battle extinguished. Moriya felt a profound anger mingled with helplessness. He could contend with Kaido using his powers, yet his crew lacked the valor to face death unflinchingly. As Moriya hesitated, Kaido unleashed his onslaught like a torrential downpour. Endless wind blades tore through the air, leaving behind a trail of phantoms. Shadow Master. In the face of such widespread assault, Moriya opted to deploy his Shadow Master to shield his crew as best as he could. However, the protective range of the Shadow Master was inherently limited. The wails of agony once again filled Moriya's ears as his crew, now reduced to mere remnants, fell to the ground in torment, blood splattering and limbs severed. Shadow Box. Moriya's aura surged, refusing to concede defeat. As the words left his lips, a colossal black box materialized, imprisoning Kaido within that inky void. Damn it. This bastard's power is insurmountable. Moriya exerted all his strength, hoping to confine Kaido within the shadow box and eliminate him. Yet, he sensed that while the box could temporarily ensnare Kaido, it would never vanquish him. Like a feral beast, Kaido rampaged within. The tremendous commotion emanating from the box instilled fear and helplessness in Moriya. In mere moments, the shadow box crumbled under Kaido's overwhelming might. Dragon Twister. Nightfall. Kaido's assault descended like a tempest, suffocating all in its wake. Just as he broke free, he transformed into his hybrid form. The dark, spiked club gleamed with a chilling, profound luster, instilling dread in all who beheld it. The violet lightning danced wildly as Kaido descended like a deity, his staff raised to strike down upon Moriya. In this moment of life and death, Moriya transformed once more into a swarm of bats to escape. The formidable force accompanied by thunderous strikes pierced the void, causing the very earth to tremble, and a gaping pit several meters deep materialized before the onlookers, caught in the powerful shockwave. Some of Moriya's subordinates were reduced to mere pulp. Shaking his head, Kaido relentlessly pursued Moriya. "Curse it, Captain, flee." One of Moriya's subordinates yelled defiantly. "I will fight you, you monster." Though fear gripped them, as they witnessed Kaido chasing after their captain, Moriya's men bravely stepped forward. Yet, before Kaido, they were akin to ants. The price of their reckless defiance was often paid with their lives. As Moriya beheld Kaido rampaging like an otherworldly being, a profound terror, he had been defeated. Chapter 275, Moriya's Defeat. The Blooming of Venusaur. Kaido showcased a terrifying strength before Moriya and his subordinates, truly resembling an invincible deity. Just as Moriya had entered the island brimming with confidence, he now found himself in utter disarray following his defeat. His entire crew had been obliterated, reduced to mere lambs for Kaido's slaughter, and he himself bore wounds inflicted by Kaido. Not only did Kaido possess immense physical strength and a formidable devil fruit, but his haki also surpassed that of Moriya. With an overwhelming advantage, Moriya saw no glimmer of hope for victory. Even more alarming was the absence of Kaido's most prized lieutenant, King. Had he been present, the battle would have concluded even more swiftly. Utilizing the powers of his devil fruit and the cover of his subordinates, Moriya managed to escape from the battlefield at a grave cost. Days later, news of Moriya and Kaido's clash in Wano country spread far and wide. Despite Moriya's defeat, many still acknowledged his strength. After all, Kaido had firmly established his reputation as one of the three emperors, and the mere fact that Moriya survived to leave the battlefield was a testament to his resilience. Surpassing many others, countless had ventured to challenge Kaido, yet tragically, many pirates never even glimpsed him before meeting a watery demise or being turned to mush. Not long after, the world government formally invited Moriya to become a warlord of the sea. An agreement was reached, and Moriya became the third warlord following the likes of Don Quixote, Doflamingo, and Crocodile. Meanwhile, far off on Frog Island, Doflamingo and his crew remained vigilant, keeping a close watch on the unfolding events at sea. Having once encountered Moriya in Logtown, they had found him insufferably arrogant. Little did they expect his strength to be so lacking. Yet, amidst the accolades surrounding Kaido's prowess, the true extent of his might remained shrouded in mystery. Little Lu observed the news in the newspaper with great interest, particularly intrigued by the capabilities of Moriya's devil fruit. Should he acquire this fruit, he would undoubtedly develop even more powerful techniques, allowing the shadow fruit to truly shine. Nevertheless, he had long resolved never to consume a devil fruit, instead choosing to hone his swordsmanship. Humph. That Kaido, who repeatedly obstructs our entry into Wano country and slaughters our subordinates, shall certainly receive a lesson. Roy had grown weary of the sailors boasting about Kaido's might. In his view, were it not for Little Li's disinterest in the position of the emperors, Kaido would not even stand a chance. More importantly, Kaido was their adversary, occupying the land of Wano, which they had long coveted, creating an irreconcilable conflict between them. Their weapons research required vast quantities of steel and sea stone, and Wano was initially their best option. However, due to various reasons, their cadre had been unable to set foot on the island, and their subordinates lacked sufficient strength, resulting in Wano being claimed by others. To procure sea stone, they would need to expend even greater wealth, often finding the quantities purchased insufficient. Although their business spanned the seas, numerous research projects demanded financial investment, all of which were insatiable beasts. Little Li's resources were not acquired without effort. Following the incident with Moria, several weeks passed, and at last, Little Lu and his companions awaited the long-anticipated opportunity. It was a snowy night under a full moon. The village chief trembled as he fed the exquisite, jade-like seven-petal flower its final drop of blood, a pale smile emerging on his aged, withered face. His wish was finally about to be fulfilled. Amid the melodious croaking of frogs, the mature seven-petal flower bloomed, its enchanting petals a vivid crimson, reminiscent of a red lotus blossoming in hell. Alas, I am sorry, but we shall take this flower. Just as the village chief's smile appeared, an abrupt voice resonated. His expression changed dramatically as he looked up with alarm. Little Lu and Roy stood by the well, their presence a complete surprise. How could you be here? The village chief was filled with shock and an indescribable fury, realizing that they intended to seize his flower for themselves. Without further ado, as the chief reached for the seven-petal flower, Roy extended his hand and summoned forth, causing the soil beneath the flower to rapidly grow, rising like a slender stone pillar, roots and all. Shala effortlessly plucked the Venusaur and placed it into the vessel he had meticulously prepared. Gazing upon the extraordinary flower, Shala felt an involuntary weight in his breath. Margot was saved. Chapter 276. The tale behind the Venusaur. You cannot do this. This is my Lucy's lifeline. The village chief watched helplessly as Lia and Xiao Lu seized the Venusaur, which had been nurtured through generations of dedication and care. Yet, he found himself powerless to resist. His sallow complexion flushed crimson with rage, his fingers trembled in indignation, and tears shimmered in the corners of his eyes. He had always believed that Xiao Lu and his companions were benevolent souls, having bestowed upon them countless gifts that allowed them to live a life they had never dared to dream. Little did he know that what they desired was the life of his granddaughter. Chief, our companion requires this Venusaur to survive. We have already consulted doctors in our homeland regarding Lucy's illness, and they are confident in their ability to heal her. We are willing to explore every avenue to compensate you. Why would you not agree to this mutually beneficial arrangement? Luaya invoked his abilities once more, lifting the chief from the depths of despair. He did not wish to take advantage of an elderly man, but surrendering the Venusaur was not an option for them. Chief, we have invested considerable effort to acquire this Venusaur. Since you possess the knowledge to cultivate it, why can you not grow a second one? If it is a matter of sacrifice, we are prepared to offer that. You could share your methods with us, and we would cultivate another in return. We can undoubtedly heal Lucy, and though it may be unpalatable to hear, she does not necessarily require the Venusaur for her treatment. That is the truth. Little Lu and the village chief stood face to face, each placing a hand upon the other's shoulder. Under the influence of the Great Zhou Heavenly Chi technique, pure and formidable energy slowly flowed into the village chief's body. He was deeply concerned that a sudden surge of emotions might overwhelm his counterpart, leading to a tragic demise. A fate he could not bear. Cough, cough. Do you truly understand? The village chief exclaimed, his fury unabated as he forcefully brushed aside Little Li's hand. Do you think the difficulty in nurturing a Bulbasaur stems solely from blood? The growth of a Bulbasaur necessitates daily sustenance of blood, and its frail body requires constant protection. Otherwise, all efforts will be in vain. If the blood of the caretaker is insufficient, one must resort to the blood of kin, for without it, the resulting blossom will lack the power of resurrection. Moreover, a Bulbasaur can bloom only once in its lifetime. To find one and acclimatize it to the harshness of winter is akin to scaling a treacherous peak. At this juncture, the village chief was overwhelmed with emotion. His son had perished while seeking a suitable Bulbasaur, and his daughter-in-law, in her desperate attempt to nourish it with blood, ultimately succumbed, leaving behind nothing but a pile of bones at the bottom of a well. In her final moments, she harbored an unfulfilled yearning to witness the day the Bulbasaur would bloom. This knowledge of little Lu and his companion's ability to cure Lucy's ailment without the Bulbasaur flower. Yet his persistent refusal of such a method stemmed from the profound sacrifices of 2 generations, along with their haunting memories. He could not simply relinquish what had cost them so dearly. Xiaolu and the others learned from the village chief the reason behind his unwavering determination to use the Bulbasaur to treat Lucy. It was a manifestation of her parents' love for her, as if that flower symbolized the continuation of their lives. Luo Yi remained silent, directing his gaze toward Xiaolu. The village chief had his reasons, and so did Xiaolu. Masua had sacrificed so much for Xiaolu, ultimately perishing before him. In pursuit of a method to resurrect Masua, Xiaolu would go to any lengths. Observing the serene expression on Xiaoli's face, a sense of unease stirred within Luo Yi. Despite repeatedly assuring himself that Xiaolu would not resort to such cruelty, he felt an unsettling uncertainty, particularly at this critical juncture. During their conversation, the Bulbasaur at the bottom of the well, after emitting a few croaks, seemed to have exhausted its energy. Its skin, once glistening like jade, gradually took on a lifeless ash-gray hue, and its crimson eyes lost their luster, as if succumbing to a profound silence. Its growth was nourished by blood, ultimately sacrificing its own life to bloom the flower capable of reviving the dead, fulfilling its destined role. Your actions, akin to Lucy's parents, command my respect. However, regrettably, I am not a virtuous individual. Chapter 277, a smooth return home upon hearing Xiaoli's emotionless tone. Luo Yi felt a tightening in his chest. The village chief intended to say more, but suddenly the world before him faded to darkness, and everything began to sway and vanish. Xiaolu supported the village chief's body, his expression complex. Rest assured, I would not resort to murder over such a matter. What do you take me for? Luo Yi felt a touch of embarrassment upon hearing Xiaoli's words. He had anticipated that Xiaolu might kill the village chief, leaving him in a turmoil of conflicting emotions. Had Xiaolu truly done so, he might not have intervened, but such an act would undoubtedly plant a thorn between them. Despite being stained with blood, Luo Yi constantly reminded himself that the weak and the infirm should not be oppressed. They were not true pirates. They had once been the vulnerable, and they had encountered benevolent souls along their journey. Without the assistance of those kind-hearted individuals, they would not have survived to this day. Xiaoli's actions brought him a sense of relief. Although he never vocalized it, nor displayed any overt affection, and never acknowledged his feelings for Masua. Luo Yi was acutely aware of Masua's esteemed position in Xiaoli's heart, one that transcended mere camaraderie or subordination. However, what Luo Yi had not contemplated was whether, if this flower were to facilitate Zhou's salvation, he could maintain his current state of mind. People often uphold an objective and impartial stance when the matter does not concern them directly, yet when events unfold in their own lives, few can consistently adhere to his set of principles. So, what should we do next? Luo Yi believed that Xiaolu would not abandon the village chief and Lucy to their fates. The flower is undoubtedly mine. As for the village chief and Lucy, I shall ensure they remain in a state of unconsciousness until we return to the land of Maple. Lucy's ailment must be treated. Once Lucy is healed, I will allow them to regain consciousness, thereby minimizing potential troubles and conflicts. Whether they choose to reside in the land of Maple or return here is entirely up to them. Regardless of location, their welfare will be our utmost responsibility. Before departing, I shall erect a tomb for Lucy's mother. Previously, from the village chief, I learned of Lucy's parents' plight and discovered that her mother's remains lay buried in the well. Perhaps this is the final arrangement. With a wave of his right hand, Luo Yi summoned waves of earth to rise, forming the shape of a grave, the dry well serving as a coffin. A massive stone transformed into a monument at Luo Yi's command, as Xiaolu inscribed several prominent characters upon it with his sword. Bowing toward the grave, Xiaolu and his companions summoned their subordinates to execute the plan, transporting Lucy and the village chief to the Mirage. The Mirage set sail. Masua, we shall meet again soon. Gazing at the enigmatic flower within the jade box, Xiaoli's thoughts swirled, and Masua's visage flashed in his mind. You are always so foolish, giving of yourself without restraint. Last time, I failed to protect you. This time, I will not allow anyone to harm you. Observing Xiaolu lost in contemplation over the flower, Luo Yi sensed his emotions. Would you care for a drink? Masua's revival is imminent. We might as well celebrate in advance. Luo Yi offered Xiaolu a cup of crimson liquor. Though no battles had transpired during this period, Luo Yi understood that Xiaoli's heart remained in a state of suspense. Having experienced loss, one learns to cherish even more deeply. With the hope of resurrecting Masua within reach, Xiaoli's focus was entirely on the mystical flower. He feared that even the slightest mishap would cause this opportunity, so close at hand, to slip away. Though the flower was now secured, until the final moment arrives, I remain apprehensive. Accepting Luoye's cup, Xiaolu took a delicate sip. By the way, with the miraculous properties of the flower, we must send someone to Goa Island to thoroughly search for both the Bulbasaur and the flower. If we are able to unravel the mysteries within, we would essentially possess eternal life. At this moment, an inexplicable glimmer sparkled in Xiao Li's eyes. Immortality, how many yearn for such a gift? Indeed, at that point, no one would stand as our adversary. Immortality belongs to the realm of the divine. If we master it, we become akin to... A fervent desire also welled up in Luo Yi's eyes. Yet, they remained unaware that the miraculous flower could only revive a person once, and at a considerable cost. Chapter 278. Resurrection. Upon returning to the Kingdom of Maple, Xiaolu and his companions hastily summoned the physicians of the medical department to treat Lucy. Simultaneously, Xiaolu awakened the village chief, inquiring about the proper application of the miraculous flower. Upon learning that the grandfather and grandson had been captured and taken to the Kingdom of Maple, the village chief pointed at Xiaolu and berated him, unwilling to divulge the secrets of the flower's use and its prohibitions. In truth, there were no significant restrictions regarding the flower's application. Its extreme rarity, being the only one of its kind, meant Xiaolu could not afford any errors. The village chief harbored a profound disdain for Xiaolu and his companions' barbaric actions. When Xiaolu sought his guidance, the chief feigned knowledge of the correct usage of the miraculous flower. Alas, chief, Lucy is still undergoing treatment. This process must not be interrupted, for it poses a grave risk to her life. Surely, you would not wish for harm to befall Lucy. It would be wise to disclose the method of utilizing the miraculous flower. Xiaolu spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if discussing a matter of little significance. However, the village chief's eyes widened in astonishment, the flames of fury threatening to erupt within him. Xiaoli's menacing intent was unmistakable. You are utterly shameless and despicable, the chief exclaimed, his anger palpable. If you continue to insult me, Lucy may indeed find herself in grave danger. No. The village chief turned his head away, unwilling to behold Xiao Li's obnoxious visage. Do you truly refuse to comprehend? Xiao Li's demeanor shifted, a cold edge seeping into his tone. Oh, I was merely jesting. There is genuinely nothing amiss. Realizing that Xiaolu was indeed contemplating ceasing Lucy's treatment, the village chief grew anxious and hastily revealed the truth to him. So, my previous inquiries and threats were entirely in vain? Xiaolu slowly exhaled, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. As long as he could crush the 7 petals of the Venusaur into a juice and inject it into the deceased body, he could bring the dead back to life. Without further ado, Xiaolu instructed Luo Yi to transport him immediately to Snedigri Island, while also commanding the 7 killers stationed there to prepare accordingly. With the aid of the float fruit, their travel speed surpassed all previous measures. Within just a couple of days, they arrived at Snedigri Island. The 7 killers had long completed their preparations. Inside the icy coffin, Maso lay in a repose that mirrored her living self, yet her complexion was pallid, devoid of any trace of color, resembling an ice maiden. Once the coffin was opened, Xiaolu administered the crushed potion through an intravenous line into Maso's body. The onlookers stood in hushed anticipation, while a cadre of physicians meticulously monitored the data on their instruments, eager to witness this historical moment. However, should Maso truly resurrect, this miracle in medical history would ultimately remain concealed here, as all matters pertaining to the 7 petals of Venusaur would be classified and sealed away. After a brief moment, the crowd widened their eyes in astonishment. The numbers on the instruments began to pulse rhythmically, akin to a symphony of life. As Maso gradually started to exhibit signs of vitality, all present held their breath, not daring to make a sound, yet the astonishment and exhilaration in their hearts were unmistakable. This was nothing short of a miracle. Minutes later, Maso's complexion began to regain its rosy hue, her breathing grew increasingly rapid, and her chest heaved as if she were a drowning person returning to the surface, gasping for air. Initially, a faint glimmer flickered like a candle in the darkness. Gradually, this faint light began to stretch and spread, ultimately erupting into an explosion of endless radiance that illuminated the darkened world. Maso's eyelids trembled as they slowly opened, revealing Xiao Li's smiling visage, with what seemed to be something else glimmering in the corner. As she attempted to speak, Maso felt a dryness in her throat. She was disoriented, as if she had just emerged from a dream enveloped in darkness, devoid of sound, light, or consciousness, yet she was undeniably present there. Maso, the voice of Xiaolu, gently pulled Masu back from her reverie. It was the sound she had longed to hear in her dreams. Boss. Masu managed to muster a faint smile, as if she had only just acquired the skill. Observing this, Luo Yi gestured for everyone to exit the room. He understood that this moment was meant solely for the two of them. Chapter 279. A new objective. Masu, how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort? Are you feeling hungry? Would you like something to eat? By the way, has your wound healed? Xiaoli's mouth seemed to unleash a rapid-fire barrage, as if time were of the essence and he must seize the moment to unleash his verbal artillery. Just as he intended to reach out and assess Masua's injuries, a sudden realization struck him. His outstretched hand recoiled as if jolted by an electric shock, and he instinctively scratched the back of his neck. Everything transpired with such swiftness and urgency, as though it were destined to unfold this way. Witnessing Xiao Lu in such an awkward state for the first time, Masua's pale visage flushed with a captivating hue of crimson. Boss, I feel a bit chilly. Oh, right, I completely forgot. Xiao Lu finally came to his senses, disregarding everything else, and hurriedly lifted Masua out of the ice coffin. Though this specially designed ice coffin preserved the human form, its frigid temperature could inflict significant harm on the body. Masua had just awakened, still unaware of her physical condition. The readings from the instruments might not accurately reflect her true state. As she felt the warmth of Xiaoli's embrace, her cheeks flushed, as if kissed by steam. Avoiding his gaze, Masua buried her entire head in his chest, embodying a shy and radiant rose, her delicate arms tightening around. She wished that time would halt its relentless march, allowing her to savor this moment with the young man, to forever capture their beautiful experience. After transferring Masua from the ice coffin to the bed, Xiaolu immediately summoned the doctors waiting outside to conduct a thorough examination. Listening to his concerned words and watching him move about, Masua felt enveloped in happiness, even while lying on the hospital bed. Boss, everything appears to be fine. According to our observations, Miss Masua's physical data is consistent with that of a healthy individual. However, no sooner had the doctor finished speaking than Masua felt her eyelids grow heavy, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washing over her. No, I don't want to sleep, she thought. A sense of inexplicable panic gripping her heart. She feared returning to that dark world, a realm devoid of light, consciousness, and Xiaoli's presence. Her gaze drifted toward Xiaolu, her lips parting as if to speak, but before she could utter a word, her consciousness slipped into slumber, a solitary tear gliding down her delicate face. Masua? Masua? What is happening to you, Masua? Seeing Masua fall into an unanticipated sleep, Xiaoli's heart tightened, gripping her hands anxiously as he called her name. The great Zhou heavenly circulation technique seemed to resonate with his emotions, swirling fervently as pure energy flowed into Masua's body. Yet, this energy seemed to vanish without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea. What is going on? Although Xiaoli's tone lacked anger and his expression bore no signs of fury, the surrounding doctors felt a chill run through them. They understood that Xiaolu was enraged. If they did not provide a reasonable explanation, the ice coffin in the room could well serve as their refuge. No, they were not entitled to such a fate. Calm down. We will conduct an examination on Miss Masua immediately. Hurry. The doctors rushed forward, their hearts filled with fear. Yet they methodically operated the instruments to diagnose Masua. Xiaolu understood that being anxious was futile. He was not a physician and could only place his trust in his subordinates. Report to the boss. Miss Masua's physical condition is no different from that of an ordinary person. She is currently in a deep slumber, and our preliminary assessment suggests that she may lack the energy necessary to sustain her vitality. Moreover, this energy cannot be solely derived from food. While we can administer nutritional fluids to Miss Masua, even if she awakens, she would still be confined to her bed, likely a side effect of the 7 petals wonder flower. Shortly thereafter, the doctors had analyzed Masua's condition. Is there any way to resolve this? They pondered. Unless we can find something that provides a substantial amount of energy, but that presents a new dilemma. Miss Masua's body may not be able to endure it. The doctors, with trepidation, reported their findings to Xiao Lu, uncertain of whether he might react with wrath and render them eternally slumbering. Huff, you may leave now, Xiao Lu commanded. And his subordinates, feeling as though a heavy burden had been lifted, hastily exited. At that moment, Luo Yi entered, grasping the situation, and felt a pang of unease. What should we do? Do you have any good ideas? Luo Yi inquired. It can only be the devil fruit, Xiao Lu replied solemnly, having found his objective. Chapter 280, Seizing the Golden Heavens? A new Shichibukai. What solution have you devised? Luo Yi was astonished that Xiao Lu had conceived a remedy for Masua's ailment in such a short span. I recall that the devil fruit compendium mentions a natural type devil fruit. If one were to consume it, they could acquire an unending source of energy from the external world. No, it is more accurate to say that it inherently contains pure life force, Xiao Lu elucidated. What fruit are you referring to? Luo Yi questioned, deeply intrigued. This insight was bolstered by their previous acquisition of the devil fruit compendium, and Xiao Lu had a vivid recollection of the natural type devil fruit documented within. Xiao Lu said, the nature system's forest fruit. If we could obtain this fruit, not only would Maso's predicament be entirely resolved, but she would also gain the means for self-preservation. Truly, it would be a double boon. However, searching for such a fruit amidst the vast ocean is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, if this fruit remains elusive, Maso shall be doomed to endure this condition for eternity. We cannot place our hopes solely on a devil fruit shrouded in mystery. Did Gargi and his companions not possess the blueprint of life? Surely, they must be able to resolve this issue. Suddenly, Luo Yi recalled the cloning technology of the Vinsmoke family, along with the superhuman project. If we could harness their advanced technology, Maso's dilemma might be swiftly alleviated. We have provided them with substantial funding and aided them in overcoming numerous challenges. As partners, they ought to reciprocate. Their nutrient solutions far surpass ours. At this thought, Shala felt a surge of wrath. Although Monty and his team have acquired a wealth of knowledge and brought some scientists from there, the cutting-edge technology wielded by the Vinsmoke family remains unparalleled. It is only thanks to the research data obtained from Vegapunk on Mechanical Island that their technological advancements have begun to catch up. For the time being, Xiao Lu remained by Maso's side, vigilant against any further mishaps. Fortunately, Maso awakened once more during the night, appearing more spirited than she had during the day. It seems that until the root of her ailment is addressed, Maso can only either succumb to slumber during the day or maintain wakefulness through continuous nutrient input. However, in the latter case, she would be confined to her bed. All in all, the seven-petaled Bulbasaur indeed possesses miraculous restorative properties. Xiao Lu and his companions have certainly achieved their objective. After a series of arrangements, they accompanied Maso back to the land of... Just as Shala returned to the land of Maple, news of Doflamingo's audacious theft of the celestial gold sent shockwaves through the world. If the world were a dying patient, it would have endured countless sit-ups in the span of merely 2 years. In the eyes of the populace, the celestial dragons are the sovereigns of the world, akin to deities. Anyone who dares to provoke the celestial dragons meets a singular fate. Doflamingo's actions are undoubtedly a provocation against the celestial dragons and the world government. Yet, what was even more astonishing was that the world government did not raise Doflamingo's bounty as they typically would, nor did they dispatch anyone to apprehend him. Instead, Doflamingo was accepted as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. This led to considerable unrest among the celestial dragons, who found themselves displeased with the Gorosei. However, when they stormed in to demand answers, for reasons unknown, they ultimately acquiesced to the Gorosei's orders. It seems our companion is quite extraordinary. Such heinous acts have gone unpunished, and he has even risen further. Could it be that he is the illegitimate child of one of the celestial dragons? Gazing at the news in the newspaper, Roy jested playfully with Leo. Little Lou was also perplexed, his gaze flickering as he fell into contemplation. In Chapter 281, O'Hara congratulated Doflamingo on becoming one of the 7 warlords and delved deeper into the collaboration between the two parties. As was customary, Little Lou visited Maso to inquire about his condition. Thanks to the nourishing liquid, Maso could remain awake for several hours during the day, yet for Little Lou, this was ultimately not a sustainable solution. Intensifying the search for the elusive sensen fruit became paramount. Furthermore, he issued a bounty, seeking doctors and other fruits with healing properties capable of curing Maso's ailment from around the world. Aside from these measures, unless absolutely necessary, Brooks' soul fruit and the cloning technology of the Vinsmoke family would serve as his last resort. Rest assured, Maso, I will restore you to your former self. Little Lou declared with unwavering conviction, gazing through the glass window at Maso, who was peacefully resting in the nourishing liquid. Have faith, Maso will surely recover. If we can find something as extraordinary as a Venusaur, what else could possibly challenge us? Joe approached, placing a comforting hand on Little Lee's shoulder. I have come to report some news from the world government. Oh? What news is so significant that you made a special trip to inform me? Is it regarding that eye? Little Lou could not help but think of the pawn they had unwittingly placed within the world government, silently monitoring the actions of its upper echelons. This pawn could provide them with a wealth of clandestine intelligence. They were secretly investigating the scholars of O'Hara. Having heard rumors that these scholars suspected that the group was covertly delving into the enigmatic blank century of history. What? Such a reckless bunch. Upon hearing Joe's news, little Lou was taken aback. The blank century of history was a taboo for the world government, and after years of navigating the underground world, little Lou had gleaned some truths unknown to the masses, although they too wished to investigate and understand what the world had been like prior. Their current strength did not permit such pursuits, and they could only bide their time. Yet, the scholars of O'Hara, defenseless as they were, dared to defy the world's decree, truly a perilous endeavor. To aspire to achieve feats beyond one's capabilities without sufficient power was nothing. Acting on impulse without consideration of the consequences could only lead to self-immolation. Nevertheless, while little Lou deemed the actions of the O'Hara scholars to be exceedingly foolish, he could not help but feel a profound respect for them. They were a group of pure seekers of knowledge. Though he did not agree with their methods, he affirmed their spirit. I had not anticipated their audacity. Upon learning this news, I immediately dispatched personnel to investigate. According to the information from the undercurrents, you will be even more astonished. You will be delighted. Joe exclaimed. Aha! I can hardly wait to hear your forthcoming good news. Speak quickly. They possess the ability to decipher the true history. Moreover, the true history contains information pertaining to the enigmatic blank century. Ha ha ha. Indeed, this is splendid news. Shaolu could no longer contain the elation swelling within him, his face alight with ecstatic delight. The historical text, the blank century, had all been interwoven. Previously, he had paid little heed to Laughtail, but now it seemed imperative for them to pursue Roger's treasure, just like those other individuals. His curiosity about what Roger and his companions had uncovered at Laughtail burgeoned. Yet, no, he must not rush. Shaolu muttered to himself. Acutely aware that O'Hara was under stringent surveillance, should they intervene, the world government would undoubtedly take notice. They would not remain passive. The scholars of O'Hara would face dire consequences. A meticulously crafted plan was essential to carve out a share for themselves. Chapter 282. Nico Alvia O'Hara had long been regarded by archaeologists as a sacred haven, a sentiment shared by the world at large. It embodied a thirst for knowledge and exploration, a symbol of intellect and wisdom. If anyone could decipher the contents of the historical text and unveil the secrets of the blank century, it would undeniably be the scholars of O'Hara. However, at this moment, O'Hara had become a thorn in the side of the world government. Why aren't you running? Ha ha ha. Go on, keep running. Humph. Truly a case of not shedding tears until faced with a coffin. At the edge of a forest, a man clad in a suit, exuding arrogance, blocked the path of a battered and ragged woman. He sneered coldly, "How dare you oppose the world government? You truly overestimate your own worth. Would it not be wiser for you scholars to focus on your studies instead of courting death? Since you value your own lives so little, I suspect that by the end of today, O'Hara will cease to exist. This does not concern the scholars of O'Hara. They are innocent and utterly unaware of these matters." The injured woman had nowhere to flee, as she was encircled by agents of the world government. The arrogant man before her was none other than the commander of this operation, CP9 Chief Spandam, a merciless, bloodthirsty butcher. The wounded woman was the renowned archaeologist Nico Alvia. At Spandam's words, Alvia's heart quaked, and she quickly attempted to defend herself. She could not implicate the scholars of O'Hara. Although they too sought to unravel the mysteries of the blank century, they had been lured by her ambitions. How naive. From the moment you set foot on this island, others have ceased to have any association with innocence, Spandam sneered, his eyes glinting with derision. Adults must learn to bear the consequences of their actions, wouldn't you agree? You shall not have a favorable outcome. Alvia trembled with rage, eager to hurl further insults at him, but before she could finish, she felt an immense force clamping down on her cheeks. Spandam grasped Alvia's chin, his gaze malevolent as he stated, "I do not wish to hear another word from your lips. Aside from you, are there any others capable of deciphering the historical texts? Are there any accomplices? If you can speak the truth, I could grant you a swifter demise." As Spandam interrogated Alvia, a large tree nearby concealed a bird that blended seamlessly with its surroundings, fixated upon them. Although the bird appeared ordinary, its gaze was hollow and devoid of life. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters above, three figures observed the unfolding events through the bird's eyes. It seemed that these scholars from O'Hara were doomed. The world government would undoubtedly eliminate them, remarked Roy. The three were none other than Nico, Robin, Roy, and Joe. Should we rescue her? Joe inquired, noting that the woman named Alvia possessed the ability to interpret the historical texts. Shaolu replied, "Indeed, it requires no effort at all. By rescuing her, we shall no longer need to search for others. Furthermore, those surrounding us lack sufficient strength. Dealing with them will be a breeze. However, we must act swiftly to prevent them from calling for help. Moreover, we cannot eliminate them. Once subdued, we shall transform them into mere puppets. Should we kill them? The world government would grow suspicious. With a plan in place, Xiao Lu and his companions immediately set their course of action, while Spandane and his associates remained oblivious to the impending danger. Chapter 283. The Demon Extermination Order. Since you are so obstinate, I see no reason to waste my time on you any longer. Do you recognize this? Spandane, having exhausted his patience with Olivia, who offered no information, displayed a sinister grin as he brandished a black din-din mushi, inquiring if she was familiar with it. His intent was merely to indulge in a bit of sadistic pleasure. Once I dial this din-din mushi, it signifies that the Navy will unleash the Demon Extermination Order upon this island. At this revelation, Olivia gazed at Spandane in terror, her heart pounding. You fiend! You scoundrel! Olivia cried out, struggling fiercely as she lunged forward, inadvertently scratching Spandane's face. Ah, you mad woman! Someone restrain her! Spandane exclaimed, clutching his bleeding cheek, frustration evident in his voice. The surrounding CP9 operatives swiftly subdued Olivia, who continued to resist, her eyes filled with hatred directed at Spandane. She was consumed by anger, guilt, and a tinge of regret. In a fit of rage, Spandane slapped Olivia, causing blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth. Perhaps it was the embarrassment of losing face before his subordinates or his own frustration at marred beauty that ignited his fury. Without hesitation, he dialed the black din-din mushi. Xiao Lu and his companions, who had been inching closer, halted their approach upon witnessing the unfolding events. They sought to acquire someone capable of deciphering the historical texts while remaining undetected by the world government. Thus, every action had to be executed with utmost caution. Observing Spandane engaged in conversation, they could only bide their time. As Olivia overheard Spandane's unabashed dialogue, despair washed over her, tears streaming down her face. The other party was discussing the implementation of the Demon Extermination Order, intending to annihilate all scholars of O'Hara without exception. The cold-heartedness of such, combined with the mirth on Spandane's face, plunged Olivia into a profound sense of hopelessness. Her actions had brought grievous calamity upon O'Hara. The Admiral shall arrive shortly. Regardless of what you may know, you will be buried alongside this island. As for you, I shall show mercy and allow you to take a step ahead. Spandane brandished his firearm, poised to shoot Olivia. In the next instant, the ground heaved, as if a great dragon were stirring beneath. Everyone felt a tremor, their footing unsteady. And they fell to the ground. What was happening? Was an earthquake imminent? Spandane staggered, resembling a drunken man, his loud screams a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. It appeared he too was a coward at heart. Yet no one answered him. The situation had unfolded too abruptly, leaving everyone unprepared. Soon, a flurry of papers swirled around them, enveloping the scene. This was dire, an enemy attack. Protect the master. Attention! The CP9 agents surrounding them quickly grasped the reality. This was no natural occurrence, but a premeditated assault. However, they were also perplexed. The papers bore the unmistakable hallmark of a devil fruit ability, one they were all too familiar with. But were their adversaries not the 7 warlords? Were they not allies? The absence of Xiao Lu and his companions left them hesitant to draw conclusions. Nevertheless, they knew they must report this incident once they returned. But time afforded them little opportunity for contemplation, as they suddenly felt their legs weaken. In an instant, tendrils of paper burst forth from the ground, ensnaring them tightly. Just as one managed to break free, the next moment, the paper surged back like a relentless parasite. Cursed, one CP9 member desperately reached out with his right hand, hoping to grasp something, but soon found himself wrapped in paper, resembling a mummy. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Even a feeble resistance could not alter their fated outcome. Who are you? Olivia stammered, gazing at the 3 unexpected figures before her. We are your saviors. Shala replied with a slight smile, swiftly rendering her unconscious with a precise strike. Joe affixed prepared talismans onto the paper puppets surrounding them. The 3 soon departed, leaving the ground to regain its tranquility. The bindings that had ensnared the mummified figures, along with the talismans, receded like the tide, seemingly retreating to some hidden corner, awaiting the opportunity for a resurgence. Spandane and the others appeared dazed, as if just awakening from a deep slumber, completely oblivious to the recent events. He prepared to regroup with the generals enforcing the extermination order. Chapter 284. The escaped fish. Shall we return directly? Shallow inquired, standing atop a colossal bird. There's no rush. Now that our objective has been achieved, perhaps we can afford to linger a while longer. Who knows what unexpected delights may yet await us? Little Lou had not anticipated that upon arriving on the island, they would achieve their anticipated goal so effortlessly. With the urgency of completing their mission dissipated, he was eager to observe how the world government would proceed next. That's right. This place, revered as a sanctuary for archaeologists, is home to the Tree of Omniscience, within which lies a vast library. If we could acquire the tomes contained therein, it might greatly benefit the research conducted by the scientific division. Joe's words sparked a glimmer of excitement among Little Lou and the others. Indeed, the thoughts of a woman often possess a unique depth. Joe, let us keep you hidden for now to avoid any unnecessary trouble. No problem at all. Concealing a person was a trivial task for Joe. With a swift motion of her sleeve, countless sheets of paper enveloped Olvia like armor, cocooning her securely. In the next instant, her sleeve expanded dramatically, revealing what appeared to be an unfathomable abyss within. The paper armor, encompassing Olvia, was effortlessly drawn inside. Subsequently, Joe's sleeve returned to its original form, fitting her figure snugly. Joe, your abilities have advanced further. Congratulations. Hee. When shall we engage in a friendly spar to gauge your prowess? Unlike you all, I lack the luxury of idle time. If you wish to spar, seek out Little Lou. Joe cast a sideways glance at Roy. Hey, that is not quite fair. Little Lou and I have been diligently occupied. So don't accuse innocent souls. Little Lou, you must keep an eye on Joe. Aren't we busy enough? She hasn't even offered a word of gratitude and yet complains. Listen to the bitterness in her voice. What do you mean by managing me? What are you talking about? Joe's cheeks flushed slightly as she nibbled her silver teeth. Roy, it seems you haven't faced a beating in a while. Perhaps you're itching for one? With that, Joe playfully twisted Roy's ear, prompting him to plead for mercy. Ouch, that hurts. I was just joking. Enough of this foolishness. Though she spoke thus, Little showed no inclination to release Joe. It had been quite some time since they had engaged in such playful banter. Perhaps growing up is a continual cycle of gain and loss, with no one truly able to ascertain whether one gains more than one, as they jested while making their way to the library of the Tree of Omniscience. The generals who had activated the demon-slaying order encircled the island with their respective fleets. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the island, a towering naval officer pursued two figures ahead. Robin, you must flee. I will hold him off. No, Saul, we must escape together. A petite girl, tears streaming down her face, cried out to the giant safeguarding her. Hurry, or we shall all be trapped. Kazan, do you truly intend to eradicate us? Are the world government's commands truly infallible? Take a good look. As Sorrow spoke, the island erupted with the thunderous roar of cannon fire. Fierce flames blazed, casting a scorching red glow that illuminated the sky. Kazan, in pursuit, gazed back at the inferno behind him, where cries of anguish echoed through the air. Their defiance of the government's decree weighed heavily on Kazan's heart. Seizing the moment, Sorrow thrust Robin onto the prepared small boat and propelled it far from the shore. Little Robin, you must survive. Amidst the chaos, remember to smile. The sea is vast. I believe one day you will find companions who can protect you. With that, Sorrow lunged at Kazan. Aware of his own inadequacy, he could not retreat. He could not allow Kazan to catch up. Meanwhile, a refugee ship, under Akainu's command, was reduced to embers in the flames. Kazan, is this truly an act of justice? Sorrow's eyes blazed, and Kazan was taken aback. If scholars had violated the decree, what of the refugees? In that moment, whether it was Sorrow's unwavering will to protect Robin that temporarily enhanced his strength, or his fury, or something else entirely, he found himself engaging Kazan in a fierce exchange. Quickly, pursue. Do not let that girl escape. Just then, in the distance, Spandam and his crew arrived by boat. This is bad. Panic surged within Sorrow. You have been careless. Kazan's peripheral vision caught sight of Spandam and his men, his gaze shifting from Sorrow, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. In an instant, an icy chill enveloped Sorrow. Frost began to creep over him, encasing him in ice. The surroundings transformed into a frigid landscape. What is happening? Why can't the boat move? Spandam shouted at his subordinates in frustration, watching Robin's vessel drift further away. Unbeknownst to them, the hull of their ship had frozen, encased in a thick layer of ice. Farewell, my friend. Tears glistened in Kazan's eyes as Sorrow became a mere ice sculpture. Yet a smile remained on his face. Perhaps he had seen that Robin had escaped. Chapter 285, Knowledge is Power. The actions of the world government did not go unnoticed by the likes of Kureha and her companions. They were astonished that even refugees were not spared, realizing that in terms of ruthlessness, they were far surpassed. We bear a few ominous titles, yet our cruelty pales in comparison to theirs. It is truly shameful, Correa remarked, sarcasm dripping from her words. Observing Akinu's merciless actions, Correa spoke solemnly. This is their fate. The moment they chose to oppose the world government, they had to anticipate today's consequences. Had it been me, those refugees might not deserve death, but I would never allow them to leave here unscathed. In any situation, one's position dictates their thoughts. One can maintain an objective and neutral stance when events do not directly affect them. However, once their own interests are compromised, how many individuals can consistently uphold a rational and impartial perspective, steadfastly adhering to the principles of moral justice? From an individual to a nation, all matters and events in the world adhere to this principle. The establishment of any dynasty or the rise of any new power invariably claims the moral high ground of acting on behalf of heaven, a notion referred to as rightful justification. Thus, the meaning of justice has always evolved in accordance with circumstances. The only constant is that the ultimate victor is deemed to embody justice. Xiao Lu and his companions silently observed the unfolding events. The thunderous roar of cannon fire resonating below, relentless and unyielding. The ominous presence of the demon-slaying order was indeed a lethal blow for the average individual. The continuous barrage of artillery struck like divine wrath, instilling terror in the hearts of many. After a considerable span of time, perhaps when the last shell had been exhausted, the warships surrounding the island withdrew entirely. The entire isle was engulfed in flames, reduced to a desolate wasteland. After enduring such an extensive bombardment, it was likely that the defenseless scholars had perished in the inferno, with no hope of survival. Following a phone call, Sikorsky and his team chose not to return to the island for further inspection. As the flames began to subside, Xiao Lu and his companions set foot upon the island. The ground remained searing hot, emanating waves of heat akin to a sauna. Ruins sprawled before them, a landscape marred by devastation. Dismembered remains were faintly discernible, while many others had been reduced to charred remnants. It seemed improbable that any survivors remained. In such dire circumstances, it was inconceivable for ordinary individuals to endure. Roy shrugged, suggesting that the library had likely been reduced to ashes as well. Should we continue our search? He pondered. Since we are already here, we might as well explore a bit more. Think of it as a form of tourism. Shella continued to forge ahead, while Luaye remarked with disdain, travel? Only you could utter such a morbid sentiment. After walking for several dozen minutes, Xiao Lu and the others, who had initially intended to abandon, were taken aback by an unexpected discovery. Before them lay a colossal deep pit, not harboring survivors from the island, but rather concealing an abundance of books. It was astonishing to realize that, in their final moments, the scholars had relocated the library's precious volumes to this very spot in a desperate bid to safeguard them. Little Lu and his companions fell into silence. This was not a decision made by an individual, but rather a collective resolution. In a moment where life and death hung in the balance, they sacrificed their own lives solely to ensure the transmission of the knowledge contained within the books. Perhaps it was fate. These tomes, burdened with the weight of your existence, I shall utilize wisely. Little Lu expressed genuine admiration for these scholars. He had always believed in the adage, knowledge is power. Let us proceed. Little Lu cast a glance at Roy, who understood the unspoken cue. Subsequently, Roy struck the ground fiercely and shouted, "Rise." Under the influence of his ability, the water in the deep pit surged upward, splashing in all directions. The ground beneath them trembled violently, and a fissure formed around them. Instantly, the earth beneath their feet rose, propelling them skyward at a rapid pace, transforming into a streak of light before vanishing from sight. Shortly after their departure, a mysterious figure arrived on the island, while a colossal warship approached slowly in the distance. Chapter 286. The son of the demon. Upon returning to the kingdom of Maple, Little Lu eagerly summoned the personnel from the scientific division to sort through the books, meticulously organizing all texts related to science. He firmly believed that with these resources, and given sufficient time for development, their capabilities would undoubtedly ascend to a new pinnacle. At that moment, he was confident that the kingdom of Maple would emerge as a beacon of enlightenment in the world. Whether confronted by pirates or the world government, they would witness the formidable power of knowledge. They would spread the brilliance of technology across the farthest corners of the globe, and all of humanity would thrive under his banner of justice. While the group led by Xiao Lu eagerly summarized their gains, the news of the world government's extermination order against O'Hara stirred a significant uproar. Particularly under the government's propaganda, the scholars of O'Hara were branded as ruthless terrorists, responsible for disturbing the peace. Additionally, the whereabouts of a young girl captured everyone's attention. The sole survivor of O'Hara, an 8-year-old girl named Nico Robin, was labeled by the world government as the spawn of a demon, with a bounty of 80 million berries placed upon her head. Who would have thought there was a survivor from O'Hara? Luo Yi glanced at Alvia, who was nearby, assisting in organizing the materials. Could this girl be the child protected by that giant on that fateful day? They had witnessed the battle between Kazan and the giant, believing that Nico Robin had perished. For it seemed utterly fanciful that a little girl could survive at sea in a tiny wooden boat. Moreover, with Akainu and the others having retreated, they assumed the girl was doomed. Does her name not ring a bell? After all, she hails from O'Hara as well. Shala subtly gestured towards Alvia's back. Since learning about the destruction of O'Hara and having witnessed the landscape of the Maple Kingdom, more importantly, after Xiao Lu promised to assist her in seeking vengeance, Alvia agreed to join the Maple Kingdom and aid them in interpreting the historical texts. Could they possibly be mother and daughter? Luo Yi remarked. Why not simply ask? Xiao Lu approached Alvia and conveyed the news to her. As expected, upon seeing the contents of the newspaper, Alvia clutched it tightly, tears streaming down her face. Robin. How wonderful. Robin is safe. She desperately covered her mouth to stifle her cries, while tears fell like petals. I must go find her. Alvia suddenly stood up, intent on rushing out of the archives. But how will you search? Where will you go? And what will you do once you find her? Do you think you can confront the world government? Just as Alvia opened the door, she froze in place. Indeed, she was but a solitary figure. Powerless against the vastness of the sea, how could she search? How could she stand against the world government? Let us not forget, Robin was now a fugitive. The words of Xiaola seemed to drain all her strength, and she helplessly collapsed to the ground. What should I do? Please help me, please help me. With tears glistening in her eyes, Xiaola helped her to her feet. You are now a citizen of the Kingdom of Maple, my subject, and I shall certainly assist you. Remain here in peace. We must not be discovered by the government. We cannot confront them directly yet, for the sake of the other citizens. We will explore every possible means to bring her back, Xiaola stated solemnly. In Mariehua, the 5 elders, though infuriated by the survivors of O'Hara, did not take the matter too seriously. After all, the opposing force was merely a child, incapable of stirring significant turmoil. Humph, that Clover doctor is utterly foolish. After granting him numerous opportunities, he remains ungrateful and dares to threaten us. He is courting death. Were it not for our magnanimity, he would have perished 10 times over. The bald elder, wielding a longsword, remarked coldly. The elder leaning on a cane from the sofa added, well, since he is already a dead man, there is no need for further discussion. The foundation of the government is not something they can shake. However, we must intensify the search for that child. One cannot rule out the possibility of lurking rats harboring ill intentions. A flicker of cold light passed through the eyes of the elder with a bald head, and at this moment, unbeknownst to all, a figure was scaling the towering red soil continent with bare hands. Chapter 287. The Escaping Slave Xiaola. We are running low on sea prism stones. The supply in the black market is dwindling as well. Some individuals are deliberately withholding their stock, causing prices to soar, rising by the day. Moreover, according to intelligence from the undercurrents, the world government has dispatched personnel to investigate which factions are secretly purchasing large quantities of sea prism stones. They may trace it back to us. Jiao approached the seaside with a light step to report the recent developments to Xiaola. At that moment, Xiaola stood bare-chested in the ocean. Facing the overwhelming waves that surged toward her, her expression remained calm, her breath steady. In the next instant, her gaze sharpened, a glimmer of cold light flashing like a startled swan. The formidable sword energy surged as she wielded the royal sword and struck downward. Hundreds of meters long, effortlessly split the tumultuous waves in two, as if tearing through silk, smooth and graceful. The waves collapsed instantly on either side, revealing a chasm several hundred meters long. Observing Xiaola's figure in the sea, Jiao's lips curled into a captivating smile. No matter how busy she was willing to report to Xiaola at this hour every day. Truly, they are a covetous bunch. Xiaolu stretched his body, his bronze skin adorned with delicate beads of water that shimmered alluringly under the sun's embrace. Beneath his taut muscles lay an astonishing strength, a testament to the relentless training he endured day after day, pushing the limits of human endurance beyond ordinary comprehension. Little Lu approached Zhou, a playful smirk, informed them that we will proceed with the acquisition at the current price. Engage with each of them personally, and if they remain unsatisfied, seeking exorbitant demands. I would not hesitate to explore alternative discussions on the intricacies of reincarnation. He continued, when it comes to recent acquisitions, exercise caution. Should government officials come knocking, do not panic. After all, they too require sustenance. I am confident that they would prefer not to delve into such topics with you. Joe stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. I share your sentiments. Little Lu shrugged, strolling away. Moreover, I intend to venture to Wano. Ultimately, these issues must be addressed at their roots. Kaido is not one to be trifled with, and I will accompany you. Upon hearing that Little Lu planned to visit such a perilous land, Joe swiftly caught up, urgency lacing his voice. Are you still uncertain about my capabilities? Back at the palace, Little Lu changed his attire, preparing for departure. Joe remained silent, his nostrils flaring slightly, lips pressed together. How could he not be concerned? The feats of the Chambord Archipelago, Sky Island, and Cake Island, each one a tale that could send shivers down one's spine. Although Xiao Lu is composed, she is acutely aware of her inherent combative nature. If I were to accompany you, you could rest assured, couldn't you? At some point, Luo Yi also arrived, taking over the conversation from Xiao and teasingly remarked, the opponent is none other than the three emperors. Hehe, Xiao Lu, you surely cannot manage, can you? Do not fear, for when the time comes, I shall lend my aid. Upon hearing Luo Ye's words, Xiao grew increasingly uneasy. Xiao Li's eyes darted back and forth. Ultimately, Xiao Lu and Luo Yi set off together. Why do we not fly over? On the vast expanse of the ocean, Luo Yi gazed out at the boundless sea before turning to the reclining Xiao Lu, who was resting with her eyes closed and could no longer contain his curiosity. Xiao Lu gently remarked, we are on a ship. Luo Yi nodded slightly, deep in thought. After a moment, he pondered, what connection does this have with the ship? Unable to contain himself, he declared, I can make the ship fly. We are on a ship, and it does not sail upon the sea. You show it a great deal of disrespect, Xiao Lu articulated with conviction. Oh, I see. Luo Yi suddenly appeared enlightened. Moments later, he added, however, I still believe flying is preferable. You, my friend, have become increasingly talkative lately, Xiao Lu retorted, longing to lie down and rest. Have you ever heard a saying? What saying? Luo Yi inquired with newfound interest. A renowned philosopher once said, men, at times, simply wish to give up. A spaceship is indeed a type of ship. With a sigh, Xiao Lu turned over, wishing to ignore him. Xiao Lu, wake up! Xiao Lu, you rascal! Fly, fly, fly. Are you satisfied now? Just as he was lost in a delightful dream, Luo Ye's incessant voice jolted him awake. What is it? A ship ahead is signaling for help. Little Lu sat up and approached the bow of the boat. A dilapidated wooden vessel was on the brink of collapse, with several individuals aboard waving. They drew closer, undeterred by the possibility of encountering genuine castaways. Upon rescuing these individuals, they were astonished to discover that they were slaves, specifically, slaves of the celestial dragons, marked with their distinct insignia on their chests or backs. In the vast expanse of the ocean, they had rescued slaves belonging to the celestial dragon. It seemed these individuals harbored a story, Little Lu remarked with profound significance. As the slaves heard this, they trembled, huddling together, their eyes averted from him. A couple of them bore fierce expressions, among them a deep green-haired man whose demeanor darkened at the mention of the word slave. Chapter 288, Gildazaro, what troubles have you encountered? Little Lu asked, immediately chastising himself for posing such a foolish question. You must be fleeing, am I correct? Observing the slaves' averted gazes, Roy concluded that their escape was indeed genuine. How audacious to dare flee from the celestial dragons. Did they not fear for their lives? Please, spare us, they pleaded. During our voyage, we encountered a band of pirates. That celestial dragon was slain by the pirates, and we seized the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. If you could take us to shore, we would be eternally grateful. Seeing that Little Lu and his companions did not resemble pirates, there was no flag of piracy hoisted. Only a few glanced at them before retreating back into the cabin, not shouting threats or curses. One of the slaves, summoning his courage, bowed repeatedly. Upon hearing his words, the others quickly joined in their pleas for the tall man with deep green hair also lowered his head, obscuring his expression. Such a web of deceit, Roy thought, stifling a scoff as he prepared to expose the slave's falsehood. However, Little Lu gestured for him to refrain from doing so, regardless of the truth of their claims. What significance did it hold for them? Yet, should they indeed take these slaves to shore, and if they were questioned later, it could bring them minor troubles. Although it would not pose a significant issue for him, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. You were slaves of the celestial dragons. if I return you to land? What if you are discovered? Would we not become accomplices? We could not bear the wrath of the celestial dragons. To avert further complications, it would be prudent to either detain them and return them or eliminate them altogether. Little Lu observed them with a bemused expression, while the crowd trembled in terror, incessantly bowing and pleading for mercy. Some slaves immediately rose, prepared to fight to the death, including a man with dark green hair who emanated a fierce aura, his eyes ablaze with a deadly intent. Having narrowly escaped, he was determined never to be captured again. He would seize this opportunity to grow stronger, to make those rogues taste the same bitterness he had endured. Friends, we have fought hard to escape. Do you wish to return to that life? Since they refuse to allow us to live, we must ensure they pay the price. Let us fight back, eliminate them, and we shall be free. Upon hearing these words from the slave, the others exchanged glances and resolved to join him. Ah, it seems there is still some spirit among you, Little Lu chuckled lightly. With a mere gesture of his right hand, he summoned a powerful force that ensnared the speaking slave, instantly clasping his throat. The stricken slave struggled desperately, flailing his limbs like a drowning man. As Little Lu turned his gaze, the surrounding slaves recoiled in unison, trembling with fear. The fiery resolve that had surged within them moments ago had abruptly cooled. Die! Shouted the man with dark green hair, boldly striding past the others to confront Little Lu. Launching a punch aimed at his head, he understood that if he were captured once more, death awaited him. There was no retreat left. What? With his fist mere inches from Little Lu's face, the man suddenly felt his body betray him, enveloped by an overwhelming force that constricted him from all sides, threatening to shatter his bones and organs, slowly lifting him off the ground. Witnessing Little Lu effortlessly control the two slaves, Roy smirked. It seems your mastery of dominance has reached a new pinnacle. When will you teach me this technique? To Roy, it appeared to be an art of ostentation. Yet, it was not insurmountable. With sufficient strength of will and mastery over one's aura, anyone could achieve it. The flowing cherry technique, when perfected, became the most formidable spear and shield. With a casual flick, the man with dark green hair and his companion were ruthlessly hurled onto the deck. Have you witnessed my power? Little Lu declared, his foot pressing down on the man's head as he surveyed the others with a cold gaze. You do not yet possess the qualifications to contend with me. Taking your lives would be as effortless as a flick of my wrist. However, I am a merciful person. Since you wish to survive, I do not desire unnecessary complications. I can offer you a choice. What choice? The once desperate slaves could not help but inquire upon hearing of a chance to live. You all bear the slave mark of the celestial dragons. I can help you remove it and escort you back to the mainland. Thus, you need not worry about being recaptured. What say you? Thank you. We are willing. Yes. Yes, we agree, as long as we are not taken back. Excellent. I hope that once you return to land, you refrain from complicating matters further and do not mention our affairs to anyone. Otherwise, of course, it shall be as if nothing transpired today. I relish conversing with intelligent individuals. Take them below. Immediately, the subordinates escorted them down to erase their marks of servitude. You possess quite the audacity. What is your name? Xiao Lu gazed at the moss green-haired man being taken away and inquired, Gilder Tezelo? The moss green-haired man answered obediently, his eyes devoid of the previous ferocity, now filled only with trepidation. With a simple gesture, Xiao chose to remain silent. Chapter 289, The Land of Wayno. Here I come. After several days at sea, land finally came into view, and Xiao escorted the slaves ashore. True to his word, he ensured that all marks upon the slaves were removed, whether by peeling or branding. Along the journey, they uncovered the true reason behind the slaves' escape, thanks to a good friend of his. It was none other than Fisher Tiger who had liberated these slaves. He single-handedly scaled the Red Earth continent, accomplishing what many deemed impossible, rescuing all the imprisoned slaves and igniting a great fire in the holy land of Mariehua, in a place heavily guarded, within the so-called home of the Creator. He dared to set ablaze an act that was undoubtedly a provocation to the world government, showing utter disregard for the celestial dragons. No, it was more than mere provocation. It was akin to delivering a resounding slap to their faces and departing with a flourish. One could hardly imagine a more audacious act. Upon the news breaking, save for those affiliated with the world government, many silently applauded. Fisher Tiger became an idol in the hearts of numerous fishmen, with his followers multiplying by the day. The world government not only issued a bounty, but also proclaimed that whoever could bring Tiger's head would earn the right to join the 7 warlords. While many scoffed at the notion, a considerable number were stirred into action. During his flight, Tiger formed the Sun Pirates, and their formidable strength quickly established their reputation. Pirates eager to claim his head for entry into the Seven Warlords, and the navy attempting to capture him were all vanquished by them. Xiaolu was taken aback upon hearing the news. He could not fathom why Tiger would undertake such risks, having never encountered anyone so daring. Furthermore, Tiger had always aspired to be a traveler, holding a certain aversion to piracy. Otherwise, he would not have declined Xiaoli's earlier invitation. Tiger, it seems you have faced many trials. Gazing at the newspaper, Xiaolu fell into a contemplative silence. Are you quite familiar with him? Luoyi, unaware of Xiaoli's acquaintance with Tiger, could nonetheless sense something from his expression. An acquaintance of chance, yet he declined my invitation. How rare it is that you have friends unknown to us. Is it possible that there are other hidden friends lurking in some corner unbeknownst to us? Ah, I can't be bothered with you. I am not that sort of person. Xiaolu was aware that Luoyi was intentionally teasing him, and the vast sea had grown weary of these antics. The individuals had already been delivered to the shore. After resting for such an extended period, it was time to stretch their limbs. Let the ship take flight. Let us hasten towards Wano, he proclaimed. With that, Xiaolu reclined once more in his chair. What? Are you suggesting that I have rested enough and should now exert myself? Those capable should bear more burdens. With your strength, it would merely require a flick of your fingers. Do you not desire to witness the true visage of the formidable Kaido of the Three Emperors? Xiaolu waved his hand dismissively, asserting that if any conflict arose, he would allow you to take the lead. Your words suggest that I am somehow taking advantage of you. Luoyi has finally discerned Xiaoli's true character. You are indeed shameless. Little Lu said no more, turning sideways with his back to him, and clasped his hands. With a grand gesture, Luoyi commanded the vessel beneath them to soar towards the heavens, as if propelled by unseen engines. In less than a day, they arrived at Wano country. What a splendid place of quiet development. Little Lu held out his right hand above Wano, as if it were within easy grasp. To the sides, there were no formidable nations, with a cascading waterfall serving as a natural barrier ahead, and powerful samurai guarding the land within. Alas, Kaido had taken the lead. Let us descend, Luoyi said, using his powers to manipulate Little Li's clothing. The two floated gently down from the sky, their garments billowing like deities. Wow! Look at the sky. What is that? Is it a person? It is indeed a person, exclaimed the crowd. They are descending from the heavens. Is this sorcery? Nonsense. They must be divine beings. The crowd surged forward, voices rising in excitement. Some of the citizens, in awe, even bowed down to the ground. Wano country? I have arrived. Kaido, are you ready? Little Lu gazed down at the populace and chuckled. Chapter 290, The Art of Hospitality. Pray tell, who are you two individuals? Xiaolu and Luoyi descended upon a bustling street, capturing the attention of all passers-by. Many were so taken by their presence that they believed them to be deities. Bowing in reverence, though he maintained a stoic exterior, Luoyi felt a surge of secret delight within. Yet, not everyone was easily deceived. A group of guards brusquely parted the crowd, barking orders for them to disperse, warning that they would face dire consequences if they did not comply. Ahead lay the capital of the formidable Lord Snake, and the guards were vigilant, far removed from the naivety of the common folk. We are esteemed guests from afar. Where might we find Kaido? Xiaolu refrained from engaging in trivial conversation with them. His purpose for being here was solely to meet Kaido. Lord Kaido? What business do you have with Lord Kaido? Do you think one can simply meet him at will? Pray tell, what is your true intention here? Guards, seize them at once. They are nothing but a group of foolishly overconfident imbeciles. With a disdainful smile, Xiaolu regarded the situation, while Luoyi narrowed his eyes. His fists clenched in preparation for an impending altercation. I suggest you first convey a message, lest you incur the wrath we are capable of unleashing. Without further ado, the leading guard signaled his subordinates to draw their weapons and charge forth. Allow me, Xiaolu said with a subtle smile, extending his hand to halt the eager Luoyi. This fellow is about to put on a show again, Luoyi remarked with a smirk, recognizing that Xiaolu had a knack for showcasing his prowess in front of an audience. Such pretentiousness can be intoxicating. Xiaolu's eyes suddenly widened, a fleeting glimmer of cold light flashing within. The overwhelming conqueror's haki rippled through the void, its presence as profound as the abyss. The advancing guards immediately rolled their eyes, foaming at the mouth, collapsing to the ground in convulsions, rendered unconscious. Furthermore, the onlookers were also affected, each succumbing to faintness. Fortunately, Xiaolu had no intention of taking their lives. Otherwise, their fate would not have been merely fainting. The situation here had long been reported to the current daimyo of Wano, Kurazomi Orochi. His subordinates, lacking discernment, failed to recognize Xiaolu. But Kurizumi Orochi was far from ignorant. The name of Little Lu has long been familiar to him. The moment Little Lu and his companions arrived, news had already reached him. Residing in the City of Flowers, this realm is his dominion. Tsuneshiro, please attend to them, he instructed. Orochi holds his life in great regard. Thus, I shall reinforce the guards for his safety, while also dispatching someone to summon Kaido. It seems Kaido is not present. Perhaps we should inquire with those in the royal city. Little Lu and his companions meandered towards the royal city, under the powerful observation of Kinbunchaku. The entire situation of the City of Flowers unfolded before him, yet he did not sense any particularly formidable presence. You shall proceed no further. A sinister-looking samurai approached with measured steps, his long blade glinting with a chilling aura. It was none other than Tsuneshiro, Orochi's trusted aide. Little Lu tilted his head towards Lia, who understood his intent instantly. He had long been eager, his fists itching with anticipation. After all, this was merely the beginning. Let us greet each other. Lia tightened and relaxed his fists repeatedly as he approached Sujiro, gradually breaking into a run. With a clang, in the blink of an eye, Luaya lunged before Sujiro, delivering a straight punch aimed at his face. How foolish to underestimate him. Sujiro swung his blade, the gleam of the sword clashing with the force of the punch, producing a resounding clash of metal. Damn, such formidable strength. Sujiro's expression changed, even in this brief exchange. He felt a beastly power surging towards him. It took 1 step, 2 steps, 3 or 4 before he could finally halt his retreat. Luaya flashed a grin, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, his fierce countenance betraying an exhilarating thrill. The glint of predatory excitement in his eyes infuriated Sujiro. Damn pirates! The infamous reputation of Xiao Lu and his companions resonates like thunder. The nation is already plagued by a malevolent dragon and a venomous serpent, and it cannot endure further tribulation. I truly admire your strength. However, I find your gaze quite disconcerting. The fiery eyes of Chuan Zilong, filled with unbridled hatred and an unmistakable murderous intent, appear as though Luo Yi is his sworn enemy. Is it acceptable for you to scrutinize me while I cannot do the same? Is this not a quintessential example of double standards? In an instant, Chuan Zilong's figure flickered, and he materialized beside Luo Yi like a wraith. The long blade sliced through the air, its speed surpassing the sound of the wind. Remarkably, Luo Yi seemed oblivious, standing as still as a statue, indeed, utterly immobile. The sharp edge struck Luo Yi's body, yet he remained steadfast. The name Iron Pagoda is terrifying indeed. With great effort, I nearly lost my composure. Fortunately, my haki is sufficiently robust. Otherwise, Luo Yi might have faltered. Ignoring the look of terror in Chuan Zilong's eyes, Luo Yi seized the blade with one hand and unleashed a powerful punch towards his chest. A resounding thud echoed as Chuan Zilong felt as though he had been charged by a rampaging bull, an overwhelming force surging through his limbs. Without time to contemplate, he collapsed amid the ruins, blood gushing from his mouth. Do not rise again, otherwise we shall be forced to end your life. The words of Xiao Lu floated lightly into Chuan Zilong's ears, yet the tone bore an oppressive weight, as a failure to comply would result in imminent peril at his hands. Chuan Zilong, lost in contemplation, exhibited a flickering gaze, while Xiao Lu and Luo Yi paid him no mind, proceeding towards the royal city with self-assurance. Should their adversaries prove obstinate, they would not hesitate to demonstrate the ruthless ways of an unwelcome guest. Chapter 291. The Imperial Guard stopped right there. Do you two know where you are? As Xiao Lu and Luo Yi strode forward as if unchallenged, utterly disregarding the surrounding guards, the subordinates of the Great Serpent seethed with indignation. Such noise was truly intolerable. Xiao Lu and Luo Yi paid no heed and strode directly into the heart of the royal city. Before an oblivious minion could complete his sentence, he felt a dizzying sensation, realizing the peril of his surroundings. The body before him was unmistakably familiar, a massive head tumbled to the ground, eliciting gasps of horror from the onlookers, who recoiled in shock. The subordinates had not even glimpsed how Xiao Lu and his companion had struck, yet their comrade had already succumbed to fate. They exchanged incredulous glances, disbelief etched across their faces. Curse them! How dare these two be so brazen? Fear not. Let us charge together. As if a shout could bolster their courage, the minions' expressions morphed back into those of ferocity. Alas, you have already struck twice. Now it is my turn. Luo Yi expressed concern for Xiao Lu, though his body moved with greater swiftness than his words. Let us conclude this swiftly. My patience is not inexhaustible. Xiao Lu crossed his arms, observing Luo Yi as he wreaked havoc. Such arrogance. Another oblivious fool dashed towards Xiao Lu, daring to turn his back. May you regret this in the depths of hell. The smile on Xiao Li's face had barely settled when a fountain of blood erupted from the fool's neck. Reincarnation is indeed a delicate art. At this point, I trust there will be no need for cue cutting, Xiao Li mused. In the next instant, he vanished, leaving a few shurikens embedded in the ground, glinting ominously as though laced with venom. Ah, I see there are still rats about. A group of uniquely attired ninjas obstructed Xiao Li's path. These individuals were the elite shinobi of the Wai Jin, gathered by Orochi. Though he had become the Lord of Wano, Orochi remained perpetually. The woman's last words haunted him, compelling him to remain vigilant against hidden assassins. The prowess of these ninjas was evidently superior to that of mere minions. Yet in Xiao Li's eyes, they were all of the same ilk, mere refuse. No matter how many came, he would welcome them with open arms. What is your intent? Do you wish to assassinate Lord Orochi? If not, it would be prudent to cease hostilities. Kindly disclose your purpose. And I shall relay it to Lord Orochi at a more opportune moment, inquired one of the elderly figures with elongated ears, speaking with deliberate calmness. Regrettably, Xiao Li had no inclination to engage in conversation. Suddenly, a series of whistling winds pierced the air from behind. It became evident that the long-eared elder aimed merely to divert Xiao Li's attention, granting the hidden ninjas a chance for a surprise attack. Unfortunately, they had gravely underestimated Xiao Li's capabilities, or perhaps they were overly confident in their own ninjutsu. The shurikens whizzed through, piercing only his afterimage, and once again, they had missed their mark. This is troublesome. The hidden ninja felt a chill run down his spine. Before he could contemplate further, a sudden coldness enveloped his chest. With a gasp, he expelled a copious amount of blood, sensing a foreign entity piercing through his body. Slowly lowering his gaze, he beheld a blood-soaked hand emerging from his chest, resembling a claw of a lion. Xiao Li calmly withdrew his hand from the other's body. Just a slight movement had rendered the opponent defenseless. Luoyi, you were supposed to come through for me. Unfortunately, you couldn't seize the opportunity, he mused. A hint of annoyance in his tone. Luoyi approached, visibly frustrated, while all of his subordinates lay defeated behind him, each meeting their end in their own grotesque manner. They were not mere swine awaiting slaughter. Those who fled would need to be pursued, which would undoubtedly consume a bit of time. Watching them nonchalantly discuss the act of killing, as if it were but a game, sent a chill through the ranks of the Imperial Guard. Who, indeed, was the true villain? Despite their cruelty and disregard for the lives of others, in comparison to their adversaries, they appeared almost innocuous. In the blink of an eye, one of their companions had perished, leaving them no time to react. Are you not going to strike? Xiao Li gestured invitingly, presenting himself with the courtesy of a gentleman. The long-eared elder felt a tightening in his heart as he sensed the gazes of his comrades upon him, instinctively drawing back. The atmosphere had grown so tense that even a fool would comprehend the dire consequences of acting at this juncture. I had suspected that you two were here to discuss important matters with the general. Otherwise, you would not be in such haste, the elder sighed, hastily stepping aside. Please, proceed to the third floor. General Orochi awaits you there. He understood that, as an elder, he should not impede the progress of the youth. A man's ambitions should not be stifled by the presence of an old man. Do not mind me. March forward with confidence. As the leader of the Imperial, the long-eared elder knew that preserving his own life was paramount to serving General Orochi more effectively. His loyalty was indeed heartfelt, bringing a tear to the eye. With a light chuckle, Xiao Li made his way to the third floor alongside Luoyi. As they passed by the crowd, Xiao Li cast a significant glance at the long-eared elder. Instantly, the elder felt a jolt within, his heart racing and a tightening sensation coursing through him, prompting him to hastily retreat to the side. Could it be that even in such a state, they still sought to intimidate an old man? Such a mischievous little rascal. Indeed, not so little anymore. The long-eared elder replied with a forced smile, watching Xiao Li and his companion ascend the stairs. The others breathed a sigh of relief. Up close, they had been able to fully sense the terrifying aura emanating from the two, rendering their legs weak. Powerful. Incomparably powerful. The elder had only felt such a daunting strength emanating from the Ming Wang of the Land of Harmony. General Orochi, these two young individuals are far too spirited. I cannot withstand their presence. Oh well. I suppose I shall seek out a couple of young maidens to arrange some flowers and indulge in a bit of youthful spirit to calm my nerves. Lord General, may you find solace in your endeavors. Chapter 292, The Phantom Beast Species. Xiao Li and his companions ascended the stairs with remarkable ease. Whether facing enigmatic ninjas or the proud samurai of Wano, they proved to be utterly invincible. Halt. How dare you trespass into my royal city? Do you not fear being slain by Kaido? With a host of subordinates surrounding him, Orochi the Black Snake chastised Xiao Lu and his group in a fierce tone. Humph. You truly possess no discernment whatsoever. Xiao Lu and Luo Yi exchanged glances, their lips curling into a disdainful smile. Surprised to discover that the general of Wano was such a lecherous man, they paid no heed to Kaido's threats, even finding it somewhat amusing. Of course, they remained professional enough not to laugh aloud. It was truly laughable that the fate of an entire nation rested in the hands of outsiders. Nonetheless, the more the other party acted this way, the more satisfied they became. Once a more formidable ally emerged, such individuals were the easiest to subdue. After all, having a stronger patron would still allow them to wield power and influence. Why not embrace that? Your Excellency, we have come a long way with fervent hearts to seek your collaboration in elevating Wano to greater heights. Regrettably, your subordinates are quite unreasonable, daring to obstruct our intentions. This clearly indicates their reluctance to witness Wano's ascent under your leadership. It is indeed contemptible for them to enjoy your bounty while lacking the will to serve the nation. We are left with no choice but to take it upon ourselves to discipline them on your behalf. Xiao Lu, humble and courteous, slightly inclined his head towards the Great Serpent as a gesture of apology. The Great Serpent, taken aback, quickly became infuriated. He may have been wicked, but he was not foolish. Who did the other party think they were fooling? He had witnessed his own people being slaughtered mercilessly. Discipline? Was it necessary to resort to such brutality? You think me a fool? Those individuals truly deserve their fate. Your efforts are commendable. Before the Great Serpent could finish his retort, an elderly gentleman beside him, clutching a pipa, hastily interrupted. Thank you for your understanding, sir. We have not come solely to discuss cooperation. We have heard that Wano is being plagued by a band of pirates, and we can no longer stand idly by. Once our negotiations are concluded, we can assist the general in eliminating these pirates. Without allowing the other party to respond, Shala directly announced their cooperative intentions, producing a prepared agreement for the Great Serpent's perusal. Upon receiving the document from his subordinate, the Great Serpent trembled with rage after glancing at the first page. The first clause of the Maple and Harmony Alliance Mutual Assistance Treaty absurdly stated that at the invitation of the Great Serpent, Xiao Lu and his allies would assist in dealing with Kaido. Was he risking his life for this? The more he read, the more his frustration grew. The Maple and Harmony Free Trade Agreement, cultural exchange between Maple and Wano, and in-depth engagement with Wano's geishas. These contents were not about cooperation. They were clearly demands for treason. Although he held no love for this nation, he at least had the authority now. Kaido was merely a bodyguard, and their prior agreements ensured that Kaido seldom ventured out of Onigashima. He would only step in during dire circumstances, allowing the Great Serpent to maintain control with minimal expenditure. Compared to Xiao Li's unreasonable demands, Kaido seemed rather charming. This was absolutely unacceptable. Wano was my beloved homeland. At that moment, the Great Serpent transformed into a patriotic sovereign. Roronoa crossed his arms, tilting his head towards Xiao Lu. He had long predicted that the other party would not agree. Once Kaido was dealt with, Wano would be theirs for the taking. He could not fathom why Xiao Lu would pursue such an unreasonable course of action. No one could possibly consent to such demands. It was nothing short of bullying the honest. We too have our struggles. To protect the vast lands of Wano, we have sacrificed much. Impossible. I will never agree to these conditions. This final agreement is one I will categorically refuse to sign. Wano is required to select a certain number of beautiful geishas each year to train and perform in the Maple Country, and they must remain for a year. How is the appropriate amount to be determined by the Maple Country? I cannot tolerate this. This is a line that cannot be crossed. There can be no compromises. Who knows if they might find a reason to encroach upon us inadvertently. It seems you lack sincerity, the elderly gentleman interjected, agitated. The happiness of Wano must be fought for. It appears there is no ground for negotiation. Let us cease our discussions. Without any unnecessary words. Luaya struck directly at the giant serpent and its companions with a powerful punch. To his astonishment, he was unexpectedly repelled, though he could see nothing. It felt as though he had collided with an impenetrable shield. What could it be? Humph, no wonder you dare to remain so composed here. It appears you possess some extraordinary abilities. Upon witnessing the elderly man beside the colossal serpent making a peculiar gesture, Shala curled his lips in a disdainful smile. Ah, so it's merely a barrier, he mused. With renewed determination, Loya lunged forward once more, exclaiming, "Behold as I shatter it." Yet, he was once again sent reeling by an overwhelming force. Ha! No one can breach this old man's barrier. The elder chuckled mockingly. TSK, 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 Luaya. You simply cannot succeed. You, who only knows how to deliver sarcastic remarks. Why not step up yourself? Xiao Lu shrugged indifferently. He comes. Why must we shatter the barrier? He stood casually before the barrier, his right hand pressing against it with a slight force. What was happening? The old man seemed to be struck by an invisible force, instantly spitting blood and flying back. Heavenly Cinder Cicada. The great serpent's face was filled with terror. There was no need to break the barrier. One could simply manifest a hand through the barrier with Lu Ying behind it, even if the barrier remained intact. There were countless ways to eliminate those beyond it. Was tea or float fruit capable of that? I am well aware of this. I merely wished to test my strength. After another failure, Luoye realized that relying solely on hockey would not suffice. He could not master Lu Ying to the same degree as Xiao Lu. Yet the float fruit was within his grasp. Damn it, don't come any closer. The great serpent recognized the formidable opponent before him and swiftly transformed into the eight-headed serpent, an illusory beast type. Xiao Lu and the others were taken aback by the unexpected fortune of this seemingly despicable creature. However, its appearance was hardly Let me witness the might of the illusory beast. Luoye stepped forward, bracing himself for a fierce battle. Chapter 293. Kaido the lofty serpent heads flashed with a fierce glint. Exhaling a foul breath. I shall slay you all. The 9 serpent heads snarled in unison, filling the room with an overwhelming aura of menace. I hope you won't disappoint me. A look of excitement spread across Luoye's face. Come at me. I can withstand it. Luoye's figure resembled that of a tiger unleashed. His accumulated momentum instilling fear. This was his first encounter with an illusory beast, and he felt his blood beginning to boil. What a bastard. Why does he appear so unafraid? The great serpent felt a twinge of uncertainty. He had anticipated that revealing his 8-headed form would instill fear in his opponent. But the look of delight on Luoye's face was perplexing. Enough of this. I must strike first. As a general of a nation. The great serpent was well versed in the art of warfare. The 9 serpent heads darted forth like lightning, lunging at Luoye from all directions. Got you. The great serpent's face lit up with triumph. However, Luoye remained as immovable as a mountain, his brow furrowing as he allowed the serpent heads to gnaw at him. Damn it, I've been deceived. Luoye had not anticipated that the opponent was merely a fade. Though the assault appeared fierce, the force was utterly trivial. Are you done playing? The serpent heads continued to batter against Luoye's body, yet he remained unscathed. He had expected his opponent to entertain him, only to find it was merely a silver-plated spearhead, a fade that left him feeling mocked. You've bared it all, and this is what you show me? Who do you look down upon? I cannot endure this. Luoye seized one of the serpent heads with one hand and unleashed a barrage of blows upon it with the other. Oh, that hurts. Be gentler. No more, please. Spare me. The colossal serpent writhed and coiled, rolling upon the ground and emitting pain moans, blood pooling around it. Its own attacks were utterly ineffectual against the adversary before it. The opponent was a madman, relentlessly grasping one of the serpent's heads while disregarding the assaults from the others, evidently brimming with confidence in his own prowess. You worthless creature, you squandered a beast seed. Roy channeled his energy into a punch. Bathed in serpent blood, he resembled a deity of slaughter. Aya. The serpent let out a wail, reverting to its original form, convulsing on the ground a few times before becoming motionless. Is it truly dead? Roy felt unsatisfied. This creature was even weaker than the warrior he had faced before. A true waste of such a fruit. What a pity we did not bring sea prism stone. There is plenty here, but it is inconvenient. If Sneak were to consume it, he would undoubtedly perform far better. Speaking of which, that insufferable brat remains oblivious to the fact that Maso has resurrected Little Lu. He eagerly anticipates the moment when Sneak and Peter return from their training. That wretched scoundrel, it truly pains me. Huh. The serpent gingerly touched its head, struggling to rise. The sensation of death was utterly terrifying. It had no desire to experience it again. Xiao Lu and Luo Yi were taken aback to discover that the other had managed to survive. It appears that there is indeed some strength within them. Upon encountering the fruit, Xiao Lu was immediately struck by the potential for its exploitation. However, he pondered whether Sneak would meet his demise by consuming this fruit, succumbing to the fatal consequence of the 2 fruits, or if he would die once, only to be revived, or perhaps even resurrected 8 times, ultimately facing death once more. Alas, these thoughts remained mere conjecture, as he could not risk his companion's life for the sake of an experiment. Sneak was out of the question. Yet others might be suitable. Yes, it was essential to form 2 groups to control the variables. Sensing Xiao Li's insidious gaze, the great serpent felt a tremor of fear within. Please spare me, esteemed ones. I am willing to acquiesce to all your conditions, he stammered, forcing a nervous laugh. Noticing the mischievous glint in Xiao Li's eyes, he fell to his knees, fervently bowing his head. He was desperate to avoid death. "General, you exaggerate. It was merely a misunderstanding," he implored. Thereafter, both parties engaged in a cordial and amicable dialogue, with the great serpent moved to tears by the exchange. Suddenly, the heavens darkened, and a series of dragon roars echoed through the clouds. Xiaolu and Roy simultaneously gazed skyward, where dark clouds churned and purple lightning cleaved the heavens. A colossal azure dragon surged forth amidst fiery clouds, its formidable aura palpable, reminiscent of celestial might. "Kaido!" Roy crossed his arms, bracing himself, while Xiaolu let out a whistle, exclaiming, "Impressive!" Behind them, the serpent's eyes rekindled with fervor. Chapter 294. Have you sobered? Kaido the serpent was about to cry out for help when he caught sight of Roy's piercing gaze, causing his heart to quiver in trepidation. He hastily swallowed the words that had almost escaped his lips and shifted his tone. Kaido was utterly infuriating. The two must surely deal with him to alleviate the suffering he inflicted upon the populace. Sensing Roy's murderous intent, and with the two looming before him, the prospect of his demise seemed all too easy. The serpent quelled his true thoughts. These two harbingers of death were not to be trifled with. He would bide his time, waiting for Kaido to handle them, and then revel in their subjugation, forcing them to kneel. Would they then weep and call him father? No, he preferred the idea of them licking the dirt from his trousers. Just recently, he had been preoccupied with some charming companions, leaving his trousers muddied and unkempt. Noticing the serpent lost in thought, wearing a foolish grin, Roy's brow furrowed slightly. "Roy, why not greet our esteemed emperor warmly?" Observing the serpent's demeanor, Xiaolu discerned his intentions without needing to probe further. He understood that not everyone had the privilege to claim the title of emperor in his presence. At that moment, a thunderous voice resonated from the sky, imbued with grandeur yet tinged with inebriation. "Hick, serpent, where are the ones you wish me to slay? Why are two flowers from the capital appearing? Am I seeing things? Perhaps I should sober up." Roy, akin to an arrow released from its bow, vanished from sight, and in an instant, he stood atop Kaido's head. "Kaido, you scoundrel! What are you doing? Must you drink at this very moment? Do you not consider the timing? And calling my name, no less." Upon hearing Kaido's words, the serpent felt a chill of despair. As Roy took the initiative to strike, Kaido remained oblivious, and the serpent's heart tightened in fear. He quickly lowered his head, feigning ignorance, his eyes darting restlessly, harboring a deep-seated hatred for Kaido. He hoped fervently that this individual before him would not be provoked to end his life by such remarks. Little Lu did not have the leisure to ponder the thoughts of the great serpent. His narrowed gaze was fixed upon Kaido. Boom! Roach's heavy fist descended upon Kaido, the tremendous impact cleaving through the clouds and sending ripples that dispersed the floating mist. Kaido felt as though a colossal mountain were pressing down upon him, his head ringing like a bronze bell. Who dares? Before he could finish his thought, Roach unleashed a torrential barrage. His fists fell like rain, battering Kaido and driving him downward from the heavens. Kaido increasingly perceived his surroundings as a blur, the sounds around him fading into silence, as if the world had pressed the pause button. With a thunderous crash, Kaido plummeted, creating a deep crater upon impact. The ground trembled as if a meteorite had struck the earth. Unbelievable. The great serpent had never witnessed Kaido being so thoroughly beaten. He was struck with shock. As if bereaved, Kaido could not afford to falter at this moment. Otherwise, he would truly succumb to the tyranny of Little Lu and his companions. "Come on, Kaido. Defeat them and protect my Wano." The thought of those beautiful courtesans potentially falling victim to malevolence twisted his heart in anguish, leaving him to silently cheer. His happiness depended on Kaido's strength. As if hearing his silent plea, Little Lu inquired, "Does General Serpent believe Kaido can triumph?" "Of course not." The great serpent replied with a sycophantic bow. "How could Kaido possibly contend against the two of you? Then let us borrow the general's auspicious words. With your trust, we shall undoubtedly triumph over Kaido, and in due time, the general shall receive 1/3 of the credit. Let me borrow your auspicious words? Their essay saying I'm unsure whether to voice or not. Never mind, I shall endure for the moment." The great serpent understood the distinction between mere bravado and true confidence. He was not afraid of his adversaries. He simply knew that the victors are the ones who ultimately laugh last. What I just said is irrelevant. My true belief is that Kaido will certainly prevail." The great serpent held firm in his conviction. "Ouch. Who the hell are you, you bastard?" Roach exclaimed. "That felt great earlier, but now it's my turn." Thunderous 8 trigrams. A pitch-black club, entwined with violet lightning, radiated a terrifying murderous aura. In an instant, Kaido re-emerged from the depths of the crater, his human form restored. How swift! Roge marveled at the figure that appeared before him, eyes wide with exhilaration. Kaido stood like a deity of war, exuding an astonishing presence. It had been long since he encountered such a formidable opponent. Every cell in his body seemed to pulse with excitement, though he could not quite discern whether it was more exhilaration or fear. Immovable king. Resonant voice echoed, and Roge found himself retreating, his feet leaving 2 deep grooves in the ground, yet he remained unscathed. Kaido's eyes sparkled with renewed intensity. Though he did not exert his full strength, this strike was not something just anyone could easily withstand. Hey, Kaido, are you sober yet? Law flashed a smile. The true battle has only just begun. Chapter 295. Law versus Kaido. Haha. Who is this brash young lad daring to cause a ruckus here? Shouldn't you still be weaning? Kaido mocked Law. Was that attack merely a tickle? The geishas of Wano are indeed graceful, if you bow to me a few times. I might generously allow you a taste of my power and see you grow taller. Wano is my territory, and without my consent. Anyone who dares to interfere will face utter annihilation. Humph. Growing up has certainly inflated your ego, Law retorted, undaunted. Their brief skirmish had revealed Kaido's formidable strength, truly deserving of the title of one of the 3 emperors. However, if Kaido thought this would instill fear in him, he was gravely mistaken. The title may sound impressive, but one must wonder about the true weight behind it. As soon as the words left his lips, Law lunged forward like a tiger unleashed, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Kaido's face. So reckless, you're just a child. Kaido thought Law had been provoked by his earlier taunts. With a smirk, he dismissed the boy's audacity. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. Swinging his kanabo, Kaido aimed at the approaching Law. Though swift, Law's movements were tracked by Kaido. The dark kanabo glimmered ominously, slicing through the air with tremendous force. Just as the weapon was about to strike, Law's figure vanished once more. Kaido's eyes widened. He had not anticipated such speed. Yet, he remained unperturbed. In an instant, like a spinning top, he pivoted and swung his kanabo backward. Bang! The kanabo met no empty air this time, producing a thunderous sound as debris scattered. A massive stone pillar now stood between Law and Kaido. Kaido's response was swift and fierce. However, Law was no ordinary opponent. He had already reacted the moment he sensed Kaido's attack. Not bad for a quick reaction, Kaido remarked. But Law ignored him, launching his own offensive. Countless stone spikes erupted from the ground, aimed at Kaido, intent on piercing him through. Yet, to Kaido, these attempts were incapable of inflicting any harm. As anticipated, the sharp spikes, though impressive in appearance, could not breach Kaido's formidable body, leaving not a single drop of blood. Feeling hopeless. Are we? Your physique is truly monstrous. Law's tone was ambiguous, betraying neither admiration nor resentment. The battle was far from over. Was he perhaps celebrating a little too early? As words were exchanged, the ground surged once more, and countless colossal hands, resembling the claws of demons emerging from the depths of hell, ensnared Kaido's body, binding him tightly. No matter how vigorously Kaido wielded his kanabo, they appeared to be endless, shattering and regenerating ceaselessly, forming a pyramid that firmly sealed him, leaving only his head exposed. In the blink of an eye, Kaido found himself immobilized. Simultaneously, Law's figure vanished once again. You can't be harmed, can you? Law's ghostly presence materialized above Kaido. How about this? His fist, enveloped in haki, struck down towards Kaido's head. Do you think this can injure me? As Kaido spoke, he began to exert his strength. An overwhelming aura erupting forth, casting a dark pall over the sky, with dense clouds gathering as if in response to his might. The pyramid sealing him began to tremble violently, as though it would collapse at any moment. Suddenly, Kaido sensed an unsettling presence. This was not mere haki. As the fist descended, Kaido's eyes widened in shock. Flowing Sakura. An exceptionally potent flowing Sakura. Damn it. Kaido began to struggle fiercely, the pyramid shaking even more. The entire ground quaking as he endeavored to break free. The once insignificant rubble now seemed to mock his helplessness. It appeared on the verge of collapse. Yet he could not escape. A tremendous force surged into Kaido's head, penetrating deep within his being. He felt as if his skull might explode. And blood began to seep from the corners of his mouth. I was careless. Seizing the opportunity, Law unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Kaido's howls resonating throughout the flower capital. Within the royal city, Orochi trembled at Kaido's cries, his expression one of bitterness. He had once believed Kaido to be his savior, only to find he had come to deliver his own head. Do not revel too much. With a thunderous roar, the pile of stones erupted. And Kaido leapt from the pyramid that had confined him. I am finally free. A cruel smile crept across Kaido's face. You little brat, you have truly enraged me. Having been treated like a punching bag moments before, a pent-up rage simmered within him. It hurt so. It had been a long time since he had experienced such a sensation. Thunderbagwa. Kaido's figure flickered, leaving only an afterimage. In a fleeting moment, a streak of purple lightning tore through the void, vanishing in an instant. Law sensed the impending danger, raising his arms to shield his chest. Boom. With no time to react, Law felt the surroundings rush forward, followed by the collapse of several buildings, the momentum unrelenting, crashing heavily upon a mass of rocks. The sound of crumbling debris filled the air. Just as Law stood up, Kaido was already in pursuit. He understood well the principle of pressing the attack. Do you truly think I am made of clay? Ignoring the blood staining his lips, Luoye swept his right hand, and a ferocious stone lion roared as it lunged towards Kaido. The powers of the float fruit were in Luoye's adept control. Seizing the opportunity, he thwarted Kaido's onslaught. And at Luoye's behest, a multitude of stone lions encircled Kaido. Although they could not breach his defenses, Kaido was nonetheless incensed. He never expected that the power of the golden lion would fall into the hands of this mere boy. Unbeknownst to him, Luoye and his companions had discovered a method to usurp the abilities of devil fruits, and he mistakenly believed Luoye was merely another fortunate soul. His connection with the golden lion ran deep. Had he known that Luoye and his kin could indeed seize the powers of devil fruits, one could only imagine his reaction. In these vast seas, it is Haki that reigns supreme. As if to affirm his declaration, an overwhelming conqueror's Haki erupted, dark lightning rumbled, and fierce winds howled, presenting a scene reminiscent of an apocalypse. The throng of stone lions was obliterated by his might, a powerful force that struck onto the hearts of men, resembling a demon lord of the mortal realm. However, this did not intimidate Luoye. He had witnessed Haki far more potent than this. How delightful, Luoye grinned, speaking in a deep tone. Rise for me. With a sweeping motion of his hands, the ground transformed into a vortex, ensnaring Kaido tightly. As surging stone waves enveloped him in a spherical cocoon, leaving only his head exposed. In an instant, the stone sphere shot upward into the sky. And even more stone spheres coalesced, resembling meteors as they ascended. This technique was inspired by the moon he had observed above. A spark of creativity that had blossomed within him. In some unfathomable way, this move seemed to bear a remarkably formidable, though Luoye could not be bothered to contemplate it. Is it over? Orochi uttered in disbelief. His Wano country, his beloved flower maiden, gone. Chapter 296, Luoye vs. Kaido, 2. Gazing at Kaido disappearing into the heavens, Orochi fell silent for an extended moment. He was at a loss as to how to process this event. Yet according to the agreement, he seemingly had a more formidable ally. Joy? However, the individual before him was no ordinary bodyguard. He was to become his father. General Orochi appeared to be filled with regret. Not at all, Luoye replied unhurriedly. On the contrary, I would wholeheartedly wish for both of you to vanquish Kaido. How could there be any regret? Misunderstanding. Upon hearing Luoye's words, Orochi grew agitated and waved his hand, bewildered by the baseless slander against his character. Suddenly, a piercing shriek resounded from the skies, a powerful sense of oppression rendering one breathless. As if some dreadful entity were poised to descend. Could it be? Orochi unexpectedly leaped onto the railing, craning his neck in anticipation, his eyes. He knew Kaido would not perish so easily. A miracle was about to unfold. His Wano country could still be salvaged. A small dot, accompanied by the howling wind, gradually magnified, trailing a long tail of flames, akin to a meteor plummeting. What was happening? Hadn't he managed to escape yet? Kaido remains ensnared within the stone sphere, seemingly destined to be hurled down from the heights by Luffy. With a headfirst plunge to the ground, survival appears utterly hopeless. The flickering flame of hope was extinguished in an instant. Orochi feels the weight of his miserable existence. Today, he experiences a roller coaster of emotions, ascending to great heights only to plummet into despair. Such peaks of exhilaration come swiftly, yet vanish just as rapidly. Alas, if fate he longs to utter, to hell with it. I shall cease to struggle, come what may. A deafening roar reverberates as the earth quakes violently. A gaping chasm materializing before him, clouds of dust billowing forth, and debris soaring through the air. Countless structures are obliterated, reduced to mere ruins. Many, rendered unconscious by the shock, remain forever asleep. Those fortunate enough to survive are engulfed in sorrow, their wails of despair resonating throughout the flower capital. What a terrifying force this is. Amidst the wreckage, Tanjiro struggles to rise, surveying the devastation around him, cold sweat trickling down as his eyes widen in horror. His expression one of bitter dismay. Kaido has already plunged him into despair, and now two more monsters emerge. Ueno truly suffers from relentless calamity. He questions the significance of his presence beside Orochi. Not only he, but many others sense the terrifying events unfolding in the flower capital, yet none dare to investigate further. The falling meteorite is a sight witnessed by all. Ahaha, my head truly aches. The impudent brat has thoroughly exhilarated me. Kaido shakes his head, clawing his way out of the abyss once more, akin to a demon escaping the depths, his aura growing denser and more formidable. The oppressive power resembles the infernal flames of hell, threatening to ignite the void itself. For any other being, a fall from several thousand meters would spell certain death. Yet for Kaido, it is merely a minor headache. No one can kill him. Luffy, too, is astonished by the extreme resilience of Kaido's physique. In terms of raw physical strength, Kaido undoubtedly reigns supreme in the world. Orochi, clinging to the railing, feels a glimmer of something called hope beckoning him. He remains unscathed? Who could possibly slay Kaido? The flicker of hope ignites anew in his eyes, and Orochi feels invigorated. Little does he know, fate is a mischievous trickster. Shedding layers of clothing, he discovers yet another garment beneath, only to find that she has grown something extra, coyly asking, surprised? Meanwhile, Luffy has also ignited. With a powerful thrust, the skies resonate with a deafening roar, the intense pressure descending once more. Kaido suddenly looks up, his face a mask of bewilderment. The others follow suit, gazing skyward. A meteorite, trailing flames, plummets from the heavens, its overwhelming force akin to a tidal wave. Such is the majesty of celestial might. What is a surprise, you ask? This is what true surprise looks like. Do not underestimate me, you impudent child. Kaido bellowed, his visage grotesque. After all, he was one of the three emperors. What could a mere meteor do to him? Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Kaido lifted his club and charged towards the descending meteor, as if playing baseball. At first glance, he appeared to be a solitary hero confronting the celestial threat, aiming to rescue the ravaged land beneath him. The obsidian-hued club brimmed with a disquieting power, emanating an overwhelming aura. The dignity of the three emperors must not be tarnished. With a thunderous roar, the meteor could not withstand Kaido's formidable might, shattering instantaneously into a dazzling display of fireworks. The scattered fragments flew in all directions, inflicting severe damage upon Ueno, which was already in ruins. The once thriving flower capital was further shrouded in despair. The bustling city fell into a deep silence, as the fortunate survivors wished for additional limbs to hasten their escape from this perilous place. Ha ha ha, bring it on. Kaido laughed, his long-lost fervor surging within him, a feeling he had not experienced in ages. However, the laughter soon ceased abruptly as the crowd's gaze shifted back to the sky. It was coming, just as you wished. 1, 2, 5 meteors in total. They aligned in a line, hurtling straight towards Kaido. Even the battle-hardened Kaido felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. He was fierce, but not foolish. Perhaps it was time to withdraw? He was not afraid. He simply deemed it unnecessary. What kind of fool would dare to meet a meteor head-on? Hey, Kaido, you're not frightened, are you? Aren't you one of the three emperors? Would you really fear mere meteors? Law mocked, sensing Kaido's inclination to retreat. He particularly emphasized the term little pirate with a sneer. Who are you calling a little pirate? Kaido retorted, his fierce demeanor unyielding. No. Whoever runs away is the one. Law dismissed Kaido's menacing visage, elongating his words while inspecting his nails, shrugging nonchalantly. Humph. Do you think I would fall for your trick? Looking at the meteor's trailing flame, Kaido scoffed. I'm not falling for your ploy. I merely wish to prove my undeniable status as one of the three emperors. He was certainly not foolish. He was merely showcasing his audacity. Are you serious, Kaido? You fool. Orochi exclaimed, his eyes wide in shock, beads of sweat trickling down his face as he gripped the railing tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. He fervently prayed that Kaido was jesting, yet the unwavering figure before him remained steadfast. His heart sank as the meteors descended. Fine then. I'm tired. Let it be destruction. Chapter 297. Roy vs. Kaido, 3. Damn it, huh? I am trembling with excitement. Kaido roared with unabashed laughter, his eyes glinting with a fierce light. He thrust his spiked club into the ground, causing the earth to shudder violently and collapse into a deep pit several dozen meters in diameter, surrounded by fissures that looked as if they would shatter at the slightest touch. The mere release of his overwhelming aura was enough to instill terror in the hearts of onlookers. It was evident that those who had carved out a name for themselves were far from ordinary. It seemed he had yet to reveal his true strength, which was indeed exhilarating to anticipate. Roy chuckled. General Orochi, what are your thoughts on the impending battle? General Orochi? Orochi stared blankly for a moment, before finally responding, Oh, I lack such prowess. I cannot predict the forthcoming situation. Indeed, replied Shoal, noncommittally. To expect such an unpredictable novice to forecast the forthcoming events was indeed a tall order. He merely posed the question, though Orochi's expression, devoid of the earlier glimmer, surprised him. In the heart of the battlefield, Kaido's thunderous shout once again drew their attention. Mundane Dragon, unleash your might. Kaido's club appeared to swell in size as dark lightning crackled around him, tearing through the heavens. His unparalleled Conqueror's haki stirred the winds, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure that felt akin to standing on the edge of an abyss, suffocating as if the very air had ceased to flow. Not only Roy, but Shoal's eyes also glimmered with a cold, fierce light. In the next instant, Kaido swung his colossal club skyward, unleashing a torrent of accumulated power that surged forth like a flood, shaking the very earth until it could bear the weight no longer. The powerful shockwave surged like an unstoppable rainbow, reverberating through the void and transforming the space before them into a vacuum. Boom! The earth-shattering roar sounded like a crashing thunder, resonating throughout the entirety of Wano country. The grandeur of it all instilled a sense of dread in those who were unaware of the unfolding events. Like a candy-coated hawthorn, the shockwave shattered 5 meteorites, the explosive force sweeping through the area like a tidal wave. Countless shards of stone scattered in all directions like celestial flowers falling from the heavens. This spectacle was truly astonishing. Kaido's might struck yet another blow to Orochi's fragile psyche. No, I cannot be deceived. Let the bullets fly a little longer. This time, Orochi had learned to be wise. Sometimes, harboring no expectations could yield unexpected rewards. Regardless of whether Kaido would emerge victorious, he would first express his doubts. Little brat, did you see that? You are no match for me. If you were to submit, I might consider making you my grand poster boy. Far away on Onigashima, Jean couldn't help but sneeze. How strange, why would I sneeze out of nowhere? He shrugged it off, deciding to check on the newcomers instead. Nonsense. You think you can make Roy submit with such triviality? That is nothing but a daydream. While I may not have faced countless battles, I have at least weathered great storms. Roy, considering himself the man known as the Iron Pagoda, mused that surrendering to sheer force would render his existence meaningless. He had long anticipated the outcome of this battle, predicting a mutual demise, with no possibility of escape. As for who would play the role of the fish, he believed the answer would soon reveal itself. With a swift thought, Roy moved like a leopard, rapidly closing in on Kaido, launching a powerful punch aimed at his face. Noting Kaido's lack of appreciation, he chose to remain silent. The opportunity had been presented, and whether it would be seized depended on the opponent's wit. Dodging Roy's direct blow, Kaido pivoted and swung his club towards Roy's back. After realizing the initial probing strike had yielded no results, Roy deftly pushed off with his toes, his seemingly robust body becoming as light as a swallow, performing an aerial flip that allowed him to evade the club. In the next moment, leveraging his momentum, Roy aimed a kick at Kaido's right arm. The sheer force compelled Kaido's shoulder to dip, his club crashing into the ground with a thunderous sound. Kaido retaliated, channeling his strength through his hands, and surprisingly, used the club as a pivot to launch a kick that sent Roy flying. Who says a rough man cannot exhibit finesse? Taken by surprise, Roy felt as though he had been struck by a rampaging bull. Fortunately, his physique was sturdy enough to withstand the impact without fracturing any bones. Rising from the rubble, he looked up just as Kaido, like a mountain descending upon him, swung his club once more. Seizing the advantage without mercy, Roy clasped his hands together. Radiating an aura of solemnity akin to a Buddha, yet his face bore a fierce intent devoid of compassion. With a raised hand, an immense palm strike propelled Kaido backward, the overwhelming force causing his blood to surge, with crimson spilling from the corner of his mouth. As Kaido crashed to the ground, he barely had time to react before a colossal palm imprint descended from above, pressing him down as if to cast him into the depths of hell. The violent tremors shook the ground, collapsing it into ruins, while invisible shockwaves spread outward, sweeping away everything in their path like autumn leaves caught in a gale. Never before had Kaido been forced to the ground in such a humiliating manner. He felt a profound disgrace. Rising with a grunt, he waved his hands, dispersing the oppressive weight of Roy's power with his formidable aura. What a troublesome little imp you are. What were you saying? The King of Light. Huh, I am the true King of Wano. Kaido bellowed, his eyes glinting like a ravenous demon fixated on Roy hovering above. You are merely an arrogant child. Can you even fly? With that, Kaido transformed into a colossal dragon, soaring into the sky with decisive, unhesitating movements. In the blink of an eye, fiery flames erupted from his mouth, and the crimson pillar of fire resembled a sword, rending the sky asunder, engulfing it in flames. In an instant, the heavens were bathed in a brilliant red glow. The inferno surged forth, aimed directly at Roy. With a surge of confidence, he wielded his blade with lethal intent. In a whirlwind of motion, Roy transformed into a blade of the tempest, a terrifying aura of death permeating the atmosphere. In a heartbeat, a lengthy azure blade of light coalesced, its chilling murderous intent seemingly capable of freezing the very void. Roy embodied the most fearsome weapon of destruction in existence. The azure blade cleaved downward, splitting the blazing pillar in two, and then, with unyielding momentum, it aimed for Kaido's head. Kaido's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the descending blade, an expression of dread crossing his features. In an instant, an indescribable pain surged through him, forcing anguished cries from his lips. His dragon form writhed amidst the storm of flames, blood gushing from his mouth, and a deep, ghastly wound marred his head, exposing bone. Hey! The great serpent's skin twitched uncontrollably, an inexplicable madness overtaking him as a foolish grin spread across his face. Tears of laughter brimming at the corners of his eyes. Alas, General Serpent, do not rejoice too soon. Roy has yet to claim victory, and we must not lower our guard. Shala patted the great serpent's shoulder, urging him to maintain composure. Kaido had not yet been defeated, and their efforts must intensify. To his surprise, the great serpent shrugged off Shao Li's hand, trembling as he pointed at him. Be reasonable. Must one kill and then torment the heart? While he may be a tad lustful, a bit selfish, and somewhat fickle, he is but a small serpent, unable to rival these fearsome beings before us. Were Shala to comprehend the great serpent's thoughts, he would undoubtedly feel aggrieved. Meanwhile, though Kaido had suffered a wound and felt an immense burden, he charged forward once more. Such individuals, who dared to confront their suffering, are often deemed warriors. Chapter 298, Roy vs. Kaido 4, that last move truly hurt. You little brat. What you did to me cannot simply be forgotten, Kaido thundered, his voice echoing with fury. Come now, unleash all your strength. Show me what you are capable of. With a roar, Kaido's form shifted again, transforming into his hybrid beast state. He understood that remaining in his dragon form would render him a mere target. The sky darkened, and a somber wail echoed through the air. The chilling winds howled, producing mournful cries. I acknowledge your prowess. It has been a long time since anyone has compelled me to this extent. Even if I were to exert only 70 or 80% of my strength, you would have ample reason to take pride. A toad yawns, boasting grandly. Roy scoffed, a smirk gracing his lips. Believe me, there will be no shortage of those capable of defeating you. Without further ado, Roy advanced once more. As swift as flowing light and as delicate as a swallow, the Shura Path's tiger cannon unleashed a punch with the ferocity of a raging tiger, aimed directly at Kaido's heart. A wisp of burnt smoke rose, yet Kaido remained utterly unperturbed, a sinister grin adorning his face as he scoffed. Is that all? In retaliation, he swung a colossal mace, its might and weight crashing upon Royi. Fortunately, Royi reacted with remarkable speed, raising his arm to block the blow. His skull would have surely suffered grievous damage. Nonetheless, the sheer force reverberated through his bones, nearly shattering them, sending him careening into the rubble. In terms of strength and physical resilience, Kaido truly epitomized the strongest. No worries, come again. If you relish strength, I shall reveal to you what unyielding power truly is. Royi, undeterred despite the previous strike almost causing him to cough up blood, maintained a steadfast confidence in his own capabilities. Great Luo Tian, diamond strength. He bellowed. His aura surging dramatically, his visage transformed into a visage of unprecedented ferocity. The earth trembled, fissures sprawling in all directions. The structures of the flower capital crumbled with a thunderous roar, while waves of stone surged from the ground. In an instant, a towering, immovable statue rose from the earth, resembling a divine being descending upon the realm. What on earth is that? Gasped a ragged beggar named Gioli, collapsing to the ground in awe of the colossal figure. Simultaneously, the populace across the land witnessed this breathtaking spectacle, their hearts swelling with despair. Many were oblivious to the turmoil unfolding in the flower capital, their hearts clenching with abject terror. Those privy to the information felt an even deeper despondency, weeping uncontrollably. Even those with scant knowledge sensed the terrifying upheaval occurring in the flower capital. Is Wano doomed? Mother, I am frightened. Who will save us? Humph. This Royi fellow must be prepared for me, mused Xiaolu, stroking his smooth chin, his eyes wide with astonishment. Kaido, too, widened his eyes, his body tensing. His own physique was already immense, and although he had heard of the name Ors, he had never encountered such a towering form. The statue, hundreds of meters high, loomed over them. Regardless of individual strength, the instinctual fear evoked by such a colossal entity was undeniable. Understanding that those of formidable character seldom spoke much. Under Royi's command, A shadow eclipsing the sun descended upon Kaido in the form of a colossal handprint. Infuriated, Kaido had never endured such indignity. Despite his efforts to withstand, the overwhelming force was beyond his capacity to counter. With a thunderous roar, the ground seemed to leap. Yet the tremendous wind pressure swept away the surrounding debris as if it were mere chaff, leaving behind an indelible impression of divine might. Gulps echoed as the great serpent sat bewildered in an open space, instinctively swallowing hard. His garments were nearly tattered, and had it not been for Xiao Li's timely protection, he feared he would have been whisked away to an unknown fate. To survive and still retain a pair of undergarments is indeed a stroke of fortune amid. As for his royal city, it has been reduced to ruins in the recent tempest, blown far beyond recognition. Little Lu, do you perceive? This is my power. The power of divinity, Roy proclaimed, commanding the colossal stone statue with fervor. His resounding voice echoed across the expanse, reminiscent of an ancient deity's. Your maneuver has truly astonished me. However, stone is but stone, and in the eyes of a master, remains pathetically fragile. As if to validate Little Li's assertion, a fearsome roar erupted from the chasm formed by the palm imprint. Kaido once again transformed into the Azure Dragon, soaring from the abyss into the heavens. Merely a heap of shattered rocks. Cursed winds. A tempest encircled Kaido, unleashing countless blades of wind from his maw. These azure blades, swift as lightning, possessed the power to cleave gold and jade. Yet, despite the barrage of wind blades, the giant stone statue merely exhibited a series of which vanished in the blink of an eye. What of mythical beasts? The fruits of power must be cultivated by the individual, relying on intellect. Roy scoffed, then clasped his hands and bellowed, 8-armed dragon descent. Suddenly, 6 additional arms sprouted from the back of the adamantine warrior, all reaching toward Kaido. Heat breath. Heat breath. Cursed winds. Regardless of Kaido's fiery onslaught, the adamantine warrior's arms regenerated, unyielding in their pursuit. How infuriatingly tenacious. Sensing his attacks were futile, and with the warrior's hands advancing upon him, Kaido grew anxious. He hastily summoned his flame cloud to escape. Yet the warrior's speed surpassed his expectations. The warrior's hands descended like a net, ensnaring him like a slippery eel, rendering his aerial maneuvers ineffective, culminating in his capture. The 8 arms seized Kaido, stretching, slamming, folding, and pulling him in a relentless sequence, leaving him disoriented, his body racked with sharp pangs of agony. Though his physique was immensely robust, the adamantine warrior's strength seemed to exceed his capacity to endure. He resembled a mere plaything, utterly devoid of the ability to resist. Go. Suddenly, the adamantine warrior hurled Kaido aloft, and then swiftly clapped his palms together, akin to swatting a fly. Dragon descent 8 palms. The palms parted. And before Kaido could catch his breath, another pair of colossal hands converged once more. Endlessly repeating, Kaido felt as though every cell in his body was lamenting. Each bone shattered from the relentless tremors. Coughing violently, he curled up within the grasp of the diamond giant, his body drenched in blood, perhaps weary from the exertion. Under Law's command, the diamond giant unceremoniously tossed Kaido to the ground. The impact was resounding. Typically, a fall from hundreds of meters would leave him unscathed. Yet this singular blow rendered him nearly incapacitated. Pray tell, what manner of emperor do you claim to be? Law inquired, as the diamond giant lowered its head to regard the incapacitated Kaido with a tone that dripped with disdain. Chapter 299, God, you have yet to earn that title. Pray tell, what manner of emperor do you claim to be? Law's gaze scrutinized the battered Kaido, his tone laced with mockery. Though the adversary bore the title of the 3 emperors, Law regarded him merely as a stumbling block on their path. Just trifling emperors. Their ambitions were set upon the world itself. Pirates and the world government would ultimately fade into insignificance, a conviction firmly rooted in Law's heart. To survive or to perish. The diamond giant observed the crumpled form of Kaido on the ground and spoke in a low rumble. Regardless, the opponent's prowess remained formidable. Should they manage to harness it, Law and his allies would undoubtedly amplify their strength. Coughing and laughing in mere moments, Kaido reverted to his hybrid form. The extraordinary vitality of his Zoan-type powers starkly evident. He struggled to his feet, his visage aflame with madness. The initial flicker of fear within him was swiftly supplanted by exhilaration and fervor. Only a worthy adversary could reignite his passion for battle. Since the demise of Kazuki Oden, none had managed to etch scars upon him, and he had gradually forgotten the sensation of pain. Though he frequently wreaked havoc at sea, none of the foes he encountered sparked even a modicum of interest. None could even wound him, let alone compel him to surrender, as was the case now. I never anticipated you could wield the powers of the float fruit to such formidable effect. You have truly opened my eyes. I had never witnessed that scoundrel. The golden lion achieved such prowess. However, do you truly believe you have bested me? Do not be so deluded. Ha ha ha. You think you can slay me? Little one, you have much to learn, Kaido proclaimed, his demeanor haughty, defiantly challenging. What a pity, the wise recognize their circumstances. Since you refuse to yield, I must bid you farewell. Law remarked, shaking his head in mock sorrow as if lamenting Kaido's missed opportunity to alter his fate. With those words, the diamond giant's colossal fist surged toward Kaido once more. It would not be so simple. Kaido erupted once more with an overwhelming and terrifying pressure, causing the surrounding air to feel as if it had solidified. Although standing on an open expanse, one felt ensnared in a dark, oppressive chamber, suffocated by the weight of concrete. The very fabric of space trembled violently as black thunder danced chaotically, and the nearly viscous conqueror's haki surged forth like spilled ink in all directions. The ground sank, rocks shattered, and the very heavens echoed, as if nature itself were responding to Kaido's might, bolstering his formidable presence. His bloodshot eyes glared menacingly, his visage twisted into a ghastly sneer, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit clawing its way from the depths of hell. With a wide grin, he bellowed, "Great might, thunderous Bagua," as he swung his arms. The haki of the 8 precepts coalesced, entwined with the ominous black lightning, colliding with the colossal fist descending upon him. Boom! The seemingly indestructible diamond giant began to shatter under Kaido's assault, its titanic fist disintegrating into a cascade of rubble. The entire arm of the diamond giant erupted violently, and the explosive force spread like a virus, causing the giant's very body to burst apart. Mere moments ago, this hundreds of meters tall deity stood resolute. Now, it had been reduced to a shower of debris, crashing down in ruin. This spectacle left all in awe, transforming the despair of the citizens who had lamented the impending doom of Wano into a flicker of hope. Their spirits lifted in joyous exhilaration. Though they remained oblivious to the events transpiring in the flower capital, the sight of such a towering giant instilled both fear and awe. As more news trickled in, some were rendered inconsolable. Let them fight. Let it be a mutual destruction. May Kaido and those wretches perish. They cried. Oh God, who will save Wano? The blame fell squarely on the foolish Odin, whose actions had led to this dire state. Despite their hearts burning with rage, the citizens only dared to mutter curses under their breath. In a shadowed corner, the bandaged figure of Denjiro observed the disheartened populace, silent and contemplative. Is Wano truly beyond salvation? On a distant hill, a man clad in a kimono, his pink, tousled hair framing an anguished face, radiated fury intertwined with profound helplessness. Meanwhile, at the heart of the battlefield, Luffy and Kaido clashed fiercely. The two titans exchanged blows, each strike a testament to their resolve, where life and death danced precariously. Boom! The haki of the 8 precepts met Luffy's fist once more, their formidable energies clashing in a stalemate. Kaido bore several new wounds, yet they were not grievous enough to incapacitate him, and he began to recover gradually. Roy was similarly clad in tattered garments, with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. This damned adversary, he thought to himself, proving far more tenacious than anticipated. He had not foreseen the formidable strength of the opponent's strike, which had utterly shattered his indomitable defenses, leaving him to suffer the brunt of that overwhelming conqueror's haki. Although he had managed to inflict some damage in return with his flowing cherry blossom technique, it was far from sufficient to claim victory. It seemed that his flowing cherry blossom was still lacking in power, falling short of the unity of body and mind, where blade energy manifests like a gale, as Little Lu had described. Through this battle, Roy realized that his haki was still woefully inadequate and that he must continue to hone his skills. At the very least, the next time he encountered a foe like Kaido, he needed to make them howl in agony with his own fists. What's wrong? You seem to have lost the strength of your haki, Kaido taunted with a grin. It appears that this god is not nearly as formidable as you claim. You are not. In the next instant, seizing the moment of Roy's distraction, Kaido flickered out of sight, deftly evading Roy's punch and maneuvering to his rear. Panic surged through Roy as he lost sight of Kaido, a chill racing down his spine. Diamond Arrow. Roy's gate. A powerful shockwave erupted forth, reminiscent of a white rainbow piercing the sun, hurtling directly towards Roy. In a split second of clarity, Roy did not turn back. Instead, he slammed his hands onto the ground, summoning a massive and sturdy stone gate that rose abruptly to block the ferocious shockwave. However, against Kaido's charged attack, the hastily conjured stone gate proved as fragile as paper. Roy's reflexes were undeniably quick. Although the gate could not withstand Kaido's onslaught, it bought him a precious moment. Even so, despite enveloping himself in haki, Roy was still propelled backward by the powerful wave that shattered the stone gate. The sound of his bones creaking echoing in the air. With a resounding crash, dust billowed forth, and spiderweb-like cracks spread across the ground as Roy struggled to rise from the rubble, blood spilling from his mouth. "It hurts like hell," Roy muttered as he wiped the blood from his lips, glaring fiercely at Kaido. "I was momentarily distracted, nearly falling to you." As Roy prepared to gather his energy for the next move, Little Lu appeared like a specter before him. "Roy, wait," Little Lu interrupted, halting Roy's advance. "You must realize that your flowing cherry blossom requires further refinement. While he cannot defeat you, you too cannot overcome him. Continuing this way will only squander our time. Do not forget our purpose." Originally inclined to resist, Roy calmed upon hearing these words. With a metallic clang, the clear sound of a sword being drawn resonated through the air as the sovereign's blade emerged, Little Lu pointing it at Kaido with a solemn expression. "I will grant you one final opportunity. Surrender or perish." Chapter 300, Little Lu versus Kaido. Shall it be your turn now? Your bravado is quite grand. Yet I wonder if your strength truly matches your audacity. Do not be like that little brat from earlier, merely spewing empty boasts. Kaido's gaze sharpened, his kanabo swinging with a sharp whoosh, a perilous grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Despite his derisive tone and disdainful demeanor, only Kaido himself understood the tension that gripped him the moment Little Lu stepped forward. From this individual, he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger. Every cell in his body ringing alarm bells. A formidable adversary, an unprecedented foe. "Answer my query. Will you submit, or shall you perish?" Shala spoke each word with deliberate precision, his aura steadily intensifying, a chilling intent to kill enveloping the entire battlefield like a shroud of mist. "You audacious little imp," he declared, "when I shatter your bones one by one, I trust you will not beg for mercy with tears in your eyes." Little Lu cherished words as if they were gold, seemingly viewing Kaido as a foe easily vanquished. This demeanor incited Kaido's fury, causing his countenance growing increasingly grotesque. With a resounding crash, the gravel beneath him was reduced to dust as he suddenly appeared before Little Lu, swinging the 8-dragon brocade towards his head. The clash of the royal sword and the 8-dragon brocade rang out with a clear, vibrant sound. The overwhelming force pressed Little Lu downwards, fissures cracking the ground beneath him, while surrounding stones were sent flying by the sheer strength of the impact. "Huh, little brat. Are you faltering? Can you withstand this?" Kaido taunted, attempting to unnerve Little Lu. With a mighty roar, Little Lu exerted force, abruptly releasing his grip, causing the royal sword to spin and deflect the 8-dragon brocade, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that enveloped Kaido in an instant. In the next moment, Little Lu executed a horizontal slash, compelling Kaido to retreat once more. Cursed be it. The ferocious sword energy forced Kaido to slide back. Before he could finish his retort, he realized Little Lu had vanished from his sight. Trying to sneak attack? No chance. With eyes wide in anger, Kaido's gaze flashed with a crimson light as he gripped the 8-dragon brocade and swept it backward. Clang. Impressive. Little Lu chuckled lightly, admiring Kaido's swift reaction. As he twisted midair, the royal sword grazed the 8-dragon brocade, propelling him upward. In the next instant, Little Lu spun with his sword, resembling a colossal windmill. Kaido, sensing danger, swiftly attempted to block. A sword aura, stretching dozens of meters, cleaved through the sky, descending with an awe-inspiring force as if imbued with unimaginable power. Kaido's face paled in shock, hastily channeling his haki to brace himself. He had not anticipated the profound swordsmanship of his adversary. Among all the swordsmen he had previously encountered, none had exuded such terrifying sword energy. Even Kazuki Oden, who had left scars upon him, paled in comparison to this individual. With a thunderous crash, Kaido sank deeper, a gaping chasm stretching behind him, emanating a chilling malevolence that sent shivers down one's spine. "Damn it, you little brat." Veins bulged on Kaido's forehead as blood spewed from his mouth, a relentless, agonizing pain coursing through him, as if countless sharp blades were carving into his flesh. Humph. With a chilling sneer, Shallow once again somersaulted to position himself behind Kaido. He then lowered his head as a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air above him, followed by a tremendous explosion resonating from behind. Boom. Shallow remained unfazed. Kaido truly exemplified strength. Even when faced with adversity, he could swiftly retaliate. Just as Shallow leveraged his momentum to flip behind Kaido, the latter sensed the impending danger and pivoted to launch a counterattack. Almost instantaneously, as Shallow positioned himself behind, Kaido's assault followed in rapid succession. Yet, it was as if Shallow had anticipated Kaido's strike. Upon landing, he instinctively lowered his head. The scenario that was nearly impossible for the majority to evade seemed effortless for Xiao Lu, as he navigated the situation with grace and ease. Akin to a finely tuned instrument, executing each movement with flawless precision. Kaido, swinging wildly, wore a grim expression, his inner alarm bells ringing. Having evaded Kaido's blow, Xiao Lu darted forward once more, delivering a horizontal slash. The scars on Kaido's waist split open anew, blood gushing forth. Gasping for breath, Kaido's forehead glistened with cold sweat, and he suppressed the metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. He sensed his strength gradually waning as the desolate and oppressive sword intent seeped into his wounds, eroding his vitality. The earlier skirmish with Roger had drained considerable stamina and haki, and now, after only a few exchanges with Xiao Lu, he felt significantly strong. His observation haki was also not as effective as usual, failing to provide the fluidity he desired, and his foresight was sporadic at best. Meanwhile, the relentless onslaught from his opponent surged like a tidal wave, leaving him struggling to defend himself while his haki rapidly depleted. He realized that if things continued this way, he might truly meet his end today. Kaido's eyes darted anxiously, despite frequently boasting of his physical prowess and doubting anyone could vanquish him. He was not foolish enough to seek death. Memories of Roger and Whitebeard haunted him, but he had never been reckless enough to gamble his life against them. Whenever he faced life and death situations, he understood the importance of strategic retreat, planning to return stronger when the time was right. It was this very spirit of resilience that had propelled his power to new heights through countless confrontations with formidable foes. Today, he stood once again at a crossroads of destiny. I am Kaido. I am Kaido of the Beast Pirates. I am one of the three emperors. In an instant, Kaido's resolve solidified. He bellowed defiantly, as if to assert his identity. With a sweeping motion of his arms, an explosive aura shattered the surrounding rocks. A torrent of indomitable ambition surged within him, and the fierce winds whipped at Xiao Li's garments. This was Kaido's unyielding will, roaring in fury. Do you think this will alter the outcome of death? A fool's delusion. Xiao Li's slender fingers glided slowly over the royal sword as a tempest swirled around him. The chilling essence of the sword entwining his form, the sword's aura soaring into the heavens. Dark lightning struck like chains, sealing the entire space, while the tumultuous sea of clouds resembled a celestial river, poised to cascade from the skies at any moment. Kaido, enduring the agony coursing through his body, his presence akin to that of a fierce beast, enveloping the entirety of the atmosphere. In the next instant, he transformed once more into a magnificent azure dragon. As billowing clouds of flame and layers of purple thunder surged forth, Little Lu felt the fervent fighting spirit emanating from Kaido, his face alight with excitement. An inexplicable force tugged at him, and he was about to exclaim, "A sword strikes like thunder," when he suddenly found his words stuck in his throat. He fled. He actually fled. Kaido, brimming with a fierce battle intent, rapidly retreated without a glance back, his claws moving incessantly. How infuriating. Where do you think you're going? Just when he anticipated a decisive battle, Kaido had the audacity to feign a challenge and abandon the battlefield. A twitch coursed across Xiao Li's face. Just as the atmosphere reached its zenith, he inexplicably chose to retreat like a cowardly turtle. The unvented frustration left him feeling utterly uncomfortable. Never before had anyone dared to toy with him in such a manner. A surge of breath erupted, and boundless fury poured into his sword. 368,000 swords. A glance back revealed Kaido trembling, his scalp prickling, internally exclaiming, "Next time, a decisive battle awaits." Chapter 301. The Divine Clan 368,000 Swords. The myriad sword energies converged like an immense net, obscuring the stars in the night sky. Shimmering with a chilling light, exuding an air of frostbitten cold, the terror of life and death loomed ominously, though he often uttered suicidal remarks merely to appear formidable. When his own safety was at stake, fleeing was the only sensible choice. Kaido was wild, but not foolish. He relished the sight of the weak pleading for mercy before him, and he thrived on the thrill of challenging the strong, savoring the exhilaration of combat with form. Yet, when it came to choosing between life and excitement, he was discerning enough to know the difference. However, today's opponent exceeded his expectations, their dominance far surpassed his own. If he were to fall here, how could he ever hope to realize his ambition of overthrowing the world government? Unfortunately, despite his frantic efforts, the flames beneath his feet surged ever higher, and he remained ensnared by an inexplicable force that locked onto him. Swish, swish, swish. Brilliant sword energies cleaved, seemingly tearing the very fabric of space, instantly carving wounds into Kaido's body, blood gushing forth. A howl escaped him. The pain was unbearable. Yet, he dared not pause for even a moment. Instead, He harnessed the tremendous impact of the sword energies to propel himself forward. He felt his internal organs churning, his strength gradually waning with each spurt of blood. If he did not seize the moment to escape, this mighty dragon would soon become a lifeless worm. Fortunately, the protection of his haki sustained him. Otherwise, he would have surely been cleaved from the skies, destined to become yet another tale. But escaping was no simple feat. These sword energies acted like infinitely sustained bullets, not only possessing incredible lethality but also an innate tracking ability. Kaido was filled with both hatred and fear, teetering on the brink of tears. Were it not for his inability to prevail, he would have loved to grasp his opponent by the collar and demand, "Is this not a cheat? Is there no justice or law?" Alas, no matter how enraged he felt, his fury was futile. Ultimately, it all boiled down to a lack of strength. Haki. Haki was everything. In his escape this time, he vowed to double his training, determined to elevate his dominance above all others. Upon his return, he would ensure that Spire Lu would face dire consequences. Observing Kaido's frantic flight from a distance, the citizens of Wano were left in a state of shock, gazing at the overwhelming sword light. The timid trembled in fear, while some wept tears of joy. In their hearts, Kaido was a demon of unimaginable cruelty. Despite their deep-seated hatred, wishing for nothing less than it, they were painfully aware of his formidable strength, rendering them powerless in opposition. There had been attempts to confront Kaido before, yet most never even caught a glimpse of him, meeting their demise before they could react. Even those fortunate enough to stand before him were met with the ominous black kanabo. With a mere flick of his wrist, they were ushered into the embrace of death. His might was insurmountable, indelibly etched into their minds, and any thought of resistance was but a foolish dream. Some individuals surrendered, discarding their weapons in a display of capitulation. Others, paralyzed by fear of Kaido's power, knelt before him, bowing in submission. Almost immediately, they turned against their former companions, seeking to demonstrate their loyalty to Kaido. For the majority, relinquishing hope was a simple act, while perseverance demanded immense courage. They had grown numb to their plight. Perhaps one day, all would yield to Kaido's rule, forgetting the hatred they bore. Perhaps someday the flame of their aspirations would extinguish, rendering death their ultimate release. But not today. Today, as Kaido fled in blood, their nation would herald the dawn of hope. If curses could manifest, Kaido would have been subjected to countless humiliations by now. This was their sole means of venting their fury and disdain. Alas, Spire Lu could not hear their cries. Otherwise, he would likely scoff at them, deriding, "Have you lost your wits? Kaido is fearsome, but does that mean those who defeat him are not?" Perhaps their lives had grown too comfortable, too tranquil. Though he was not inherently bloodthirsty and often sought to reason with others, he found it inexplicably challenging to harbor goodwill towards the men of Wano. They cowered before power yet lacked virtue, grasping at minor principles while forsaking greater righteousness. They interact with others with a facade of utmost respect and courtesy, generously bestowing compliments. However, beneath their warm words lies a profound sense of rejection and distance. The women of Wano are a different story. Many among them are masters of their craft, proficient in an array of skills. Some rise early and toil late to hone their techniques, engaging in deep discussions regardless of the other person's identity or gender, even when drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. These challenges are mere trifles in their eyes. Their broad-mindedness and selfless dedication have attracted countless earnest students eager to learn. Some students, unable to bear the sight of their masters laboring tirelessly without seeking rewards, willingly contribute from their own pockets. Inspired by many students selflessly disseminate the knowledge they have acquired, with some even burning the midnight oil to honor the goodwill of their masters. This profound bond between teacher and student has become a topic of admiration for many who seek knowledge in vain. Thus, Spirel cannot help but feel a sense of once he takes control of Wano, he will ensure his subordinates learn from this example. As Spirel observed Kaido, still struggling to escape even while ensnared by a web of swords and bearing countless wounds, his murderous intent. The technique known as the 36,800 swords boasts an extensive range and considerable lethality, unmatched by other techniques in terms of the consumption of haki. He firmly believed that Kaido would not escape death today. The question of who would consume the fish fruit remained, as he currently harbored no intention of eating a devil fruit. Among his subordinates, only Law and Kid rival his strength, and they had already acquired fruits, becoming increasingly adept in their utilization. While Hawk could consume it, the fish fruit did not align with his combat style. Moreover, in a previous conversation, Hawk had expressed a desire to become a swift man if he were to gain powers. As for Mako, while Spirel hoped she could attain the ability to protect herself, She was not fond of fighting, and her talent in combat was indeed disheartening. However, an old saying in the West warns against celebrating prematurely. Just as Spirel believed everything was under his control, a dark figure suddenly emerged in the distance, rapidly heading towards Kaido. "Mr. Kaido, I have come to assist you." A silhouette interposed itself behind Kaido, and the whistling blade aura struck the figure, yet it astonishingly sustained no damage. A pair of black wings deflected the onslaught, flames billowing behind, yet unable to harm him in the slightest, as if he were a deity born to wield fire. "Jean, your timing, were it not for your status as the captain and the presence of others, Kaido would certainly bow to you." Witnessing Kaido's bloodied state, Jean was equally taken aback. He had never seen Kaido in such a disheveled state. Had they arrived any later, their initial aspirations might have been utterly futile. Despite his innate talents as a member of his race allowing him to deflect the sword aura, he was acutely aware that the situation was dire, and he must leave at once. How vexing. Spirelu had not anticipated the sudden emergence of Jean, who appeared unperturbed by his sword aura. What was the meaning of this? Should they pursue? Observing the distance between them growing, Roy immediately inquired of Little Lu. Earlier, Little Lu's attack had been too expansive for him to intervene. "Very well, let him go this time." Little Lu waved dismissively. The distance was too great to chase after, and he needed to gather detailed information on Kaido's subordinate. It was time to conclude this matter. With that, the two made their way towards the flower capital. Chapter 302, The Three Emperors and the Great Serpent. "General Orochi, as you wished. We have rid Wano of a great menace. Congratulations." Spirelu and his companions approached Orochi with smiles. To their astonishment, Spirelu and Roy had indeed defeated Kaido, leaving Orochi feeling as though the ground had shifted beneath him. Hearing Spirelu's congratulatory words, he seethed with fear. It was as if they were not merely killing him, but also striking at his very heart. They had driven away his greatest support and were now confronting him directly. He had cursed them and their ancestors countless times in his mind. Had he the strength to retaliate, he would have made Spirelu grovel before him. Alas, such thoughts were mere fantasies. His days of tyranny in Wano were irrevocably coming to an end, and he could only wonder what kind of the thought of never having the opportunity to engage with the masters he had yet to discuss life with, coupled with the impending certainty of his own death, left Orochi trembling in fear. He felt a warmth in his groin, as if it could nurture loaches, and tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes, his sobs echoing with heartbreak. No, he could still fight for survival. He could not accept such an untimely demise. He still had contributions to make for his homeland, aspirations to pursue for his beloved endeavors. With a gambling father, ailing mother, younger brother, and a sensible beloved, he longed to provide a complete family for the heartbroken masters. Oh, dear heavens! As Spirelu and his companions drew nearer, Orochi let out a piercing wail, then suddenly fell to his knees, writhing as he slid forward on the ground. Clinging desperately to Spirelu's leg, his face pressed against Spirelu's trousers, he wept profusely, his face streaked with tears and snot, occasionally rubbing his cheeks against his leg. His movements were synchronized, as if rehearsed countless times before. The fellow appeared utterly despondent, akin to an abandoned bride. Upon witnessing this, Spirelu felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively kicked the large serpent away. As he gazed at the glistening mass on his pant leg, a surge of indignation welled within him, causing his face to alternate between shades of crimson and pallor. The adversary's actions had thoroughly disgusted him. He prided himself on having made significant progress in cultivating his composure, yet unexpectedly, the opponent's series of moves had completely breached his defenses. It was akin to a toad resting on one's foot, harmless, yet profoundly irritating. At that moment, Roy could not contain a chuckle, bursting into hearty laughter. He had never before witnessed such a humorous side of Spirelu. In his perception, Spirelu had always been a figure of gravitas and composure. Although he was known to indulge in jest, he predominantly exuded seriousness. After all, as the company expanded, so did the number of subordinates and the strength of their foes. They were tasked solely with obeying orders, while Spirelu bore the weight of numerous considerations as their leader. Consequently, he felt compelled to uphold a formidable image, rarely revealing his authentic self in front of them. Even in the presence of just a few close associates, he had never allowed himself to falter due to trivial matters. Noticing Roy's uncontrollable laughter, Spirelu felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. "What are you laughing at? What's so amusing?" "My apologies, I merely recalled something else," Roy replied. His lips pressed together as he stroked his smooth chin, attempting to maintain a serious demeanor. However, the corners of his mouth quivered subtly, suggesting that his tightly sealed lips might soon unleash a torrent of suppressed mirth. I can't hold it in any longer, Roy exclaimed, turning away to get his shoulders shaking in a manner that seemed to mock his own inability to contain his laughter. Enough. I shall assist in keeping it under control, Spirelou exclaimed, pulling Roy closer and turning his head to face him. With a firm pat on Roy's restless shoulder, he offered a slight smile and kindly cautioned, "Do not share these incidents with Xiao Qiao and the others, or else." Gulp. Understood. Understood. As he gazed at the crushed stone in Spirelou's left hand, Roy, who had initially intended to showcase his prowess before Xiao Qiao and the others, nodded incessantly like a chick pecking at grain. He swallowed hard, unable to suppress the instinctive action, and felt a gentle breeze that sent a chill. Unbeknownst to him, the great serpent had once again knelt before them, though it exerted little force, merely kicking the opponent away and shattering a few walls. Spirelou could not help but marvel at the incredible resilience of his foe, who returned unscathed. He often found himself pondering the perplexity of the strong, and why many seemingly weak individuals, even those who could hardly withstand a blow, could bounce back to life the very next day after enduring severe injuries. Some seemed impervious to even the mightiest of strikes, leaving him bewildered. Was there a hidden secret he was unaware of? Perhaps it was merely a stroke of divine fortune. Spirelou chuckled softly, shaking his head. With the arrival of a just and noble figure, hope for the land of Wayno. Acknowledging that Spirelou disapproved of his earlier display, the serpent knelt humbly before him. Kaido, that nefarious scoundrel, had wreaked havoc in the land of Wayno for far too long, and the serpent lamented the suffering endured by himself and his people. He spoke of Kaido as a tyrant who appeared once in a millennium, a brutal force who would strike down even the most innocent of creatures at a mere glance. The transgressions committed by Kaido were so numerous that they could not be recounted in 3 days and nights. Even the anguished cries of a sow at midnight seemed to stem from his drunken debauchery. Disgusting. As the serpent spat out his disdain for Kaido, he endeavored to curry favor with Spirelou and his companions, desperately seeking a reprieve. "Fear not, General Serpent. There is no need for such alarm." Spirelou, seemingly having forgotten his earlier actions, spoke kindly. "We have come to assist you in rebuilding the land of Wayno, and our intent to eliminate Kaido is a testament to our sincerity. I have long heard of Kaido's atrocities and am well aware of your esteemed reputation, General. The current state of Wayno indeed reflects your deep care for your people." Spirelou then laid out their proposal for collaboration, leaving the serpent in a state of stunned disbelief. Not only could he avoid death, but he could continue serving as the General of Wayno, all while gaining a more formidable protector. Such fortune was almost unfathomable. He felt dizzy with elation. "Calm yourself. Take a deep breath." The serpent thought that happiness had arrived as if from nowhere. Was it a sign of his ancestors smiling down upon him? No. It must be that his ancestors had ignited a blaze. Was he being deceived? The serpent, overwhelmed, hurriedly pressed for clarification. "Indeed, I am a man of my word. Should the General find our proposal unsatisfactory, we have Plan B and Plan C available for your selection." A. I choose A. The surprise arrived quite unexpectedly. The great serpent feared that if he missed this village, he would lose the opportunity to visit this establishment. What more could he desire? Perhaps we could formalize our arrangement with a contract? Ha ha ha, General Great Serpent is truly amusing. Spirel chose not to hold a grudge against him and symbolically signed a perpetual garrison contract. For some reason, everything before him seemed eerily familiar. Where had he encountered it before? Suddenly, he felt a slight swelling in his mind, as if a long-dormant volcano had begun to erupt, releasing fragments of memories. Was it from that world? Spirel murmured. Noticing his sudden distraction, Roy refrained from probing further. This had occurred several times before, yet the other party had remained unresponsive. He assumed Spirel was contemplating yet another scheme. Subsequently, the great serpent began to act upon Spirel's directives. The following day, Morgans, adhering to the communication established, broadcasted a significant piece of news. The headline read, "Shock. The Third Emperor of the Seas." As the title suggested, the news sparked widespread attention both domestically and internationally, creating a tremendous sensation. The formidable Kaido had been defeated. How had they never heard of this figure, the Great Serpent, before? How intriguing. He was a general from Wayno. Given Wayno's isolationist policies, how could we possibly know everything? This Great Serpent was rather well concealed. In addition to the citizens of Wayno, the world government, the navy, the revolutionary army, pirates, the underworld, and the general populace closely monitored this event, expressing their opinions. The power of this Great Serpent is truly formidable. TCH. Did you not see the newspaper mentioning the assistance of that Crimson Tai Sui? I wonder if the Great Serpent's strength is still up for debate. Yet, why have you not witnessed the Great Serpent leading? Do you understand what leadership entails? The two individuals reading the paper engaged in a heated argument over who was superior, the great serpent or Sparel. I have already stated not to include me. It seems I must find an opportunity to engage in a thorough discussion with Morgans. Sparel was equally curious as to how the subordinates of the other party consistently managed to capture such significance. Regardless of the circumstances or the strength of the opposing side, their reporters always found a way to be present. It was truly remarkable. Meanwhile, on an island shaped like a skull, pirates were gathering for a grand feast. In the room, a colossal figure clad in armor ponders over a newspaper, a broadsword resting beside him. Fresh from a brutal skirmish, he emanates an aura of terror. Is this perhaps a consequence of my influence? Murmurs the immense shadow in the dimly lit chamber. His presence is reminiscent of an ancient beast, instilling dread in all who behold him. After each indulgence in the feast of carnage, he retreats to this sanctuary to quell the overwhelming thrill of bloodshed. Although he has long embraced the life of a pirate, he remains ensnared by this heavy identity, reluctant to lose himself in the sheer ecstasy of slaughter. Reading the news has become his method to temper this bloodlust, serving also as a vital compass for understanding the world's trajectory. Recent upheavals upon the seas have been monumental, almost beyond his comprehension, as everything seems to be veering toward an unpredictable future. In a certain maritime expanse of the New World, the sky is a vivid blue, while the salty breeze carries a hint of blood. The surface of the sea is shrouded in smoke, with several battered pirate vessels engulfed in flames, their decks strewn with corpses. For a pirate, death is an everyday affair. The moment one embraces this life, they willingly place their heads upon the line. However, seeking death is an entirely different matter. Those who hurriedly court their demise are doomed to perish, though he fears no challenge. The audacity of those lacking both strength and foresight to confront him is infuriating, even to the likes of Whitebeard. There are always those deluded souls who aspire to ascend to the throne of the three emperors by vanquishing him, yet their capabilities are lamentably meager. Aside from that sand-playing brat, he has encountered few formidable newcomers, making this generation of pirates the weakest he has ever witnessed. That so-called Tai Sui has certainly stirred up quite a commotion. He wonders what potential lies within, pondering whether there might be a chance to take him under his wing. Seated upon his throne, Whitebeard's thoughts swirl as he continuously munches away. Observing the joyous gathering of his sons at the banquet, a smile involuntarily graces his lips. How wonderful it is to have family. Yet, he cannot help but worry, for this group of foolish sons lacks strength, and none have yet emerged with exceptional leadership abilities. Fortunately, his own vitality remains robust, enough to shield these naive sons from the storms ahead. The two delicate nurses by his side tremble in trepidation, grateful that the man beside them has protected them. Otherwise, as captives, their fate would be unimaginably grim. Yet, this man has a peculiar penchant, often insisting they call him father. Come on, drink to your heart's content. Marco, thank you for your assistance earlier. Vista, when will you teach us some swordsmanship? Sachi, is there any more pineapple pie? Is there still any crimson Tai Sui? What an outrage, a bottle of wine so exorbitantly priced. What a swindler. Where's the price hike? It has always been this cost, so let us reflect on whether you've put in enough effort. Freshly emerging from a fierce battle, the members of the Whitebeard pirates, having pillaged the enemy's supplies, are now reveling in joyous libations aboard the ship, where an atmosphere of exuberance reigns. Whenever men gather, drinking and boasting are inevitable, serving as a means to strengthen camaraderie. Of course, relationships can sometimes regress as well. Did you witness my gallant demeanor just now? No. I exerted only a fraction of my strength. 1 against 10, my feats are verifiable. You didn't see it? Truly saw nothing. Speaking of which, those two nurses on their ship are exceedingly beautiful, such voluptuous curves, those surging waves, those long, snow-white legs, and those glistening, delicate toes, I too am fond of them. You scoundrel, didn't you just claim to have seen nothing? Oh dear, don't strike my head. My eyes have a will of their own, I cannot restrain them. Nearby, a rotund man with black, curly hair chuckled foolishly, indulging in cherry pie. Yet, he merely attempted to maintain his smile, while a throbbing headache plagued him. Voices in his mind incessantly murmured. The first step has been accomplished. Indeed, it is all the design of fate. Fate has orchestrated our meeting here and offers guidance in this place. In Mariehua, within a floral abode, a tall figure clad in a black robe observed several butterflies dancing gracefully. His golden eyes held no trace of emotion, exuding an air of nobility, solemnity, and a formidable pressure. The room was enveloped in an eerie silence, as if the very air had ceased to flow. Suddenly, he spoke. Is this the arrangement of fate? The lights flicker uncertainly. I cannot see. It seemed he was addressing someone, yet it also felt like mere murmurs to himself. At the moment he began to speak, the dancing butterflies shattered into pieces without warning. If clarity eludes me, then let all extinguish. That voice was imbued with a cold detachment, as if he were a deity looking down upon all beings. In his utterance, the fates of many were sealed. In a certain maritime region, a pirate ship found itself surrounded by numerous enemy vessels. Yet, the burly man at the bow displayed no hint of fear. Arms spread wide as he laughed maniacally. Ha ha, this era belongs to me. Even against 1,000 troops, I stand unafraid. Arrogance! To be facing death yet still so defiant. Today we shall bring you down. When the time comes, I shall flay your skin and pull out your tendons. Indeed. Today you shall witness the might of our ragtag pirate crew. Fire the cannons. Momo, at 50 times the speed. As the voice fell, the figure of the burly man flickered and vanished. Soon, cries of despair echoed from the pirate ship, as one by one, the pirates collapsed into pools of blood. What is happening? Do not panic. It's hopeless, Captain. We must flee. Only then did the pirates realize the magnitude of their enemy's strength. They could not even see their adversary, yet their ranks were decimated, a veritable one-sided slaughter. Thunderous roars resounded as dozens of pirate ships were obliterated, blood staining. The sea was rife with the chaos of pirate skirmishes, and the naval forces were not at peace either. At a naval base, the troops mobilized as if confronting a formidable foe. Faced with the stern visage of the man before them, their faces turned pale. Despite wielding, they felt no semblance of security, and those with swords wished they could strike themselves in frustration. Just moments ago, a rear admiral from their base had fallen victim to this man's blade. This was a rear admiral from headquarters, renowned for his wind-chase swordsmanship. Yet he was slain without even having the chance to unleash his ultimate technique. The heavens bore witness. The rear admiral could not even call out his signature move. This scoundrel, devoid of martial ethics, unleashed a powerful sword chi that cleaved the rear admiral in two. Such brutality, meanwhile, fueled by his formidable prowess. Yet another pirate ascended to the ranks of the warlords of the sea. The ocean surged once more, the era growing ever more turbulent. Chapter 304, The Mysterious Warlords of the Sea in Wano Country, as Spire and his companions concluded their battle with Kaido, marking the end of Kaido's reign. It also heralded the dawn of a new era under Spire's command. At his behest, stone factories sprang up, processing sea stone. Though sea stone is known for its ability to counter devil fruits, the Navy seldom transforms it into weaponry, leaving Spire perplexed. Despite sea stone's formidable density, rendering it difficult to manipulate without specialized techniques, this posed no challenge for the Navy. He understood well that many of their warships were fitted with sea, allowing them to navigate the calm belt freely, unafraid of Sea King's attacks. Furthermore, the infamous underwater prison, Impel Down, extensively utilized sea stone, with sea stone handcuffs being a common sight. Imagine if sea stone were fashioned into bullets or embedded into weapons. This would confer a significant advantage in battles against those with abilities. Picture the scenario where those with powers face ordinary sailors, suppressed by sea stone bullets from afar, and countered by melee weapons imbued with sea stone. Conventional weapons could be alternated with sea stone armaments, supplemented by formations that would confound the enemy while exerting psychological pressure. If the adversary merely relied on hockey for defense, it would be even easier to handle. 100, 1,000, even 10,000 individuals launching a relentless assault. Even the most formidable conqueror eventually finds their strength drained. Except for those possessing particularly peculiar abilities or the most elite of conquerors. This mode of attack would prove to be a fatal blow for the vast majority of power wielders. Perhaps the higher echelons of the Navy have too many matters to ponder, thus overlooking this aspect. However, what truly astonished Spiller was that after dismantling Kaido's forces, they uncovered a piece of historical text in Kaido's possession. Having long heard tales of the Kazuki clan of Wano forging such texts, Spiller believed they should be able to decipher it. He hastily commanded a search for any remnants of the Kazuki lineage while dispatching his subordinates to make rubbings of the text, secretly sending them to the land of Maple for Alvia to interpret. As the saying goes, an unintentional act can yield remarkable results. Rescuing her had indeed proven to be a wise choice. In a certain part of Wano, the detestable Spiller's unexpected strength was a bitter revelation. Though Kaido had fled, the nation was now met with another demon. Why must the heavens be so unjust? I must quickly inform the others to remain calm and wait for the opportune moment. Wrapped in bandages, Tsunetaro muttered curses under his breath, hurrying to notify his comrades. Far across the seas from Wano, the Sun Pirates, who had previously stirred up considerable commotions, now found themselves in dire straits. The Sun Pirates suffered heavy casualties, surrounded by foes, while their captain, Tiger, lay gravely injured and unconscious. "Surrender, Jinbei. You are surrounded. With no escape," proclaimed a tall, handsome man with striking features and an air of authority. This was Lin Xiu, the newly appointed warlord of the sea who had recently made headlines. It was said he had defeated Moria and delivered him to the Navy alive. Given his immense power, the world government had consented to his appointment as a warlord. Faced with this man, Jinbei felt a mix of fury and helplessness. The opponent's strength far surpassed his, and their uncanny abilities had caused them considerable distress. Their elder brother, Tiger, had even suffered the loss of an arm. Continuing to fight would likely lead to their complete annihilation. Though he could escape into the sea, he could not abandon his elder brother, nor his comrades. "I surrender. I hope you will uphold your word, heal my brother, and spare my crew." Reluctantly, Jinbei faced reality, having no other recourse. "Ha, Jinbei. Submitting to me is the wisest decision you've ever made." Lin Xiu laughed heartily. Not long ago, he had been just another cog in the corporate machine of Blue Star, living a grueling 996 existence. After a long day at work, I returned home, eager to indulge in a few episodes of One Piece. However, I was suddenly struck by an unexpected demise and found myself inexplicably transported to the world of pirates, inhabiting the body of the original owner, Lin. This striking figure possessed a handsome visage, a well-proportioned physique, and an impressive 8-pack, truly a weapon for charming mature women. Simultaneously, I inadvertently awakened a quintessential asset for every transmigrator. Having perused countless novels in my previous life, I was elated. Given a second chance at life, I was determined to dominate, especially the captivating women from the anime: Boa Hancock, the Empress, Shirahoshi, the Mermaid Princess, Nami, the Cunning Thief, and Kazuki Hiyori, all would fall under my sway. After all, I was the protagonist. Previously, I could only dream of such fantasies, but now the opportunity lay before me. I wondered if this was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime chance. With that thought, I couldn't help but burst into laughter, wearing a rather mischievous expression. Jinbei and the others looked on in bewilderment, unsure of what had caused this sudden outburst. At that moment, a chime echoed in my mind, heralding a new notification from the system. It indicated that I had completed the task of subduing Jinbei and would now receive a reward. Reward 1, 100 absorption of the shadow fruit. Along with the alluring physique of a succubus. As long as I was near a woman, she would forever submit to me without a second thought. Mastery in armament haki and observation haki was also granted. Reward 2, the awakening of conqueror's haki. Without hesitation, I chose the system's offerings. This was not merely a choice, it was a gift. Under the guise of selection, there was only one optimal choice. The pros and cons among the options were clearly unequal. A fool could discern the best path. The system confirmed my selection and proceeded to dispense the rewards. As the rewards were distributed, I felt my armament haki ascend to new heights, and my observation haki sharpened, allowing me to glimpse brief flashes of the future. Most important, my irresistible charm surged within me, and I could hardly wait to seek out a nation to test my newfound abilities. I found myself laughing uncontrollably, rubbing my hands together in anticipation, eager for a life where I could wield power over the world and revel in the company of beautiful women. Little did I know, all of this was being observed by a seemingly ordinary seagull perched nearby. Those observant enough would notice the seagull's unusual demeanor. While battles raged around, other seagulls circled high above, keeping their distance from the chaos, yet this particular seagull remained on the mast, unperturbed, its eyes gleaming with a hint of mockery, as though it were watching a jester perform or a predator eye its prey. Chapter 305. Who is the protagonist? For reasons unknown, Jinbei felt that the man before him seemed somehow different. Perhaps it was a man's intuition, but he sensed an increase in the other's strength. Strange indeed. Just then, the seagull on the mast suddenly swooped down, akin to a missile, hurtling towards the laughing Lin Xiu. In but a fleeting moment, Lin Xiu was engulfed by a chilling dread, a frigid sensation surging from his coccyx to the crown of his head. Despite his terror, his hands moved with unerring swiftness. As he raised his hand, shadows beneath his feet surged forth, countless phantoms darting like whips and spears towards the oncoming seagull. With a swift whoosh, seemingly intent on death, made no effort to evade and was instantly pierced by the shadowy spear. However, to everyone's astonishment, the seagull, upon being struck, did not spew forth a single drop of blood. Instead, with a soft pop, it transformed into a flurry of petals. These petals danced on the sea breeze, morphing into delicate pink butterflies that enveloped Lin Xiu and his band of pirates. This sudden spectacle left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. While the exquisite scene captivated their senses, After a brief moment of stupor, Lin Xiu suddenly bellowed, "Who dares to play tricks? Show yourself." The shadowy spears danced wildly, striking out towards the fluttering butterflies like serpents striking their prey. Fortunately, the system had recently upgraded his observation skills. In the instant the seagull had approached him, he glimpsed a fleeting glimpse of the future. In that brief vision, had he failed to react in time, his neck would have been severed by a playing card transformed from the seagull. Fortuitously, fate was on his side, and the system had saved his life. What was a fatal assault for most had only brushed past him. One moment, he was lost in dreams, and the next, he nearly faced death, which only fueled Lin Xiu's fury. His subordinates also began to attack the swirling butterflies. Yet, while the butterflies appeared graceful, they harbored deadly intent. Lin Xiu, powerful enough to protect himself, found his subordinates less fortunate. The gossamer wings of the butterflies acted as blades of death, effortlessly slicing through the throats of the pirates. Blood gushing forth like a fountain, accompanied by the cries of anguish aboard the ship. Meanwhile, Jibei deftly evaded the assaults of the butterfly swarm while stealthily rescuing Tiger from Lin Xiu's men amidst the chaos, just as Lin Xiu sought to intervene. The pierced butterflies shattered into countless fragments, doubling and redoubling with astonishing rapidity, a tempest of butterflies once again surging towards him. Moreover, amidst the fluttering, a multitude of playing cards, propelled by the sound of slicing air, descended as harbingers of doom. "Scatter, bats!" Lin Xiu commanded, his face darkening as he waved his hands, unleashing a legion of shadowy bats to obscure the sky, confronting the dancing butterflies and the lethal cards. The ensuing clash was fierce, yet in an instant, both sides dissipated into the ether, as if they had never existed. In a mere moment, the onslaught of butterflies and cards gradually diminished, the remaining butterflies gathering atop the mast before slowly fading away. As the last remnants of the powdery butterflies dissipated, a gentlemanly figure emerged, a playing card delicately held between the fingers of his right hand. The man's skin was pallid, reminiscent of a corpse, and an eerie smile adorned his face. His cold gaze fixed upon Lin Xiu below, revealing a hint of barely perceptible madness in his eyes. "Who on earth are you? How dare you ambush me? You have sealed your own fate." Lin Xiu shouted angrily at the peculiar man before him. He struggled to maintain his composure, yet his heart raced violently, as if it would leap from his throat at any moment, his back already drenched in cold sweat. Despite having taken lives before, wielded the power of the system, and firmly believing himself to be the protagonist, the remnants of his past, as a mere underdog, were not so easily cast aside. He felt a blend of rage and a twinge of shame, for deep down, he was indeed unsettled, and in that fleeting moment between life and death, a flicker of regret had crossed his mind, though he could not pinpoint the source of that regret. I am German," the enigmatic man replied with a half-smile, his voice slow and deep, laced with a hint of morbid emotion. After speaking, he offered Lin Xiu a gentlemanly salute. The same kind of... Lin Xiu was momentarily taken aback. What sort of response was that? He had not even contemplated the possibility of their shared origins, from the same world and nation. Yet, German offered no further explanation, merely fixating his gaze upon Lin Xiu, his smile growing increasingly mocking. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, the air thickening with tension. Could it be? After a brief silence, Lin Xiu suddenly jolted with realization, staring incredulously at German. A whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind, causing beads of sweat to break forth. If his suspicions were correct, and they hailed from the same place, this could be the gravest crisis he faced since arriving in this world. The palpable aura of malice emanating from German was unmistakable, and it appeared he was not without power himself. Although Lin Xiu possessed the system, what if German did as well? He dared not pursue that line of thought any further. No, it cannot be. He shook his head, unwilling to accept such a reality. "Ah, look at our esteemed warlord. It seems you are in disbelief," German mocked, his tone dripping with derision. "Surely, you do not think you are the only one who is special? You cannot possibly believe yourself to be the protagonist." German's voice escalated, his expression twisting into one of grotesque fervor. "Haha, it appears you truly think that way." Ignoring Lin Xiu's increasingly grim expression, German chuckled to himself, placing a hand on his forehead. "Oh, it's only natural to think so. After all, every person who traverses realms believes they are the hero of the tale, as all such novels suggest. Do you possess a system? Surely you do." "Yes, I have a system. Why would you not? You must have one, right?" German grew increasingly animated, gesticulating with fervor as if possessed by madness, his countenance becoming ever more grotesque. His wide, glaring eyes brimmed with an overwhelming murderous intent, surging forth like a relentless tide. He resembled a poised to pounce upon its prey and rend it to shreds. Despite being fellow travelers of worlds, Lin Xiu felt an inexplicable dread in German's presence, coupled with profound confusion. When I first heard your name, suspicion arose within me. Yet, I refrained from hastily drawing conclusions. After all, I traversed realms myself, making the existence of a name rooted in Huaxiao within this world entirely plausible. To this end, I even ventured to the land of flowers for inquiries, yet remained unable to ascertain the truth. It was only upon hearing the news of your ascension to the 7 warlords that I finally recognized you as one of my kind. Why? If we are both travelers, why not join forces? What enmity exists between us? Lin Xiu exclaimed in exasperation. The realization that he might not be the central figure, and that there could be more than just the two of them crossing realms, weighed heavily upon him, rendering the disparity unbearable. Humph, after your demise, I shall reveal all. German retorted contemptuously. Before Lin Xiu could respond, he swept his hand, unleashing a torrent of shadowy spears that surged forth to engulf German. Merely a trifling trick, German scoffed, revealing a deck of cards that had mysteriously appeared in his right hand. With a flick of his finger, the cards soared upward like a serpent, only to cascade down from above, enveloping him entirely. The wave of shadows crashed upon him, drowning the cards. When the tumult subsided, German had vanished. Suddenly, a sound sliced through the air behind Lin Xiu. A glimmer of alertness flashed in his eyes as he narrowly evaded a flying card aimed at him. The shadows beneath him surged forth, stealthily approaching German, who appeared oblivious, continuing to launch 2 more cards at Lin Xiu. With a swift motion of his left hand, Lin Xiu thrust forth a shadow spear, shattering one card while effortlessly dodging the other. I've got it. Just as his shadow intertwined with German's, Lin Xiu felt a surge of triumph. However, before he could utter another word, German's form suddenly shattered, transforming into a flurry of white doves, while the card he had avoided morphed into German's likeness. Not good. Panic surged within Lin Xiu as he sensed a tremendous force barreling towards him from behind. Akin to being struck by a train, he was propelled backward, crashing through a ship before hurtling into the sea. Curse it! Lin Xiu spat, frustration boiling with. Had he not instinctively employed his haki to shield himself, that devastating kick could have shattered his bones. As he flew through the air, he braced himself for an imminent plunge into the ocean. He is indeed a formidable ability user. If he were to fall into the sea, his life would surely be at stake. At this critical juncture, he forcefully twisted his body in midair, astonishingly gliding across the surface of the water. What could this possibly mean? Germain, taken aback by this display, realized that his opponent possessed considerable skill. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that a shadow, as dark as ink, cradled Lin Xiu beneath him like a tray. It was unexpected to see such mastery in shadow manipulation. Clearly, his adversary was no mere trifling opponent. This revelation only intensified Germain's desire for bloodshed. The stronger his foe, the more intense the exhilaration he would feel when he ultimately. Germain even raised an eyebrow in appreciation of Lin Xiu's control over the shadows. He held an unwavering confidence in his abilities. No. It was more accurate to say he harbored a perverse obsession with combat and slaughter that few could comprehend. Even if he were to lose this battle, death held no threat for him. This was what made it all the more thrilling. Germain laughed maniacally, then leisurely retrieved a white handkerchief from his pocket. With a flick of his wrists, the small handkerchief instantaneously expanded to a size sufficient to envelop his entire form. He then covered himself with the white cloth, leaving onlookers baffled. Observing Germain's bizarre antics, Lin Xiu felt a surge of caution. His opponent was undoubtedly concocting some strange maneuver. He had to interrupt him. Bat swarm. A multitude of bats swiftly surged toward the figure concealed beneath the white cloth. Just then, Germain emerged from underneath, pulling the cloth away, revealing yet another Germain. This surreal sight left Lin Xiu utterly speechless. Germain's abilities were exceedingly strange. Lin Xiu could not discern whether this was merely the power of a devil fruit or a skill bestowed by a system. One Germain was already a challenge. Facing another would likely spell disaster for him today. Germain, however, afforded Lin Xiu little time to ponder. He tossed the cloth again, causing it to expand, ensnaring all the bats that had come rushing in. Mere moments later, a flock of white doves erupted from the cloth. Each of Germain's movements flowed, and no matter what technique Lin Xiu employed, Germain responded with remarkable swiftness. He resembled a finely tuned machine, each composed strike contrasting sharply with his seemingly Don't let your attention wander during battle. Germain grinned widely. Then, with a flash, launched himself toward Lin Xiao. As he lost his mind, though Lin Xiao was perplexed, he saw no reason to refuse a foe so eager to meet his demise. Shadow Spear. In the pitch-black shadows, akin to boiling water, a shadowy spear surged forth, aiming to pierce Germain. Yet, as before, the pierced Germain disintegrated into a flurry of doves. Meanwhile, two Germains remained on the ship, their gazes fixated on Lin Xiao with an eerie calm, as if nothing had transpired. With no time to contemplate, one of the Germains resorted to the same tactic, flickering into existence above Lin Xiao's head. No matter what tricks you employ, it is you who will perish today, Lin Xiao bellowed fiercely. Yet, deep within, uncertainty gnawed at him. The adversary's strange maneuvers left him agitated, preventing him from achieving any semblance of calm. The shadow spear once more pierced the advancing Germain, and several razor-sharp playing cards sliced through the air, targeting various parts of his being. Lin Xiao swiftly waved his hand, summoning countless shadow whips that shattered the cards. The Germain's form vanished again, only for another to close in on him. The relentless duo of Germains offered no respite. Their performances resembled a relay, with an endless array of tricks that left Lin Xiao struggling to keep pace. Were it not for a few fleeting glimpses of the future granted by his observations, he would have likely met his demise long ago. As time wore on, Lin Xiao's spirits plummeted, drenched in sweat. His system had just dispensed rewards, and he would not receive another mission for days. Compared to Germain, his current abilities felt woefully inadequate. Damn it, the timing of their appearance is utterly inopportune. If he could undertake another mission, he believed the system would bestow upon him greater powers. Cursed Germain. Amidst his tumultuous thoughts, Germain's form fragmented once, this time transforming into a kaleidoscope of butterflies. The swarm encircled Lin Xiao, fluttering gracefully, leaving him dizzy. The shadow spear lashed out like a whip toward the scattered butterflies, while the flitting bats engaged in a chaotic dance with the vibrant swarm. The shadows beneath his feet gradually diminished, his imposing aura waning, continuously conveying a perilous signal. The adversary not only possessed bizarre abilities but also exuded a formidable presence, their calm demeanor far surpassing his own. It was as if they were a cat toying with a mouse, indulging in a game of cat and mouse. Once their amusement waned, his demise would be inevitable. If, in this world, he remained unable to escape the clutches of death, what significance did his rebirth hold? He felt not only toyed with by his opponent but also by fate itself. In the countless reincarnation novels he had read in his past life, which of the protagonists did not ultimately become the strongest in the world? Which one did not enjoy a life of leisure surrounded by numerous companions? What foolish author would ever pin the protagonist's demise? Suddenly, a multitude of thoughts flashed through Lin Xiao's mind. Had he traversed into the world of One Piece? Was he not a living being, but merely a character crafted by some author's pen? Is his entire existence merely a fade? What prompts the emergence of another time traveler? What, indeed, is the significance of his existence? Prior to his encounter with Germain, he had never contemplated such profound questions, merely feeling that the occurrence of time travel in his life was a narrative reserved for novels and films, a twist of fate that seemed to offer him sympathy for the hardships of his previous life. Yet destiny afforded him little opportunity for further reflection. Alas, I've caught you. Germain's voice echoed like the whisper of death, sending shivers down Lin Xiao's spine. Before he could react, Germain's hand made contact with his body. Simultaneously, another Germain aboard the ship, seemingly attuned to the moment, draped a white cloth over himself. In an instant, Lin Xiao vanished from his position, while the figure beneath the cloth diminished gradually until it lay flat upon the deck. The Lin Xiao who had been touched by Germain was replaced by yet another Germain. The two Germains simultaneously shattered into fragments, transforming into white doves. Abruptly, Germain's figure reappeared on the deck. The entire sequence transpired with such swiftness that it left one bewildered, akin to a dazzling magic performance. Germain elegantly lifted the white cloth, which gradually returned to its original handkerchief size in his grasp. Regrettably, Jean Ping and the others had long since slipped away during the chaos of battle. Had they remained, they would have been horrified to find Lin Xiao had vanished, leaving behind only a doll that bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Every time traveler endowed with a system is often self-righteous, believing that the acquisition of a system renders intellect unnecessary. Is there truly such a thing as a free lunch from the heavens? Who has bestowed upon you the audacity to consider yourself the sole time traveler? Am I not perhaps a character crafted by some authoress pen? Germain, clutching the doll-like Lin Xiao, spoke as if in soliloquy, mocking him with a maniacal laughter that echoed across the deck. He laughed until his sides ached, rolling on the floor, tears streaming down his face. What do you say, author? History belongs to yesterday. Tomorrow remains an enigma, yet today is a divine gift. Regrettably, many have perished in yesterday's shadows. The news of Lin Shou's defeat by a mysterious figure, after occupying the position in the 7 warlords of the sea for but a fleeting moment, swept across the oceans. Due to the frequent turnover of its members, the pirates, who had always held a disdainful view of the title, scoffed even more at the notion of the 7. It seemed to be an emerging consensus among the denizens of the sea that only those lacking strength would willingly become the pawns of the world government. Concurrently, an increasing number of fearless pirates surged towards the throne of the 3 emperors, challenging the likes of Whitebeard and Big Mom, both of whom faced countless audacious challengers. As acknowledged titans of the sea, their formidable prowess did not betray the expectations of the pirates. Every challenger met with a grim fate beneath the waves, further attesting to their might. Nevertheless, a multitude of oblivious zealots, driven by the pursuit of fame and fortune, were undeterred, willing to. Many harbored a deluded sense of luck, even with the knowledge that they could not prevail. The mere act of engaging with such figures and returning alive became a source of boastful capital. At the very least, they could fire a distant cannon and later boast of having clashed with Whitebeard. There were even those who journeyed great distances to Wano, eager to assess whether the generals of that land truly possessed the merit to ascend the throne of the 3 emperors. After all, their understanding of the battles in Wano was woefully scant, despite reports indicating that the leader had vanquished Kaido. What if they had employed some cunning stratagem? Or if Kaido was not as formidable as rumored? Such thoughts tempted them with the prospect of seizing an easily attainable throne. As for the whereabouts of the defeated Kaido, they held little interest. Young ones, once we pass this waterfall, Wano will be within our grasp. Storm into Wano, capture Orochi, and claim the throne of the 3 emperors. Long live the captain. The pirates, akin to sharks catching the scent of blood, revealed their brutal nature upon arrival in Wano. The fervent aspirations of becoming one of the 3 emperors were swiftly cast aside. They slaughtered all in sight, plundered everything, and violated women without remorse. Some samurai of Wano rose to resist the marauding pirates, yet these invaders were no mere rabble. Those who breached Wano bore considerable strength. Leading the charge was the notorious pirate Bluebeard, a figure who had made quite a name for himself in the New World. With a bounty of 150 million berries upon his head, as a user of the grass fruit, what appeared to be an unremarkable ability revealed its formidable power in his hands. Observing the oncoming samurai, Bluebeard wore an expression of disdain, vine wrapping. In an instant, countless blades of blue grass surged from the ground, enveloping and ensnaring the approaching samurai. The warriors struggled relentlessly, yet the unassuming blue grass exhibited remarkable resilience. The more they fought, the tighter its grip became. Observing the various postures of the samurai, Bluebeard chuckled maliciously, for this tactic had proven effective time, the bluegrass-piercing array. In the next moment, numerous razor-sharp blades of bluegrass burst forth from the earth, piercing through the samurai and causing blood to flow profusely from their wounds. Perhaps deeming this act insufficiently cruel, he strung the fallen warriors together, using them to intimidate the civilians who dared to resist. The pirates advanced relentlessly toward the flower capital, committing acts of arson, and Sparrell and his companions had long been aware of Bluebeard's arrival, yet they chose to remain passive observers. He believed that the noble samurai, who secretly opposed them, could no longer contain themselves, and he saw this as an opportune moment to eliminate them once and for all. Should they choose to remain silent, Sparrell and his allies had their own means. To kill first, and then save could allow the perpetrator to emerge as a hero. Sensing that the time was ripe, Sparrell descended from the heavens. Halt, you vile pirates. How can you bear to harm these defenseless citizens? Sparrell rescued a girl from the clutches of the pirates, his heart aflame with rage as he beheld her bleeding arm and the brave, tearful expression she wore. People of Wano, although we are merely stationed here, I have long regarded you as our kin. The fallen samurai were valiant, yet those loyal to the shogun, driven by selfishness, stood idly by as you suffered. They are despicable. Now, I implore you to follow my lead and seek refuge in the flower capital. Our company will ensure your safety. We shall hold off these ruthless pirates, so hurry. With that, Sparrell entrusted the little girl to Roy, instructing him to escort her to safety while he stood alone against Bluebeard and his crew. You shall not pass. Sparrell charged into the fray, engaging the pirates in fierce combat. I know you are the infamous Tai Sui. Let me witness the strength of a warlord. Bluebeard sneered cruelly, clapping his hands as countless strands of bluegrass slithered like venomous serpents, ensnaring Sparrell. He swung his sword tirelessly, severing them repeatedly, yet they continued to sprout anew. Seemingly endless, Bluegrass Overlord Spear. Seizing the moment when Spirel was preoccupied, an array of bluegrass intertwined to form a sharp spear, hurtling toward him. In an instant, a tremendous force struck Spirel, enveloping him in a cloud of dust. The fleeing crowd gazed at Spirel's back, turned against the world, and tears welled in their eyes. "Come. I will not allow you to pass." Spirel struggled to rise, glaring fiercely at the pirates. "I can battle you for an entire day and night," he declared. "Wah, big brother," cried the little girl he had just saved, reaching out towards his fading silhouette. "Keep smiling and live on." Spirel smiled gently at the retreating crowd before resolutely charging forward to join the fray alongside Bluebeard and his crew. Time and again, he was knocked down, only to rise once more. This spectacle had already spread throughout the flower capital via the visual bugs and was recounted by the people in hushed tones. The citizens of Wano prayed fervently for him, their hearts aching at the sight of his battered form. They struggled to stifle their sobs. "Is this how we simply walk?" they lamented. "Lord Spirel stands against formidable pirates, yet we can do nothing to assist? How outrageous!" They cried out to the divine, "O God, grant me a fraction of Lord Spirel's suffering." "Huh? As a pirate, you dare to protect the common folk? How laughable!" Bluebeard guffawed at the sight of Spirel's misery. "Let me escort you, pitiful wretch, to your final rest." With that, he unleashed his technique, 108 styles, bluegrass great serpent slash. Countless strands of bluegrass seemed to awaken, growing wildly, entwining, and coalescing into colossal serpents stretching 10 zhang in length. The ferocious blue serpents, imbued with haki, opened their gaping maws and surged towards Spirel like lightning. Boom! The earth erupted violently, debris flying as clouds of dust billowed. A figure was sent hurtling through the air like a meteor, crashing into building after building. Just then, the scene abruptly cut off. What fate has befallen Lord Spirel? The citizens watching the footage erupted in fury. At that moment, Spirel's safety weighed heavily on each of their hearts. "Wah, Mommy. I don't want Lord Spirel to die." A small girl clutched tightly to her mother-esque garment. Tears welled in her mother-esque eyes as she trembled, offering comfort. "It's all right, dear. Lord Spirel will surely be fine. Amaterasu, Amatba, God Almighty, Infinite Heavenly Venerable, please protect Lord Spirel." Countless citizens spontaneously offered their silent prayers. "If Lord Spirel emerges unscathed, I vow to forsake drugs and gambling for the rest of my days." The beautiful ancestors, bodhisattvas, and all esteemed teachers, Mikami, Nanamori, Hisaki, Kojima, Shiramin, Mimamai, Kitano, Arasaka, and others, were implored to lend their strength to Lord Spirel. Many men fervently wished, "I would gladly devote all my energy for the remainder of my life in return." Meanwhile, Bluebeard and his crew reveled in their perceived victory, confident that Spirel had met his demise and prepared to continue their plunder. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in their ears, as if it emanated from the depths of hell, sending shivers through their souls. "Enough, the game must come to an end." With a casual flick to brush off the dust from his attire, Spire took measured steps towards the pirates, sword in hand. Meanwhile, in the distant lands of Alabasta and Dressrosa, a similar scene unfolded, raising the question of whether 3 unrelated nations would meet the same fate. Chapter 308. Spire reveals his strength. The Navy enters a new era. The game must come to an end. Spire strode forward towards Bluebeard, and his acting was evidently not his forte. It felt overly contrived and tiresome. He preferred the thrill of battle. "Wouldn't it be better to lie still and feign death? I might spare your life." "Indeed. Boy, do you know how to write the word death?" "Boss, let me teach him a lesson. Be gentle. We wouldn't want our warlord to soil his trousers." Bluebeard and his crew mocked Spire, eagerly anticipating the moment when their adversary would kneel before them, begging for mercy. "Hey, kid, bow down to me, and perhaps I might persuade the captain to let you live." A brash pirate approached Spire, ready to demand a bow. But before he could utter another word, darkness enveloped him. A massive hand clutched his face like an iron claw. He felt an overwhelming force infiltrating his mind, as if his head might explode, and even breathing became a strenuous effort. The death he often dismissed now gripped him with unprecedented terror. Observing his subordinates' futile struggles against Spire, Bluebeard's fury erupted. "You bastard! Release my man. Are you seeking death?" "Very well," Spire replied with a soft chuckle. With a twist of his left hand, akin to pressing a button, he heard a crack as the pirate's bones shattered, silencing him forever. Spire continued his advance with the nonchalance of one dispatching a stray dog on the road. "Fools, all of you attack. Sever his limbs. I want to carve his flesh piece by piece." Bluebeard's commands were met with defiance, as his men disregarded him, falling victim to Spire's merciless action. Such insubordination was a slap in the face to Bluebeard, igniting his rage. He was determined to make Spire taste the horrors of hell. With their captain's orders ringing in their ears, his crew surged forward, weapons drawn. Not a single one of you moves with any semblance of skill. A rabble is merely a rabble, Spire taunted, resembling a stern instructor, though his weapon was not a teaching rod but a blade that reaped lives. Each of his movements was executed with precision and grace, reminiscent of a surgeon's scalpel. Amidst the throng, with every swing of his sword, a pirate clutched their bloodied throat and collapsed at his feet. The relentless carnage flowed with an almost poetic elegance, uncertain of the reasons behind it. He found the cacophony of voices in his mind growing increasingly tumultuous, while unfamiliar memories flickered through his consciousness like a revolving lantern. Exterminate them all! Exterminate them all! I revel in slaughter. What a splendid sensation! I am positively trembling with excitement. Yet it was not enough. I craved more blood. Silence. Those voices drove Spire to distraction. Yet they did not diminish his efficiency in the act of killing. At some point, combat had become an instinct deeply ingrained in Spire's very being. Do not be so arrogant. I shall shatter your bones one by one. Even as his subordinates fell like wheat before the scythe, Bluebeard remained undaunted by Spire's ferocity. On the contrary, the display of Spire's strength ignited his own savagery. If he lacked any prowess, he would never dare to utter words of claiming the throne of the three emperors. He prided himself on having endured hundreds of battles in the New World, each time emerging unscathed. To him, the brutality of the New World was merely trivial. Once he vanquished Spire and the monstrous serpent that led him, he would challenge Whitebeard. The title of Pirate King was destined to be his. Come at me, if you can. Just as Spire spoke, Bluebeard's last remaining subordinate fell unwillingly into a pool of blood. Remarkably, despite their fear, they did not flee, dutifully executing Bluebeard's commands. Vines of bluegrass entwined. Do not resort to the same old tricks. Let us see something novel. With a single stroke, Spire unleashed a formidable sword aura that severed the bluegrass, tearing through the air and bearing down upon Bluebeard. The bluegrass prison. Unfazed, Bluebeard confidently countered with his defensive technique. His mastery over the powers of the grass fruit was unparalleled, and he considered himself a genius. Had anyone else consumed this fruit, they would likely only cultivate grass. This was a source of his confidence. However, the oncoming sword aura's destructive force far exceeded his expectations, and he couldn't suppress his alarm. Damn it. It is merely a slash, yet my bluegrass prison is on the verge of collapse. This cannot be. It must be my illusion. Sensing the precarious state of his bluegrass prison, he activated his ability once more. The bluegrass instantly thickened beyond recognition. It could no longer be merely called grass. It was the bluegrass monarch. Oh, not bad, Spire remarked with a soft chuckle. The opponent's use of the grass fruit truly impressed him, qualifying them for his commendation. Barely a worthy adversary. What standing do you have to judge me? The bluegrass monarch's defense instilled Bluebeard with confidence. No sooner had he spoken than the bluegrass in his hand coalesced into a massive halberd. He was determined to end this in one fell swoop. Prepare to perish. Blue Monarch of Heaven Devourer. Unbeknownst to him, engaging in close combat was precisely the gravest error he could have made. In an instant, Bluebeard materialized above Spire, his colossal war spear seemingly tearing the very heavens as it descended with the ferocity of raging winds and thunder. The surrounding air appeared to buckle under the weight of such immense power, emitting mournful wails. The shrieking winds echoed like the cries of tormented souls, sending tremors through one's very essence. The ground fractured inch by inch, quaking with relentless force. Truly, Bluebeard was worthy of a bounty of 200 million berries. For his might was terrifying. Clang. What? It was blocked. Bluebeard was taken aback. His formidable spear collided with Spire's royal sword, producing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, powerful shockwaves radiating outward in all directions. This was Bluebeard's most cherished technique. To perfect this move, he had trained tirelessly on the cliffs, countless times wielding his spear until he had split the sky, reducing it to splinters before he finally ceased. He believed this technique's power rivaled that of the three emperors, which was precisely why he dared to confront Whitebeard. How could this be? This was a lethal skill he had painstakingly honed, and to have it thwarted on its very first use was a bitter pill to swallow. Observing Spire's seemingly effortless composure, Bluebeard's initial arrogance began to wane, a sense of despair gradually settling within him. Ha ha ha. Spire erupted into a fit of maniacal, as is often the manner of villains, testing its effect. Do you see? Do I still have a chance? Noticing the peculiar smile plastered across his opponent's face, Bluebeard felt a chilling dread, his mouth twisting into a forced grin. In the next life, should you encounter me, remember to lower your head. I have no fondness for looking up at others. Spire regained his icy demeanor, his gaze piercing Bluebeard with an unyielding chill, his aura surging dramatically, erupting. Dark lightning intertwined around him, his murderous intent boiling like molten lava. The sword energy, akin to a circling dragon, seemed to tear through the air, harmonizing with Bluebeard's anguished cries and the song of the sword, creating a symphony that heralded the end of his existence. How could you possess such formidable strength? Bang! Perhaps it was a final proclamation, heralding the end of life, as Bluebeard was instantaneously obliterated into a cloud of crimson mist. Spire sheathed his sword, enveloped in an aura of dominance, and strode through the blood rain towards the Flower City. At this moment, Impel Down welcomed a new wave of patrons, the Crescent Moon Hunter, Katarina Devon, the barrel-sized Baskerville Jot, the Tyrant, Abelo Pizarro, and the most formidable of them all, the Red Count, Barilick Ladefield. Meanwhile, the Navy headquarters was conducting an awards ceremony that ignited the fervor of countless sailors. Admiral Kong was stepping down, and the new Admiral Sengoku was set to take his place, with Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kazan ascending to the ranks of the three admirals. The Navy's current stature is a testament to the contributions of Admiral Kong and his esteemed colleagues. As the new Admiral of the Navy, I shall continue to lead our forces in the relentless battle against piracy. The banner of justice shall unfurl in every corner of the world. We must ensure that all malevolence receives its due retribution. Let the innocent populace, long tormented by pirates, thrive beneath the emblem of justice. The radiance of justice shall illuminate the seas. Glory is with us. Justice shall prevail. The Grand Marshal Sengoku raised his voice in a fervent address, determined to establish the supremacy of naval justice across the realm. Justice shall prevail. Justice shall prevail. Justice shall prevail. All the naval forces echoed in unison, their formidable spirit coalescing into a force that seemed to scatter the very clouds above. Chapter 309. The uninvited guest having garnered public support. And buoyed by Spire's promise to ensure that every citizen of Wano enjoys a life of abundance, the workers in Spire's factory labored with renewed vigor. Witnessing their fervent pursuit of a prosperous life, Spire and his companions were deeply moved, celebrating with several days of feasting. Meanwhile, the world government was far from pleased with Spire's encroachment upon Wano. Previously, they had engaged in extensive dealings with Kaido, and now that he was defeated, who would compensate for their losses? Furthermore, they were already wary of Spire. How could they allow him to continue amassing power unchecked? It was imperative to send someone to alert Spire, lest another Emperor of the Sea emerge from the depths. Saint Satan heavily leaned upon his cane and spoke gravely. Saint Nasashir nodded in agreement, his bright lenses glinting with a chilling intensity. I foresee he will inevitably become a calamity. We cannot permit his unchecked growth. It would be prudent to dispatch the three admirals to preempt any future threats. Would we not be slapping our own faces? The reputation of the seven warlords is already tarnished. How could we act without consideration for subsequent plans? St. Mars held a differing opinion. Indeed, we must not act in haste. St. Peter concurred with St. Mars, recognizing him as a valuable specimen. No matter how powerful he becomes, can he surpass Rox or Roger? Over the years, have there not been many formidable figures upon the seas? Only they remain unyielding. He still possesses utility, let him bask in his triumph a while longer. However, a reminder must be issued. I propose we send a CP0 agent along with an admiral, St. Vochley suggested, at the naval headquarters. This shall be a rather arduous task. Ever since our last parting, it has been quite some time since we last encountered young Spire. I still harbor lingering thoughts about the outcome of that encounter. Poor Celino appeared nonchalant as he groomed his nails, though his gaze flickered toward Sakazuki. Despite the passage of time, I cannot simply let that matter rest. Allow me to undertake this mission, Grand Marshal. In an unprecedented turn of events, seeing Borsellino take the initiative surprised even the usually composed Warring States General. However, given the rarity of such eagerness from the other party, the general promptly prepared to acquiesce to Borsellino's request. This time, Borsellino was not seeking a confrontation. His objective remained negotiation. Your impulsiveness could jeopardize the mission, and the government would find it difficult to respond. Allow me to take the lead. Very well, since you insist, Sakazuki, I have no objections. Observing Sakazuki, who appeared outwardly calm yet clenched his fists in silent tension, Borsellino inwardly chuckled. Witnessing their demeanor, the general felt a headache coming on. Turning to the side, he saw Kazan, who had been sleeping soundly with his eye patch on, and Karp, who was incessantly stuffing his mouth with rice crackers, which only fueled the general's irritation as he felt the veins on his forehead threatening to burst. Alas, none of them are easy to manage. In Wano country, Captain, do we really have to meet that Tai Sui? I've heard he is a heartless demon. Indeed, indeed, how terrifying. Captain, perhaps we should just turn back. The two subordinates were on the verge of tears, hoping their captain would heed their words and reconsider. Foolishness. As a man, how can one retreat after making a decision? The red-haired man retorted, and besides, we have repeatedly emphasized that we are not going to seek a fight. Do you not trust me? We do not. We do not. The subordinates' heads shook like rattles. They were all too familiar with their captain's temperament. The infuriated red-haired man, seeing his subordinates show him such disrespect, could not contain his anger. Enough, Shanks. They have a point. A man, smoking a cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke, interjected. That crimson Tai Sui is not to be trifled with. We must proceed with caution. Nonetheless, you are the captain, and once a decision is made, we shall absolutely comply. Oh, Beckman, it's wonderful to have you. Shanks was moved to tears, ready to embrace Beckman, only to be met with an expression of disdain as Beckman instinctively recoiled. Ha ha ha, the captain is quite embarrassed. If you were to transform into a beautiful woman, Beckman would surely embrace you. A nearby rotund figure, gnawing on a chicken leg, did not miss the opportunity to tease Shanks. Rest assured that Tai Sui is no easy opponent, and we are not to be underestimated. A man with seaweed-like hair wiped the long spear in his hand, chuckling softly. In a place unseen, a soaring seagull watched the other half of a small fish drop from its beak, feeling a pang of hunger. Somewhere at sea, he had just dealt with some foolish adversaries, and blood still dripped from the nearby sword, staining the deck. Since the last battle at God Valley, few had heard his name. This was not solely due to his seclusion on Hive Island, but primarily because the soul inhabiting this body was no longer that of its original owner. Carter Crosty, Wangji, the armored man murmured, surprised to discover that he too bore the initial. It seems I should refer to myself as now. The manga had never indicated he was of the D lineage. Could my presence have altered the course of this world? Wangji's gaze sharpened, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiating from him once more, as he believed that Spire would provide him the answers he sought. His name was Huang Tao, a university student in his previous life. After finally securing a job, he was informed just before the end of his internship that he did not meet the position's requirements. In a fit of rage, he struck the HR representative. In a fit of rage, he punched the HR representative, inadvertently providing them with leverage against him. Upon returning home, he learned that his girlfriend had betrayed him. Watching her nonchalantly climb into a Maserati he could never afford, while the man beside her disdainfully remarked, "She's quite exquisite." In that moment, anger clouding his mind, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself transported to the world of One Piece, having become Wang Shi. As a former member of the Rocks Pirates, he possessed formidable strength. However, he was ultimately defeated by Blackbeard and vanished without a trace, given to ascend to the pinnacle of power, compelling those who had once mocked him to look up in awe. Yet, upon entering this world, he discovered that things were far from the smooth trajectory he had envisioned. He was certain this was a tangible reality, lacking the systems typical of a transmigrator. And the narrative did not progress as he had anticipated. He felt that his very presence had instigated this change, and now he needed to ascertain the truth. Meanwhile, in the flower capital, Spire furrowed his brow upon hearing reports from his subordinates. He had not anticipated that anyone would dare venture into such peril. Rising to his feet, he summoned Roge and others to prepare for the arrival of these unwelcome guests. Chapter 310. The final chapter. My emotions were a tumultuous blend. Joy, excitement, regret, apprehension, trepidation, and anger, perhaps all these sentiments intertwined, creating a complex tapestry of feeling. Yet, amid this emotional whirlwind, what resonated most strongly was gratitude. Without you, I might have been forever ensnared in the quagmire of my humble origins, struggling ceaselessly in the mire, devoid of any glimmer of hope for survival. This pervasive anxiety tormented me daily, robbing me of peace and rest. I yearned to escape such a life. Yet I found myself shackled by a lack of opportunities and abilities, without the favor of any benefactor, drifting aimlessly through existence, oscillating between futile attempts, desperately aspiring to alter my destiny. Wherever I perceived the faintest prospect of financial gain, I would rush in, fully aware of the improbability, yet clinging to a semblance of hope, pursuing unattainable desires like countless others who indulge in fanciful dreams. My character bore the weight of numerous negative descriptors, overly ambitious yet cowardly, reckless in the face of minor benefits, and blindly impetuous. It seemed every unfavorable adjective could find a home within me. Perhaps the sole virtue I possessed was a clear self-awareness. which might explain why fate deemed it fit to present me with the opportunity to meet you at the tax bureau. In the span of a single summer, you liberated me from my suffering, extricating me from the mire of my origins. This was a narrative I had only ever witnessed in videos and novels. Yet it unfolded before me in stark reality. I wept for a long time. I had never believed in fate before, but in that moment, I was convinced. I had often heard my grandmother and relatives speak of my grandfather's uncanny gift for divination, with the marriages of my elder sister and cousin proving prophetic, and my cousin's conduct aligning perfectly with his predictions. Though I had outwardly professed disbelief after my own reading, deep down I harbored a flicker of hope, influenced by previous experiences. Yet, after nearly 5 years of work, I saw no hope, only the looming end of existence. I finally comprehended why so many high-ranking officials and the so-called intelligent individuals in films and dramas turn to prayer in times of crisis. It is the last vestige of hope they can offer themselves amidst despair. Watching those anti-corruption short videos and their fervent comments, I too felt a surge of righteous indignation. Yet, I recognized, as echoed in the comments, that the disdain was not for the wealthy or corrupt officials, but rather a resentment of our own circumstances. Now, countless dreams of benefactors and opportunities have descended upon me like a blessing. Regardless of the potential dire consequences that may follow this opportunity, I embrace it wholeheartedly. To hell with love, it is a delicacy reserved for the privileged. For those of us bound by humble origins, especially men, such sweetness can often be a poison. Today, as you rescue me from my suffering, I vow to dedicate my life to repaying you and to loving you. Even if one day, inevitably, I find myself imprisoned, I shall endeavor to clear all traces of wrongdoing on your behalf. Should I betray this oath, may I be condemned to extinction, face divine retribution, and suffer eternal damnation. As I pen these words, my heart is a tumultuous blend of sentimentality and fervor. I have finally grasped the reason why it is often said that returning to one's hometown in wealth is akin to parading in fine garments under the cover of night. The hubris accompanying success, which I previously neglected to mention, is indeed a flaw within me. I aspire to achieve greatness, much like the man in the countless videos I have watched who defied the odds, regardless of the notorious reputation I may carry behind me. As long as I strive and savor the journey, I shall have no regrets in this life.